In Linen City on Blue Star, the era after the revival of martial arts has made everyone enter the torrent of practice. With the introduction of the martial arts examination system, students' martial arts scores are linked to the college entrance examination, and various martial arts resources are distributed to students in the form of points. The school not only cultivates cultural talents, but also cultivates top martial arts fighters. In this land where martial arts are prevalent, an adventure about giant beasts, martial arts, talent, and power is quietly unfolding. Countless young students have thrown themselves into this life and death competition, striving to master the power to change their destiny and become the future martial arts supreme. My name is Yi Qing, an ordinary boy living in Linen City, Blue Star. Since the revival of martial arts, the whole world has entered an era of universal practice, and everyone is working hard to improve their strength. As a student of Linen High School, I have 20 points every month. For students in key classes like us, the points cannot be wasted. The normal choice is to exchange some medicines that can improve blood and bones to improve martial arts skills. But today, I chose something different. Standing at the Martial Arts Supplies Management Office, I exchanged some giant bull jerky without hesitation. Everyone knows that giant beast meat is a kind of food supplement. Although the effect is slow, its nutritional value is huge. This choice is expensive and may not have an immediate effect. Others dare not waste points, but I do. The moment the system was linked, I knew I was different. I found that I could continuously improve my physique by devouring the flesh and blood of other creatures. As long as I ate enough flesh and blood of giant beasts, I would gain their unique abilities. To me, this means endless potential improvement. In this era where martial arts is respected, who doesn't want to become stronger? Who doesn't want to become a real strong man? I returned home and placed a box of beef jerky on the table. I couldn't wait to tear open the package and eat it without caring how tough the meat was. The system prompts me. Qi and blood value increases, and the extraction progress begins. Every time I swallow a piece of meat, my Qi and blood value increases by 0.1, and the extraction progress is also accumulating. I can feel that every part of my body is getting stronger, especially the warm current spreading through my body. It feels like every cell is being reshaped. I gritted my teeth and persisted, not allowing any failure, and continued to swallow the meat. Finally, the extraction progress was full. The system prompted me to start extraction and fusion. At that moment, intense pain surged through my body. My body began to change dramatically. My muscle fibers broke and regenerated, and the density of my bones continued to increase. As my body got stronger, my shape changed. My muscles expanded, and I became taller and larger than before. Sharp bone spurs began to appear in my arms, legs, and even joints sticking out like weapons. Looking at myself in the mirror, I felt an unprecedented excitement. My body seemed to have been honed into a fighting machine. The system gave a prompt that I had obtained a D-level talent, divine power. Instantly, my strength skyrocketed. Just one punch could penetrate a steel plate, and the air around me was vibrating because of my explosive power. As the divine power was activated, I found myself gaining new abilities. Every burst of power made me feel extremely powerful. Now my goal is not only to pass the martial arts exam, but also to enter the top martial arts university and become a truly powerful person. However, I know that points exchange and food supplements alone are not enough. To gain more powerful abilities, I need more blood and flesh of fierce beasts, which is not an easy task. My funds are limited and my existing points have been used up. In order to continue to improve, I decided to hunt those beasts myself. The wasteland around Linen City is full of dangers, but also full of opportunities. The flesh and blood of fierce beasts is the most direct source of power. Eating them can continuously increase my Qi and blood value. For this reason, I went to the largest beast meat trading market in Linen City to buy more meat. The bloody smell in the market was overwhelming, and the surrounding scene made my heart beat faster, but this was no longer a threat to me. I looked at the huge pieces of meat and had already made up my mind. Behind each piece of meat, there was a huge amount of energy hidden. Their flesh and blood would be the key to my becoming stronger. I spent all my money and bought hundreds of kilograms of giant beast meat. When I got home, I didn't have time to hesitate and started eating like crazy. As each piece of ferocious beast meat enters the body, the system's prompts keep sounding, the Qi and blood values keep increasing, and the extraction progress keeps increasing. My body was reshaped into drastic changes, my bones became stronger, my muscles became tighter. Every time I felt severe pain, I became more determined. I knew that only by enduring these pains could I become truly strong. I continued to devour, constantly challenging my limits. Finally, the extraction progress of the three beasts was full, and I chose to fuse them at the same time. Pain swept through my body again, and my flesh and blood changed violently inside me. I felt like I was being hammered, my skin cracked and blood splattered, but all of this was nothing. As my talents were activated, my body began to show even more terrifying strength. I gained new talents: iron armor, swift shadow, and bone blade. My skin became as hard as iron, my speed became faster, and my limbs burst out with powerful attack power. At this moment, I was no longer the ordinary boy I used to be. I couldn't help but laugh as I watched myself becoming stronger and stronger. It turns out that to become strong, one only needs to keep devouring the flesh and blood of giant beasts to gain unimaginable strength. Chapter 5. Most of the fierce beasts on the edge of the wasteland are ordinary mutant beasts. Although they are not strong, if the blood value is over 100 after some training, they should be easy to kill. Killing a fierce beast will bring great benefits. However, not everyone is willing to be a wilderness hunter. After all, there are many job opportunities in the city. Who is willing to risk their lives to fight ferocious beasts? I packed up all my equipment, put on my shoes, and walked out of the house. Just as I was going downstairs, I ran into a middle-aged couple. We didn't know each other and had no relationship. I walked right past them, but at that moment, some cruel images suddenly emerged in my mind. Fists pierced chests, bone blades smashed heads, blood splattered everywhere. These images appeared in my mind like hallucinations. The air was filled with a bloody smell, and a murderous atmosphere quietly rose. My heart was shocked, and I quickly suppressed these images and walked downstairs quickly. When I walked out of the building, the wife's legs suddenly went weak. She grabbed the handrail and gasped for breath. Her face was pale, as if she had just experienced a huge shock. Her husband also looked confused, looking around as he tried to comfort her. I ignored the couple and thought about the scene in my mind. It's not just the talents of the giant beasts that are being fused, it also seems to include their innate killing instincts. Thinking of this, my confidence has become stronger. About an hour later, I arrived at the east gate of Linen City. I submitted my application to leave the city. The reviewing uncle looked at me, frowned, and advised, "Young man, you are so young. Why do you want to do such a risky job? There are many job opportunities in the city. Why take the risk?" I didn't explain much, just thanked them briefly, and walked towards the city gate with the approved application form. After a pupil scan, the city gate opened and allowed me to leave. Outside the city gate was not desolate. On the contrary, there were many simple tents around, forming a small market. Most of the people here were hunters and merchants brought back from the wilderness, trading various items they obtained in the wilderness. I was not surprised by this. After all, I had made preparations. I walked quickly to one of the tents, and soon after, I rode an electric motorcycle and prepared to set off. This motorcycle is specially designed for the wasteland, with long range, quietness, and high efficiency, and is particularly suitable for traveling among the ruins. Not long after leaving, another young man from the East City Gate walked into the management office. It seemed like it was another student who gave the same advice as me. However, he didn't think much about it, and just shook his head and muttered, "Are all kids nowadays so brave?" Zhang Qingyi stopped and looked at the young man, thinking, another student? Who is he? But she didn't think about it anymore. The most important thing now was to seize the time to improve her strength and return to the top. She left in a hurry to continue her mission. Not long after, another camouflage motorcycle drove out of the camp and into the wasteland. The wasteland was far more desolate than I had imagined, but despite the devastation it had endured, it was still teeming with life. Vines are entangled on the collapsed buildings, mutated plants are growing out of the cracks in the ruins, and occasionally some rustling sounds can be heard. This place is full of dangers, but also contains countless opportunities. My motorcycle was speeding through the ruins of the wasteland, and there was a crackling sound under the wheels. I looked down and found that it was a human head that had been burned by high temperature and had been crushed into pieces. I frowned slightly, and my alertness suddenly rose. Suddenly, a strong warning rose in my heart. I subconsciously tilted my head and felt a burning heat brushing against the side of my face, and a flash of red fire flew past my head. A wall not far away, a heat wave swept in, burning the grass and trees, revealing several charred bones underneath. At this moment, a deep roar was heard, and a large red dog jumped out of the ruins. It had sharp teeth, strong limbs, and its body was covered with flames. I immediately recognized that this monster was the Hellfire dog. The Hellfire dog was originally a native animal, but after mutation, it became a small behemoth. Its adult length can reach 2 meters. It can control flames and is extremely threatening. Hellhound in front of me is relatively small, about 1.5 meters tall. Although it is not yet an adult, it is enough to pose a threat to me. I didn't choose to run away. Instead, I started to feel excited. I knew I wasn't afraid of it. Instead, I felt a desire in my heart. I can defeat it. I could defeat this beast. The Hellhound let out a deep roar, and it had obviously identified me as its prey. It opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a more intense flame, completely enveloping me. The flames were so hot that they almost swallowed me. However, just as the flames were about to engulf me, I suddenly jumped out, stretched out a strong arm towards the flames, and firmly grasped the head of the Hellfire dog. The Hellfire dog struggled desperately, but my strength was like a hammer, locking it firmly. The fire gradually faded, and my figure emerged, covered in gray horny armor, with bulging muscles, and terrifying bone blades flashing coldly on my body. I locked the upper and lower jaws of the Hellhound with force, tearing its head apart mercilessly. I roared wildly, and used all my strength to tear open the head of the Hellfire dog. With a swish sound, the dog's head was torn off from the base of the neck, and the Hellfire dog died instantly. Facing this beast that could kill even a first-level warrior, I killed it in an instant. My strength was improved to an unprecedented level, and my chi and blood value also increased. Chapter 6. Blood spurted out like a fountain, dyeing me blood red. The body of the Hellfire dog fell to the ground, looking so powerless. I loosened my hands and watched it slowly fall, but I didn't feel any pity in my heart. At that moment, my heart was filled with coldness and violence. So weak, I muttered in a low voice. My eyes fell on the corpse of the Hellfire dog. No, I'm too strong. This strong self-confidence made me excited. It was my first time killing a creature, and it was so easy. My hands were shaking slightly, my heart was beating faster, and every part of my body was filled with excitement. I was no longer afraid of what was happening before my eyes, but instead began to enjoy the feeling of power. I took a deep breath, and the smell of blood filled the air, but I didn't feel sick at all. The tip of my tongue unconsciously licked the corner of my mouth and tasted a hint of bloody sweetness. At this moment, a strong appetite swept over me again. Eat it, swallow it into your stomach, and turn it into your strength. The system's voice sounded in my heart. Hearing this voice, my hesitation disappeared instantly. My eyes fell on the corpse of the Hellfire dog, and I swung my arm, cutting off a piece of flesh with the bone blade. Even though the piece of flesh was still twitching, I put it into my mouth without hesitation. Unexpectedly, this piece of meat tasted delicious. The meat was soft and tender, chewy, and full of fat. It was so fragrant that I couldn't stop eating it. It tastes pretty good, I couldn't help but say to myself. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded again. You swallowed a piece of Hellfire dog meat. HP plus 0.3, extraction progress plus 2%. I looked at the screen in surprise. It turned out that the meat of the Hellfire dog was not only delicious, but also could increase my chi and blood values. The effect was beyond my expectation. The excitement in my heart became stronger and stronger, and I began to eat frantically. Every piece of dog meat that entered my body quickly turned into the purest energy, rapidly improving my physical condition, and my chi and blood values continued to soar faster than taking medicine. You swallowed a piece of Hellfire dog meat. HP plus 0.5, extraction progress plus 3%. You swallowed a piece of Hellfire dog meat. HP plus 0.7, extraction progress plus 5%. Every time I swallowed a piece, my body's strength increased, and the concentration of my chi and blood became stronger and stronger, with a fierce aura. I felt that I was becoming stronger and more fierce. Finally, the system prompt sounded. The extraction progress of the Hellfire dog has reached full. Do you want to start the extraction and fusion? I chose Start Fusion without hesitation. Instantly, a sharp pain like a burning fire swept over me. My body seemed to be scorched by flames, and red lines appeared on the gray horny armor. The scorching heat radiated from my body, and the surrounding weeds were burned to a scorch. Although the pain was intense, I'd already had experience from the previous times. My brows were furrowed. Although it hurt, the excitement in my heart made me persevere. In order to become stronger, the pain was worth it. You swallowed a piece of Hellfire dog meat. HP plus 0.6. The system's notification sound relieved my pain a little. The short pain was exchanged for a constant flow of strength. Every piece of meat I took in was a refinement of my physique. As the pain gradually subsided, a flame burst out from my body, igniting the surrounding weeds and spreading the flames. At the same time, the system prompted me to have a new talent. Extraction successful. You obtain C-level talent, red flame, the fire control ability of the Hellfire dog. I was overjoyed and felt my whole body become hot. My horny armor was covered with fiery red lines, like a burning rose, and the flames flickered on my body. I could feel the powerful fire power surging in my body. I waved my hand towards the broken wall in the distance. Immediately, a ball of dazzling fire shot towards the wall. With a bang, a big hole was instantly blown out of the broken wall, and then it shook a few times and finally collapsed. The power was even stronger than the flames spewed by the Hellfire dog. This power is too strong. I couldn't help but exclaim. Looking at the data on the system panel, I became more and more excited. Name, Yi Qing, Health, 148.5, Spirit, 100 talents, C-level, Red Flame, C-level, Swift Shadow, D-level, Iron Armor, D-level, Divine Power, D-level, Bone Blade, Kung Fu, Body Forging Fist, not up to standard. Extraction progress, none. The Qi and blood value has exceeded 150, approaching the threshold of a first-level warrior. I feel that I am getting closer and closer to becoming a warrior, and my physical qualities are also improving rapidly. I'm just one step away from breaking through to the first-level warrior. After seeing my blood and energy values, a proud smile appeared on my face. When the Qi and blood break through 150, it means that the body will undergo a tempering, the bones, muscles, and flesh will be strengthened, and the physical fitness will be greatly improved, surpassing that of ordinary people by several times or even dozens of times. My current Qi and blood value has reached 148.5, almost reaching the realm of a first-level warrior. And all this took only 2 or 3 days. I thought to myself, the Wasteland is really a place of opportunity. I thought I would get nothing this time, but I actually killed the Hellfire dog. Not only did my health increase, but I also gained a powerful talent. What good luck. However, the Hellfire dog is not an easy monster to deal with. For most Wasteland hunters, its appearance is almost fatal. If you're not careful, you may die in a Wasteland. The reason why I was able to solve it easily was because I possessed multiple talents. The Iron Armor talent could resist fire damage. The Divine Power could enhance my strength. The Bone Blade could increase the lethality, and the Red Flame ability could make my attack power even higher. My current strength is far beyond that of an ordinary person, but I haven't fully realized it yet. My Qi and blood are approaching the limit of a first-level warrior, and my strength seems to have increased a lot. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, with an excited look on my face. Take this opportunity to see if I can gain something more. I made the decision and broke off 2 canine teeth from the body of the Hellfire dog. The canine teeth of the Hellfire dog are very precious materials and can be sold for nearly 10,000 yuan in the market, which is equivalent to an ordinary person's annual salary. Strength is the source of wealth. I sighed as I rode my motorcycle and continued to move deeper into the wilderness. Not long after, several wilderness hunters quietly groped over. When they saw the bones on the ground, they immediately exclaimed, "Is this the Hellfire Hound? What killed this monster? It's definitely not a human. Look at the wound on its head." The Hellfire Hound was nailed to the ground. They were discussing in a low voice, but I had quietly left and continued to move deeper into the wilderness. Chapter 7. Ambush? Kill. I had already entered the Wasteland, and I kept on driving without releasing my foot on the accelerator, but I was getting more and more excited because of the Hellfire dog I had just killed. However, this excitement did not last long. My communicator suddenly vibrated, and several messages popped up one after another. I stopped the motorcycle, took out the communicator to check, and the content on the screen made my face darken. "You actually want to ambush me? These Adventist scums. I failed to eradicate you in my previous life, this life." I snorted coldly, and murderous intent suddenly rose in my heart. The air also became bone-chillingly cold. A wave of cold air quickly spread out, and before a hidden giant beast in front of me could launch an attack, it was completely frozen into a pile of cold meat by my talent. This is the talent I used in my previous life, Frost Thousand Years, which can not only freeze the enemy, but also gradually strengthen it under certain conditions until it can affect the passage of time. Although it can only play a primary effect now, it is still enough to deal with the trouble at hand. I looked away, put away the communicator, and continued to drive the motorcycle forward. They're just 3 first-level warriors. Since you dare to come, don't go back. I thought to myself. The murderous aura still did not dissipate. Soon, I finally came to a ruin. The desolation here made me not rush to find prey, but I found a small pond according to the map and planned to wash the blood off my body. The Hellfire dog can drive away some small beasts. It may also attract stronger monsters. I don't want to be too conspicuous. After all, I can't walk freely in the Wasteland now. After washing the blood, I put on my soaked clothes. Just as I was about to leave, a faint red light shone from my body, and the water marks evaporated quickly, and my clothes became dry again. I couldn't help but sigh. A sea-level talent that can actually be used to dry clothes, I'm afraid no one else has it. Just as I was about to move forward, I suddenly heard footsteps. I turned my head sharply and saw a thin man walking out of the woods. His nostrils moved slightly, and he smelled the lingering smell of blood in the air. It smells like the Hellfire Hound. You must be the guy who got away with it, he said nonchalantly, took out a short knife, and sneered. Hand over the fawn. I'll give it to Alien to make a necklace. What? I frowned slightly and instantly realized that I had been robbed. Hunters in the wilderness are more dangerous than any monster. I have heard of the cruelty between my own kind, but I didn't expect to see the sinister nature of human hearts the first time I left the city. Seeing that I didn't move, the thin man's eyes flashed with anger. Don't play dumb for me. Give me those canine teeth. Remember, this is a wasteland. There are no cameras, so take them out if you know what's good for you. He waved the knife impatiently, and the threat was obvious. Do you think you can threaten me? I suddenly smiled, with a hint of provocation in my voice. What are you laughing at? Damn, you dare to play dumb in front of me. The thin man roared, the knife in his hand flashing with a cold light, ready to rush towards me. However, the next second, there was a muffled sound, the ground shook, and dust flew up. I jumped in front of him like lightning and approached him in an instant. The thin man hadn't reacted yet. When he saw my gray armor with red patterns, I looked like I wasn't human. He showed an expression of disbelief and astonishment on his face. What are you? He asked. I ignored his words and punched him on the head. The wind from my fist was filled with murderous intent and instantly shattered his skull. The crisp sound of bone cracking rang through my ears, and the man's head was shattered, with red and white objects flying everywhere. His body fell to the ground, blood gushed out like a fountain, and the air was filled with blood. I watched him fall, and I didn't feel any fear in my heart, but instead felt a strange sense of relief. I actually killed a person and a living person. The guy who died in my hands made me a little confused. The seemingly disgusting scene was not as unbearable as I imagined, and the psychological pressure was not as great as I imagined. Just as I was thinking about this, there was a noise in the woods. Then, 2 figures rushed out. They looked similar to the thin man before, and they exuded a strong, murderous aura. Monkey, what are you doing? I'm not going to blame you for delaying the plan. The man hadn't finished his words when he screamed in shock when he saw the bloody scene in front of him. Monkey, I kicked the body lying on the ground and said with a smile, I really got the name right. He is as weak as a monkey. You're looking for death. The 2 men looked at me, their eyes filled with anger and murderous intent. When they saw my appearance, their faces turned pale instantly. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? The man exclaimed. We must kill him to avenge the monkey. Their eyes instantly became more ferocious. I sneered. It's better to have an accomplice. I can just deal with you all at once, so I won't have any trouble in the future. The next moment, I pounced on one of the women like a black shadow, so fast that she had almost no time to react. Alien, be careful. The leading man saw this scene and shouted in panic. But he didn't expect that I would take the initiative to attack so quickly. The man's eyes showed excitement, thinking that I would turn around to defend and prepare to attack with a knife, but at this moment, I casually threw out a ball of fire. Before the man's scream had finished, the flames exploded, and the blazing flames completely surrounded him. Severe pain instantly swept through his body, and the screams were deafening. When the woman saw this, her face changed drastically, and she turned around and swung her knife to block, but it was too late. I acted quickly, and the bone blade cut through the air, accurately cutting off her short knife, and then stabbed her chest. Poof! Blood spurted out, and the woman looked down at the bloody hole in her chest, her face full of horror. I didn't give her any chance to react. I pulled out the bone blade and looked directly at the fallen man. The man rolled on the ground, his body charred black, his skin and flesh had long been burnt, and his flesh was scattered everywhere. He was still struggling, his eyes full of resentment and unwillingness. Genius warrior, you are actually a genius warrior. I didn't want to waste time with him, so I waved my hand and released another ball of fire, which exploded with a loud bang. The man's chest exploded instantly, and his body fell to the ground helplessly. Chapter 8. In less than 2 minutes, 3 people had died at my hands. I didn't have much psychological burden for these people. After all, they wanted to kill me first, and I was just fighting back in self-defense. The feeling of killing someone is nothing special. I let out a long breath, retracted the bone blade, and the keratin armor and the red lines on my body gradually disappeared, returning to my normal appearance. Then, I turned to look at the backpacks next to the 3 bodies. It's time to harvest something. I walked over, took down a backpack, opened it, and started searching. There were portable food, a small amount of drinking water, 30,000 yuan in cash, and several military communicators. He must not be a good person if he carries so much cash with him. I saw the red banknotes at a glance, and my eyes lit up immediately. I sighed silently in my heart for the great harvest these wilderness hunters brought me. I put the money in my bag and started to fiddle with the communicator. Face unlock. I whispered, turned on the screen, and looked at the scene beside the corpse. The monkey's head had been smashed to pieces, and the boss had been burned to charcoal, useless. Only Alien's face was relatively intact. Fortunately, I didn't hit her face. I helped Alien up, wiped the blood off her face, and then pulled her eyelids open. Ding! The communicator was unlocked successfully. I looked at the information on the screen, and soon, an electronic document caught my attention. At the same time, I also figured out the identities of these people. They're a cult called the Adventists. Usually they're desperate criminals, and there is no legal prosecution for killing them, and you can even get a bounty. These 3 members of the Advent sect enter the Wasteland, seemingly on an important mission. I saw that the document detailed the location coordinates and also listed the distribution and approximate strength of all the giant beasts nearby. Lotus Forest is 90 kilometers away from Linen City. There lives a giant beast called the flying electric snake. It can release high voltage current and is extremely dangerous. A gleam of light flashed in my eyes. Talents related to thunder and lightning have always been extremely rare. If you want to obtain a powerful thunder and lightning talent, this is undoubtedly a great opportunity. The Lotus Forest according to the instructions on the map. A few hours later, I hid the motorcycle, ate some compressed dry food, and then carefully headed deep into the Lotus Forest. Electric snakes are social creatures with an extremely keen sense of smell. If they make too much noise, the entire group of snakes may be alarmed. This time I was facing a flying electric snake, so I decided to test it carefully. After all, it was my first time facing such a giant beast, so I had to find out its details. Fortunately, my swift shadow talent provided great help, not only greatly increasing my speed, but also making almost no sound during my movements, just like walking on snow without leaving any traces. With this advantage, I successfully sneaked into the Lotus Forest. However, I didn't expect that as soon as I entered the forest, I heard a sharp hissing sound. Sizzle. A faint blue light came towards me. I reacted very quickly, dodging the dangerous beam of light. The blue light brushed my skin, causing a numbing pain. We've been discovered already. I felt a little helpless. When I turned around, I saw a dark blue snake that was more than 3 meters long staring at me. It was an adult flying electric snake. Its appearance was similar to that of ordinary snakes, but its eyes were 2 blue crystals that flashed a faint blue light. It spit out a scarlet tongue, licked the pheromones in the air, and suddenly turned its head to look at where I was. Snakes have almost no vision, but their sense of smell is extremely sensitive. It seems that the mutated giant beast still retains this characteristic. I made a quick judgment. I jumped lightly and tapped my feet and instantly turned into a phantom and rushed towards the flying electric snake. I swung out a bone blade and quickly cut off the flying electric snake's head. Blood gushed out from the smooth, broken end. I grabbed the body of the flying electric snake and held it to my head like a water pipe, letting the snake's blood soak my whole body. Crackling. Although the flying electric snake's body had lost its head, it was still struggling instinctively, emitting dazzling electric light everywhere. However, these strong electric currents, after encountering my keratin armor, could not have much impact on me at all. The electric current only made my arm feel a little numb. After absorbing the talents of many giant beasts, my body has begun to gradually surpass common sense. I didn't stop. I quickly tore off a piece of flying electric snake meat and stuffed it directly into my mouth. You swallowed a piece of flying electric snake meat. Chi and health value plus 0.2, extraction progress plus 1%. You swallowed a piece of flying electric snake meat. Chi and health value plus 0.3, extraction progress plus 2%. You swallowed a piece of flying electric snake meat. Chi and health value plus 0.5, extraction progress plus 3%. The blood and chi value in my body and the progress of extraction would increase rapidly. I continued to eat without hesitation until the blood and chi in my body boiled, and I felt that my whole body began to undergo qualitative changes. Boom! A muffled, thunder-like roar sounded in my body. In an instant, my chi and blood condensed into a powerful force, flowing through my body, tempering my flesh, blood, and bones. The muscles became tougher, the impurities in the bones were purified, and the heartbeat became stronger. This is the characteristic of a first-level warrior. My body began to undergo a qualitative change and broke through the conventional limits. Name: Yi Qing, health 153.2, spirit 113, talents: sea level, red flame, sea level, swift shadow, D level, iron armor, D level, divine power, D level, bone blade, kung fu, body forging fist, not up to standard, extraction progress, flying electric snake, 18%. The blood value exceeded 150, reaching the mark of a first-level warrior. The blood began to temper the bones, muscles, and flesh. He officially entered the extraordinary realm and became a quasi-warrior. Sure enough, the speed of improvement is much faster than I imagined. I exerted a little force, and the bones of the flying electric snake in my hand broke easily. After entering the warrior sequence, the body will undergo a qualitative change and can no longer be measured by common sense. Although the flying electric snake is huge, there is not much meat on its body. In order to fully maximize the extraction progress, I know that more flying electric snakes are needed. The lotus forest is full of dangers, but there are also opportunities here. I endured the stench on my body and went deeper into the forest again. I carefully studied the head of the flying electric snake and found that its crystal eyes were the source of its electric current talent. It had almost no visual ability, but an extremely sensitive sense of smell. Of swift shadow allows me to easily avoid their perception and attack. The flying electric snake relies on pheromones in the air to determine the enemy's position, and my snake blood will interfere with their sense of smell, making them unable to sense my movements. In the bushes ahead, another flying electric snake just raised its head. Before the huge snake head could react, I quickly cut it off. The cold snake blood gushed out again, and the blood and extraction progress increased again. I suppressed my inner expectations and quickly disappeared into the forest. Chapter 9. With the experience from the previous 2 times, I quickly killed 3 flying electric snakes. The extraction progress has reached 65%, and the blood value has also increased to 161.2. I was a little happy, but also a little confused. According to the information of the Adventists, there are a large number of flying electric snakes living in the lotus forest. The adult snakes are about 5 meters long. There are a lot of them, and the density is very high. However, the situation before me contradicts this information. Why are all the snakes I see underage? I frowned, put down the white snake bones in my hand, and explored more carefully. But strange things happened one after another, and in the next half an hour, I didn't even encounter a flying electric snake. The flying electric snake has extremely powerful lightning ability. The extraction progress is already halfway through, and I don't intend to give up. So I stopped and began to think about whether to go deeper. At this moment, a brilliant flash of lightning suddenly came from the front, illuminating the entire lotus forest. Then, a series of hissing sounds rang out. Although I thought I was discovered at first, I soon found that these sounds were not directed at me, but were fixed in one place. What on earth is going on? I quietly walked towards the source of the sound, through a bush, and then the scene in front of me shocked me. Deep in the lotus forest, dozens of large snakes were coiled together, their bodies flashing with lightning, forming a sea of electricity. However, These flying electric snakes were not the source of the lightning. In the middle was a strange fruit tree, whose branches looked like crystals, with two translucent blue fruits hanging on them, one large and one small. Lightning continued to radiate from the fruits, and the piercing sound of electricity came from the fruits. The flying electric snakes seemed to be absorbing the electric waves emitted by the fruit trees and continuously transmitting the electric current to the fruit trees, so that the fruits became more transparent and riper. I suddenly remembered the knowledge about the giant beast. After the giant beast appeared, not only animals mutated, but also plants had some strange mutations. Some mutated plants were extremely rare, and they would become precious medicinal materials with great medicinal power. And this fruit tree was obviously one of them. These fruits look extraordinary, considering that animal flesh can improve one's body. Could these fruits also bring some kind of talent? By eating them, can one gain the special abilities of the fruit tree? With a gleam in my eyes, I turned around and looked around. At this time, the flying electric snakes were almost all adults. Although their strength was slightly weaker than that of a first-level warrior, their numbers were extremely large. And near the fruit tree, there were two 10-meter-long giant snakes, whose strength should not be underestimated. This is undoubtedly a problem, but it is not impossible to try. I adjusted my breathing and prepared to make a move. On the other side of the lotus forest, Zhang Qingyi was looking around with doubts. Where are the people? She whispered to herself, feeling a little impatient. She had been prepared to kill the followers of the Advent sect as quickly as possible, trying to get the precious fruit as soon as possible. But when she arrived at the ambush site, she found that those people did not show up. Did they run into trouble along the way? She frowned slightly, feeling somewhat puzzled. Although those three only relied on drugs to break through their limits and become formal warriors, how could they possibly encounter any danger in the edge of the wasteland? Zhang Qingyi waited for half an hour, but still no one from the Advent sect showed up. Did you guys cancel your plan? She smiled coldly. You wasted my time. I'll just go and kill you. She angrily sprayed the information interferon in her hand on her body, turned around, and headed towards the lotus forest. It really works. Zhang Qingyi took a deep breath and saw that there was not a single flying electric snake around, and she felt a little more confident. After taking that fruit, my physique will definitely be improved, and Frost Qianqiu's talent will be further enhanced. At that time, the speed of recovering strength will be greatly accelerated. At this moment, I was quickly assessing the situation of the flying electric snakes. The electric light of the fruit trees was very bright, but it did not completely enhance the lightning ability of the snakes. The electric current of the flying electric snakes was not infinite, and they needed a certain amount of time to store the electricity after each discharge. This was my chance to act. I looked at the two fruits on the tree, which were about 4 meters apart. I could rush over, pick one of them, and then quickly retreat. I had just enough time. I took a deep breath and prepared myself. Bang! I stomped my foot on the ground, and my body burst out with power like a cannonball, rushing towards the fruit tree. At this time, the weak electric light in the air began to erode my body, but due to the protection of the keratin armor, these currents had almost no effect on me. A first-level warrior might need 7 seconds to sprint at full speed over a distance of more than 200 meters, but I only took 3 seconds. The moment I arrived in front of the fruit tree, I reached out without hesitation to grab the largest and most ripe azure fruit. As soon as my palm touched the fruit, a strong sense of numbness quickly spread, almost making me lose control. Oops, I thought to myself, but the blood in my body roared rapidly, dissolving the paralysis in my muscles. However, just as I was about to turn around and retreat, the snakes had already resumed their electricity, and the angry hissing sound sounded again, and the harsh electric light quickly enveloped the entire area. At this moment, the lightning intertwined into a terrifying net that completely surrounded me. In addition to this net, the two giant snakes, each nearly 10 meters long, also looked at me fiercely, their sharp fangs flashing with murderous intent like knives. This is troublesome. I knew clearly that the strength of these two giant snakes had exceeded that of ordinary first-level beasts. Their strength was even stronger than that of the flying electric snake. Facing the upcoming life and death challenge, my heart suddenly went crazy. There was no way out, so I decided to act immediately. I roared in my heart, stuffed the fruit into my mouth without hesitation, and swallowed it alive. You swallowed a Tianlong Yulei fruit. Chi and health value plus 300, extraction progress plus 100%. The Tianlong Yulei fruit extraction progress is full. Do you want to start extraction and fusion? Mutated plants can actually be extracted. I was overjoyed and made a quick decision. Yes. Almost at the same time, the system's prompt sounded. Extraction successful. You have obtained the S-level talent. Tianlong, Jade, Thunder Body. Chapter 10. Before I left the city, I had planned to accumulate more talents. My initial goal was to have a D-level talent, C-level was considered lucky, and B-level was considered a big win. Who would have thought that I would meet the followers of the Advent sect, and the information they brought me would allow me to pick up a big bargain. The Tianlong Jade Thunder Fruit in the Lotus Forest directly allowed me to extract an S-level talent. After I got the talent, I immediately looked up relevant information. D-level talent is the most basic, C-level talent is considered excellent talent, and B-level talent and above is a genius. If you can awaken S-level talent, it is even more rare, almost 1 in 10,000. According to statistics, any S-level warrior can achieve the lowest level of the 7th level Grandmaster in the future, and even have the opportunity to break through to the 9th level and become an extremely powerful warrior. I know in my heart that I have made a lot of money this time. However, it is not time to celebrate yet. Suddenly, I felt a deafening thunder coming from my body, and a series of pale golden lightning emanated from my body, interweaving with the red flames, forming a powerful destructive force. This talent of the Tianlong Jade Thunder Body not only enhances my physical strength, but also becomes stronger as my strength increases. Lightning flashed in my eyes, and I waved my hands. A huge fireball with golden lightning flew out. Boom! With a deafening roar, the Lotus Forest exploded instantly, and I broke through the electric net set up by the flying electric snake. My bone blade burned fiercely, releasing flames and flashing lightning. I waved it casually, and the flying electric snake that blocked my way was immediately cut into 2 pieces. My swift shadow talent made me almost stop. I shuttled through them like lightning, and no flying electric snake could stop me. Even though they had lost some of their companions, the smell of blood aroused their more frantic attacks. The lightning on their bodies became stronger and stronger, lashing me like a whip. Despite the large number of flying electric snakes, I still quickly cut the 2 in front of me, but the snake's tail behind me whipped me hard, causing some damage. There were cracks on the horny armor, but I didn't care. In response, I grabbed a roasted flying electric snake and stuffed it into my mouth. The rich aroma increased my appetite, and I laughed when I saw my improved blood and energy value and extraction progress. At this moment, 2 10-meter-long giant snakes rushed over. Their size and attack power made me alert. But I didn't think too much and quickly killed the flying electric snakes around, grabbed the snake tails in my hands, and rushed straight into the dense forest. At this time, Zhang Qingyi was observing from a distance. She used information interferon and originally planned to deal with the followers of the Advent sect as quickly as possible, but she didn't expect to hear a loud noise coming from the depths of the Lotus Forest. Her heart tightened, and she hurriedly sped up. Soon, she entered the core area of the Lotus Forest. When she saw the tragic scene in front of her, a look of shock appeared on her face. What is going on? She saw the bodies of the flying electric snakes around her. They were chopped into several pieces, and the smell of blood filled the air, and there was a strange meaty smell in the air. The death of the flying electric snakes was too tragic. Some were chopped into several pieces, some were disemboweled, and some were even partially eaten. Zhang Qingyi immediately guessed that there might be other giant beasts that attacked the snakes, but she did not find any clues. She finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the fruit tree flashing with lightning. The fruit on the fruit tree didn't look fully ripe, but at least it was still there. She quickly used up all her interferon and rushed over while the snakes were rioting. She was not faster than me. At least when I activated my swift shadow talent, I was much faster than her. With the help of information interferon, she successfully picked the fruit. Only then did the flying electric snake realize that something was wrong. The angry hissing sounded throughout the Lotus Forest. The flying electric snakes began to attack her frantically, and 2 10-meter-long giant snakes even launched a suicide attack. Their crystal eyes were activated to the limit, emitting strong electric light. Boom! A strong electric light hit Zhang Qingyi's arm, injuring her badly. "This is too crazy," she exclaimed, seeing the abnormal reaction of the flying electric snakes. She originally thought that leaving the fruit to them would be enough, but she didn't expect them to attack her at all costs. The situation was critical, and she released a powerful icy breath that could freeze the snakes for thousands of years, greatly slowing down the movements of the entire group of snakes. She took this opportunity to flee the scene as quickly as possible. About a quarter of an hour later, Zhang Qingyi rode away on a motorcycle, her face pale and a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Overusing her talent had brought her a great burden, but she touched the fruit in her backpack and smiled excitedly. Tianlong Jade Thunder Fruit, a top-level foundation-building medicine. She smiled, her heart filled with excitement. This time, it got the best deal. It's worth it. She coughed again, but her smile was still bright, and she rode her bike towards Linen City. Meanwhile, I had already found my motorcycle and was about to leave the lotus forest. Suddenly, I heard a roar from deep inside. I took out the crystal ball from my pocket, the eyeball of the flying electric snake. According to the information of the Adventists, this thing is very valuable and is the raw material for making some special weapons. I've made a lot of money this time. I thought to myself, holding the eyeball and walking a few steps, ready to leave. Each eyeball of the flying electric snake can be sold for tens of thousands, which is really a huge profit. I smiled proudly, rode my motorcycle, and left the lotus forest. Next time, dare you come again? I smiled, accelerated my feet, and the motorcycle disappeared in the forest. Chapter 11. The return trip was not so easy. Along the way, I encountered more and more giant beasts. At the beginning, there were not many giant beasts, but now I could see one almost every 10 minutes. The reaction of these guys was also very strange. After they found me, they didn't attack me, but tried to avoid me. They seemed to be frightened and had no intention of attacking me at all. I knew that my current strength was not enough to scare these giant beasts, but they all ran away. There was something wrong. These beasts seemed to be a little scared. What was going on? I was getting more and more uneasy, but this uneasiness was relieved after I killed a level 1 beast. Blood splattered, and the roars of the beasts and the taste of flesh and blood quickly calmed me down. Continuing forward, I loaded the cut meat onto the motorcycle and drove towards Linen City at full speed. Just then, my communicator suddenly rang. It was a message from Zhang Qingyi. She looked at it and her face suddenly changed. The time has been advanced. She frowned and almost dropped the communicator in her hand. She was thinking about something and seemed to have noticed something wrong. How could it happen ahead of time? Her mind was in a state of confusion. According to her memories from her previous life, a crack appeared in the Wasteland 3 years later, and a destructive beast comparable to a 9th-level warrior descended. That beast tide destroyed many cities, and she remembered that Qing also died in that disaster. However, all this happened ahead of time. It seems that I am not the only one who has experienced the changes brought about by this rebirth. She frowned and said, however, she quickly cheered up and said confidently and calmly, fortunately, I have this Tianlong Jade Thunder Fruit, and I will recover my strength in no time. She quickly increased her speed and continued to rush into the depths of the lotus forest. Outside Linen City, people in the camp suddenly smelled a strong smell of blood. Is anyone injured? Someone asked in confusion, and then ran out to see. However, when they saw the huge corpse at the door, everyone was shocked. Fuck, is that the body of a Gangfeng tiger? One of them exclaimed. Yes, an adult Gangfeng tiger, a level 1 beast. Too difficult to deal with. Was it that kid who did it? Another person asked in a low voice. When they saw Qing's young face, they were immediately shocked. Did this guy do it? Impossible. Looking at the wound on the Gangfeng tiger, it must have been done by a more powerful beast. Someone shook his head, expressing doubt. He must have been lucky and got away with it. Another person whispered. Most people did not think that Qing could defeat this Gangfeng tiger alone. After all, the Gangfeng tiger had great medicinal value, and almost every part of its body could be sold for a good price. The mutated giant beast was even more worth fighting for. While everyone was talking, Lu Peng came over and stood in front of me with a smug look on his face. Please move aside. Thank you. I had just experienced a battle and was in a good mood. Facing Lu Peng, he said calmly, move aside. Lu Peng was stunned, then grinned. Boy, what do you mean? Qing frowned, feeling dissatisfied and increasingly irritated. I told you to get out of here. As soon as I finished speaking, I took action. My divine power talent was activated, and the muscles in my arm suddenly expanded. I slapped Lu Peng in the face, making a crisp sound. Pa! Lu Peng was slapped and flew out, falling to the ground. Half of his face was beaten bloody, and several teeth fell out. The people around him fell silent instantly. No one thought Yi Qing would resist, let alone that he could beat Lu Peng like this with just one slap. Lu Peng was so arrogant in the wilderness because of his strong strength and the support of the second-level warriors behind him. However, today, he met Yi Qing, a tough guy. After a while, the onlookers began to whisper, "Little brother, Lu Peng has a brother, Lu Fei, who is not simple." Someone reminded me in a low voice. "Thank you." I nodded, but I was not panicked. Instead, I felt that I could handle it easily. "Are you Lu Peng's brother?" I slowly walked towards the struggling Lu Fei. "Fuck, who do you think you are?" Lu Fei roared in pain, his eyes full of anger and confusion. "I killed your brother, and they said you would take revenge on me later." I grinned, showing my white teeth, and said slowly. When Lu Fei heard this, the anger in his eyes grew even stronger. "You dare to destroy my brother? I will make you regret it." I smiled and continued. "You seem to hold a grudge. I think it's better to destroy you." Chapter 12. Lu Fei looked at me, furious. "You lunatic, are you fucking sick?" His expression was so mad that I was almost pissed off. Although it stands to reason that he should come to me to avenge me after his brother was crippled, how could he know that I was already prepared? I shook my head gently, my tone as cold as ice. "You talk as much nonsense as your brother." Lu Fei's anger completely erupted. His eyes were bloodshot. His blood was boiling. He raised his arms again and rushed towards me with a violent face. Seeing him like this, I didn't care, still raised my hand, and the palm began to condense red light rapidly. "You are a bad person because of your evil power," I said calmly. Seeing me standing so casually, Lu Fei's eyes flashed with excitement. "You crippled my brother and seriously injured me. Today, I will cripple all 5 of your limbs." After saying that, his fist smashed over with the sound of wind. Just as his fists were about to fall, a ball of blazing red light lit up in front of him. The fiery temperature almost melted him immediately. "It's so hot." Lu Fei's expression instantly became painful, and his body flew out uncontrollably. A shrill scream pierced the sky as his figure surrounded by flames. Lu Fei rolled madly on the ground, and the flames burning around him turned him into a charred wreckage. The hunters around were stunned. They had never expected Yi Qing to be so strong. They originally thought that Yi Qing was in a hurry, but now the situation was completely wrong. It was obvious that Yi Qing was not running, but coming to seek revenge. "Gifted warrior!" Someone finally screamed, breaking the silence. "Gifted warrior? So that's it." The voices in the crowd became excited and shocked. The strength displayed by Yi Qing finally explained his previous arrogance and courage. I took a look at Lu Fei's condition. His muscles had been burned black. He no longer posed any threat and was completely useless. I nodded, turned around with satisfaction, and pushed the motorcycle towards the corpse of Gang Fenggu. "I'll keep the remaining meat. Does anyone want to buy the tiger skin, tiger bones, and tiger whip?" I asked the hunters around me with a warm smile. Soon, there was a commotion around me, and everyone started bidding. In the end, the body of the Gangfeng tiger was sold for 70,000 yuan, a high price. Including the eyes of the flying electric snake, the canine teeth of the Hellfire dog, and other materials, I made a total of 180,000 yuan. Looking at the balance in the card, I smiled with satisfaction. The gains of this day are enough to make me worry-free for a while. Being a warrior is indeed profitable, but it is also risky. I smiled and shook my head, thinking about what I need to face next. Although I was a little annoyed by brother Lu Fei's matter, after all, no one would interfere in the area outside the city. After all, according to the rules, beating him was only a minor injury and was not considered inhumane at all. I quickly returned the motorcycle and hurried back to the city gate. After a series of inspections, I finally entered Linen City smoothly. At this time, Zhang Qingyi had just returned to the camp. She heard the discussions of the hunters around her and caught a glimpse of the surprise and curiosity in their eyes. On the Tianlong Yulei fruit in her backpack. After her judgment, the fruit was not fully ripe yet, which was a pity. After returning, she planned to spend some energy to ripen it. I hope the final effect will not be much worse than natural ripening. She thought silently in her heart, feeling relieved. When I got home, I immediately put the meat of the Gangfeng tiger into the refrigerator. That was hundreds of kilograms of meat, enough for me to eat for a few days. Moreover, there was a large sum of cash, so I should not be short of money during this period. After washing off the dust on my body, I sat in the living room, opened my backpack, and found a piece of flying electric snake meat in it. Its extraction process has not yet been completed. Let's just have dinner. I thought to myself, but I've been eating too much sashimi these days and my mouth is a bit boring, so I decided to cook it myself today. I started to boil, fry, and deep fry the flying electric snake meat. After seasoning, I tasted it. The taste was indeed rich, but I was stunned. I seemed to prefer the taste of sashimi. Was it that unique smell of blood that made me a little obsessed? No matter what, I ate the meat in big mouthfuls and felt that my chi and blood were steadily improving. You swallowed a piece of flying electric snake meat. Chi and health value, plus 0.1. Extraction progress, plus 2%. After eating for a while, I finally heard the system prompt. The extraction progress of the flying electric snake is full. Do you want to start extraction and fusion? I chose start without hesitation. Suddenly, the electric current surrounded my whole body. Although there was a slight numbness, it did not affect me at all. I was immune to this kind of current and even enjoyed the pain. Extraction successful. You get the sea-level talent. Thunder Whip. I was delighted, and a dazzling long whip appeared in my hand, made of electricity, which left horrifying marks when swung. I couldn't help but try it, and the long whip directly left a dent on the thick iron lock. The power was incredible. I tried to change the color of the electric whip from azure blue to light gold. The current made a sharp electric sound, and when I swung it, I cut the iron lock again. Tianlong Jade Thunder is indeed a powerful thunder and lightning. I smiled with satisfaction. This talent has improved the ability of thunder and lightning far beyond my imagination. Just as I was immersed in the power of my talent, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. I opened the class group and saw a message from my old classmate. At everyone, after discussion by the city's education department, in order to improve the results of this year's martial arts exam, there will be a citywide joint exam at the beginning of the school tomorrow. Those who achieve excellent results in this exam will receive generous rewards. Students, take a good rest and strive to be in the best condition to face the exam. Chapter 13. After the teacher sent the document yesterday, the atmosphere of the whole class exploded instantly. Everyone started to scroll through the screen frantically, extremely excited. I opened the document and immediately understood why everyone was so excited. The reward was so generous that it made people jealous. If the scores are among the top 1,000 in the city, you can get 200 points as a reward. In the key classes of Lingao, you can only get this many points in one semester. The top 500 can get 400 points, and there are also the latest tonics. The top 300 can get 600 points as a reward, and the amount of tonics is doubled. More importantly, the rewards for the top 10 are too tempting. In addition to points and tonics, there is also a chance to enter the education department's reserve and choose a martial arts method. Strange, the education department was not so generous in previous years. I muttered in a low voice. The martial arts method has always been what I desire most. Now I am at the bottleneck of a first-level warrior. If I can get a suitable martial arts method, the improvement of combat power is just around the corner. I quickly checked my status. My chi and blood value was close to the limit of a first-level warrior. If it exceeded 500, I could be promoted to a second-level warrior. As for the skills, I didn't have any better choice except the basic skills such as body, strengthening fist. I hope this joint exam can give me some surprises. I rubbed my hands and suddenly felt itchy, looking forward to obtaining a powerful martial art. The next morning, I got up, washed, and cooked a sumptuous tiger meat meal. Tiger meat is delicious and rich in flavor. After a bite, the blood and extraction progress are constantly increasing. 10 minutes later, I finished breakfast, put on my school uniform, and prepared to go to school. Lennon High School is particularly lively today. The bus stopped at the school gate, and students gathered and waited. As soon as I arrived at the school gate, my best friend Wang Beichen's voice came over. "Hurry up. Yi Qing, over here." I walked over with a smile, but when I got closer, everyone suddenly shuddered, as if they all thought my eyes were a little scary. "Really? It must be windy." I smiled, and my sunny smile made everyone feel a little relieved. "Well, it should be an illusion." Wang Beichen nodded and continued. "Today's joint examination is really big, and our school and experimental middle school are in the same examination room. Lennon Experimental Middle School has always been a key middle school, and its results are better than our advanced class, which makes us a little suffocated." "Okay, stop talking nonsense and get on the bus," the teacher urged. Everyone got on the bus and prepared to enter the examination room. Half an hour later, the bus stopped at a huge stadium. Countless students lined up to enter the examination room, and the radio next to them was playing the examination rules. This joint exam is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is a basic category test, testing strength, speed, reaction time, etc. The most important thing is the blood value. After passing the basic assessment, you will enter the second round, actual combat. This round determines the final score. Boring basic assessment, so troublesome. I was a little impatient, thinking that this was a waste of time. It would be better to start the actual combat directly. While I was waiting for the exam to start, I heard a quarrel in front of me. Fuck, who do you think you are? Why should we let you enter the examination room first? A student from Linen Experimental School yelled at Wang Beichen. I saw that group of students from the experimental school were trying to cut in line, and it was obvious that they were coming for Wang Beichen. Look at how weak you are. Does it matter whether you take the test or not? You won't be admitted to Wuhan University anyway. They laughed at Wang Beichen. You are ugly, dark, and fat. What do you want to be here? When I heard this, my irritability exploded again. This kind of person is born to deserve a beating. What the hell did you say? Wang Beichen was furious, his eyes wide open, and he was burning with anger. I'm talking about you seniors. Stand up. The student in the experiment pushed Wang Beichen, but Wang Beichen didn't move at all, standing like a wall. I gently pressed Wang Beichen's shoulders, took a step forward, and blocked them. What are you doing? You want to fight? I asked coldly. Pot. Before I finished speaking, a loud slap landed on the face of an experimental student. He was instantly knocked away and passed out. The scene was silent, and everyone was stunned. I watched him fall to the ground, feeling a little aggrieved. After all, this man wasn't even a warrior, just an ordinary student. In order to avoid slapping him to death, I controlled my strength. In the end, I slapped him, but I still felt unhappy. How dare you hit someone? Seeing this, other students in the experiment rushed up in anger. Go ahead, and it's better to do it together. I sneered, looking forward to their reaction. At this moment, a loud shout came, "Stop it!" An invigilator ran over quickly, wearing an invigilator badge. When the students saw this person, they were delighted because this person was none other than Teacher Sue, a teacher at the experimental middle school. Teacher Sue squatted down and looked at the unconscious student, his face grim. Did you do it? He stood up, turned his head, and stared at me, his expression extremely grim. Chapter 14. Yes. I answered calmly, looking directly at Teacher Sue. With this unrepentant attitude, I don't think you can take part in this joint exam. As soon as Teacher Sue finished speaking, he decided to cancel my qualification for the exam. Come with me to the academic affairs office, and after the exam is over, let your class teacher come pick you up. At the same time, we will also ask your parents to come over. Beating up your classmates, and beating them so hard, is really too bad. Loss. I almost laughed out loud when I heard the word loss. What can a fellow like him lose? He won't get any marks in the exams anyway. You dare to talk back to me? Teacher Sue's face was gloomy. It seems that there is something wrong with the advanced teaching method. They don't even know the most basic respect for teachers. His words made me lose my patience completely. I was definitely going to take part in the citywide joint examination. I was only slapped lightly, but they actually disqualified me. This was really infuriating. Since you said so, let me teach you what it means to respect teachers. Teacher Sue raised his hand and grabbed my shoulder. Great. I've been waiting for this opportunity. The more he acted like this, the more excited I became. I didn't dodge or evade, but punched him in the chest. With a bang, my fist hit Teacher Sue's chest, and he was knocked back several steps. How dare you hit the teacher? Teacher Sue seemed extremely angry. However, I was a little surprised to see him standing there in shock. After all, he was a first-level warrior, and I actually beat him back several steps. But he obviously didn't expect that my strength was far beyond his expectations. Before he could react, I took a step forward and chased after him, continuing to punch. Bang! 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 My fists hit Teacher Sue's arm like thunder. Although he tried to dissipate some of the force with his clever strength, he was still beaten back again and again. Interesting, I thought to myself. Compared to those wild hunters, the martial arts teachers in these schools are obviously well-versed. However, I didn't intend to end it so easily. A little force can move 1,000 pounds. How about I show you 10,000 pounds? My muscles were burning all over my body, and my school uniform was bulging. I punched him hard, and the wind from my punch came like a comet with great force and power and directly knocked him out. In the way of martial arts, the master is the one who is accomplished. I said coldly, now it seems that you are not qualified to teach me. Teacher Sue was half lying on the ground, his eyes were empty, and he was in a daze. The students around were also stunned, unable to believe the scene before their eyes. Wang Beichun and other students stood there, looking at my back, and suddenly felt a sense of strangeness. Is this still the same Yi Qing? Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise and confusion, and even some students couldn't believe what they saw. A student could actually resist the teacher and even beat the teacher away. Moreover, the teacher in front of them was a formal martial artist of the first level of martial arts. The whole place was silent, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. After Zhang Qingyi got off the car, the eyes of the people around her immediately focused on her. As the most outstanding student in Linen Senior High School, she has become a strong rival for many people. She didn't care about these eyes and had other plans in mind. Her goal was not the immediate reward, but because the top 10 would be eligible to enter the Donglin Province Talent Training Camp. Through this opportunity, she could quickly recover her strength and enter a higher level circle. However, she did not need to deliberately show these. She walked through the crowd, indifferent and silent, as if isolated from the world around her. Just as she walked to the entrance of the examination room, suddenly, her eyes swept through the crowd and stopped on a familiar figure. Is it him? She thought to herself. In the conference room of the examination hall, rows of screens displayed the examination results of each area. The president of the Martial Arts Association, the director of the education department, and the leaders of various schools were all preparing intensively. The top 10 will be sent to the province for centralized training. Great! Now the education department is paying more and more attention to the martial arts examination. I hope that our school can have a few top students make it into the top 10. This is a chance to change their destiny. Don't count on it. This year our school has some good students with awakened talents. Several principals were discussing, their eyes full of anticipation. Liang Su, director of the education department, smiled and said, "So in order to ensure the fairness of the results, the 10 most qualified people will be selected. The rules of this exam." However, he was interrupted before he finished speaking. "What's wrong? You're making a fuss before the exam even starts." Liang Su frowned and looked over. "Director, something bad has happened. There's a fight at the entrance to the exam room." An invigilator rushed in with a hurried voice. "What? Students fighting? Why don't you just let the teacher handle it?" President Zhang didn't care. No. The invigilator's tone was a little strange. The invigilator went to mediate, but in the end, the student beat up the invigilator as well. "What?" Zhang Muji's hand trembled, and the teacup shattered. Liang Su and several principals were stunned. "What did you say?" they asked in unison. Chapter 15, they are targeting you. Be careful. It's bad enough that students are fighting, but they even beat the invigilator who was trying to stop the fight? How come such a troublemaker appeared among the students in linen? Too arrogant. Of the Wushu Association and the director of the education department are here now. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to cause trouble now? Several principals' faces turned green. Now they have only one thought in their minds. That kid better not be from their school. However, they soon discovered their blind spot. The invigilators are all first-level warriors, and ordinary students dare not fight with them. Pull up the surveillance footage just now. The president of the Martial Arts Association, Zhang Muji, was the first to speak. The invigilator immediately took action and called up the surveillance video on the screen in the center of the conference room. They are experimental and advanced students. Someone spoke up. The two principals' faces immediately turned green, after seeing that it was the senior students who started the fight first. Senior Principal Tian Jun shuddered in his heart, thinking, at least he won the fight. He comforted himself in this way. At least it didn't embarrass the seniors. Soon, Teacher Su appeared, and after a few words, a fight broke out between the student and the teacher. When they saw the student knock the teacher to the ground with a few punches, everyone's faces became extremely surprised. Tian Jun's dark face quickly turned into a flush of excitement. A gifted warrior. Zhang Muji and Liang Su looked at each other and confirmed their judgment. From the video, it could be seen that the power of the last punch was significantly increased, which must be a natural ability. And it is a talent related to strength amplification. Several principals looked envious, even though the talent levels related to strength enhancement were generally not high. But no matter which kind of talent it is, he could be called a good seedling. At least, there is not a single talented warrior in their school. Only the principal of the experimental school, Lu Yun, had a face as black as the bottom of a pot. The teacher who was beaten was also one of his own, so he was considered to have lost face today. "Mr. Tian, when did your school produce such a talent?" He was hidden very well before. Liang Su, director of the education department, looked at Tian Jun. "I haven't heard of it either." Tianjun looked at Yi Qing in the picture, but didn't have any impression in his mind. Maybe he just awakened recently. The wisest one is the teacher. Zhang Muji smiled and said, "That's pretty arrogant. This is the spirit of a warrior, and this is the spirit a young man should have. Put this kid on the list and let him directly participate in the actual combat assessment in the afternoon." No one objected. In the world of warriors, the final battle comes down to who has the bigger fist. Strength is the only truth. It's him. There was a ripple in Zhang Qingyi's eyes. After figuring out the situation, that slight ripple turned into a hint of surprise. If I remember correctly, Yi Qing didn't seem to have awakened his talent in his previous life. The most important thing is she felt that Yi Qing seemed like a different person after not seeing him for a few days. It's not about the looks, it's about the inner temperament. Originally, Yi Qing was just an ordinary student, but now upon closer inspection, he looked like a giant beast that was desperately suppressing its bloodthirsty desire. Zhang Qingyi was staring at him. Yi Qing noticed her gaze and looked back. When their eyes met, Zhang Qingyi actually felt a chill. But Yi Qing smiled immediately, and the chill that made him feel awed instantly disappeared. This made her heart tremble. "How long has it been since you felt this way?" "I remember the last time was probably the first time I faced a giant beast in my previous life." "How so? Could it be that the other party is also a reborn person?" "First, there were signs that the behemoth that was to arrive in 3 years was arriving earlier than expected, and now someone has changed drastically in just a few days." Zhang Qingyi thought about it and determined that the reason was the change of the world line. She is a variable. Once the first cause appears, it will naturally cause other variables. "You are so lucky, kid." The corners of Zhang Qingyi's mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc. Several invigilators rushed to the scene. Supervisor Li. Teacher Su was overjoyed when he saw the leader. "Yi Qing, right?" Supervisor Li waved his hand to signal him not to speak, and turned to look at Yi Qing. "You have awakened your talent. Why didn't you report earlier? You don't need to take the basic assessment in the morning. Enter the examination room and prepare well for the practical assessment in the afternoon." Teacher Su's words were stuck in his throat, and his face turned red. After hearing the word talent, he knew that no matter how much he said, it would be meaningless. "I can only silently endure the anger in my heart for the person I lost today." The supervisor's words also sparked the excitement of the students watching around. Talent. Yi Qing actually awakened his talent. When did this happen? Damn, Yi Qing, you hit it really well. I'm worried that my brother will suffer and fail to get into Wuhan University, but I'm even more worried that my brother will awaken his talent. Is this the disparity of the world? Not only was there no punishment for beating someone, but he was also exempted from the test and went straight to the actual combat assessment. You can also awaken your talent. Try Awakening 1 and give it a try. The heated discussions made the entrance particularly lively. Yi Qing received instructions and entered the examination room directly through a special passage and came to a rather large room. There were already several people waiting. Here, Yi Qing met Zhang Qingyi again. Yi Qing was not surprised. As a woman who had topped the list for 3 years, he found it strange that she had not awakened her talent. There was another senior boy, but he didn't know him. There are 6 left, 3 from the experiment center, and the remaining 3 belonged to 3 schools respectively. Yi Qing took a look and suddenly felt excited and expectant. Everyone present is much stronger than the guy named Yi. Bullying the weak is not Yi Qing's habit. It is only interesting to compete with truly powerful people. Yi Qing, the senior boy, came over to greet him. "My name is Wu Rue from Class 1. As he spoke, he pointed at Zhang Qingyi and said with a smile, "I don't need to introduce this person, right?" "No need." Yi Qing smiled slightly. After a series of attacks, his irritability subsided and he was in a good mood. Zhang Qingyi nodded with a cold expression and said nothing, as if she was an iceberg that would never melt. "She's like this, she doesn't talk much. We're in the same class with her, but we don't talk much at ordinary times." Wu Rue laughed and asked curiously, "By the way, Yi Qing, you have awakened a talent of strength enhancement?" Hearing this, the other people in the room pricked up their ears. "That's right." Yi Qing smiled faintly and nodded. "Of course, this is just one of them. I have 6 more talents that are more powerful than divine power." While talking, Wu Rue pulled Yi Qing to the corner of the room and pointed at several other people and introduced them one by one. "These guys are all tough guys from other schools. Did you see the tall guy in the experiment?" Wu Hui whispered. "Yeah." Ye Ving nodded. Sheng Hong is the strongest student in the experiment in recent years. His qi and blood value is about to break through to the second level. Moreover, this guy has a family martial arts that he has practiced since he was a child. It is like the golden bell in martial arts novels. I heard that ordinary first-level warriors can't break his defense at all. The other two are similar. Both have practiced several techniques. Wu Rui knew all the information by heart and talked to himself. But what he didn't notice was that Yi Qing's eyes became brighter and brighter as he listened to his words. You have to be careful. You just beat up their students and teachers who are doing experiments. These three guys must have noticed you and might target you. Wu Rui reminded seriously. Okay, Yi Qing said. That's fine. Wu Rui breathed a sigh of relief. It's really great. An excited and thrilling voice rang in Wu Rui's ears. What? A big question mark appeared on Wu Rui's head. Chapter 16, Final Assessment. Let's eliminate him first. Wu Rui looked back. Yi Qing was staring at Sheng Hong and the other two in the other corner of the room with a burning and strange look in his eyes. Wu Rui didn't know how to describe it. If I had to put it bluntly, it was like a beast that had spotted its prey. But this description seems impolite. Hey, Yi Qing, did you hear what I just said? He couldn't help but say. I heard it. Yi Qing nodded. Wu Rui pointed at Yi Qing's slightly trembling hand and asked hesitantly, What are you doing? Yi Qing rubbed his hands and grinned, revealing his full white teeth. I'm nervous and a little scared. Wu Rui looked at Yi Qing's slightly ferocious smile and always felt that it was not like what he was doing. This doesn't seem like the right reaction to fear. 3 meters away from the two of them, Zhang Qingyi looked back, her eyebrows slightly raised and her red lips slightly curled. Fear? Haha, men's mouths are deceiving. Look at your poor acting skills. I'm embarrassed to expose you. It was afternoon. Yi Qing and others got the rules of the practical assessment. As talented warriors, they directly entered the top 10, and all they had to do was compete for the final specific ranking. The way of competition surprised Yi Qing. It's actually a melee, Wu Rui exclaimed. The uncertainty of a melee is too great. And if there are too many people, what if someone can't stop? The president of the Martial Arts Association and the director of the education department are here for this assessment. They're all high-level warriors. If they find out about the situation, they will rescue you in time. An invigilator began to explain. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved. With this guarantee, you can go ahead and do what you want without having to worry about anything. Yi Qing sensed a few gazes and turned his head to look. Seeing Sheng Hong and the other two who were conducting the experiment, they all looked at him. Yi Qing naturally knew what they were planning. It's nothing more than trying to save the face of the experiment, which will be targeted at me later. But isn't that exactly what I mean? Let's go and get ready to enter. An invigilator walked into the room and led everyone to the examination room. Inside the stadium, all the testing equipment from the morning was cleared out. An arena as large as 4 football fields appeared. What is this? Everyone was a little confused. Even if it's a melee, there doesn't need to be such a large place, right? An invigilator with a scar on his face said solemnly, All warriors have the obligation to go to the front line to resist the giant beasts. There are not only giant beasts on the battlefield, but also opponents of the same kind. In order to restore the battlefield situation to the greatest extent after the battle begins, some small giant beasts will be deployed in the field. Hearing this, the 3 experimental students who were apparently the strongest couldn't help but become nervous. Only Yi Qing and Zhang Qingyi remained calm. They had already faced giant beasts. One of them broke into the snake group alone to seize the mutant fruit, and the other fought on the front line for many years in his previous life. Right now, it's just a small scene. Not long. An ordinary student who had gone through numerous tests and finally won a place in the final test also appeared. He has considerable strength, and he remains confident even in the face of many talented warriors. All 10 people are present. Go ahead and give it your all. The invigilator pointed to the entrance to the arena. Soon, everyone stood on the stage. There were loud cheers from the audience stands, and the scene was even more shocking than a celebrity's concert. At the same time, in a conference room filled with surveillance cameras, Zhang Muji and others stood in front of the French window, looking at the arena below. We have a lot of good talents in Linen, including 9 talented warriors. The experimental Sheng Hong seems to have a B-level talent. I heard that he also has the rare Earth Spirit Body Protection. This kind of talent is rare. Combined with his family martial arts, a first-level warrior cannot cause any harm to him. He is almost invincible. But what exactly is the talent of the advanced Zhang Qingyi? I still don't know the exact level. I don't know, but this kid's strength should not be underestimated. The killing power of his cold energy is still very astonishing. Where's the kid who beat up the teacher just now? He has a talent for increasing strength. At the low-level warrior stage, his combat power is very fierce. That's true, but judging from the information, the boy comes from an ordinary family, so he must have never practiced any martial arts. Sheng Han's family martial arts are not simple. Combined with his talent, that arrogant boy is definitely no match for him. Just watch, it's about to begin. Accompanied by a shrill alarm, several entrances around the arena suddenly opened. Ouch! Along with the terrifying howls, gusts of bloody wind swept across the entire arena. A group of 2-meter-long gray wolves rushed out. Silver Moon Gray Wolf, a giant pack-living beast. It seems that the education department has really put in a lot of effort and directly captured an entire wolf pack. Yi Qing took a deep breath, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. The Silver Moon Gray Wolves are very good at working in groups. 2 or 3 Silver Moon Gray Wolves attacking together can easily kill a first-level warrior. Looking around, there were at least 200 Silver Moon Gray Wolves in the field. Fuck, so many, Wu Rue exclaimed. They were not given any time to react. The wolves had been starved on purpose for several days, and their eyes were now filled with murderous intent and a desire for food. The 10 people in front of me, with their delicate skin and tender flesh, are the best food. With a wolf howl, the wolves launched an attack. All of a sudden, everyone used their own methods. A burst of icy air burst out from Zhang Qingyi's body. Several gray wolves froze in their tracks, fell to the ground, and their bodies shattered into pieces of frozen meat. A faint yellow light appeared on Sheng Hong's body, and a gray wolf bit him, and its teeth broke directly. Everyone showed their due qualities, and after a brief period of tension, they were able to deal with the siege of the wolves with ease. Even that untalented student killed 2 Silver Moon Gray Wolves. The other side, several Silver Moon Gray Wolves rushed straight towards Yi Qing. Their eyes were red from hunger, and saliva was flowing from their fangs all over the ground. Yi Qing really didn't like their gazes. His arms bulged with muscles, and he lunged straight at the gray wolf closest to him. The gray wolf reacted quickly and twisted his body in time, but his waist was still broken by a punch. Ouch! The broken-waisted gray wolf just screamed when its head was kicked to pieces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, several other gray wolves circled around him and attacked him from behind. But Yi Qing was faster. He turned around and threw a few punches. Each punch left a deep dent in the gray wolf's body. In the blink of an eye, the gray wolves that besieged him were all killed. Too weak. Yi Qing shook his head, took the initiative, and rushed towards the wolves in front. His efficiency was astonishingly high, and every punch he landed took the life of a gray wolf. Just over 10 seconds into the assessment, nearly 10 Silver Moon Gray Wolves died in his hands. The 3 students in the experiment kept their eyes on Yi Qing. The combat power advantage of the strength increase is too great. The number of gray wolves killed must be related to the final result. We can't let him kill like this. Sheng Hong spoke in a deep voice. Come over and eliminate him first. Good. After saying that, Sheng Hong and the other 2 rushed straight towards Yi Qing. Yi Qing tilted his head and smiled slightly. The smile is bright, expressing happiness and anticipation from the heart. Chapter 17, Eliminate me if you can. Kill 3 people instantly. Sure enough, they are targeting me. Yi Qing had a smile on his face, but his eyes were extremely cold. Yi Qing, be careful. Wu Rue saw the situation and was about to come over to support. After all, they're all from the same school, and he can't just stand by and watch his family being bullied by students from other schools. What he didn't expect was Yi Qing waved his hand, kicked a gray wolf that was blocking the way away, and then went straight towards Sheng Hong and the other 2. You 2 helped stop those beasts. As the most talented person in experiments in recent years, Sheng Hong also has his own pride. Naturally, he didn't want to be besieged and asked his classmates to help fend off the wolves' attack. He wanted to defeat the arrogant guy in a fair and single-handed fight. Eliminate me if you can. Yi Qing smiled even more and punched out directly. Arrogant guy. Sheng Hong snorted coldly, standing firmly on his feet. A layer of pale yellow light lit up and enveloped his entire body, forming a defense with no blind spots. When the fist hit him with a loud thud, Yi Qing only felt his fist go numb, as if he had punched a steel wall. He raised his eyebrows and felt a sharp pain coming from the bones of his fist. The pale yellow light shield on Zhang Hong's body only caused a very faint ripple. In terms of defense alone, this layer of light shield far exceeds his iron armor talent. If I give him to... Subconsciously, a horrible thought popped up in Yi Qing's mind. He shook his head and threw several punches in succession, each one more powerful than the last. Your strength is strong, but it's not enough, Zhang Hong said confidently. The light shield of the Earth's spirit protecting the body cannot be broken by a first-level warrior. This is the strongest defense of the first level. After saying this, he took steady steps, swung his fist with both hands, and his moves were ferocious. His blood and energy roared between his movements, and his fists were as powerful as thunder, with unpredictable changes. Yi Qing didn't intend to defend at all, and just punched him directly. Bang! 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 The two fists collided in the air, and the deafening roar echoed throughout the stadium. Zhang Hong's talent seemed to also enhance his strength, and each of his punches was extremely powerful. From the tip of the fist became more and more intense. However, this little pain was nothing to Yi Qing. On the contrary, when he discovered that Zhang Hong's strength was beyond his expectations, the corners of his mouth rose higher and higher. It's better to be strong. The stronger, the more interesting. The fighting spirit in his eyes almost took shape, and the excitement in his eyes almost overflowed. It's useless. You can't break my protective divine light. Zhang Hong looked relaxed. The strongest defense. Yi Qing grinned, his smile bright, but with a hint of ferocity. Arrogant. No, ignorant idiot. Crack. A sharp sound of lightning suppressed the howling of wolves in the field. A dazzling electric light flashed in Yi Qing's palm, and a long whip made of electric light appeared in his hand. Yi Qing swung the whip and pulled it out suddenly. Bright electric light burst out. Many students who were watching the fight saw a white flash in front of their eyes and lost their vision for a short time. Bang! The thunder whip cut through the air and hit Zhang Hong hard. Boom! Thunderous explosions spread in all directions, and countless electric wires swept out, paralyzing the bodies of the surrounding silver moon-gray wolves for a moment. The originally stable pale yellow light shield on Zhang Hong's body began to tremble violently, and a deep crack appeared. A pale yellow light rolled around the crack, trying to fill the huge crack. But the electric light entangled in the crack wiped it out completely, preventing the shield from repairing itself. Boom! Seeing this, Yi Qing punched out and hit the crack. Click! Like fragile ceramics, the pale yellow light shield exploded into pieces. Yi Qing's fist continued to gain momentum and punched Zhang Hong in the chest. Zhang Hong felt as if he was hit head-on by a giant beast. The tremendous force swept through his whole body from his chest, and he floated backwards like a fallen leaf. This is... He fell to the ground, and the severe pain in his chest almost made him faint. His eyes widened as he looked at the lightning on Yi Qing's hand in disbelief, but he couldn't say a word in the end. He tilted his head and fainted. Fortunately, the punch just now was buffered by the light shield. Otherwise, if Yi Qing punched him, he would not just be unconscious. With a whip and a punch, the most talented student in the experiment over the years fell asleep. The whole place fell silent. Everyone, even the silver moon gray wolves, looked at Yi Qing. Or rather, it was placed on the thunder whip in Yi Qing's hand. Dual talents. In the conference room, shouts of shock broke the silence. Zhang Muji's hand was crushed, and everyone's face, including his, showed shock. That arrogant boy actually awakened two talents, and it is an extremely rare thunder talent. Linen has really produced an incredible talent this time. Senior Principal Tianjun came to his senses, turned his head, and looked at the experimental principal Lu Yun standing next to him and laughed. Lu Yun. Lu Yun. How come your school's top seed is the first to be eliminated? Lu Yun's face turned pale, his fingers trembled with anger, and he was unable to speak. It seems that my previous judgment of that boy was wrong. Liangsu stared at Yi Qing below. He is so arrogant, and he has his reasons for being so arrogant. He hides it really well. We really got the joint exam right this time, otherwise we might have missed it. Zhang Muji couldn't stop smiling and said, "This kid is really fierce in battle. Although he hasn't practiced any martial arts, his moves are quite sophisticated and each one hits the vital points. He is simply a natural-born fighting genius. With him here, maybe we can achieve good results in this training camp in Donglin Province." Director of Education Liang Sun nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of appreciation. Below, the audience was boiling. There were bursts of exclamations of extreme shock, and the senior students were even shouting Yi Qing's name frantically. Double talents. Yi Qing, you actually have double talents. Why didn't you say it earlier? Wu Rui shouted in astonishment. You didn't ask. Yi Qing spread his hands. This world line changes too much. Zhang Qingyi stared at Yi Qing with her beautiful eyes, and a wave of emotion arose in her calm heart. The variable Yi Qing seems to be getting bigger and bigger. It's so big that it can almost slightly affect the development of the world line. If you were able to do this in your previous life, how could you have died in the beast tide? Zhang Qingyi's mind became a little confused, and she began to have some wild thoughts without realizing it. Brother Hong, the remaining two experimental students shouted. Noisy. Yi Qing's voice came. Before a student in the experiment had time to react, a huge iron fist appeared in front of him. With a bang, he also fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. No. Seeing this, the last experimental student opened his mouth to admit defeat, but it was too late. I haven't even opened my mouth yet. Who told you to speak first? Yi Qing turned around and punched him, causing him to fall asleep with his companions, without giving him any chance to speak. In less than 5 seconds, Sheng Hong, who seemed to be extremely confident of winning, fell into a coma, and the remaining two top students in the experiment followed him into a deep sleep. The unparalleled suppressive force once again ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue. Even students from other schools screamed and began shouting Yi Qing's name. The noisy shouts reached the sky, and a crack appeared in the clouds in the sky. The bright sunlight fell and shone on Yi Qing, as if witnessing the rise of an unparalleled powerful man. Chapter 18. The Undisputed First Place. 3,000 points. 6th level skills. Several figures quietly appeared on the stage and took away the 3 unconscious people. They are responsible for supervising the battle and are extremely strong. It's boring. Yi Qing shook his head with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Sheng Hong's strength is very good, especially his talent for body protection, which is indeed difficult to break with just a D-level divine power. But Yi Qing didn't expect that the other party couldn't even withstand a whip. The fight was over too quickly, and the other 2 students in the experiment were also knocked down with 1 punch. Now the only thing on the field that makes him interested in shooting seems to be... Yi Qing turned his head and looked at the icy school beauty. Forget it, we are from the same school after all. In a sense, they're a small group from the same school. It's a bit unreasonable that he even hit his teammates. Yi Qing had not gone crazy yet. He suppressed the thoughts in his mind and rushed into the wolf pack. He swung the thunder whip in his hand, and with the flash of lightning, the silver moon gray wolves were split in half, blood spurted out, and the burnt wounds were filled with a strong smell of meat. That guy just wanted to fight me? Zhang Qingyi raised her eyebrows, then noticed the thunder whip in Yi Qing's hand, and suddenly felt familiar. Why does that light golden thunder look a bit like the one in the Tianlong Jade Thunderfruit? She took the Tianlong Jade Thunderfruit. She simply used the power of thunder in it to temper her physique. It is not possible to directly obtain the power of the heavenly dragon Jade Thunder. Therefore, even though Zhang Qingyi was an extremely powerful person in her previous life, she still could not see the specific connection between them. Yi Qing held the thunder whip and waved it continuously, and dazzling lightning flashed in the air. Every time the whip was swung, 1 or 2 silver moon gray wolves would be killed in an instant. With the blessing of the heavenly dragon Jade Thunder, the level of the thunder whip is no weaker than that of a B-level talent. His cutting power was enhanced to a new level. He encountered almost no obstacles among the wolves and started a slaughter without any suspense. A shrill howl rang out. The wolves realized how powerful Yi Qing was, and they looked at him with their red eyes. They abandoned the other students around them and surrounded Yi Qing. Hatred outweighs appetite. After many of their own kind were slaughtered, they only wanted to tear Yi Qing into pieces. Pointless resistance. Lightning flashed in Yi Qing's hand, and with 1 whip, he smashed the heads of the 5 surrounding silver moon gray wolves into pieces. 30, 40, 50. Numbers are meaningless. The corpses of the gray wolves piled up into a small hill beside Yi Qing. Doesn't this guy know he's tired? Hurry up and make your move, or he will kill them all. Those who had not been eliminated hurriedly stopped the silver moon gray wolf that was approaching Yi Qing. The number of gray wolves killed will inevitably affect the final results. Because of Yi Qing's killing speed, the assessment might be over soon, and their time suddenly became tight. They had no intention of fighting each other, and each used their own methods to kill the Silver Moon Grey Wolf. Since most of the Grey Wolf's attention was on Yi Qing, it unexpectedly became much easier for them to kill the Grey Wolves. Just a few minutes later, a thick smell of blood enveloped the entire arena. Blood flowed like a river, and hundreds of Silver Moon Grey Wolves fell in a pool of blood. Some Grey Wolves were split in half by the Thunder Whip, but they were still alive, howling softly. They killed them all. What was the rule we said at the beginning? Hold on for 10 minutes, and be ranked based on the number of enemies killed. Zhang Qingyi and Liang so looked at each other and saw the sigh in each other's eyes. Who could have thought that such a little monster would appear? He actually has dual talents, including the thunder talent with the most astonishing lethality. Liang shook his head helplessly. This is good news. We finally have a treasure in linen. Zhang Qingyi's brows were filled with joy. Off the court, the game is over. Yi Qing and others left the arena, washed the blood off their bodies, changed into clean clothes, and then came to the conference room on the top floor. Zhang Qingyi and others were waiting, and they all smiled when they saw the young people arriving. Even the principal of the experimental school, Lu Yun, is like this. Although Yi Qing was the first to eliminate the students in the experiment, he was ultimately inferior in skills. Besides, as a principal, he would not give people the cold shoulder because of conflicts among students. Genius training camp? Soon, after hearing the news, most people showed surprised expressions. Zhang Qingyi already knew the news, but she remained calm. Yi Qing's eyes lit up, gathering all the martial arts talent from the entire Donglin province. Doesn't that mean there will be many powerful opponents? The level of martial arts education in Linen is in the middle in Donglin province. There are many cities that are much stronger than Linen. This means that there must be people who are much stronger than Shanghong. A strong sense of anticipation emerged in Yi Qing's heart. When he heard that the training camp was located in the wilderness, his anticipation almost boiled over. The Wasteland is a huge reserve of energy, blood, and talent for him. It means nonstop fighting and almost endless steaming delicious flesh and blood. Now that I am in Linen, it is really inconvenient to leave the city. Moreover, it is difficult to find any high-quality behemoths around the city. If you want to find a behemoth with good capabilities, you must go deep into the wilderness. This is a huge opportunity for you. The training camp integrates the resources of the entire province. You can even get personal guidance from high-level warriors there. Director Liang said solemnly, the training camp will start in a week. You should take a good rest in the next few days and gather at the Wushu Association building on time. Okay, we can't interfere with the training camp, but let's arrange the rewards for the assessment first. Zhang Qingyi waved his hand, and an invigilator took out a tray. There were crystal clear cards placed on it, with a string of numbers flashing in the middle. Yi Qing undoubtedly won the first place, thanks to his record of killing over 100 Silver Moon Grey Wolves in actual combat. 3,000 reserve points. With this card, you can redeem any supplies in the Linen Martial Arts Association Reserve. Zhang Qingyi personally handed the card to Yi Qing. There's also a technique. When you exchange for supplies, you can choose a 6th level technique together. Level 6. Hearing this, several principals gasped. Kung Fu also has different levels, similar to the ranks of warriors. The full power of a 6th level Kung Fu can only be fully exerted by a 6th level warrior. As for the higher 7th level, it involves martial artists at the Grandmaster level, and its preciousness is beyond imagination. For the Linen Martial Arts Association, the 6th level martial arts technique is already a treasure in its box. At the same time, the rewards for others will be distributed in turn. Zhang Qingyi won the 2nd place and was awarded 2,000 points and could choose a 5th level martial arts technique. Of course, what she cares most about is the place in the training camp. Because Yi Qing eliminated 3 people in the experiment, Wu Rui won the 7th place. He was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. If Yi Qing hadn't eliminated 3 people in the experiment, he would most likely have been at the bottom, and 2nd places were taken by senior students in the 1st and 2nd places. Principal Tianjun had a ruddy complexion and held her head high, almost looking up at the principal of the experimental school with her nose. I'm really proud of myself this time. Let's see who dares to say that senior is always 2nd. Tianjun looked at Yi Qing and the other 2. He became more and more satisfied and chuckled from time to time. After listening to a series of encouragements, Yi Qing and others left the examination room. The classmates were all waiting outside the examination room, and there was bound to be a burst of carnival when they met. Half an hour later, Yi Qing was able to escape, but he did not go home directly, but went straight to the Wushu Association building in Linen. He wants to choose a martial art that suits him. Chapter 19. 8 Extremes Fist. Spiritual type B-level talent. Fox Evil Eye. Reserve warehouse is located in the basement of the Wushu Association building. It is heavily guarded, with a thick alloy door that is as strong as a city wall. After a series of verifications, Yi Qing was able to enter the Linen Martial Arts Association Reserve Warehouse. 3,000 points, converted into cash, has a purchasing power of about 300,000. This is a huge sum of money, but not too much for a warrior. Choose what you want on the computer, and an unmanned device will deliver it to you. After all, some of the items are quite heavy. The Wushu Association staff member simply said something, turned around, and left the storage warehouse. On the huge electronic screen, a wide variety of martial arts resources are displayed. The classification is very detailed, including medicinal materials, tonics, weapons, special materials, and so on. Yi Qing didn't look at those. The 3,000 points must be utilized to the maximum extent. So he scrolled down one by one and soon found the category related to behemoth materials. When you click on it, a lot of information appears. Bear gall of a second-level giant rock black bear, special material, basic material for refining tonics. Taking it alone can improve blood and eyesight, 500 points. Level 2 giant beast King Kong ape, its skin is armored with scales, can be used to forge weapons and armor, 600 points. Various materials related to giant beasts appeared. The prices are not cheap, and those that can be stored in the Wushu Association's reserve bank will not be too bad. I really chose the right category. Yi Qing kept searching, and his eyes were finally attracted by a special material. Level 4 small behemoth, three-eyed fox, almost complete, but lacking the most precious third eye, so the value has dropped significantly, 3,000 points. Level 4, a behemoth equivalent to a 4th-level warrior. What attracted Yi Qing was not its level, but the fact that the three-eyed fox was actually a giant beast that was good at mental attacks. This is extremely rare. You must know that if a warrior wants to truly use his mental power, he must break the limit 7 times and become a master-level warrior. Or maybe he is a spiritual master who is even rarer than a talented warrior. If I could obtain the abilities of the three-eyed fox, could I use my mental power in advance? It doesn't matter if you lack the most important third eye. His system doesn't care about these things. Once the extraction progress is full, it can directly extract its special abilities. That's it. Yi Qing no longer hesitated and exchanged for the body of the three-eyed fox on the spot. All 3,000 points were deducted immediately. The humming sound of machinery was heard, and an unmanned self-propelled freight truck appeared, with a large, cold box placed on the freight platform. Yi Qing suppressed the expectations in his heart, turned around, and clicked on the interface of the martial arts technique. He had been granted permission, so all the techniques in the reserve library appeared before him. He didn't even look at the ones below the 6th level, and directly selected the 6th level techniques. 3 kind of skills appeared. One of them is a sword technique, one is a sword technique, and the other is a boxing technique. Knife and sword techniques are directly excluded. Both of these require a certain foundation, and after practicing, you still have to practice hard every day, and the sunk time cost is too high. Moreover, Yi Qing himself believes more in his own strength, so boxing is the most suitable method for him. Baji Jinquan. The punch has a special force, which can increase the punch force several times. After you get started, the punch force can be doubled. Yi Qing himself has a talent for supernatural powers, and with this boxing technique, one of his punches would be difficult for even a second-level warrior to resist. That's it. After Yi Qing made his selection, an electronic storage device appeared. In this day and age, there are not many paper documents, and all exercises are recorded in electronic form. The martial arts technique cannot be passed on to others. Otherwise, the Martial Arts Association will hold you accountable. An electronic prompt sounded. Yi Qing nodded, put away the skills, and then left the storage warehouse with the cardboard box beside him. After all, it was something worth 3,000 points, so the Martial Arts Association specially sent a special car to take Yi Qing home. After rushing home as quickly as possible, Yi Qing immediately opened the carton. A huge fox with a fiery red body appeared before his eyes. It has soft fur all over its body, and except for being much larger in size, it is no different from an ordinary fox. The most special part is its forehead, which has an eye socket on it. However, at this time, The eyelids on the three-eyed fox's forehead were shriveled, and there were still traces of blood next to them. The three-eyed fox dies. It will often scratch its third eye to pieces. That's why it's only worth 3,000 points. Otherwise, the price will increase several times to prevent being used by the enemy. But to me, it doesn't seem to matter. Yi Qing smiled, moved the three-eyed fox to the kitchen, and started processing it. After a series of battles in the afternoon, he was already starving. Not long. Yi Qing brought out a large bowl of fox meat, and without caring about the heat, he picked up a large piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Yu swallowed a piece of three-eyed fox meat. HP plus 0.4. Extraction progress plus 2%. It tastes good. Yi Qing saw the system prompt and sped up his eating. Yu swallowed a piece of three-eyed fox meat. HP plus 0.5. Extraction progress plus 2%. Yu swallowed a piece of three-eyed fox meat. Yi Qing's qi and blood values began to rise again. A bowl of fox meat, and went into the kitchen to bring out a second bowl. The fire on Yi Qing's stove never went out to avoid a gap during meal times. Half an hour later, the extraction progress of the three-eyed fox is full. Do you want to start the extraction and fusion? Start. Yi Qing had just confirmed it when he felt an extremely intense pain in his head. Even though Yi Qing had experienced several fusions and had long been accustomed to the pain, he still couldn't help but gasp. The previous severe pain was mostly on the physical level. This time the source of the pain is in the brain, the most vulnerable part of the human body. It was as if countless steel needles were piercing his brain, and the pain from deep within his mind almost destroyed his will. As expected of a level 4 beast that's good at mental attacks. Yi Qing's expression was distorted, veins on his forehead were exposed, and his eyes were bloodshot. Even so, he still smiled, although his smile was very hideous and creepy. Pain means that the ability you are about to acquire is very strong. Pain means that the spiritual realm is being developed. Pain represents the improvement of one's own strength. It hurts, but compared to being defeated or killed in battle, what does pain mean? From the moment Yi Qing got the system, he made up his mind. Since God is helping us, we will try our best. The pain was getting worse, and the horrific pain from deep within his soul was attacking his body. Yi Qing gritted his teeth and resisted. He began to divert his attention and picked up the fox meat in front of him and continued to eat. Not long. The pain spread from the inside out, finally concentrating at the center of the eyebrows. With a puff sound, a crack appeared in the middle of Yi Qing's forehead. Then a scarlet eyeball popped out. There seemed to be a vortex in the red eyeballs, filled with negative emotions such as evil, greed, and tyranny. It rolled around, looking at everything in the room, trying to find a living creature so that it could devour its spirit. At the same time, a pleasant reminder sounded in Yi Qing's ears. Extraction successful. You obtain B-level talent. Fox Evil Eye. Chapter 20 Abnormal Image. Second level warrior. Set off for the training camp. The pain slowly faded away, but the hunger still remained. As if to celebrate, Yi Qing swept away the meat on the table like whirlwind. You swallowed a piece of three-eyed fox meat. HP plus 0.6. You swallowed a piece of three-eyed fox meat. HP plus 0.5. Unconsciously, his blood began to boil, and Yi Qing's blood, bones, fascia, and every muscle in his body glowed with pale golden electric light. As he swallowed the last bite of fox meat, boom! A dull, loud sound came from Yi Qing's body. The qi and blood condensed into a torrent like a pump, flowing into the fragile internal organs from between the tendons, bones, skin, and flesh. Bang! 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 A ray of pale golden lightning wrapped around the heart, and the heartbeat sounded as dull as thunder. Countless impurities in various organs were directly refined by thunder. Yi Qing just felt refreshed, as if a burden had been lifted off his body, and he felt a lot more relaxed. Qi and blood began to temper the internal organs. This is the level of a second-level warrior. Yi Qing wiped the sweat from his face and smiled with satisfaction. I broke through the limit for the second time and also obtained a B-level talent. It's a double blessing. He came to the mirror and saw the evil eye between his eyebrows at a glance. He probably knew that the three-eyed fox's main ability came from its third eye. I originally thought that after obtaining the power of the three-eyed fox, the effect would directly act on my eyes. Who knew that a new eye would grow directly on the forehead? Yi Qing's heart moved. Horny armor emerged, Red flame patterns covered his entire body. Sharp bone blades protruded from his elbows. His muscles bulged, tearing his clothes directly. His body grew nearly a head taller, and his height was nearly 1.9 meters. The muscles in his limbs are exceptionally developed. His arms are as thick as ordinary people's thighs. The Achilles tendons of his two long legs are extremely long, and his powerful burst of speed is hidden within them. An evil scarlet eyeball rolled on his forehead, and a little bit of pale golden lightning flashed in his eyes. Is this the peak state? Yi Qing looked at the monster in the mirror, speechless for a moment. Should I say it or not? It seems he should be quite handsome. It's just that the image is becoming less and less related to normal. Fortunately, as long as it is strong enough, the system panel appears immediately. Name, Yi Qing, Qi and Blood, 503.2. Spirit, 158.1. Talents, S-level Dragon Jade, Thunder Body, B-level Fox Evil Eye, C-level Thunder Whip, C-level Red Flame, C-level Swift Shadow, D-level Iron Armor, D-level Bone Blade, D-level Divine Power. Kung Fu, Bodybuilding Fist, not a mainstream one. Extraction Progress, Gangfeng Tiger, 51%. The Qi and Blood value exceeds 500. It will break the limit and enter the level of a second-level warrior. The first level mainly uses Qi and Blood to temper the muscles, bones, skin, and flesh of the whole body. When one reaches the second level of martial arts, he will begin to temper the more important internal organs. In theory, tempering the body is a gradual process that requires the accumulation of time and the continuous use of Qi and Blood to condense the body. But when Yi Qing took the Tianlong Jade Thunder Fruit, the medicinal power in the fruit helped Yi Qing temper his body several times on the spot. Moreover, he obtained the S-level Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Body. This physique will not only allow Yi Qing to master the power of the Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder, but also allow a constant supply of thunder power to flow through his body, helping to temper his body with Qi and Blood. Therefore, when Yi Qing devoured the flesh and blood of the giant beast to increase his Qi and Blood, there would be no unstable foundation at all. My physical fitness has improved a lot. Yi Qing clenched his fist and felt it. The improvement between the second level and the first level was huge. With every beat of his heart, light golden electricity flowed through his body, tempering his body. Yi Qing could feel his body slowly changing. After he entered the second level of the Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Body, it began to gradually exert its effect. We have to go to the training camp in the wilderness in a week, so we should take advantage of these few days to calm down. The location of the training camp is a treasure trove. Located deep in the wilderness, the giant beasts scattered around must be extremely powerful, but also means higher returns and special abilities. You don't improve your strength, it will be difficult to guarantee who will be the real prey at that time. Yi Qing doesn't want to be food for the giant beast. The only thing he can do is to improve his strength as soon as possible. During his trip to the wilderness 2 days ago, he earned 180,000 yuan in cash and dozens of kilograms of Gangfeng tiger meat left in the refrigerator. He broke through to the second-level warrior. He felt that his appetite had increased a lot. The amount of giant beast meat consumed every day is much more than before. The Gangfeng tiger meat that was originally enough to eat for several days might be finished in just 1 or 2 days. Yi Qing turned on the computer and began to screen the giant beast meat. The quality of the behemoth itself was not taken into consideration, and the expensive behemoth meat was not suitable for his current situation. Firstly, the giant beast itself is of high level, so its flesh and blood is expensive. 180,000 may not by much kilograms. The three-eyed fox is an example. Secondly, he now has 8 talents, which are enough for the time being. The behemoth talents of 2 low levels will not be of much use. Improving Qi and Blood is the main thing, and talents will be considered after entering the Wasteland. Yi Qing determined his target and purchased a large amount of wild beef, shadow rabbit meat, and other giant beast meat in one go. A few days later, eat, practice boxing, eat, practice boxing, eat, have another meal, practice boxing. Yi Qing repeated this every day, and his Qi and Blood values increased steadily every day. He quickly consolidated his second-level realm and stepped towards the threshold of the third level. To his surprise, he mastered Baji Quan very quickly and felt very comfortable with it when performing it. The fighting instinct from the giant beast was of great help to him. The desire to fight in his heart makes him maintain his thirst for combat skills. Baji Jin is somewhat similar to the internal force that only third-level warriors can master, but is much more advanced. After mastering the 8 Extremes Fist, I can at least protect myself, even when facing a third-level warrior. Yi Qing was quite surprised, but he still had no concrete understanding of his own combat power. Fortunately, the Genius Training Camp is said to have special testing equipment, so we could do a detailed test when the time comes. Time flies. 7 days later, Yi Qing simply packed some daily necessities, took his backpack, and rushed to the Martial Arts Association building. By the time he arrived, most people were already there. Even Sheng Hong and his 2 companions who were injured by Yi Qing a week ago came. Sheng Hong's injury was supposed to require him to rest for at least a month, but now his complexion looks rosy, and it seems that his energy and blood have improved a lot. The Sheng Hong family is powerful in linen. They got a lot of healing medicine and helped him recover from his injuries. It seems that his strength has also improved a lot. Wu Rui saw Yi Qing and moved closer. I've got a lot of information about other cities participating in the training camp. I'll tell you and Zhang Qingyi when we get in the car, he said in a low voice. Are you a know-it-all? Yi Qing couldn't help but make a joke. Wu Rui has many sources of information and can always get some information in advance. If I can't do anything, then wouldn't I be a waste? Wu Hui Shukled. At this time, all 10 people from Linen City who were participating in the training camp had arrived. The Wushu Association has always been efficient and resolute in its work, without any unnecessary nonsense. After just one sentence of, "Don't embarrass Linen," Zhang Muji sent everyone to the car. As soon as I sat down, Wu Rui leaned his head over. Let me tell you, this training camp is going to be incredible. Chapter 21, Unpleasant Second Exchange. The first test of entering the training camp. From the moment Yi Qing appeared to the moment he got into the car, Zhang Qingyi's attention was fixed on him. It doesn't make sense. Something is very wrong. Although her strength has just begun to recover, her eyesight from her previous life is still there. At first glance, she noticed that Yi Qing was not in a good condition. Qi and blood are restrained, and the heartbeat is as fast as a pump. These are clearly the characteristics of a second-level warrior who has begun to temper his internal organs. When Zhang Qingyi realized this, her heartbeat stopped for a moment. How did he break the secondary limit and advance to the second-level warrior? The first time I saw him was more than 10 days ago, right? At that time, he was not even a quasi-warrior, but in the blink of an eye, he was promoted to the level of a second-level warrior? It's cheating. Zhang Qingyi thought again and realized that as the reincarnation of an empress, she carried with her countless precious memories from her past life, which was also a bit of a cheat. He even cheated, but in the end, he couldn't even beat Yi Qing. The hell is going on? Zhang Qingyi was puzzled until she heard Wu Rui's voice. Oh, it's so incredible, Yi Qing said with a smile. Yu Zian from Lingqiu City, Xiao Xiyun from Anliang City, and Huang Ming from Tianlan City have all awakened their A-level talents. There is also Xia Linger from Haiwei City, who is a rare spiritualist. Wu Rui directly released the bombshell news. In addition to them, many people have B-level talents, and there are so many C-level talents that I can't even remember them all. Is there anyone with S-level talent? Yi Qing asked. How is that possible? Wu Rui shook his head repeatedly. If it's an S-level talent that awakens, then we don't have to play anymore. Oh, Yi Qing nodded and said nothing more, with disappointment in his eyes undisguised. This guy. Zhang Qingyi noticed Yi Qing's gaze, and her heart moved slightly. What did his eyes mean? Are you disappointed that there is no S-level talented warrior? You know what that concept is? Zhang Qingyi rarely wanted to speak, so she talked about how powerful S-level talent was. But after thinking about it, I realized that they wouldn't understand even if I told them, so I just snorted and said nothing more. What are you humming? Yi Qing suddenly turned his head and asked. Zhang Qingyi. Yi Qing raised his eyebrows slightly. You have been staring at me since I arrived, and now you are humming. What do you want to do? You look so good, but you pretend to be dumb all day long. You can only hum, but not speak. What did you say? Zhang Qingyi raised her eyebrows and clenched her teeth, revealing a pair of cute little canine teeth. How many years? It has been so many years since anyone dared to talk to me like this. Hey. Wu Rui saw this and quickly started to mediate. We are all classmates. What are you doing? The training camp has a lot of resources, but the competition is also fierce. People from the same school should stick together so that we won't be bullied. He quickly changed the subject and continued. Seize this opportunity. Maybe it will change the trajectory of your life. Zhang Qingyi suppressed her anger. A layer of frost covered her pretty face, and her whole person returned to her iceberg state. She turned her head and ignored the two of them. I am a woman who once stood at the top, and I won't argue with the juniors. But you have some vision, you know that I am pretty. Since you spoke sensible words, I'll forgive you this time. Otherwise, when I regain my strength, I will sentence you to prison as a wifeless person. I wonder which woman in the world would dare to marry you, who pretends to be cool for no reason. Sooner or later, I'll find a chance to give you a good beating. He noticed the girl's gaze from the beginning. I thought she would just look at it for a few seconds, but she didn't stop and kept looking at it. Is there something wrong with my face? Yi Qing shook his head. He had only communicated with Zhang Qingyi twice, and it seemed that both times were not pleasant. Is it that I am not compatible with this woman? He was too lazy to think about it, and began to close his eyes and rest. Wu Rue broke out in a sweat when he saw this. He was the weakest and wanted to rely on the two of them to get by. As a result, the two thighs started to pinch each other first. This is not good. We need to find an opportunity for them to mend their relationship. Wu pondered silently. After passing through the city gate, the vehicle entered the wasteland. The roar of the engine attracted the attention of many behemoths. A giant beast tried to attack, but before it could get close to the vehicle, its body was cut in half. The car is full of Linen City's martial arts talents. The Martial Arts Association has sent out several strong men to escort them all the way, and no mistakes are allowed to occur. So even though there was blood and gore outside the car, the interior remained calm. After 6 hours of speeding, the armored vehicle stopped in front of a mountain range. Get off! A thunderous roar came from outside the car. Everyone who had their eyes closed to rest was awakened. Outside the car, a big man in a navy blue uniform stopped the armored vehicle. After Yi Qing and others got off the bus, they found that there were already hundreds of people waiting. Some cities have stronger foundations and more places. The number of people in this training camp should be over 200. The number of people is a detail. The key is how many powerful characters there are. Ever since Yi Qing got off the car, his eyes have been constantly moving among the crowd. Soon, he noticed several people. 3 boys and 1 girl. They were each surrounded by a group of people and were obviously the leaders of their respective cities. The 3 boys were full of energy, had arrogant demeanors, and their eyes were full of confidence. They looked at the people around them with an unconscious smile of contempt. It seems like no one could be their opponent. It's disgusting to look at. Yi Qing rubbed his fingers as if his hand were itching again. A faint flame quietly burned in the depths of Yi Qing's eyes. That is the purest fighting spirit. The last girl was not tall, had a ponytail, and had eyes as pure as black glass, which made people fall in love with her at first sight. When Yi Qing saw her, he felt itchy between his eyebrows, and the evil eyes of the fox that had been hidden couldn't help but come out. Spiritual Master Xia Linger was originally waiting silently, when suddenly a sense of warning arose in her heart. The mental power began to fluctuate and was almost released. She was startled and turned her head. Her eyes met Yi Qing's. Suddenly, Xia Linger's small body trembled. What kind of look is that? Filled with fanatical fighting spirit, bloody desire, and full of aggression. It seemed as if it wanted to eat me alive. What a terrifying look. She screamed in her heart and quickly looked away. At the same time, the noisy sounds gradually died down, and the uniformed men stood upright and made way for a path. A tall man with a golden flower on his shoulder walked over. My name is Qi Heng. You can call me Instructor Qi, and this is Instructor Feng Lin Xue. The two of us will be in charge of this training camp. The male instructor Qi Heng was nearly 2 meters tall and as strong as a bear. He had a scar on his face extending from his eyebrow to the corner of his mouth, and he had a strong aura of iron and blood. Boys from Linen City, you have arrived at the gate of the training camp. Qi Heng grinned and said with a ferocious smile, but it's not that easy to walk through the gate. As he spoke, a tactical watch was handed to Yi Qing. The training camp is in the mountains, but you need to find its exact location by yourselves. Don't count on luck. I've placed many beacons in the mountains with the coordinates of the training camp recorded on them. Only those holding the beacons can enter the training camp. The first person to enter the training camp will be given 7 days of special training by me, a 6th-level warrior. As soon as Instructor Qi Heng uttered his last sentence, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became extremely tense. A 6th-level warrior. Moreover, in the training camp, you will get guidance from the instructors and will most likely get more resources. There is no need to say much about the value hidden behind it. Go ahead, I'll be waiting for you at the gate." Qi Hung waved his hand. Swish! One after another figures rushed into the mountains. Chapter 22, it's time for dinner. Level 2 Giant Beast, Centipede. "Oh, I forgot to tell you that I only deployed 150 beacons." Instructor Qi Heng's voice came from the tactical watch. The expressions of those who had not yet taken action changed on the spot. "There are more than 200 candidates, but there are only 150 beacons. Doesn't that mean that at least 50 people will be disqualified from entering the camp at the beginning?" They didn't dare to waste time and rushed into the mountains. "You too. I'll be leaving first," Wu Rui said, turned around and left. He is a bit ambitious and knows that he can't rely on currying favor with others for everything. Yi Qing and Zhang Qingyi looked at each other, and their eyes collided, creating sparks in the air. Zhang Qingyi had a cold face and instinctively wanted to snort. Seeing this, Yi Qing naturally raised his hand and clenched his fist. Zhang Qingyi's face turned dark, and a chill drifted into the forest. "Don't let me catch you later, or I'll make you feel my iron fist." Yi Qing didn't rush in. He called up the map in his tactical watch and started checking it. The map is very simple, with only the general terrain and very little information, which can barely tell the direction. It's at least several hundred kilometers away from Linen, and it's definitely deep in the wilderness. Yi Qing was secretly delighted. He felt that the wilderness was the place where he could show his talents. He was not used to being restricted in the city. What's wrong with that kid? Why is he walking so slowly here? Qi Hung was about to return to the training camp when he noticed a person walking slowly. The person at the side took a look and immediately pulled up the information. Yi Qing, a dual talent owner, 1 strength enhancement type, 1 thunder type. His combat performance is very outstanding. He is the #1 seed in Linen City. #1 seed? No wonder he's so arrogant. Qi Hung smiled playfully and shook his head. But a small city like Linen is not enough for this kid to be so arrogant in front of me. He took note of Yi Qing and turned to get in the car. It was not until this time that Yi Qing's figure completely disappeared into the forest. There's no rush to find the beacon. According to the rules stated in the tactical watch, the watch will issue a reminder when the distance from the beacon is a certain distance. It is obvious that students are required to conduct a large-scale search. And the more you walk in the wilderness, the probability of encountering a giant beast is almost 100%. Moreover, Yi Qing had reason to suspect that in order to create more encounters between students and behemoths, Instructor Qi would deliberately place beacons in places with a higher density of behemoths. After figuring this out, Yi Qing started looking for the beacon using the traces left by the giant beast as clues. The sunlight was blocked by the dense forest, and rustling sounds came from the shadows. The unknown creature narrowed its eyes, searching for today's prey. From time to time, low howls could be heard from the depths, sounding particularly creepy. The skin on Yi Qing's forehead was slowly moving, and his closed fox evil eyes sensed the vitality around him. "Call out." The sound of breaking air sounded before my eyes. Yi Qing's forehead opened, and the scarlet eyeball instantly locked onto the creature rushing towards him. An invisible spiritual wave spread out. Bang! A huge, strange insect, nearly 1 meter long, fell to the ground. Its dozens of compound eyes turned white, its hundreds of legs trembled at a high frequency, and its body twitched constantly. One wave of impact, and the spirit collapsed directly. The evil eyes between Yi Qing's eyebrows rolled around, and he was extremely excited. He was pleasantly surprised by the effect of the fox's evil eye. 4 low-level warriors, their spirit is their biggest weakness. Even after being filtered through the qi and blood, it can still have a great impact on them. That's enough. During a battle, even a moment of confusion is enough to determine the final outcome. When dealing with a behemoth with low intelligence, one strike can turn it into a brain-dead walking corpse. Cuckoo. Yi Qing's stomach rumbled. He hadn't eaten a single grain of rice during his long journey. It's time for dinner. Yi Qing looked at the strange, centipede-like insect on the ground and said, "I heard that there's a kind of delicacy in Lingnan that looks very similar to this thing. It's a good time to try something new." Yi Qing did not choose to make sashimi. He flicked his palm, and a ball of hot flame rose in his palm. Sizzle. The flames burned the centipede. Yi Qing has now mastered the red flame talent very well, and soon a wonderful fragrance bursts out. It smells pretty good. He peeled off the dark shell, revealing the tender, white flesh inside. You swallowed a piece of centipede meat. Health plus 0.2, extraction progress plus 3%. The centipede is quite delicious. Yi Qing's appetite was aroused, and he ate the entire centipede in just 3 or 2 bites. The taste buds were satisfied, but I'm not full. The appetizers made Yi Qing feel hungrier. We have to hurry up. Eating is an important matter, and we can't delay it. His figure flashed and turned into a gust of wind that swept into the dense forest. Like a ghost fire, a dazzling light would occasionally appear in the dark forest. The smell of burnt food spread through the forest. The bloodshot in the evil eyes became more and more dense, and crazy and greedy thoughts entangled. A silent massacre took place quietly. Black-feathered chicken, one-horned wild boar, centipede. The giant beast's eyes exploded and they fell to the ground, twitching for a while before turning into a ball of delicious barbecue. Centipedes in this area. When Yi Qing killed 5 of them, an angry hissing sounded. The voice was sharp, piercing, and filled with hatred. A dark green smoke rose up, countless leaves quickly withered, many large tree branches rotted, and then collapsed with a loud bang. A dark green eyeball composed of countless compound eyes emerged from the smoke. A huge centipede rushed over. Level 2 behemoth. Yi Qing raised his eyebrows, his evil eyes widened, and a strong excitement emerged in his eyes. Poisonous fog? The next moment, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew up. The special abilities of the Gangfeng tiger came in handy at this moment. The thick poisonous fog was blown away in an instant, revealing a 5-meter-long centipede. The strong wind could not cause any harm to it when it blew on it, but only made a sound of metal clashing. At the same time, Yi Qing's tactical watch vibrated. A glowing electronic beacon was hanging on the neck of this level 2 monster. I knew that Instructor Qi didn't hold his fart well. Yi Qing laughed out loud. The level 2 behemoth and the beacon were a double blessing. The evil eye blinked, and an invisible mental shock swept out. The centipede let out a painful hiss, twisted its body, and broke a tree, but was not directly hit and turned into a fool. However, its movement slowed down, and it did not have time to release the cloud of poisonous mist from its mouth. Yi Qing seized the opportunity, covered with keratin armor, with one hand extending out a bone blade and the other holding a thunder whip. He swung out the electric whip in his hand, breaking the centipede's scales with one whip, revealing the white flesh underneath. At the same time, Yi Qing leaped directly onto its head and swung the bone blade down fiercely. Puff! The bone blade was inserted into the centipede's compound eyes. As the bone blade stirred, the densely packed compound eyes were directly stirred into a paste. Hiss! The centipede shook its head, trying to throw Yi Qing off its head. But Yi Qing punched into its flesh and grabbed one of the bones to fix himself firmly. Blood spurted out, highly corrosive. The horny armor made a sound, and a layer of it was corroded. Sucker punch. Yi Qing's eyes were as bright as lightning, and his expression was extremely cold. A fireball as tall as a person lit up in his palm, and he poured it directly into the centipede's head through the broken compound eye. Bang! With a loud bang, dark green slurry spurted out. The centipede was blown to pieces, and the remaining headless corpse was unable to twist, and after struggling for a moment, it fell to the ground with a bang. Yi Qing jumped off the corpse, reached out to take the beacon, still feeling a little unsatisfied. A level 2 behemoth seems to be just this good. The words haven't finished yet. Buzz! The watch on my wrist vibrated again. But the one coming doesn't seem to be a giant beast. Chapter 23. A level. The target is a level. Yi Qing's evil eye closed, and the bone blades at his joints retracted, returning to a roughly normal state. The person came very fast, covering nearly 100 meters in one go. Almost at the moment when Yi Qing's watch vibrated, the man appeared in front of him. Fast speed means that the person coming is very strong. Be strong, the stronger the better. Yi Qing had never prayed so sincerely before. Huang Ming walked through the dense forest and found that the battle was over and the scene before him was a mess. An area in the forest was cleared, and a huge, headless centipede corpse fell to the ground. It turned out to be a level 2 behemoth. Huang Ming showed a hint of surprise. Yi Qing recognized him. He had noticed 4 of them when he got off the bus earlier. The guy in front of me should be the one who has awakened A-level talent. I just don't know which one it is. Of course, it doesn't matter. What Yi Qing cares about is the strength he possesses and the strength of his A-level talent. Although the centipede is a level 2 beast, it is just a stupid thing that can only spray poison mist. Huang Ming smiled confidently and commented, "You are quite capable to kill it." It should have a beacon on it. Hand it over. Yi Qing didn't say anything after hearing this. He opened the tactical watch, retrieved the assessment rules, and read them carefully and seriously. You want to scare me off with the assessment rules? Huang Ming smiled and shook his head, saying in a relaxed manner, there is no rule that we cannot steal from other people. The resources of the training camp are limited and should not be wasted on useless people. The fewer people entering the camp, the more resources I will get. I hope you can understand. At the same time, Yi Qing shook his head regretfully and turned off his watch. Give up, Huang Ming said with a smile. What a pity. Yi Qing grinned grimly. Huang Ming was slightly stunned, not quite understanding what Yi Qing meant. If I can't kill you, then I'll just have to cripple you. The words haven't finished yet. Yi Qing kicked the ground hard, and his body shot out like a cannonball. He instantly rushed in front of Huang Ming and punched him on the head. You actually fought with me. You don't know how high the heaven is or how deep the earth is. Huang Ming was shocked and angry. As an A-level talented warrior, his only opponents were the other two A-level talented warriors and the spiritual master. Unexpectedly, I not only met someone who dared to fight with me, but also claimed that he would cripple me. An ignorant lunatic. Huang Ming stood there motionless, but the shadow under his feet began to move. As Yi Qing's fist fell, a black figure emerged from his shadow. Bang! Yi Qing only felt that his fist seemed to have hit a ball of mud, and his arms were tightly bound, and he couldn't pull them out for a while. Not only that, the cold breath came along his arm, trying to freeze Yi Qing's body. Yi Qing looked at the translucent black shadow in front of him. There was no panic in his eyes, but a hint of amusement. Interesting, a talent related to shadows? Now that you're entangled by my ghost body, don't even think about escaping. Huang Ming's confident laughter came from behind, and he chopped towards Yi Qing's neck with a knife. It turns out that he has some strength. The fighting spirit in Yi Qing's eyes rose, and his muscles swelled to an exaggerated degree. He suddenly exerted force, using brute force to pull out his arm, twisting his body and punching out. Huang Ming didn't expect Yi Qing to be able to break free, so he quickly dodged to the side. The whistling wind from the fist blew past his face, and the sharp wind made his skin rise. What a strong punch, a talent for strength enhancement. Huang Ming's expression changed, and the contempt in his eyes diminished a little. You talk too much nonsense. After Yi Qing activated his divine power, his body grew half a head taller, and combined with the Baji Jinquan technique, his punches became particularly sharp and terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind from his fists whistled, and all the dead leaves in the forest were blown up. Yi Qing punched tirelessly, and the black body resisted continuously, but under the power of the Baji Jinquan, the body rippled and twisted and was about to be blown apart. Huang Ming wanted to interfere intentionally, so he exchanged a punch with Yi Qing and flew backwards. Violent force of the punch almost broke his arm. Is this all your strength? Yi Qing licked his lips and urged, hurry up and show your true strength. Beat me, or I'll beat you to death. Damn it, it's just a rubbish talent that increases strength. Huang Ming was furious and sneered. You ignorant fellow, let me show you what an A-level talent is. As he spoke, a layer of black mist swirled around him. A second ghost emerged from the shadow beneath his feet. The two dark figures together with Huang Ming. The three figures surrounded Yi Qing and pounced on him together. Not only that, Huang Ming's figure kept flashing and the sound came from three directions. He could actually switch his position with the underworld body at any time. This made his attacks strange and unpredictable, and his body merged with the shadow on the ground. His speed was so fast that it was difficult to predict his movements. A layer of keratin armor emerged on Yi Qing's body. The visor covered his face, leaving only a pair of burning eyes exposed. His figure turned into a gust of wind, chasing Huang Ming's real body and madly punching with Baji Jin. Huang Ming knew how powerful Yi Qing was, so he didn't fight him head-on. He always switched positions when Yi Qing's fist was approaching, letting Ming's body entangle him while he launched an attack from the side. This talent is very strong. Huang Ming's soul has the strength of a second-level warrior. Together with his own strength, it is equivalent to 3 against 1 in a battle. This, coupled with the fact that he can interchange positions, makes him almost invincible. Ha ha ha! You will never understand the power of the A-level talent of the nether body. Huang Ming was talking trash, trying to disrupt Yi Qing's emotions. His tactics were successfully angered Yi Qing. What a silly trick! Are you playing monkey tricks here? Yi Qing's eyes were as bright as lightning. No, there was indeed a faint golden light flashing in his eyes. Boom! A loud thunderclap echoed through the jungle. Light golden thunder erupted from Yi Qing's body, and countless lightning bolts gushed out, forming a sea of thunder that covered an area of more than 10 meters in radius. Puff! Puff! The two Hades were swept away by the lightning, without any power to resist, and were instantly blasted into a cloud of black smoke by the blazing thunder. Huang Ming screamed as dense electric currents invaded his body and sharp pain like needles spread throughout his body. His body stiffened instantly, his skin turned charred black, and all the hair on his body was burned. S-level talent, Dragon Jade Thunder. This kind of high-level thunder, with just one explosion, is enough to completely destroy Ming's body. A-level, I'm fighting against A-level. You are such an annoying person. You talk too much nonsense. Let me help you. Yi Qing smiled brightly, walked slowly to Huang Ming, and kicked all of his teeth out. Huang Ming fainted before he heard these words. It's quite enjoyable. Yi Qing let out a long sigh, and the irritability in his heart disappeared. Comfortable. He turned around and looked at the corpse of the centipede with an expectant look. It's time for a post-training meal. Chapter 24 Qi Hung is ecstatic. New system ability, talent fusion, infinite possibilities. Eating after exercise is basic common sense for people who exercise. After a fairly exhilarating battle, Yi Qing felt a little hungry. May the best of luck to you. Being eaten has nothing to do with me. Yi Qing left after saying a few words and dragged the corpse of the centipede away. Huang Ming's clothes were burnt, leaving him naked. The scene is ugly and seriously affects appetite. At the same time, among the mountains, in a military fortress armed to the teeth, countless military monitoring equipment is in operation, and the images between the mountains and forests are clearly presented. The staff members were recording something carefully. Qi Hung sat on a chair with his feet on the table, a cigarette in his mouth, and a casual posture. These little bastards thought that they could just hang the beacon on the giant beast and be done with it. He chuckled and took a sip with satisfaction. With a long sigh of satisfaction, the smoke dissipated, blocking his squinted eyes. Report. The voice suddenly sounded in Qi Hung's ears. What's wrong? Qi Hung frowned. Huang Ming was knocked down, a big man shouted excitedly. What? The cigarette ash fell on Qi Hung. Did you meet Xialing? In his impression, Huang Ming's talent in the underworld body is quite powerful. If someone wants to defeat him, the most likely person is Xialing, who is a spiritual master. No, it's that crazy boy. Oh, let me see. Qi Hung jumped up from his chair. After a moment, Zhang Fantong from Linen has been in the rear for too long. His bones are loose, and his eyes are blind. Qi Hung's curse was deafening. How can a thunderbolt of this power be a B grade? It's at least an A grade. Its rarity is even comparable to that of a psychic. Qi Hung cursed for a while. Then his face twitched, and he started to smile. The long scar wriggled like an earthworm. I thought there were enough talented people in this training camp, but I didn't expect another one to pop up now. What surprised Qi Hung even more was Yi Qing's performance in the battle. Simple, but extremely direct fighting skills, an indomitable and domineering aura, combined with the violent talent of thunder. He is simply a natural-born warrior. Although psychics are rare, Qi Hung, as a soldier, prefers Yi Qing, a genius in close combat. Put this kid on the special attention list. When he returns to the training camp, I will personally train him. Boss, isn't it against the rules to give us a special treatment at the last minute? Asked the person next to him. What rules? I'm the highest ranking here, and what I say is the rule. Qi Hung waved his hand, took a deep puff of cigarette, and lay down on the seat with satisfaction and anticipation. Stop talking nonsense. The kid should be used to the jungle now. It's time to give them a surprise. A sinister laugh filled with malice was heard in the swirling smoke. You swallowed a piece of centipede meat. HP plus 0.5, extraction progress plus 3%. You swallowed a piece of centipede meat. HP plus 0.4, extraction progress plus 2%. On a small hill, Yi Qing sat cross-legged. In front of him was a smooth stone plate with pieces of white poisonous centipede meat placed on it. After being promoted to the second level, Yi Qing's appetite increased a lot. After most of the centipede had been eaten, the warning sound finally rang. The extraction progress of the centipede is full. Do you want to start the extraction and fusion? Start. Dark green smoke spewed out of Yi Qing's mouth and nose. The corrosive poisonous mist enveloped his entire body, but did not cause him any harm. The pain came, but not very severe. Yi Qing's physique is no longer what it used to be, and ordinary talent can no longer have much impact. Not long. Extraction successful. You obtain C-level talent, corrosive poison mist. Another C-level talent. The power is okay, but it is not very useful in actual combat. When a warrior's strength reaches a certain level, the strong wind formed by waving his palm can directly disperse the poisonous fog. And even if the poisonous fog takes shape, no normal person would be foolish enough to rush into the fog and fight with others. It doesn't do much. As soon as Yi Qing finished speaking, the reminder sound rang again. It is detected that the host has 10 talents, activating the system fusion function. A new stream of information emerged in my mind. Yi Qing was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. First, it was just the extraction of other creatures, but now it is the integration of one's own talents. He figured out what his new ability did. He can select the appropriate talents from the ones he possesses and combine multiple talents to form a new talent. When fusing, the choice of talents is very important. If you choose to merge a water attribute talent with a fire attribute talent, there will be a chance of failure. Even if the force fusion is successful in the end, the results may be very weird. This results in 1 + 1 being less than 2. The fusion of two talents is the most basic. In fact, according to the system's explanation, if Yi Qing is brave enough, the number of talents that can be fused at one time is unlimited. This means a lot to Yi Qing. As his strength increases, some talents of lower quality become dispensable. For example, after he breaks through to the 4th level warrior, he will possess internal energy, and the bonus to his strength will cover the effect of his divine talent. This is also why strength talents are not favored. With the ability to fuse, talents that have lost their functions can be fused with other talents to form new talents with better quality and greater functions. As long as my imagination is abstract enough, I have more talents, and I'm brave enough, then I can create many unknown, powerful talents. Yi Qing thought about it and found that he met all 3 conditions. He can plunder the talents of all things, he has a rich imagination, and he is extremely courageous. What a pleasant surprise. Yi Qing had never been so excited when he obtained the S-level Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunderbody. There are so many combinations waiting for him to discover and try. Try it now. Yi Qing's thought moved slightly, and his talent appeared before his eyes. Talents: S-level, Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunderbody, C-level, Thunder Whip, C-level, Red Flame, C-level, Swift Shadow, C-level, Corrosive Poison Mist, C-level, Strong Wind, D-level, Iron Armor, D-level, Divine Power, D-level, Bone Blade. The S-level Tian Long Jade Thunderbody must not be touched. Yi Qing took a few looks and decided to choose the Corrosive Poison Mist and Strong Wind, which were both C-level. C-level, Corrosive Mist, and C-level, Strong Wind have been selected. Do you want to start the fusion? Let's get started. Yi Qing was full of expectations. The next moment, he felt that the 2 talents began to merge directly with his body as the furnace. The pain that was comparable to the first time he extracted his talent soon came. Yi Qing sneered, tried hard to control the stability of his hands, picked up the poisonous centipede meat in front of him, and started eating. No matter how much pain it is, you still have to eat. His blood began to burn, and as a boost to the fusion of his talents, even his mental strength was mobilized. His thinking became slow, and the evil eye between his brows became silent. After Yi Qing noticed this, his eating speed increased dramatically. A whole poisonous centipede was eaten, but the fusion of talents was not over yet. Yi Qing stood up, with a crazy light flashing in his eyes. He looked into the distance, spotted a dormant giant beast, and rushed over like a hurricane. Consume it. I will replenish as much as you consume. Chapter 25, New B-Level Talent, Poisonous Wind. Giant beasts are rioting. Crack. The thick scales were chopped off directly, hot blood spurted out, and the dying wail of the giant beast echoed in the forest. On the grass filled with the smell of blood, Yi Qing wiped the blood off his face, tore off a piece of flesh, and threw it into his mouth. The sweet and delicious fat burst between the teeth, and the fresh meat quickly turned into pure qi and blood energy. You swallowed a piece of earth rock bear meat. HP plus 0.5, extraction progress plus 3%. You swallowed a piece of earth rock bear meat. HP plus 0.3, Extraction progress plus 3%. You swallow a piece. The Earth Rock Bear is a giant beast with amazing defensive capabilities. Its hair had transformed into scales, and there were almost no flaws on its body except for its eyes. For ordinary second-level warriors, they would turn around and run away when they encounter this kind of monster. Yi Qing had no worries. In his eyes, the Earth Rock Bear was just a tonic that replenished his energy. He didn't bother to roast it over red flames, so he chose to eat it as sashimi, wolfing it down ravenously, frantically making up for the loss of energy and blood. The bear meat he had just eaten was consumed on the spot. His stomach was like a bottomless pit, eating up huge chunks of fresh flesh and blood one after another. After a long time, when a whole Earth Rock Bear is eaten, a prompt sound will be heard. The extraction progress of the Earth Rock Bear is full. Do you want to start the extraction? Almost at the same time. Fusion successful. You obtain B-level talent, poisonous wind, corrosive poisonous fog, and strong wind. 2 C-level talents merged into a B-level poisonous wind. Fog and wind are indeed 2 compatible elements. Yi Qing was overjoyed. The poisonous wind combined the advantages of 2 C-level talents and became his first B-level talent in the true sense. The original strong wind lacks lethality, and the corrosive poisonous fog lacks speed. The poisonous wind has now turned into a fierce poisonous wind, which is also accompanied by strong corrosive toxicity. Quantitative change is enough to cause qualitative change. Yi Qing showed an expectant smile and turned to look at the remains of the Earth Rock Bear. It seems that talents such as Iron Armor, Divine Power, and Bone Blade still have room for further development. Of the Earth Rock Bear can be added to the Iron Armor. The fusion of the two, not to mention the birth of more powerful talents, can at least greatly enhance one's defense. Begin extraction. Yi Qing gave the order immediately. Then he suppressed the strange pain in his lower body and rushed into the forest to look for new prey. The fusion of talents requires a lot of energy, so he must prepare in advance. The Earth Rock Bear's talent was quickly extracted. A C-level talent, Rock Barrier. Yi Qing didn't have time to check the effect. His mind raced as he began to merge the Iron Armor and the Rock Barrier. At the same time, a military fortress hidden in the mountains and forests. A complex instrument was ready and rose at the top of the fortress, emitting a biological fluctuation into the mountains and forests that only giant beasts could sense. For a moment, the entire forest seemed to be plunged into deathly silence. Roar! The roars that came one after another soon broke the silence. In the grass, on the big tree, in the river, in the cave, within a radius of nearly 100 miles, the eyes of all non-human creatures quickly became bloodshot, and their pupils widened with murderous intent and madness, and the bloodthirsty impulse overwhelmed their instincts. One after another, the giant beasts began to riot and started to move according to the orders of the invisible waves. A special spectacle appeared. The creatures that used to fight each other when they met began to move in parallel, and the behemoth that had just won put down the food in its mouth. They gradually gathered into torrents and began to move in a specific direction. A corner of the forest. What happened? Xiaolinger tilted her head in confusion as she looked at the giant beast that suddenly turned around and ran away. A silver light flashed in her hand, piercing the giant beast's thigh. However, even though it was injured and had difficulty moving, the giant beast still did not turn back to attack Xiaolinger, but struggled to crawl forward. "Don't go!" Yu Zian, who is also an A-level talented warrior, shouted. The surrounding grass and trees began to dance. The big trees twisted, and the thick branches tightly bound a giant beast. The grass on the ground was as sharp as a knife, cutting the struggling beast into a bloody mess. "It's like this, and you still want to leave?" Yu Zian frowned and looked at the giant elephant in front of him, puzzled. "Something is wrong. I have a bad feeling." Xiao Xiyun did not make a move, but his figure flashed and appeared on the top of a big tree. He looked around and found that the trees in the forest were shaking constantly, which was the sign of a large beast moving. "All the giant beasts are moving. What's going on?" Xiao Xiyun smiled and murmured, "The boring assessment seems to have become interesting. The beasts are rioting for no reason, behaving abnormally. Their instincts are suppressed. This is being controlled by a high-level monster." The calmness in Zhang Qingyi's eyes was broken. She turned her head and looked in a certain direction in the forest. She clenched her teeth, and a trace of anger appeared on her face. You are allowed to use the Orca device that simulates the fluctuations of super large monsters like this. The people in the military are becoming more and more lawless. As an empress in her previous life, she knows the details of almost all top-secret sequences. The Orca device, which was used as a test machine, was later perfected by her own hands and can effectively prevent the formation of beast tides. Unexpectedly, the equipment that was supposed to be used to stop the beast tide now is used to make beast tide. No, it seems that the research and development of the Orca device was not launched that early. A strong sense of urgency rose in Zhang Qingyi's heart. She found that too many things were beyond her control. The timeline of her previous life could only be used as a reference, and much of the information had lost its value. We must restore our strength as soon as possible. She wants to correct the world line herself and make it develop towards a bright future. Frost Chiaki has reached the limit of B level. We need to upgrade it to A level as soon as possible. In order for Frost Chinchio to be upgraded to A level, it involves the field of mental power and requires a very special material. The thing comes from deep in the wilderness and is very dangerous to get. However, Zhang Qingyi is confident that with the guidance of her past life memories, she can avoid most dangerous areas on the road. As long as her talent is upgraded to A level, her strength recovery speed will increase again. I hope that this time, just like taking the Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunderfruit, there won't be any accidents. The cold air spread, and her figure disappeared with it. Qing also found something wrong. It seems that all the giant beasts nearby have disappeared. It was impossible to kill them all. Qing found several caves of giant beasts and discovered that the ground inside was still warm. This means that the big guys just left not long ago. Why are you running out and wandering around instead of staying at home? Qing frowned. These giant beasts who had delayed the fusion of his talents deserved to die for running away from home without permission. Chase. He glanced at the traces in the jungle and followed the clues into the depths of the mountains. Chapter 26. Rock Iron Armor. Qing. Instructor Qi is so considerate. Fusion successful. You obtain C-level talent, Rock Iron Armor. The new talent is a fusion of C-level Rock Barrier and D-level Iron Armor. Although it is still C-level, the improvement is huge. The new Rock Iron Armor combines the toughness of Iron Armor with the solid resistance of Rock Barriers, greatly improving defense. Rock belongs to Earth. As long as Qing stands on the ground with both feet, even if the Rock Iron Armor is damaged, it will quickly repair itself. Compared to the previous Iron Armor, the new defensive talent is a huge improvement. Divine Power, Swift Shadow, and Bone Blade can be further improved. Joy flashed in Qing's eyes. The Wasteland was indeed a huge treasure trove. Here, he can maximize the effectiveness of the system. While Qing was thinking, an idea that had been lurking in his heart came to the fore again. From a biological point of view, humans don't seem to be much different from behemoths, right? The wisdom that humans once took pride in is also possessed by advanced behemoths. The intelligence level of some special behemoths has even reached an incredible level. Humans are carbon-based life forms, and giant beasts are also carbon-based. There doesn't seem to be any difference. Qing didn't dare to think about it any further. His bottom line was still there and would not be easily broken. At least, not yet. A giant beast appeared in front of him, running wildly. Qing's eyes lit up, and he sped up and pounced on it. All living things among the mountains began to move. The herd of animals gradually took shape. They did not move in a straight line, but instead circled around a certain point in the forest. Many students found themselves surrounded by the beast before they could react, and had no choice but to move inward. Many people met by chance along the way, and everyone tacitly chose to cooperate with each other and travel together. Gradually, most people gathered together. In that military fortress, boss, isn't this a bit radical? They are all students who have never been on a battlefield. Facing such a beast tide is still too difficult for them, right? If we fail to do this properly, even if we rescue them in time, many people will die. If this is investigated, several strong men in uniform looked a little worried. Even their devilish training weeks back, they were not much more cruel than they are now. What? Have you been resting for too long in the back and forgotten the cruelty of the front? Shi Heng's eyes were stern, and his expression was extremely serious. He said in a cold voice, "It's too comfortable. Too many people have forgotten that our human race is actually on the brink of extinction. Do you know why young people today want to be warriors? In order to become the so-called superior person. It's rotten. Something is rotten from the root. The fate of warriors is to fight on the battlefield with giant beasts, to protect and to continue the flame of human race. If you have not experienced cruelty, how can you understand the hardships of your ancestors' bloody battles with giant beasts? How can you know how hard it is to have the present? Qi Hung became more and more excited as he spoke, and his saliva sprayed all over the face of the person next to him. That's enough, boss. Stop talking. If you continue, it will cause big problems. The people around him turned green in the face. That's enough. Qi Hung waved his hand. If the higher-ups investigate, I'll take all the responsibility. The worst that can happen is that I'll be thrown into the cannon fodder death squad. The coverage area of the Orca device is extremely wide. The training camp was located deep in the wilderness, and there were many giant beasts. When the makeshift teams arrived at a basin at the same time, everyone's face turned ugly. As top students in their respective cities, they all have flexible minds. They immediately realized what was going on. The movement of those herds of animals was planned in a certain way, the purpose of which was to drive them together. But by the time he reacted, it was too late. There's a torrent of giant beasts all around. If you want to break through, you will only be trapped in the beast tide and unable to escape. Although most of the beasts in the herd are level 1 ferocious beasts, each of them can be easily killed, but when the number of giant beasts reaches a certain level, the situation is very different. Of being caught in the beast tide is death. What to do? Could this also be part of the assessment? Many people's faces turned green, and some people with poor psychological quality had a layer of mist in their eyes. Mom, I want to go home. There was no use being afraid, so fear quickly turned into anger. Newborn thing, Instructor Qi of the groove. Don't panic. What we need to do now is to unite and find an opportunity to break out together. Yu Zian was silent for a moment and stood up. It's Yu Zian who has awakened his A-level talent. Xiao Shiyun and Xie Linger are here too. We are saved. The A-level talents are much stronger than us. Why can't I see Huang Ming? Isn't he also an A-level gifted warrior? Where is he? Everyone recognized Yu Zian and the others and felt a little more confident. Zhang Qingyi, where's Yi Qing? Why can't I see him? Wu Ruei was also in the crowd. He looked left and right, but couldn't find Yi Qing, so he quickly came over to ask. He won't be eliminated, right? Said a student who was also from Linen City. How is that possible? Wu Ruei denied it immediately. With his strength, it's impossible for him to be eliminated. Zhang Qingyi said softly. There's no need for an impossible assessment to exist. There must be a glimmer of hope. Let's be patient. Wu Ruei and the others didn't know why, but Zhang Qingyi's words made them feel at ease. The anxiety in their hearts was suppressed, and they all relaxed a lot. While talking, a roar filled with murderous intent rang out outside the valley. Boom! The earth began to tremble, and the beasts began to run into the basin. Everyone get ready. We'll lead the way and fight our way out together. Yu Zian and others shouted together. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of giant beasts rushed into the basin. The battle is about to begin. Fusion successful. You obtained C-level talent, Tyrant God Power. I've upgraded it to C-level. When I upgrade it to S-level, I'll see who dares to say that strength-type talents are not good. When Yi Qing saw the prompt, he immediately smiled. Hunting down a giant elephant, he combined the talent he extracted from it with divine power, and finally gained a new power-type talent. When the Tyrant God Power is fully activated, his punching power can be doubled. As soon as Yi Qing thought about it, the system panel appeared. Name, Yi Qing. Qi in blood, 826.5. Spirit, 195.3. Talents, S-level, Jade, Thunder Body of Heavenly Dragon, B-level, Poisonous Wind, B-level, Fox Evil Eye, C-level, Thunder Whip, C-level, Scarlet Flame, C-level, Swift Shadow, C-level, Iron Rock Armor, C-level, Tyrant God Power, D-level, Bone Blade. Kung Fu, Baji Jinquan, Beginner. Extraction Progress, none. The Qi and blood value breaks through 1,000. It breaks the third limit and becomes a third-level warrior with special internal strength. With the same punching force, we'll have several times more destructive power with internal energy, far exceeding that of a second-level warrior. Yi Qing's current blood and energy value is still at the second level, but with his domineering power, his punching force is enough to rival that of a third-level warrior. Combined with the special power of Bajiquan, even a third-level warrior can be defeated. According to the current speed, I will be able to break through to the third level in a few days. Yi Qing's eyes were blazing as he looked far ahead with his eyes slightly narrowed. It seems like all the big guys have run to the front. Yi Qing's intuition told him that there was danger ahead, and there were extremely powerful beasts. His hands were shaking with excitement, and a burning desire to fight rose in his heart. It's probably Instructor Chi's fault. What a considerate and good instructor. Chapter 27: Desperate Geniuses. Level 3 Behemoths. Falling figures like comets. It was not until they faced hordes of beasts that the geniuses from all over Donglin province realized what a real battlefield was. The earth was shaking, making it difficult for people to stand steadily. The roar of the giant beast hurt my eardrums. All I could see were huge monsters, sharp fangs, corrosive saliva, smelly and sticky blood, and shockingly powerful collisions. If you're not careful, you will die, and not even your entire body will be left behind. Either their bodies were torn into pieces like rags and swallowed into the bellies of different giant beasts, or they were trampled into meat paste and mixed with the muddy soil. Even the corpses had to be shoveled out with a shovel. This is a completely different battle from a one-on-one fight with a behemoth. Even though Yu Zian, Shao Xiyun, and Xia Linger were very powerful and confident in themselves, when they really faced the beast tide, they were still pale and uneasy, and they were unable to fully exert their strength. They rushed to the front, but were unable to break out. The plan to tear a hole in the beast tide failed on the spot. They struggled to hold on, barely trying to avoid dying in the mouth of the giant beast. When everyone saw this, their mood suddenly plummeted. Despair spread in everyone's heart. Right at this moment, cheer up, everyone. Like a cold current from the Ice Age, the icy female voice carried an extremely chilling, murderous intent. A ray of icy blue light rose among the crowd. Giant beasts were covered with frost, their movements slowly stiffened, and then they fell to the ground with a loud bang. Zhang Qingyi's eyes were icy blue, and her whole temperament changed. She had faced too many such situations in her previous life, and she was the only one who retained basic composure. The icy air current not only slowed down the beast's attack, but also froze the panic in everyone's hearts. They gradually regained their composure and tried to exert all their strength. Everyone cooperated with each other to kill the giant beasts around them. For a moment, their strength gathered into one, turning into a sharp knife to cut through the beast tide, gradually tearing open a gap for escape. There's help. They were overjoyed when they saw this and fought hard, and the team's speed of advancement increased again. This girl, inside the base, Qi Hung saw everyone's performance, and his face was full of disappointment. But when Zhang Qingyi stood up, he stood up in surprise, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Calm, too calm. He was like a warrior who had experienced many battles. He kept his fighting spirit no matter what the situation was, and he could even inspire his companions around him. Another genius who cannot be judged by his talent level. What a pity that kid Yi Qing is not in the encirclement. Qi Hung thought of Yi Qing and turned around to scold. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to use the beast tide to drive Yi Qing into the encirclement? That guy has almost killed all the giant beasts around. We can't mobilize the beasts from farther away to drive him away. Then there will be a gap in the encirclement and the assessment can't continue, said a big man helplessly. Qi Hung. Well, it's time to reveal my final trump card. He laughed sinisterly again. How can it be so easy to let you break through? Yes. A staff member responded loudly and immediately started operating the instrument in front of him. Almost. We'll be out soon. In the basin, someone roared in surprise. However, the words haven't finished yet. Roar. A violent roar sounded from behind the herd. Bang, bang, bang. One giant beast after another was knocked away, and a behemoth over 10 meters long rushed over with heavy steps. Its body was covered with meter-long spikes, and its skin was covered with thick scales. It could kill more than a dozen giant beasts with one charge. Level 3 ferocious beast giant, Thornhorn Tyrannosaurus Rex. There was a lot of surprise in the scream. The confidence that had just been gathered collapsed again almost at the same time as the third-level behemoth appeared. Most of them are first-level warriors. Even though they are extremely powerful, they can kill second-level beasts by jumping levels. But facing a level 3 behemoth, there would be no way to fight back. Although Yu Zian and a few other people are second-level warriors, they have only entered the second level not long ago. If it is a one-on-one fight, they can be confident that they can fight against the third-level ferocious beast and will not be defeated, and they still have a chance to kill it. But now they are among the beasts, it would be good enough if they can exert 80% of their strength. How can we fight against the third-level behemoth? The joy that had just emerged was shattered and an even stronger despair emerged in my heart. They were forced to retreat and avoid the attacks of the level 3 behemoth. In just a moment, they retreated to their original position, and the remaining living space was still being rapidly occupied. It's over. Someone wanted to use a tactical watch to call for help, but found that the watch screen went black at some point and was completely unresponsive. Instructor Qi from the trench. You really deserve to die. No one can go head-on with the giant spiny Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even Zhang Qingyi cannot have much impact on it. Her icy air current could only slow down his steps for a moment, which was almost ineffective. Yu Zian, Xiao Xiun, and Xie Linger attacked together, but they only broke a few scales of the opponent, and in return they were almost pierced by the spikes. Despair, deep despair. Except for Zhang Qingyi, almost everyone was shrouded in fear. After all, they are still students and have never experienced such a scene. Right at this moment, loud laughter of ecstasy came from outside the beast tide. A feast of fighting. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound in astonishment, and saw a figure leaping high into the sky under the setting sun, surrounded by endless bright lightning, and falling straight down like a comet. Boom! Yi Qing finally found this place by following the noise. He smashed the ground like a cannonball, causing an earth-shaking noise. The loud noise temporarily drowned out the roar of the beasts. Get out of the way! A frenzied voice filled with a fierce fighting spirit reached everyone's ears. Yu Zian and the others were extremely stunned. When they met that scorching gaze, they subconsciously stepped back. The next moment, a bright pale golden light lit up. The giant Tyrannosaurus like a tiger out of a cage. The giant Thorn Tyrannosaurus felt the murderous intent from behind and lashed out with its long, spiked tail. Well done! Yi Qing shouted excitedly and didn't even plan to dodge. He raised his hand and punched out. Endless thunder wrapped around his fist and collided head-on with a long tail that was thicker than Yi Qingren. Boom! There was a thunderous explosion. Crack! The end of the thick and long tail that required two people to hold was directly broken, and bright red flesh and white bone fragments spurted out. Ouch! The giant Thorn Tyrannosaurus screamed, and the severe pain made it go completely crazy. It gave up on the people in front of it, turned its huge body around agilely, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards Yi Qing. Careful! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but shout out a warning. Court death! Yi Qing grinned, revealing a creepy set of white teeth. Then he made a move that no one could understand. Yi Qing squatted slightly, aimed at the bloody mouth, and jumped into the mouth of the giant Thorn Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 28. Fierce Fighting Style. Qi Hung. I'm going to train that kid hard. That guy's crazy. Those ordinary giant beasts with low intelligence were stunned for a moment. Their simple brain circuits were unable to understand what they saw. Exclamations rang out, and the students were completely stunned. Break the giant Thorn Tyrannosaurus tail with one punch. They thought that powerful reinforcements had arrived, and they were finally saved. As a result, the reinforcements committed suicide in the blink of an eye. Even Zhang Qingyi didn't react. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. The giant spiny Tyrannosaurus shook its head and chewed with its sharp teeth, but found that the prey in its mouth had already been slid down its throat into its stomach. It didn't taste anything. It was a little annoyed, but eating the thing that hurt, it made it excited again. Roar! The giant Thorn Tyrannosaurus raised its head and roared. But then, the deafening roar came to an abrupt end. Bang! A muffled sound came from the body of the giant Thorn Tyrannosaurus. There was a strange bulge on its fat belly, and its scales were stretched open, revealing the skin underneath that had been squeezed to the limit. Click! Another dull cracking sound was heard, and a big hole appeared on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The giant Thorn Tyrannosaurus howled in pain, and the severe pain from its body almost made it faint. It opened its mouth and tried to vomit out the contents of its stomach, but all it got in return was a series of dull noises. Boom! The huge body could not bear the weight and fell to the ground. The Tyrannosaurus Rex began to roll like crazy, instantly crushing a large number of the surrounding giant beasts to death. Bang! 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 A series of noises came out from its body, bulges and dents appeared on its body, and blood gushed out of its mouth. What is going on? What a crazy guy! He went straight into the beast's belly and started attacking. Where did this pervert come from? Is this a method of attack that a normal person could come up with? This is a good idea. Why didn't I think of it before? At the same time, with a puff sound, A large hole appeared in the belly of the giant spiny Tyrannosaurus. Through the thick flesh and blood, everyone could vaguely see a tall figure punching wildly between the internal organs of the Tyrannosaurus. Yi Qing went down the esophagus into the stomach of the Tyrannosaurus rex. A highly corrosive liquid surged out. The iron rock armor immediately covered his entire body, protecting him from all angles. Yi Qing unfolded his complete form. Flames and lightning burst out continuously, directly breaking his thick stomach wall, entering his body through the wound and beginning to wreak havoc. No organ in sight can escape his iron fist. The internal organs are the most vulnerable part, and they have no ability to attack actively, so Yi Qing naturally allows him to punch as much as he wants. Bang! After punching a big hole in the huge heart, Yi Qing felt the body of the giant thorn Tyrannosaurus slowly fall to the ground, and its muscles began to twitch wildly, which was a sign that its life was about to come to an end. Blood splattered, turning Yi Qing into a bloody man. He tore off a piece of meat from the heart of the Tyrannosaurus rex and put it into his mouth and started chewing. The sweet aroma spread between the lips and teeth. The meat of the third-level behemoth completely surpassed that of the second-level behemoth. You swallowed a piece of giant thorn Tyrannosaurus meat. HP plus 0.8. Extraction progress plus 3%. For a piece of meat of the same weight, the chi and blood energy contained in high-level behemoth far exceeds that of a level 1 or level 2 behemoth. Seeing this, Yi Qing simply started to add more food. The heart, which is as tall as a person, is still beating, and the fresh and vibrant flesh and blood are even more delicious. You swallowed a piece of giant thorn Tyrannosaurus meat. HP plus 0.7. Extraction progress plus 2%. You swallowed a piece of giant thorn Tyrannosaurus meat. HP plus 0.8. Extraction progress plus 3%. Outside the giant beast, everyone only saw the giant thorn Tyrannosaurus slowly fall to the ground and stop its dying struggle. It wasn't completely dead, but it was badly injured and had lost all its strength. The giant thorn Tyrannosaurus could sense that its heart was being eaten. Its eyes, like a pair of lanterns, blinked weakly. Its pupils, which were originally filled with violence, were now filled with despair. Its pupils were gradually dilating, and its vitality was rapidly fading away. After a long time, the giant thorn Tyrannosaurus's eyeballs stopped moving, its breath stopped, and it completely lost its life. Puff! A big hole appeared on the top of his skull, and a tall figure covered in blood and brain matter crawled out. Yi Qing wiped the white brain tissue off his face and took 2 deep breaths. The fresh air filled his lungs, refreshing him. Happy. All eyes were focused on him. Some were shocked, some were horrified, some were stunned. Everyone didn't know how to describe their feelings at this moment. The level 3 beast that had plunged them into despair was slaughtered alive by the person before their eyes. Zhang Qingyi's eyes were complicated, and the confusion in her heart became more and more intense. Yi Qing's performance broke her expectations time and time again. She had seen all kinds of powerful people in her previous life, but no one was as crazy as Yi Qing. Yi Qing noticed their gaze. He wiped the white brain tissue off his face and grinned, revealing a very kind smile. The spring-like smile failed to warm everyone's hearts. Everyone felt a chill in their heart and couldn't help shivering. Yi Qing didn't pay much attention to other people. He stood on the huge corpse of the Tyrannosaurus rex, looked around, trying to find something. After looking around, a look of disappointment emerged. Just this one level 3 beast? Can a training camp this big even handle 2 level 3 beasts? At the same time, Yi Qing's words rang clearly in the monitoring room. What a crazy boy. Very fierce. Too fierce. Inside the training base, exclamations were heard one after another. Boss, your level 3 beast seems to be of little use. One person said to Qi Heng. Besides, it seems like we're being looked down upon. Damn it. The scar on Qi Heng's face was twitching, and his breathing became heavy. I have been in the army for so many years and have been on the front line for a long time, but I have never seen this kind of fighting style. What crazy guy. A hint of deep anticipation emerged in Qi Heng's eyes, and he had already conceived the content of the special training in his mind. He has to use all his best skills. He doesn't believe this kid can still be so arrogant. You guys keep watching. I'm going to prepare the equipment for special training. Qi Heng left a message and rushed out of the room. After the only level 3 behemoth was killed, the herd became somewhat chaotic. Yi Qing's violent performance just now deeply shocked the hearts of many students. The crazy, direct, and bloody fighting style aroused the blood in their hearts. The morale of everyone was high, and their attacks became much more ruthless. The beasts could no longer stop them, and everyone fought their way out. However, when they broke out of the encirclement, they found that Yi Qing was no longer visible. Well, where's that big hunk? I didn't see it, but I saw him tearing several giant beasts apart. They are so strong, they should have rushed out before us. Let's go, let's go. Now that we have the beacon, let's go to the base. After we are settled, we must thank this big boss. Everyone didn't dare to stay any longer and left one after another. Zhang Qingyi was slow to move. She turned around and looked behind her. If she saw it correctly, after Yi Qing killed his way through the beast tide, he seemed to turn back. What does this lunatic want to do? Chapter 29, Yi Qing. Join the camp? I won't join a camp. The Wasteland is my training camp. The beast tide is a deadly danger in the eyes of other students. But for Yi Qing, it was a rare treasure trove of energy, blood, and talent. Besides, after fighting for so long, we must have some post-training replenishment. So after Yi Qing broke out of the encirclement, he returned to the basin without thinking. A strong smell of blood spread in the basin, and blood gathered into small rivers on the ground. Everywhere you looked, there were corpses of giant beasts. The herd was in complete disarray. Many giant beasts fled, but a few brave ones approached the corpse of the Tyrannosaurus rex and frantically devoured its flesh and blood. The flesh and blood of high-level behemoths are also very beneficial to them. How dare you steal my post-training meal? Yi Qing glared and rushed over immediately. Roll! He kicked the giant beast with a flying kick, sending it flying. A big hole appeared in its stomach, and its internal organs were all over the ground. It was obvious that it was dead. The other giant beasts were frightened and screamed and fled away. Yi Qing was too lazy to chase after it, so he just dived into the belly of the giant Thornhorn Tyrannosaurus. After many practices, he found that the chi and blood energy contained in different parts of the meat was different. The heart of the giant beast contains the most chi and blood energy. One piece can support 3 or 4 other pieces. You swallowed a piece of giant Thorn Tyrannosaurus meat. HP +1. Extraction progress +5%. You swallowed a piece of giant Thorn Tyrannosaurus meat. HP +0.8. Extraction progress +4%. You swallowed a piece of giant Thorn Tyrannosaurus meat. HP +0.9. Extraction progress +4%. Prompts appeared one after another, and Yi Qing's energy and blood values began to increase rapidly. At this rate, he would easily break the 3rd limit within a day or two and become a 3rd-level warrior. Came here after a while. The extraction progress of the giant Thorn Tyrannosaurus has been completed. Do you want to start the extraction? Yi Qing chose to start immediately. The pain was not too intense and was well within the tolerable range. At the last moment of fusion, the flesh on both sides of Yi Qing's spine broke open, and hideous black sharp spikes popped out. Black spikes protruded from the 4 joints of his fist, and his palm did not look like a human hand, but more like the claws of a monster. Yi Qing's image is becoming increasingly distant from normal. Extraction successful. You obtained B-level talent, Tyrannosaurus Thorn. Information about the new talent emerged in Yi Qing's mind. It turns out to be a long-range attack type of talent. Yi Qing was a little surprised. The black spikes growing on his body could not only be used for close combat, but could also be fired directly. He snapped his fingers, and the spike on the knuckle of his index finger burst out. Call out. A sharp whistling sound cut through the air, and a white sound barrier flashed in the sky. With a bang, the head of a giant beast 100 meters away was smashed to pieces. What a powerful force. The speed breaks the sound barrier. It's more powerful than some large-caliber firearms. Yi Qing raised his eyebrows slightly. You must know that for most low-level warriors, thermal weapons are still a huge threat. Only warriors who have reached the 4th level or above can withstand bullets head-on without getting hurt. 3rd-level warriors cannot resist Yi Qing's Tyrannosaurus spear. If you're not careful during the battle, you might be pierced by the spikes. Good. Yi Qing was very satisfied with this talent. With a thought, the spikes immediately retracted into his flesh. The tactical watch on my wrist vibrated. Your student status has taken effect, and your permissions have been activated. The Beast Tide is the trump card of this camp entrance assessment. Now that Yi Qing had directly revealed this trump card, The base was too lazy to go around in circles and directly activated everyone's permissions through the beacon. From now on, everyone holding a beacon is an official member of the training camp. As expected, Yi Qing's mood did not fluctuate at all. The permissions that came with it made him curious for a moment. The rules in the training camp are based on the survival of the fittest. All resources need to be exchanged for strength. The guidance of instructors, the instruction of techniques, various martial arts resources, and even eating and sleeping all require the so-called points to redeem. Yi Qing looked through the resource library list of the training camp and was soon disappointed. Among them are many newly developed supplements that are hard to find in the outside world and are worth a fortune. Each supplement can enhance the strength of a warrior. In addition, there are many high-tech equipment that can help warriors quickly improve their strength. The latest developed gravity laboratory, neural reaction training ground, high-pressure simulation chamber, etc. The cost of each type of experimental equipment is calculated in billions, and ordinary warriors have never even heard of these new things. But these things have little effect on Yi Qing. All medicines are poisonous. After taking supplements, it takes a considerable amount of time to consolidate your strength. It would be better for him to eat a few more bites of giant beast meat than to work hard to improve his strength with the help of those high-tech equipment. The meat of giant beasts is natural and pollution-free. The effect is immediate after eating it. Not only can it improve your strength, but it can also gain many new talents. It is absolutely beneficial with no harm. Ignoring the golden finger and focusing on those equipment and tonics is the real waste of time. What Yi Qing was most interested in was the final reward of the training camp. Camp closing assessment will have a chance to temper his body with the essence and blood of a level 7 giant beast. A level 7 behemoth is equivalent to a human master-level warrior. Each level 7 behemoth is a terrifying existence that can easily destroy a city. Using their essence and blood to temper the body can greatly improve the warrior's physique and greatly increase the feasibility of breaking through to the 7th level. Yi Qing is not too impressed by the effects of improving his physique. What concerned him was the essence and blood itself. The essence and blood of a level 7 behemoth should also be considered part of its flesh and blood, right? As long as you drink enough, you will definitely be able to complete the extraction progress. What level of talent would the ability of a level 7 behemoth have? Yi Qing's eyes lit up, and he was determined to get the spot for the body tempering with essence and blood. But before that, we still have to work hard to improve our own strength. Yi Qing made a decision. Supplements and high-tech experimental chambers are a complete waste of precious time. Wouldn't it be better to use that time to mess around in a training camp or eat a meal by yourself? Entering the camp? Fuck it. The Wasteland is the real training camp. We'll talk about it when the camp ends. Anyway, I now have the status of an official student, so I will just take the assessment when the camp ends. Once Yi Qing makes a decision, he will not change it easily. The body of the giant spiny Tyrannosaurus was too big. He simply couldn't finish eating it in a short period of time, and as time passed, the remaining flesh and blood would quickly rot and lose its value. The most essential flesh and blood of the giant Thornhorn Tyrannosaurus, and then walked deeper into the wilderness carrying the piece of meat on his back. It would be nice if I had a talent for freezing. No matter how powerful it is, at least it can keep things fresh. Yi Qing shook his head regretfully, and his figure quickly disappeared among the mountains. And when Yi Qing left, inside the training base, Instructor Qingyi looked at several high-tech equipment in front of him, patted the weight blocks measured in tons, and let out a sinister laugh that made people's hair stand on end. Hey, Brad, do you look down on the strength of our training camp? I'll show you what the Devil of Life and Death Week is all about. Chapter 30, that kid didn't join the camp. Yi Qing made a wrong decision. People arrived at the gate of the training base one after another. Who arrived first? Qiheng asked. One person answered. Xiao Xiyun is also an A-level talent awakener. More than 30 people have already arrived, someone added. Where is that boy named Yi Qing? Qiheng asked with some anticipation. I don't know what's going on. I haven't seen him yet. Qiheng was stunned. It shouldn't be. With the strength that kid has shown, there shouldn't be anything that can stop him on the road. Qiheng felt a little strange and said in a deep voice, Notify me as soon as that kid comes in. After saying that, he continued to fiddle with the device in front of him and adjusted the parameters higher again. This fiddling took a long time. The covering on one of the handles was almost patinated by Qiheng's rubbing. Not here yet, Qiheng frowned. No, basically everyone with the beacon has arrived. Now the only one missing is Yi Qing. One person looked at the statistics table and replied, "Matt, what's going on?" Qing got up and went downstairs and personally went to the alloy gate of the training camp to wait. "I want to see what you were up to." There was a fire burning in his eyes, and the special training plan in his mind became more difficult. Time passes by every second. As night falls, the roars of giant beasts can be heard from time to time in the forest. Most of the trainees had settled down, and after learning about the various resources provided by the training camp, their resentment about the entrance examination instantly disappeared. With the help of such powerful resources, their strength will increase at a terrifying speed. Everyone was inspired by those martial arts resources and began to race against time to gain points. One of the sources of points is hunting giant beasts. Entering the wilderness to hunt giant beasts can earn you a large amount of points. So some people didn't want to waste time and decided to set off that night. Then they saw instructor Qi, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, standing motionless at the gate of the camp. Who made instructor Qi angry? Naturally, they didn't dare to ask, as no one would dare to bring bad luck upon themselves at this time. The sound of footsteps came closer and closer, and an instructor ran over in a hurry. "Boss, take a look." The man handed the tablet to Qi Hung. The tablet showed a scene in the mountains and forests, in which a figure was walking slowly with a huge package on his back. The last image shows that Yi Qing is heading deeper into the wilderness to the north, which is completely opposite to the direction of our base. In other words, that kid didn't even plan to join the camp. A thunderous roar resounded throughout the entire training base. Qi Hung felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his forehead. His face turned red instantly, and he felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. What's the meaning? What's the matter? You don't like the training camp? Even want to enter the door? What a shame. Qi Hung felt that he had never been insulted like this. Top-notch martial arts resources, strong teachers, and the latest high-tech equipment. No matter where it is placed, it can be regarded as a top-notch training environment. As a result, some people actually look down on it. If this gets out, how will I save my face? If those old guys in the army heard about this, wouldn't they laugh their teeth off? Qi Hung shook his body and tried to calm himself down. The second-level warrior won't survive in the depths of the wilderness for too long. He will return to the surveillance range sooner or later. Report him to me immediately if you spot him. He left a word and disappeared suddenly. I don't believe it. You have to come back sooner or later. The news that Yi Qing had not joined the camp quickly spread throughout the base. Everyone's reaction was different. Some were shocked, some were confused, and some were excited. Even Zhang Qingyi couldn't understand Yi Qing's behavior. Why would a person go to the depths of the wilderness and leave all the precious resources in the training camp unused? Some people are excited because of the final reward at the end of the camp. The body is tempered with the essence and blood of high-level giant beasts. Originally, Yi Qing's performance put them under a lot of pressure. After all, in terms of combat power, the opponent was too strong. But now Yi Qing didn't return to the training camp. Although I don't know the reason, it undoubtedly means giving up the help of the training camp. They can take this opportunity to catch up with the help of the resources of the training camp. Someone has already used up their points to ask the instructor for analysis. The reason why Yi Qing's performance is so terrifying is because his blood is vigorous, and he is at the upper level among the second level. He also has the dual talents of strength enhancement and thunder, so his combat power is so strong. Of course, the gap in chi and blood can be made up. They both have A-level talents, and after their energy and health are improved, it's hard to say who will win. For a moment, Yu Zian, Xiao Shiyun, and Xie Linger were full of confidence and looked forward to the subsequent camp closing assessment. Yi Qing made a decision that would make him regret for the rest of his life. This thought came to almost everyone's mind. Yi Qing naturally didn't know what everyone in the training camp was thinking. He walked for a long time carrying his dinner, and finally stopped by a river. He took off his clothes and washed off the bloodstains on his body. In the process, he killed a giant beast that was attracted by the smell of blood. It was getting late, so Yi Qing decided to stay and rest for a night. The firelight illuminated the night, and the roasted Tyrannosaurus meat gave off an enticing aroma. You swallowed a piece of giant thorn Tyrannosaurus meat. HP plus 1.1. You swallowed a piece of giant thorn Tyrannosaurus meat. HP plus 0.9. You swallowed a piece of giant thorn Tyrannosaurus meat. HP plus 0.8. The chi and blood energy contained in the meat of the giant thorn Tyrannosaurus rex far exceeds that of a second-level behemoth. Almost every time Yi Qing eats a piece, his qi and blood value increases a little. While eating, Yi Qing opened the system panel and checked the current data. Name, Yi Qing. Qi and blood, 908.2. Spirit, 210.7. Talents, S level, Jade, Thunder Body of Heavenly Dragon, B level, Tyrannosaurus Thorn, B level, Poisonous Wind, B level, Fox Evil Eye, C level, Thunder Whip, C level, Scarlet Flame, C level, Swift Shadow, C level. Iron Rock Armor, C level, Tyrant God Power, D level, Bone Blade. Kung Fu, Baji Jin Quan, Mastery. Extraction Progress, none. His qi and blood value has exceeded 900 and is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The distance to breaking the third limit is less than 100 points of health. At this rate, he would be able to be promoted to a third-level warrior in 2 days at the latest. A third-level warrior possesses internal strength, which, combined with his various talents, can unleash combat power beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The Wasteland is a really nice place. Yi Qing found a cave, moved a few huge rocks to block the entrance of the cave, and rested inside for a night. The next day, after breakfast, Yi Qing continued on his way. With more than half of the giant beast meat in the package gone, his steps became much easier. It was approaching noon. Yi Qing walked through a jungle, and the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. It is no longer a pristine landscape, but now shows unique traces of human beings. A city. To be precise, it is a city completely covered by a green ocean. What is that? Yi Qing looked into the distance with his pupils constricted. In the center of the city, the vines of an unknown green plant were dancing, and countless thick limbs were reaching into the sky. Chapter 31, The Third Limit. Internal Strength. Third-level warrior. Plant-like mutant life. Yi Qing couldn't help but exclaimed. Having a similar title to the behemoth, warriors usually call this type of creature giant plant. Giant plants are extremely rare creatures. Due to the limitations of their own life forms, they often possess many incredible special abilities. The Tianlong Jade Thunder Fruit Tree that Yi Qing had picked before was a giant plant, but that fruit tree did not have the ability to attack. The huge plant in the center of the city looked much more dangerous. A giant plant that occupies an entire city. What level of existence is this? Yi Qing felt a little jealous. If he ate this giant plant, he would probably take off immediately. Of course, it's just thought now. Yi Qing looked around and carefully observed the huge city in front of him. The city that has been abandoned for many years is not peaceful. There are behemoths everywhere in residential buildings, parks, shopping malls, and on the roads, and many of them are in groups. From time to time, a few huge winged birds swooped down from the sky, grabbed a giant beast from the ground, and tore it into pieces in the air before eating them each. Blood splattered, and the bloody smell caused a roar. Giant beasts are devouring each other everywhere, and the city that once symbolized civilization has turned into a killing paradise. The corners of Yi Qing's mouth curled up, and a desire for battle emerged in his eyes. It's time to stop. The giant plant in the center of the city doesn't seem to be interested in the fighting in the city. As long as I don't get too close to the city center, I shouldn't be attacked. Next, let's take good care of our body here. Yi Qing threw away the remaining bit of giant thorn Tyrannosaurus meat. After a night, the flesh and blood had become a little stale, and the blood and energy replenished by eating it was much less. Now that there are countless fresh delicacies in front of him, it is naturally impossible for him to eat rotten meat again. This place is deep into the wilderness. The strength of the giant beasts entrenched in the city is not comparable to that of the outer wilderness. Ordinary level 1 behemoths simply cannot survive here. Level 2 behemoths can be found everywhere, and level 3 behemoths can be found in quite a few. This is still the suburbs of the city. The center of the city is shrouded in a layer of light fog, and the figures of some huge beasts can be vaguely seen. Their specific appearance could not be seen clearly, but their bodies, which were often tens of meters long, showed their terrifying destructive power. I'll upgrade to level 3 first. Yi Qing suppressed his inner restlessness and sneaked into the city quietly. After bypassing 3 groups of giant beasts, he found a relatively sturdy residential building and cleared out a clean area on the top floor. After a simple cleaning of the dusty furniture, a simple residence with a decent environment was ready. Let's start now. Yi Qing couldn't wait to rush down and join the fight between the giant beasts. You swallowed a piece of shadow soul leopard meat. HP plus 0.7, extraction progress plus 3%. You swallowed a piece of bloodthirsty rabbit meat. HP plus 0.5, extraction progress plus 5%. You swallowed a piece of iron-winged bird meat. HP plus 0.4, extraction progress plus 3%. Health value plus 0.6, extraction progress plus 2%. Health value plus 0.6, extraction progress plus 3%. There are so many behemoths in the city that the system prompts never stop. Qing had just gone downstairs for less than half an hour when a pile of giant beast corpses appeared around him. He didn't even look for them specifically. The giant beasts almost came to him on their own. The Shadow Soul leopard hid in the corner and tried to launch a sneak attack, but was kicked to death by Qing. The group of bloodthirsty rabbits smelled the blood and rushed out, but more than a dozen of them were roasted by a ball of fire. Finally, the iron-winged bird tried to launch a sneak attack from the air, but was grabbed by Qing's sharp claws and thrown to the ground, where it was torn into two halves alive. It feels great. Fortunately, I didn't waste time going to the training camp. Ate the meat in big mouthfuls, and his chi and blood values increased rapidly. Just a moment later, boom! In the dark, a dull, loud noise seemed to come from Qing's body. His body shook violently, and his blood and energy surged and boiled. A stream of fiery energy and blood condensed into a torrent and rushed into the meridians hidden throughout the human body. As the chi and blood began to temper the meridians, Qing felt that the 8 extraordinary meridians were trembling. A special force appears. Internal strength. A third-level warrior. Qing's heart moved slightly, and the panel suddenly appeared. Chi and blood. 1001.3. His chi and blood value exceeded 1000. He broke the third limit of the human body and successfully entered the third level. Everything happened so naturally and smoothly without any bottlenecks. Qing felt it carefully and found that his chi and blood had doubled in strength, and his physical fitness had improved again. With the help of internal strength, his punching power had increased by several times. Bang! He turned around and punched the concrete wall next to him, directly making a big hole in the wall. The violent force raged, and deep cracks spread out. Without using any talent, just pure physical strength has such power. Qing took a deep breath. Now he has been promoted to the level of a third-order warrior. It seems that the hunting target will have to be changed after that. Qing didn't waste any time and continued to eat. The extraction progress was soon full, and he started extracting directly. The pain is not intense. It can only be considered a slight pain. He doesn't even have the qualifications to make Qing frown. However, Qing was not happy, because that meant that the level of talent extracted was not very good. As expected, the Shadow Soul Leopard brings AC level speed talent called Shadowless Kill, while the Bloodthirsty Rabbit brings a D-level talent called Berserk, which can enhance combat capabilities after being used. Iron Wing Bird is a C-level talent. Sharp Claws, an attack-type talent, similar to a claw skill. The effects are not significant and have no substantial effect. Qing thought about it briefly and directly used them as materials for fusing his talent. Shadowless Kill and Swift Shadow can be fused, and Berserk can be used to fuse with Tyrant Power. As for the Sharp Claws, Qing couldn't think of any use for them for the time being. Compared with the talents of the 3 giant beasts, the blood value, brought by their own flesh and blood, is what Qing cares most about. Becoming a third-level warrior, Qing's appetite increased again. The Shadow Soul Leopard and more than a dozen rabbits that had just been eaten were digested in the blink of an eye. The hunger came back again. Qing didn't care about too much. He started choosing talents to merge while rushing into the community opposite and starting to fight with the giant beast. Even a group of more than 10 level 2 behemoths were still no match for Qing. In the wilderness, he no longer suppressed himself. Armor covered his entire body, bone blades protruded from his joints, and hideous black spikes grew on his back. In his prime, he was nearly 2 meters tall, with thick limbs, bulging muscles, strange red lines all over his body, and a scarlet evil eye scanning the surroundings between his brows. Qing now looks much more ferocious than the giant beast. He was bathed in blood, chewing with big mouthfuls, with trickles of scarlet blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Pieces of giant beast's flesh and blood were swallowed into his stomach, quickly consolidating Qing's realm. While he was eating, a slight movement on the ground caught his attention. Qing turned his head and looked down. In the crack in the ground, a thin green vine twisted its body and inserted its tiny branches into the corpse of the giant beast on the ground. Immediately following, a faint red bloodline appeared on the green branches. Chapter 32 Swallowing Claude Vine. Exploring the underground space. Unprecedented speed of improvement. Vines sucking blood? Yi Qing's pupils shrank slightly, and he turned his head to look towards the city center. The fog could not block the silhouette of the giant plant. Its vines spread across the sky like a mysterious being that has existed since time immemorial. Yi Qing thought about it, then raised his hand and lifted up the corpse of the giant beast under his feet. In the cracks under the corpse, tiny vine branches were twisting in the air. Their branches were marked with light red bloodlines and looked like tentacles of red coral. After the bloody corpse was lifted up, the vines were attracted and tried to extend their bodies upwards, trying to continue sucking blood. Ye Ving. He looked back at the city filled with green, and a surprising idea came to his mind. Yi Qing squatted down, looked at the green vines twisting slightly in the cracks of the concrete floor, and was silent for a long time. It's just a little bit. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Yi Qing reached out and grabbed a vine from the crack. With a little force, he easily broke off a branch about 10 centimeters long. What surprised him was that even after the branch was pinched off, it was still slowly moving. A transparent liquid secreted from the fracture, and even finer roots grew out of it. What a powerful regeneration ability. Yi Qing raised his eyebrows, made up his mind, and threw the vine in his palm directly into his mouth. The fragrant and sweet aroma immediately bursts into the mouth. A hint emerged. You swallowed a piece of meat from the branch of the swallowing cloud vine. Extraction progress plus 0.001%. It is true. Yi Qing stood up suddenly. Even he felt a little creepy. If he guessed correctly, the entire city was the hunting ground of the swallowing cloud vine in the center of the city. No, to be precise, it's more like its stomach. Every giant beast that dies in the city will have its blood and essence sucked away silently and transported deep into the city along the tiny vines on the ground. No wonder it remained motionless, paying no attention to the behemoths fighting in the city. The more intensely the behemoths fight, the greater the benefit it gains. It is indeed a rare giant plant. Yi Qing sighed, then changed the subject with a bright light in his eyes, but it seems there's a little chance again. The vine just now did not bring any improvement in qi and blood. It is probably too small, and the blood and energy contained in it is too little, so the system is unwilling to display it. There is progress that can be extracted. That means, as long as I eat enough small vines, I can still complete the progress of the swallowing cloud vine. Swallowing Claude Vine. Look at the name and the power that dominates the entire city. Then how can one's own abilities be so bad? Damn it, done. Yi Qing did what he said, punching down with his fist and inserting his arms deeply into the ground. He lifted his arms violently, blowing away an entire piece of concrete floor, revealing the brown soil underneath. The tiny green vines were frightened and began to shrink, blades at the joints, and dug 3 feet into the ground to search for the body of the vine. The talent that once had infinite lethality is now useless. Those ordinary talents played a significant role at this time. Yi Qing dug a deep pit and quickly dug forward, following the direction of the contraction of the vines. The vigorous energy and blood supported Yi Qing's movements. Bone blades blew up dirt and cut through rocks, and flames solidified the tunnel to prevent it from collapsing. Not long. Yi Qing's hands were empty. The soil in front of him collapsed, and an underground space appeared before his eyes. It is not dark. The green vines emitting a faint glow were entangled with each other, intersecting each other, and finally returning to a vine as thick as a person. The thick vine coiled around in the underground cave. It was emerald green all over, with blood-red fruits hanging on its branches, emitting a faint smell of blood. Yi Qing could see clearly that the small vines absorbed blood from everywhere and transported it to the main vine like blood vessels. The main vine then stored the blood for further refining. This thick vine does not exist independently. A branch extended from it and penetrated deeper into the ground. At the same time, the vines in the cave discovered Yi Qing's arrival. The branches suddenly began to twist. Puff! Sprouted from the soil around Yi Qing, trying to pierce him and suck his blood. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds were heard. Those vines were broken by the iron rock armor, without even a trace left. The main vine began to squirm restlessly, its limited perception telling it that the uninvited guest was very powerful. So it used all its strength, and several thick vines pulled out like lightning. The effect is very limited. If Qing wasn't worried that the vines would collapse the cave, he wouldn't even bother to hide. A few flashes of cold light appeared, and the vines were cut off directly, and translucent green liquid splashed out. Qing jumped into the cave and swung the bone blade continuously, cutting off all the branches of the vine as quickly as possible. This main vine did not lose its vitality immediately. The body that was broken into several pieces kept squirming, and thin silk threads grew between the broken parts, trying to connect the body back together. I want to see who grows faster, you or I eat faster. Qing sneered, opened his mouth, and bit off a large piece of translucent fruit flesh. You swallowed a piece of meat from the branch of the swallowing cloud vine. HP plus 0.4. Extraction progress plus 1%. You swallowed a piece of meat from the branch of the swallowing cloud vine. HP plus 0.5. Extraction progress plus 2%. You swallowed a piece of meat from the branch of the swallowing cloud vine. HP plus 0.3. Extraction progress plus 0.8%. The vines disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the main body entered Qing's stomach, he grabbed a red fruit the size of a watermelon. Smelling the faint smell of blood, his appetite, which had just been a little full, was whetted again. The skin of the red fruit was so delicate that it seemed as if it could be broken with a touch. Qing opened his mouth and took a bite. A sweet and warm current immediately flowed into his mouth. Immediately following, you swallowed a portion of the essence of the two-headed black snake. Qi and health value plus 13. Extraction progress plus 35%. Such a huge improvement. When Qing noticed the content of the prompt, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He looked at the shriveled fruit in his hand, and a sense of ecstasy quietly spread in his heart. The fruit in his hand must have been condensed from the blood of countless two-headed black snakes that the swallowing cloud vine had absorbed. Therefore, the energy contained in it is extremely enormous, and one fruit is equivalent to eating an entire giant beast. Baby, Qing suddenly realized the thing in his hand might be the biggest opportunity in the entire city. If I can get another 200 or 300 of these fruits, I will be able to break through to the 4th level. Qing suppressed his excitement and quickly picked up the remaining 3 fruits and ate them. You swallowed a portion of the tiger mastiff's blood essence. Qi and health value plus 8. Extraction progress plus 60%. You swallowed a portion of the essence of the two-headed black snake. Qi and health value plus 10. Extraction progress plus 27%. You swallowed a portion of the essence of the two-headed black snake. Qi and health value plus 14. Extraction progress plus 38%. In the blink of an eye, the health value increased by 45 points, and the extraction progress of the two-headed black snake was directly maximized. Chapter 33. All-round talent improvement. Swallowing cloud vine talent. Super speed activation. The extraction progress of the two-headed black snake is full. Do you want to start the extraction? Start. A sharp pain burst out from the depths of my mind, as if a red-hot steel needle had pierced my brain, and the intense pain instantly swept through my body. The evil eye of the fox spirit before. In other words, the ability of the two-headed black snake is related to mental strength. Qing has gained a preliminary understanding of the magical effects of mental power through the evil eye. Silently, and without leaving any trace, killing people without being seen. The extraction speed is very fast. A moment later, extraction successful. You obtain B-level talent. Mouth of the Abyss. Click. Qing's sharp teeth protruded from between his lips, colliding with each other and making a sound. He opened his mouth and found that the corners of his lips were stretched to his ears, and his mouth was full of sharp teeth, making him look like a meat grinder. A drop of saliva fell, making a sizzling sound when it hit the ground. The huge mouth of the Abyss not only made Qing's mouth bigger, but also gave him stronger digestive ability. His saliva was even comparable to strong acid. After Qing figured out the abilities of the Abyss mouth, he was quite surprised. Let's not talk about the benefits that the mouth of the Abyss provides to combat. This talent is a perfect match with his golden finger, which greatly improves his eating speed and appetite. Yes, with this talent, my strength will improve faster, and I will be able to eat a lot more at every meal in the future. Yi Qing looked at the remains of the vines on the ground, his eyes flashing with brilliance. The branch of the swallowing cloud vine is a good thing. I have to look around a bit more. He adjusted himself for a moment, then began to dig again along the broken vines on the ground. He continued to dig deeper and deeper underground, but he never found a second main vine. From the bottom of his heart made him stop. Following the direction of excavation just now, he continued to move deeper into the city. It won't connect directly to the main body in the city center, right? Yi Qing is very brave, but that doesn't mean he doesn't care about his life. He decisively began to retreat back to the ground. It's impossible for there to be only one small main vine like that. Yi Qing pondered for a moment and made a rough judgment in his mind. In the following few days, Yi Qing was very busy. While hunting giant beasts, he also placed fresh giant beast meat everywhere. He was looking for new, fresh vines. Not to mention the red blood essence fruits. He had to at least complete the progress of the swallowing cloud vine branches. His qi and blood values were steadily increasing, at least 30 points every day. At the same time, various talents are collected. There were countless D-level talents and more than a dozen C-level talents. He killed 2 level 3 behemoths, but what he obtained was not a B-level talent, but only a C-level one. Many talents are not very useful, so Yi Qing simply combines them one by one into his original talents. After integrating 5 kinds of C-level talents, the strength-enhancing C-level Tyrant Divine Power was finally upgraded to B-level Blood Elephant Tyrant Power. As long as the body can bear it, this talent can increase strength fourfold. Yi Qing's 2 basic talents, the speed-type Swift Shadow and the defense-type Iron Rock Armor, have both been improved and reached level B. Even the Bone Blade has undergone a qualitative change. After Yi Qing ate a small giant beast whose bones were transformed into steel, the Bone Blade turned into some special metal, which was extremely hard and could easily pierce through thick concrete walls. The Qi and health values increase. Various talents are also changing. Hard work pays off. After several days of exploration, Yi Qing found a park 5 kilometers away from his temporary residence. Another vine of the swallowing cloud vine was discovered by Yi Qing. It is also an underground space, where vines transport strands of essence and blood to the depths of the city. One main vine covers an area of about 5 kilometers in radius. Yi Qing looked at the vines in front of him and smiled faintly. Once we understand the distribution situation, the efficiency of finding the swallowing cloud vine will be greatly improved. While thinking, Yi Qing had already taken action. Blade that turned into steel flashed, and a sharp blade directly cut the swallowing cloud vine into more than a dozen pieces. You swallowed a piece of meat from the branch of the swallowing cloud vine. Health value +1. Extraction progress +2%. You swallowed a portion of the essence of the blue line flying insect. Qi and blood value +10. Extraction progress +20%. You swallowed a portion of the golden lion's blood essence. Qi and health value +15. Extraction progress +28%. You swallowed a portion of the blood of a flying elk. Qi and blood value +11. Extraction progress +30%. Yi Qing's energy and blood began to surge, and various prompts appeared before his eyes. A plant of swallowing cloud vine, including its body and its fruit, can increase Yi Qing's blood and energy by more than 50 points at a time. The speed of improvement is much faster than those newly developed supplements. At this rate, I'll be able to break through to the 4th level in about a month. Yi Qing murmured to himself. He had mastered the distribution pattern of the swallowing cloud vine, and the efficiency of the search had been greatly improved. For safety reasons, he did not explore deeper into the city. Just go around the suburbs looking for the cloud swallowing vine. In 3 days, Yi Qing found 4 more swallowing cloud vines. At the same time, the extraction progress was finally completed. The extraction progress of the swallowing cloud vine branch is full. Do you want to start extracting? Yi Qing did not hesitate and chose to start directly. Itch. Unlike the pain I imagined, I felt an itchy sensation all over my body. It's not just the surface of the skin that feels itchy. The itching comes from the inside out, from the gaps between bones to every bit of flesh and blood, and to every inch of skin. Yi Qing's nerves had long been trained to be extremely strong, enough to withstand severe pain that ordinary people could not endure. But now, the itch that penetrated into his bones almost made him unable to hold it back. Damn it, what kind of talent is this? Yi Qing tried hard not to scratch it and began to divert his attention. He grabbed a piece of vine and put it into his mouth. The sweet juice burst in the mouth, refreshing and alleviating the itchiness a lot. The system prompt reappeared. Yi Qing didn't take it seriously at first, but when he saw the extraction progress appear again at the end of the prompt, he raised his eyebrows. Can I still save up the progress for extraction? Does this mean the branches of the swallowing cloud vine can be extracted multiple times? Never encountered this situation before. After a behemoth is extracted, only the chi and health value will be increased and no progress will be displayed. And now, after the progress of the swallowing cloud vine branch has been completed, it can be extracted again? Does this mean that the special abilities of the swallowing cloud vine have not yet been fully explored? Interesting. Yi Qing was originally planning to continue looking for the branch of the swallowing cloud vine, and now he could continue to make progress, which could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Not long. The intense itchiness gradually subsided, and a line of small words appeared in front of Yi Qing's eyes. Extraction successful. You obtain B-level talent super speed activation. Chapter 34 Super Strong Recovery Ability. Yi Qing has been left behind. The progress of swallowing cloud vine is full again. Super speed activation. Just by seeing the name of the talent, Yi Qing knew that this talent was not simple. When he figured out the function of his new talent, he couldn't stop smiling. Overdrive has only one effect: significantly improve cell activity. It can make mature cells have the ability to divide again and allow cells that have lost the ability to differentiate again. To put it simply, it greatly improves Yi Qing's ability to recover blood. The armor on his arm disappeared, and the bone blade cut a hole in his skin. Blood oozed out of the wound, but after a few seconds the wound began to heal and the bleeding stopped. After a while, the wound completely disappeared and the skin was as smooth as before. There was no sign of the original injury at all. Super strong recovery ability. Yi Qing's laughter echoed underground. Although he has not yet reached the stage of regenerating severed limbs, this powerful self-healing ability is enough to make him stand out from the crowd. The swallowing cloud vine is indeed a giant plant-type creature, and its abilities are much stronger than those of giant beasts of the same level. What talent can I get the next time I extract it? Yi Qing was a little curious, so he returned to the ground and ran 5 kilometers away to start looking for the next cloud-swallowing vine. Training base. Any trace of that boy? No. It's been almost 10 days. I don't think that kid died in the wilderness. The signal is much weaker, but the life detection function on the watch is still working normally. According to the signals captured occasionally, the kid should still be alive and well. Good, very good. Has Yi Qing come back? Qiheng asked this question almost every day. The answer every time was no. So far, the only information they know is that Yi Qing is still alive, and as for other things, they know nothing. Several staff members on the side looked at Qiheng, glanced at each other, and dared not say anything more. The students in the camp have suffered a lot these days. Qiheng distributed the devilish training originally assigned to Yi Qing to each student. They heard with their own ears the painful cries and curses coming from the students' dormitories every night. Instructor Qi of Groove has become a catchphrase for many students. Take the A-level talented warrior, Xiao Shiyun, for example. He was nearly crushed to death by the weight he was carrying the day before yesterday. Although the instructor intervened in time, his leg bones were still fractured and he had to spend a whole night in the convalescent chamber before he recovered. It would have been fine if the warriors had weight-bearing training. Even Xia Linger, a spiritualist, was not spared. Qiheng got a sword weighing 1 ton from somewhere, and asked Xia Linger to use telekinesis to control the sword to fly around the base 10 times every day. This meant that an instructor had to follow Xia Linger to protect her safety. After all, some people had seen Xia Linger's eyes roll back, and she had fainted several times due to mental exhaustion. Yi Qing's name is rarely mentioned anymore. First, everyone is immersed in training every day, and their strength is improving every day, making it difficult for them to have any random thoughts. Second, they were 100% sure that Yi Qing's decision not to join the camp was an outrageous wrong decision. With the help of the training camp's massive tonics and high-tech convalescent chambers, everyone's strength is improving rapidly. In just 10 days, they have undergone a qualitative change from before. Many people believe that Yi Qing will be left far behind. After all, how can the power of one person compare with that of a talent training camp that has gathered a lot of resources? Some people still have doubts in their hearts. For example, Zhang Qingyi didn't think that Yi Qing couldn't even distinguish the simplest gains and losses. Since that guy doesn't want to come, he must have his reasons. I just don't understand. Where does that guy's confidence come from? Who is the reborn one? How come after being reborn for a while, there's still so many things I don't understand? Students' dormitory. Zhang Qingyi was puzzled. A wisp of icy blue air danced on her fingertips like a lively elf. Forget it. Let's hurry up and upgrade Frost Chiaki to a level. Zhang Qingyi shook her head slightly, and a lot of information from her past life emerged in her mind. Cell activation. A necessary condition for Frost Thousand Autumns to reach a higher level. Only when the activity of body cells reaches a certain level can they withstand the A-level frost. Otherwise, after activating her talent, she would be frozen into an ice cube by her own talent. Giant plant life. It seems that the only one that meets the requirements is the cloud swallowing vine. Zhang Qingyi selected the most suitable giant plants. The swallowing cloud vine occupied an entire city, and its strength had already reached level 7, which was far beyond what I could contend with at my current level. So she needs help, a strong helper. She thought for a moment, turned around, and left the dormitory, walking towards Qi Heng's office. A moment later, level 7 giant plant. Exclamations rang out in the office. Qi Heng looked at Zhang Qingyi, suppressed a shock, and said in a deep voice, "Level 7 giant plant. This kind of creature is priceless. Where did you get the news?" Zhang Qingyi fell silent. She couldn't explain the problem, but she believed that no one could resist the temptation of the 7th level giant plant. As expected, I'm sure you wouldn't be stupid enough to fabricate this kind of news. It would do you no good, unless you were a beast from the Advent sect. Qi Heng chuckled. He knew the family backgrounds of all the trainees in the training camp. They were all innocent, so it was impossible for him to let the guys from the Advent sect sneak in. "What do you want?" he asked. Zhang Qingyi said, 3 drops of life essence from the swallowing cloud vine. "Okay." Qi Heng nodded. "If the news is true, I can give you 10 drops." Of level 7 giant plants far exceeds that of giant beasts of the same level, and there are too many things to study on them. Many precious medicines are the results of research conducted on giant plants. A level 7 giant plant is worth at least over 10 billion. You go back and wait for news. Qi Heng waved his hand. After Zhang Qingyi left, he took out his special communicator and dialed a number. Similar exclamations came from the communicator. "I'll send someone to verify the situation right away." The signal was interrupted, and Qi Heng paced back and forth in the office with excitement on his face. Suddenly, he stopped. The location of the swallowing cloud vine seems to be very close to the direction where the boy last disappeared. Okay, if the news is true, he will definitely go to find out. In that case, let's see if we can run into that guy along the way. "You kid, don't let me catch you, hey." Excited sneers echoed in the office. Yi Qing naturally had no idea what was happening in the training base. He was completely immersed in the process of searching for the branches of the swallowing cloud vine. The essence and blood of various giant beasts were swallowed into his stomach, and his qi and blood values were increasing rapidly every day. Thanks to his unremitting efforts, the extraction progress of the swallowing cloud vine was once again completed. The extraction progress of the swallowing cloud vine branch is full. Do you want to start extracting? Chapter 35, New Talent, Bloodthirsty Vine. Martial Arts Family. As soon as the prompt appeared, Yi Qing chose to start. Unlike last time, there was no pain or itching. Extraction is completed in a split second. Extraction successful. You obtain B-level talent, Bloodthirsty Vine. Offensive type talent? A stream of information emerged in my mind, introducing the effects of the new talent, Bloodthirsty Vine. It's actually this kind of ability. A look of surprise appeared on Yi Qing's face. Last time, we extracted the recovery ability of the swallowing cloud vine. This time, we will use the swallowing cloud vine's ability to absorb the blood of giant beasts and refine it into essence and blood fruit. Yi Qing raised his palm, and a blood-red vine made of flesh and blood stretched out from his palm. Tiny tentacles twisted in the air, greedily exploring the bloody smell in the air. Go and try the effect. Yi Qing couldn't wait to return to the ground and found a giant beast. Vines of flesh and blood spread in the air, and their tentacles like steel needles pierced straight into the body of the giant beast. A bloodline appeared in the vines, connecting from the giant beast to Yi Qing's palm. The beast struggled on the ground and turned its head to try to escape. But the tentacles at the end of the vine had already taken root in its body, sucking it tightly and making it impossible to break free. Its body gradually shriveled up and the blood in its body was drained. Bang! The giant beast fell to the ground helplessly, like a dried corpse, with all the blood drained from its body. At the same time, you swallowed the blood of a sawtooth pig. Chi and health value plus 19, extraction progress plus 30%. The speed of drawing blood is not very fast. It seems that it cannot be used as the main means of attack. After observation, Yi Qing came to a conclusion. The blood-sucking vine seems to be an auxiliary attack method that can effectively reduce the opponent's combat power in battle. If you want to kill your opponent with one blow, that would not be direct enough. In just a few seconds, he could smash the saw-toothed pig's head 10 times. But this ability, maybe it has other uses. Yi Qing has requirements when it comes to food. For example, he found it difficult to eat some giant apes and monkeys, and he could never get over that hurdle psychologically. Now that we have the blood-sucking vine, we can directly suck their blood. The psychological barriers will be much smaller. If we are more daring, the scope of application can be even wider. The vine twisted and retracted into Yi Qing's palm, leaving only a saw-toothed pig corpse on the ground. With the bloodthirsty vine, the speed of improving chi and blood will be further increased. At this rate, can we break through to the 4th level by the end of the month? Yi Qing whispered to himself, then called up the system panel. Name, Yi Qing. Chi and blood, 2112.5. Spirit, 297.9. Talents, S level Jade, Thunder Body of Heavenly Dragon, B level, Super Speed Activation, B level Bloodthirsty Vine, B level, Tyrannosaurus Thorn, B level, Poisonous Wind, B level, Fox Evil Eye, B level, Blood Elephant Tyrant Power, B level, Instant Shadow, B level, Rock Barrier, C level, Thunder Whip, C level, Red Flame, C level, Steel Bone Blade. Kung Fu, Baji Jin Quan, Mastery. Extraction Progress, Sawtooth Pig, 30%, Tiger Mastiff, 65%, Golden Lion, 55%, Three-Clawed Winged Bird, 40%. Yi Qing has gained a lot in these 10 days. His Chi and HP values doubled. He acquired several B-level talents, and even his Baji Jin Quan was raised to proficient level. Baji Jin Quan, the punching power can be doubled. Combined with the talent of Blood Elephant Tyrant Power, Yi Qing's peak punching power can be increased by more than 5 times. Judging from the punching power alone, it is already a threat to a 4th level warrior. There's still more than 20 days left, so there's still a lot of room for improvement. Yi Qing looked toward the city deep inside. He basically swept through the outer suburbs and ate almost all the branches of the cloud-swallowing vine. If I want to continue searching now, I have to go a little deeper. Yi Qing thought for a moment and decided that if he was more careful, the danger would not be high. Moreover, the behemoths deep in the city are stronger and higher in level, and killing one is equivalent to hunting 4 or 5 ordinary behemoths. Thinking of this, Yi Qing decided to rest for a day and then go deeper to start exploring the next day. Level 7 Giant Plant, Donglin Military Region Headquarters. In an office, a middle-aged man with a gold star on his shoulder frowned slightly. The cracks deep in the wilderness are widening, and there aren't many people at this time. A staff officer whispered. However, level 7 giant plants are rare. The life essence possessed by these creatures is a healing elixir that even masters can use. There are not many in our military district's reserve warehouse. If we seize the opportunity this time, we can replenish it, said another staff officer in a deep voice. In that case, the middle-aged man pondered for a moment and said slowly, spread the news to the Chun family, the Leaf family, and the Feng family. The 3 families have their roots in Donglin. For the safety of Donglin, they should also contribute. The 2 staff officers nodded and immediately began to pass on the message. What most people don't know is that there are some martial arts families still alive today. The ancestors of these families rose to prominence when the giant beasts invaded and passed down their martial arts, forming one powerful family after another. The Chun, Li, and Feng families are the native families of Donglin province. The 3 families received the news about the giant plant. They immediately became excited. They each formed an exploration team, ready to find out part of the situation first and then decide on the final plan of action. The members of the team are all elite children from the 3 families. They're all young, around 20 years old, and the youngest ones are only high school students. As members of a martial arts family, Most of them have received private family education since childhood and basically do not go to ordinary schools. Being exposed to martial arts since childhood has also made them extremely powerful. At the Feng family manor, more than a dozen young people got on an armored vehicle together at the gate. I heard that the news about the giant plant was discovered by someone from the Genius Training Camp. It's so funny. Genius Training Camp. What an awkward name. They're just a bunch of ignorant country bumpkins. A true genius wouldn't need to go to a training camp. He would have been discovered and secretly trained long ago. Besides, even if you have talent, if you have an incompetent teacher, your talent will be wasted. How can the crude techniques in the army be as ingenious as the martial arts passed down in our family? This time our family asked us to form a team not only to gather intelligence, but also to let us go out and gain experience. Everyone, please pay attention. Don't worry, we will never let the Chun family and Li family steal the limelight. In the car, everyone was chatting and laughing, and when they talked about the training camp, their faces were full of disdain. Similar conversations also took place in the Li and Chun families' cars. As children of aristocratic families, they are born with a strong sense of superiority. Chapter 36 Outdoor Training. What the hell is this idiot? Wasteland, training base. All students were notified. At the latest in a few days, there will be an outdoor training session waiting for me. To everyone's surprise, outdoor training was not mandatory. The notice stated the dangers of the trip, and people could choose not to participate if they were concerned about safety. Except Zhang Qingyi. No one knew the true situation of this outdoor training. In fact, even she couldn't help but curse him as a lunatic in her heart after hearing the news of the training. Instructor Qi always turns everything he can into part training. But this time Zhang Qingyi wrongly blamed Chief Instructor Qi Hong. Outdoor training has always been an item in the training camp plan. It just happened to match the information she provided. Qi Hong thought about it all night and decided to hold the outdoor training in the city where the Tuanyun Tung was located. The strongest swallowing cloud vine is dealt with by a strong person. The behemoths in the city can be used as training missions. Many times, the frontline battlefields are in the city. Letting the students experience it in advance will be of great help to them in the future. Besides, he also stated the danger in advance. Students can choose to go or not. The registration results surprised and pleased Qi Hong. Everyone chose to participate. More than 10 days of rigorous training has aroused everyone's enthusiasm. Especially after their strength has been improved, everyone is very confident in themselves and wants to show their skills in the wilderness. Qi Hong rarely smiled. Although his smile was still extremely ugly, he deliberately released the base reserves and allocated excess supplies to everyone. Time flies. The next day, the students gathered and divided into several teams and headed deep into the wilderness under the leadership of the instructors. Oh, turn on the signal detector. Let's search the area thoroughly. If you find a signal from that guy, report it to me immediately. Just before departure, Qi Hong specially called the instructor of the communications group and gave solemn instructions with a grim smile. The two instructors in charge of communication signals looked helpless. The boss is really fucking crazy. These days I have been muttering Yi Qing's name in my sleep. Poor kid. I hope you won't be subjected to inhuman training when you are caught by the boss. They prayed silently, then turned on the instruments diligently and searched for possible signals. An abandoned city surrounded by greenery. Yi Qing got up very early. Using some of the condiments he found, he made himself a hearty breakfast. A variety of fresh meats, fried winged bird eggs, and some swallowtail vines. There are vegetables and meat, and the nutrition is balanced. After a hearty meal, Yi Qing walked out onto the street and stretched himself lazily in the cool morning breeze. Yi Qing exhaled a breath, moved his ears slightly, jumped onto the roof of a low house nearby, and turned his head to look towards the edge of the city. Shouts of surprise came from a distance. Through the morning mist, a few human figures can be vaguely seen. Where did he come from? Yi Qing raised his eyebrows slightly. This is not the edge of the wilderness, and ordinary hunters cannot come here. Even if a powerful team of hunters came here to hunt, they would be very cautious for fear of accidentally alarming the giant beast that should not be provoked. They would not shout and scream like they're doing now. A sharp whistle sounded in the sky. A group of winged birds noticed the situation on the ground and swooped down, their sharp claws flashing with cold light like scimitars. Court death. Those people were furious and not afraid at all. They attacked directly and killed more than a dozen winged birds on the spot. Winged birds were frightened and fled into the air. Boring. I hope these idiots don't make too much noise. Yi Qing shook his head, turned around, and walked deep into the city. He didn't plan to go too deep, and the situation in the city was unknown, so he was quite cautious and didn't rush forward directly. The other side, the winged bird's corpse gave off a foul smell of blood, which immediately attracted the giant beasts hidden in the surrounding buildings. Accompanied by roars, a dozen giant beasts rushed out, but were quickly killed. That's it. Too weak. So weak that I'm too lazy to do anything. I haven't met a decent opponent yet. What can I gain from this? It's amazing for the people in that genius training camp. I heard that someone had to work very hard to barely break through to the first level. When mentioning the word genius, the man deliberately raised his voice. Several people from the Feng family looked at each other and burst into laughter. The weakest among them are all second-level warriors, and several elites have even broken through to the third level. Combined with their family martial arts, this is enough to make them look down upon their peers. Little did they know that within a radius of more than 10 kilometers, any giant beast with a little strength had already been eaten by a glutton. Okay, it's time to get down to business. Map the data of the giant plant, and try to get the information back before the other two. One of them said this, taking out a precision instrument from his backpack. We need to get closer. It's still too far away. Let's go deeper. They stopped smiling and rushed together deep into the city. Not long after, several people from the Feng family paused and stared at a figure in front of them. How come there are still people here? The instruments in their hands are the latest products of the family's technology company. They are highly confidential and must not be seen by unrelated people when in use. Otherwise, if even a photo of the instrument were circulated, there would be a risk of confidential information being leaked. They couldn't afford that. They must be driven away quickly. Besides, when the Feng family is doing business, why would outsiders have a right to join in the fun? Stop! They put away their instruments, shouted loudly, and then flashed to stop the man. Yi Qing looked at the people who stopped him and suddenly felt a little puzzled. Who was being ordered around by the loud shouting? My good mood in the morning was immediately ruined, and a little irritability quietly emerged in my heart. Where are you from? Is this the place you can stay? We'll give you 1 minute to leave this city quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude, someone from the Feng family shouted. Leave? It was absolutely impossible to leave. Not only do you not leave, you have to go deeper. But looking at the postures of these people in front of me, will they attack me if I don't leave? Hands on. They want to do it with themselves. This thought echoed in Yi Qing's mind. He looked at the people in front of him, noticing the hint of arrogance in their eyes and the attitude of thinking they were superiors when they spoke. Nausea. I really want to tear these disgusting faces apart. Yi Qing's fingers trembled slightly, and the irritability in his heart instantly turned into a blazing flame. We have to take action anyway, so let's stop talking nonsense. Decide on it quickly so as not to delay your lunchtime. Then, where the hell is this idiot? Yi Qing raised his eyes. The fighting spirit in his eyes burst out, and he raised his hand and punched out. Chapter 37. If we let one escape, we will be in trouble, so we can't keep any of them. The force of the punch was as powerful as a mountain falling. The surrounding air began to tremble, and a powerful internal force was hidden within it. The man standing in front of Yi Qing only felt a whistling wind in front of him, and all he could see in front of him was a fist that was constantly getting bigger. Relying on instinct, he tried to dodge by turning sideways, but it was still a step too slow. The fist landed directly on his shoulder, and an irresistible force descended upon him, causing his body to fly backwards uncontrollably. Bang! He knocked down a low wall, and half of his body was buried by bricks and stones. The explosive force exploded in his shoulder, followed by a crisp sound of bone breaking. His entire shoulder collapsed, and the broken bone fragments pierced his flesh, exposing the white bone stumps to the air. The intense pain came upon him, but he didn't even utter a scream. He just tilted his head and fainted. He hid very quickly. Ye vink exclaimed. The punch just now was aimed at the chest. If you hit the target successfully, it won't be as simple as breaking a few bones. Feng Xin. The people standing in front of Yi Qing were shocked and rushed to the man named Feng Xin to check his condition. He was seriously injured. Several people were stunned. When have the Feng family disciples ever encountered such a situation? Don't ask any questions, just take action. Where's the martial ethics in your heart? Damn it, take out the secret medicine at home. Feng Xion's injuries are very serious. If treatment is delayed, it may be fatal. They took out a bottle of medicine and gave it directly to Feng Xion to stabilize his injuries. Then, they stared at Yi Qing with red eyes and gnashed their teeth. This bastard actually attacked by surprise. Feng Xin is seriously injured. He must pay the price. Otherwise, our family will definitely blame us when we return. As they were talking, they had already formed a siege and rushed forward. Their palms were fierce and their shadows connected into one, covering Yi Qing in almost all directions without any blind spots. Paiyan Palm. This is the family martial arts that every disciple of the Feng family practices. When the palm technique is practiced to the highest level, one strike of the palm may leave the opponent's skin and flesh intact, but the inside of the opponent will be shattered to pieces. It is an extremely cruel palm technique. It can be said that when the Feng family disciples use the Paiyan palm, they are aiming to take the opponent's life. Faced with such a crisis, Yi Qing seemed as if he didn't see it. He noticed an extremely important piece of information. They seem to have said the word home just now. Yi Qing originally planned to knock down one of them so that the others would give up. After all, it seems that he doesn't have much benefit in dealing with humans. It can't fill my stomach, and it's just a waste of time and energy. But the ones in front of me seem to be relatives? That's not easy to deal with. Judging from their posture, they are ready to fight me to the death. If I just injure one person, I will fight to the death with him. If I let one of them run away, won't the whole family hate me? Trouble. That would be too troublesome. It has to be more direct. Is this guy frightened? Seeing that Paiyan palm was about to fall on Yi Qing's forehead, the Feng family members were a little surprised to see that Yi Qing still had no reaction. You dare to launch a sneak attack just now, and now you regret it? Too late. At the critical moment, a layer of dark, thick armor with a cold metallic texture emerged under Yi Qing's skin. The armor seemed to be made up of pieces of black scales, overlapping layer by layer, covering Yi Qing's entire body. Even his face was covered with a layer of armor. Ding, ding, ding. His palms slapped on the armor, making a loud sound like the collision of metal. Several people from the Feng family felt as if they had slapped steel with their hands. Their palms were numb from the vibration, and a huge recoil force swept over them. They could not help but take a few steps back. What's this? Hard work? No, that's not right. It's like the armor is growing out from under his skin. The followers of the Advent sect, only those beasts of the Advent sect can come up with such a weird technique. He is indeed a cult follower. Kill him. The murderous intent in their eyes was no longer concealed, and they were already convinced that Yi Qing was a follower of the Advent sect. After all, no body protection technique can directly grow a layer of steel scales from under the skin. Apart from those crazy fanatics who dared to use themselves for biological experiments, who else has this ability? Are you a believer of the Adventists? Yi Qing shook his head slightly. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a ferocious smile. He raised his head slightly, and every muscle in his body was expanding and growing. The twisted muscles bulged, supporting the black scales. In the blink of an eye, he grew a head taller and was nearly 2 meters tall. There was a tiny crack at the tip of his eyebrow, and a scarlet I was blinking in it. An invisible force field suddenly penetrated the body, and the surrounding air seemed to be distorted for a moment. Oh my God, what kind of monster are you? Several people from the Feng family widened their eyes in astonishment, looking at Yi Qing's changes in disbelief. Feng Xin, who was not far away, had just woken up after taking the secret medicine. He looked up and saw Yi Qing's appearance, and fainted again in extreme fear. Hey, this kind of deterrent effect is not bad. Yi Qing stretched his muscles. His body became streamlined without a trace of excess fat. He was aware of the abnormality of his current appearance. Any normal person would shout, "Monster," when seeing this, and if the news gets out, the impact will be very bad. Therefore, Yi Qing now reveals himself without any scruples. Of course, I don't intend to let anyone go. Go ahead, use all your strength. I will make your death more painful. Yi Qing's smile became more and more intense, with a strong sense of cruelty in his fanaticism. Come on, kill me or be killed by me. He roared wildly, kicked the ground with his legs, and boom. Like a cannonball fired from a gun, the whole person turned into a black shadow and crashed into one of them. Use all your strength to kill him quickly. When the Feng family members reacted, a hint of ferocity flashed in their eyes, and the anger in their hearts was completely aroused. The blood and energy in their bodies surged. One of them was as fast as the wind, slapping out one palm after another. The other two retreated a few steps. Then one of them was covered in flames, and the other one had a blue water bomb condensed in his palm. They are all talented warriors, and their talents are quite rare, such as wind, fire, and water. Boom! The fierce Paiyun palm hit Yi Qing, and a roaring fire and a huge water bombardment hit Yi Qing fiercely. The scorching heat evaporated a large amount of water vapor, and a thick layer of fog suddenly filled the streets. Is it resolved? Several people breathed a sigh of relief. If they work together, they can directly blow the third-level behemoth into pieces. All our attacks missed, he at least. Ugh. The Feng family warrior whose body was burning with flames stopped talking. A sturdy arm covered in black armor suddenly emerged from the thick fog, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up. Useless struggle. A tall figure clad in black gradually emerged from the mist, and his face, covered by a visor, revealed a look of deep disappointment. Who can be killed by such a soft attack? Yourselves? Was being burned by the flames on that man's body, but Yi Qing seemed unaware of it. There was a mad smile on the corner of his mouth as he spoke in a cold voice. Or is it that you're not desperate enough to unleash all your potential? Chapter 38, You Almost Hurt Me. System Phase 2, Devouring Soul Fragments. Madman, where on earth did this monster come from? Have the biological experiments of the Adventists matured to this point? Crash. Just at this moment, a strange sound attracted Yi Qing's attention. He turned his head and found that the thing in his hand was covered with flames, which condensed into several chains made of flames. The flaming chains climbed up his arms like snakes, quickly wrapping around his arms and legs. Don't worry about me. Go ahead, use the grenade to kill him, the guy in his hand roared. Yi Qing tried to take a step, but found it difficult to move because the flame chain was extremely strong. Hearing their companion shout, the remaining two people looked grim. They looked at each other and made a quick decision. The defense of the monster in front of me is too strong, and it is difficult to break its defense by my own means. Then we can only rely on external forces. They immediately pulled a grenade from their pocket. The grenade has a strange shape and is made entirely of glass. Through the outer shell, you can see the azure liquid inside, flashing with tiny electric lights. Type V1, high-energy tactical grenade, a biotech product made from the essence and blood of a fourth-order lightning beast. It is extremely powerful, enough to pose a threat to fourth-level warriors. There are two in total, which can be considered their trump card. I thought it would be useless, but it actually came in handy. Blast his back, so Feng Ji will suffer less damage. The two men rushed over as fast as they could, pulled the safety of the grenade, and were sent behind Yi Qing under the cover of a water bomb. Yi Qing had a very sharp intuition. He felt a strong and strange sensation like needles pricking his back, which was instinctively warning him of a huge danger coming from behind. Unprecedented pressure came, and the adrenaline in the body began to surge. Good. Very good, you have guts. Yi Qing laughed out loud, his eyes filled with madness and excitement that was difficult to conceal. Phew! Fear spikes protruded from both sides of the spine. Call out. A sharp spike suddenly broke away and shot toward the water bomb that contained two grenades. Boom! A deafening explosion. Countless azure lightning formed a sea of thunder. The terrifying strong wind swept in all directions, and several dilapidated buildings on both sides of the street collapsed, killing several giant beasts. Yi Qing's figure was completely covered by the sea of thunder, and the dazzling light made it impossible for people to open their eyes. Did you finish him off? It's too powerful. Feng Ji is probably in trouble too. Damn it. The two men's eyes were filled with hatred. They suffered too much loss this time. Just at this moment, the sea of thunder suddenly began to shrink. Yi Qing's figure appeared. All the spikes on his back were broken, and the armor on his body was covered with cracks, and the skin underneath could be vaguely seen. At his feet lay Feng Ji, whose body was charred black, motionless, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. It's really powerful. Yi Qing admired, reached out and touched the cracks on his body, shook his head and sighed. What a pity. If you had 3 grenades, you could really hurt me. If it was still the sea-level iron rock armor, it would probably be unable to withstand the attack just now. However, a few days ago, he had upgraded the iron rock armor to a B-level earth rock barrier, and its defensive power was no longer comparable. But in a sense, the armor on his body is also a part of Yi Qing's body. Now that the armor was nearly broken, he could be considered seriously injured. There wasn't much actual damage. The remaining 2 people were speechless. They looked at Yi Qing in disbelief, their minds going blank. Despair, horror, fear, panic. Many chaotic colors appeared in their eyes. What kind of monster had I provoked? Yi Qing let out a long sigh and looked at Feng Ji at his feet, his heart moving. Tentacles that looked like flesh and blood stretched out from the palm of his hand. Phew! The char body suddenly shrank. You swallowed a portion of the essence and blood of a third-level warrior, Qi and blood value plus 58. As expected, Yi Qing was silent for a moment, then looked up. The two people who were still standing had their eyes wide open, filled with horror. This Feng Ji. Trembling screams, distorted faces. The two were almost scared crazy by what they had just seen. What? When you become a warrior, don't you realize that you might be killed? As if a cold current had drifted in from the Ice Age, the cold words made the two of them feel as if they were falling into an icy cave. This farce should end. Yi Qing's eyes were cold, and he appeared behind the two of them like a ghost. Two sharp claws grabbed their heads and slammed them to the ground. Bang! The two men's faces were in close contact with the ground, and cracks appeared on the ground. Blood, brain matter, and bone fragments splattered everywhere. The two corpses twitched unconsciously, and finally slowly lost all their strength. Yi Qing stood up and snapped his fingers. Call out! A sharp spike shot out and nailed Feng Xian, who was struggling to crawl away to the ground. All four young men from the Feng family, aristocratic families, died. Isn't that a bit brutal? Yi Qing then shook his head. He had only injured one person, but the other party was determined to fight him to the death. With such a vengeful character, if he doesn't kill them all, is he waiting for them to come back and take revenge? Besides, just kill him. The person is already dead. There is no point in thinking so much. However, the hint just now confirmed Yi Qing's guess. There is really no difference between it and the behemoth. Bloody vines were spreading, climbing onto the remaining three bodies. You swallowed a portion of the essence and blood of a third-level warrior, Qi and blood value plus 54. You swallowed. You swallowed. 3 prompts appeared in succession. In just a short moment, Yi Qing's blood and energy values increased by more than 200. The only thing that is a bit strange is that no extraction progress appears. Yi Qing was just wondering when an ethereal reminder voice, with a completely different tone from the previous ones, sounded in his mind. It is detected that the host's mental strength has reached the standard. The second stage of the system has been unlocked. Note, after unlocking the second stage, what you can devour will no longer be limited to the physical realm. The illusory spiritual realm can also be devoured. A huge stream of information flooded into my mind. Yi Qing's eyes suddenly became deep, and a black hole vortex seemed to appear in the depths of his pupils, revealing an illusory power that could absorb everything. The world before my eyes has changed. He glanced around, and groups of illusory and brilliant lights appeared. That is the light of spiritual power. Some of the brightest light balls were right beside them, at the heads of the 4 Feng family members. Yi Qing understood the functions of the second stage of the system and exclaimed in amazement from the bottom of his heart. He flipped his palm, and a powerful invisible suction force suddenly descended. A brilliant ball of spiritual power was absorbed by him. The next moment, the system prompt appears. You swallowed a soul fragment of a third-level warrior. Mental power plus 3. Extraction progress plus 30%. Chapter 39, Extracting Martial Arts. Spiritual Master. Bang bang. Yi Qing's heartbeat began to accelerate. Soul fragments, mental power, extraction progress. No longer limited to physical flesh and blood. Even the virtual spiritual power can be transformed into one's food. However, what he cares most about is the extraction progress. What will you get in the end based on the progress you make from soul fragments? Yi Qing was very curious. He looked at the remaining 3 bright lights and found that they were slowly dimming. After death, spiritual power will gradually dissipate. So, it's best to extract their soul fragments while they're still alive. Yi Qing murmured to himself, but he was not idle. He immediately absorbed the remaining 3 balls of spiritual power. You swallowed a soul fragment of a third-level warrior. Mental power plus 2, extraction progress plus 20%. You swallowed a soul fragment of a third-level warrior. Mental power plus 2.2, extraction progress plus 25%. You swallowed a soul fragment of a second-level warrior. Mental power plus 1.8, extraction progress plus 25%. There are 4 soul fragments in total, which just fills up the extraction progress. The extraction progress is full. Do you want to start extracting? Yi Qing took a deep breath. It was the first time for him to extract mental power, and he didn't know what would happen. After making full mental preparations, he chose to start. Buzz. In the darkness, an illusory low hum echoed in Yi Qing's mind. A series of fragmented images flashed before his eyes. Is this a fragment of their memory? Countless scenes kept flashing back, and in the chaotic torrent of memory, a few bright golden lights lit up. The golden light was dazzling, sparkling in the chaotic torrent, and immediately attracted Yi Qing's attention. And when Yi Qing focused his eyes on it, the light spot exploded instantly, and the bright golden light occupied the entire field of vision. Extraction successful. You obtain the 6th level martial arts, Paiyun Palm. A large amount of memory and experience were integrated into Yi Qing's body. The 4 Feng family disciples have been practicing Paiyun Palm since they were young, and all the accumulation and experience of nearly 20 years belonged to Yi Qing. Even the experience passed down by their family elders was absorbed and understood by Yi Qing at this time. He raised his hands involuntarily and waved them gently in front of him, sometimes slowly and sometimes quickly. Suddenly, a surging palm wind whistled out. A terrifying palm wind like clouds and mist blew across the street, smashing the corpse of a giant beast not far away into pieces. It is indeed a martial art of the same level as Baji Jinquan. The palm power is so strong. Yi Qing came back to his senses, his eyes sparkled, and excitement appeared on his face. Without any hard practice, he directly mastered the Paiyun Palm and reached a very high level. It's not that Paiyun Palm is too weak, it's that you are too weak and my defense is too strong. Yi Qing took a deep breath, and the system panel appeared in front of him. Name, Yi Qing. Qi and blood, 2320.2. Spirit, 309.5. Talents, S-level Dragon Jade, Thunder Body, B-level Super Speed Activation, B-level Bloodthirsty Vine, B-level Abyss Mouth, B-level Tyrannosaurus Thorn, B-level Poisonous Wind, B-level Fox Evil Eye, B-level Blood Elephant Tyrant Power, B-level Instant Shadow, B-level Earth Rock Barrier, C-level Thunder Whip, C-level Red Flame, C-level Iron Bone Blade. Kung Fu. Paiyun Palm, 6th level. Baji Jinquan, 6th level. Extraction Progress. Sawtooth Pig, 30%. Tiger Mastiff, 65%. Golden Lion, 55%. Three-clawed Winged Bird, 40%. Soon, Yi Qing glanced at the data and thought that after hunting for a while, he would be able to successfully enter the 4th level. By then, the internal energy will be transformed into qi, and abilities in all aspects will be greatly improved. The improvement of qi in blood was expected. What surprised Yi Qing the most was the mental power. After the 2nd stage of system activation, he gained the ability to control his mental power autonomously. A silver light flashed in his eyes, and with himself as the dot, all objects within a radius of 300 meters appeared clearly in front of Yi Qing. Not even the steel bars underground or in the thick concrete walls. It's a very wonderful feeling. Yi Qing felt like he had activated the perspective plugin in the game and could see a square from 800 miles away. The simplest application of this terrifying insight is probably to use it to explore the surrounding environment. Yi Qing whispered to himself, and he instantly realized the wonderful use of mental power in battle. With the help of mental power, he can easily see through the enemy's intentions and make countermeasures in advance. Mental power is a very mysterious field. Generally speaking, a warrior must reach at least the 6th level to come into contact with the realm of spiritual power. Those who could control mental power before this had a unified name. Spiritual Master. For example, Xialing in the training camp, who was originally identified as the #1 genius in the training camp, is a psychic who awakened his spiritual power in advance. Different grades of spiritualists. However, it is several times more difficult to improve mental strength than qi and blood, and the power it can exert is extremely strong. Yi Qing obtained the evil eye of the fox spirit. He looked up relevant information. Psychics are known to be the most capable warriors at fighting many enemies at once. A 1st-level psychic can easily defeat 8 1st-level warriors at the same time, and even challenging warriors of higher levels is commonplace. The mental strength of just over 300 is roughly the level of a 2nd-level mentalist, and can easily kill a 3rd-level warrior. Yi Qing even suspected that under the interference of mental power, ordinary 4th-level warriors might expose fatal flaws. From now on, you can't just eat meat. You have to replenish your soul fragments as well. Yi Qing couldn't help but sigh at the abnormality of the system. It can devour both the physical body and the illusory soul, which can be said to be the ultimate utilization of resources. The strength has been improved again. Yi Qing was in a good mood and looked down at the backpacks next to the char corpses. The Feng family, a martial arts family, has a level 7 giant plant that detects intelligence. From the memory fragments he had seen before, he had already learned the identities of several people and couldn't help but feel relieved. Fine. Fortunately, they were all done. If I let one of them get away, wouldn't the Feng family send people to cause trouble for me? If you beat the young one, the big one will come. If you beat the big one, the old one will come. There's no end to this. Yi Qing looked calm as he crushed the expensive detection equipment to pieces with one foot. Although this thing is valuable, it is of no use to him. There might also be the Feng family's positioning device among them, and taking it away would only bring endless trouble. It's better to destroy it. A ball of blazing flame lit up, clearing away all traces at the scene. The body and broken instruments were burned to ashes. After processing cleanly, Yi Qing clapped his hands and nodded with satisfaction. Under the effect of super speed activation, the cracks in his armor have completely healed. The broken spikes on his back have fallen off, and intact, hideous black thorns have emerged from under his flesh. After recovering to his peak condition, Yi Qing turned and walked towards the depths of the city. Chapter 40. An opportunity to devour the main vein of the swallowing cloud vine. Where on earth did that kid go? Yi Qing decided to change his strategy slightly. From the information he just got from the minds of several people from the Feng family, he suddenly realized that this might be an opportunity. Level 7 giant plants are not so easy to deal with. When tough guys fight, they always get hurt, right? The swallowing cloud vine is so big, there will definitely be some parts of it falling off, right? If only I could take the opportunity to get some of the body of the main vein of the swallowing cloud vine. Not to mention the increased qi and blood values. What can I extract from it? What Yi Qing had eaten before were all branches of the main vein of the swallowing cloud vine, and were considered the little brothers that split off from the main vein. Just those small swallowing cloud vines can extract B-level talent. So what about the main vein of the swallowing cloud vines? Puff. Yi Qing reflexively pinched a small giant beast that pounced on him. His fleshy tentacles pierced its hard fur and greedily sucked the blood from its body. After a while, the giant beast's body shrank. Yi Qing threw away the mummy in his hand and continued to move forward. The essence and blood sucked by the blood-sucking vine not only helps Yi Qing to absorb the essence and blood, but also helps his own evolution. The number of vines that Yi Qing can now control has increased from 1 to 2. The hunting efficiency was greatly improved. He didn't need to do much to kill ordinary giant beasts. The 2 vines would pierce them first and suck out their blood in the blink of an eye. Yi Qing stopped after entering the urban area for 15 kilometers. It's enough. If we go deeper, we will reach the core area of the city. The giant beasts living there are very powerful, and Yi Qing is unable to deal with them now. He found a new place to stay, rested for 2 hours, and then left and started a massacre. The next day, after waiting at the agreed location for half a day, the 2 groups of people from the Chun family and the Leaf family could no longer stay. What are you doing with the plane? Why don't you come to the assembly? Those guys from the Feng family, wouldn't they leave early just to take credit? Given the personalities of those guys, it's not impossible for them to do something like this. Fuck, I won't wait any longer. Let's go. It will waste time if we wait any longer. The people from the Chun and Li families had a brief discussion and finally decided to leave without waiting. However, after they leave, rush to the area where you can receive signals and send out the intelligence information as soon as possible. It wasn't long before I received inquiries from home. The 4 people from the Feng family did not leave early, and there has been no news of them until now. Suddenly, everyone realized something was wrong. This is a matter of great importance. Even if the Feng family members are stupid, they will know their priorities and will certainly not delay the collection of intelligence. Since there is still no news, it can only mean that they are still deep in the wilderness. Something happened to them. The elders of the Feng family connected the communicators of the young elites from the Chun and Li families. After asking some questions, they received orders from the family. Return along the same route, meet up with the people from the genius training camp, and ask them to help find the trace of the Feng family. At the same time, they are waiting for the strong men of the family to arrive. When they deal with the giant plants, they will need to deal with other giant beasts on the periphery. No one dared to waste time and quickly turned around and went back. Are there any signal fluctuations from that kid? As the team was moving forward, Qi Hung came to the communications team to ask. The answer is still no. Good boy, you dug deep enough. Qi Hung took a deep breath. He still can't figure out why Yi Qing didn't return to the training camp. Besides, how could he, a second-level warrior, survive in the depths of the wilderness for such a long time? Even if that kid's fighting power is really strong, he can easily kill a level 3 behemoth. But people are flesh and blood after all. They need to rest when they are tired. Doesn't the body need recuperation if it keeps fighting? Monster. This kid Yi Qing is really a freak. Qi Hung sighed inwardly. However, based on the traces of fire found on a hill not long ago, Yi Qing should have stayed nearby and then continued to go deeper, which overlaps with our current route, said a member of the communications team. Okay, report any trace immediately. Qi Hung nodded, and an instructor ran over and whispered something in his ear. Huh, someone from the Feng family is missing. The scar on his face twisted, revealing a smile as he said, "These so-called children of noble families now know that life in the wilderness is not that simple. If they want us to help with the search, shouldn't they give us some compensation?" The instructor laughed. Qi Hung nodded and said, "Nonsense. Didn't their pharmaceutical company develop a new supplement? Ask them to send 200 copies over and distribute them to the kids." "I think it's okay." The instructor nodded repeatedly. When 8 people from the Chun and Li families reunited at the training camp, the key personnel to assist in the search had been identified. Since they had collected intelligence before, they went deeper into the city. So the strongest group of people in the training camp were selected. A spiritualist was naturally among them, as well as 2 A-level talented warriors Yu Zian and Xiao Xian, and Zhang Qingyi who had been hiding her talents. In addition, a dozen students who have made great progress and have outstanding abilities also became members of the search team. In the afternoon, the team passed through numerous obstacles and finally saw the abandoned city covered with green plants. Far away, a huge plant that was coiled in the center of the city and whose branches and vines covered half of the sky also came into everyone's sight. There was a burst of exclamations. The students stared at the swallowing cloud vine in amazement, their eyes filled with shock and horror. The largest creature they had seen before was a level 3 behemoth that was over 10 meters long. Now, a level 7 giant plant with a branch that is hundreds of meters long is almost a legendary creature to them. Although they're called geniuses, for most people, it would be great if they can break the limit 6 times in their lifetime and break through to the 6th level warrior. As for the 7th level, for a martial artist at the Grandmaster level, the hope is actually not that great. Zhang Qingyi was also in a restless mood. With the help of the swallowing cloud vine, her Frost 1000 Autumns could be raised to the beyond grade A level, and the speed of the several unique skills she practiced would be increased to an extremely astonishing speed. She will recover to the Grandmaster level in a very short time. Almost. Very soon, she whispered to herself, her eyes full of determination. At the top again, I will completely eliminate the crisis of this giant beast invasion. Set up camp where you are. At Qi Hang's command, the instructors and students all started moving. Soon, with the help of modular building materials, a camp with considerable defensive capabilities was quickly formed. Everyone, please pay attention. This outdoor training is related to your final camp results. Perform well. Also, don't be too stubborn. If you can't win, just run away and try to save your life. Qi Hung shouted and emphasized. After a short break, the many trainees in the training camp formed small teams and entered the urban area one by one. The team responsible for searching for the children of the Sun family also set out. They search along the route previously chosen by his son, Xin, and others. Where on earth did that kid go? After everyone left one by one, Qi Hung stood in the camp and looked at the city in front of him, with the doubts between his brows becoming more and more intense. Chapter 41, The Sixth Order arrives. On the eve of the attack. It seems like we can have dinner now. The search team entered the city along the route taken by the 4 members of the Feng family. Not long. Xiao Xiyun's nostrils twitched slightly, and he smelled a special scent in the air. Then, his figure disappeared and appeared on a balcony on the top floor of the residential building next to him. When everyone noticed it, they followed. Someone lived here for a period of time, and judging by the traces, he wasn't gone for long. Xiao Xiyun said. A person pushed open the balcony door, revealing the scene inside the room. After seeing what was inside, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Skeleton. A room full of bones. There was almost no place to step in the living room, bedroom, and dining room, and white bones were everywhere. The bones belonged to various giant beasts. and some of them had clear and terrifying tooth marks on them. My God, what on earth lived here? It's probably not a human. The tooth marks on the bones are clearly not left by humans. Be careful. There may be a very powerful beast nearby. After entering the city, everyone had not encountered many powerful beasts, so they felt a little relaxed. Now seeing the skeletons in front of me, I suddenly understood that the reason why there were so few powerful beasts was that they might have been eaten by a giant beast. They all became alert and dared not to look down on him anymore. As time passed, the area explored by everyone went deeper and deeper. During these days, people in the training camp went in and out of the city, constantly hunting ferocious beasts to hone their strength. Some achieved great results, but others were injured and were carried back to the camp covered in blood. Fortunately, there were enough healing potions in the camp, which saved the lives of several seriously injured soldiers. Qi Hung appeared less frequently in the communications group. He was making preparations for war. The military district and the Chun, Feng, and Li families arrived immediately. Together with him, there were 5 6-level warriors in total, which was enough to deal with a giant plant that had just been promoted to level 7. After all, the giant plants are limited by their own characteristics and cannot be moved easily. As long as the method of use is correct, they can be killed by a 6-level warrior. As one of the most powerful 6-level warriors in the military region, Qi Hung is a well-deserved main force. Time flies. Another week has passed. Several figures appeared silently in Qi Hung's tent. Coming. Here I come. Qi Hung and his old comrade Shen Lin nodded to each other, and then looked at the 3 people beside them. Feng Yunqi, Chun Yan, Li Yao, 2 men and 1 woman, 3 6-level masters from martial arts families. Each gave their names. Qi Hung's attitude was very ordinary. In his opinion, those who possessed great strength but were always unwilling to go to the front line were considered parasites of the country. Feng Yunqi and the other 2 knew Qi Hung's temper well, so they were not angry. How can one compare with a level 7 giant plant? Everyone, do you understand the situation regarding the swallowing cloud vine? Shen Lin, who was also from the army, came out to smooth things over. It's basically clear now. According to data analysis, the swallowing cloud vine has just been promoted and is not yet proficient in mastering the power of heaven and earth at the Grandmaster level. Our chances are very great. Shen Yan nodded. That's fine. Shen Lin looked at Qi Hung. How do you say it? When do we start? There is no time to lose. It will get stronger every day we delay. Let's do it tomorrow. Qi Hung said in a deep voice. That's settled then. Several 6th-level warriors nodded in unison. Yi Qing is very busy. It has been verified that the soul fragments of the behemoth can also be devoured to enhance the spirit. However, what puzzled Yi Qing was that after swallowing the soul fragments of the giant beast, he did not obtain the corresponding extraction progress. All that could be seen from the chaotic torrents were bloody scenes of fighting. The life of the giant beast was nothing but fighting, which gave Yi Qing a headache. In order to vent those negative emotions, his methods became quite brutal. After going deep into the city, the hideous spikes and the black armor were not retracted into the body. Yi Qing maintained the appearance of a monster, but felt extremely comfortable. It was like a person who had been bound for a long time suddenly broke free from the cage and felt very comfortable all over. Yi Qing's hunting list doesn't just include giant beasts. Based on his previous experience, he found the blood-sucking vines of the swallowing cloud vine again. Unlike in the suburbs, the vines no longer lurk underground. Instead, it is clearly exposed on the ground. Yi Qing was quite puzzled at first, but when he found the branch of the swallowing cloud vine and saw the huge vine that occupied an entire building, he immediately understood the reason. The branches of the suburban swallow cloud vine are too weak. Its strength is only around level 2, and it can be easily killed by other behemoths. The branch of the swallowing cloud vine that now appeared in front of Yi Qing had a main part that was nearly 20 meters long, and any single vine was nearly 100 meters long. This is a giant plant with a strength reaching level 4. No wonder. I guess all the giant beasts that dared to provoke it were eaten. Yi Qing took a deep breath, and his invisible mental power spread out, penetrating through numerous obstacles, and began to explore the branches of the swallowing cloud vine in the small building. The heavy reinforced concrete could not block Yi Qing's sight. The situation inside the building appeared clearly in my mind. Several blood essence fruits that are nearly as tall as a person are firmly protected by several vines. Just by gently touching it with his mental power, Yi Qing could sense the surging energy contained in it. After eating one of these, the effect will probably be equivalent to that of several level 3 beasts. He licked the blood of the giant beast at the corner of his mouth, and there was a scarlet mark between his white teeth. Yi Qing's eyes flashed with a strange silver light as he stared straight at the building in front of him. The opponent is level 4. On the surface, he is much stronger than me, but there may be a chance of winning. There's nothing to hesitate about. Yi Qing walked out of the alley, stepped on the street covered with countless tiny vines, and slowly walked towards the building in front of him. Bang! Sensing that a living being has entered its territory, a wall of the building exploded, and a thick vine shot out from the air and rolled towards Yi Qing below. Call! A sharp whistle sounded in the air, and the vines swept over like a steel whip. Yi Qing did not stop and did not even try to dodge. His body began to grow taller, his strong muscles bulged, and his arms were as long as ordinary people's thighs. Bang! Yi Qing suddenly grabbed the vine with both arms and held it tightly in his arms without his body shaking. It's just a vine. You seem to look down on me? A cold light flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. His smile became more and more exaggerated. The corners of his mouth even stretched up to his ears. His teeth became sharp, and terrifying fangs grew out. Yi Qing smiled grimly. I changed my mind. It seems that we can eat now. The words haven't finished yet. He suddenly opened his terrifying mouth full of fangs and bit hard on the thick vine in his hand. Chapter 42. Are there giant beasts fighting? Hurry up and go pick up the spoils. The frightened psychic master fainted. Puff! Translucent light green plant fluid gushed out. Yi Qing bit off the vine in one bite. His cheeks bulged for a moment, then quickly shrank. You swallowed a piece of meat from the branch of the swallowing cloud vine. HP plus 3.5, extraction progress plus 1%. After noticing the prompt, Yi Qing suddenly realized that he had not completely let go before. It seems that we don't have to wait until we kill the prey before enjoying it, right? Wouldn't it save time if we could just start eating during a fight? Moreover, the more you eat, the stronger you become, while your prey will become weaker and weaker. This is very beneficial to me. Yi Qing felt that his thoughts had opened up a little. He laughed wildly, holding onto the vine that was twisting and struggling wildly, and urging the huge mouth of the abyss to bite it. The reminder, sounds continued. Yi Qing became more and more excited, his eyes full of excitement. The branches of the swallowing cloud vine were enraged. A little ant actually dared to attack me and even ate one of my vines. It was simply seeking death. Bang, bang, bang. Walls were breached one after another, and more than a dozen thick vines protruded from the building. Vines nearly 100 meters long were crisscrossed and waving wildly, forming an impenetrable wall that almost covered the surrounding area within 100 meters. People from the outside could not even see the scene inside clearly. Buildings on both sides of the street were knocked down, and the roar continued. Yi Qing dropped the vine remnants in his arms and flashed his body to avoid the attacks of the vines. Each blow from the vines was almost stronger than a full-strength attack from a third-level warrior. It can be said that if an ordinary warrior encounters this scene, he will be beaten into a pulp if he is not careful. Yi Qing possesses A/B level speed talent, and with the help of his mental strength, his reaction speed has increased a lot, so he can dodge with ease. It's worthy of being a level 4 giant plant. Yi Qing couldn't help but sigh. The body is big enough to last for many days. This sentence seemed to anger the swallowing cloud vine branch again. Its attack became more and more frantic, and its body was twisting violently, shaking the entire building to the point of collapse. Yi Qing shouted excitedly, and the steel bone blade protruded from the joint. Sharp spikes shot out one by one, and light golden electric light shot among the vines. The dangerous attack did not frighten Yi Qing, and he retreated. His eyes were filled with surging fighting spirit, and he fought fiercely with the swallowing cloud vine with great excitement. Boom! Boom! Amid the roar, all the giant beasts on the entire street were startled. When a few startled beasts accidentally broke into the battle area, they were strangled in a meat paste by the thorny vines. Instinct made the giant beasts start to flee. They all ran towards the outskirts of the city, fearing that they would be affected by the battle again. After the herd of beasts had run for about 10 kilometers, they ran into a group of people head-on. The search team consists of the training camp and the Chun and Li families. What's going on? How did such a herd of beasts form? It looks like he was frightened. Did something happen deep inside? Everyone was shocked and quickly dodged. After the surging herd of beasts left, they looked at each other, discussed briefly, and came to a conclusion. There should be some powerful beasts fighting ahead. Let's rush over now. Maybe we can get some benefits. Everyone's eyes lit up, and without wasting any more time, they quickly reached deeper into the cave. To date, the search has yielded no results. The purpose of the team has actually gradually changed from searching to a hunting team. Not long, a deafening roar reached everyone's ears. I heard the noise and felt the ground shaking slightly. Everyone's expression changed immediately. Level 4 behemoth. After a moment's silence, they did not stop. As the distance got closer, the roar vibrated the eardrums more and more, and terrifying sonic booms sounded from time to time. Across the street, the wildly waving vines came into view. Swallowing cloud vine. It's a branch of that level 7 giant plant, but it's also precious enough. There are actually branches of the swallowing cloud vine in the city, and we have never discovered it before. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. The crazy giant plant before them seemed to be the most valuable thing they had discovered since entering the city. It's fighting with something, it's totally unclear. Someone wondered. Those thick vines were waving around, leaving afterimages, connecting into one and blocking everyone's view. Linger, you are a spiritualist. Can you check what's behind the vines? Zhang Qingyi turned around and said to Xia Linger beside her. I'll try. Xia Linger nodded. After Qi Hang's devilish special training, her mental strength improved a lot. A strange silver light flashed in a pair of light brown eyes. An invisible mental power began to extend. The wildly dancing vines could not stop the spiritual power, and the scene in it unfolded before Xia Linger's eyes. She saw a ghostly black shadow moving among the dangerous attacks, occasionally emitting creepy laughter. What shocked Xia Linger was that even with her super strong mental perception, she still couldn't see the appearance of the black shadow clearly. However, the tall figure noticed her perception and immediately turned his head to look at her. What caught Xia Linger's eyes was a bloodshot eyeball. Cold, violent, furious, hot, and filled with endless greed and malice. The horrific impact came the next moment. Buzz. Xia Linger's face turned pale, with horror in her eyes. She felt as if a train had hit her on the head. Severe pain swept through her body. Her eyes rolled back, and she fell down and fainted. Linger. Zhang Qingyi was shocked and hurried to check on Xia Linger's condition. Her face turned ugly. She was frightened too much, and her mental strength was damaged. She won't wake up for 2 or 3 days. What the hell? What the hell is that? Xia Linger was frightened to death. Is the beast inside so powerful? Everyone was shocked and at a loss for a moment. What are you afraid of? There are more than a dozen of us. Even if it's a level 4 monster, we can still kill it. Yuzian suddenly stood up. He had awakened the talent of wood attribute, which gave him a considerable advantage in the battle against the swallowing cloud vine. Come with 2 or 3 people to cooperate with me, and I can hold back that swallowing cloud vine. As for the giant beast that is fighting the swallowing cloud vine, you will take action first. After you have dealt with it, you can work together to kill this swallowing cloud vine. In a sense, Yuzian's plan is indeed very reliable. So he was very confident and eager to try. Everyone else was getting excited at this point. There is strength in numbers. Besides, killing a level 4 behemoth just sounds exciting. Yuzian and I will deal with the swallowing cloud vine. Zhang Qingyi, you stay here to protect Xia Linger. Otherwise, if anything happens to her, Instructor Qi will probably tear us to pieces. Xiao Shiyun said. Zhang Qingyi nodded. She had no intention of taking action at all. The vines always gave her a strong sense of crisis. Be careful. I will pick you up if the situation goes wrong. She gave a simple reminder. Let's go ahead and see who can kill these 2 level 4 beasts first. Yuzian roared, and branches of trees emerged from the ground and rushed forward in a cluster. At the same time, what's the bird noise? Yi Qing, who was immersed in the battle, frowned and turned his head to look to the side. Chapter 43. Zhang Qingyi, I must beat you up today. Just now, Yi Qing sensed a spiritual force coming to investigate the situation. He took advantage of the situation and activated the Fox Evil Eye, and with just one attack, he defeated the mental power. I thought it was some giant beast with psychic powers that was looking for death. But now I listened carefully to the noise. It seemed like a person. What are you doing? Yi Qing's brows were furrowed. He was having a great time fighting when someone came to disrupt the game, which immediately made him feel furious. At the same time, Yuzian's hands glowed green, and he formed seals with his hands. Countless branches entangled in the air and condensed into a giant tree with a diameter of 3 meters. The giant tree was suspended in midair, smashing down hard on the thick vines in front of it. Bang! With a loud bang, the dancing vines froze for a moment, and a crack appeared in the airtight wall, slammed into the depths with powerful force. The swallowing cloud vine attracted attention, and several vines attacked the giant tree, and the pressure on Yi Qing's side suddenly decreased. Spoof! Yi Qing had never been so angry before. He finally had a good fight, but was interrupted when he was enjoying it. He suddenly turned his head to look at the giant tree, and with a flash of his body, he stood right in front of the tree. Stop it! Two claw-like hands grasped the giant tree. His thigh muscles swelled. Cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet, and the giant tree's forward momentum was halted. Yi Qing took a deep breath, his blood boiling, and he activated the blood elephant tyrant force with all his strength. Strands of bright golden electric light lit up all over his body, and violent power was added to his whole body. He roared, lifted the huge tree high up, and then smashed it hard outside. When Yu Zian saw that a passage had been dug, a look of pride just appeared in his eyes. But then he felt as if the giant tree had hit a city wall and could no longer move forward at all. Before he could react, the giant tree suddenly broke away from his control, with strands of lightning wrapped around it, rising high up and slashing down at him fiercely. The howling wind arrived early, and Yu Zian's hair felt numb. He waved his hands wildly, green light flashing, trying to regain control. But it was too late. Boom! Flashing with electric light fell down. The whole street was shaking, and several dangerous buildings collapsed on the spot. At the last moment, Yu Zian used all his strength to decompose the giant tree into branches again. But the situation is not much better. The branches covered with electric sparks were like electric whips, swinging wildly at a very fast speed. Amid the dangerous whistling sound, the nearest vines were directly swept off. Yu Zian tried desperately to dodge, but was still hit. Both of his leg bones were broken on the spot, and he fell to the ground screaming. Several members of the search team who were a little further away were accidentally hit by the body, and hideous wounds immediately appeared on their bodies. Their bones were broken, and they flew backwards spitting blood. With one blow, several elites from martial arts families and genius training camps were seriously injured and directly lost their combat effectiveness. However, after its limbs were injured again, the swallowing cloud vine became completely enraged. A huge blood essence fruit shrank, and the rich blood color quickly spread on the green vines. In the blink of an eye, the swallowing cloud vine turned from emerald green to blood red, and the stench of blood spread in the air. Bang! Its body twisted like a giant python, directly shattering the 5-story building where it lived. Under the bright bloodlight, twisted, bloodthirsty tentacles grew out of the vines. The vines, which were originally nearly 100 meters long, stretched out rapidly, enveloping the people outside who were ready to make a move in the blink of an eye. Boom! 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 Scarlet vines danced wildly, leaving deep grooves on the ground. The swallowing cloud vine entered a frenzy state, and its attack power increased significantly. Everyone's face changed drastically. They rescued the injured while hurriedly resisting the attack of the swallowing cloud vine. There is such a method, but it didn't work just now. Yi Qing's eyes lit up, and he was not surprised but happy. He then noticed a dozen people engaged in a fierce battle in the distance, and his brows frowned again. Looks like those people in the training camp. Then he saw a figure emitting an icy blue chill. Zhang Qingyi? Yi Qing clenched his fists, raised the corners of his mouth, and revealed a meaningful smile. I've long disliked this huge iceberg. He speaks in a very arrogant manner and always has a stern face pretending to be an adult. It's obvious that he has never been beaten since he was a child. Now, it seems like an opportunity. Yi Qing didn't want to be disturbed anymore. These guys seriously lowered the combat effectiveness of the swallowing cloud vine, making the fight quite unsatisfactory for him. The swallowing cloud vine can only be his opponent. Just at this moment, a series of flashing figures attracted Yi Qing's attention. Interesting body movements. Yi Qing swung the bone blade in his hand and cut off the two approaching vines. Then his figure flashed and turned into a black shadow to meet them. Shaoxian's heartbeat was quickening. He planned to use his natural advantage to directly attack the main body of the swallowing cloud vine, seeing that the distance to the goal is getting closer and closer. Just after his figure flashed again, what came into view was not the twisting body of the swallowing cloud vine, A tall black figure suddenly blocked his way. Xiao Xiyun couldn't describe the monster before him. He had never seen anything like what he saw before him in his life. A monster over 2 meters tall, covered in a layer of thick black scales. Its shoulders and back were covered with spikes. Its huge and strong muscles were like twisted and tangled tree roots. Its joints were bone blades more than 1 meter long like machetes. Its head was covered with a mask. Its face could not be seen clearly, and what made Xiao Xiyun feel the most nauseous was the scarlet vertical eye on the monster's forehead. It stood in front of Xiao Xiyun, exuding a calm, ferocious, and tyrannical look from its entire body. The scarlet eyeballs rolled around, and his playful gaze stayed on Xiao Xiyun. Xiao Xiyun felt cold all over, and a strong sense of crisis made him subconsciously retreat backwards. His figure suddenly disappeared, and then appeared dozens of meters away. Call out! A deafening sonic boom sounded. A sharp spike wrapped in a ball of air barrier appeared in front of Xiao Xiyun. Phew! The spikes pierced through the flesh, and a transparent hole appeared on Xiao Xiyun's stomach. Blood spurted out and intestines flowed out. Ah! Xiao Xiyun screamed in horror, stuffed his intestines back into his stomach with one hand, covered his wound with the other, and fled backwards in embarrassment. His injuries were too severe, and he didn't die instantly because of the warrior's strong vitality. The attacks did not stop. In addition to the vines of the swallowing cloud vine, whistling spikes appeared in the air like sniper bullets, extremely dangerous. At one time, several people were hit and lost their ability to fight on the spot. The situation was not relieved until an ice blue storm blew up. Today, I have to beat you up. Yi Qing chuckled when he saw Zhang Qingyi finally taking action. Chapter 44, A Pleasant Third Exchange. I'll give you a pair of panda eyes. When the black figure appeared, Zhang Qingyi frowned. Even though she was knowledgeable and experienced, she had killed countless giant beasts in her previous life. At this time, it was impossible to tell what kind of monster it was. Countless information emerged in her mind, and no creature could match it. Could it be a new creature that descended from the rift? Another new variable? The sharp whistling never stopped. Deadly spikes flew everywhere, and dangerous white traces appeared in the air. Zhang Qingyi had to take action, otherwise the group wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Extremely cold air caused the flying speed of those spikes to slow down a lot. At this time, Xie Linger, Yu Zian, and Xiao Xiyun were all seriously injured and lost their combat effectiveness. Several people from the Chun and Li families were pierced by the spikes and almost died. In a short period of time, the search team of more than 10 people suffered heavy losses, and more than half of them were injured. They had been in the city for more than 10 days, and everything had gone smoothly. They didn't expect to suffer heavy losses the first time they encountered setbacks. So powerful. The violent cloud-swallowing vine and the terrifying monster whose face could not be seen were both terrifyingly powerful. Their faces turned pale, and they felt as powerless as when they were facing the encirclement of a herd of beasts during the camp entrance assessment. But at that time, there was Yi Qing who descended from the sky like a god. What about him now? Yi Qing didn't enter the camp and hadn't been seen for many days. Even if Yi Qing came, he had missed a training camp and his strength had already fallen behind. How could he deal with the two monsters in front of him? Retreat quickly. As soon as Zhang Qingyi opened her mouth, she suddenly felt a warning sign in her heart, and a strong sense of crisis swept through her body. It's got its eyes on me. Zhang Qingyi's fighting instinct reminded her, and she immediately pushed Xie Linger away, while at the same time creating a wall of solid ice in front of her. Bang! The thick ice wall exploded, and a black shadow wrapped in ice blue mist appeared in front of Zhang Qingyi. A terrifying feeling of oppression descended upon Zhang Qingyi, and cold sweat oozed from her forehead. This is the strongest opponent I have encountered since my rebirth. Call! A pitch-black fist blasted out, as furious as thunder and extremely sharp. Stupid! Zhang Qingyi snorted coldly. You've been fooled. The next moment, the broken ice chips froze in the air, and then suddenly gathered together, and the sharp ice blades strangled the arm that was punching. This is a manifestation of rich fighting experience. Use offense as defense. If he didn't retract his fist, his arm would be shredded into pieces by the ice blade, and he wouldn't even have a chance to reattach his severed limb. However, in the face of absolute strength, skills and experience appear very fragile. Under the visor, Yi Qing had a strong smile on his face and had no intention of retracting his fist at all. Ding! 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 The ice blade cut the thick arm like a meat grinder, but only splashed out dazzling sparks. The defense is so strong. Is this still an arm of flesh and blood? Zhang Qingyi's pretty face was filled with shock, and her vision was already filled with a huge fist. Oh no! Her body instinctively dodged. An icy mist appeared on her face. The effect of the ice mist was limited, only slowing down the speed of the fist. Bang! The fist hit Zhang Qingyi's eye socket directly. Zhang Qingyi's eyes were full of stars, and a huge force swept her body and sent her flying backwards. With a low cry of pain, one of Zhang Qingyi's eyes became red and swollen, and then turned black and blue. Damn beast! Zhang Qingyi quickly suppressed the pain, clenched her teeth, and looked very ugly. Even though she was the Empress Reborn, she still couldn't escape her obsession with her appearance. She passed her palms over her eyes, using the cold to quickly soothe the pain. Zhang Qingyi's face was full of anger, with an extremely cold aura. Emerge! The pressure brought out the dormant potential in her. She suddenly discovered that some of her abilities that she had not been able to use before were now available to her. A hint of joy appeared in her beautiful eyes. If you have the guts, just keep going. Zhang Qingyi's eyes were filled with an icy blue glow, and a huge amount of energy was rapidly condensing. Frost! She opened her red lips slightly. However, before she could speak, the armor between Yi Qing's eyebrows cracked, and his scarlet evil eyes suddenly opened. Buzz! Invisible spiritual waves spread out. Zhang Qingyi was caught off guard. Her face turned pale, and she felt extremely dizzy. She swayed and almost fell. It was during this moment of distraction that Yi Qing rushed in front of her. Another deliberate punch, direct, decisive, ruthless, hitting the bull's eye. Bang! Zhang Qingyi's long black hair swung in all directions, and the frame of her other eye also turned dark blue, forming a pair of panda eyes, which looked particularly funny. Mental power shock. Not only is his physical body incredibly strong, he also has mental power. How can a low-level behemoth be so powerful? Where on earth did this monster come from? Zhang Qingyi was extremely angry, and the icy blue in her beautiful eyes became increasingly intense. But the punches rained down, each one aimed at her face. Go! With Zhang Qingyi delaying, everyone else had already evacuated far away. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyi didn't dare to fight any longer and turned around and ran away. Yi Qing was too lazy to chase after her, so he increased his speed and kicked Zhang Qingyi on the round and perky buttocks from behind, helping her. Damn it! Zhang Qingyi's eyes were wide open with anger, and she felt a burning pain in her buttocks. She almost wanted to turn around and fight again. Fortunately, reason overcame impulse. She carefully noted down Yi Qing's appearance with viciousness, then flew away. You still dare to glare at me? Fine, fine. The third communication with Zhang Qingyi seemed quite pleasant. Of course, it is one-sided for Yi Qing. In Zhang Qingyi's heart, she had already regarded this experience as the greatest humiliation in her life. All the people in the training camp and the two families were treated with injuries. Since the swallowing cloud vine was unable to move, all its anger was naturally vented on Yi Qing. Warm-up is over. Yi Qing turned around to face the swallowing cloud vine, and thorns grew back on his back. Only this time, the spikes began to bend, emerging from the back and extending to the chest, forming a row of armor made of bones. I don't have time to waste with you. Boom! The ground cracked, and Yi Qing disappeared. He no longer chose to dodge, but rushed forward, breaking one bloody vine after another. The bone armor shattered quickly, but under the super-fast activated recovery force, a row of spikes quickly grew again. At the same time, the bloody bone blade protruded from the joint and unexpectedly extended from more than 1 meter to a giant blade of more than 3 meters in length in the blink of an eye. Yi Qing rushed to the body of the swallowing cloud vine and jumped up, and a 3-meter-long giant blade chopped down fiercely from the air. Phew! A huge wound more than 10 meters long appeared, and countless plant fluids gushed out. The hideous wounds began to wriggle at the same time, trying to heal quickly. Yi Qing was well aware of its recovery ability, so he would naturally not let it succeed. With a fierce light flashing in his eyes, he directly opened the wound and drilled in. The giant blade began to stir frantically, and tentacles emerged from his palm, taking root in the flesh and blood of the swallowing cloud vine, and began to devour. And at this moment, boom! A deafening roar came from the deepest part of the city. The vines that covered the sky and the sun were dancing, and the angry roar spread throughout the city. A level 7 giant plant sensed that several powerful humans had invaded its territory. Chapter 45. Besieging the Swallowing Cloud Vine. Progress in extracting the 7th level giant plant. What a strong perception, Chun Yin from the Chun family exclaimed. They had just entered the city not long ago when the Swallowing Cloud Vine immediately sensed their arrival. After level 7, mental power will undergo a qualitative change, and perception will definitely be much stronger. Li Yao said, "Stop talking nonsense." Qi Hung stared at the Swallowing Cloud Vine in the distance and said in a deep voice, "The movement is a little bigger than expected. We must fight quickly, otherwise it may attract other giant beasts." Several people nodded solemnly and no longer concealed their breath. The strong energy and blood stirred up the wind and clouds, and streaks of energy and blood seemed to appear above their heads, making them particularly eye-catching in the wilderness. Several 6th-level warriors tapped the ground with their toes, and their bodies suddenly rose up with the wind, flying quickly towards the center of the city. A distance of more than 10 kilometers is just a moment's work for a 6th-level warrior. The war broke out almost as soon as they met. Qi Hung took the lead and drew out a big knife. The energy of his blood surged out like a volcanic eruption, and all gathered on the long knife in his hand. The dazzling blade light, dozens of meters long, slashed straight towards the skyscraper where the trunk of the Swallowing Cloud Vine was. At the same time, the other 4 6th-level masters also took action. Shenlin took out the spear from his back. The tip of the spear flashed with electric light. As soon as he stabbed out with the spear, a thunder dragon roared and rushed out. The 3 people from the aristocratic families followed suit and took out their weapons. Their blood and energy were almost boiling, and violent energy and light intertwined and flashed in the center of the city. Boom! The deafening explosion resounded throughout the city, and visible white shock waves echoed. Buildings were shaking, and some simply collapsed. The wailing sounded throughout the city. The behemoths in the city sensed the danger, and when they saw the vines dancing wildly in the center of the city, they were so frightened that they started to flee. One after another, level 4 and even level 5 monsters appeared and ran wildly towards the outside of the city, not daring to stay for even a minute. In midair, a huge face made up of twisted vines appeared, and its empty gaze locked onto the 5 people. Immediately, the big vine face suddenly opened its mouth and let out an invisible roar. "Be careful, it's a mental shock," Qi Hung reminded loudly. The energy and blood in his body surged. A layer of light red light shield appeared outside his body, and a faint silver light lit up between his eyebrows. A warrior breaks through to the 6th level. He must begin to cultivate his mental strength. Only when the mental strength reaches a certain level is it possible to break the 7th limit. This is also the reason why Qi Hung and others dared to deal with the Swallowing Cloud Vine. The other party had just been promoted to level 7 not long ago, and his use of mental power was not strong, and the strength of his mental power was not much stronger than theirs. Therefore, if they join forces, their chances of winning are actually very high. An invisible spiritual shock spread out. The light red light shield on Qi Hung and others exploded, and the silver light between their eyebrows was extinguished. But the body didn't shake at all. Attack with all your strength. Dazzling sword lights of more than 10 meters long burst out, cutting off one vine after another. The combined strength of Qi Hung and his 4 companions is enough to pose a threat to the 7th level. The Swallowing Cloud Vine suffered severe damage. In a short moment, more than a dozen vines were cut off, and even the main trunk was chopped by Qi Hung. It was completely enraged, and an inexplicable wave of thoughts suddenly swept across the entire city. Bang! 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 Vine tentacles sprouted out from every corner of the city, underground, and inside tall buildings. The bloodthirsty vines entangled the giant beasts and sucked their blood like mad. The giant beasts were sucked dry in an instant, and their blood and essence were continuously transported to the body of the 7th level cloud-swallowing vine along the roots spread throughout the city. That's not all. After absorbing the blood essence of a giant beast, each branch began to shrink rapidly, and all the energy in the body was transferred to the mother body along a thick vine. In an instant, the entire body of the Swallowing Cloud Vine turned red, its injuries healed instantly, and more vines sprouted out from its trunk. The battle instantly became intense. You swallowed a portion of the essence of the swallowing cloud vine branch. Qi and health plus 18. You swallowed a portion of the essence of the swallowing cloud vine branch. Qi and health plus 17. Yi Qing shuttled through the trunk of the 4th level swallowing cloud vine, his tentacles madly absorbing the opponent's essence and blood, and his qi and blood values were rapidly increasing. But after a roar, the surrounding flesh and blood shrank quickly, and the prompt sound disappeared. Vine, which had been struggling extremely violently, lost its vitality. Yi Qing was stunned and swung the 3-meter-long giant blade in his hand, drilling out from the body of the swallowing cloud vine, and found that the other party had already withered. What's going on? There was a horrible explosion in the distance. Yi Qing's expression changed, and he jumped onto a roof. After seeing the scene in the city center, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The fight finally started. The unhappiness that had just arisen in his heart due to the shriveling of the 4th level swallowing cloud vine disappeared immediately. Instead, there's a strong sense of anticipation and excitement. The 6th level warriors began to besiege the main vein of the swallowing cloud vine, so my chance had come. To a level 7 giant plant, what is a level 4 branch? Yi Qing stared at the situation in the distance, and all kinds of thoughts emerged in his mind. The battle in the core area is too fierce. He couldn't be too reckless, otherwise once he was drawn into a battle, he would be killed on the spot. After the swallowing cloud vine absorbed a huge amount of essence and blood, its attack became violent, with hundreds of vines waving, forcing Qi Hong and his men to retreat repeatedly. However, it was not unscathed, and a few vines would be cut off from time to time. Tentacles fell from mid-air and scattered in the center of the city. Any small piece of those huge vines is as powerful as a level 4 cloud-swallowing vine, and the energy contained in them is unimaginable. Yi Qing glanced around, eliminating those vines that were too close to the battlefield, and finally fixed his eyes on a piece of vine remnant at the very edge of the battlefield, larger than the complete 4th level swallowing cloud vine. Fortune and honor come from the dangers of life, and you are the one. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. He leaped up and ran straight towards the most dangerous battlefield. The surging herd of beasts was fleeing in panic, but a resolute and determined figure was swimming upstream. Yi Qing encountered many powerful beasts, and even saw a few level 5 beasts. Fortunately, the other party was completely dominated by fear and had no intention of paying any attention to him. We passed a park without any danger along the way. In front of him, a vine fragment about 30 meters long, still alive and twisting on the ground, appeared in front of Yi Qing. At the broken wound, the transparent plant fluid sparkled with crystal light. Liquid filled with life essence flows on the land, and small grasses slowly emerge from under the surface. Boom! At this moment, the explosion was almost at hand, causing Yi Qing's eardrums to hurt. A strong gust of wind swept in from afar, and the stones caught in the wind were like bullets. But Yi Qing couldn't care less. This is the farthest place from the center of the battlefield and the lowest danger. Even if the King of Heaven comes, I have to finish eating first. Yi Qing rushed forward, opened his big mouth full of sharp teeth, and at the same time, his tentacles pierced into the broken limbs of the 7th level swallowing cloud vine. You swallowed a portion of the essence of the swallowing cloud vine. Qi and health value plus 52, extraction progress plus 3%. Of the 7th level giant plant appears again. Chapter 46. Internal energy transformed into Gang, 4th class warrior. S-class talent, breathing together with heaven and earth. Yi Qing noticed the extraction progress and was shocked. A level 7 giant plant is equivalent to a master warrior among humans. It has broken the limits of the human body 7 times and has undergone a qualitative change in its life level. Creatures of this level are no longer something that ordinary people can understand. Can we extract special abilities of the Grandmaster level from this level 7 giant plant? Yi Qing was full of anticipation and ate with relish, not stopping for even a moment. You swallowed a piece of swallowing cloud vine meat. Health value plus 23, extraction progress plus 1%. You swallowed a piece of swallowing cloud vine meat. Health value plus 26, extraction progress plus 1%. You swallowed a portion of the essence of the swallowing cloud vine. Qi and health value plus 42, extraction progress plus 2%. of a level 7 giant plant is far beyond what an ordinary giant beast can achieve. The effect of eating one bite is almost equal to the improvement brought by an entire ordinary giant beast. The system prompts never stopped for a moment. Yi Qing's qi and blood values were growing at a terrifying rate, rapidly approaching the limit of a third-level warrior. Boom! Thunderous explosions echoed. The battle in the distance became more intense. The storm swept across the city, and tall buildings collapsed with a wailing sound. A battle at the Grandmaster level was already a city-destroying level. The steel fragments kicked up by the aftermath of the battle pierced through his shoulders and thighs, causing blood to flow and bone fragments to fly out. Yi Qing remained unmoved and just dodged the deadly fragments, without slowing down his eating speed at all. The high-level battlefield did not frighten Yi Qing, but instead filled him with anticipation. Sooner or later, he will reach the same level. No, it's far beyond, and not for long. The scope of the battle is expanding, and Yi Qing's position is becoming increasingly dangerous. The aftermath of the battle had a greater and greater impact on Yi Qing, and the frequency of his injuries was increasing. Fortunately, he now has a very strong recovery ability. Under the extremely high cell activity, the wounds healed quickly and the broken bones were reconnected. The broken limbs of the swallowing cloud vine continued to shrink and shrivel. Yi Qing swallowed up every bit of essence, blood, and flesh, transforming them into the purest qi and blood energy. Finally, bang! A muffled sound burst out from within Yi Qing's body. His body shook, and his blood began to boil. Endless electric lights flashed all over his body, and his blood began to condense, rushing through his body like dragons. The internal energy began to flow along the meridians, and a steady stream of blood and energy began to flow into it. The 8 extraordinary meridians are trembling, and the internal energy is roaring. The heart beats in wisps of Tianlong jade thunder. Finally, it seemed that a kind of shackles were broken. The internal energy broke through the constraints of the flesh and penetrated through the body, turning into a layer of light flashing with golden electric light that enveloped Yi Qing's entire body. Internal strength becomes Gang, a 4th-level warrior. The 2nd and 3rd levels are a threshold, and internal strength can greatly enhance the destructive power of a warrior. The 3rd and 4th levels. After condensing the qi, the warrior's attack and defense power will be greatly improved. At the same time, after entering the 4th stage, the human body can actively absorb the free energy between heaven and earth, and the means of replenishing energy is no longer limited to eating. Yi Qing's mind changed, and he continued eating while observing the panel. Name, Yi Qing. Qi and blood, 4032.9. Spirit, 588.8. Talents, S-level Dragon Jade, Thunderbody, B-level Super Speed Activation, B-level Bloodthirsty Vine, B-level Abyss Mouth, B-level Tyrannosaurus Thorn, B-level Poisonous Wind, B-level Fox Evil Eye, B-level Blood Elephant Tyrant Power, B-level Instant Shadow, B-level Earth Rock Barrier, C-level Thunder Whip, C-level Red Flame, C-level Steel Bone Blade. Kung Fu, Paiyan Palm, 6th level, Baji Jing Quan, 6th level. Extraction Progress, Swallowing Cloud Vine, 60%. Level 4, still a long way from being a Grandmaster. Yi Qing was not too surprised. The improvement of realm was expected. What he was most concerned about now was the extraction progress. You swallowed a piece of swallowing cloud vine meat. Health value plus 26, extraction progress plus 1%. You swallowed a portion of the essence of a swallowing cloud vine. Qi and health value plus 47, extraction progress plus 3%. After the breakthrough, his appetite increased again, and he ate even faster. Time passes by little. Between Qi Hung and his companions, and the swallowing cloud vine had reached its final moment. The swallowing cloud vine began to go crazy and attack, and the edge of the battlefield was getting closer and closer to Yi Qing's position. The power of the aftermath was getting stronger and stronger. Fortunately, Yi Qing had just broken through to the 4th level. The light, golden energy protected his body, and his defense was greatly improved, so he did not suffer more serious injuries. Finally, when the broken limbs of the swallowing cloud vine completely shriveled up, the extraction progress of the swallow cloud vine is full. Do you want to start the extraction? Seeing that the extraction progress was complete, Yi Qing turned around and ran towards the outside of the city. After he got a little further away, he started extracting directly. The extraction process surprised Yi Qing greatly. The expected severe pain did not occur, and he was safe and sound both physically and mentally. Change happens in a more ethereal state. Yi Qing's mind became empty, and the world he perceived suddenly underwent tremendous changes. His perception was very strong before, which was due to the special properties of his mental power. At this moment, his perception of the surroundings did not come from mental power, but relied entirely on his own senses. The wind blowing past his ears, the vibration of the ground beneath his feet, the smell of growing vines around him, and even the water vapor in the air, everything in the natural world appeared in his perception. Yi Qing's breathing had a peculiar rhythm. With every breath, countless energy factors poured into his body, quickly replenishing his consumption. Extraction successful. You have obtained S-level talent, breathing together with heaven and earth. With a prompt sound appears. Even though Yi Qing was mentally prepared, he was still stunned for a moment. Immediately, a look of deep surprise spread in his eyes. S-level talent. The Wasteland is indeed my paradise. The last time I entered the Wasteland, I obtained the heavenly dragon jade Thunderbody. This time I entered the Wasteland again and obtained the breath of heaven and earth. A huge flow of information emerged. Yi Qing figured out the function of his new talent and couldn't help but burst out laughing. As the name suggests, the special breathing rhythm can help Yi Qing enter a state of harmony between man and nature. In this state, all aspects of ability will be doubled. Practicing exercises will be twice as effective with half the effort. The energy recovery ability will be directly maximized. Endurance will be greatly improved, and the potential of the human body can be continuously stimulated. Yi Qing was dazzled by the powerful effects. From a long-term perspective, the breath of heaven and earth is much stronger than the heavenly dragon jade Thunderbody. The energy recovery of a normal 4th level is not as fast as mine. Yi Qing felt it carefully and found that the speed of his blood recovery was enough to replenish the energy consumed by the previous sprint. If this happens during a battle, Yi Qing thought about it and realized that his sustained combat capability would reach an astonishing level. Even if the opponent is slightly stronger, he can still wear the opponent down to death by relying on his powerful mana recovery ability. It turned out to be the right decision not to join the camp in the first place. If I had entered the training camp, how would I have had the chance to reach level 4 so quickly? If you don't upgrade to the 4th level, how can you have the chance to eat the broken limbs of the swallowing cloud vine? Thinking of the training camp, Yi Qing suddenly remembered the reward for the final assessment of the camp, tempering the body with the essence and blood of a level 7 giant beast. If the amount of essence and blood is sufficient, the extraction progress will definitely be completed. If nothing unexpected happens, it is probably another powerful talent. Yi Qing paused and smiled expectantly. Calculating the time, it's time to go to the training camp. At the same time, in the temporary camp outside the city, inside the tent where the communications team is located. In the original city, due to the existence of the swallowing cloud vine's spiritual power, the signal was extremely interfered with. But now, the swallowing cloud vine no longer has the time to release its mental power. All its attention is focused on the fight, so interference naturally no longer exists. The interference has disappeared, and the radar can search for thermal magnetic signals in the city, someone said in a deep voice in the tent. Suddenly, a rapid reminder sounded. Attention! The location signal of the key target, student number 01 Yi Qing, has been detected. Chapter 47 Dizziness is normal. Everyone, we meet again. Several people in the communications team were stunned when they heard the voice. After they set out from the training base, they searched for Yi Qing all the way, but they never got any signal from Yi Qing. They had originally given up, but who would have thought that they would capture it unexpectedly? Where's that kid? They were interrogated by Qi Heng for dozens of days, and they were extremely curious about where Yi Qing was hiding. Several people rushed to the screen, and after seeing the location coordinates above, their faces suddenly changed. Yi Qing was right in front of them, less than 15 kilometers away. At the same time, the swallowing cloud vine suffered severe damage and was almost unable to hold on. Qi Heng, who noticed that the interference had disappeared, sent an order. Notify those little guys to do their best to harvest the beasts. Whoever kills the most giant beasts will be given extra points in the camp assessment. Even when fighting against a level 7 giant plant, Chief Instructor Qi did not forget to give training tasks to the students. By the way, Zhang Qingyi, Yu Zian, and the other top students must each kill 10 level 3 beasts or 1 level 4 beast, or I will deduct 30 points from them. The wailing sound of the swallowing cloud vine was heard through the communicator, and the battle on Qi Heng's side was coming to an end. Boss, there's something I'm not sure whether I should tell you now. One person hesitated for a moment. Explain. Zhang Qingyi and the others will most likely not be able to complete their mission. I just received a message from them saying that they encountered an extremely powerful monster. More than half of the search team are seriously injured. Yu Xian's legs are broken, Xiaoxian's intestines are rotten, and Xiaolinger is unconscious. What? Qi Heng was shocked. Besides, hurry up and finish your words. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Qi Heng's curse was deafening. We have found the location of Yi Qing. He is in the city now, about 20 kilometers away from the city center. Fuck. Qi Heng's hand trembled, and the knife light that was supposed to cut the main body of the swallowing cloud vine only cut a few vines. Yi Qing is in the city? Only 20 kilometers from the city center? In other words, he had most likely been staying right under his nose. A moment of distraction. A vine came over and knocked him flying. Good boy. Qi Heng quickly adjusted his state, glanced into the distance, and a sneer appeared on his face. You finally show up. I want to see what you are up to. Fine. There's still more than 10 days until the end of training camp. That's enough. The devilish special training that we have painstakingly prepared can finally be arranged for that kid. Special training for Yi Qing has almost become his inner demon. He would feel uncomfortable if he didn't let Yi Qing taste the pain of the devilish training. Disgusting. In the battle quickly, Qi Heng became more and more anxious, and his attacks became more and more fierce, and cracks appeared on the long sword in his hand. A real breeze appeared around Yi Qing. The wind resistance seemed to disappear, his sprinting speed increased steadily. His figure was as fast as the wind, shuttling through the ruins. Heaven and earth breathed together. Is this what it feels like to be one with nature? Yi Qing enjoyed this state. His injuries were completely healed and endless energy burst out of his body, replenishing his physical strength at all times. Ordinary 4th level warrior turned into Yi Qing's cruising speed. Buzz. The tactical watches issued by the training camp vibrated. Yi Qing preserved this thing very well and did not let it get damaged in the battle. After all, it contained a rough map of the Wasteland. The spikes retracted and the dark scales lurked beneath the skin. Yi Qing took out his watch and found that the location of the training camp had changed. It was only more than 10 kilometers away from him. So close? That saved a lot of trouble. Yi Qing changed direction and headed towards the current training camp. Along the way, he encountered many giant beasts. There is certainly no reason to waste the food in front of us. The blood-red vine rushed out like a giant python, entwined around the giant beasts, and sucked all the blood from their bodies. Yi Qing had rich experience. Before the giant beast died, he crushed its head with one palm and swallowed up all the soul fragments contained in it. Flesh, blood, and soul, neither can be wasted. For Yi Qing now, a level 1 behemoth is just enough to fill his teeth, while level 2 and 3 behemoths can barely fill his stomach. The real food should be level 4 behemoths. Not long. Among the beasts in front, a huge level 4 beast came into view. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. He was about to return to the training camp, which might delay him for a day or two. He had to prepare some food for himself. It's you. Yi Qing exerted force with his legs and rushed into the herd of beasts like a cannonball. Several giant beasts that were blocking the road were directly knocked to death. Broken flesh and bones flew everywhere, and a bloody figure rushed behind the 4th level giant beast. The level 4 beast reacted. It felt a creature jumping onto its back, without waiting for it to react. Phew! The 3-meter-long bone blade pierced into its neck and pierced through the thick spine. It immediately lost the ability to resist, its body went limp, and it fell to the ground with a bang. Yi Qing wiped the blood off his face and was very satisfied with his results. It's clean and neat, making the victim lose the ability to resist, but not killing him immediately. Delaying the time of death to the greatest extent possible and keeping the flesh and blood fresh is the valuable experience Yi Qing gained from fighting in the wilderness. Bear with it. It's normal to feel dizzy. Yi Qing patted its head that had collapsed on the ground, then grabbed one of its fangs. His arm muscles bulged high, and a light golden aura enveloped his arm. He just dragged it forward. A long bloodstain appeared on the gravel street. A strong smell of blood wafted around, and Yi Qing felt like he had his appetite again. He then tore off a piece of meat from the giant beast beside him and threw it into his mouth, eating while continuing to drag himself forward. It's still delicious when fresh, cut, and eaten right away. Delicious. Yi Qing reaped a lot, was in a good mood, and his pace gradually quickened. During this time, some low-level giant beasts, dominated by bloodthirsty impulses, rushed over without knowing whether to live or die. Yi Qing was too lazy to stretch out his hand. He waited until it came to him, then he grinned, opened his big mouth, turned his head and bit it. Snap! Blood plasma flew and bones shattered. The low-level giant beast that lost its head fell to the ground. Yi Qing chewed the meat in his mouth a few times and swallowed it into his stomach. It tastes terrible. Low-level behemoths are too terrible to eat. Under the pair of helpless and desperate eyes beside him, he turned his head and took another bite. Only after he had eaten a piece of the meat of the fourth-level giant beast did he smile again. A quarter of an hour later, when Yi Qing was about to leave the city, in front, a team of more than 10 warriors appeared. Their situation was miserable. Many of them were covered in blood, and some needed help to walk. It's a group of acquaintances. Yi Qing raised his eyebrows slightly, and the smile on the corner of his mouth could not be stopped. At the same time, the people in the front sensed the movement behind them, and a familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded in their ears. Everyone, we meet again. Chapter 48. Yi Qing, you are finally in my hands. When I heard that voice, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly remembered the owner of that voice. Yi Qing. They turned around, and the first thing they saw was a huge, dying beast. Level 4 behemoth. Even the seriously injured couldn't help but scream, and blood gushed out of their wounds again. The huge size, terrifying fangs, and scorching heat waves coming out of its body all indicate that this is a level 4 flame pattern tiger. Is Yi Qing already able to kill a level 4 behemoth? I trained hard in the training camp, but ended up being seriously injured during the level 4 siege. But Yi Qing was already able to complete a solo kill. Pinch the code. You cough cough, Yi Qing you. Xiao Xiyun coughed, and the intestines in his stomach almost leaked out again. Yu Zian was still unconscious, but when he heard the noise, he struggled to sit up and take a look. After seeing it clearly, his eyes widened, and then he fell unconscious with a bang. Zhang Qingyi's eyelids kept twitching, and her eyes were fixed on the light golden light on Yi Qing's hand. A look of disbelief and shock spread in her eyes. Gangqi, he broke through to the 4th level. How is this possible? How on earth did he do it? Zhang Qingyi couldn't believe what she saw and even suspected that she was hallucinating. She rubbed her eyes, then opened her eyes wide and looked over, and finally confirmed that it was not an illusion. A 4th level warrior. Is he also from your training camp? How come I have never seen him before? At this time, Li Xiaojin from the Li family couldn't help but ask. Alongside the people in the training camp for more than 10 days and became familiar with the powerful characters in the camp. But why have I never seen the person in front of me before? Judging from the looks of Zhang Qingyi and the others, it's obvious that they know each other, right? What's going on? Such a young 4th level person would be qualified to receive personal instruction from the Grandmaster in the Li family. Even in a family with a Grandmaster, people with such strong talents are extremely rare, and it takes a long time for one to emerge. Well, his situation is rather special. He wasn't in training camp some time ago. Zhang Qingyi didn't know how to explain. Could it be possible to tell them that Yi Qing did not receive any special training in the training camp, but just hung out in the wilderness for a while, and the results he achieved far exceeded theirs? What's going on with Yi Qing? Zhang Qingyi suppressed her shock, thousands of doubts popping up in her mind. This guy is simply the biggest variable she has encountered so far. Judging from the other party's current performance, it seems that I have become indistinguishable from the crowd. Although she had accumulated a lot of experience in her previous life, and her early performance was not very dazzling, it is a bit exaggerated that Yi Qing is so dazzling now. What's going on with you guys? Yi Qing dragged the flame-patterned violent tiger closer, and the heat waves in his face evaporated the blood on everyone's bodies. And you, why is your face swollen? He asked with a smile, as if he had met an old friend. For a moment, the scene was a little silent. Zhang Qingyi's teeth were grinding, her fists were clenched, and she was furious. Don't ask too much. It's none of your business. She held it in for a long time and snorted coldly. That's really my business. Most of the injuries on your body were caused by me. Yi Qing thought so in his heart, but he didn't feel guilty or anything. After all, aren't people still alive and well? It's just a minor injury. How can it be as important as your life? Can you do me a favor? Yi Qing hesitated for a moment, and said to Zhang Qingyi. Zhang Qingyi was slightly stunned. Then her mood eased a little. She inexplicably found a trace of comfort in these words. No matter how capable a person is, there will always be things that require help from others. No one is omnipotent. Don't you have a talent for freezing? See if you can help freeze this thing quickly. It's going to die soon, and I'm afraid it will affect the taste. Yi Qing said, pointing at the flame-patterned violent tiger beside him. Ouch! A faint whimpering sound came from the beast's throat. There was a hint of relief in its eyes, and the only eye that could move looked at Zhang Qingyi pleadingly. Zhang Qingyi. Her chest began to rise and fall violently, and her breathing became heavy. Say it again. The voice came out from between his teeth. What did he ask himself to do? Help him freeze the monster meat? The hell does that mean? What do you think of my frost chinchio? Am I a refrigerator that cools? Zhang Qingyi had the urge to roar to the sky. Woo! A tear fell from the eyes of flame-patterned violent tiger. Zhang Qingyi was silent. She had killed countless giant beasts, but she had never seen one shed tears. What this flame-patterned tiger had experienced. I'm helping it get rid of it, not helping you. Zhang Qingyi reminded, and immediately a ball of cold air enveloped the flame-patterned violent tiger. The flame-patterned tiger was already dying. The heat waves on its body were extinguished. Its flesh and blood quickly froze, and its life ended. I'll give you some when I get back. Tiger meat has the effect of activating blood circulation and will help with the wound on your face. Yi Qing said seriously. He is a man who values fairness. Zhang Qingyi's face looked grim. She didn't want to say another word to Yi Qing, so she turned around and left. He keeps talking about the wound on his face. He has no tact at all. Just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will let you taste my power. Yi Qing finally returned to the training camp team, but he stood out in the team as he was dragging a huge corpse. When we returned to the camp, everyone in the camp was alarmed. Yi Qing came back and killed a level 4 behemoth. The explosive news reached everyone's ears. Wu Rui ran over, got closer, and was amazed. Yi Qing, did you have some kind of adventure, falling off a cliff and finding a master's secret manual? He sighed. There's no such thing as a miracle. It's just pure hard work. Yi Qing said, I've been working hard, but why haven't I broken through to the 3rd level yet? Wu Rui said angrily. Yi Qing shook his head. That's because you haven't worked hard enough. Several instructors ran over and noticed the flashing energy in Yi Qing's hands. Their faces changed. Most of their instructors are only at the 4th level in strength. Now Yi Qing is on equal footing with them, so it is not appropriate to talk about teaching them anymore. He can only talk about exchanging martial arts skills. Leave it to us and take care of it first. It's so big that it takes up too much space. After holding it in for a long time, an instructor pointed at the body of the flame-patterned violent tiger and said helplessly, Thank you, instructor. Yi Qing smiled and nodded. His smile was warm, looking like a loving, kind, and easygoing young man of the new century. At the same time, a loud noise was heard in the city. The swallowing cloud vine fell down with a wail, and countless vines fell weakly to the ground. The 7th-level giant plant was killed by Qi Heng's 5 6th-level masters. A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard immediately. A figure created a large wave of air in the air and rushed towards the camp. Where's Yi Qing? Where's that kid Yi Qing? Ha ha ha, you're finally in my hands. Are you lagging far behind in strength? Don't worry, this instructor will definitely help you make up the difference. Before anyone arrived, loud roars of excitement were heard. Chapter 49, Qi Heng. Let me test your quality. What are your plans for the future? Call out. A strong wind blew through the camp. A powerful figure fell from midair. Qi Heng held the broken knife in his hand and looked around excitedly. Finally, his eyes fixed on Yi Qing. Then, his eyes froze and his excited smile froze. He rubbed his eyes to make sure that the hallucinations were not caused by the poisonous mist released by the swallowing cloud vine he had just inhaled. Fuck. The sound almost collapsed the tents in the camp. Qi Heng rushed to Yi Qing and looked him up and down, giving Yi Qing goosebumps all over his body. No, you are at the 4th level? Qi Heng said in a difficult voice. Level 4. Yi Qing nodded calmly. Qi Heng looked back and saw that the most talented group in the training camp was only at level 3 in strength. This was the result of his crazy, special training and sufficient martial arts resources. The kid in front of me just went around in the wilderness and already reached the 4th level in less than a month, from level 2 to level 4. In comparison, Doesn't the training camp seem like a joke? As the chief instructor, I can directly star in the white guy's clown movie. Damn, must a god have given you a baptism? Qi Hung was silent for a very, very long time. Let me test your quality. Qi Hung spoke in a deep voice, breaking the silence. The next moment, he raised his hand and punched Yi Qing. There are no fancy techniques, just simple straight punches, but they have a terrifying power that can make the sky collapse and the mountains collapse. Yi Qing felt that the whole world disappeared, and the only thing left in front of him was the fist. He was locked in place, and a simple punch left him with no escape. Level 6. This is the strength of the 6th level. Yi Qing was not surprised, but happy. A bright golden light shone in his eyes, his muscles bulged, and light golden energy spread throughout his body. The pale golden energy, the heavenly dragon jade thunder body, the blood elephant tyrant force, and the 8 extremes fist. All the talents related to strength amplification were activated, and Yi Qing's strength reached its peak at this moment. He did not retreat and punched Qi Hung with all his strength. Boom! When the two fists collided, the terrifying force compressed to the extreme, stimulated layers of air waves visible to the naked eye. A violent gust of wind swept through the camp, and many people could not stand steadily, while some even fell directly to the ground. Yi Qing took a step back, his fist turned red and traces of blood oozed out. Severe pain came from my hands, and cracks appeared on the bones. Too strong. Yi Qing felt that Qi Hung was like a towering mountain. After he punched him, the huge force that fed back injured him. Come again. A little pain was nothing. Yi Qing stepped forward, full of fighting spirit, and punched out one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosion echoed in the camp, and the aftermath spread out, and many people could not help but step back. Fuck, that's so fierce. This kid is so bold that he dares to attack the boss. Look at the force. We are both at the 4th level, so we may not be able to handle it. It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. Just after breaking into the 4th level, you already have this power? Yi Qing, this is too strong. The instructors and students stared at Yi Qing, who was punching wildly, and were deeply shocked. The huge noise woke up the unconscious Yu Zian again. He stared at this side and was silent for a moment. Am I in the underworld? It's better if I faint. After saying that, he tilted his head and fell asleep again. Stop! Qi Hung shouted, took a few steps back, and took the initiative to stop it. Okay, if this continues, the seriously injured soldier will be shocked to death. Qi Hung put one hand behind his back, his fingers trembling slightly, and looked at Yi Qing with complicated eyes. A stinging pain came from his hand, and huge waves rose up in his heart. Seen been injured by Yi Qing, even though it was just a small crack. But he was injured after all, even though he had just fought a tough battle with a level 7 giant plant and consumed a lot of energy, even if he didn't use his internal energy. But I am at level 6 after all. He is 2 levels higher than Yi Qing, and is only 1 step away from becoming a grandmaster. Yi Qing, you are very good, very strong. Your punches are fierce, and you move forward courageously. You will not hesitate at all because of the difference in strength. This is the mentality that a warrior should have, and it is also the mentality that a true strong man should have. Qi Hung let out a breath and said seriously, not strong enough. Yi Qing shook his head. The wound began to heal, and the fractured metacarpal bone returned to normal. How strong do you want to be? Kill me on the spot. Qi Hung couldn't help but swear. All of you, disperse the fucking time. You guys don't have the strength to do this anymore. He turned around and shouted at the students, go reflect on yourself. You used so many fucking resources, but in the end, you all got beaten up like this when you encountered a level 4 monster. Everyone woke up in shock and rushed to rescue the wounded. Okay, come with me. Qi Hung waved his hand, motioning Yi Qing to follow. The 2 men walked into the largest tent. Qi Hung tapped twice on a screen, and a layer of light blue light enveloped the tent. The military's special shielding device can block the spying of the 7th level master. Do you have a teacher, a martial arts master, or a grandmaster? Qi Hung turned around, stared into Yi Qing's eyes, and asked. Yes, many of my methods were taught to me by him. Yi Qing hesitated for a moment. His current performance was hard to explain by talent, so he simply nodded in agreement with Qi Hung's words. In a sense, he wasn't lying. His current talents are all obtained from the giant beasts in the wilderness. The wilderness is his teacher, and the giant beast is the noble man who gives him enlightenment. I see. Qi Hung let out a long sigh, feeling like a joke. Every day, I think about training Yi Qing to help him improve his strength. Chun Chun is wasting his time. They have masters or even 8th level masters to guide them. A mere 6th level master like you is nothing. It turns out that my training camp wasn't that bad. If Yi Qing doesn't return to the training camp for training, it means others have better options. After all, no one would give up the individual guidance of the Grandmaster and turn around to go to the training camp to compete with so many people for resources. When Qi Hung thought about this, he suddenly felt a lot better. In that case, there is nothing more I can teach you. Qi Hung rummaged through the drawer, took out a dark green card, and threw it to Yi Qing. 10 million is a reward for outstanding students. Don't think it's too little. There is also the essence of the 7th level giant beast. I will ask the military district to transfer it over later. You just wait for 2 days. With Yi Qing's current strength, even if the training camp time is extended for another 2 months, others will not be able to catch up with his progress. So Qi Hung simply distributed the reward to Yi Qing first. Okay, let's talk about what happens next. Qi Hung's expression became serious. The martial arts exam is coming soon. After the training camp is over with your performance, I'm afraid the top martial arts universities will recruit you. What do you think? Chapter 50, Star-Suppressing Military Weapon. V-Class, Lava Heart. Physical Talent Fusion. If Qi Hung hadn't said it, Yi Qing would have almost forgotten about the martial arts exam. At the beginning, Yi Qing really regarded the military examination as a major event in his life and as the key to changing his destiny. But now, as his strength has been improving step by step, Yi Qing suddenly realized that the martial arts exam did not seem to be that important to him. With his current performance, he doesn't need to take any martial arts exams. He can choose from all the top martial arts universities across the country. But what about Wuhan University, which is so top-notch? After this period of training, Yi Qing has long realized that fighting is the best way to improve his strength. Go into Wuhan University to attend classes, get up early every day, rush to the cafeteria to grab food, participate in club activities when you have nothing to do, and then meet a girl and fall in love? Yi Qing wanted to laugh when he thought about it. In his opinion, Chun Chun was wasting her life. What theories, what league competitions, what assessments, they're all bullshit. What kind of theory can compare with the experience gained in life and death battles? What kind of competition can compare to a battlefield covered with blood, flesh, and broken limbs? What kind of assessment can compare to the oppressive feeling brought by walking between life and death? A warrior's final destination should be on the battlefield. Seeing that Yi Qing didn't say anything, Qi Hung said, "In fact, when choosing a university, you can't just look at the strength of their faculty. Sometimes the top university is not suitable for a certain group of people. Take the 4 sacred martial arts of Kyoto, for example. They gathered all the geniuses from across the country, and most of the students were either gifted warriors or came from a family of masters. They are all very capable. Even if the school has abundant resources, the competition is very intense, and there may not be a lot of resources allocated to them." Yi Qing understood the meaning of Qi Heng's words and asked, "What does the chief instructor mean?" "I'm just making a suggestion that I think might be more suitable for you." Qi Hung thought for a moment and said seriously, "Jinqing Military University is the military university founded by our Southern Theater Command. It's the best military university. It's not much different from those top military universities, except that it's not as good as them. The most important thing is that military students can apply to go to the front line in their sophomore year, while other normal military students have to be in their junior year to be eligible to apply. You need to apply to go to the front line." Yi Qing was not clear about this, but after thinking about it, he could understand it. After all, most people can only improve their abilities in a systematic and planned manner after entering Wuhan University. If you go to the front line too early, it would be no different from committing suicide. It is considered very early to apply for the military academy in your sophomore year. Is the chief instructor also from the Jinqing army? Yi Qing was curious. Qi Heng smiled and said, "I guess so. People in the Southern Theater who have reached the 6th level of strength will be listed as lecturers in Jinqing Military Academy, and occasionally they have to go back to the military academy to take a few classes." Yi Qing nodded. "I understand." Qi Hung said, "Choosing Wuhan University is a big deal, and you can't be careless. I'm just making a suggestion. You go back and think about it carefully. I think those top people from Wuhan University will come to you in a few days. You can make a decision then." "No need." Yi Qing shook his head. Qi Hung was confused. "I will choose Jinqing Military Force," Yi Qing said calmly. Qi Hung was stunned, his eyebrows twitching wildly. and he said in surprise, "Are you serious? In terms of hard power, our Jinqing army is definitely not as good as those top martial arts schools. You have to think about it carefully. There is no Wuhan University that doesn't want a talent like Yi Qing. He just wanted to take advantage of the fact that the people in the admissions office of Wuhan University didn't understand the situation and take the opportunity to promote Jinqing military force. I didn't hold much hope, but I didn't expect Yi Qing to agree directly. He had a conscience and was worried that Yi Qing didn't understand the specific situation. So he repeated the gap between Jinqing Military Academy and the top martial arts academies. As a result, Yi Qing remained firm. "But I have a condition," Yi Qing said. "What conditions?" Qi Heng asked hurriedly. "I want to apply to go to the front line directly," Yi Qing said. The corners of Qi Heng's mouth twitched wildly. He suddenly had a familiar feeling. This kid wouldn't be like the last time he joined the camp. He wouldn't even bother to enroll. Qi Heng frowned. A genius like Yi Qing must be trained as a military talent. If he were to go to the battlefield early and something went wrong, those old guys in the army would be heartbroken. This is not an easy thing to do. But Qi Heng knew that opportunities were rare. How could those top talented students in previous years have a chance to get military weapons? Ugh. After thinking for 3 seconds, he nodded and agreed, "Leave it to me." Not long after, Yi Qing left the tent. His own tent had already been set up, so he no longer had to share the same tent with other students. No one objected. Even the instructors thought it was natural. Strong power is the source of all privileges. At the same time, pots of tiger meat were delivered into Yi Qing's tent. After eating sashimi for almost a month, the cooked flame-patterned tiger meat has a unique flavor. Yi Qing was hungry, so he started to eat with relish. Yu swallowed a piece of flame-patterned violent tiger meat. HP plus 12, extraction progress plus 2%. Yu swallowed a piece of flame-patterned violent tiger meat. HP plus 13, extraction progress plus 2%. Yu swallowed a piece of flame-patterned violent tiger meat. As reminders appeared one after another, Yi Qing's mood became better and better, and he ate faster and faster. The tiger meat was quickly eaten up, and the chef in the camp began to get busy. "That kid is such a big eater. He finished the amount for dozens of people in just a short while." The spatula was waving away quickly, leaving an afterimage. The chef's desire to win was rising. As pots of tiger meat disappeared into Yi Qing's stomach, the progress was finally completed. The extraction progress of the flame-patterned violent tiger is full. Do you want to start the extraction and fusion? Let's get started. A wave of heat rose up in Yi Qing's body. Fiery red lines appeared on his body, and his clothes were burned to ashes. For Yi Qing now, the pain is not too intense. With the help of S-level heaven and earth breathing and the ability of super speed activation, his body's recovery ability has reached an astonishing level. Soon, extraction successful. You get the B-level talent, Lava Heart. Information about the new talent came to mind. Yi Qing opened his eyes. His heartbeat was as dull as thunder. His heart seemed to have turned into a flaming furnace, with every beat a stream of hot energy flowing through his body. It is related to the element of fire, but it is actually a talent that increases strength. It can be considered a combination of the two. Every time the power of lava flows, it can improve physical fitness in all aspects, and strength, defense, and speed will be improved. The faster the lava heart beats, the greater the improvement to the physical body. Yi Qing understood the function of the new talent and was quite satisfied with it. Relatively speaking, he prefers pure power more. His thoughts moved slightly, and he looked at the talent on his panel. There are more than a dozen types of talents, 3 of which are related to physical strength. S-level Tianlong Jade Thunder Body, 2 B-level talents, Lava Heart and Blood Elephant Dominant Power. As they're all physical talents, can these 3 talents be integrated? Chapter 51 S-level, Dragon Flame's Sky Controlling Body. Dragon Flame's Immortal Golden Body. The beast's blood essence has arrived. Yi Qing had been cautious before and had never tried it. Firstly, he didn't have many types of talents before, and secondly, he didn't have much experience in fusing talents, so he didn't want to take the risk of using the Tianlong Jade Thunder Body. If a weird talent is created by the fusion, it would be a huge loss. Now he possessed more than a dozen new talents and an additional S-level talent, Breath of Heaven and Earth, and he also had more experience in the fusion of talents. Maybe you can give it a try. According to his experience, blood elephant tyrant force and lava heart can be used as nutrients to enhance the Tianlong Jade Thunder body, making it even more powerful. This isn't a very suitable situation right now. Yi Qing was eager to make a move, but he thought that he was now in a simple tent outside the wilderness, and it would be difficult to explain if something happened. Just when he was wondering whether he should go out again, Qi Heng's notification appeared on everyone's communicator. The swallowing cloud vine has been dealt with, and everyone immediately returns to the training base. Let's go back to the base. There's a special training room there, so we don't have to worry about others noticing if we make any noise. Yi Qing suppressed the expectations in his heart. The condition of the seriously injured has stabilized. Xie Linger suffered a mental shock, and it would take a day or two for her to recover. Although Yu Zian suffered physical injuries, for some reason, he would always fall unconscious again after being awake for a while. After examination by the medical officer, it was found that he had suffered some psychological trauma, and once he accepted the reality, he would not fall into a coma easily again. With efficient operations, the camp was quickly dismantled, and the team began to return along the same route. The next morning, finally returned to the long-missed training base. It was a long time since others came here, but it was the first time for Yi Qing. Under the guidance of an instructor, Yi Qing came to a training room specially used by instructors. You can do whatever you want here. The walls are made of high-strength alloy. Even a level 6 behemoth can't break them. The instructor reminded with a smile and turned to leave the room. Finally, I can try it. Yi Qing let out a long sigh and sat down cross-legged. The blood elephant tyrant power is evolved from the most basic divine power after integrating more than 10 or 20 kinds of talents of various levels. The power is quite good. The increase in Yi Qing's strength can be nearly 3 times. Yi Qing was very curious about what kind of powerful talent he would get in the end if he integrated dozens of talents into the Tianlong Yulei body. As soon as the thought occurred, the hint immediately appeared. Looking at the dazzling array of talents, Yi Qing was just about to choose the 3 talents he had thought of before, but his eyes turned and stopped at a B-level talent. Super Speed Activation. This talent can enhance cell activity and speed up the healing of injuries. Logically speaking, it seems to have something to do with physical constitution, right? Yi Qing pondered for a moment and made a decisive decision. S-level, Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunderbody. B-level, Super Speed Activation. B-level, Blood Elephant Tyrant Power. B-level, Lava Heart have been selected. Do you want to start the fusion? Yi Qing took a deep breath. Start. Buzz. At the beginning moment, Yi Qing's body began to tremble violently. Strands of light golden light emerged. Fiery red lines appeared on the surface of the body, and a violent tearing sensation appeared everywhere in the body. Unparalleled pain occurred. Every muscle, bone, blood vessel, and even meridian seemed to be torn apart. His heartbeat was extremely fast, and his surging blood was rushing around. The muscles on Yi Qing's body began to bulge and twist, as if there were dragons struggling under his skin. The energy of qi, blood, and mental strength began to be consumed, turning into fuel for the fusion of talents. Yi Qing was well prepared. Before entering the training room, he brought in all the flame-patterned violent tiger meat. He pounced forward, grabbed a piece of still-cold tiger meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. With the replenishment of a large amount of qi and blood, the fusion process began to stabilize. Yi Qing's body was quietly growing taller, gradually exceeding 2 meters. He was too tall to be a normal person. His legs were as thick as a woman's waist. The muscles on his back were twisted, blocking the light from above his head and casting a large shadow in front of him. Snap! Snap! Pieces of broken bones burst out from the corners of Yi Qing's mouth. The hard tiger bones were crushed by the sharp teeth and swallowed directly into the stomach, turning into the purest qi and blood energy. I don't know how long it will be. The flame-patterned violent tiger was completely eaten. Not even a complete bone was left. Finally, extraction successful. You obtain S-level talent, Dragon Flame, Sky-controlling body. A vast amount of information emerged, and the effects of the new talents were listed one by one. Success. Yi Qing excitedly punched, and a dull sonic boom suddenly echoed in the training room. Such pure power. Yi Qing understood the ability of Long Yan's heavenly body. The excitement and surprise in his eyes almost became tangible. Long Yan Tian body combines the characteristics of various strength and physical talents, and derives many new abilities from them. The power of the Tianlong Jade Thunder still exists, but it has been infused with a hint of the blazing heat of lava and has some of the characteristics of the fire element. This new power is called Dragon Flame by the system. The Longyan Yutian body is divided into several stages. In the first stage, one can use an ability called Heart of Dragon Flame, which can increase Yi Qing's strength to 4 times the original. This ability was formed by extracting the characteristics of the lava heart, and Yi Qing has already mastered it completely. The second stage made Yi Qing frown. Forge Long Yan's immortal will and create an immortal and indestructible golden body. Long Yan's immortal golden body, an ability evolved from super speed activation. According to the system's explanation, when this ability reaches its peak, the improvement in all aspects of oneself will be to an incredibly astonishing level. Even one can directly regenerate broken limbs, becoming immortal. Even a Grandmaster or even an 8th rank Grandmaster cannot regenerate severed limbs. If one wants to restore a broken limb, one has to find a suitable arm to reattach it, and then use the power of Qi and blood to temper it again for a long time before one can recover to peak strength. It was a good idea to add super speed activation to the fusion sequence. Yi Qing was extremely excited. This new S-level Dragon Flame sky-controlling body was his most powerful talent now. Powerful, pure, and ultimate physical talent. Combined with the terrifying recovery ability brought by the S-level Heaven and Earth Breath, his combat power has reached an extremely terrifying level. High attack power and super long blue bar. A berserker with 6 pieces of equipment at the beginning. The smile on Yi Qing's face grew wider and wider, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. A moment later, Yi Qing took out a piece of clothing from the box in the corner, put it on, and opened the door of the training room. I consumed too much energy just now, and it's already lunchtime. Just when Yi Qing was feeling a little hungry, Qi Heng's message came. The essence and blood are here, and we can help you temper your body at any time. Yi Qing paused, turned around, and no longer went to the cafeteria. How can ordinary giant beast meat compare to the essence and blood of a level 7 giant beast? And Yi Qing knew that a level 7 behemoth also meant a new S-level talent. Chapter 52, Phantom Crystal Butterfly. The chief instructor is a good person. Passing through several alloy doors, Yi Qing arrived at the 5th underground floor of the base. Qi Heng was already waiting, with 3 huge cylindrical ceiling devices he placed behind him. It's a level 7 giant beast, the Phantom Crystal Butterfly. You're really lucky. This thing isn't a mutation of a native creature. It descended directly from the crack. If it wasn't killed early, it might have grown to level 8. Qi Heng patted the big jar beside him. There are also differences between behemoths. In the first year of martial arts, inexplicable cracks appeared all over the world, and giant beasts emerged from them and destroyed countless cities. These giant beasts that descended from the cracks were generally very powerful. The other type is the mutation of local creatures, and their strength is weaker than that of the descending behemoths. Let's start, Yi Qing said. A staff member immediately took Yi Qing to a device similar to a sanatorium cabin. Hold your breath and do nothing. The instrument will help you absorb the essence and blood, he reminded. Yi Qing nodded and walked straight into the cabin. Amidst a low humming sound, the hatch slowly closed, cutting off anyone from outside. With a beeping sound, a strange smell of blood wafted into Yi Qing's nostrils. Light blue blood essence flowed into the cabin. Strong energy waves spread out. A thin mist emerged and condensed into the image of a strange butterfly that slowly flew. Yi Qing's blood seemed to be boiling, and every cell in his body revealed the desire to eat. Some high-tech instruments in the cabin started to work to help Yi Qing temper his body. However, in Yi Qing's opinion, it was completely unnecessary and a pure waste of resources. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and a large amount of rich essence and blood was swallowed into his stomach. In an instant, it turned into pure qi and blood energy, rapidly replenishing his own qi and blood values. You swallowed a portion of the essence of the Phantom Crystal Butterfly. Health value plus 32, extraction progress plus 1%. You swallowed a portion of the essence of the Phantom Crystal Butterfly. Health value plus 36, extraction progress plus 1%. You swallowed a portion of the essence of the Phantom Crystal Butterfly. Health value plus 35, extraction progress plus 1%. Half of the blood and energy that had just accumulated in the cabin disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. System prompts appeared one after another, and Yi Qing's blood and energy values began to surge again. Buzz! The blood essence atomization instrument in the cabin was idling. For a long time, no atomized blood essence of giant beasts was found in the cabin. The subtle sound of its operation seemed a little confusing. At the same time, sensing that the amount of essence and blood in the cabin was too little, the transport device increased its speed. Crash! Streams of blood and essence poured into the cabin, and Yi Qing opened his belly and began to drink wildly. The surging, pure energy of qi and blood rushed through his body, and traces of Tianlong jade thunder, stained with a hint of fire, seeped into every cell. Long Yan's sky-controlling body was activated, and Long Yan's power began to temper his muscles and bones. The impurities in the white bones were purified bit by bit. The bone density was constantly increasing, and a layer of faint golden light began to appear on the bones. Long Yan's immortal golden body began to condense. Yi Qing's speed of absorbing essence and blood increased again. Outside the cabin, Qi Heng saw Yi Qing enter the atomization cabin, lit a cigarette with strong stuff in it, and took a deep puff. The smoke soaks the alveoli, and the powerful stimulants take effect. Cool. Qi Heng exhaled a puff of smoke, narrowed his eyes slightly, and prepared to continue enjoying himself. Boss, come take a look. Suddenly, a surprised voice came into my ears. What's wrong? Qing thought something went wrong, and quickly got up and walked over. The instrument shows that the blood and sperm content in the cabin is always extremely low, and the atomization device cannot operate at full power. A technician said, pointing to the instrument. What's going on? Is there a problem with the transportation channel? Qi Heng was shocked. No, there's only one possibility. He absorbs too fast, and the blood and essence transported into the cabin cannot keep up with his absorption speed. The technician hesitated. Qi Heng raised his eyebrows slightly, then changed his mind and calmed down. His strength is already at the 4th level, and his physical constitution is ridiculously strong, so it's normal for him to absorb it quickly. He pointed to the 3 large jars beside him and said with a smile, there are still so many left. Even if he dies, he won't be able to absorb them all. Increase the delivery speed for me. Don't delay his progress in tempering his body. Yi Qing chose to join the Jinxing army. Qi Heng's attitude towards Yi Qing completely changed. It was as if he regarded Yi Qing as his own true family member. With one operation, a delivery pipe was connected to one of the large jars, and a large amount of essence and blood was transported into the atomization cabin. The chief instructor is a good man. Yi Qing was overjoyed when he saw the sudden increase in the amount of essence and blood being transported. Tempering the dragon flame immortal golden body was a physical job that required a lot of energy. The 7th level behemoth's blood and essence had abundant energy, so he took this opportunity to try to condense the Long Yin immortal golden body. A large amount of essence and blood was swallowed into the stomach, and the surging blood and qi gathered into a long river, roaring and flowing through every corner of the body. The flesh and blood split and grew. The bones became harder, and a hazy golden light began to spread along the bones, dyeing more and more bones with golden light. The plasma in the blood vessels began to become viscous, and there was a feeling of liquid metal as it rolled. The technicians outside the cabin were shocked to find that even though the speed of delivering essence and blood was increased to the maximum, it still could not keep up with the consumption rate inside the cabin. This is the absorption rate that the human body can achieve. He even had the illusion that there was a giant beast in the cabin, which had such an astonishing appetite. Boss, one of the reserve tanks is empty. Do you want to continue? Not long after, the technicians came running over to ask for instructions. Empty. Qi Heng's fingers trembled and the cigarette ash almost fell on his body. The essence and blood in a reserve tank is enough for 5 4th level warriors to temper their bodies. Now Yi Qing has absorbed it all by himself? Isn't the amount for 5 people enough to temper their bodies? Your grandmother is the reincarnation of Tao Tai. The value of a can of level 7 behemoth's blood essence is calculated in billions. Yi Qing just absorbed a can, and it cost him an astronomical figure. Fortunately, it's not the essence and blood that I got at my own expense. Qi Heng's mind raced, and when he thought that the money was all spent by the military district, he felt a lot better. Keep adding. Add as much as he can absorb. After thinking for a moment, Qi Heng waved his hand and ordered generously. If he has the ability, let him absorb all the rest. At the same time, You swallowed a portion of the essence of the phantom crystal butterfly. Health value plus 52. Extraction progress plus 2%. You swallowed a portion of the essence of the phantom crystal butterfly. Health value plus 36. Extraction progress plus 1%. You swallowed a portion of the essence of the phantom crystal butterfly. Health value plus 40. Extraction progress plus 1.5%. Qing was drinking the essence and blood rapidly, and a layer of pale golden light gradually appeared on his body surface, and the extraction progress was gradually approaching completion. 70%, 80%, 90%. After all the essence and blood in the second reserve tank were absorbed, the progress of extracting the phantom crystal butterfly is full. Do you want to start extracting? The long-awaited hint finally appeared before Qing's eyes. Chapter 53 S-Level, Heart Source Nirvana Transformation. Condensing the immortal body of Dragon Flame. All-round development of spirit and energy. Begin fusion. Qing did not hesitate. His tolerance for pain was now so high that he did not make any sound. What Qing didn't expect was that the strange feeling came from a mind rather than the body. With previous experience, Qing immediately realized what the ability of the phantom crystal butterfly was. Talents related to mental strength. His eyes lit up with a strange silver light. He felt a strong dizziness. Invisible waves washed over him, and his mental power set off a storm in his mind. After activating the second stage of the system, Qing can devour soul fragments to enhance his own mental power. The strength of his mental power has already exceeded 500, reaching the level of a third-order mentalist. And now, in the storm formed by the gathering of mental power, wisps of silver light began to compress and refine. Traces of violent, bloodthirsty negative auras mixed in the giant beast's soul fragments were purified. His mental power became purer and more condensed. A moment later, extraction successful. You obtain S-level talent. Heart Source Nirvana Transformation. Countless fragments of mental power emerged, and vast memory information appeared before Qing's eyes. It turns out to be an S-level talent related to mental power. Qing quickly understood the ability of the Heart Source Nirvana Transformation, and the surprise in his eyes almost turned into reality. The S-level ability no longer has a single effect. Heart Source Nirvana Transformation is an ability that can continuously improve the purity of mental power. As the name suggests, spiritual power will continue to be reborn. After each nirvana, the quality of mental power will rise to a higher level, and, at the same time, it will be endowed with more unknown characteristics. When the spiritual power reaches its peak, the spirit will last forever. Even if the physical body is destroyed, it can still survive for a period of time in a new life form. As expected of a creature that descended from the rift, it possesses such powerful abilities. Qing opened his eyes, and his pupils were entangled with golden electric light and strange silver light, which was extremely mysterious. As soon as I reached my first nirvana, the purity of my spiritual power increased a lot. Qing didn't think twice and just rolled up a stream of blood and essence and swallowed it into his stomach. A strand of mental power of the same intensity is several times stronger than before. Mental power plays a very important role in combat, and Qing has experienced this deeply before. Kill the same level 4 behemoth instantly. Where is Long Yan's immortal golden body? Qing used his spiritual power to look inside his body and found that 70% of his bones were already stained with a layer of light golden light. Work harder, and we will soon be able to condense the first stage of the Dragon Flame immortal golden body. Qing took a deep breath, and a river of essence and blood flowed into his mouth. You swallowed a portion of the essence of the phantom crystal butterfly. Health value plus 38. You swallowed a portion of the essence of the phantom crystal butterfly. Health plus 32. With the influx of a large amount of qi and blood, a light golden light began to extend to the remaining bones. The third jar of reserved blood quickly disappeared. 3 minutes later, all the essence and blood were completely sucked dry. At the same time, there was a loud explosion in the atomization cabin. Brilliant golden light radiated through his flesh and blood. Qing's muscles and bones vibrated, his meridians trembled, and every bone emitted a dazzling light. His blood and energy surged like a volcanic eruption. His body underwent a qualitative change at this moment. Every inch of his skin, every meridian, every piece of flesh and blood, and every bone burst out with the power of the blazing dragon flame. The thunder, fire, and qi combined, and the lethality of the golden qi was further enhanced. After absorbing the blood essence of more than a dozen people's worth of level 7 behemoths, the first stage of Long Yan's immortal golden body was finally successfully condensed. At the same time, outside the fogging cabin, Qi Hung looked at the third reserve tank and fell in a deep thought. 15 portions of level 7 blood essence for 4th level warriors were completely absorbed by a kid who had just entered the 4th level not long ago. Is he even a human being? Even though he was using public property, Qi Hung still felt a slight pain in his heart. He originally thought that there would be a lot left, which would be a good opportunity for Zhang Qingyi's talented students to benefit from it. Now it seems like a waste of time. The remaining essence and blood can barely be packaged in a white wine cup. How can it be presented? Boss, there's actually still quite a bit left. After all, it's the essence and blood of a level 7 behemoth. It's normal for it to be a little scarce. A school officer took a look and whispered, Qi Hung, then you can send it to them when the time comes. I can't afford to lose face. He wiped his face and turned to look at the atomization cabin. In the pleasant mechanical sound, the hatch opened, and a tall figure with an almost perfect body walked out. It seems to be a lot taller. Yi Qing noticed the changes. Even though he was not in his prime, his height was still over 185 centimeters. He did not have a trace of fat on his body, and every muscle was sharp and angular, comparable to a world champion in a bodybuilding competition. You kid, you have a really big appetite. You have used up billions of essence and blood by yourself. Qi Hung walked over. So expensive? Yi Qing was a little surprised. What do you think? Qi Hung said, it is much more difficult to kill a creature like the phantom crystal butterfly than the swallowing cloud vine. It has a huge effect. Yi Qing smiled. This time the harvest was no less than that of swallowing cloud vine. The first stage of Long Yan's immortal golden body was condensed. Combined with the dragon elephant power, his combat power burst increased by about 6 times. This is just the strength aspect. Defense, speed, and the body's instinctive reaction speed are also greatly improved. The new S-level mental power talent, Heart Source Nirvana Transformation, can allow his mental power to continuously transform. The first transformation has already begun. After the transformation is completed, the purity of his mental power will increase dramatically. In addition, the improvement in qi and blood is also huge. As soon as Yi Qing thought about it, the panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Yi Qing. Qi and blood, 7,130.2. Spirit, 756.8. Talents, S level. Heart Source Nirvana Transformation, S level. Heaven and Earth Breathing Together, S level. Dragon Flame Sky Controlling Body, B level. Bloodthirsty Vine, B level. Abyss Mouth, B level. Tyrannosaurus Thorn, B level. Poisonous Wind, B level. Fox Evil Eye, B level. Instant Shadow, B level. Rock Barrier, C level. Thunder Whip, C level. Red Flame, C level. Steel Bone Blade. Kung Fu. Paiyan Palm, 6th level. Baji Jing Quan, 6th level. Extraction Progress, none. The Qi and blood have exceeded 7,000, and breaking the 5th limit is just around the corner. The improvement in mental power is not too much, but the quality of mental power is now far better than before. Using the evil eye of the spirit fox to release a mental shock of the same intensity, if it originally required the consumption of 50 hertz of mental power, now it only requires 10 hertz. He can release more than 70 mental shocks that are enough to turn low-level behemoths into brain-damaged beasts. And under the powerful recovery power of heaven and earth, his mental strength will be restored to its original state in a very short time. If you swallow some soul fragments during the battle, the number of impacts you can release will increase. Physical fitness, mental fitness, and strength. 3 S-level talents encompass all this spirit, energy, and spirit. All-round development, absolutely no weaknesses. There was a gleam in Yi Qing's eyes, and he had basically determined the direction of the future. The strongest and most perfect direction forward. Chapter 54, Are You Yi Qing's father? Yi Qing Feng is surprised. After receiving the first place reward, Yi Qing's journey in the genius training camp was basically over. The others still had training plans to complete, and they had to compete for a place other than first on the last day. No one raised any objection to Yi Qing receiving the reward in advance. The overwhelming advantage made Yu Zian and others realize that it would be unlikely to surpass Yi Qing. Zhang Qingyi obtained the life essence extracted from the swallowing cloud vine and started to retreat directly, aiming to improve the level of her talent. She had no intention of competing with Yi Qing. Yi Qing was not in a hurry to leave and stayed in the training camp for the time being. He went out of the camp every day to hunt giant beasts, and his energy, blood, and mental strength were steadily improving. The first nirvana of spiritual power has begun, and wisps of silver light outline a vague human figure in the mind. At the same time, Long Yan's immortal golden body did not fall, and the second stage began to condense. Time flies. The training camp to end has arrived. A fierce fight began. Zhang Qingyi came out of seclusion, greatly improved in strength, and won the second place with an overwhelming advantage. Xie Ling'er, who woke up from a coma, turned a disaster into a blessing. Her mental power was further developed, and her strength greatly improved, winning the third place. Yu Zian and Xiao Xian were both injured and tied for fourth place. Wu Rui, who also came from Linen Senior High School, also performed well and finally ranked in the middle. At last, the group got on the armored vehicle and started back along the same route they came. Xinjiang City is a city rebuilt on ruins. It is more like a war fortress than a city. Tall walls cast with high-strength alloys surround the entire city. Powerful weapons are installed everywhere on the walls. The muzzles of the guns, which can fit a whole person, are aimed outside the wall. From time to time, there would be a roar, and a dazzling light would come out of the muzzles, smashing the giant beasts in the distance into pieces. There are no busy pedestrian streets or parks for people to have fun in the city. There are factories everywhere, metallurgical factories, chemical plants, infantry, fighting vehicle maintenance bases, heavy weapons repair plants. Everything is done with only one purpose: to arm the entire city to the teeth. This is Xinjiang City, a city standing on the front line of the behemoth battlefield. 6 o'clock in the morning. Yi Qingfeng got up on time. Although he was not yet 50 years old, most of his hair had turned white, and he looked quite haggard and tired. It seems that the military examination is coming soon, so I have to ask for leave and go home. I can no longer be absent at this critical moment in my son's life. Yi Qingfeng arrived at the station downstairs on time at 6:30 and followed the bustling crowd into the station, ready to rush to the engineering machinery maintenance base 20 kilometers away. There is a deafening sound of artillery fire in the distance, mixed with terrifying roars. But everyone looked calm. They were used to this kind of thing. Just at this moment, the roar of the engine came from far away. A latest military off-road vehicle stopped in front of the station. Several warriors in military uniforms got out of the car. Curious eyes looked over. Warriors were not uncommon on the front line, as they were everywhere on the streets. But for several majors with 2 bars and 1 star on their shoulders, the situation is different. In order to become a major, in addition to military merit, one must also have extraordinary martial arts skills. What is a person like this doing at the station so early in the morning? Noticing the serious expressions on the faces of several people, the crowd began to panic. Could it be that they were here to catch spies from the Advent sect? Once warriors start fighting, accidental injuries are inevitable. Many of them are ordinary people, and they would be killed if hit by a warrior's punch. Yi Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat. He noticed that the gazes of those officers seemed to be on him. An illusion, right? I am just an ordinary mechanic. Why would several officers come to find me in person? It must be an illusion. Yi Qingfeng thought, so until the officers came up to him. Yi Qing from Linen Senior High School is your son, right? Asked a school officer. Yi Qingfeng was stunned, and then he felt panicked. Several warriors from the army came to find him early in the morning, and the reason was related to his son. What happened to Yi Qing? For a moment, Yi Qingfeng thought that Yi Qing had been bewitched by the followers of the Adventist sect and was planning a terrorist attack in Linen City. Yes, I am Yi Qing's father. What happened to Yi Qing? Yi Qingfeng reacted and became anxious and asked hurriedly. Yi Qingfeng's identity was confirmed. Several officers saluted and said to Yi Qingfeng in shock, "This is my ID. The military district has helped to solve your family's debt problem, and the annual leave at the maintenance base has been approved. We are here to escort you back to Linen." Well, what? Yi Qingfeng's voice was intermittent. His eyes were wide open, and he looked at the people in front of him in disbelief. The words just now echoed in his mind. Millions of dollars of debt can be solved just like that? And it was people from the military district who helped me. Why would they help me? Could all this have something to do with Yi Qing? Yi Qingfeng was a little confused. Amidst the shocked, confused, and envious gazes of the crowd, He got into the car in a daze. What is going on? He really couldn't figure it out. One of the officers smiled and said, "You have a good son. Yi Qing is extremely talented and won the first place in the Donglin Province Talent Training Camp. So our leader asked us to help deal with your family's affairs." They are all instructors of the training camp. They received Qi Heng's order 2 days ago and rushed to Xinjiang City. After hearing their words, Yi Qing phone was completely paralyzed. The news he just received had a huge impact on him. He knew that Yi Qing had good grades and was admitted to a good high school, and he had always been proud of him. But for him to calmly accept the fact that Yi Qing is a super genius is really difficult for him to have the psychological quality to accept it. Until 5 minutes later, excited shouts were heard from inside the armored vehicle. At the same time, the admissions offices of the top Wuhan universities have documents from all over the country being sent into their offices. Not only Donglin province, but every province would hold training camps on the eve of the martial arts examination. One is to improve the martial arts examination results in the province, and the other is to select a group of good talents in advance. The final results of each training camp will be sent to the admissions office of each top Wuhan university. Special recruitment is a privilege reserved for a small number of people. Soon, after looking through one piece of document after another, a piece of document from Donglin province was placed on the list of key concerns. Not long after, figures rushed out from the admissions offices of various Wuhan universities and rushed to the nearest station, fearing that they would waste time and allow other people from Wuhan universities to get there first. Several of them are targeting Linen City, Donglin province. Chapter 55, I am here to deliver the notice. What are you here for? Linen City, Wushu Association building, filled with ecstasy, rang out in the top floor office. Number 1. It's actually number 1. It's a great honor. It's such a great honor. Zhang Qingyi, the president of Linen Martial Arts Association, shattered to pieces. He was extremely surprised and smiled from ear to ear. The director of the education department was also in the office, smiling almost as hard as Zhang Qingyi. He walked back and forth in the office and couldn't stop. I knew that guy was powerful, but I didn't expect him to be this powerful. Apart from those children from aristocratic families, almost all the geniuses in the entire Donglin province have been trampled under his feet. Zhang Qingyi was rubbing his hands excitedly when a staff member came to report. "President, many teachers from the admissions office of Wuhan University have rushed downstairs, and they all said they want to see you. It's really quick. Please ask them to come up." Zhang Qingyi sighed. "It's also thanks to Yi Qing. Otherwise, why would those people from the Wuda University come all the way to our linen? This can be regarded as a blessing for everyone." Liangse laughed, his eyes sparkling. Based on Yi Qing's performance in the training camp, what will be his score in the martial arts exam in a few days? Zhang Mu was stunned. The two looked at each other and saw the strong expectation in each other's eyes. After a moment, more than a dozen teachers from top Wuhan universities came to the office. "Everyone, you have come from far away, and I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person." Zhang Qingyi smiled brightly, his back straight. "Kyoto Wuhan University, Shanghai Wuhan University, Qingyun Wuhan University. Wow, here come the admissions offices of all the top Wuhan universities." Liangsu identified their respective schools by the school badges on their bodies. And these teachers obviously know each other. "Teacher Jiang, we are all familiar with each other. What level of training program do you have prepared at Kyoto Wuhan University?" an admissions teacher asked. Jiang Chao from the admissions office of Kyoto Wuda said with a smile, "Given Yi Qing's performance, he is naturally selected for the highest level training program. I will not hide it from you. As long as Yi Qing chooses Kyoto Wuda, we will arrange for a 7th level master to guide his training. Level 7, our school also has some." The admissions teacher of Shanghai Wuda said with a smile, "It's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Although your resources are stronger, the competition is equally fierce. If you really calculate it carefully, the resources you can allocate to Yi Qing may not be as much as we can. That's right. The best is not necessarily the most suitable. Judging from Yi Qing's fighting style, he is more likely to choose our school." Everyone was communicating. Another person came into the office. The visitor was also a teacher from Wuhan University's admissions office. But the man was wearing a dark green military uniform with 2 bars and 3 stars on his shoulders. He was a 6th level warrior. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted. "Is this a member of Junwu? I have some impression of him. He seems to be Shun Lin from Jinxing Army. I have met him before. I heard that he just teamed up with others to kill a level 7 giant plant recently. His strength is quite impressive. Why are the military guys here to join in the fun? Jinxing Junwu is ranked outside the top 10. Logically speaking, Yi Qing should not choose Jinxing Junwu. After recognizing the person's identity, the teachers from the top Wuhan University admissions office couldn't help but shake their heads. It is understandable that they are eager to recruit talented people, but it is really unrealistic to compete with them for students. After all, there are two universities in front of you, one ranked in the top 3 in the country, and the other ranked in the top 10 in the country. Any normal person would know what to choose. The gap is too big, and the teaching levels are not on the same level. There is no question of whether it is suitable or not. They do not deny that there are strong people in the military, but most of those strong people are nominal lecturers in the army. They stay on the front line most of the time and only return to school occasionally to give a few classes. They are not of much help to students. The deans in their school are all 7th-level masters, and they can provide long-term guidance to students in their cultivation. What surprised everyone was that Shun Lin had a very strange expression when he saw them. It seems like trying hard to hold back laughter. Old Shun, why are you here too? Zhang Qingyi was stunned when he saw the person coming. He retired from the army and was a comrade in arms with Qi Heng and Shun Lin. I'm here to deliver the notice to Yi Qing, Shun Lin said with a smile. Notice? What notice? Zhang Qingyi asked curiously. Of course it's the acceptance letter. Shun Lin turned to the other admissions teachers and said, I'm sorry, everyone. This time, our Jinxing Junwu took the lead. Yi Qing has already chosen our Jinxing Junwu. As he spoke, he took out an admission letter from his bag. Yi Qing's name, photo, and student number were clearly written on it. Suddenly, the office was silent. After a while, exclamations rang out at the same time. What did you say? Accepted? Accepted without any announcement. How is it possible? Why would he choose Jinxing Junwu? Did you do something behind my back? A group of admissions teachers came forward and carefully looked at the notice in Shun Lin's hand, but could not find any loopholes in it. The notice is genuine. Yi Qing didn't even meet them and directly chose the Jinxing military force, whose overall ranking was far lower than theirs. Is Yi Qing crazy? Choosing Wuda was such an important matter. Not only did he make the decision easily, but he also chose a Jinxing military commander whose strength was not top-notch. Wrong, absolutely wrong. The young man must have been bewitched. Otherwise, how could such an irrational decision be made? The crowd, who were originally full of confidence, were greatly disappointed and began to shake their heads and sigh. What a pity for such a good seedling. Among the new martial arts masters that have emerged in recent years, is there anyone who did not come from a top martial arts school? For two people with the same talents, the strength of the school affects their ultimate achievements. Students who graduate from good schools will be much stronger. Therefore, in their opinion, Yi Qing, who gave up better educational resources and chose to go to Jinxing Military Academy, was completely wasting his talent. Yi Qing made an outrageously wrong decision. However, the matter is done, and the notice has the record of the education department. So even if I want to change my mind, it is impossible. It would be futile to stay here any longer. After realizing this, everyone gave up the idea of persuading Yi Qing. Before they had even warmed up to their seats, they stood up one by one to say goodbye. Soon, Zhang Qingyi's office became deserted again. Old Shen, what's going on? Are you guys up to some bad ideas? Why would Yi Qing choose Jinxing army? Zhang Qingyi asked hurriedly. How is that possible? He chose them all himself. Shen Lin touched his briefcase with a complicated expression. There was actually something in his bag that he hadn't taken out. It was a notice that included a pass jointly issued by the school's top management and the military district. A direct pass to the front lines. Chapter 56, Father Yi, Shaoqing, has made it. Elite Special Forces. When Yi Qing returned to Linen City and got off the armored vehicle, he looked up and saw many people holding banners to greet him. Principal Lu Zhen was almost ecstatic with joy. The first and second places in the training camp were both won by senior students from Linen. He had never lowered his head since he got the news. When he met the principal of the experimental school, Lu Yun, he almost looked at him through his nose when talking to him. Lu Yun was so angry that his eyes and mouth were crooked, but there was nothing he could do. The students who performed best in the experiment finally scored in the middle level of the training camp, which was far behind the first and second place. Yi Qing was not really interested in this kind of occasion, but when he saw his father Yi Qing foam, his eyes froze. It is said that fatherly love is a silent mountain, but after seeing Yi Qing, the middle-aged man who had supported a family alone for many years, took the initiative to transfer to a dangerous frontline city to earn money to pay off debts, and never complained, still had tears in his eyes. You've made it big. Even Dad can benefit from your success. After a long silence, Yi Qingfeng spoke with a trembling voice. We have good genes, Yi Qing said with a smile. Maybe in the future, Dad, you will also awaken your talent. You little brat, your father is already so old, and you still haven't awakened any talent? Don't you know my own body well enough? Yi Qingfeng shook his head. He has been overworked over the years, which has caused great damage to his body. He has developed several underlying diseases, and his physical condition is much worse than before. A glimmer of gloom flashed across Yi Qing's eyes. After his mother passed away, his father was the only relative he had left in this world. I didn't have the ability before, but now I have it, so I naturally cannot let my only relative suffer from illness anymore. That's not necessarily true. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Yi Qing didn't continue. There are many things that can prolong life. As long as conditions permit, he will keep his relatives and friends alive. If there are no conditions, create them yourself. Become stronger. As long as you become stronger, there will always be a way. Yi Qing, you're back. Shenlin stood out from behind Zhang Qingyi and others. Teacher Shun. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. He had met Shenlin once before in the training camp and knew that he was Zhenxing Junwu's teacher. Now that the other party has arrived in Linen, it means that the conditions proposed at the beginning are feasible. Fighting is the fastest way for him to improve his strength, and the front line is undoubtedly a great place. The number of behemoths you can encounter on the front lines is much greater than those you might encounter wandering in the wilderness. This is not a place to talk. Let's go in. Shenlin took Yi Qing to the Martial Arts Association building. Several people entered the building and came to the office on the top floor. Yi Qingfeng originally wanted to avoid it. After all, he was not even a warrior, but Shenlin was extremely friendly and called him brother and pulled him up. This made Yi Qingfeng flattered. After all, the other party was a colonel. The people in Xinjiang City who are on the front line are all top-notch figures. Being called brother by such a person, he felt that he could brag about it for several years. Xiaoqing, you have really made great progress. Yi Qingfeng knew that all this was because of Yi Qing. He felt a sense of pride and felt refreshed all over. It seemed that all the pain in his body had completely disappeared. This is Zhenxing's admission letter. Shenlin took out the document and handed it to Yi Qing, saying with a smile, from now on, you're the first freshman of this Zhenxing army. Yi Qing took a look at it, then handed the notice to his father, who was waiting anxiously. What I told the chief instructor, Yi Qing said, the application has been approved. All Qi Hong needs to do is to provide a life guarantee. Shenlin took out a folder from his bag. The red star of the army on it looked particularly eye-catching. A look of joy flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. He opened the file bag and saw the pass inside at a glance. Shenlin said seriously, but I still want to remind you how dangerous the front line is. Anything can happen there. Even a master can fall. Front. When Yi Qingfeng heard this, he was shocked. Why are we going to the front line? This could not be concealed. Yi Qing had already thought of an excuse and explained to his father that he was only going to the rear to do support work and was not really going to the front to fight. This made his father feel a little relieved. Old Qi is right. You have made up your mind. Even a level 7 beast can't pull you back. Shenlin sighed and then comforted Yi Qingfeng. Don't worry, brother. We have arranged Yi Qing's affairs. There won't be too much danger. The child has grown up and has his own ideas. Seeing Yi Qing's determined eyes, Yi Qingfeng could only nod helplessly. There's also a place inside for you to report in. Go back and prepare well. Shenlin said a few words and then left in a hurry. Yi Qing did not stay in the Martial Arts Association for long. He briefly talked with Zhang Qingyi and Liang Su for a while, then left the Martial Arts Association with Yi Qingfeng and headed home. Half an hour later, returning to his familiar home, Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief and completely relaxed. The father and son had a simple meal. Yi Qing took out a bank card and told the amount in it. 10 million. Yi Qingfeng was shocked. He could not earn that much money even if he worked all his life. It's a bonus from the training camp. It's nothing. Our family won't be short of money anymore. Yi Qing said seriously. We don't have to go back to Xinjiang. Our family won't have to worry about money anymore. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yi Qingfeng looked at Yi Qing and nodded slowly. After what happened today, he realized that Yi Qing had grown up and the pillar of the family. It was time to change him. Yi Qingfeng had been running around all day and was exhausted, so he went back to his room early to rest. Yi Qing had his midnight snack again, swallowing pieces of giant beast meat into his stomach, and his qi and blood values slowly increased. While eating, he took out the file bag that Xin Lin handed to him and started reading it. Each document was printed with bold black letters. Merit points calculation rules for the Southern Theater. Operation rules of the elite special forces of the Southern Theater Command. Tactical procedures for small elite units. Elite Special Forces Emergency Rescue Regulations. The word that appears most frequently in these documents is Elite Special Forces. Yi Qing took out the last letter of appointment, and after reading its contents, he immediately knew that Jinxing Junwu was really seriously considering his future. He was assigned to the Special Operations Team at the front and had few opportunities to fight on the front line. Most of them are small-scale operations, killing some special monsters. Moreover, the Special Forces are not stationed in a fixed place, but can rush to other fronts to perform tasks at any time as the mission is issued. The advantages are obvious. They are relatively free in action and will not be restricted by large forces. The disadvantage is also obvious. That is, under special circumstances, the danger level of carrying out a decapitation operation is even higher than that of a frontal battlefield. Chapter 57. Taking the College Entrance Examination. Prehistoric Civilization Relics. Number 9. Danger is not a disadvantage for Yi Qing. Many times, dangerous places also mean opportunities. The more powerful the beast, the more benefits it will bring to him. It's a good place to go. Yi Qing put away the documents, casually glanced at Jinxing Junwu's admission letter, and threw it aside. At this time, the clock hands passed 12 o'clock. The communicator vibrated, and a prompt message popped up. There are still 8 days until the Martial Arts College entrance examination. It was an information reminder that Yi Qing had specially set up before, but now it seems to be completely unnecessary. What is the purpose of the military examination? It's all about getting good grades and getting into a good Wuhan university. Now that I have been admitted to the military, why should I take the college entrance examination? If you have that much time, you might as well eat 2 more meals and improve your qi and blood levels. Yi Qing put away all the documents and returned to his room to rest. Linen City, Dongqing District. Inside a villa, Zhang Qingyi sat cross-legged in a special training room, with a hazy ice blue mist flowing around her body. The temperature in the room was very low, and a layer of frost condensed on the ground. After a long time, Zhang Qingyi opened her eyes, and her entire pupils were icy blue, like a deep lake frozen in the dead of winter. Frost Chiaki has finally fully upgraded to A level. The 3 drops of life essence from the swallowing cloud vine helped her to upgrade her talent to a higher level, entering the A level ranks, just 1 step away from the S level. Zhang Qingyi is very satisfied with the current recovery speed. In her previous life, she also upgraded Frost Thousand Autumns to A level when she broke through to the 5th level. As soon as a hint of joy rose in her heart, a figure slowly emerged in her mind. It's Yi Qing's figure. Suddenly, all the joy disappeared. Instead, there is a strong sense of urgency and crisis. Yi Qing's performance put her under a lot of pressure. She was the reborn empress, possessing powerful talents and countless high-level skills in martial arts. But she was still left behind by Yi Qing. What the hell is wrong with that guy? If conditions permit, Zhang Qingyi would like to capture Yi Qing and study him carefully. How could an ordinary person in his previous life change so much? Variable? This variable is a bit too much. Zhang Qingyi immediately thought of the tall monster covered with spikes in the wilderness. She clenched her teeth and anger burned in her eyes. What happened that day was a great humiliation. She prayed in her heart, praying that the monster would survive so that she would not be unable to find him to wash away her shame. The strength is still recovering too slowly. Zhang Qingyi took a deep breath and her eyes became firm. A-level talent is not enough. She must find a way to upgrade Frost Millennium to S level as soon as possible, so that her high-level skills can be fully utilized. If I remember correctly, the key to upgrading Frost Millennium to S rank. Prehistoric Civilization Relics Número 9. Zhang Qingyi spoke word by word, her eyes suddenly becoming deep. Just like the inexplicable appearance of behemoths, there are many things in the world that humans cannot explain. For example, the remains of prehistoric civilizations and those buildings whose technological levels are obviously far superior to modern ones. Who built them? Countless years ago, many powerful civilizations had already evolved on this planet. Or the source is in the starry sky. Zhang Qingyi once explored the origins of those prehistoric ruins, but found nothing. She was almost seriously injured several times, so she gave up the exploration. The remains of prehistoric civilizations often mean great danger. However, the danger level of the number 9 prehistoric civilization ruins is not high. When your strength reaches the 6th level, you can enter and exit safely without worrying about life-threatening danger. Level 6, I have to hurry and work hard. Zhang Qingyi made up her mind and started practicing, not wanting to delay any longer. The day of the college entrance examination is getting closer and closer. Qing took some time to go back to school, attended 2 classes with his classmates, and then took a few days off. After leaving the school, he went straight to the city gate and into the wilderness. After a hearty meal, he rushed back to the camp outside the city gate with a cart full of materials. After selling all the materials on the spot, Qing returned home with the food that had been specially left for him. Just a few days after returning from training camp, he discovered a lot of problems. What made him most uncomfortable was that the speed at which his energy, blood, and mental strength increased was much slower. The behemoths on the edge of the wasteland are too weak. There are not many level 2 behemoths, let alone level 3 or 4 behemoths. This resulted in his gains after each battle becoming much smaller. The benefits from eating a level 1 behemoth were less than a small portion of the essence and blood of a level 4 behemoth. The speed of improvement slowed down, and Qing became anxious. He was looking forward to reporting to the front line more and more, and couldn't help but check the time every day when he woke up. As for the martial arts exam, Qing had long forgotten about it. Time flies. The martial arts college entrance examination that countless people have been looking forward to has begun. As usual, Qing went straight to the city gate after leaving the house. When passing by the examination room, he was too lazy to even take a closer look. He didn't want to pay attention to meaningless things. He had already said goodbye to his father before he left and would not be back for a few days. He wanted to go deep into the wilderness to hunt, at least to satisfy his urge to hunt before coming back. We arrived at the market outside the city gate and rented an off-road pickup truck. We didn't load any supplies, only a tank of fuel. Food and drink are provided by the behemoth, and the pickup truck only needs to have sufficient range. Amid the roar of the engine, Qing drove away and plunged into the wilderness. He was gone for several days. The martial arts exam ended successfully. When Zhang Muji and Liang Su found out that Qing was absent from the exam, they tried to contact him. But when he learned that Qing had already entered the wilderness, he was helpless and could only sigh with regret. The results of the military examination are announced very quickly. A week later, martial arts results from various places were released one after another. The familiar names of the former genius training camp now appear at the top of the rankings in Donglan province. Yu Zian, Xiao Xiyun, Sheng Hong, and so on. What was quite surprising was that among the top 5 students in the Donglan province martial arts examination, none of the people from the training camp made the list, and even Zhang Qingyi was only ranked 7th in the province. The first 6 surnames are very unique. Feng respectively. The children of aristocratic families also took part in the martial arts examination. Their families had trained new generation leaders for more than 10 years, and their strength completely suppressed everyone in the training camp. Among them, Feng Yunian from the Feng family won the top spot in the imperial examination in Donglan province. He became very famous for a while, and the front page of the news was full of interview materials about this top scholar. Qing didn't care about this. His life was pretty much a straight line. Home, wasteland, home, wasteland. He kept cycling between the 2 points. And as he went deeper and deeper into the wilderness, the speed at which his chi, blood, and mental strength increased finally picked up. And in this repetitive life, the day to report to the Special Forces team on the front line has finally arrived. Chapter 58. Set off to the front line. More people will force Wang Tielu. The holiday after the military exam is coming to an end. Wuhan universities in various places have completed their enrollment work, and admission letters have been sent to prospective freshmen. When the school starts, the freshmen-to-be set out on their journey to school. Qing also packed his bags and prepared to set off, but his destination was not Jinxing Military Base, but the number 13 large logistics base belonging to the Southern Theater Command. Logistics Base number 13 is located behind the front line and is the first stop for new recruits every year. After boarding a special military train and a days-long journey, the environment outside the train window gradually became harsh and desolate. There were ruins of the city everywhere, and missiles flew across the sky from time to time, blowing up targets far away. Civilization is gradually left behind, and what is coming is the war-torn front. Stain train arrived at the station. A roar that was very characteristic of a military camp rang in my ears. You will have 10 minutes to line up to receive your military uniforms, change into your clothes, and assemble at your respective unit's reception area. The old soldiers urged the new recruits who were still lingering in the carriage to get off the train. Some of the angrier ones directly kicked people out of the car. The recruits were all young and full of energy, so their faces immediately turned red. But before they could lose their temper, they were slapped on the head several times, which made them dizzy and their anger immediately subsided. Damn it! After entering the army gate, you still dare to behave like a street thug and want to contradict the superiors. The old soldiers started scolding the new recruits, and they felt the fierce atmosphere in the barracks as soon as they got off the bus. Once you leave school and leave your family, no one will pamper you anymore. When you make a mistake, instead of receiving earnest instructions from your teacher, you will only be greeted with the iron fist of your superior. The recruits who were originally a little unorganized suddenly became orderly, and their efficiency was raised to a higher level. Yi Qing followed the team and received a dark green military uniform without epaulets. After undergoing many transformations, his height is now close to 190 centimeters. After putting on the neat military uniform, he looks even taller, and suddenly he has a resolute, fearless, and iron-blooded temperament. The attention of people around was attracted, and some girls had spring in their eyes, and some couldn't take their eyes away. Several veteran soldiers also noticed Yi Qing, but they felt a chill in their hearts, as an inexplicable chill swept through their bodies. They have all been to the battlefield and experienced bloody fights, and their bodies have long developed an instinctive response to danger. When facing Yi Qing, they felt like they were facing a high-level behemoth. This kid is not easy to mess with. The idea of giving the leading bird a beating to intimidate the new recruits disappeared. Change your clothes and go to your respective assembly points. The veterans looked away and began to urge others. Yi Qing took out his appointment letter, which only had the battle line number to which the Special Forces team belonged, but no specific assembly point location. His situation is rather special. Other recruits are assigned to ordinary troops, and then to reconnaissance, logistics, field combat, and other troops according to their abilities. The Special Operations Team is independent of the normal sequence and has no permanent camp. Most of the Special Operations Team members are selected for veterans. He is the only reserve member of the Special Operations Team on the entire train, so naturally there is no specific assembly point. Yi Qing had no choice but to find an old soldier to ask. "Hello, where should I gather?" He handed over the appointment letter. "You kid can't understand what's above, The old soldier was a little angry. It was clearly written in black and white on the document, but he asked him about it. Wasn't he looking for trouble? But when he saw the team name clearly above, his voice stopped abruptly and not a single word came out of his throat for a long time. Special Operations Team? His eyes widened, his fingers trembled, and the appointment letter almost fell to the ground. Not to mention how difficult it is to join the Special Operations Team. There's a basic requirement, which is that your strength must reach the 4th level. This kid in front of me who looks less than 20 years old. Is he a 4th level warrior? Such a young 4th level. Where is he from? The veteran was silent for a while, then whispered, "The Special Forces rarely recruit new recruits. There's no assembly point dedicated to the Special Forces in the base, so you have to ride in the same car with the reconnaissance recruits." "Okay, thank you." Yi Qing smiled and nodded. The old soldier was flattered and waved his hands repeatedly. Of course, of course. Following the veteran's instructions, Yi Qing came to the assembly point for the reconnaissance recruits and followed the queue to get on the armored personnel carrier again. There were already 11 people in the car, and including Yi Qing, it was just full. After waiting for a while, the roar of engines like the roar of a giant beast sounded, and one armored personnel carrier after another rushed out of the logistics base and headed for the frontline combat base. The atmosphere in the car was not dull, but rather lively. We are all new recruits, entering the military camp for the first time, so naturally everything feels new. The M39 troop transport armor is equipped with a 2nd-level cannon. One shot can kill a 2nd-level behemoth. A 3rd-level behemoth will also be seriously injured if it is hit in a weak point. This is the latest thing developed. We scouts are treated well. Near the front of the car, a male recruit was chattering. "I don't want to join the army so early. I was admitted to Donglan National Defense University, but my family insisted that I join the army. They said that after 1 year of enlistment, I can directly apply for Xinqing military martial arts, which will give me extra points. That's why I agreed. When mentioning Donglan National Defense University, the man looked proud. Yi Qing's ears moved slightly, and he glanced at the man. He had heard of Donglan National Defense University. Wuhan University is considered a good university in Donglan Province and can be ranked among the top 100 in the country. Of course, it is still far behind Xinqing Military University, let alone those top martial arts universities like Kyoto Martial Arts University. Yi Qing could tell the strength of the people around him with just a scan of his mental power. He is the only one at the first level, and the others have not yet broken through to become formal warriors. No wonder he has always had a slight sense of superiority. Some strength, but pitifully little. Yi Qing shook his head slightly, closed his eyes, and rested. His mental power surged, continuing to stimulate the first stage of transformation of the heart source nirvana. In his mind, the human figure outlined by the silver light was already 80% complete. It only needs to be perfected into shape, and the first transformation will begin. Now that I'm at the front, I can finally speed up my improvement. Yi Qing was full of anticipation, but he kept hearing noisy sounds in his ears. How do I know so much about military equipment? Hey, I'm telling you the truth. Don't spread it around. Actually, my family has someone in the army, a cousin of mine. I am currently at the first level, and I think I will be able to break through to the second level in a while. You know, I have a friend who participated in the talent training camp in Donglan Province, and it was really... The boastful voice had not stopped since he got on the bus. A trace of irritation emerged in Yi Qing's heart. There is an iron rule in this world. No matter where you are, as long as a group of people get together, you can always find a king of pushovers among them. Just like when you were in school, there was always that one person in the class who liked to flip the test paper hard on purpose during exams and sigh loudly for being careless when the teacher was explaining the questions. This type of person often lacks hard power, but always likes to jump around to attract other people's attention. Hateful, really a bit annoying. Chapter 59, Who is not a major? Your mouth is a source of trouble. Songlong Special Forces. Yi Qing's brows trembled slightly. To be honest, he couldn't stand it anymore. His thoughts moved slightly. An array of silver light appeared between his eyelids. He used a little mental skill to block out the sound in his ears. Suddenly, the world became quiet, outlining the spiritual human body in his mind. The effects of the harmony of heaven and earth came into play at the same time, and he quickly immersed himself in the state of cultivation. The noisy environment around him could no longer disturb him at all. Time passes. At the end of the road, a frontline combat base armed to the teeth appears. The armored personnel carriers slowed down and began to line up for inspection. The progress of the heart source nirvana transformation has improved a lot, and Yi Qing's mood has finally recovered a little. Just at this moment, with the perception of mental power, a hand patted his shoulder. Yi Qing immediately opened his eyes, slightly turned sideways to avoid the hand, and looked at the person in front of him with a frown. It was the king of bullying who had never stopped talking since he got on the bus. Lu Weihao looked at Yi Qing and felt very unhappy. Ever since getting in the car, the guy in front of me has been closing his eyes and pretending to be asleep and never communicates with anyone. He just proposed that after arriving at the army, everyone elect him to be the squad leader of the new recruits battalion. Everyone else agreed, but this guy was the only one who pretended to be dead and didn't say anything. Why are you pretending to be so cool here? Didn't you hear what I just said? Lu Weihao said in an aggressive tone. What? The irritation that had just been suppressed rose up again. Nominate me to be the team leader. I have the strongest ability and can take care of everyone. What's the meaning of you being silent? Lu Weihao said. Yi Qing. He and the people in the car are not from the same military unit. They're just hitching a ride. They may never even meet each other in the future. Why are they talking so much nonsense? I originally wanted to speak nicely, treat people kindly, and establish a good image of soldier. But now it seems that it is no use. His patience has long been exhausted. It's none of my business. Yi Qing said slowly. Lu Weihao was stunned for a moment, then felt humiliated and became furious. It seems that you deliberately don't want to integrate into the group. Even though you are a new recruit, you have no sense of collectivism at all. I think you will be a bad soldier, even if you become a soldier. He sneered. Yi Qing couldn't stand it anymore. Who can stand the king of force, getting close to you and taunting you? So he stood up. His tall figure blocked the light inside the car, and a dark shadow quickly enveloped Lu Weihao. What? You want to fight me? My cousin is a major. He can bail me out if I make a mistake, but you'll be put in solitary confinement. Lu Weihao sneered, then raised his hand and slapped Yi Qing in the face. Big fool. Ah. Bang. Yi Qing suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. Major, is that so great? He shook his head with a calm expression. He didn't even use much force. Just a slight movement of his fingers broke his wrist. With his current strength, his starting rank after joining the Special Forces will be Major. As fellow officers, who the hell is afraid of who? The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. Screams were heard coming from the armored personnel carrier. Lu Weihao had never felt such pain before. His face turned pale, and he tried desperately to pull his hand back, but he found that the other person's hand was like an iron clamp, firmly holding his arm. Your mouth is a real curse. Yi Qing grinned, revealing a creepy set of white teeth. I'll help you, so that you don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with and bring yourself into danger in the future. He held Lu Weihao tightly with one hand and pinched his chin with the other. Then pinch it gently. Snap! Lu Weihao's chin was as fragile as a plastic toy and broke into several pieces. The sharp bone fragments pierced the flesh and were exposed to the air. Blood flowed out, staining Lu Weihao's upper body red, and a faint smell of blood spread in the car. The new recruits in the car had never seen such a scene before. They all turned pale and looked at Yi Qing in horror. Some of them couldn't stand the smell of blood and even vomited on the spot. Be patient. Every failure will teach you a lesson. This injury will pay off in the future. Yi Qing laughed and threw Lu Weihao to the ground. What? The car door was pulled open, and several veterans in camouflage uniforms heard the noise and came to investigate. Fuck. When they saw the scene inside the car and the deformed lower half of Lu Weihao's face, their pupils constricted and they couldn't help but exclaim. I thought it was just an ordinary fight, but who knew it would become so serious? The person's face has been ruined. Look at the broken chin. No matter how well it recovers, it will probably have some impact on his appearance. This is not a minor injury. Veins popped up on the brows of several veteran soldiers, and they were burning with anger. The situation is serious now. The action was too reckless. A new recruit, who hasn't even officially reported for duty yet, dares to beat someone up like this. So fucking arrogant. Get out of the car. Everyone, get out of the car, the old soldier yelled. The sound alarmed the people around. Those who had just got off the troop carrier looked over, and veterans in camouflage uniforms ran over. When they saw Lu Weihao struggling in pain on the ground with half of his face drooping and swinging like mud, their faces changed immediately. What's going on? Although fighting in the army is normal, isn't it a bit too much to fight like this? That guy is in trouble. He caused trouble on the first day. He will definitely be punished. That's too harsh. I feel like vomiting. There was a lot of discussion. The noise attracted the attention of the officers, and several officers in charge of receiving new recruits came over. What's going on? A captain of level 3 strength frowned. There was a fight, and one person was seriously injured. The veteran squad leader said in a deep voice, How dare you? This is outrageous. The captain frowned and pointed at Yi Qing. Catch him first and put him in solitary confinement for half a month. We will deal with him specifically after the injury is assessed. As soon as he finished speaking, several veterans came forward. They reached out to pull Yi Qing, but were shocked to find that he was like a mountain, standing firmly in the same place without moving at all. You still dare to resist. The veterans were really angry and their actions became violent. Just at this moment, let go of me. A loud roar came from a distance. As soon as the voice was raised, a tall figure appeared beside Yi Qing. Get out of the way. The man waved his hand, and a strong wind pushed the others away. Seeing the military rank on the man's shoulder and the badge on his upper arm, the faces of the veterans present changed, and they immediately stood at attention and saluted. Hello, sir. 2 bars and 2 stars. 5th rank lieutenant colonel. What makes them respected from the bottom of their hearts is its armband. A blood-stained dragon roaring towards the sky. That is the armband unique to the Special Sequence Forces. The elite among the elites in the Southern Theater Command, the Tsanglong Special Forces. Chapter 60 Major Rank. Merit Point System. A-level mission. Compared with military ranks, the fundamental reason why the Tsanglong Special Forces are so intimidating to veterans is the powerful strength of the Special Forces members. Level 4 is the entry requirement for the Tsanglong Special Forces. This means that the team members are officers, and the lowest rank is a major. What they couldn't understand was how a trivial matter like a fight between recruits could have alarmed a fifth-level master of the Special Forces team. It's really weird. Yi Qing looked at the person in front of him and felt that the sky was getting dark. After several transformations, he was already very tall, but the man in front of him was even stronger than him, 2 meters tall and as strong as a brown bear. The thick latissimus dorsi muscles give people the feeling that they will stretch their backs and fly into the sky in the next second. The sturdy man turned around and asked, "Are you Yi Qing?" "Yes." Yi Qing roughly guessed the other party's identity and took out his appointment letter from his bag. The sturdy man glanced at him, smiled, and said, "Welcome. I'm Xiong Linquan, the captain of the 7th Squadron of the Tsanglong Special Operations Team. From now on, you will be a member of our 7th Squadron." Xiong Linquan spoke very loudly and didn't even try to hide it. The sound reached the ears of the people around, and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence. A series of incredulous glances were focused on Yi Qing. The veterans reacted the most strongly. Their minds went blank, and they suspected they had heard it wrong. A new recruit is actually a member of the Tsanglong Special Forces? That boy looks about 20 years old? Is this the 4th level of strength? You must have gone through the back door. They thought so subconsciously, but the idea was quickly denied. If you don't have the ability to join the Special Forces through the back door, it will undoubtedly be no different from committing suicide. Shock, confusion, horror, envy, admiration. Amidst countless complex gazes, Yi Qing whispered the reasons for his action. He talked back to his superior and even wanted to fight. It's not excessive to teach him a lesson. After listening to this, Xiong Linquan nodded seriously. When Lu Weihao, who was lying on the ground, heard this, his eyes became empty when he looked at Yi Qing. Who on earth did I offend? We look about the same age, but he's already at level 4, while I'm still at level 1. Under the absolute power gap, what emerged in Lu Weihao's heart was not anger and hatred, but incomparable fear and dread. Everyone go away and do what you need to do. Xiong Linquan's voice was like thunder, dispersing the crowd. The storm dissipated immediately. Under the guidance of Xiong Linquan, Yi Qing walked into the combat base. It is called a base, but in fact it is not much different from a small city. It has everything it needs, and there are even many entertainment facilities built in the base to help the soldiers relax. This is the 31st Frontline Operations Base. Our 7th Squadron just arrived here to carry out our mission. Xiong Linquan chatted with Yi Qing as they walked. It's also because we have no experience, otherwise we should send a special car to pick you up. After all, our special forces have never recruited people directly from the new recruits. To be honest, when Boss Chi told me about this, I thought he was joking. A genius like you actually chose the military, and you re-gun the front line in your freshman year. Unheard of. He stared at Yi Qing and sighed. The front line is more suitable for me than the campus. Just walking here makes me feel very good. Yi Qing replied with a smile. The unique scent of the military base made him feel a sense of fighting spirit as soon as he smelled it. He just wanted to rush to the front line and fight until day and nightfall. We're here, our temporary base. At the same time, Xiong Linquan pointed at the building in front and spoke. Unlike Yi Qing's traditional impression of military bases, the Special Forces temporary base is not a simple military tent, but rows of gray-white small buildings. Is this a barracks? Yi Qing was quite surprised. Our Special Forces are different. The lowest rank is Major, so of course the accommodation is better. Xiong Linquan laughed. Put down your luggage. I'll take you to the base center to register. And by the way, you'll receive your military rank. After a while, Yi Qing wore a brand new military uniform with 2 bars and 1 star on his shoulders. Xiong Linquan handed over an armband with a blood-stained blue dragon on it, which was the special armband of the Special Forces. By sticking the armband on his arm, Yi Qing has become a major Special Forces member of the Southern Theater Command with an official identity. The conversations along the way also allowed Yi Qing to understand many rules in the army. The most important point is the merit point. Whether ordinary soldiers or Special Forces members, as long as they have made contributions, they will receive merit points. When a certain amount of merit points are accumulated, they can be exchanged with the military district for any resources you want. Advanced skills, the latest genetic medicines, weapons made by forging masters, and so on can all be exchanged for merit points. There are many ways to obtain merit points. The most direct way is to kill behemoths. The more behemoths you kill, the more merit points you will get. In addition, there are tasks assigned by the military region. In addition to large-scale group combat, There are also special tasks such as reconnaissance, intelligence, decapitation, lurking, etc., which are mainly completed by the elites of the special forces. For Yi Qing, the giant beast itself is the greatest wealth. Merit points are, at best, additional items. We came to base 31 this time to carry out a special mission. You are lucky to join the team at this time. You can get a merit point when the time comes. Xiong Linquan and Yi Qing returned to their base. Here, I met other members of Team 7, including Yi Qing. There are a total of 23 people in the Songlong 7th team, except for Xiong Linquan and Deputy Captain Bai Yulan. The others are all 4th level warriors. In other words, a special operations team has 21 majors and 2 lieutenant colonels. If they walked out in formation, the soldiers standing guard at the gate would salute them more than 20 times. Now that everyone is here, let's talk about this decapitation mission. Xiong Linquan cleared his throat, and everyone's expressions became serious. Yi Qing stood in the corner and listened quietly. This is an A-level mission directly issued by the military. The goal is to find out the distribution of high-level behemoths south of Operation Base 31, and whether there are any traces of descending behemoths, etc. When they heard the word A-level, everyone's faces changed. The level of the mission is linked to the danger level. A-level mission is equivalent to fighting a level 6 behemoth. As Captain Xiong Linquan spoke, Yi Qing gradually understood the main objectives of this mission, and a burning passion quietly began to burn in his heart. Finally, I can go to the front line. Chapter 61 Reconnaissance Mission. Emergency Alert. This time, the 7th team received a reconnaissance and intelligence mission. According to the description in the intelligence, a descending crack near the number 31 combat base has recently shown unusual movements and seems to be showing signs of continuing to expand. The size of the crack determines the strength of the giant beast that descends from it. High-level behemoths are often huge in size, and they cannot descend from them if the crack is too small. Therefore, the level of a combat base stationed around a rift is often judged based on the size of the rift. If the crack is large, there will be more strong men stationed in the combat base. Otherwise, the number will be relatively small. If the cracks near Operation Base number 31 really show signs of widening, additional troops must be dispatched. Otherwise, once the base is breached, there will be a gap in the entire defense line. It will then lead to a disaster. Therefore, not only did Songlong's 7th team receive this reconnaissance mission, but many special operations teams also rushed to the nearby areas to find out the situation of the cracks. The mission is relatively easy. As long as you are careful and don't provoke those beasts, and just gather intelligence, there won't be much danger. Xiong Linquan said in a deep voice. The information concerns the safety of countless people. We should set off in half an hour without delay. Everyone immediately dispersed and returned to their own residences to start organizing their equipment. Yi Qing, come here, Xiong Linquan called out. The two walked to a corner, and Xiong Linquan said, reconnaissance missions are not suitable for multiple people, so the team basically has to disperse. You just reported in, so you don't have to go yet. Get used to it first. Not going is impossible. Isn't the reason why Yi Qing didn't report to the army and went directly to the front line just for this moment? Captain, I am a member of the team now. There is no reason for me to hide in the base alone while everyone else goes out to take risks. Yi Qing shook his head. Xiong Linquan was silent for a moment, then patted Yi Qing's shoulder heavily. Okay, as a man, you must be careful. Be careful not to get too close to the cracks. Level 5 or even level 6 monsters may appear there at any time. They are not something you can handle. I understand. Yi Qing nodded. Half an hour later, as dusk approaches, the orange light dyes the entire sky red, and an inexplicable aura of solemnity spreads between heaven and earth. The roar of a giant beast came from a very far distance, and the sound of artillery rang out the next moment. A small group of beasts approached the combat base, and the automatic defense counterattack system was triggered. Fire blasted the approaching beasts into pieces. Under the cover of the gradually darkening sky, Yi Qing, dressed in combat uniform, followed the team out of the gate of the combat base. Remember, in 5 days, no matter how much intelligence you gather, you must gather at the assembly point for me. Do you understand me? No. Xiong Linquan gave some instructions and then suddenly disappeared. The same thing happened to the other team members, and their figures quickly disappeared. Yi Qing looked at the huge combat base behind him, then turned his head to look at the desolate battlefield ahead. He took a deep breath and a bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The hunt is about to begin. The map on the tactical watch appeared. Yi Qing chose a direction, tapped the ground with his toes, boom. He rushed out like a cannonball, and an extremely suppressed, excited laugh drifted away in the wind. Phew! The hard skull shattered, red and white splashed out, and the huge beast fell to the ground helplessly. A hand covered with black scales inserted into the white brain tissue, and an invisible, devouring force burst out. You swallowed a piece of the soul fragment of the Barbarian Bull. Mental power plus 0.1. Looking at the strong corpse of the wild bull at his feet, Yi Qing was filled with emotion. Thinking back, when he first extracted his talent, he exchanged it for a piece of beef from the school's martial arts resource management office. That small piece of beef cost him a month's worth of points. And now, a whole living bull is right under his feet. Its blood is still steaming, and its muscles are still throbbing. It's fate. Yi Qing felt a rumbling sound coming from his stomach. After traveling for nearly a whole day and having hardly eaten anything, he was already starving. A tentacle stretched out from the palm of its hand and quickly sucked the bull into a dried corpse. The hunger did not get relieved, but became more and more intense. The level of the Barbarian Bull is too low, and it is completely unable to meet his calorie needs. We have to go deeper, Captain Xiong. It's not that I don't obey your orders. I really have no choice. Click, click. Yi Qing chuckled, picked up a rib from the mummy, put it in his mouth, and chewed it into pieces. Crunchy, tasteless. Yi Qing's figure disappeared again, and he continued to rush forward. The quality of the behemoths on the front line is still much stronger than those in the wilderness. Yi Qing's actions were relatively cautious. He explored step by step, killed the giant beasts he encountered, and recorded some information appropriately. The blood value and mental strength are steadily increasing, and the speed is much faster than in the wilderness. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Qing came out of cave and soon encountered a group of level 2 giant beasts. Now that I have encountered it, there is no reason to let it go. Ferocious black spikes protruded from the back, and a huge bone blade cut through the sky. Roar! Amid angry roars, the heads of the giant beasts were split in half. Yi Qing was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and his invisible mental power swept over, absorbing the glowing soul fragments in the heads that were split in half one by one. You swallowed a soul fragment of a unicorn flame horse. Mental power plus 0.2. You swallowed a soul fragment of a unicorn flame horse. Mental power plus 0.2. You swallowed a piece of unicorn flame horse meat. HP plus 3.5. Extraction progress plus 2%. You swallowed a piece of unicorn flame horse meat. HP plus 5.2. Extraction progress plus 3%. Blood flowed from the corners of Yi Qing's mouth. Strands of flesh hung on his body. A scarlet eyeball rolled between his eyebrows, and invisible mental shocks were launched again and again. One after another, the tall one-horn flame horses fell to the ground with their eyes rolled back, and then their flesh, blood, and souls all turned into nutrients for Yi Qing to eat. The dried horse carcasses were piled up, but the smell of blood was not strong at the scene. All the essence and blood were swallowed, and they had no extra blood to flow out. Not long. When Yi Qing killed and swallowed the strongest leader of the horse herd, a level 3 behemoth, the extraction progress was finally completed. He immediately began to extract it, and a slight tingling sensation spread through his legs. Then there's a prompt that the extraction is successful. Extraction successful. You obtain C-level talent, blazing speed. A C-level talent for speed. Yi Qing took a glance at it and directly chose to use it as nourishment for B-level instant shadow. Currently, the speed and defense talents, Shadow Strike and Earthwall, are both only B-level, which is really too low. Some of them can't keep up with the speed of his improvement in strength. It's a good opportunity to seize and improve these two types of talents. Yi Qing focused his attention on mental power, and all the giant beasts killed along the way had their soul fragments swallowed by him. My mental strength has improved a lot, and the human figure in my mind has been outlined to about 90%. With a little more effort, the first stage of Mind Source Nirvana transformation can begin. Once the first Nirvana is completed, the qualitative change in his mental power will increase his strength again. Yi Qing slapped the last one-horned flame horse to death with one palm. Just as he was about to move forward, the tactical watch on his wrist began to vibrate violently. A rapid, urgent, and pressing alarm sounded in Yi Qing's ears. Chapter 62, Level 1 Alarm, Rift Riot. Signal for help. Yi Qing's pupils shrank slightly. If he remembered correctly, the current alert was Level 1, which meant that a crisis had emerged that could destabilize the entire front. He quickly tapped the watch screen, and a large red bold word appeared on it. Level 1 alert. Abyss rifts are rioting, high-level monsters are coming, and the beasts are attacking. All units must be prepared for battle. Boom! A loud noise that shook the whole world came from afar. Yi Qing keenly caught a faint, low roar from the sound, like a terrifying giant beast announcing its own arrival. The earth began to shake slightly, and the change occurred almost at the same time as the alarm was sounded. Yi Qing's figure flashed, and he climbed up a high mountain at an extremely fast speed. Looking into the distance, he saw an astonishing scene. The ground began to crack. Cracks spread from the distant horizon, and the entire earth looked like a broken porcelain bowl, covered with hideous, dark cracks. A dark shadow was wriggling in the bottomless crack. Then, bang, 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 accompanied by a series of suppressed, muffled sounds. The shadow was broken, and countless giant beasts burst out from the cracks, with their violent roars reaching the sky. The roar sounded everywhere. Sparks lit up all over the earth, and the teams stationed in various places began to open fire, trying to stop the attack of the beasts. But the incident happened suddenly, and some cracks spread directly to the position. After the giant beast rushed out, the soldiers had no time to react. After the explosion of flames that shot up into the sky, some Sparks were completely submerged by the herd of beasts. On the fourth day of joining the army, Yi Qing, who was still a new recruit, encountered such a bad situation. Yi Qing's mind was racing as he was thinking about the current situation. Before he could make a decision, snap! A crack over 200 meters long appeared on the ground, not far away. Roar! A strange-looking giant beast crawled out of the crack, followed by the second, the third. A fire was burning in Yi Qing's chest. He took a deep breath, listened to the faint roar between heaven and earth, and a surge of hot blood began to surge in his body. Battlefield, this is the real battlefield. He stared at the crack in front of him and the heads coming out of the crack, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Muscles bulge, black scales cover the entire body, ferocious spikes protrude from the back, and huge bone blades extend from the joints. The new recruit, Yi Qing, disappeared, and a monster, over 2 meters tall, quietly appeared. He leaped forward and rushed towards a nearby crack. Angry roars were heard, and balls of blood exploded in the air. The crack that Yi Qing was facing was not very big, only 200 meters long, so most of the giant beasts that came out of it were at level 3. A more advanced beast would not be able to get out of this crack. As giant beasts that descended from the cracks, their strength is obviously much stronger than normal giant beasts. But for Yi Qing, no matter how strong the third level is, it is still the third level. An invisible spiritual shock spread out, and several giant beasts' eyes exploded, and they fell to the ground helplessly on the spot. The bloodthirsty tentacles were flying around, taking root directly into the flesh and blood of the creatures, whether dead or alive, and madly absorbing the essence and blood in their bodies. The huge bone blades cut through the air, smoothly chopping the heads into 2 pieces. You swallowed a portion of the blood of the winged elephant. You swallowed a portion of the blood of the winged elephant. You swallowed a piece of Scarlet Shadow Wolf's flesh. You swallowed a piece of the Scarlet Wolf's soul, flesh, blood, and soul fragments. Yi Qing did not waste anything on the giant beast that was beneficial to it. Swallow it all to replenish and improve yourself. The nirvana of spiritual power is about to be completed, and the second stage of Long Yan's immortal golden body begins to move forward. One giant beast after another fell at his feet. In the crack that was more than 200 meters long, not a single giant beast was able to cross Yi Qing and rush to the back. Half an hour later, Yi Qing, covered in blood, suddenly discovered that no new giant beasts were rushing out of the crack. He walked to the crack and looked down. The crack was bottomless and pitch dark, and there was no way to tell where the giant beast came out from. He suppressed the urge to jump, and the watch on his wrist vibrated again. It's a signal for help. The 367th Regiment suffered heavy losses, the commander was killed, and the ammunition was reduced to half. Requesting support. The regiment commander died in the battle. Yi Qing frowned slightly. In a regular army group, the leader is usually a 5th-level warrior. If a 5th-level warrior died in battle, it means there must be a 5th-level behemoth there. Level 5 Behemoth. Yi Qing glanced at the system panel and noticed his own blood value, mental strength, and several S-level talents. The light in his eyes became more and more fiery. It's not that you can't give it a try. Once Yi Qing made the decision, he no longer hesitated and rushed over as quickly as possible according to the coordinates in the distress signal. The abyss crack suddenly rioted, and the entire battlefield was in chaos. The roar of artillery fire was everywhere, and giant beasts could be seen everywhere on the land. There was a sonic boom in the sky, and from the direction of the combat base, several figures cut through the sky and headed straight for the deepest part of the battlefield. A high-level giant beast has arrived, and the master-level warriors must take action. Yi Qing didn't care about those things. He couldn't intervene in the high-level battlefield for the time being. What he had to do was to take this opportunity to improve his own strength as quickly as possible. Thinking of this, his speed increased again. In a city in ruins, scrapped armored vehicles emitting black smoke were piled up on a section of the long street, forming a steel line of defense. The anti-aircraft guns were lowered and roared as they poured ammunition toward the surging herd of beasts ahead. The huge caliber shells smashed the bodies of the giant beasts. The giant beast, with its chest blown apart, fell to the ground, still struggling to move towards the defense line, until its body was trampled into mud by the rushing beasts, and it died completely. The giant beast's powerful vitality means that they still pose a great threat, even when injured. Fuck, has the distress signal been sent out? A bloodstained man with the rank of lieutenant colonel rushed out of the herd of beasts, slumped behind the defense line, and gasped violently. Report to the regiment commander. The message has been sent out. The combat base only said to wait for reinforcements, but did not specify the specific time. The signalman replied loudly. Damn, we can't count on reinforcements in this situation. The brothers in other places are probably asking for help. When the reinforcements come to us. Because the regiment commander died in battle, the lieutenant colonel who was automatically promoted to acting commander had a heavy expression on his face. A deafening roar came from the back of the herd, and a giant beast, nearly 100 meters long, took a step forward and rushed over. Here comes another one. The lieutenant colonel spat out a mouthful of blood foam, wiped his face, and forced himself to stand up with an extremely determined look in his eyes. The leader is dead, and he is the only one who can deal with a level 5 monster. If that guy gets close, the other soldiers will surely suffer heavy casualties. So, he had to rush out again. Let's fight. He gritted his teeth, picked up the alloy spear, jumped out of the defense line, and rushed into the surging herd of beasts. Blast it for me, don't worry about me. A decisive voice came from the group of behemoths, ordering the machine gunner to fire in his direction. Chapter 63. Nirvana completed. Mental power amplification. Humanoid weapon. Shooting City is indeed a first-tier city before the disaster. Yi Qing traveled through the abandoned city, looking at the tall buildings around him, and clearly felt how prosperous Shooting City was in the past. Unfortunately, the invasion of the behemoth changed everything. After years of abandonment, nature has reclaimed the city. While thinking, a black shadow rushed from behind and rushed towards Yi Qing's back. Yi Qing did not look back. Invisible mental power burst out, and tremendous, squeezing force descended. Bang! The body of the giant beast that attacked by surprise was fixed in midair, constantly compressed, and finally was crushed into a ball of meat paste alive. Yi Qing took a deep breath, and the blood-red meat paste poured into his throat like water. You swallowed a giant sand-scale scorpion. HP plus 23, mental strength plus 1.2, extraction progress plus 21%. With the increase of mental power, the human-shaped light ball outlined by mental power in Yi Qing's mind filled the last gap. In an instant, invisible waves rose up in the sea of consciousness, and wisps of silver light began to shrink and poured into the human body. The bright light gradually went out, and the entire sea of consciousness fell into silence, leaving only the human body floating silently. A nirvana transformation is quietly taking place. A moment later, a dazzling light suddenly burst out, and the face of the human-shaped body became clear. It was exactly the same as Yi Qing's face. The body seemed to be made up of flowing water, and there were ripples on the surface of the body. A look of surprise flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. That is naturally not water, but liquid mental power formed when the mental power is condensed to a certain degree. The purity and strength of each liquid mental force are more than 10 times higher than before. At the same time, a special message appears as the transformation is completed. Brought about by the nirvana transformation of the heart source will give spiritual power new characteristics. Spiritual power can be transformed into other energies to increase the strength of the physical body. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. His normal strength has always been much stronger than the power in the spiritual field. Originally, the two forces did not interfere with each other, and mental power at most played an auxiliary role in actual combat. Now it can directly enhance qi and blood. After the first stage of the condensation of Long Yan's immortal golden body was completed, combined with Long Yan's special power-generating technique of Yuqian body, Yi Qing's burst of power increased to 6 times. This is a very terrifying number, which means that Yi Qing's combat power, after bursting out with all his strength, is already enough to threaten a 5th-level warrior. Yi Qing's mind moved slightly, his figure flashed, and he soon found a giant beast wandering on the street to test the amplified strength of his new ability. Bang! The giant beast was broken into 2 pieces by a punch, and the blood that sprayed was absorbed before it hit the ground. 8-fold explosion. There was a gleam in Yi Qing's eyes as he calculated that the force of the punch that would burst out when he attacked with all his strength would be a fatal threat to a 5th-level warrior. A low roar came from the other end of the city, followed by the roar of artillery fire. Yi Qing's expression tensed, and he walked a little faster. The body of a level 5 behemoth can no longer be harmed by ordinary weapons. When ordinary firearms are fired at it, it is hard to say whether they can even penetrate its defense. Even if you're lucky enough to hit the weak point of defense, you will not be able to cause any substantial damage to the level 5 behemoth. One of them is the self-propelled artillery that is standard equipment for regimental combat units. However, the muzzle of the self-propelled artillery placed behind the defense line kept moving, aiming at the level 5 behemoth, but it never fired. The power of the artillery is too great. If it opens fire, the acting captain who is fighting with the level 5 behemoth will definitely be affected. Those present were all veterans who had been through many battles, so they naturally knew the consequences of firing the cannon. Once the cannon was fired, the regiment commander would definitely not be able to come back. Pull the firing lever in his hand down no matter what. Fuck you, Ma Jie. If you don't open fire, do you want to kill the rest of the people? The acting leader who was fighting with the level 5 beast started cursing. Ma Jie was the gunner. When he heard the curses coming from the front, his body was shocked. He gritted his teeth and was about to pull the lever at his hand. Just at this moment, an invisible, powerful force suddenly descended, and Ma Jie was shocked to find that he had lost control of his body. Although he had exerted force on the muscles in his arms, he couldn't move them any further. There was a moment like that. Ma Jie thought he had been hit in the spine by a stray bullet and had become paralyzed from the waist down and had lost control of the body below the neck. This idea was quickly rejected. A tall figure appeared silently beside him, stretched out his hand to pry open his hand that was tightly grasping the lever, put it aside, and then disappeared again. The next moment, control of the body is restored. See, what the hell? What happened just now? Ma Jie's eyes widened, and before he could scream in fear, a deafening sonic boom came from the front of the defense line. Liu Zhenhai, the former deputy commander of the 812th Regiment, and now the acting commander, scolded the gunner and then returned to the battle with the behemoth in front of him. He had multiple wounds, oozing blood. When the cracks rioted, a huge crack appeared not far from their base. For level 5 beasts crawled out first. In order to buy time for the soldiers to deploy their defenses, he and the regiment commander rushed out first. At the huge cost of the captain's death, 3 level 5 beasts were killed, and he was also seriously injured. After a series of battles, Liu Zhenhai was already exhausted and could only barely hold back the giant beast in front of him. If we want to kill it completely, we must rely on the only remaining self-propelled artillery in the regiment. Liu Zhenhai was very clear about the consequences, and he had no intention of retreating alive when he first rushed out. Therefore, he did not care about his injuries now, and adopted a strategy of exchanging injuries for injuries, just to delay the pace of the giant beast in front of him as much as possible so that the gunners behind the defense line could aim more accurately. But after waiting for a long time, I still didn't hear any gunfire. Liu Zhenhai was so angry that he was about to start cursing. Before he could speak, boom! An explosion sounded almost next to his ear. Liu Zhenhai looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall figure rushing towards him at a speed exceeding the speed of sound, accompanied by white airwaves. A muffled bang. A hole as tall as a person appeared on the chest of the level 5 leopard-like monster. The figure just now actually crashed directly in. Lu Zhenhai's eyes widened. How could the defense that could withstand artillery fire be smashed to pieces by someone? What on earth is that person's body made of? At the same time, there was another muffled sound. A bloody hole exploded on the back of the leopard-shaped beast, and a tall figure covered in blood rushed out. Lu Zhenhai was stunned. The fighting style he saw was something he had never seen before. With just one impact, the level 5 monster was penetrated. Hell, is this humanoid weapon? Chapter 64. Kill the level 5 monster instantly. Tell them to retreat. I'll take over. Yi Qing suddenly crawled out of the blood hole, his body covered in blood, and broken bone fragments slid down his arms. What a powerful outburst. He murmured in a low voice, with a hint of amazement in his tone. Long Yan's Yuqian body and the powerful amplification of his heart's nirvana, coupled with the invincible state of mind brought about by the unity of heaven and earth, the combination of these three factors allowed his combat power to rise to an unprecedented peak. With just this one strike, he was like a cannonball, blasting a level 5 beast through. It was not until this moment that Yi Qing truly and clearly realized the terrifying power of these three S-level talents. The ultimate power, like a raging fire, completely ignited the fighting spirit deep in his heart. The leopard-like beast roared in pain. Its heart had disappeared and blood was gushing out of its empty chest. A short moment is actually enough to finish an appetizer. You swallowed a heart of a sky-splitting leopard. HP plus 23, extraction progress plus 3%. It's really delicious. Yi Qing casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was in a good mood, and a smile naturally appeared on his face. Although the sky-splitting leopard lost its heart, it did not die immediately due to its strong vitality. At this moment, it began to struggle frantically, and its huge body kept rolling on the ground, crushing a large number of low-level beasts around it. Yi Qing stood steadily on its body, unseen by everyone. His tentacles had quietly penetrated into the flesh and blood of the sky-splitting leopard, greedily absorbing large amounts of essence and blood. You swallowed a portion of the blood of the sky-splitting leopard. Qi and health plus 8, extraction progress plus 1%. You swallowed a portion of the blood of the sky-splitting leopard. Qi and health plus 10, extraction progress plus 1%. You swallowed a portion of the blood of the sky-splitting leopard. Qi and health plus 10, extraction progress plus 1%. The Qi and health values began to soar, and the benefits brought by the level 5 behemoth were indeed considerable. That's enough, you should die. Yi Qing's figure flashed and instantly appeared on the head of the sky-splitting leopard, and then he stepped down hard. Crack! Cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, and the hard skull was like exquisite but fragile porcelain, which was instantly shattered and the white brain tissue was splattered everywhere. Yi Qing waved his hand and swallowed the soul fragments that only he could see into his stomach. You swallowed a soul fragment of the sky-splitting leopard. Mental power plus 13. A level 5 behemoth already possesses a certain level of intelligence. Therefore, the mental power bonus brought by their soul fragments is much stronger than that of the 4th level behemoth. Gudong! A sound of swallowing saliva was heard from the side. Yi Qing turned his head and saw Lu Zhenhai standing there, motionless. At this moment, Lu Zhenhai's mind was blank and his eyes were full of shock and disbelief. His eyes kept blinking, and he wondered if he was dazzled. That is a level 5 behemoth, not an ordinary low-level behemoth. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 2 or 3 level 5 warriors working together to deal with a level 5 behemoth. But now, the opponent seemed to have only attacked twice. He knocked the level 5 beast through with a single collision, and then crushed the level 5 beast's head with a light kick. I must be dreaming. Is this the distress signal you sent? Yi Qing asked. Yes, it's me, sir. The voice startled Lu Zhenhai. He snapped out of his daze and nodded hastily, while saluting solemnly. 812th Regiment, Lieutenant Colonel Acting Commander, Lu Zhenhai. In the military, strength is often closely linked to military rank. The powerful strength displayed by Yi Qing made Lu Zhenhai subconsciously think that Yi Qing was a strong man with a higher military rank than himself. In fact, Yi Qing was only a major. Even though the Songlong Special Forces has a special sequence, it is still one level lower than the lieutenant colonel. Major Yi Qing from the Songlong Special Operations Team 7. Yi Qing returned the salute, then picked up Liu Zhanhai and quickly returned to the defense line. What a fast speed! Liu Zhanhai couldn't help but smack his lips and was so amazed at Yi Qing's speed that he even ignored the word major that Yi Qing had just said. Captain, are you okay? At this time, the people who had witnessed the scene just now came back to their senses from their shock, and two of them rushed over in a hurry. I'm fine. Get back and continue defending. Liu Zhanhai turned around and shouted, Didn't you see the reinforcements have arrived? Everyone get ready. When the reinforcements behind you arrive, we will fight a counterattack. Obviously, Liu Zhanhai misunderstood again. After seeing Yi Qing, he thought that he was a powerful vanguard who had arrived first, and there would definitely be a large number of reinforcements following behind. However, in fact, Yi Qing had not seen any sign of reinforcements along the way. This rift riot came too suddenly, and all places were caught in a bitter battle, and it was impossible to spare so many troops to support the stronghold station outside. If we want to wait for reinforcements, we will probably have to wait for at least 1 or 2 days. Yi Qing looked around and found that there were less than 50 people still breathing along the entire defense line. Are there only these few people left in your group? Yi Qing asked after a moment's silence. It happened too suddenly. The crack appeared almost at our doorstep, and there were several level 5 monsters in it. If the captain hadn't sacrificed himself to stop it, we wouldn't even be able to keep these dozens of people. Liu Zhanhai explained with difficulty in a hoarse voice. Yi Qing glanced at the soldiers who were seriously injured but still holding their posts and said in a deep voice, Tell them all to withdraw. How can that be possible? Behind us is the flank of the 833rd Regiment. If we lose this place, they will be even more unable to hold on. Liu Zhanhai immediately shook his head and refused. Besides, we have reinforcements. Wait for the reinforcements behind you, sir. There is no reinforcement. I came here alone. Yi Qing interrupted him directly. Liu Zhanhai was startled. His face gradually darkened, and he smiled bitterly and shook his head. That's right. How could a large number of reinforcements come at this time? I was just daydreaming. You guys retreat. Yi Qing's voice sounded again. No, absolutely not. Liu Zhanhai flatly refused. I'll take it, Yi Qing said calmly. No. What? Liu Zhanhai's voice suddenly became sharp, and he looked at Yi Qing in disbelief. Your regiment has suffered enough casualties. Retreat 3 kilometers to treat the wounded. I will call you when I can't hold on any longer. After Yi Qing said this, his figure flashed like a golden lightning, crossing the defense line formed by armored vehicles and rushing into the ocean-like herd of beasts without hesitation. His muscles bulged high, and his height instantly rose to 2 meters. His blood surged like a roaring river, and golden energy spread throughout his body. His fists flashed brightly, and every time he swung, he could smash the heads of giant beasts. A huge amount of blood was splashed everywhere, and the figure emitting golden light stood in front of the defense line like a towering mountain, facing the giant beasts that were rushing in like a tide, without retreating an inch. Any giant beast that rushed in front of him would instantly turn into a headless corpse and fall to the ground. The corpses gradually piled up, and soon 2 small hills of corpses appeared on both sides of Yi Qing. After a while, the mountain of corpses was high enough to block the entire defense line, and the soldiers on the defense line could no longer see the battle situation behind the mountain of corpses. They looked at each other, but no one dared to act rashly. Without the protection of the defense line, and without the support of heavy firepower, with their strength, they would soon be overwhelmed by the tide of beasts. Therefore, rushing out of the defense line rashly is no different from seeking death. Liu Zhanhai took a breath, looked at the soldiers around him, thought for a moment, and then yelled at the medics to rush to treat the wounded. Then, he turned his head to look at the pile of corpses not far in front of the defense line. His eyes kept changing, and a thought that seemed quite unreal to him slowly emerged. Sometimes, one person may also be able to become a support force. Chapter 65, Blood Coagulation into Pills. 5th Level Warrior. There is a splash of scorching lightning and fire that could melt steel, and a poisonous gale that could corrode scales, armor, and flesh. Yi Qing's entire body was stained red with blood, his eyes completely turned golden, and an icy, violent, and cruel aura swept all around. He almost turned into a fighting machine. His whole body turned into a weapon, Scarlet blood splashed at the corners of his mouth, and the sweet fragrance stimulated his nerves. When things get exciting, the mouth also becomes the weapon. The huge mouth with sharp teeth opened, and with one bite it tore the throat of a level 4 monster, and boiling blood gushed out like a fire hydrant. Even the hard bone fragments became his weapons. Under the control of his mental power, with sharp and piercing whistles, they transformed into deadly white light and shadows, piercing through the bodies of the giant beasts. In this situation, the killing efficiency of mental power is obviously much higher. Countless system prompts sounded in Yi Qing's ears. You swallowed a piece of earth-splitting pangolin meat. HP plus 5, extraction progress plus 2%. You swallowed a portion of the blood of a poisonous porcupine. Chi and health value plus 7, extraction progress plus 2%. You swallowed a piece of giant bear king's meat. HP plus 11, extraction progress plus 3%. You swallowed a piece of the soul fragment of the scorpion-tailed tiger. Mental power plus 4.5. You swallowed a soul fragment of the silver moon wolf. Mental power plus 3.3. You swallowed. There were so many clues that before Yi Qing could figure out what kind of giant beast he had eaten, new clues popped up. Groups of giant beasts fell down beside Yi Qing, and blood-red tentacles emerged from the ground, greedily sucking the blood and essence from their bodies. Under the infusion of massive amounts of essence and blood, the tentacles of the blood-sucking vine are splitting, and more tiny tentacles are appearing on ground. Even though Yi Qing was extremely ferocious and had killed 2 level 5 beasts in succession, the number of beasts on the battlefield did not decrease at all, and there were still beasts crawling out of the crack in the distance. Many. So many that it's dizzying. If Yi Qing did not possess the S-level talent of breathing in harmony with heaven and earth, which gave him a super recovery ability and made him more courageous as the battle went on, and if it were not for the fact that the giant beasts around him continuously provided him with energy and blood, he would have been overwhelmed by the herd long ago. Yi Qing punched, kicked, elbowed, and even bit tirelessly, swallowing pieces of fresh giant beast meat, drinking mouthfuls of boiling beast blood, and devouring pieces of soul fragments. Qi and blood values and mental strength are rising rapidly. The second stage of Long Yan's immortal golden body began to condense. Long Yan's thunder and fire seeped into his flesh and blood, and his blood and muscles began to emit a faint golden glow. The second transformation of the heart source nirvana began quietly, and the human body composed of liquid mental power showed signs of materialization. Even the breath of heaven and earth changed. Yi Qing was immersed in a state of selflessness. His killing movements became more coordinated, and the same attack consumed less energy and blood. His body seemed to blend into the battlefield, and his speed was as fast as a ghost, making it easier for him to avoid the attacks of the giant beast. He enjoyed this wonderful state so much that he couldn't help laughing out loud. And in the laughter, the shackles were broken once again. Boom! Qi and blood are like a roaring river. The vast amount of pure qi and blood condenses into dragons swimming in the blood vessels. The plasma is like mercury, and every drop of blood is wrapped in extremely rich qi and blood energy. Dragons of blood and energy swam towards Yi Qing's chest, where they gathered, entangled, and merged. A round blood pill gradually took shape, and Yi Qing's blood and energy surged into the sky like a rainbow, forming a blood and energy smoke above his head. The qi and blood exceed 10,000 and condense into pills. This is the sign that a warrior has broken through the 5th limit and advanced to the 5th level. Yi Qing only felt that his body and mind were extremely refreshed. An endless stream of power surged out from the blood pill. The golden energy was like a substance, wrapping his whole body. The bright light illuminated the battlefield, and it seemed as if a sun was rising between the dim sky and earth. 3 kilometers behind the defense line, Lu Zhenhai's expression changed, and he turned his head to look towards the battlefield. Sensing the blood and wolf smoke rising into the air, his face changed drastically. Level 5. This is the blood and qi signal smoke that will appear when you advance to level 5. Oh my god, he was only at level 4 just now? Lu Zhenhai's face was filled with horror, and he was in deep shock. A level 4 monster can kill a level 5 beast. What kind of monster is coming to support? Special forces. Worthy of being a member of the special forces. He didn't have time to think about it. After wrapping the bandages on his body, he quickly ran to the seriously injured people to help treat them. The other side. As soon as Yi Qing thought about it, the system panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Yi Qing. Qi and blood, 10,021.8. Spirit, 1,066.5. Talents, S level. Heart source nirvana transformation, S level. Heaven and earth breathing together, S level. Dragon flame controlling sky body, B level. Bloodthirsty vine, B level. Abyss mouth, B level. Tyrannosaurus thorn, B level. Poisonous wind, B level. Fox evil eye, B level. Instant shadow, B level. Rock barrier, C level. Thunder whip, C level. Red flame, C level. Steel bone blade, C level. Flame rush. Kung fu. Paiyan palm, 6th level. Baji Jing Quan, 6th level. Extraction progress. Earth shattering pangolin, 100%. Poison stinging porcupine, 100%. Giant bear king, 100%. Scorpion tailed tiger, 100%. Silver moon wolf, 100%. Not only did his chi and blood value break through 10,000, but his mental strength also broke through 1,000, which is equivalent to the level of a 4th level mentalist. Fighting is indeed the most suitable training method for me. The martial arts training camp is bullshit. Yi Qing glanced at the panel and smiled brightly. In the extraction progress column, the extraction progress of many kinds of behemoths has been filled up. Many of these talents can be combined with each other, so it's time to update the talents. Yi Qing's mind moved, and the system immediately began to extract the special abilities of many giant beasts. Suddenly, I felt strange all over my body. It's not a severe pain, just a little itchy at best. Yi Qing's body is too strong now, and ordinary talents can no longer have any significant effect on him. In a split second, extraction successful. You get C-level talent, Sting. A successful hint appeared, followed by the second and third hints, and new talents were extracted one after another. You obtained B-level talent, Boiling Blood. You obtained C-level talent, Earth-Shattering Drill. You obtained B-level talent, Telekinetic Sound. You get. Extracting the talent did not delay Yi Qing from continuing to fight. After breaking through to the 5th level, Yi Qing felt that he had endless power. After the breakthrough in strength, his body required more energy, and his appetite naturally increased a lot. He can eat more. Snap! Yi Qing broke the neck of a giant beast, pulled out its entire spine, took a deep breath, and sucked out all the bone marrow. The mellow taste spread between my teeth, and waves of hunger came from my stomach again. Yi Qing stared at a level 5 giant beast that had just emerged from crack. He was experiencing his newly acquired talents, and had already thought of dozens of new ways for the giant beast to die in his mind. It was a great dinner. He smiled ferociously and rushed forward. Chapter 66. Major General. Countless new talents, ready to merge. Lu Zhenhai used to think that one person can form an army was a bit exaggerated, but now it is actually demonstrated in front of him. Lu Zhenhai has been paying attention to the movements on the defense line. He was waiting for the signal. If the situation was not right or the breath weakened, he would rush over to provide support. However, as he wrapped the bandage around and around, he found that the aura not only did not weaken, but became stronger and stronger. Unbelievable. Who at level 5 can fight at such a high intensity for such a long time? Logically speaking, the chi and blood should have been exhausted long ago. Lu Zhenhai couldn't understand what was going on and couldn't figure out the reason no matter how hard he tried. Maybe reinforcements have arrived. He muttered to himself. Damn it, there's no way we can kill all these beasts. Xiong Linquan, covered in blood, slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. A rift riot is a rare occurrence. We encountered it right after we arrived here to carry out the mission. Our luck is really bad. Bai Yulan, deputy captain of the 7th team, said. Have you contacted them? Xiong Linquan drank a large pot of water. Bai Yulan said, the electromagnetic interference is too strong now. We can only contact a small number of them. Like us, they all chose to provide support nearby. With their strength, they can't provide any support. How different can they be from ordinary 4th level creatures if they fall into the beast herd? Xiong Linquan shook his head. He suddenly remembered something and asked, where is Yi Qing? Can you contact that guy? No. Bai Yulan shook her head. But I told him before we set off not to go too deep. It shouldn't be a big problem. That's true. If that kid had a normal mind, he should have retreated after the rift erupted. Xiong Linquan nodded, but still said worriedly, I still have to remind you that when young people encounter such a situation, it is inevitable that they will be overwhelmed with passion. If they do something stupid, it will be bad. Boss Chi has warned me before that if something goes wrong, we will definitely be punished. You're right. I've already thought of this. Bai Yulan sneered. Let's just get through this first. Otherwise, we'll both be dead, and we won't be able to care about what happens after we die. A shrill roar was heard, and the earth began to shake. A level 6 behemoth appeared on the battlefield. Level 6. Fuck. Damn it. I can't believe I can't go back. Xiong Linquan cursed inwardly and stood up again. Bai Yulan stood aside, gazing into the distance at a battlefield in the distance. The energy and blood rushing into the sky dispersed the clouds, dyeing the entire sky blood red. A dull, deafening and fierce roar came from there, and a giant beast with its wings spread out, covering half the sky, was tumbling. Several streams of light were swirling around the giant beast that was nearly a kilometer long. That is the Grandmaster's battlefield. Xiong Linquan and others knew that that place was the key to this sudden war. If the newly arrived giant beast is killed, humans will win this time. If it cannot be killed, the situation will become serious. The worst result is that the defense line will be destroyed and the beast will invade the rear, causing extremely tragic losses. The giant beast that descends from the crack will cause at least millions of casualties once it sets foot in the city. Xiong Linquan and the other man thought of the documentary about the disaster in the first year of Wudao that they had watched before, and their faces darkened. Kill. Not far away, a major rushed out with a roar. After killing several giant beasts, he crushed them into meat paste with a huge foot. Damn it. Xiong Linquan's eyes turned red, and he rushed out immediately without even taking the time to catch his breath. The riot of the cracks was too sudden. Although the military district discovered the abnormality in advance and sent out a special forces team to investigate the situation, who knew that this unexpected change would happen so suddenly. The cracks spread and expanded, and many garrison troops responded quickly, but were still caught in a tough battle. In Operation Base Number 31, urgent messages for help were transmitted from the front. The officers were overwhelmed, there were wars everywhere, and the military strength at the base was simply a drop in the bucket. Help! Level 1 alert, requesting assistance from the next-door combat line. Report, Lieutenant General Li Zidao sent an urgent message. He is on his way and asked me to hold on at the 31st Combat Front. Grandmaster, great. Communications company, pass on the news that reinforcements are coming soon. If there is signal interference, then deliver the message yourself. In the combat command room, almost everyone was shouting. The soldiers who were originally responsible for communications began to wear combat uniforms. They would use the most primitive method of information transmission, transform themselves into messengers, and bring hope to the units fighting on the front line. This mission is extremely dangerous. It can even be said that there is a high probability that you will never come back. But no one in the communications company raised any objections. They quickly changed into their combat uniforms in silence, then rushed out of the base without hesitation and scattered like tiny ants into the war zone ahead. The 812th Regiment was unfortunate, but also lucky. Unfortunately, a crack appeared at the entrance of their base, and the first few level 5 beasts that appeared directly killed their most powerful commander and seriously injured their deputy commander. The high-end combat power dropped greatly, and they suffered heavy losses in the face of the impact of the beasts. There were less than 100 people left in the entire regiment. Fortunately, Yi Qing happened to be nearby. He alone blocked a giant beast from the crack. Like an indestructible great wall, he stood in front of the crack without moving. No giant beast could cross the defense line formed by him alone. I don't know how much time passed. The tidal-like behemoth retreated temporarily, no longer launching a charge, and wandered around the crack. The beast's attack paused temporarily. Yi Qing was covered in blood. The blood under his feet formed a river, submerging his ankles. Bloody tentacles swayed in the blood like corals in the deep sea. He let out a breath and looked around. Dead bodies everywhere. The corpses of giant beasts lay on the ground, piled up like a mountain, and the strong smell of blood was nauseating. Many of the giant beasts' corpses were incomplete. Some looked like they had been torn apart, with hideous gaps all over their bodies. Some had half of their bodies shriveled up, as if their blood had been sucked out. Some had their entire spines pulled out, with the bone marrow inside sucked out. The scene was so tragic that it was not enough to describe it. A strong feeling of fullness comes over me. Yi Qing burped. His body had absorbed too much energy and needed to digest it. This is an unprecedented situation. It was the first time he felt like vomiting since he had obtained the system. It's a good time to take a break. Yi Qing glanced at the beast that had temporarily retreated and glanced at the system panel. In the talent column, rows of new talents appeared, too many to count. Many of them can be integrated with each other to form new talents. It's time for a fusion. With so many kinds of talents, it should be possible to combine them into A-level talents. With a hint of anticipation, Yi Qing grabbed half of the body of a level 5 giant beast and dragged it towards the defense line. P.S. Happy New Year, my friends. In the new year, I wish office workers a salary increase, postgraduate students a smooth landing, college students pass every subject, middle school students grades improve by leaps and bounds, and elementary school students. There should be no elementary school students, right? Elementary school students go home every day to eat bamboo shoots fried with meat. Chapter 67. 3 A-level talents. The riot is over, and the reinforcements are coming? 2 in 1. In the army, especially in the frontline combat sequence, the healing medicines equipped are highly potent. The effect is quite good. As for the sequelae and side effects, that is something that only those who survive to the end of the battle should consider. The only thing that matters is staying alive. The subsequent side effects are not within the medical soldier's consideration. After treatment, the injuries of the remaining dozens of people in the 812th Regiment were under control. Several broken armored vehicles were repaired, and the seriously injured were transferred into the vehicles, ready to be evacuated to safe areas at any time. The signalman tried to contact base number 31, but the signal interference was still strong and a stable signal channel could not be established. He could only contact the troops on several nearby defense lines. The garrison troops next door were also in a bad situation, suffering extremely heavy losses. Some troops were left with only a few members, and their organization basically ceased to exist. It seems that we are all lucky. Liu Zhenhai took a deep puff of cigarette, thought of the reinforcements behind the defense line, and changed his words. No, we are quite lucky. At least we still have help. A low friction sound came from not far away. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a shadow moving towards them quickly. A level 5 behemoth. Liu Zhenhai was startled and only heaved a sigh of relief after noticing that it was dead. Yi Qing handed the giant beast's corpse to Liu Zhenhai, asking him to help deal with it and also to give the others something to eat. While everyone was barbecuing, Yi Qing got into an armored vehicle and sat cross-legged. A system panel appeared in front of him. In the talent column, dozens of new talents have been added. C-level spiritual eyes, C-level magnetic shield, B-level energy siphon, C-level energy concealment, B-level parasite. There are both C-level and B-level talents, of which C-level accounts for 70% of the new talents and B-level accounts for about 30%. These talents all have their uses, but the effects are not particularly outstanding. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. If used alone, they will not significantly improve combat power. Therefore, we have to take advantage of their strengths and overcome their weaknesses and combine them according to their respective characteristics, so as to combine a powerful new talent that combines the advantages of various talents. Especially talents in speed and defense, they need to be strengthened. Yi Qing began to choose, his eyes scanning the various talents on the panel. One of the talents caught his attention. B-level talent, neural overclocking. Once this talent is activated, the reaction speed of the nervous system can be increased to an astonishing level, allowing the user to perform complex movements, dodge, or attack in a very short time. However, this talent requires very high physical and mental strength. The giant beast maintained this ability for half a minute before it collapsed to the ground due to the heavy physical and mental strain. Yi Qing didn't have any concerns in this regard. With his current physical fitness and mental strength, he could maintain nerve overclocking for a whole day without any problem. The microscopic speed is just right to combine with the instant shadow to make up for the shortcomings in the subtle details. Yi Qing's mind moved slightly, and he selected several talents. B-class flash, B-class neural overclocking, C-class blazing speed, C-class wind step have been selected. Do you want to start the fusion? After selecting all the talents related to speed, Yi Qing began to integrate them. Changes began quietly, and the energy of qi, blood, and mental strength began to be consumed. Yi Qing didn't care about this for the time being. His blood and spirit were strong enough, and that didn't need to be replenished too quickly. As speed improves, defense naturally cannot fall behind. Although he advocates that attack is the best defense, the necessary things are still indispensable. The B-level rock barrier is barely adequate for now, and there's a lot of room for improvement in the future. B-level rock barrier, B-level symbiotic hide, B-level petrified body have been selected. Do you want to start the fusion? Also select all the talents related to defense, and let them start to blend with each other. Speed and defense, there are dozens of talents required to merge the two major types of talents, and a huge amount of time and energy is required. Qing walked out of the armored vehicle and ate half of the giant beast in front of everyone's stunned gaze, then turned around and went to the battlefield behind the defense line. The fusion of talents consumes energy, blood, and spirit, and he needs to hunt giant beasts to replenish them. Qing's figure flashed, and he rushed directly into the herd of beasts near the crack and started a massacre again. After a while, fusion successful. As soon as you step into the bloody slaughterhouse, a system prompt appears. But it's not news of success for two major categories of talent. You obtain A-level talent, Bone Control Master. When seeing this prompt, a hint of surprise flashed in Qing's eyes. Finally, I have integrated the A-level talent, blade type of talent that he had used the most before. This kind of talent was once Qing's main means of attack and greatly enhanced his combat effectiveness. Even in the current battle with a level 5 behemoth, the lower level bone blade could play a big role. So after he began to integrate his speed and defense talents, he also focused on improving some attack talents, including the C-level steel bone blade. Steel bone blade and Tyrannosaurus thorn are both talents related to bones. As the cornerstone of new talents, they are integrated with some elemental talents to enchant bone weapons and allow them to carry special damage. In this way, after integrating nearly 20 kinds of talents, A-level talent Bone Control Overlord is born. He can control the bones all over his body at will, whether turning them into a huge blade or into a skeletal armor covering his body. There will not be the slightest conflict. At the same time, thunder, fire, and strong corrosive toxins are attached to the bones. The enemy is hit by the bone blade. He will be killed on the spot, even if he is not killed instantly. The lightning and fire attached to the bone blade will also prevent the wound from healing, and the corrosive toxins hidden in it will quickly end the enemy's life. The original properties of the Tyrannosaurus thorn have been retained. The bone spikes can be launched out as a means of long-range attack, and the speed is several times faster than before. The lightning and fire attached to the bones give them explosive damage, and their power is comparable to that of large-caliber heavy weapons. Blade, 5 meters long, emerged from his elbow joint. Swish! A silver line appeared in the air. The white bone blade cut through the air and smoothly split the head of a level 5 giant beast into 2 halves, with brain tissue and blood gushing out. Hendy. The Bone Control Master combines the advantages of the previous Tyrannosaurus thorn and steel bone blade, but does not have the obstruction of using different talents, which greatly improves Qing's feel. And at the same time, 2 prompt sounds were heard in succession. Fusion successful. You obtain A-level talent, Void Strike. You obtain the A-level talent, 1000 Toughness Black Tortoise Armor. The fusion was successful. A lot of information about the new talent comes to mind. With Qing's current mental strength, he was able to understand all the information with just a quick glance, and he was immediately overjoyed. The new speed talent is called Void Strike. Just from the name, you can tell that this new talent is extraordinary. With sufficient energy and blood and the support of a strong body, the ultimate speed will involve the concept of space jump. Of course, that is the theoretical limit that the Void Flash talent can reach. Whether it can be achieved specifically still needs to be verified by Qing later. However, the improvement brought about at this stage is also extremely huge. Qing's original sprint burst speed was about 100 meters per second. If combined with mental power, it could be increased to about 150 meters per second. For a normal 5th level warrior, this speed is already quite terrifying. Not to mention that the maximum explosive speed of an ordinary 5th level warrior is only 40 to 50 meters per second. Even if they were allowed to reach a speed of more than 100 meters per second, their bodies would not be able to withstand the acceleration at that moment, and they would be seriously injured on the spot. And now the speed talent has been upgraded to a level. Qing's mind moved slightly. Call out. A whistling sound suddenly sounded. A visible wave of white air spread out, sweeping up the broken limbs, blood, and flesh fragments on the ground, forming a bloody storm that made people feel cold. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds rang in Yi Qing's ears. His speed was extremely fast, and his explosive sprint speed was close to the speed of sound. At this moment, he was really like a human cannonball. Any giant beast that was hit by him would be pierced through the body, and a huge blood hole that was transparent from front to back would burst out on its body. If the speed reaches a certain level, it can also cause huge damage. This speed is already faster than most 6th-level warriors. Yi Qing muttered to himself, with a satisfied smile on his lips. Are clearly different from low-level warriors in all aspects. In terms of speed, the burst speed of a Grandmaster warrior exceeds the speed of sound, and he can fly through the air, which cannot be viewed with common sense. Yi Qing estimated that if he used all his strength to activate the Void Flash, coupled with the bonus brought by his mental power and the harmony with heaven and earth, his sprint speed would be close to 300 meters per second, a little slower than the speed of sound, almost approaching the realm of the Grandmaster. The Qianren Black Tortoise armor is not bad either. It can probably withstand a frontal attack from heavy caliber firepower. Yi Qing raised his hand. His sturdy and strong arms were covered with a layer of thick scales with a metallic luster. Each scale was covered with ferocious dragon patterns, and a cold and tyrannical aura spread out. In a sense, these scales are part of Yi Qing's body. Therefore, the exaggerated recovery ability of Long Yan's immortal golden body will also affect the Qianren Black Tortoise armor. When cracks or breaks appear on the Black Tortoise armor, the scales will quickly recover to their original state due to its powerful, self-healing ability. Exaggerated body, amazing speed, strong defense. Yi Qing gradually corrected the direction of perfecting his talent, and everything was based on the two foundations of body and spirit. It's not perfect yet. Only when all talents are upgraded to S level can it be considered perfect. Yi Qing suppressed the restlessness in his heart and focused his attention on killing the giant beast. He had just broken the limit for the 5th time, and his chi and blood value was at the 5th level, which was just the entry level. He had to consolidate his foundation as soon as possible. The bloody massacre began again. On the battlefield, the concept of time is blurred. His mind was so focused on fighting and being on alert that his awareness of the passage of time was much weaker. The remnants of the 812th Regiment were fine. The pressure on them was not that great. At most, they had to kill some sporadic behemoths that slipped through the gaps in their defense lines. Their injuries had recovered a lot, and with Lu Zhanhai, a 5th-level warrior, around, naturally no one was injured. In addition to killing sporadic giant beasts, the main work of Lu Zhanhai and others every day has become to cook the flesh and blood of giant beasts in various ways. It's not that they are greedy. In fact, after a few days of contact, they discovered that Yi Qing's only hobby was eating, and his appetite was extremely large. In order to help the savior of the 812th Regiment to the greatest extent, even the acting commander Lu Zhanhai learned several barbecue techniques. These rough guys with stubble on their faces seemed to be evolving into battlefield chefs. The 3rd day of the Rift Riot. Roar! In the distant sky, a shrill, angry, and unwilling low roar shook the entire world. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color. Dark clouds covered the earth, and roaring thunder and heavy rain fell on the earth. Outside the defense line, around the crack that is hundreds of meters long, wandering giant beasts suddenly raised their heads. They listened to the special sound waves in the rain and received the biological signals of the super beast. Then, roar, low roars. All the giant beasts changed direction and rushed towards the bottomless crack. The huge body fell into the dark crack, and countless giant beasts jumped into the crack. The riot is over. Hearing the noise, Lu Zhanhai shouted excitedly, and his eyes became red when he thought of his brothers who had died in battle. The surviving soldiers were extremely excited, and their excited roars continued to ring out in the temporary camp. Yi Qing's figure appeared again, and just like before, he was dragging the corpse of a giant beast in his hand. Just now, when he saw the giant beast retreating and jumping into the crack fearlessly, he felt an impulse in his heart, and almost jumped in as well. Fortunately, reason prevailed in the end and stopped him. Sir, seeing Yi Qing coming back, everyone's expressions became solemn. Even the injured struggled to stand up and saluted Yi Qing solemnly. In their eyes, there was awe, respect, worship, and a hint of fanaticism that was difficult to suppress. Yi Qing's performance in turning the tide conquered everyone in the 812th Regiment. The army is a place where the strong are respected. The soldiers respect the strong and admire the strong even more. A strong person is the spiritual pillar of a team and can greatly improve the morale and combat effectiveness of the troops. Yi Qing now believes that as long as he raises his arm and calls for action, everyone in the 812th Regiment, including Lu Zhenhai, will follow him in charging forward, no matter how difficult the task is. It rained heavily, and the solidified blood on the battlefield was washed out, dyeing the entire city ruins red. Is it over? Yi Qing let out a breath and used the rain to wipe the stains off his face. The roar just now should be the order for the giant beast to descend. The high-level battlefield should have decided the outcome. Lu Zhenhai said. Yi Qing nodded and pointed to the corpse of the giant beast behind him. Make a pot of soup to warm up the brothers. After a short rest, it's time for him to return to Operation Base 31. However, as the aroma wafted out of the big pot, Yi Qing's expression changed slightly. He looked deep into the city, and his keen mental perception told him there were several powerful beings rushing towards this side. Yi Qing tilted his neck, making a crisp sound, and holding a bowl of hot soup, he looked in the direction where the breath appeared with interest. It's not the breath of a giant beast, it's the breath of a human. Could it be a belated reinforcement? Chapter 68 Blood Scorpion Special Forces. Intercepting and stealing the spoils? When the Rift riot began, Operation Base Number 31 realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately reported the situation to the military district and requested support. Once the defense line was breached, it would affect millions of civilians in the rear. The military district naturally attached great importance to it and sent reinforcements as soon as possible. A lieutenant general at the Grandmaster level, 2 fully organized legions, and dozens of special operations teams. Large-scale combat power plays a decisive role in a war. After 2 days of fierce fighting, the descending behemoths were forced to retreat back into the cracks. The riot ended immediately and the beasts scattered. There were still sporadic battles, but they would end sooner or later and would no longer pose a substantial threat. Reinforcements have arrived? It's time. Lu Zhenhai also sensed the approaching aura. Yi Qing's eyes were calm. The range of his mental power was now very large, and he had already figured out the situation of the person who had come. 1 is level 5, and 6 are level 4. The badge on his arm was very special. It was a scarlet scorpion. Yi Qing noticed this, and relevant information immediately emerged in his mind. Blood Scorpion Special Forces. In the military region, there's not only Songlong's Special Operations Team, but many of them, all composed of elites from various units. In a sense, the various dangerous missions performed by the Special Forces and the martial arts resources they enjoy are all aimed at cultivating more high-end combat power. This is true for the Songlong Special Forces, the Blood Scorpion Special Forces, and other special forces. At the same time, a sound of breaking air was heard. Several figures appeared in the temporary camp. Seeing the people present, they were obviously surprised. There are still people alive. Damn it, am I so lucky? What kind of shitty luck is this that I can hold on until this point? The 7 people who came looked very young, around 20 years old at most, not much older than Yi Qing. With a hint of pride on their faces, they looked at the wounded soldiers present and marveled at them. Upon hearing their words, Lu Zhenhai and others' faces suddenly turned dark. However, when I saw their epaulets, I had to suppress my dissatisfaction. People with the blood scorpion are not so easy to mess with. Yi Qing frowned slightly. Their postures and tones of voice gave him a sense of déjà vu, as if he had met them somewhere before. Anyway, it made him feel a little disgusted. According to them, all the members of the 812th Regiment should have died. Faced with the surging tide of beasts, none of the soldiers of the 812th Regiment fled. They remained on the defense line, knowing that they would die. The deputy regiment commander was even ready to die together with the level 5 behemoth at any time. Their strength is not very strong, and Yi Qing can kill most of them with ease. But in Yi Qing's eyes, they're the warriors who truly deserve the word warriors. They deserve to be respected, not pointed at like circus monkeys. Then, Yi Qing drank the hot soup in a bowl in one gulp, stood up, frowned, and asked, "What are you doing here? See this? Blood Scorpion Special Forces." A Blood Scorpion member pointed to the shoulder strap and laughed. "We are carrying out a special mission. I have nothing else to tell you." After several days of fighting, Yi Qing's combat uniform had long since rotted away, and the shoulder straps of the Songlong Special Forces were nowhere to be found, having fallen into some corner of the battlefield. He was now wearing a set of regular military combat uniform that Liu Zhanhai had found from the ruins of a warehouse, and his original identity could not be identified at all. Commander, the people of the Blood Scorpion Special Forces are not easy to mess with. Liu Zhanhai whispered to Yi Qing. What do you mean? Yi Qing was a little curious. He was well aware of the strength of the Blood Scorpion team in front of him. There was only one 5th level and several 4th level members. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with not easy to mess with. It has nothing to do with their strength. It's mainly about their identity. Liu Zhanhai said, most of the members of the Blood Scorpion come from aristocratic families. Aristocratic family. Yi Qing's heart moved. Liu Zhanhai explained a few words quickly, and Yi Qing understood. It's not that the aristocratic family has connections and has formed their own private army within the army. After all, children of aristocratic families also have normal citizenship, and they can also join the army, do business, and engage in politics. No one can find fault with getting promoted through legitimate means. Therefore, with the support of abundant family resources, children from aristocratic families naturally have considerable advantages in the competition. For example, in the army, a soldier from an aristocratic family who has made breakthroughs in training will be stronger than an excellent soldier from an ordinary family. Where there are people, there is competition. When competition becomes intense, it turns into conflict. The army is now almost divided into two factions. There is a faction of common people who are of ordinary origin but have excellent qualifications and are hardworking. And there is also a faction of aristocratic families who are born into aristocratic families and rely on their resource advantages to seize a little advantage. The members of the Songlong Special Forces are basically of ordinary origin and naturally belong to the civilian faction. The Blood Scorpion Special Forces is different. Most of its members come from aristocratic families and belong to the aristocratic family faction. People who come from different units often have a lot of competition and conflicts in private. However, Yi Qing had only joined the Songlong Special Forces for a few days, and before he had time to understand all the twists and turns, he was thrown directly into the battlefield and had no chance to understand it in depth. Otherwise, the moment he discovered the identity of the other party's Blood Scorpion Special Forces, he should have immediately reported to the Captain Xiong Lingquan. It's these guys again. Yi Qing knew why he had a familiar feeling of disgust. When he first participated in the training camp, he killed several children from aristocratic families in the ruins of the city. It seems to be someone from the Feng family? The same arrogant attitude, the same lack of respect for others, people from aristocratic families, are as annoying as ever. Yi Qing thought so. At the same time, shouts of surprise came from the front of the defense line. A member of the Blood Scorpion team who had gone to investigate came back and said excitedly, "Captain, it's a crack that's nearly 400 meters long. We're going to make a lot of money this time." Oh, the 5th level Blood Scorpion team leader was immediately overjoyed. The appearance of the crack brings not only a tide of beasts, but also endless wealth. Those abyss cracks are connected to special spaces, which contain many special materials that do not exist on the blue planet or are extremely rare. These materials are often priceless and are extremely precious martial arts resources. If special materials can be discovered from it, it will be of great help to every warrior. Even if you cannot directly improve your own strength, you can choose to sell it at a high price in exchange for useful training materials to improve your strength. Therefore, for every warrior, the abyss crack means opportunity. Detect the specific data immediately and seal off the surrounding area. This crack belongs to us. The captain ignored Yi Qing and others and started giving orders directly. Liu Zhanhai and the others were not fools. They knew that the other party just wanted to intercept them halfway, but the gap in strength and status was there, and they didn't know how to start the conversation. They could only turn their heads and look at Yi Qing, although Yi Qing didn't know much about these things. But looking at the expressions and words of the Blood Scorpion people, we can infer a lot of things. There must be some great benefit associated with cracks, defended by myself and the soldiers of the 812th Regiment. Logically, the ownership of the spoils should belong to me and the 812th Regiment. It has nothing to do with anyone else. So what these Blood Scorpion team members have to do now is to grab the spoils, right? Wait. Yi Qing spoke up, pointing at the Blood Scorpion team members who were preparing to explore the specific data of the cracks, and said, "Do you think we don't exist?" The Blood Scorpion team leader looked at Yi Qing in surprise, as if he didn't expect that someone would question him. They rushed to the front line where the number 31 combat base was located. In addition to the support mission, exploring the cracks was an equally important purpose. Along the way, either there were already troops exploring near the cracks, or the cracks were too small to be worth exploring. Now that he's finally found a big bargain, how could he give up? The captain of the Blood Scorpion team, who came from a noble family, was too lazy to waste words and turn around to say a few words to the people beside him. Then, several members of the Blood Scorpion team came forward. You must evacuate as soon as possible. Our special forces will handle the aftermath. As they said that, they started to chase people away. The action was quite rough, and several seriously injured soldiers were forcibly pulled to stand up. Their wounds were immediately torn, and blood oozed from the bandages. Hurry up! Hurry up! We Blood Scorpions have taken over this place. Everyone who has nothing to do with it, please leave immediately. As one of them said this, he reached out and pulled Yi Qing and Lu Zhenhai. Lu Zhenhai was so angry that he couldn't hold it back any longer. He started to curse. You're just a major, and you're talking to your superior like that. If you say go, we have to go. Who do you think you are? Which special operations team arrives first will have the priority to explore. This is the rule. The Blood Scorpion captain stepped forward and said coldly, besides, with the state of your team, there is no way to explore the crack. I give you 3 minutes to evacuate. Don't waste our time. Lu Zhenhai's eyes turned red and his breathing became heavy. There's indeed a rule. But in general, the Special Forces team will explore together with the troops defending the cracks, and the harvest is shared equally. Now the other party is coming to chase us away. It's simply because the 812th Regiment suffered heavy losses and was about to be destroyed, so they wanted to monopolize this rift and take all the benefits. This is too much. Often, after a battle, the troops' commanders would exchange the things mined from the cracks in the abyss for pensions to be distributed to the families of the fallen soldiers. What the other party is doing now is no different from monopolizing the compensation for the thousands of soldiers who died in the 812th Regiment. Whoever Special Forces team arrives first will get the exploration rights. Yi Qing noticed the key point in the other party's words. The Blood Scorpion team members raised their heads slightly and showed off their epaulets. According to this logic, since I arrived first, the exploration rights should belong to me. Yi Qing turned his head and asked Lu Zhenhai. Lu Zhenhai was stunned, then nodded suddenly. Yes, it should belong to you. What nonsense are you talking about? The Blood Scorpion team leader frowned and was about to open his mouth to scold, but the second half of the words was stuck in his throat. His eyes widened slightly, and he stared straight at the thing in Yi Qing's hand. On the cracked screen of the tactical watch, a blood-stained blue dragon logo was flashing a faint light. Someone from Sanlo, Scorpion team member next to him exclaimed and looked at Yi Qing in surprise. They didn't expect that the guy in front of them, who looked younger than themselves, was actually a member of the Sanglong Special Forces. The Blood Scorpion team leader's expression changed, and he immediately smiled and said, if that's the case, then let's act together. I'll give you a share of the proceeds from the exploration. He thought he had offered good terms. After all, it is extremely dangerous for a person to enter the crack. How can Yi Qing get anything good from it alone? I have let bygones be bygones and brought him along for a share. What else can I say? But what he didn't expect was that Yi Qing slowly shook his head. According to the rules, I arrived first, so the exploration rights belong to me. It has nothing to do with you. Yi Qing waved his hand and said with a smile, so can you guys get out of here? Hearing this, the faces of the 7 members of the Blood Scorpion squad suddenly turned gloomy. Shameless guy. How can you, just one person, explore the entire crack? The exploration of the abyss must be done without delay. Certain materials must be preserved using special methods. If we waste time, causing the precious resources to lose their effectiveness, can you bear this responsibility? The Blood Scorpion team leader had an extremely gloomy expression on his face and spoke in a cold voice. A different kind of moral kidnapping. Pity. Yi Qing didn't buy it and was extremely disgusted by this kind of rhetoric. I defended the line of defense. What do you do with the spoils of war? It's none of your business. Yi Qing laughed in anger, and the blood pill in his chest emitted a stream of rich energy and blood. His fingers trembled slightly, and a bright flame appeared in his eyes. He has lost his mind. This is a very common situation. Soldiers who have survived fierce battles often behave like this. The Blood Scorpion team leader said with a cold smile, pointing at Yi Qing. Give him 2 shots of strong tranquilizer to calm him down. The other Blood Scorpion team members immediately understood what their captain meant, and 2 of them walked towards Yi Qing with cold smiles on their faces. It's just a sedative, not an offensive measure. If they really want to explain it, they can even explain it as an emergency treatment method that was forced upon them. Even if this matter is reported to the higher-ups, there is nothing they can do about it. Yi Qing raised his brows slightly, and the disgust in his heart almost turned into reality. Talking nonsense really can't solve the problem. It's better to keep it simple and direct. Then, Yi Qing raised his foot and kicked a member of the Blood Scorpion team who walked in front of him. Bang! With a dull thud, the team member's body flew backwards like a cannonball, knocking over a scrapped armored vehicle before he fell to the ground. His life or death unknown. Level 5. When Yi Qing attacked, the Blood Scorpion team leader sensed the energy and blood power in his body and immediately revealed an understanding expression. No wonder. Is the 5th level your confidence? He shook his head, the corners of his mouth curled up in a sarcastic smile. You have to know that there's also a huge gap between the 5th level and the 5th level. The skills and methods I master are not what you can imagine. I don't have the time to waste with you, so I'll just let you broaden your horizons. The backpack behind the Blood Scorpion captain shook, and 3 pieces of red metal flew out, along with 2 powerful clanging sounds of metal clashing. The 3 pieces of metal combined together to form a red halberd with golden dragon patterns engraved on it. The Blood Scorpion team leader grabbed the halberd with one hand, shook his wrist, and poured surging blood and energy into it. Buzz! The sound was like a dragon's roar. The red dragon-patterned halberd vibrated slightly, and a blazing heat wave swept out immediately. Boy, it is an honor for you to be defeated by my halberd. Feng Yifeng's smile faded. He jumped high into the air and chopped down with a nearly 10-foot-long dragon-patterned halberd in his hand. Chapter 69. Quasi-7th level Grandmaster Weapon. The red gold dragon-patterned halberd. Feng Yifeng. It seems like it's someone from the Feng family again. It was probably because he and the Feng family were incompatible and had conflicts again and again. However, what Yi Qing was more concerned about was the red dragon-patterned halberd in Feng Yifeng's hand. The weapons used by warriors are also divided into different levels. There is an obvious gap between weapons made of ordinary metals and weapons made of high-tech alloys in terms of structural strength, toughness, and the enhancement of qi and blood power. A warrior who possesses a handy, suitable, high-quality weapon can exert much higher combat power. Even more powerful than high-tech alloy weapons are those weapons made from special materials. Those weapons possess some extraordinary properties that can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the user. The halberd used by Feng Yifeng in front of him was obviously that special kind of weapon. Rolling heat waves hit him in the face, and the temperature around him rose rapidly. The nearly 3-meter-long halberd swung in the air, forming a semicircle, like a fiery waning moon, striking towards Yi Qing on the head. The attack was fierce, and the scorching heat made it difficult to breathe. However, let's not talk about Yi Qing's identity as a spiritual master. With the help of his A-level talent, Void Flash, his nerve reaction speed has long been beyond ordinary people's imagination. In his eyes, Feng Yifeng's slashing is not much different from slow motion. So Yi Qing was not in a hurry to dodge. He observed the halberd with interest and used his mental power to try to figure out the pattern of Feng Yifeng's attack. However, in Feng Yifeng's eyes, Yi Qing's actions meant that Yi Qing had been frightened by his powerful attack and had no time to react. There was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes, and a hint of pride emerged. The halberd in his hand was the one he had spent all his savings on, and even borrowed a considerable amount of money to purchase the materials and have a blacksmith specially make it for him. Quasi-level 7 red gold dragon pattern halberd. Only one step away from becoming a grandmaster level weapon. Even the generals in the military district were jealous of this halberd. Combined with the skills he practiced, a full-strength strike could threaten a 6th level warrior. If it wasn't for the need to resolve the battle as quickly as possible so that he could enter the abyss crack to mine materials, he would not bother to use this red gold dragon pattern halberd. Today we are really using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. As Feng Yifeng thought so, the sharp edge of the red gold dragon pattern halberd had already approached Yi Qing. Is this kid really scared silly? When Feng Yifeng was wondering, he was startled and tried to change the direction of the halberd, but it was too late. Oops, there will be trouble afterwards. The scarlet halberd chopped down from the top of Yi Qing's head, slashing smoothly to the ground, creating a big hole in the ground. Dense cracks spread in all directions like a spider web. Sir, Lu Jinhai and others were horrified. Their eyes immediately turned red, and they looked at Feng Yifeng and others, ready to go forward and fight to the death. Exclamations rang out at the same time. However, it was not Lu Jinhai and his team, but several other members of the Blood Scorpion team who were also watching the battle on the sidelines. Their eyes widened, and they stared at Yi Qing. Even though Yi Qing was split in half, no blood spurted out of his body. On the contrary, his figure gradually became transparent and slowly dissipated like a phantom. What is going on? Speed. It's because he was too fast, leaving an afterimage in the same place. Fuck. How fast does it have to be to have this effect? They are Special Forces members, and they understand better the value of leaving an afterimage on the spot, so they are particularly shocked. In their opinion, the only person who can achieve such speed seems to be the captain of the Special Forces. He is a strong man at the peak of the 6th level, just one step away from becoming a Grandmaster. The guy from the Canglong Special Forces is only at level 5. How can he be so fast? Feng Yifeng was equally shocked. When he saw Yi Qing's figure disappear, his brows twitched wildly, and a strong sense of crisis emerged in his heart. The sound of whistling wind sounded behind him. That is the wind created by the fist. Feng Yifeng turned around instinctively, holding the halberd in his hands tightly and blocking his chest. When? The fist hit the red-gold dragon-patterned halberd with a deafening roar. Feng Yifeng only felt the halberd in his hand vibrate violently, and a huge force attacked from the front of him, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. What a terrifying power! Feng Yifeng plowed a long crack in the concrete floor with his legs. He finally stopped himself and was horrified. He felt a sharp pain at the base of his palms. He looked down and found that the base of both his hands were cracked and blood was flowing out, staining the shaft of the halberd with blood. He changed his mind and suddenly felt better. The forging material of the red gold dragon pattern halberd is very special, and its hardness is comparable to that of a 7th level Grandmaster weapon. That guy must have felt bad after punching it. His guess was correct. The red gold dragon pattern halberd is indeed very hard. Yi Qing punched it, and a powerful recoil force swept over, directly causing cracks on his metacarpal bones. If it were someone else, their hand might have been temporarily disabled. Only for Yi Qing, who possesses the S-level talent Dragon Flame sky-controlling body, such a minor injury was healed in the blink of an eye. A faint golden light flowed between the cracks in the bones, and the fine cracks healed quickly. The bones that had been broken and healed became a little harder. Yi Qing shook his hands, savoring the stinging pain that had not yet completely faded away, a ferocious smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Your halberd is quite good. His voice became erratic, and his figure slowly dissipated like smoke. Unfortunately, you have missed the point. Yi Qing suddenly appeared in front of Feng Yifeng, holding an ordinary alloy sword that he had found from somewhere. A layer of white periosteum that was imperceptible to the naked eye quietly covered the alloy sword. He raised his sword and chopped it down on the head at an extremely fast speed, leaving afterimages in the air. There is no sword technique involved, only pure speed and power. Even so, Feng Yifeng still felt under tremendous pressure. He responded in a somewhat awkward manner, waving the red-gold dragon-patterned halberd in his hand continuously. Ding! 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 Deafening explosions roared one after another. The alloy sword slashed onto the red-gold dragon-patterned halberd, and the terrifying force was transmitted to Feng Yifeng through the halberd. He retreated repeatedly, trying to activate the halberd to launch a counterattack, but every time the heat wave just emerged, before it had time to explode, the ordinary alloy sword had already launched a continuous and powerful offensive. Feng Yifeng couldn't even breathe, and all the martial arts in his mind went blank, with no space or time to display them. The alloy sword was covered with cracks, but it never broke. A little bit of white periosteum penetrates into various parts of the sword, gluing the pieces together so that it always maintains the appearance of a sword. This is a little trick of the A-level talent, Bone Control Lord. Chapter 77th level Grandmaster Skills. The strength of weapons in martial arts has always depended on people. Damn it, how is this possible? Feng Yifeng was exhausted from dealing with the situation. His face turned slightly pale, and the knuckles of his hands were blurred. The stinging pain kept reminding him of his current situation. He couldn't understand how an ordinary alloy sword that any colonel could be equipped with could have caused him to suffer such a disastrous injury. What he held in his hand was a quasi-level 7 red-gold dragon pattern halberd. On a normal day, let alone a head-on collision, even a light wipe would be enough to cut off that rubbish alloy knife. But now, what is going on? Feng Yifeng couldn't understand why he was suppressed by the opponent's unsystematic swordsmanship after years of hard practice with a halberd and mastering many high-level martial arts. It's irrational and totally unreasonable. Is this what you are made of? Yi Qing's voice came. You panic when things don't go your way. You're really a waste. What did you say? Feng Yifeng had never been subjected to such humiliation before. He immediately became furious. He gritted his teeth and, risking being chopped, he quickly distanced himself a little. Then, a strong force of qi and blood burst out, and a smoke of qi and blood appeared above his head, swaying straight up into the sky. The blood pill on Feng Yifeng's chest was spinning wildly, and a huge amount of blood and energy surged out and poured into the red-gold dragon pattern halberd in his hand. Buzz! The halberd trembled slightly, and a sound like a dragon's roar was heard. A visible red heat wave swept in all directions, and Feng Yifeng's entire body was covered with a layer of red blood. You forced me to do this, he murmured, with a hint of madness in his eyes. He lost face today, being chased and hacked at by someone with an ordinary sword while holding a quasi-level 7 weapon. If this gets out, he will be laughed at for who knows how long. This was hard to accept for him as he came from the Feng family. Therefore, this person must be defeated completely in order to save some face. Seeing that he looked like he was ready to fight to the death, Yi Qing did not take the opportunity to pursue him, but waited for a while with interest. Just now, he didn't even use 50% of his strength. He just used Long Yan's Heavenly Body's power-generating technique, and his A-level speed talent flashed in the void. None of Long Yan's immortal golden body, mental power enhancement, and other means were used. It's really not satisfying. Now Feng Yifeng is obviously going to use his trump card, and he wants to see how powerful it is. 7th level, Grandmaster skill. Feng Yifeng let out a low roar, and a bright fire ignited in his eyes. Immediately, boom! A dull roar. A large amount of qi and blood power merged with the heat waves on the red-gold dragon pattern halberd. In the bright light, there was a faint red sun burning, releasing endless high temperature and powerful energy fluctuations. Threaten. This was the first time Yi Qing felt a hint of threat since the battle with Feng Yifeng. He was not surprised, but happy, with excitement in his eyes. He raised the alloy sword in his hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, and brilliant golden light began to shine in his flesh and blood. 10 suns on the same sky. At the same time, Feng Yifeng roared, and the blazing sun behind him rose up. The red-gold dragon pattern halberd in his hand turned into a red light and slashed down. Call! A huge beam of fire roared out, like an angry and roaring red dragon, carrying the terrifying power to destroy the world. Well done! The heat wave was rising. Yi Qing's black hair was flying, and his eyes were shining with bright light. He did not intend to dodge. Under the cover of the dazzling light, pieces of scales with dragon patterns emerged from under his skin. The next moment, boom! The loud blast swept in all directions. A terrifying high temperature erupted. A sea of fire submerged Yi Qing's figure, and layers of visible air waves spread out in all directions. Bang! 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 Heavy, scrapped armored vehicles were overturned by the strong wind, and several dangerous buildings collapsed directly. The people who had retreated to a distant place were shaking and were almost blown away. The bright flames were flickering, and the air around them seemed to be on fire. Feng Yifeng was breathing heavily and looking at the burning sea of fire with a pale face. You deserve to be defeated by Grandmaster's skills. Huh? His voice suddenly stopped, his eyes widened, staring straight at the center of the sea of fire. The dazzling light stung his eyes so much that they hurt, but he seemed to be unaware and just stared straight ahead. In the center of the sea of fire, a shadow slowly emerged and continued to expand. It was a person who walked out slowly from the depths of the flames. Grandmaster's skill? Yi Qing walked out of the sea of fire with flames burning on his body. He slapped his body lightly, as if he were slapping a mosquito, extinguishing the flames one by one. The flames burned his combat uniform, but there was no visible scar on the exposed skin. How is this possible? A scream of astonishment, filled with indescribable shock and horror. Feng Yifeng's body trembled slightly. Looking at Yi Qing, who seemed fine, he could no longer suppress the horror in his heart. He couldn't understand why his 7th-level master martial arts, which he had used with all his strength, couldn't cause any harm to Yi Qing. How did this monster do it? It's really powerful, but I've already said it. Yi Qing looked at the broken scale on his palm that had not yet faded, then raised his head to look at Feng Yifeng. His lips curled up, revealing a bright smile. You've missed the point. The strength of a martial art depends on who's using it. The voice came from far away, and Yi Qing suddenly appeared in front of Feng Yifeng. A silver light appeared in the air. The almost broken alloy sword cut through the air and came down with terrifying force. When Feng Yifeng used that Grandmaster skill, most of his energy and blood were consumed. Caught off guard, he could only hastily raise his halberd to block. A huge force hit him, his hands lost strength, and the halberd in his hand was chopped away. A hand appeared at the right moment and grasped the hot halberd. The strength of a weapon always depends on the person. This halberd is nothing more than a piece of junk for a second-rate warrior like you. Yi Qing turned his wrist and waved the halberd in his hand, and he found it quite easy to use. Give it back to me. Feng Yifeng's eyes were bloodshot, and he reached out to snatch back the weapon that he had spent all his money to build. Yi Qing's eyes were cold, and he swung the halberd in his hand suddenly, hitting Feng Yifeng's chest. Click, click. Feng Yifeng heard a series of heart-pounding sounds of bones breaking in his chest. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was struck by lightning and was blown away. The piercing pain almost made him faint. You're not worthy of using this thing yet. I will keep it for you for a while. When you are qualified to use it, I will consider returning it to you. Yi Qing chuckled. If his defense was strong enough, he would not die from the opponent's master skill just now, but he would be seriously injured. Now that I have this weapon, I am just charging a little bit of interest. There's one more thing he really wants. Thinking of this, Yi Qing's gaze stayed on Feng Yifeng's head, and a strange silver light lit up in his eyes. In his field of vision, a hazy, bright, and strange light was flashing in Feng Yifeng's head. Chapter 71, Feng Yifeng's Collapse. Extracting the Grandmaster's skills. That is the light that only Yi Qing can see. Only he knew what that meant. The kid from the Feng family came up with his men and tried to rob his spoils. After he clearly refused, he resorted to some dirty tricks, and his moves were quite vicious without holding back at all. In this case, Yi Qing has no reason to be lenient. He wants to take the opponent's precious and deadly weapon and that extremely powerful Grandmaster skill. He also wants to take it away. Since they have already started a fight, they naturally have to consider maximizing their own interests. Feng Yifeng fell to the ground, his chest like a puddle of mud. If it weren't for the powerful vitality of a 5th-level warrior, he would have died on the spot. The severe pain spread from the chest to the whole body, and cracks appeared on the blood pill in the chest. Feng Yifeng only felt a strong feeling of dizziness sweeping through his mind. But he managed not to faint, and managed to look up at Yi Qing, who was walking towards him step by step, his eyes fixed on the red-gold dragon-patterned halberd in Yi Qing's hand. That originally belonged to him. It is his support after he is promoted to the Grandmaster level. But now it has been taken away by someone else. Thinking of this, a heartache far more intense than the physical pain welled up in me. His eyes were bloodshot, with complex colors of shock, confusion, anger, resentment, etc. intertwined in them. Feng Yifeng was overwhelmed by a great sense of humiliation, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. Grandmaster skill. That is a 7th-level martial art, a method that can only be created by a master, and its power is much greater than that of the 6th level. Combined with his quasi-level 7 red-gold dragon-pattern halberd, the power it can exert is enough to injure even a level 6 warrior who takes it head-on. He, a 5th-level warrior, be able to withstand the pressure and still be fine? Feng Yifeng's mind was full of mixed thoughts, and at this moment, Yi Qing's words suddenly rang in his ears. The strength of weapons and martial arts always depends on the person who uses them. Such a weapon is just a piece of dusty garbage in your hands, bombarding his spirit like thunder. Puff! Feng Yifeng was so angry that he opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. Negative and chaotic emotions created a huge wave in his mind. Without any mental power acting on Feng Yifeng, his mentality had serious problems. This is a sign of a mental breakdown. He was hit too hard. As a direct descendant of the Feng family, he had cultivated to the 5th level at a young age, which made him one of the top figures among the younger generation of the Feng family. The reason for joining the army was Firstly, to gain experience, and secondly, to climb up the ladder. After he joined the army, he had a smooth journey. Most of the members of the Blood Scorpion Special Forces were from wealthy families. He made many friends and increased his network. He was actually very proud of himself. But who could have thought? He thought it was a support mission to make some money, but it turned out to be the biggest setback in his life. And it's the kind of setback where after you fall, there's no chance to get up again. Yi Qing easily defeated him with overwhelming advantage. This was a huge blow to Feng Yifeng, and his long-standing confidence collapsed directly. There is some strength, but not much. Yi Qing came to Feng Yifeng and gave his comments. At this time, Feng Yifeng's eyes were empty and he had lost the ability to respond. You're actually going to have mental problems because of the blow. Relax, and you won't have so many worries soon. Yi Qing's lips curled up slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. At the same time, the halberd in his hand pointed at Feng Yifeng, and the sharp blade of the halberd touched the opponent's forehead. An invisible force began to extend along the red-gold dragon-pattern halberd, and finally reached Feng Yifeng's forehead. Boom! In the darkness, there seemed to be a loud explosion echoing between heaven and earth. Feng Yifeng's body stiffened, and a trace of horror appeared in the depths of his eyes. He wanted to resist, but his body was too badly injured and he couldn't move at all. You swallowed a soul fragment of a 5th-level warrior. Mental power plus 15, extraction progress plus 28%. You swallowed a soul fragment of a 5th-level warrior. Mental power plus 17, extraction progress plus 31%. You swallowed a soul fragment of a 5th-level warrior. Mental power plus 23, extraction progress plus 41%. After 3 consecutive system prompts, the extraction progress is full. Do you want to start extracting? Just at this moment, team leader, Scorpion team members who were watching the battle in the distance recovered from their shock. They screamed in horror, unable to believe that their powerful captain was defeated so easily. And they lost so miserably. They rushed over here hurriedly, looking panicked, fearing that Yi Qing would do something to hurt Feng Yifeng again. Yi Qing withdrew his hand, and the strange silver light in his eyes dissipated. Feng Yifeng's head tilted, and he fainted completely. The Blood Scorpion team members rushed to Feng Yifeng, protected him behind them, and vigilantly guarded against Yi Qing. They just thought that Feng Yifeng was unconscious due to serious injuries and had no idea of his true condition. Some soul fragments were extracted, and most of the 3 souls and 7 spirits were lost. Yi Qing thought secretly in his heart, guessing that Feng Yifeng was probably completely useless. Physical injuries are easy to recover from, but damage to the spirit and soul is another matter. I'm afraid even a 9th-level master would be powerless. What? You guys are going to fight me too? Yi Qing smiled slightly, looking at the several members of the Blood Scorpion team in front of him. The red-gold dragon-patterned halberd in his hand shook slightly, and a wave of heat suddenly burst out. The members of the Blood Scorpion team looked at each other and looked at the red-gold dragon-patterned halberd in Yi Qing's hand. They all knew that it was the captain's most precious thing and wanted to get it back. But when he saw Yi Qing's expression, he finally suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Let's go back to the base. A member of the Blood Scorpion team let out a low roar, then carefully carried Feng Yifeng and quickly left with the other seriously injured member. Feng Yifeng was seriously injured and had to return to the base as soon as possible to recuperate. They didn't dare to delay any longer and left in a hurry, not even daring to say a harsh word before leaving. Begin extraction. Seeing them leave, Yi Qing immediately gave orders to the system. Next second, countless memory scenes appeared before Yi Qing, and an illusory voice sounded in his ears. Yifeng, you must concentrate on your cultivation. Don't let the little girl from the next class come to your house again. Yifeng, you have great talent, but you need to change your temper. Yifeng, from today on I will personally teach you. Just wait and see. 10 suns on the same sky. Extraction successful. You have obtained the 7th-level martial arts, 10 suns in the same sky. A huge amount of information poured into Yi Qing's mind, and everything about the Grandmaster's skill, 10 suns in the same sky, appeared before Yi Qing. The martial arts that Feng Yifeng had practiced for many years were mastered by him in an instant. All the experience and teachings of the strong men belonged to Yi Qing. Chapter 72. Refining Grandmaster Skills in an Instant. Exploring the Abyssal Rift. Halberd in Yi Qing's hand trembled slightly. After mastering the Grandmaster skill, 10 suns in the same sky, as well as the techniques that Feng Yifeng had practiced for many years. The red gold dragon pattern halberd seemed to have become an extension of his arm, and a feeling of roundness and unity emerged. Yi Qing opened his eyes, and a look of joy appeared on his face. As expected of a 7th level martial art, the power it can unleash exceeds that of many level talents. He understood the mysteries of 10 suns in the sky and knew the power of 10 suns in the sky when it was fully exerted. Feng Yifeng was limited by his own qi and blood. Even though he had a good understanding of this martial art, he could not fully utilize it. 10 suns on the same sky, just as the name suggests. When its power is at its strongest, 10 large suns will appear behind it. One strike will be more shocking than the explosion of an aerial bomb. Its power at that time will be extraordinary. Yi Qing estimated that with his current blood and energy value, combined with the increase in mental strength and the powerful mana recovery ability brought by the harmony of heaven and earth, at least 5 big suns can be condensed, and the power is at least 5 times stronger than Feng Yifeng's. The power of martial arts really depends on the person. Yi Qing muttered to himself. Sir, Lu Zhenhai ran over and looked at Yi Qing with a look that could no longer be described as respect. It's almost a craze. Even though he is much older than Yi Qing, after experiencing Yi Qing's strength head-on, he no longer cares about the issue of age. Being powerful is enough to cover up everything else. Don't worry, sir. They're not in the right, and they wanted to start the fight first. We are acting in self-defense. Lu Zhenhai thought that Yi Qing's silence just now was because he was considering what would happen next, so he patted his chest and said, even if it comes to the military court, my brothers and I can testify. Sir, we can all testify. We are not easy to bully, as we are the soldiers from the noble families of the dish. Don't worry, sir. We support you unconditionally. Dozens of surviving soldiers of the 812th Regiment cried out in anger, and the seriously injured ones didn't even care about their burst wounds, but patted their chests to give reassurances. Yi Qing was not worried about this problem. However, he did not explain much. He smiled and pointed to the crack in the distance and asked about the details. After Lu Zhenhai's explanation, Yi Qing immediately understood the value of the crack. Although he is not particularly obsessed with money or special materials, his main means of improving his strength is still through eating giant beasts. But not being obsessed does not mean that you don't need it at all. Oftentimes money is needed. At least, I can get some retirement money for my dad. More than 10 million is still not enough. In addition, the flesh and blood of high-level monsters can also be purchased. Those things were extremely expensive, and Yi Qing didn't have much money before, so he had never considered them. Now that I have the opportunity, I naturally have to give it a try. So he was very excited and wanted to rush directly into the crack to explore it. Lu Zhenhai noticed Yi Qing's expression. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly advised, Commander, with so few of us now, it's too dangerous to rashly enter the crack. Generally speaking, a crack like this that can accommodate a level 5 behemoth can only be explored by a team of 5 or more people. Most of the brothers are injured now, and my combat power has only recovered to 50%. I am afraid I can't help much. It is really risky for you to go in alone. Lu Zhenhai was afraid that Yi Qing would act impulsively, so he quickly explained. So I suggest that you call for support and wait for the members of your Canglong Special Operations team to arrive. It would be better for you to team up and go in together then. It's okay. I'll just observe the situation for a while. Yi Qing nodded, then opened the tactical watch, and pieces of information appeared. In addition to the various orders and alarms sent by Operation Base Number 31, all the others are communication information on the internal channel of the Canglong 7th Squadron. Fuck it, the interference is finally over. What's the situation? Please report to the authorities. The first one was the message sent by Captain Xiong Linquan. Supported a certain company of the 833rd Regiment. Suffered some minor injuries. No big problem. Over. Safe retreat. Now at the operations base. Over. That kid Sukin almost died. Luckily I met him, and I'm on my way to send him back to the base now. I just had a little scrape, and I'm cleaning up the battlefield. Messages appeared one after another, indicating that all members of the Canglong 7th Squad were safe and sound. At most, they were seriously injured but did not die in battle on the front line. This made Xiong Linquan breathe a sigh of relief, and then he suddenly thought of something. It seems that I haven't seen Yi Qing's message yet. His heart suddenly tightened, and his scalp felt numb. Others may not know Yi Qing's situation, but he knows it very well. The Donglin Province Talent Training Camp was supposed to be enrolled in the Jinxing Military Academy, but he asked to enter the army directly in his freshman year. The Jinqing military martial arts called it before Yi Qing reported to the army, asking him very seriously to ensure Yi Qing's safety, otherwise he would be in trouble. He knew very well the strength of those old professors. They had all survived the most cruel slaughterhouses. If they really wanted to deal with him, one hand would be enough. So when he was on a mission, he specifically told Yi Qing not to go too deep and to familiarize himself with the battlefield environment first. But who could have thought that the cracks would suddenly riot? Is anything going to happen to that kid? Xiong Lingquan was muttering to himself when his tactical watch vibrated slightly and Yi Qing's message appeared. Phoenix. He let out a breath, glanced at the message, and then his breathing stopped. Exploring the cracks? Is that guy crazy? With a cry of surprise, Xiong Lingquan stood up suddenly. Bai Yulan came over and saw his expression. She quickly looked at her watch, and her expression changed as well. He didn't say anything. His fingers flew, typing quickly. No, we have to hurry over there. He doesn't understand the dangers in the cracks. Xiong Lingquan said to Bai Yulan. He has just experienced a battle, so it is inevitable that he will be full of confidence. Let's go. There seems to be an armed helicopter we can use here. Bai Yulan nodded. Without further ado, the two men rushed to the command post of their respective defense lines. After a brief conversation, they directly requisitioned the only remaining armed helicopter of the unit. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Amid the roar of the propeller, the helicopter sped away into the distance. The other side, messages that appeared and found that they were all reminding him not to be impulsive. He knew the captain and his men's good intentions, but they underestimated his own strength. He was no longer at level 4, but level 5. Feng Yifeng's Blood Scorpion team dared to explore into the crack. With my strength, I can easily defeat them. So what can I do if I explore a little? Besides, when he fought with Yifeng before, he never showed his full strength. Once you enter the crack and have some cover, you can fight without reservation. Yi Qing was excited at the thought. Holding the red-gold dragon-patterned halberd in his hand, he turned around and walked towards the crack not far away. P.S. I remembered it wrongly. I remembered the Feng family as the Shun family. I changed it. I just felt something was wrong. Chapter 73. Entering the Rift. 4-meter-tall body. Meaningless slaughter. Seeing that he couldn't stop Yi Qing, Lu Zhenhai wanted to sacrifice his life to accompany the gentleman, but was stopped by Yi Qing. Everyone is injured. If another lone beast jumps out, the last few people in your 812th Regiment will be wiped out. With no other options, Lu Zhenhai could only stay for the time being. The inside of the rift is different from the outside world. Warriors will be affected in various ways, so they must be careful. He told Yi Qing everything he knew. Yi Qing nodded, picked up the red-gold dragon-patterned halberd, leaped up, and his body spanned dozens of meters, falling straight towards the huge crack below. As soon as you fall into the crack, something strange happens immediately. Although they are only a few meters apart, it seems like two completely different worlds. A cold breath hit me in the face, and there seemed to be something in the air that could affect people's hearts, making people unconsciously violent, cruel, and bloodthirsty. The influence of the abyss began to appear. But those negative interferences have little impact on Yi Qing. He is now an extremely cruel and brutal person in his bones. And at the same time, his S-level talent, harmony between heaven and earth, has come into play. The cold aura could not affect him, and the discomfort disappeared in an instant. He seemed to have merged into the crack of the abyss, as if he belonged to this place. Yi Qing was falling, and the speed was getting faster and faster. The surroundings became dark, and the red-gold dragon-patterned halberd emitted a hint of warmth, dispelling the biting cold. Bang! The 3-meter-long halberd suddenly pierced into the cliff beside it. Sparks flew with a sharp sound, and a deep groove was cut on the hard rock. Yi Qing took this opportunity to slow down his speed, then lightly tapped his toes, lifted his body up, and landed steadily. The first crack. Yi Qing looked around and found that the space in the abyss was quite vast. According to the information obtained from the Special Operations Team channel, the Abyss Rift is a composite space formed by the fusion of this world and the source of the descending behemoth. Along with the outflow of the beast tide, many special materials that do not belong to the blue planet will be swept up and appear in the cracks, or many materials that are quite rare in other places on the blue planet will be much more likely to be found here. This is a place where opportunities and dangers coexist. The deeper you go into the abyss, the more precious the materials you can discover. But at the same time, the higher the danger you may encounter. Yi Qing likes this kind of place very much. The danger makes his adrenaline surge, and the thrill of fighting is incomparable to anything else. A strange silver light lit up in his eyes. Pure and condensed mental power emerged from the spiritual sea between the eyebrows, spread around, and explored the situation in the darkness. The range of mental power detection has been greatly reduced. Yi Qing immediately noticed the impact of the abyss on his mental strength. With his current mental strength, he could instinctively detect all situations within a radius of 1 kilometer around him. Now the detection range has been reduced to 60% of the original level. He can know everything about the slightest movement within a radius of 600 meters. Beyond this range, the mental power will be blocked by darkness and cannot be extended any further. It affects both mental strength and blood. Yi Qing sensed it carefully and found that the unique cold atmosphere of the abyss would hinder the circulation of qi and blood. If low-level warriors stayed here for a long time, they would most likely die from stagnation of qi and blood. A faint golden light flows under the skin, and the power of dragon flame, thunder, and fire circulates throughout the body. Thanks to the power of long, yin yutian body, Yi Qing's body always remains in its prime. Click! There was a slight sound as the bones collided. Yi Qing's body grew taller and swelled. His bulging muscles were knotted like twisted old tree roots. A layer of blue-black scales emerged from under his skin, wrapping his entire body. The dragon patterns all over his body were intimidating. Sharp, white spikes protruded from the joints. His scarlet evil eyes opened between his brows, looking around excitedly. Call! The sound of heavy breathing and hot breath coming out of his nostrils was like a sleeping beast finally waking up from its slumber. The 4-meter-tall, humanoid monster stretched his body. His well-developed muscles did not look bloated, but instead made people feel elegant and majestic. His perfect figure was like a work of art by an ancient Western sculptor. This state gives me a different kind of pleasure. Yi Qing laughed, then took a deep breath. The black fog in the abyss was sucked into his lungs. Before it could damage Yi Qing's body, it was purified by the power of the scorching dragon flame. Bang! There was a dull sound, and the ground cracked. A tall figure shot out like an arrow from a broken bow. The red-gold dragon-patterned halberd vibrated hummingly, and the burst of fire and heat waves illuminated a large area. A creature was startled, and its blue eyes opened to find the source of the noise. The fire was too obvious in the abyss. An angry growl soon drifted from a distance, and the creature's urgency could be heard from the sound of its rapid running. In the darkness, the bright ball of fire suddenly jumped up and then fell to the ground with a loud bang. Phew! Blood splattered and broken bones were intertwined around Yi Qing. Were swinging around like an out-of-control fire hose, and large amounts of cold blood splashed out, dyeing the surrounding ground blood red. Yi Qing grabbed a thick blood vessel, pulled it to his mouth, and sucked hard. Gulp! Gulp! You swallowed a portion of the blood of the ice abyss giant lizard. Qi and health plus 18, extraction progress plus 5%. You swallowed a heart of an ice abyss giant lizard. HP plus 35, extraction progress plus 11%. You swallowed a soul fragment of the ice abyss giant lizard. Mental power plus 8. Yi Qing ate with relish. Prompts appeared one after another. Soon, the extraction progress was completed. He started extracting directly and obtained an ordinary sea-level talent. What he cared about was the improved blood value and mental strength. He continued to move forward, and the noise he made startled many creatures in the darkness. However, when the ice-source giant lizard was killed instantly, some giant beasts became frightened and dared not to cause trouble for Yi Qing again. Just because they don't cause trouble doesn't mean Yi Qing won't take the initiative to cause trouble for them. He quickly shuttled through the darkness, his mental power constantly searching for the giant beasts around him. Whenever the mental power is locked, Yi Qing's figure will appear 2 seconds later. In his prime state, he drives the void to flash, and the speed is close to the speed of sound. Bang! 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 The heads of the giant beasts were smashed, and they turned into corpses before they could even scream. After the body fell to the ground, it was eaten up before it had time to cool down. Too weak, too few in number. After killing several giant beasts, Yi Qing frowned and shook his head. The cracks on the first floor are really not that interesting. So far, not even a level 5 behemoth has been seen. Then, Yi Qing found the nearest crack, jumped down again, and began to gradually go deeper into the crack. The second level was still a meaningless massacre. Then came the third floor, the fourth floor, the fifth floor. Yi Qing went deeper and deeper, and when he stepped into the 10th floor, a dazzling silver-white light instantly filled his eyes in the vision of his mental power. Chapter 74. The Spiritual Giant, the Crystal-Eating Silver Cicada Swarm. What? Yi Qing raised his eyebrows slightly, and his mental power felt strange fluctuations, which seemed to be related to the things in the silver light. A distance of 600 meters is just 2 steps for him. But before Yi Qing could set off, a strong sense of warning suddenly rose in my heart. Invisible waves came in an instant, and a strong sense of crisis emerged, much stronger than when Feng Yifeng used his master skills. Yi Qing felt an invisible force exerted on him, and a terrifying mental shock followed, bombarding his mind and heart between his eyebrows. A giant beast that has mastered mental power. Yi Qing was not at all flustered. His eyes were full of excitement. There are not many behemoths that can use mental power, and each one is extremely rare. He had already experienced the usefulness of mental power, so naturally the more he had, the better. The mental shock slammed into Yi Qing's spiritual sea, trying to directly shatter his spirit and turn him into an idiot without the ability to think. However, when that mental power entered Yi Qing's spiritual sea, the little man, made of liquid mental power, suspended in the center of the spiritual sea, moved. He waved his hand, and a huge wave immediately rose up in the entire spiritual sea, directly submerging the external spiritual power. As an S-level spiritual power talent, the Heart Source Nirvana transformation contains many wonderful uses, not just helping the spiritual power to achieve nirvana. The mental power after nirvana will gradually transform and strengthen the spiritual sea and strengthen the mental defense. Those spiritual powers that are pure and condensed to the point of liquidization are far beyond the reach of ordinary spiritual powers. Buzz! At the same time, a buzzing sound came from far away. Yi Qing looked in the direction of the sound and saw a large silver wave in the air rushing towards him. He knew where the humming sound came from. That is the sound of flapping wings. Fist-sized silver insects shaped like cicadas, emitting silver light all over their bodies, formed a torrent and rushed over. There are fluctuations of spiritual power rippling in every silver cicada. A single silver cicada is not very strong, but for some unknown reason, their mental powers can be integrated into one, forming an extremely powerful mental impact. It's actually a swarm of insects. Yi Qing's body shook slightly, and the power of dragon flame flowed through his muscles. He immediately broke free from the mental power that bound him and resumed normal movements. The swarm of insects flew at an extremely fast speed and arrived close in a moment. Between the eyebrows suddenly widened, streaks of blood spread on the eyeballs, and a powerful mental shock blasted out. Boom! The two mental forces collided in mid-air, making a deafening roar. Yi Qing felt the stinging sensation from the evil eye. The swarm of insects had a very strong mental force. In terms of strength alone, they were much stronger than him. Taking the mental shock just now as an example, if it were any other 5th-level warrior, he would probably have been turned into a fool on the spot. It's quite impressive. Yi Qing's body shook continuously, and a trace of blood flowed out of the evil eye between his eyebrows. The successive mental shocks caused him to suffer minor injuries. Yi Qing was not panicked. He moved his body and rushed forward despite the mental impact of the insect swarm. His speed was too fast, and although he dodged with the buzzing sound of the insect swarm, Yi Qing still pounced into the swarm. His exaggeratedly large mouth suddenly opened and swallowed 7 or 8 silver cicadas into his mouth. Snap! The sharp teeth intertwined, and the silver cicadas exploded one by one, with the sound like steel being bitten through. In fact, the shell of a silver cicada is indeed very hard. It's a pity that Yi Qing's teeth are even harder. He can chew up the bones of a level 5 monster and swallow them raw, let alone a silver cicada as big as a fist. Silver plasma flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Yi Qing chewed it a few times and swallowed it in one gulp. You swallowed a crystal-eating silver cicada. HP plus 4, mental strength plus 1.1, extraction progress plus 0.4%. You swallowed a crystal-eating silver cicada. HP plus 3, mental strength plus 0.4, extraction progress plus 0.2%. You swallowed a crystal-eating silver cicada. HP plus 3, mental strength plus 0.7, extraction progress plus 0.2%. You swallowed a crystal-eating silver cicada. Yi Qing noticed the prompt and was quite surprised. There is no other reason. The benefits brought by a crystal-eating silver cicada are really pitifully small. It is seriously inconsistent with the strength they show. With just a few points of chi and blood and mental strength, they're not even enough to be considered as a snack after a meal. What's going on? Yi Qing was somewhat confused, and blood oozed from his evil eyes again. While resisting the mental shock of the insect swarm, he grabbed dozens of crystal-eating silver cicadas again, biting them into pieces and swallowing them. The taste is quite good, with a crispy chicken flavor, and the protein content is hundreds of times that of beef. It's just that the improvement is really small. The swarm of insects noticed their companions being cruelly eaten and became enraged. The silver wave no longer dodged, roaring and drowning Yi Qing. Countless fine silver particles appeared in the air, and many of them attached to Yi Qing's body. Almost at the same time, these silver particles were activated, and tentacles as small as measured in microns appeared, trying to penetrate into Yi Qing's body. Eggs. The crystal-eating silver cicada, like chewing candy beans, had already reached a subtle level of control over his body and immediately realized the nature of those silver particles. You want to parasitize me? A beast is a beast. Your method is too cruel. Yi Qing shook his head, and a dragon flame appeared on his body's surface, instantly burning all the insect eggs to ashes. The red-gold dragon-patterned halberd in his hand shook violently. A blazing heat wave roared out, and the red fire tornado burned all the countless insect eggs scattered in the air. The crystal-eating silver cicada's methods are not limited to these. Some silver cicadas pounced on Yi Qing's body and began to tear at his blue-black scales with their sharp mouthparts. Yi Qing's scales are enough to withstand Feng Yifeng's full-strength master skills, and his defensive power is extremely amazing. But in the mouths of these weak insects, it seems a little fragile. Click, click. Intensive shattering sounds were heard. Not only that, their mental power was entangled with Yi Qing, and they began to absorb his energy and blood through a strange means. However, Yi Qing's blood and energy contained the blazing power of dragon flame. Some crystal-eating silver cicadas were burned into charcoal on the spot as soon as they absorbed a trace of blood and energy. The scales on Yi Qing's body were bitten into pieces in many places, but then with his strong recovery ability, they were restored to their original state in a blink of an eye. Its bite force is so strong. What does it usually eat? It can also absorb energy from other creatures. If a level 5 is surrounded by a swarm of insects, it will probably be killed in an instant. Yi Qing was a little surprised. He wiped his hands over his body and stuffed all the silver cicadas into his mouth. The light in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. The more powerful the swarm, the more special its abilities. It means his final harvest will be greater. Yi Qing didn't bother to defend himself and rushed towards the area where the insect swarm was most densely populated. What surprised him was that the swarm of insects, which had been fearless and unafraid of death, suddenly showed signs of retreating after noticing the direction of his movements. The swarm of insects began to dodge, as if they were unwilling to let Yi Qing get too close to the center of the swarm. Oh! Yi Qing's lips curled up slightly, his eyes burning. Hide? There's no use hiding. The words haven't finished yet. He shot out like a cannonball, smashing the hard crystal-eating silver cicadas with his body and rushing straight into the deepest part of the insect swarm. Amidst a rapid and deafening buzzing sound, a huge silver cicada, 2 meters long, with a delicate human face on its head appeared in front of Yi Qing. Chapter 75, You Will Affect My Appetite. Mithril mine worth 3 billion. 2-in-1. Strangely shaped silver cicada is extremely strong. Invisible silk threads on its body, connecting to every crystal-eating silver cicada in the swarm. After Yi Qing sensed it, he immediately understood. No matter how powerful an insect is, it still has a similar way of survival as ordinary insect swarms. The strange silver cicada in front of us is obviously the core of the insect swarm, similar to the queen ant in an ant nest. Killing it will disintegrate the entire swarm of crystal-eating silver cicadas. Yi Qing stared at the cicada with burning eyes, and what he was most concerned about was how much progress the other party could provide. Crisis. The huge cicada queen sensed a huge threat. Those enchantingly beautiful eyes stared at Yi Qing. As a giant beast, it knew very well what the flashing light in Yi Qing's eyes meant. It was the joy of seeing prey, the ferocity of wanting to eat the prey alive, and a desire to kill that was even stronger than that of the behemoth in the abyss. The moment when their eyes met, Yi Qing moved. The red-gold dragon-patterned halberd chopped down horizontally, and a dazzling bright firelight opened a path, cutting out a passage that went straight to the back of the crystal-eating silver cicada. We must stop him. As the core of the insect's swarm, the queen cicada already possesses a certain degree of intelligence. A sharp scream came from that delicate little face, and the entire swarm of insects began to riot, with each crystal-eating silver cicada rushing towards Yi Qing like crazy. Click, click! The mouthparts that could chew through steel tried to bite Yi Qing, but the dragon-patterned scales became increasingly harder, and the mouthparts that could originally bite off a small piece now shattered them. Like waves, the waves of mental shock had little effect on Yi Qing. The little man in the spiritual sea waved his hand gently, and the huge wave of mental power he created easily dissolved the waves of attacks. The crystal-eating silver cicada's method of absorbing the enemy's energy is completely useless. The blood and energy carrying the dragon flame and thunder fire is a poison that can burn through the body. Once absorbed, it will directly burn them into a ball of black charcoal. The Zerg's sharp tactics that had always been effective in the past have lost their effectiveness today. Nothing can stop Yi Qing. The crystal-eating silver cicadas that blocked his way were either burned to ashes or chewed up and swallowed directly into his mouth. Silver juice flowed down the corners of his mouth, dyeing his body silver, making him look sacred and majestic. The queen cicada's heart became stronger and stronger. With every step Yi Qing took towards it, the feeling of impending death became stronger. Just a moment. The queen cicada made a decision. Accompanied by a piercing and sharp buzzing sound, the entire swarm of insects went crazy, and all the crystal-eating silver cicadas swarmed in fearlessly. One by one, the crystal-eating silver cicadas intertwined together and surrounded Yi Qing. It seemed as if a solid silver full moon appeared in the air, and the buzzing sound was deafening. At the same time, huge queen cicada broke away from the swarm of insects, turned into a silver light, and flew quickly into the distance. It ran away. As a Zerg life form, reproduction is a very simple thing. Given enough energy, it can quickly rebuild a swarm. Want to run? What a stupid decision. A deep voice came from the full moon. Then, a red-gold lightning suddenly shone through the full moon, and red-gold cracks appeared on the full moon and began to spread like a spider web. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. The explosion of thunder and fire that could melt steel directly blew the round moon composed of crystal-eating silver cicadas into pieces. The Tianlong Jade Thunder, which is fused with the power of lava, is extremely terrifying in its destructive power. Once the current Longyan Thunderfire touches the target, it will stick to the target like lava until it is completely burned to ashes. Originally, it would take a lot of time to wipe out the insect swarm. But who knew that in order to give herself time to escape, the queen cicada surrounded the entire swarm of insects and tried to stop Yi Qing. But unexpectedly, the effect was almost non-existent. Instead, it accelerated Yi Qing's speed in destroying the insect swarm, to kill 70% of the crystal-eating silver cicadas in the entire swarm. If the queen cicada returns to the insect swarm now, her combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced, and she will not be a match for Yi Qing at all. After Yi Qing broke through the swarm of insects, he immediately chased in the direction the queen cicada was escaping. The queen cicada escapes very quickly. However, Yi Qing was faster. The spikes on his body twisted and changed, forming a more aerodynamic layer of protection outside his body. The wind resistance was immediately reduced, and his speed was almost close to the speed of sound. In the sound of howling wind, a ball of silver light appeared in Yi Qing's eyes in front. Excitement flashed in his eyes. D. He growled, raised the red-gold dragon-patterned halberd in his hand, locked his mental power on the cicada in front of him, then swung his arm and threw the halberd in his hand out. Call out! Amid the sharp sound of breaking through the air, the queen cicada turned around in horror, and in her pair of beautiful and enchanting eyes there was only a rapidly enlarging sharp halberd. It exerted its mental power on the halberd, trying to change its flight trajectory. However, The power contained in the red-gold dragon pattern halberd was too strong. After losing the swarm of insects, Cicada was shocked to find that his mental strength could not shake the terrifying halberd at all. But at this point, it was too late for it to dodge. Phew! The long spear pierced through the body of the queen cicada, nailing it to the ground. Hiss! The queen cicada screamed in pain and twisted her body in an attempt to break free, but the violent movement caused the halberd blade to cut her body again, causing her even greater damage. The sound of dull footsteps approached. The cicada queen turned her head and saw a shadow gradually covering it. A look of deep pleading emerged on that beautiful little face. The instinct for survival made it endure the severe pain, twist its body, lean over Yi Qing's feet, and stretch out its tiny tongue to lick Yi Qing's feet. It has killed many humans, and its psychic talent allows it to extract some memory fragments of its enemies. In the images it captured, it found that this behavior seemed to make humans feel extremely happy. So it tried to fight for a chance of survival. It was greeted by a large foot. With a bang, Yi Qing frowned and stepped on the queen cicada's face. Disgusting. You're seriously affecting my appetite. The queen cicada's behavior made him feel a chill in his heart, and his disgust suddenly reached its peak. He ignored those wet, beautiful eyes and exerted great force on his feet. Puff! Like a broken watermelon, the cicada queen's head was crushed by Yi Qing's foot, and silver tissue fluid splattered all over the ground. The cicada body stopped twisting and completely lost its vitality. Yi Qing did not waste any time and began to speed up the extraction progress impatiently. The more than 2-meter-long cicada body was completely entered into Yi Qing's stomach in less than a moment. Up the cicada. The extraction progress of the crystal devouring silver cicada is full. Do you want to start the extraction? Hints slowly emerged. Yi Qing started extracting directly in the spiritual sea, and then it quickly returned to calm. The spiritual sea of spiritual power that is beginning its second nirvana can no longer be shaken by ordinary spiritual power talents. Extraction successful. You obtain a level talent, group consciousness. A stream of information emerged in Yi Qing's mind, and Yi Qing knew the characteristics of the new talent one by one. It's actually an A-level talent. Yi Qing was quite surprised. His previous A-level talents were all fused by himself. This was the first time he extracted A-level talent directly from a giant beast. And it is also an extremely powerful mental talent. Generally speaking, a psychotronic master can multitask, using multiple mental powers to control multiple weapons separately. This will greatly enhance the psychic's combat capability and instantly increase his combat power. However, this ability tests the level of the psychic extremely high. The mental power must be strong enough, and the level of control over the mental power must be very high. Once the control is not strong enough, the power exerted by multiple weapons may not be as strong as that of a single weapon. And there is a disadvantage to multitasking. When you have too many targets to control, it consumes a lot of energy. Originally, one could fight for 1 hour by controlling one weapon. When the number of weapons increased to 2, one could only fight for 20 minutes at most before his mental strength was exhausted. And group consciousness is the talent of multitasking. The queen cicada can control the entire insect swarm. In addition to its racial characteristics, the more important reason is that she uses the ability of group consciousness. This A-level talent can greatly enhance the user's ability to multitask at the same time, and as the strength grows, one mind can be used for hundreds or thousands of purposes. The growth potential is enormous. Yi Qing tried it, and stones around him flew up, spinning and dancing rapidly around him, smoothly combining into different shapes. 30 stones, one mind can be divided into 30. This talent has greatly improved my mental combat ability. Yi Qing was surprised, but also a little confused. After eating the cicada, he had some understanding of this creature, the crystal-eating silver cicada. This special psychic behemoth has great potential, and there is hope that it can be promoted to level 7. But the swarm has high requirements for its habitat and must devour special mineral veins in order to grow. The number of insects is quite large, which means an important message. There must be a special mineral vein nearby. Yi Qing's figure immediately disappeared from the spot, returned to the vicinity of the crack, and began searching. With the help of mental power, a special area quickly caught Yi Qing's attention. When his mental power swept over a hill, he realized that his mental power seemed to resonate with some substance below. Yi Qing found the right direction and galloped away. When Yi Qing came to the hill with holes all over it, a look of shock suddenly appeared on his face. Rays of silver light shot out from the hole, and as his mental power probed into it, the scene inside the mountain appeared in front of Yi Qing. Pieces of silver gray ore are embedded in the mountain. Some of the ores have signs of being eaten, obviously having been partially eaten by the crystal-eating silver cicada before. Even so, the amount of ore is still extremely large. This is mithril mine. Je vink ik claim it. Mithril is an extremely precious special metal, and it plays a vital role for spiritualists. This metal is hard yet flexible, and ordinary alloy weapons can hardly leave marks on the surface of mithril. However, the real peculiarity of mithril is that it has a natural compatibility with spiritual power. The psychic can enter the mithril without any obstruction, and there is a faint resonance, becoming an extension of the spiritual power. Made of mithril are extremely suitable for use by psychics. Mithril can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the psychic. This thing is almost an exclusive item for psychics, but mithril ore is extremely rare. Even if new veins are discovered, the mithril content and purity will not be too high. The mithril mine in front of Yi Qing has an incredibly high purity and can be used directly without any refining. No wonder so many bugs can be bred. Yi Qing did not waste time. The red gold dragon pattern halberd turned into a digging tool and broke the hard rock into pieces. A passage leading directly into the mountain was gradually opened up. Pieces of silver gray ore were dug out and collected one by one. Half an hour later, the entire hill was hollowed out. With the help of mental power, all the mithril ore was collected without missing a single piece. To hold them piece by piece, so Yi Qing gathered the mithril ore together, and blazing lightning and fire gushed out from his palm. As the extreme temperature reached, the surrounding rocks began to melt, but the mithril ore only shed a layer of stone skin, and the mithril inside did not change at all. Yi Qing did not give up. His blood and energy surged, the power of dragon flame exploded, and the temperature began to rise continuously. After being roasted for a while, the mithril ore finally melted and gradually merged together. Yi Qing stopped at the right time, ignoring the remaining high temperature on the ore, and grabbed the huge silver gray ore with one hand. Almost 100 pounds. Yi Qing raised his eyebrows slightly. According to the current market price of mithril, 1 kilogram of mithril is worth about 30 million. After refining, this large piece of ore can produce about 100 kilograms of mithril. That is worth 3 billion. It feels amazing to hold 3 billion in one hand. Yi Qing smiled and planned to leave the abyss crack temporarily. The mithril ore in his hand was too valuable, and it was not suitable for him to continue fighting with this large piece of ore under the crack. Yi Qing carried the mithril and started to return along the same route he came. At the same time, on the ground, the garrison area of 812 Regiment. The roar of propellers came from the sky. Lu Zhenhai and others heard the noise, stood up, and looked in the direction where the sound came from. An armed helicopter flew over everyone's heads, and 2 figures jumped down from it. Bang! Bang! With 2 dull thuds, Xiong Linquan and Bai Yulan landed safely on the ground. The moment they landed, they began to scan the entire place, looking for Yi Qing. When they found out that Yi Qing was not there, their faces changed at the same time. Broken. That kid really went in. Xiong Linquan wiped his forehead and cold sweat broke out. Chapter 76, The Shocked Supreme Commander. A 5th-level psychic master with the rank of captain. Xiong Linquan and his companion arrived at the simple camp of the 812th Regiment. The soldiers saluted quickly, and Lu Zhenhai stepped forward and said a few simple words, informing them where Yi Qing was going. Really, the two looked at each other, their expressions looking quite ugly. They didn't know what had happened before at the 812th Regiment's position, and still thought that Yi Qing's strength remained at the 4th level. For a 4th-level warrior to enter the Abyss Rift alone is almost the same as seeking death. Call everyone in the team who can move over here and get ready to go down and look for someone. Xiong Linquan said to Bai Yulan. Bai Yulan nodded and immediately began to gather the members of Team 7. The two now have the same idea, to see the person alive or the body dead. Of course, the two of them also knew that if someone died, they might not even see the corpse. In the end, there's a high probability that one of the troops will be missing. Tell them to hurry up. Let's go down first and see if we can find it. Xiong Linquan whispered. Seeing that they were all very nervous, Lu Zhenhai thought of what Yi Qing said before he left. So he said, before Yi Qing left, He asked me to tell you not to worry. You'll be fine. Nothing will happen. Xiong Linquan shook his head and cursed. He's a 4th-level warrior. Entering the abyss alone, it's hard to imagine that nothing will happen to him. Lu Zhenhai's expression changed as he noticed the words in Xiong Linquan's words. 4th level? It seems that the two people in front of me don't understand what happened before. In fact, a lot of things happened before we entered the abyss, but the interference from the abyss was too strong at that time, and communication was impossible, so you may not know. Lu Zhenhai took a deep breath and focused on what happened after Yi Qing arrived at the 812th Regiment's position. What? He can kill a level 5 beast in 1 second. One person guarding a line of defense, and still has the leisure to study how to eat a giant beast. Don't I know what that kid's strength is? He was only at the 4th level a few days ago. How is it possible that his strength has increased so much in just a few days? As they listened, Xiong Linquan and Bai Yulan even began to have doubts. Was I poisoned by some kind of nerve toxin on the battlefield? And now everything I hear and see are hallucinations, and I am actually still sitting in the trenches at the front? But soon, the word blood scorpion entered their ears. The blood scorpion guys are here too? Where is it? The two men immediately became alert. As old characters in Songlong, they were familiar with the special forces teams with stronger family elements. Blood scorpion, almost 80% of the team members are from aristocratic families, and they're definitely troublesome characters. They were beaten away. Lu Zhenhai thought of the battle not long ago. His blood boiled and his voice trembled slightly. Who chased him away? Xiong Linquan and the other man were a little curious and began to think about the various special forces teams that were carrying out missions on the number 31 combat front. Of course, it was Commander Yi Qing. Lu Zhenhai said, Huh? At the same time, voices of surprise were heard. Yizving, are you kidding? I know Feng Yifeng. He was born in the Feng family, is proficient in many martial arts, and has an old treasure, a red-gold dragon pattern halberd. In terms of strength, he ranks among the top captains of the Blood Scorpion Squad. Xiong Linquan frowned and shook his head in denial. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Something must be wrong. Lu Zhenhai had seen it all with his own eyes, so he was naturally very firm and said, How can this be a joke? Everything I said is true, not a single lie. Xiong Linquan and the other man were stunned, but they actually believed it most of the time. After all, he is an acting group leader, and his status is not low. How could he joke about such things? But they didn't know how to accept this answer, and they felt a little uncomfortable for a while. Just at this moment, a strange noise was heard from the crack in the distance. Everyone's face changed, and they immediately fell silent and became alert. There's the sound of a creature moving at high speed below. Bai Yulan listened for a moment and said in a deep voice, Such a movement is at least level 5, or even... Notice the looming sonic boom. His expression was somewhat grim, and he said, It could be level 6. Call. A black shadow rushed out from the crack, with 2 rays of light, red and silver gray, on his side, dragging 2 intertwined rays of light in the air, which looked very gorgeous. A muffled bang. The figure fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Fuck! Exclamations were heard. Xiong Linquan and Bai Yulan's faces were filled with shock, their eyes fixed on Yi Qing. What shocked them so much was not Yi Qing's safe return, but it was the red-gold dragon-patterned halberd in Yi Qing's hand, and the lump of silver-gray, or red-gold dragon-patterned halberd. This kid really defeated Feng Yifeng. Is that Mitril Mine? A piece this big must weigh at least 100 kilograms, and it's worth at least several billion. The two men rushed to Yi Qing and looked him up and down repeatedly, making Yi Qing feel creepy. Captain, Deputy Captain, is there any problem? Yi Qing had restrained his form and looked like a normal person. It's a big problem. Xiong Linquan knocked on the red-gold dragon-patterned halberd and touched the mithril ore. The speed at which your strength is improving is too problematic. You're less than 20 years old, and you are at the 5th level. Do you know what that means? It should be quite powerful. Yi Qing said with a smile. It's more than just amazing. Xiong Linquan was silent for a while. He is almost 30 years old this year, and his strength has just reached the peak of level 5, and he is just 1 step away from level 6. By normal standards, he was already an excellent soldier. But now compared with Yi Qing, it seems nothing. No, to be precise, he is nothing compared to her. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel thief. Anyway, I'm glad you're okay. Bai Yulan said from the side. Indeed, Xiong Linquan said in a deep voice, You are very powerful now, but it is still too dangerous to go into the abyss alone. Don't do this again next time. You almost gave me a heart attack before." After finding Yi Qing, Xiong Linquan and the others felt relieved. Yi Qing had a fruitful harvest and was also preparing to return to the combat base to rest. They chatted with Liu Zhanhai for a few words and confirmed that reinforcements would arrive soon to take over the garrison mission of the 812th Regiment. Then they left with several seriously wounded soldiers of the 812th Regiment and headed straight for the number 31 combat base in the rear. "You've made a fortune this time." Xiong Linquan patted the mithril ore. "This kind of spoils can be distributed by yourself. You don't have to worry about anything." Yi Qing nodded, but before he could say anything, he saw Xiong Linquan and Bai Yulan's expressions turned serious. "The biggest trouble now is this trophy of yours." Deputy Captain Bai Yulan pointed at the red gold halberd with dragon pattern. Xiong Linquan looked at the halberd and said, "It's a quasi-level 7 weapon. Feng Yifeng has great ambitions. After entering the level of a 7th level master, he can directly transform to the 7th level by integrating his own master's will. The preciousness of this thing is no less than your mithril mine." Yi Qing was slightly stunned. The value of the red gold dragon pattern halberd exceeded his expectations. For a warrior, this kind of weapon is equivalent to half his life. Bai Yulan added, "If you take this thing, I'm afraid the blood scorpion will not let you go." "I won't give up until I give up," Xiong Linquan said in a muffled voice. "That guy relied on his large numbers to try to steal the spoils. He was in the wrong first, so what are we afraid of?" Bai Yulan was helpless. "That's true, but many times, problems can't be solved by reasoning. Feng Yifeng will definitely not let it go after he wakes up." He was afraid that he would not wake up easily. Yi Qing thought silently in his heart. His spirit was traumatized, and the price he would pay to wake up would be greater than the red gold dragon pattern halberd. "When an enemy comes, we will fight him. When water comes, we will block it with earth. I am just not as skilled as them." Xiong Linquan sneered. "Besides, these children of aristocratic families are used to being arrogant in the army. It's time for them to learn a lesson." "Yi Qing, don't worry. The Feng family is powerful, but our Sanlong Special Forces are not pushovers. Many of them are from the Jinqing army. As long as you don't collude with the enemy and betray, even if you cause a huge mess, the academy will bear the consequences first." Xiong Linquan patted Yi Qing on the shoulder and said very confidently. He said this not against his will, to comfort Yi Qing. But it's true. The 18-year-old 5th-level warrior was tested again. He defended a line of defense alone and entered the abyss crack alone and escaped unscathed. No matter which one it is enough to prove Yi Qing's talent. Such people will still be greatly forgiven even if they make big mistakes. Our Sanlong Special Forces will be responsible for exploring that crack, and everything we obtain will be distributed to you and the brothers of the 812th Regiment. Bai Yulan said slowly. Amid the roar of propellers, the helicopter arrived above Operation Base number 31. After verifying the identity, the helicopter landed on the helipad. Under the leadership of the 2 captains, Yi Qing completed the battle report at the command center. "Next, we need to wait for verification before issuing specific commendations." The post-war work was also extremely heavy. The logistics personnel on the combat base did not dare to relax for a moment and verified the combat situation of each unit in the Abyss Rift riot one by one. The 833rd Regiment was completely wiped out. We apply for the title of martyrs for all of them and have their pensions paid out as soon as possible. Which unit is stationed at line 1226? They are afraid of fighting and took the initiative to retreat 10 kilometers without caring about the safety of the entire line. They must be severely punished. Kill the commander. More than half of the Sanlong 3rd team were killed. They went too deep. They were on a reconnaissance mission and were close to the core crack. It's a pity for these elites. Inside the Intelligence Analysis Center, an officer was checking the intelligence collected from a battlefield. Suddenly, an officer stared at a document for a few seconds and finally rubbed his eyes hard. After confirming that he had not seen it wrong, he exclaimed, "What did you see? Hold a line of defense alone for days until the battle is over. This is something a major can do." The officer immediately noticed the identity of the protagonist in the intelligence, and the shock in his heart became even more difficult to suppress. "I have only been in the army for a few days. Even though I am a member of the Special Operations Team, it is impossible for me to achieve such results. This is a fake record." Suddenly, the captain named Lin Shui, who had a pretty face, a tall figure, and a pair of straight long legs, frowned. She immediately began to investigate, connecting to the front line and questioning people from the 812th Regiment. Finally, after much inquiry, she was shocked to find that the exaggerated record was actually true. Who exactly is this Yi Qing? She stared at the documents in her hand and finally stood up hurriedly, walked out of the Intelligence Analysis Center, and headed straight for the base's highest command center. Although he was a second lieutenant, he had a smooth journey all the way to the outside of a certain office. She knocked on the door and walked in after hearing the voice inside. "Uncle Zhang, take a look at this." She handed the document to the person behind the desk. "Xiaoxue, why are you here?" The middle-aged man with a gold star on his shoulder took the document, glanced at it, and said, "Is it another large number of martyr titles being applied for by some unit?" "No." The lieutenant named Lin Shui shook his head, remaining calm in front of a general. "Open it and take a look first." The middle-aged general was a little confused. He opened the document and took a look. His eyes suddenly changed. A strong wind blew in the office. An invisible force field appeared, and cracks appeared on the solid alloy table. Shock flashed in the middle-aged general's eyes, and for a moment he couldn't control his strength. Fortunately, he remembered that there was another person in the office and quickly restrained his breath. I lost my composure. "Xiaoxue, are you okay?" He looked at Lin Shui and asked. Lin Shui's face turned pale, and she shook her head. "It's okay." Zhang Jianfeng, the supreme commander of Operation Base Number 31, breathed a sigh of relief, and then his eyes lit up with a dazzling light. The top student in the Donglin province training camp, a freshman in the Jinqing army, a new recruit who has only been in the army for a few days. This is a true genius. This powerful master was not stingy with his praise. There is a consensus in the army that no matter how famous a genius is, he will not be truly recognized until he proves himself on the battlefield. Only those who can survive on the battlefield and adapt to the brutal fighting can be called a martial arts master. Zhang Jianfeng knew that a genius had arrived at Operation Base Number 31, but he didn't take it seriously. After all, a genius is just a genius. Before he really grows up, he will always be just a low-level warrior. But now, Zhang Jianfeng changed his mind. Looking at the countless number of enemies he had killed, he felt a little dizzy and uttered something unconsciously. Too damn fierce. What did this kid eat to grow up? He took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. "Tomorrow, I will go and meet him in person." Zhang Jianfeng put down the document, then looked at Lin Shui in front of him and noticed the military rank on her shoulder. "Xiaoxue, Uncle Zhang is not criticizing you, but why are you only willing to have the rank of captain as a 5th-level psychic?" Zhang Jianfeng shook his head. "I will only hold a military rank that I have fought for myself. As long as I'm not allowed to go to the battlefield, I will just be a captain." Lin Shui's eyes were firm. He stood at attention and saluted, making his figure look even taller. Then she turned around and left, moving between the documents on the table and the screen in front of him, with a look of hesitation on his face. The screen was facing him, so he couldn't see Lin Shui at all when she came in. It shows a highly confidential document. Among the densely packed text, there are a few words that appear very frequently. Advent sect, suspected city-destroying threats, biological transformation, genetically enhanced warriors. The things recorded in it were so shocking that even Zhang Jianfeng felt shocked when he read it. "The Adventists, damned beasts. I'm going to kill you all sooner or later." He cursed a few words coldly and made a decision secretly in his heart. Chapter 77. Zhang Jianfeng's recognition. Generous rewards, 300,000 merit points. Lieutenant Colonel Honk. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Qing received news that the commendation for this mission had been received. Before he could marvel at the efficiency of the military, he learned another piece of news that the highest commander of the combat base, Major General Zhang Jianfeng, came in person to present the award. The Major General at the frontline combat base is at least a master. When Yi Qing was shocked, he also felt a strong curiosity in his heart. This was the first time he saw a 7th-level warrior. He had met before was probably the chief instructor Qi Hong of the training camp. It was said that he was only one step away from becoming a grandmaster. He had even served as an assist when the 7th-level swallowing Cloudvine was killed. But, after all, it is not the real 7th level. Yi Qing cheered himself up, put on a new military uniform, and came to the combat analysis room of the 7th team. The 2 captains, except for the seriously injured team member, all the remaining members of the 7 teams were present. Afterwards, Yi Qing saw the supreme commander of Operation Base Number 31, a middle-aged man with slightly gray temples, golden stars twinkling on his shoulders, eyes filled with the determination unique to a soldier, and every move he made exuded an inexplicable majesty. The first time he saw him, Yi Qing felt an invisible pressure. It's hard to explain, but the opponent's energy and blood are completely restrained, without a trace of dissipation, giving people a feeling of being as majestic as a mountain and unshakable. Standing beside him was a tall female officer with straight and long legs. Yi Qing sensed something, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. A spiritualist? Moreover, she is a very powerful psychic and gives people the feeling that she is even stronger than the cicada queen who owns a swarm of crystal-eating silver cicada insects. Yi Qing suppressed all distracting thoughts in his mind and saluted with a standard military salute. "Are you Yi Qing?" A voice came. Yi Qing was about to nod. Boom! In the darkness, a dull explosion like thunder rang in my ears. Yi Qing's expression froze. An invisible force field appeared around him. The gravity on his body seemed to have increased dozens of times, as if a mountain had collapsed on him. The heavy feeling of oppression made him feel tremendous pressure. Instinctively, his blood boiled and powerful strength surged throughout his body, resisting the pressure. Bang! Bang! A dull sound came from between the bones, and Yi Qing's body stood still without the slightest shake. Grandmaster Force Field. He understood that this was Zhang Jianfeng's method, and he did not feel any fear in his heart, but was full of curiosity. Being able to experience the Grandmaster's force field will be helpful for his future battles. Zhang Jianfeng noticed Yi Qing's eyes, and a hint of deep admiration appeared in his eyes. That kind of fearless and firm will made him a little dazed. How many years has it been since he saw such a thing in the eyes of a young warrior? In the past, when those young people saw me, they were all shocked and scared. Facing my master force field, they couldn't even hold on for a few seconds. Pressure comes quickly and goes away quickly. Zhang Jianfeng restrained his breath, stood up, and returned the greeting very seriously. Good, very good. He smiled and praised. Young men are heroes. Regardless of strength, just this mentality alone shows that you have the potential to be a master. Hearing this, Xiong Linquan and others were surprised. Level 7 is a threshold. Many brilliant geniuses in the early days were stuck at level 6, unable to break through to level 7. That is the threshold of qualitative change, which is no longer just about the quality of one's own qualifications. Thoughts, mind, and martial arts spirit are the key to entering the 7th level. Being recognized by a grandmaster and being personally acknowledged as having the qualities to be a grandmaster means that this person is likely to be able to break through to the 7th level. You and the soldiers of the 812th Regiment were instrumental in holding the defense line this time, and it is of great significance, so the military district especially raised the award standard. Zhang Jianfeng said with a smile, motioning Lin Shui beside him to read out the commendation. Lin Shui's eyes never left Yi Qing since Yi Qing entered the door. She was full of curiosity about this new recruit who was guarding the front line alone. Having grown up in a military camp, I have heard a lot about things on the battlefield, but stories like Yi Qing's, where a new recruit turned the tide, I have never heard of them. So she took the initiative to ask to come along to present the awards, wanting to see who Yi Qing really is. What surprised her was that as a 5th level psychic, she was completely unable to see through Yi Qing's background. That imperceptible trace of mental power was like mud entering the sea, completely disappearing. What was going on? Lin Shui had never encountered such a situation before. How could her mental power disappear for no reason? When he saw that Yi Qing was actually able to resist Uncle John's master force field, and his body did not waver for a long time, his curiosity reached an extremely high level. But the situation at this moment is really inappropriate. Lin Shui suppressed her curiosity, stepped forward, took out the tablet, and read the contents. Yi Qing didn't pay much attention to the words of praise. He listened carefully to extract the words related to rewards, and finally found that the military district was indeed generous. A-level commendation order. 300,000 merit points. Level resources in the military district's armory. An opportunity for a top-grade blacksmith to personally help forge weapons. The rewards were very generous. The gains from a fierce battle were enough to equal the combat results of an entire regiment. There's a reason why he is so generous. Yi Qing's support not only affected the 812th Regiment's line of defense. Once the 812th Regiment was breached, the beast tide would continue to attack and would directly affect several neighboring lines of defense. After research, the Military District Analysis Department confirmed that given the situation of several units next to the 812th Regiment at the time, once the beast tide increased, they would most likely lose their positions, eventually causing a series of chain reactions. A single move affects the entire body, and Yi Qing's contribution is far more than what it seems on the surface. Therefore, after research, the military district made an exception and upgraded all the awards to a higher level. Level resources in the armory were upgraded to S level, and a reward of a special level blacksmith to help forge equipment was added. A hint of joy appeared in Yi Qing's eyes. The mithril, or that he brought. Moreover, this amount of merit points is very flexible. You can pick whatever you want from the military district's reserve. As long as you have enough merit points, it is not a problem to ask a Grandmaster-level strongman to personally guide your practice. Of course, Yi Qing didn't need any guidance in his practice. The other things in the reserve will be of greater use to him. The special giant beast materials, and what he cares more about now, the mental skills and techniques, are what he wants to get more. If you choose the right one, your strength will definitely be improved to a higher level. Yi Qing smiled and took the commendation order from Lin Shui. Zhang Jianfeng walked forward and took out a brand new epaulette. 2 bars and 2 stars, the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Chapter 78, the youngest Lieutenant Colonel. Top secret mission. When everyone present noticed the epaulettes of military rank in Zhang Jianfeng's hand, their breathing couldn't help but stagnate, and shock appeared in their eyes that was difficult to conceal. Xiong Linquan and Bai Yulan have an unreal feeling. In just a few days, Yi Qing went from calling them senior when they met to being on the same level as them now. They looked at each other, not knowing what to feel. How much time has passed since Yi Qing reported to the army? It seems that it has not even been 10 days at most. In 10 days, he was promoted from major to lieutenant colonel. How long did it take for you to go from joining the army to becoming a major now? Xiong Linquan did not dare to calculate, for fear that his originally firm belief in martial arts would be undermined. If word got out about an 18-year-old lieutenant colonel, most people would probably think it was a joke. But this is the reality now. Zhang Jianfeng reached out and took off Yi Qing's rank of major, and then personally put the rank of lieutenant colonel on him. You're probably the youngest lieutenant colonel in the army now. Don't get complacent because of this. Try to get a real gold star as soon as possible. Zhang Jianfeng patted Yi Qing on the shoulder and encouraged him with a smile. Yes, Yi Ying nodded. Very good. I look forward to that day. Zhang Jianfeng did not hide his admiration and changed the subject. You don't have to worry about the Feng family. With our support, they dare not use shady tricks. After being seriously injured, Feng Yifeng was escorted by members of the Blood Scorpion team back to Combat Base number 31 for treatment. Because of his severe injuries, he remained unconscious and was sent to a hospital with better medical standards in the rear. As the highest commander of the base, and having a relationship with Yi Qing, Zhang Jianfeng naturally understood the ins and outs of the matter. As a master who also came from an ordinary background, he undoubtedly stood on Yi Qing's side. Moreover, the potential shown by Yi Qing is enough for the civilian faction to strongly protect him. Yi Qing understood from the beginning that as long as you show enough amazing talent, certain things will become exceptionally easy, and the scale called fairness will automatically tilt towards you. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. It's time to talk about business. Zhang Jianfeng changed the subject, and his expression suddenly became serious. Seeing this, Lin Shui at the side thought for a moment, and several strands of mental power flew out, closing the door of the combat analysis room. At the same time, she activated a certain protective device, and a light blue light lit up, covering the entire room. Everyone was stunned, and then they understood what was going on. There must be some important task to be announced. For a moment, everyone's expressions became serious. They sat down in their seats, their eyes focused on Zhang Jianfeng. I received a secret message yesterday. It was a highly confidential mission involving... Zhang Jianfeng paused, then said in a deep voice, "Those scumbags of the Advent sect." Advent sect. When they heard this word, everyone's faces suddenly turned gloomy, and their faces were full of disgust and hatred for this word. Yi Qing raised his brows slightly. After many days, he heard about the Advent sect again. A long time ago, when he first entered the wilderness, he met 3 believers of the Adventist sect. That was his first time killing someone, and also his first great opportunity. The intelligence he got from those people allowed him to obtain information about the Lotus Forest, and he unexpectedly obtained an S-level talent, the Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Body. It is also the main cornerstone of his current long, Yin Yution body and an important source of his powerful strength. Therefore, he had a particularly deep impression of the Adventists. Thinking about this, he was still a little curious. Who were the people that the three Adventists wanted to ambush? The intelligence department has intercepted news that the Adventists have made a breakthrough in biological transformation experiments and are preparing for a large-scale riot, Zhang Jianfeng said in a deep voice. At the same time, Lin Shui operated the projection equipment. The relevant information is presented on the screen in the analysis room. The horrific data and pictures made the people present breathe heavily, and a strong murderous intent emanated from them. A large number of incomplete and tortured corpses appeared, with marks of bites and scratches from wild beasts on their bodies. These broken limbs were nothing more than child's play in the data. What is most unacceptable to ordinary people are some corpses with strange shapes. Many animal limbs appeared on the original human body. The severed thighs were connected to the legs of a leopard-like beast. The heart was dug out and replaced with 3 black beast hearts. There was only a human head left on the whole body, and the rest was a combination of various beasts. You are a bunch of damned beasts who use living people for experiments. Damn it, I made it too easy for that Adventist I met last time to die. Curses rang out in the analysis room. Yi Qing looked at those pictures and truly realized the madness of the Advent sect. Especially when I saw a video clip in which a mother and daughter were injected with various drugs and underwent surgical transformation, which merged the 2 people together alive and turned them into a 2-headed monster. The mother's pleading and the little girl's crying became particularly harsh. For the first time, Yi Qing felt such a strong desire to kill humans in his heart. Biotransformation experiments have always been strictly prohibited. The Advent sect was able to gather so many experimental samples and finally achieve key results. I don't know how many innocent people have been killed, Lin Shui said slowly. The Adventists take this riot very seriously. In order not to alert the enemy, only a small number of special forces have been selected to carry out this mission. Searching for the Adventist laboratory, hunting down Adventist members, and finally dealing with the Adventist riot are all part of your mission. Zhang Jianfeng looked at everyone present, and his gaze lingered on Yi Qing for a while. The military district has issued an order that, with the exception of a few valuable targets, all of the Adventists should be killed on the spot. So you don't need to hold back. Just kill whoever you see, no matter how you kill them or how badly they are done. Even if you chop them into pulp and feed them to dogs, the higher-ups won't care. His voice was filled with murderous intent, and he shouted in a deep voice. Remember this. This is a war that must be won. Ordinary criminal organizations are mostly handled by patrol departments composed of warriors, and the largest scale is just a major criminal case. No matter how great the impact is, the military generally does not intervene, and the main focus of response is on the front line to resist the attack of the behemoth. But the nature of the Adventists is different. That's counterterrorism. The army was mobilized, but the operation carried out was not to capture people, but more to directly annihilate them. And he's the kind who will do anything to achieve his goal. The specific mission information will be sent to you in 3 days. Take advantage of these 2 days to adjust your condition. If you're injured, you can go to the base's recuperation cabin for treatment. We will set off on time in 3 days. Zhang Jianfeng left a few words and then turned and left. Chapter 79. Martial Arts from the Remains of Prehistoric Civilization Number 9. The Dark Moonblade. The new mission is no easier than going to the battlefield. There are many masters of the Advent sect. They are hiding in all walks of life, and it is difficult to discover their true identities. Street vendors selling grilled sausages, teachers in schools, senior executives of technology companies, and even senior executives of certain departments may all be spies of the Adventists. They usually hide quietly and look no different from normal people, with no problems in their speech or behavior. But once they receive an order, they will turn into crazy believers on the spot, and suicide attacks are a common task for them. And if the Adventists were to succeed in a large-scale riot like the one involved in this mission, it would likely cause huge casualties. None of the members of Team 7 dared to take it lightly. Those who were injured immediately went to the medical center of the base, ready to use the medical cabin there to recover quickly from their injuries. After Yi Qing left the residential area, Merit points no longer had to be just a number. He had to convert the merit points into real strength as soon as possible. People were moving around in the base, and soldiers were lined up everywhere. The recruits were lucky. Even when the situation was the worst, Zhang Jianfeng still did not let the recruits who had just joined the army for a few days go to the front line. After all, for a group of recruits who don't even know how to use basic firearms, the only outcome of letting them face the rioting abyss beast directly is annihilation of the entire army. Untrained soldiers will only hinder the veterans' battle. So in the entire Operation Base Number 31, there was only one new recruit who went into battle. Uniform shouts rang out one after another. Ever since seeing truckloads of bodies being pulled back to the base, the recruits have felt a strong sense of urgency and have trained extremely seriously, not daring to slack off at all. Just at this moment, when a new recruit made a mistake during training, an old squad leader rushed over with a dark face and was about to scold him. But when he caught a glimpse of a figure approaching from the corner of his eye, the flashing military rank on the man's shoulder made him swallow the words in his mouth. The veteran squad leader quickly turned around, stood at attention, and yelled, "Salute!" The new recruits who were undergoing training stood at attention and saluted in unison. "Hello, sir." The slightly immature voice was a bit deafening. Yi Qing nodded, without stopping, and walked away while returning the greeting. After Yi Qing left, there was some chaos in the ranks of new recruits. Suppressed exclamations rang out one after another. They thought back to Yi Qing's young face. He looked about the same age as themselves. How could he be a lieutenant colonel? I'm training here, and others are already accepting my salute? A strong sense of contrast arose in the hearts of the recruits. There was a person in the queue who was staring at Yi Qing's back with an extremely complicated expression. Although the medical cabin at the base was very effective, the suture scars on both sides of his cheeks still did not completely disappear. When he first saw Yi Qing appear, the scars on his face began to ache slightly, and a strong hatred rose in his heart. But after noticing the military rank shining with golden light, a chill suddenly swept through his body, and the hatred that had just risen was immediately extinguished. A deep despair spread in his heart, and a feeling of powerlessness almost made him fall to the ground. How did he become lieutenant colonel? When the gap between the two sides is too big, it is difficult to have negative emotions. An emotion called awe gradually emerges in Liu Weihao's eyes. He took a deep breath, stopped thinking about random things, and continued to focus on training. Operational Base Reserve Center Number 31. People were coming and going in the hall. After the Abyss riot ended, almost all the soldiers who were still alive received a large number of merit points as rewards. Therefore, the Reserve Center is particularly busy. After obtaining merit points, everyone is eager to exchange them for the martial arts resources they need. "Sir," a young female lieutenant ran up to Yi Qing, saluted, and said, "Are you here to exchange martial arts resources?" "Yeah." Ye Ving nodded. "Please follow me." The officers exchanged their badges on the second floor. The female second lieutenant began to lead the way. After bringing Yi Qing to the second floor, she briefly explained the exchange process and rules, and then went back downstairs. There were quite a few people on the second floor as well, as the battlefield was the most testing place for people, and the fourth level was not uncommon. Yi Qing found an operating device that no one was using, turned on the identity recognition function, and a pleasant electronic sound came to his ears. "Dear Lieutenant Colonel Yi Qing, the remaining merit points you can use are 300,000. A panel similar to that of the Martial Arts Association appeared in front of Yi Qing, except that it had more categories and countless things were displayed under each category. Almost all the collections of the Southern Military Region appeared in front of Yi Qing. Yi Qing originally thought that 300,000 merit points were already a lot, but after seeing the prices of some things, he immediately gave up the idea. Level 8 Dragon Beast Essence Blood. 2 million merit points per portion. Holy Medicine for Healing. Life Essence of Level 8 Giant Plants. 8 million merit points. 9th level Martial Arts. 100,000 merit points. Yi Qing looked at the price of the 9th level Martial Arts and was dazzled by the number of zeros behind it. With the 300,000 merit points in his hand, it is estimated that he can't even read the cover of the 9th level Martial Arts. It's too expensive, these high-grade things. Yi Qing shook his head, withdrew his gaze from those things, and began to select things that he could exchange and were most useful for improving his own strength. He found the category and began to screen carefully. In the column of techniques, the screen kept flashing. Most of them are Qi and blood-related martial arts, and there are very few martial arts that involve mental power. Yi Qing's mental strength is now very high, but he has always lacked the skills to use it and is unable to fully bring out the characteristics of his mental strength. Therefore, the main reason why he came to the reserve warehouse this time was to try out some mental martial arts. After selecting for a long time, there are several mental martial arts that are quite suitable for Yi Qing. Unfortunately, its grade is too low and its power is too small. Yi Qing shook his head and continued screening. After a while, a spiritual martial art attracted Yi Qing's attention. Below the name of that martial art, there is a line of notes that no other martial arts have. Note, this martial art is of a high grade. The source of acquisition is extremely special, and the difficulty of practicing is extremely high. It is not suitable for human warriors, so the exchange price is set slightly lower. Please exchange with caution. It will be fine if there is no such reminder. After seeing the prompt, Yi Qing became interested. He clicked on the spiritual power martial art and saw the name of the martial art. The Dark Moonblade. That's a good name. Yi Qing muttered to himself. His eyes looked at the introduction of Wu Jian Dark Moonblade, and his pupils suddenly shrank slightly. The level of the Dark Moonblade is very high. A strong man has determined that if one can successfully practice it, it will be at least an 8th level martial art, or even a 9th level one. But this martial art is not a spiritual martial art created by humans, so it is fundamentally not suitable for human practice at all, and it is basically impossible to practice it successfully. Therefore, after discussion among the strong men in the military region, the merit points required for its exchange were reduced a lot. Its origin is extremely mysterious. 9 Prehistoric Civilization Ruins. What is this place? Chapter 80. Impossible to successfully practice martial arts? The dark moon in the sky can cut through the stars. Remains of prehistoric civilization. This is a brand new word that Yi Qing has never heard of before. Prehistoric civilization? Before humans appeared, there were already intelligent creatures living on the blue planet. This conclusion is not difficult for people today to accept. After all, giant beasts can appear and humans can fly after practicing, let alone other things. Martial arts created by prehistoric civilization. Yi Qing's interest grew and he continued to read the introduction of the Dark Moonblade. When a line of words appeared in front of him, Yi Qing's gaze paused. Then, a gleam of light burst out from the depths of his eyes. The reason why Wujin Dark Moonblade is difficult to practice is because Wujin Dark Moonblade is not only the name of a martial art, but also the name of a special weapon. Only by cooperating with Wujin Dark Moonblade can the power of this martial art be brought into play. But the difficulty does not lie in the creation of the weapon, but in the practice of the infinite Dark Moonblade, which is composed of countless tiny blades. Therefore, the ability of the spiritualist to multitask is extremely important. Only those who have mastered the ability of 50 uses with one mind before reaching the 5th level spiritual master are qualified to practice this martial art. Once your strength exceeds the 5th level, there is no possibility of successful cultivation. Yi Qing read the description in the introduction and was filled with surprise. It turns out the difficulty lies in multitasking. It is difficult for others, but it is much easier for Yi Qing himself. His A-level talent. Group consciousness is a talent related to multitasking. Yi Qing clearly remembered that the queen cicada controlled hundreds of crystal-eating silver cicadas by herself, and her strength was only level 5. The talent of group consciousness has great potential, and its upper limit is definitely not just one mind, one method. The number 9 Prehistoric Civilization Ruins is such a great place. Yi Qing exclaimed. There's almost no hesitation. He could handle the multitasking required by the Dark Moonblade, and he happened to have a piece of mithril or weighing hundreds of kilograms in his hand. Both the materials and the qualifications for cultivation are available, and it is almost a martial art tailor-made for oneself. It takes 280,000 merit points to redeem the Dark Moonblade. After Yi Qing chose to redeem, the redemption system popped up several prompts in succession to confirm whether Yi Qing had really made up his mind. Click Confirm continuously. Exchange successful. You have obtained a technique of undetermined level, the Dark Moonblade. Note, the technique can only be used and practiced by the person who redeemed it. If it is spread outside, it will be judged by the military district. The skills will be delivered in one day. Please wait patiently. 300,000 merit points. Only 20,000 were left in the blink of an eye. However, even these 20,000 are an astronomical figure for most soldiers. Yi Qing did not leave directly. He opened the supplement store and made some selections, exchanging them for some medicines that could strengthen his physique and replenish his own qi and blood. He didn't use these for himself. My father is old, and he's been working in a frontline war-ready city for several years, which has taken a big toll on his health. These expensive tonics are just the right amount to replenish his body. Yi Qing has great strength, and his lifespan will become longer and longer, but he does not want to see any more of his loved ones leave him. Keeping Dad in good health is the first step, and we'll have to take it slow in the future. Yi Qing took the tonic and left the storage warehouse and returned to his residence. Time flies. The next morning, there was a knock on the door. Yi Qing opened it and saw a 6th-rank colonel standing at his door carrying a box. The Dark Moon Blade of Infernal Affairs has arrived. When the colonel saw Yi Qing's young face at the door, he was stunned and quite shocked. What a young lieutenant colonel. Such a young 5th-level master. Which family is he from? Although he was surprised, the colonel did not forget the purpose of his visit. Lieutenant Colonel Yi Qing. He saluted and smiled. This is the technique you exchange from the military reserve. Please check and sign for it. If there is no problem, then I will go back. It turned out that a colonel delivered the goods personally. Yi Qing was a little surprised when he returned the gift, but then he thought about it and felt relieved. A martial arts technique worth 280,000 merit points is naturally worthy of being personally escorted by a 6th-level warrior. He took the box and opened it according to the password given to him by the reserve exchange system yesterday. Inside was a piece of metal fragment with a strange pattern. Is this thing a martial art? Yi Qing sensed the fluctuations of mental power on the metal fragments and confirmed that it was indeed the correct martial arts technique. The shape is quite weird, worthy of being a prehistoric civilization. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Yi Qing nodded with a smile. In that case, I'll take my leave. The colonel turned and left. Yi Qing carried the box and returned to the training room in his residence. The residential area is exclusively for officers, and each house in it is equipped with a training room. It is quite expensive to build, so you don't have to worry about being disturbed while practicing in it. He sat down, opened the box, and took out the piece of black metal with patterns all over it. It was cold to the touch, and a biting chill attacked the palm. A piece of metal can be this cold. The power of dragon flame flowed in Yi Qing's body, easily dispelling the chill, and a look of joy appeared between his brows. The more special something is, the more extraordinary its essence is. As soon as he had a thought, a ray of mental power emerged from the sea of mind between his eyebrows and wrapped around the black metal fragment. The next moment, boom! A dull roar like a falling planet exploded in my mind. The surrounding environment changed instantly, and darkness enveloped the entire training room, dotted with bright and dim spots of light. Is this in the starry sky? Is it an illusion? Isn't it a little too real? Yi Qing looked around and found that he seemed to be floating in space. It was pitch black all around, and he could only see a few stars in the distance. Suddenly, an inexplicably strong feeling of oppression descended. Yi Qing couldn't help but look up and saw a dark moon right in front of him. Its body was pitch black, almost blending in with the surrounding starry sky. If it weren't for the icy aura emanating from it, Yi Qing wouldn't even have noticed it was right beside him. The huge, majestic dark moon, which was filled with an aura of cold despair, was approaching rapidly, crushing towards the tiny Yi Qing. Yi Qing was not afraid at all and stared without blinking. He knew that all this must be an illusion, and what he saw before his eyes must be the inheritance of martial arts. The dark moon came in front of Yi Qing. The huge dark moon suddenly split into a series of tiny dark crescent-shaped blade wheels. Countless dark blades turned into torrents, dancing continuously in the starry sky, suddenly combining into a series of dark moons, and then suddenly decomposed again. The atmosphere of despair, pain, coldness, and cruelty is rippling. The dark moon hangs high in the sky, and this place is like hell. A huge stream of information emerged in Yi Qing's mind, and he closed his eyes to savor it carefully. After a long time, I see. Yi Qing suddenly opened his eyes, and a dark moon was reflected in the depths of his pupils. The dark moon without a break can cut through the starry sky. Amid the whispers, the majestic dark moon reappeared, transforming into a dim light that slashed towards the starry sky in front. Suddenly, the dark starry sky faded to both sides like a theater curtain, and the familiar practice room appeared again. Chapter 81. Forging Telekinetic Weapons. Grandmaster Forging Master. Yi Qing let out a breath of foul air. According to the information passed down in the tradition, the full power of the spiritual martial art, the Dark Moon Blade, is terrifyingly strong. Deter all spiritualists who try to practice it. Due to racial characteristics, the Dark Moon Blade is essentially impossible to be mastered by humans. However, the abilities that Yi Qing now possesses are beyond common sense. Even the creator of the Dark Moon Blade might not be able to guess his situation. Now I can divide my mind into 30. If I practice more on my talent of group awareness and improve my mental strength, I will definitely be able to reach the realm of one mind, 50. Yi Qing is looking forward to the power of the infinite Dark Moon Blade after successfully practicing it. Now that the skills are in place, you need to create your own mithril weapon. In addition to merit points, the military district's rewards also include the eligibility to exchange for S-level resources and the opportunity to have a top-level blacksmith help forge weapons. The special grade blacksmith is the top blacksmith master in the army. The weapons they have handled are basically of the level of the red gold dragon pattern halberd. Any lower-level weapons would be like using a butcher knife to kill a fly. The most important point: special grade blacksmiths are generally 7th-level masters. Forging weapons is a technical job, and it would be great to have the help of a master himself. I don't know how long this mission will take, so I just use up everything I can. Yi Qing thought secretly. He immediately submitted his application through the military district's armament system. Not long, a message came to Yi Qing. After Yi Qing chose to connect, a picture appeared on the big screen in the room. A tall and strong man with a beard appeared standing next to a tall furnace. Yi Qing, is this the new weapon forging you applied for? A muffled voice came from the screen, and the bearded man continued. The opportunity to be helped by a top-grade blacksmith is rare. If you don't have any good materials, I suggest you keep this opportunity and submit your application when you are ready. I have decided. This is my material. Yi Qing reached out and grabbed the huge piece of mithril ore and showed it in front of the camera. Fuck, such a big piece of mithril. The bearded man became interested. Tell me what you want to build. If it's a telekinetic weapon, it would be better to have the design drawings. If you need my help in the design, then there will be a different price. The inheritance just now includes the method of forging the Wujian Dark Moon Blade. Yi Qing had recorded it on an electronic drawing in advance, and upon hearing this, he directly transferred the drawing over. Infinite Dark Moon Blade? The bearded man exclaimed, staring at Yi Qing across the screen. Are you sure you want to build this thing? If the weapon is built, but you can't practice, then this set of weapons will be useless. Confirmed. Yi Qing nodded, and then continued. For the remaining materials needed, I still have an exchange qualification for S-level resources in the armory. I will use this qualification to make up for the remaining special materials. In that case, please send the mithril ore here. The bearded man stopped persuading him. He sent the coordinates of his base to Yi Qing and closed the communication. The efficiency of the army is all about speed. Not long after the communication ended, a logistics officer arrived outside the residence. They packed more than 100 kilograms of mithril ore into trucks and sent them to the destination as quickly as possible. After arranging everything, Yi Qing found 50 small alloy balls and tried to use his mental power to control them to combine into various shapes. Talents like group awareness are all growable talents. The more times you use it and the deeper your understanding of the talent is, the more powerful the talent will be. During the remaining 2 days, Yi Qing basically did nothing else. Either he was training his multitasking ability in his residence, or he was under the officer's mess to eat a lot to improve his chi and blood values. After a great war, the food in the army cafeteria was unusually rich. All the meat was from giant beasts of various grades. In the small canteen exclusively for school officers, even the flesh and blood of level 5 monsters are available. After being cooked by the army chef, the taste is quite delicious. The most important thing is it's free. There are quite a few types, and Yi Qing even collected the extraction progress of several behemoths and obtained several new talents. Although the effect is not that great, it can be stored up as the basic material for future talent fusion. While the members of Team 7 were preparing themselves, inside an office at Operation Base 31, the highest commander of the base, Major General Zhang Jianfeng, was having an argument with someone. Zhang Jianfeng looked at the slightly unreal projections around the conference table in front of him, with a sneer on his face, not caring about the identities of others at all. This was a remote meeting initiated by a major general named Feng. The content of the meeting was very simple, about the conflict between Yi Qing and the Blood Scorpion Squad. After Feng Yifeng's treatment at base number 31 failed, he was immediately transferred to a logistics base in the rear with higher medical standards. After diagnosis by the military doctor in the rear, it was determined that the injury was extremely serious. Serious physical injuries are a minor problem. The main problem lies in the brain. The brain waves are abnormal, and he is suspected of mental damage. There is a high probability that he will fall into a coma. Even if he wakes up, he will become a fool. The Feng family members who rushed over after hearing the news couldn't believe their ears. I thought the physical injuries were serious enough, but who knew that they would also involve the mental aspects? Feng Yifeng developed very well in the army. The Feng family attached great importance to him and had long since listed Feng Yifeng as a core disciple for key training. He was to become the pillar of the Feng family in the future. But who could have thought that after a not-too-difficult mission, their genius would become a useless person? They were unwilling to accept this result, but after several diagnoses, the facts shattered the remaining illusions. Feng Yifeng was completely ruined. There's basically no possibility of waking up, and he will be a vegetable for the rest of his life. The top management of the Feng family was furious when they heard the news and immediately demanded that the murderer pay the price. Then, a master from the Feng family who worked in the 3rd Division of the number 31 combat base initiated a remote meeting immediately. As soon as the meeting began, he directly demanded that Yi Qing be sent to a military court. Several masters who also came from aristocratic families echoed this and demanded severe punishment, and that this trend must not be encouraged. After listening for a while, Zhang Qingyi couldn't bear it anymore and started arguing with them. What? Are you all blind and deaf? Don't you know who started the trouble? Feng Yifeng was not as skilled as others, so who can he blame for being beaten half to death? He glanced around, sneered, and said in a deep voice, I tell you the truth, I have secured Yi Qing. I have included him in the execution list of the S-level top-secret mission, and the military region approved it the day before yesterday. Now, anyone who wants to take advantage of Yi Qing will be considered to be spying on top-secret mission information and hindering the completion of the mission. If I submit the content of today's meeting, you should prepare for the Internal Inspection Department to come to your door. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the masters of the aristocratic families attending the meeting changed drastically. Chapter 82, The First Mission. The capital of Jiangnan Province, Tianan City. Internal Patrol Department is a more formal name. To put it in a more popular way, it is the internal system for eliminating traitors. They have only one mission, to find out the spies from the Adventists and other countries planted in the army. Once you're targeted by them, it will be very troublesome. Even senior military officers at the rank of Major General are reluctant to provoke them easily. Faced with the killer move thrown by Zhang Qingyi, they were unable to respond. The importance of the S-level top-secret mission was obviously much higher than a fight. The Feng family's Major General had a gloomy expression on his face and said slowly, What about Yifeng's red-gold dragon-pattern halberd? That is the property of the Feng family. Injuring someone is not enough, but what about taking Yifeng's weapon away? Zhang Qingyi laughed and said, I will return it. Yi Qing said he was just helping to keep it. Does it require him to keep Yifeng's weapons? The Feng family's master was angry. He didn't expect that Zhang Qingyi, the supreme commander of a combat base and a powerful master, would say such shameless words. That's none of my business. Whatever the Feng family wants, wait until this top-secret mission is over. Zhang Qingyi shook his head and continued, I still say the same thing. During the mission, if anyone obstructs Yi Qing from carrying out his mission, I will report it directly to the inspection department. The Feng family's master's face turned pale with anger. He pointed at Zhang Qingyi with his fingers shaking, obviously very angry. The other party started to act like a rogue, which really made him feel like he was punching cotton. It's a dead end now. The military district has already approved the mission. No matter how powerful the Feng family is, they will not be able to influence the decision of the military district. This matter is not over yet. In desperation, he glared at Zhang Qingyi fiercely, then snorted coldly and cut off the connection. Seeing this, others left the meeting. The illusory figures suddenly disappeared, and the office returned to peace. It's a bit troublesome. Zhang Qingyi shook his head slightly. He had underestimated the Feng family's reaction. The most important thing is, who knows that Yi Qing hurt people so badly? I originally thought it was just a few broken bones and the injury would recover with proper treatment. But who would have thought that he would directly beat the person to a pulp? In comparison, stealing Feng Yifeng's quasi-7th level weapon didn't seem that serious. The 7th Division of the Songlong team in the mission execution list beforehand. Otherwise, this matter would have been difficult to handle. But he wasn't particularly worried. With the potential that Yi Qing has shown, there will naturally be people above him to protect him, and he won't have to pay a heavy price. Time flies. The 3-day deadline has expired. The Songlong team 7 have gathered. Zhang Jianfeng arrived, accompanied by Captain Lin Shui. The specific operational details of the mission were issued. Yi Qing took the document and began to read it carefully. There are more than 10 members in Team 7, and each person has a slightly different task. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, they need a certain degree of disguise and most of the time act alone, carrying out various operations such as reconnaissance, beheading, and pursuit. Yi Qing's first task was relatively simple and rough. He needed to go to Jiangnan Province, next to his hometown Donglin Province, to find and destroy a biological laboratory set up by the Advent sect there. Mission requirements: try to rescue the subjects and kill them on the spot. No need to capture them alive. After completing this task, subsequent tasks will be issued. Once you arrive at the mission location, the local investigators, inspection department, and other departments will cooperate with you unconditionally. Zhang Jianfeng had a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "This mission is related to the safety of people in several provinces. I don't care what means you use. The mission must succeed and not fail. After stopping this riot, I will personally celebrate your success." After saying that, he saluted the team solemnly. Everyone returned the greeting in unison, their expressions extremely serious. The team set off in 10 minutes. Riding in armored vehicles, members of Team 7 left Operation Base Number 31 and headed towards Logistics Base Number 13 in the rear. There was one more person in the accompanying team, Lin Shui. She was temporarily included in the team to participate in this mission. The team members were initially reluctant about her participation. After all, if they were to take collective action, a strange team member would seriously affect their tacit understanding. Of course, Lin Shui could sense what the team members were thinking. She simply showed off her skills and used her powerful mental strength to easily overturn a heavy armored vehicle. Seeing her move, no one had any objections. For a powerful psychic, it won't be a problem even if there is a little lack of tacit understanding. Seeing Lin Shui take action, Yi Qing's guess was confirmed. The opponent's mental strength is slightly higher than his own. As a psychic master who is so young and powerful, Lin Shui must have a prominent background. Yi Qing did not think too much about it. He had calculated in his heart that if a fight really came to pass, he should be able to kill Lin Shui within 3 moves. Lin Shui was secretly looking at Yi Qing. But suddenly, an inexplicable chill rose in my heart, and my body couldn't help but tremble. What's going on? Her mind was full of doubts. Why did she suddenly have a sense of death crisis? She fell into deep thought and stopped observing Yi Qing. After arriving at Logistics Base Number 13, the team members rushed to different places. Everyone, be careful. The Adventists are no easier to deal with than the behemoths. Before leaving, the 2 captains solemnly reminded their team members. Yi Qing walked into a train alone and set off for Tianan City, the capital of Jiangnan Province. As a lieutenant colonel, he had his own carriage. Take off the brand new military uniform and put on casual clothes. Yi Qing looked at himself in the mirror and smiled slightly, looking like a good young man of the new century. He looks like a freshman who has just entered college life and is completely unassociated with the brutal image on the battlefield. With such a warm smile, who can tell my identity? This is much better than the captain's ferocious look. He even specifically told me to be more restrained. When Yi Qing is not fighting, his appearance is still very outstanding, with outstanding height, angular face, and strong body. The confidence between his eyebrows that comes from his great strength is enough to make him overwhelm a group of stars in appearance and temperament. He looked at himself in the mirror and shook his head slightly. Convergence. That is impossible to converge. He was ready to let the followers of the Advent sect have a taste of his 5-meter-long bone-bladed machete. After more than 10 hours of galloping, the train entered a checkpoint, and the cleaning device was activated to clean the blood stains on the outside of the train. The train then slowly entered the station. We have arrived at Tianan City, the capital of Jiangnan Province. Chapter 83. Super High Authority. This is a military operation, not a criminal investigation. Returning to the familiar city, Yi Qing felt as if he was in another world. In a station where people are constantly flowing, there is no smell of oil from large armored machinery, no stench from the carcasses of giant beasts, no crazy shouting during the fight. Yi Qing could understand why some people found it difficult to adapt to normal city life after returning from the battlefield. Those who have not seen the real front line cannot imagine the cruelty there. For many people, the invasion of giant beasts is just a few lines of big words in the news. This is not really a disadvantage. The peace and security in the rear is a testament to the success of the soldiers at the front. The prosperous scene before our eyes is because there is one 812 regiment after another on the front line. They are fearless and have built a great wall with their flesh and blood and have exchanged their lives and blood for it. The scum of the Advent sect wanted to destroy everything in front of them, which was tantamount to trampling on the blood and lives of the sacrificed soldiers in the front. Yi Qing actually has no interest in killing people, as killing giant beasts would bring him far more benefits. But at this time, his murderous intent towards the Advent sect became stronger and stronger. There is no so-called contact person for this mission. Yi Qing followed the crowd out of the station, found a nearby milk tea shop, sat down, and ordered a drink for himself. The taste of cold milk tea and boiling blood is very different. Yi Qing felt the sweetness in his mouth and was somewhat uncomfortable. Bite! The communicator in my pocket beeped. It was a piece of relevant intelligence sent by the Tian'an City Inspection Bureau, which recorded all the information they had found about the Adventist Biological Laboratory. The mission Yi Qing was carrying out had a very high confidentiality level. Even the communication channels are one way. Yi Qing can send messages to the Tian'an City Inspection Bureau at any time to ask for what he needs, but the Tian'an City Inspection Bureau can only pass relevant information to him and cannot take the initiative to make other contacts. As the highest department responsible for maintaining public security and stability in Jiangnan Province, the Tian'an Inspection Office commands the province's conventional armed forces and has enormous power on a daily basis. However, in this war era, the sequence of the troops was directly superior to that of various departments in the rear. As a special sequence in the army, the Special Operations Team has some extraordinary powers. Yi Qing had no intention of replying. He began to read the information carefully. With the enhancement of his mental strength, he had already acquired the ability to remember everything he saw. After writing down all the contents, he drank the milk tea in one gulp and took a taxi to his first destination. At the same time, Tian'an City Inspection Department Headquarters building. In a large office, hundreds of inspectors were shuttling between mountains of intelligence materials. Everyone was busy, with a hint of deep fatigue in their eyes. Since the task force was established a month ago, they have been living and eating in this office and have never left the audit office building. The case is strictly confidential. After everyone arrived at the task force and reported to their families that they were safe, all their communication tools were taken away. At this time, several people were gathered in front of a computer talking about something. Has it been sent out? Qin Mingyun, the criminal investigation team leader of the Tian'an Inspection Division, asked. The other party has received it, but has not replied. The technical team leader replied. Hearing this, Qin Mingyun felt a little angry in her heart. The task force of more than 100 people worked hard in this office for a month to compile the results, but after sending them to the other party, there was not even a reply. As a provincial-level inspection department, they have always been responsible for cooperating with other departments and have never encountered a situation like the current one. The name is kept secret, the appearance is kept secret, the strength is kept secret, the origin, and so on are all kept secret. Even the communication channels are one way. Such a large task force does not even have the authority to actively talk to the other party. Can you bear this? Qin Mingyun couldn't stand a bit. Director, is there really no other way? She turned to look at the director of the inspection department and explained seriously, we can't establish a two-way connection with the operatives. How can we proceed with this case? Zhao Zhen, director of the Tian'an inspection department, shook his head and said, Xiao Qin, didn't I tell you a long time ago that since the military took over this matter, it has turned from a criminal case to a military operation? Zhao Zhen was also helpless as Qin Mingyun had reported this to him many times. But compared with the young people under his command, he is more aware of the military's unshakable voice in this regard. If necessary, not to mention an inspection department, all parts of Tian'an City will be under the control of the military and directly become a military-controlled city. That is no joke. How many people can the army send? As the captain of the criminal investigation team, Qin Ningyun has sufficient strength and experience, so his analysis is very logical. That biological laboratory, codenamed Phoenix, rising from the ashes, is guarded by at least 5 fifth-rank masters, and the destructive power of those experimental subjects is comparable to that of giant beasts. If we can't handle it properly and let those believers release the experimental subjects, the consequences will be serious. Without our help, how can a few people deal with so many enemies? Xiaoqin, your analysis makes sense. I agree with it very much, but Director Zhao Zhen nodded and then changed the subject. It has been made clear above that the Special Investigation Team of the Inspection Department is a supporting role. The leading party is sent by the military. We must obey the other party's request unconditionally. We have no right and cannot interfere with any of the other party's actions. Once we disrupt the other party's actions, we will be brought to the military court. Military court, just these 4 words are enough to make people feel suffocated. The front line that the troops are facing is beyond our imagination. Since the military district has made such a choice, it must be confident. You don't have to think too much about it. Zhao Zhen added. Why? Qin Ningyun felt very aggrieved and sighed deeply, not knowing how to refute. However, before the other party requests cooperation, your criminal investigation team's actions are not restricted, and you can still carry out the normal pursuit process. Zhao Zhen added. Okay. Qin Ningyun's face looked better. Then I'll take people to look for clues. After that, she took a few good guys from the criminal investigation team and drove away from the audit office building. Captain, manpower will eventually be exhausted. Once the troops find out the specific situation, they will definitely ask us for help. Someone said to Qin Ningyun. Qin Ningyun sat in the passenger's seat and nodded, with mixed thoughts in his mind. Then I want to see who the military district sent. Looking at the companions in the car, most of whom graduated from Wuhan University, which is ranked among the top universities in the country, and all of them are very powerful, Qin Ningyun showed a smile. When that time comes, we have to let them know that we in the audit department are no pushovers. Chapter 84. The smell that doesn't belong to the city. I finally caught you. Yi Qing had no idea what everyone in the Tian'an inspection office was thinking. He could not have imagined that his failure to reply to messages had greatly aroused the sense of honor of the criminal investigation team. In fact, Yi Qing was used to the Special Forces working style. The key to communication is simplicity and effectiveness. When encountering problems, there is only one word to describe them. Do it. Let's talk about it after we finish it. If we can't finish it, given the style of missions that the Special Forces take on, if we can't finish it, we're probably going to die. Yi Qing sat in the car, recalling the information he had just received. According to the investigation conducted by the Audit Bureau over the past few days, the location of the biological laboratory has been basically confirmed to be within the jurisdiction of Tian'an City. Therefore, several large high-tech parks naturally became the key targets. If the high-tech park is in a place like this, it should be relatively easy to find out, right? Yi Qing frowned slightly, thinking secretly. Even if we cannot go deep into the park to inspect every factory building, we can still find out something based on air quality indicators, underground sewage systems, etc. At worst, if you keep an eye on it for a while, you will always be able to find some clues. Yi Qing felt a little strange, but decided to rush over to see what was going on. If there's a breakthrough point, start taking action accordingly. If not, wait a few more days. An hour later, Yi Qing arrived at the first high-tech park. Although it is called a Science and Technology Industrial Park, it is not entirely composed of cold mechanical buildings. It has everything you need for dining, entertainment, consumption, etc. It was lunchtime, and the park was bustling with people. Workers who were tired of eating in the company cafeteria began to look for food. Yi Qing smelled the fragrance in the air and simply blended into it. He bought a pancake and ate it while wandering around aimlessly. The invisible mental force spread quietly, carefully exploring the surrounding situation. The harmony of heaven and earth actually came into play at this moment. Yi Qing integrated into the surrounding environment, and combined with the concealing effect of his mental power, he actually achieved the effect of reducing his presence. Many people walked past Yi Qing and were completely unaware of the person they had just passed. The only thing I could smell was the aroma of pancakes. With the help of mental power, everything in the park appeared clearly in Yi Qing's mind. His main focus was on what was happening inside those buildings and in the basements beneath the ground. After a while, Yi Qing walked out of the park and found nothing. His mental strength was enough to penetrate extremely deep layers of concrete. There was no laboratory hidden as deep underground as he had imagined. No matter how deep the laboratory is dug, there must always be a passage to enter it on the shallow surface. Yi Qing looked carefully, but found nothing unusual. He was not discouraged. He just thought of it as a walk to relax, left the place, and took a taxi to the next science and technology park. It was afternoon. After checking 2 science and technology parks, Yi Qing came to the last suspicious park. A message came from the communicator. He opened it and found that it was an encrypted channel exclusive to Team 7. I just found 2 followers of the Adventist sect. They were pretty stubborn, so I didn't get any information out of them. There were also several photos attached to the information. The 3 people in the pictures looked extremely miserable and had obviously been tortured. I should have learned some techniques from the patrol officer before leaving. I've made some progress here. Brothers, be careful. These beasts have some tricks. Don't let them capsize in the gutter. Fuck, I haven't even found a shadow of him yet. The people in the inspection department are still somewhat lacking in ability. They almost let one of them escape by helping to arrest him. Some people have already started taking action and have achieved certain results. Yi Qing felt a slight sense of urgency. A single move can affect the entire body. Who knows whether the Adventists in the areas where other team members are located have any connection with Tiannan. If the news leaks out, the difficulty of our operations will definitely increase dramatically. The worst-case scenario is that the Adventists begin to retreat, and then we return empty-handed. This was something Yi Qing could not accept. If he didn't kill a dozen believers of the Advent sect, wouldn't his trip be in vain? Yi Qing took a deep breath and suppressed his impatience. It was already late and night was falling. Several trucks drove out of the park. The name of the company is printed on the side of the car. Xingyao Intelligent Prosthetic Technology Company, Limited. Along with the invasion of giant beasts, while martial arts flourished, technology also developed rapidly. Human prosthetics are one of the emerging high-tech categories. Yi Qing didn't pay much attention at first, but when his mental power swept across the trucks, his footsteps stopped immediately, and a bright light appeared in the depths of his eyes. Yi Qing looked at the truck in front with interest. There was no problem with the things loaded in the truck. The problem is that the person in the cab is a little too strong. Most of the products of these high-tech companies are extremely expensive, so it is normal to have warriors escort them during transportation. It is a bit extravagant to let a 5th-level warrior travel with you. The 5th level means lieutenant colonel in the army, and in special circumstances during wartime, he can command a regiment of thousands of people. Would such a person be a security guard on board? The 5th-level person in the car seemed to be a little different from the normal 5th-level person. Yi Qing thought about it, took out his communicator, and contacted the Tiannan Inspection Bureau for the first time. Send me the information of Xingyao Intelligent Prosthetic Technology Company. 5 seconds after the message was sent, a detailed information about the company appeared in front of Yi Qing. A medium-sized listed company with assets of no more than 5 billion, and a small transport convoy with a 5th-level escort. The light in Yi Qing's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a hint of excitement in a smile. The next moment, his figure froze in place, then slowly disappeared with the wind. Yi Qing was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had climbed onto the last truck in the convoy. And after the distance gets closer, a breath that did not belong to the city appeared in Yi Qing's perception. This aura is so faint that even veterans on the battlefield can hardly detect it. But Yi Qing possesses the S-level talent of breathing in harmony with heaven and earth, and is extremely sensitive to the aura in his surroundings. Even the aura that can be hidden from a 6th-level warrior cannot escape his perception. Cold, brutal, bloody, that is the aura that only a giant beast should have. If it was just the breath of a giant beast, Yi Qing would not make a fuss. Giant beast meat is a consumable for many people nowadays, so the appearance of the breath of a giant beast is very normal. But things are different now. That breath of air, quite fresh. This was clearly not something that should be emitted from decomposed chunks of giant beast meat. Thinking of the situation of the biological laboratory that he had learned from previous information, the smile on Yi Qing's mouth gradually became ferocious. A terrifyingly sharp bone blade slowly extended from his arm, and a bloodthirsty, cold, and brutal aura quietly spread out. Finally, I caught you. Chapter 85. Let God take care of this matter. I am only responsible for sending you off. There were 3 trucks and 6 people in total. The 2 people on the leading truck are the strongest. One is level 5 and the other is level 4. The 4 people in the remaining 2 cars were all at the 3rd level in strength, and each of them had a hint of brutality and cruelty in their blood. Yi Qing felt relieved. It would be better if everyone had problems. With mental power surrounding his entire body, the warrior in the cab of the vehicle beneath his feet didn't even notice that there was a person standing above him. When a vehicle is a little away from the Science and Technology Park and comes to a ramp, ready to take the elevated road into the urban area, holding a huge bone blade leaped high into the air, and the white bone blade drew a curved arc in the air. Inside the cab of the lead vehicle, the fifth-level warrior was pretending to be asleep with his eyes closed, but he suddenly sensed an extremely strong, murderous intent. There are enemies. A surge of warning arose in my heart. The sound of iron sheets tearing came from above my head. A huge machete with an exaggerated shape and an all-white color pierced through the roof of the car, then went through the entire body of the car, nailing the front of the truck to the ground. Bang! Bang! The two cars behind were caught off guard and rear-ended each other. Several third-level warriors were terrified. Before they could react, a fierce mental force swept over them. The next moment, their eyes rolled back, foam came out of their mouths, and their heads tilted, and they fainted. With Yi Qing's current mental strength, a third-level warrior has no ability to resist at all. Sizzle. With a sharp cutting sound, the cockpit of the lead vehicle was cut in half. Flames came out of the broken engine, and mechanical parts fell to the ground one by one. The two people in the cab looked pale. If the attack just now had landed on them, it would have split them in half in the head. What a terrifying power. At the same time, the whistling cold wind blew on their faces, instantly awakening them from their daze. Exposed, they immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and no longer concealed themselves. Their blood surged and black blood vessels emerged under their skin. The aura that belonged only to the giant beast became stronger. The two men growled, black veins popped out on their foreheads, their skin cracked, smelly black blood flowed out, and scales grew on vital parts of their bodies. Not only that, their arms grew larger, their joints twisted, and their palms turned into sharp claws. They immediately activated the abilities gained from biological transformation, and, at the same time, locked their ferocious eyes on the target blocking the car. However, when they saw the target clearly, their breathing stopped at the same time, and their brains, which were originally filled with negative emotions such as brutality and bloodthirstiness, began to become clear. What did you see? He is over 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over his body, as strong as a giant beast. Between his eyebrows is a scarlet eyeball that makes people feel endless chills in their hearts. And there's a terrifying bone blade that is 5 meters long sticking out from the joints of his arms. The hell is this? For a moment, they thought that Yi Qing was a powerful person from the Advent sect who had mastered more advanced biotechnology. Otherwise, how could he have such an exaggerated appearance? However, the fierce murderous intent made them realize that the other party was definitely an enemy, not a friend. It took me so long to find it. Yi Qing stared at the two of them, a hint of disgust in his eyes. I don't know how many times of live experiments were conducted to come up with this transformation plan. It makes people feel very uncomfortable just looking at it. Kill the ball quickly. Kill him. At this time, the tyrannical genes from the giant beast took the upper hand, and the last bit of clarity in the brains of the two Adventists disappeared, and they rushed towards Yi Qing. Their speed is extremely fast, much faster than normal warriors of the same strength. But in Yi Qing's eyes, their movements were no different from slow motion. What greeted them was a huge and ferocious bone blade. A white line appeared in the air. Yi Qing raised his hand, waved his arm, and the bone blade swept out lightly. Phew! The scales on the two men's legs did not provide any protection at all. They were chopped into pieces the moment they came into contact with the bone blades, and their thighs were cut off very smoothly. Two plop sounds. They immediately fell to the ground, their bodies twisting subconsciously, and before they knew it, their legs had already left the house. Yi Qing's bone control master talent was combined with a previous benevolent poisonous wind, and the bone blade was attached with extremely strong corrosive toxins. The toxin took effect on the wounds on the two men's broken legs, making a sizzling sound. The red flesh turned green, and their muscles and bones were corroded. The Adventist's biological transformation plan includes a special design for the sense of pain. By incorporating the characteristics of certain giant beasts, the believer's perception of pain can be reduced, thereby enhancing their ability to fight fearlessly. But the pain now was obviously beyond their endurance. Severe pain swept over them, and their faces turned pale, and they screamed miserably. So you feel pain? I thought you were all tough guys. Blade on Yi Qing's arm retracted, and he walked in front of the two men, admiring Du's performance from a high position. "Monster! What kind of monster are you?" The shouts were trembling. The two people who regained consciousness looked at Yi Qing with shock, fear, horror, despair, and hatred all mixed together, and finally turned into deep disbelief. They could not understand Yi Qing's existence. His tall body blocked out the light from the street lamps, and the shadow of death enveloped them. Yi Qing grinned, revealing his creepy sharp fangs. "It's just the physical pain, which is really too easy for you." He squatted down, placed his palm on the head of the fourth-level warrior, and an invisible, devouring force burst out. "Ah!" A shrill scream was heard. The fourth-level Adventist believer was still conscious, and the pain caused by forcibly devouring his soul fragments in this state was far greater than the physical pain. His body twisted violently like a fish that had been caught ashore, black blood flowed from his eyes, and his facial features began to distort. You swallowed a soul fragment of a fourth-level warrior, mental power +8. You swallowed a soul fragment of a fourth-level warrior, spiritual power +7. You swallowed. A moment later, the eyes of the Adventist believer under his palm exploded, his mind collapsed, and he collapsed to the ground with a silly smile. The fifth-level person standing aside watched this scene and didn't know what methods Yi Qing used. The unknown is obviously the most frightening thing. Seeing Yi Qing turning his gaze towards him, he almost collapsed and murmured, "No, don't come over here. Spare me. I'll tell you the password to the door of the laboratory." "Forgive you." Yi Qing smiled coldly, placed his hand on top of his head, and spoke slowly. "This matter belongs to God. I'm only responsible for sending you on your way." Before he finished speaking, the devouring power appeared again. You swallowed a soul fragment of a fifth-level warrior, spiritual power +11. You swallowed a soul fragment of a fifth-level warrior, spiritual power +12. You swallowed a soul fragment of a fifth-level warrior, spiritual power +11. With two popping sounds, the two eyeballs exploded again. Yi Qing stopped and recalled the memory fragments he had just extracted from the two people's minds, from which he found the specific address of the biological laboratory and the number of Adventist believers in the laboratory. After getting the information they wanted, the remaining few Adventists naturally became useless. The bone blade swung and chopped the remaining people into several pieces cleanly, and took their soul fragments into his pocket. Then, Yi Qing's figure flashed and plunged into the night, rushing towards the location of the biological laboratory. Chapter 86. Anyone who approaches will be regarded as a follower of the Adventist sect and will be killed. Tianan City, Inspection Department Headquarters Building. In the huge office, Qing, who had just been looking for new clues in vain, was drinking coffee with a trace of fatigue on his face that was hard to conceal. As a fifth-level warrior, he can hold on physically, mainly because I'm mentally exhausted. Since a month ago, her mind has been tense, and she has been working intensively to find clues from massive amounts of information, which has been very taxing on her mind. After finally making some progress, they were informed that the case had been taken over by the military, and the task force went directly from a leading role to a supporting role. Her criminal investigation team no longer even had the authority to take priority actions. Qing endured all of this, but after the military soldier came to Tianan, he never took the initiative to contact her. She was very worried that the other party did not understand the specific situation and acted rashly. Not only would the mission go wrong, but the lives of tens of thousands of people would also be affected. Right at this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. "Captain Qing, there's a message from that person." "What? What happened?" Qing was startled and rushed over at the fastest speed. "I want the information of Xingyao Intelligent Prosthetic Technology Company," the technical team leader said as he sent the information over as quickly as possible. Then, after the information was read, no reply appeared. "It has been received, and it looks like it will be read but not replied to again." The technical team leader was helpless. "Show me the information. Is there any problem with this company?" Qing began to read information about Xingyao Intelligent Machinery, but after reading for a long time, he still couldn't understand anything. However, since the other party asked for the company's information, it meant that they had found new clues. Qing became anxious and stared at the screen, wanted to see a new reply. A few minutes passed. There was no movement in the contact channel. "It's so frustrating. What on earth is going on?" Not only Qing was anxious, the entire task force noticed the situation here and came forward one after another. Qing kept pacing, and her face was obviously getting red. The director was alarmed and rushed to the general office. After learning about the situation, he was also anxious, but there was nothing he could do. His authority overrides that of the task force, and even he, the director, has no right to question him. 10 minutes later, finally, information came from the contact channel again. Xingyao Intelligent Prosthetic Technology Company has been confirmed to be owned by the Adventists. The biological laboratory, codenamed Phoenix, rising from the ashes, is hidden 300 meters underground of the company. Look at the line of words on the screen. The entire office fell into deathly silence. Then, boom! Like a boiling kettle, the entire task force was seething with excitement. The excited and thrilling shouts were deafening. Finally found the target. They actually used a prosthetics company to cover it up. I suspected it before and even investigated their person in charge, but I never found any evidence. How'd he find out? After a brief moment of surprise, everyone's faces turned heavy. They suddenly realized something. Xingyao Intelligent Prosthetic Technology Company is located in the most prosperous area of Tianan City. It is surrounded by several commercial streets, the largest shopping mall in Jiangnan Province, and countless residential buildings. There's a group of Adventists hiding in a place like this. If a conflict breaks out, if you're not careful, the losses caused will be unbearable for everyone. Qingyun's face was solemn. After a brief thought, he shouted, "Quick! Gather all the forces of the inspection department and follow me." Before she could finish, another message came. The company is located in a special location. Please ask the relevant departments to evacuate the surrounding residents as soon as possible and implement martial law in the vicinity. Anyone who approaches the scene without my permission will be regarded as a believer of the Adventist sect and killed. Anyone who is considered a member of the Adventist sect will be killed. The few words in the message were magnified in everyone's eyes. Qingyun's face froze. She read the information in front of her word by word to make sure she was not mistaken. Then, she turned around and looked at Zhao Zhan, the director of the inspection department, and said, "Director, this anyone, doesn't it also include the investigators of the inspection department?" Zhao Zhan was silent for a moment, then nodded with a wry smile. "I'm afraid so. It's unreasonable." Qingyun was almost roaring, and the dissatisfaction in his heart turned into uncontrollable anger at this moment. Who does he think he is? He wants to break into the Adventist laboratory all by himself. I don't need to explain how densely populated that place is. If we let even one Adventist escape, it could result in hundreds or even thousands of casualties. Can he bear this responsibility? She was almost mad with anger and was originally planning to quickly gather the fighters from the inspection department to participate in the roundup operation. It turns out that they weren't asking for help at all. Evacuate the people, block the business district, and impose martial law on the streets. Is this what the criminal investigation team should do? Mr. Zhao, this request is irresponsible to the lives of countless people. Qingyun took a deep breath. Xiaoqin, the most important thing at a time like this is to stay calm. Director Zhao Zhan had experience and remained calm at this moment. The most important thing now is to quickly evacuate the people and complete the blockade mission. What happens next will depend on the specific situation. Okay, I'll do it. Qingyun calmed down and didn't dare to waste time. At once, all the warriors in the Tianan Inspection Bureau took action. Fully armed warriors rushed out of the building, and police cars rushed towards the most prosperous business district in Tianan City. At the same time, Yiqing looked at the pedestrian street in front of him with endless flow of people and felt a little tricky. Now is the time when the nightlife begins. The business district and the pedestrian street are full of people, and if something goes wrong, things will get out of hand. Yiqing looked at the tall building not far away and saw a few bright big words on the wall. Star Shining Omnics. The biological laboratory is deep underground. All the Adventists stay there on a daily basis. The buildings above are filled with normal workers who are unaware of the dirty deeds going on in their own company. This is a cover-up by those Adventist bastards to make the company look a little more normal. He was not worried that any of the Adventists would escape from him. By blocking the door of the laboratory, no one would be able to escape. He was primarily concerned that the fighting would damage the building's foundation. If a load-bearing wall or something were damaged, causing a 100-meter-high building to collapse in the center of a business district, it would cause a large number of casualties. So Yiqing, who had planned to end the battle quickly, had to ask the inspection department for help after arriving at his destination. He sat down not far from the Xingyao Intelligent Machinery building. locking his mental power on the passage leading to the underground to ensure that no followers of the Advent sect could sneak out. Not long. Xingyao Intelligent Machinery Building, the staff who were still working overtime walked out quickly one by one, looking confused. They were a little confused. Why was there suddenly a fire drill so late in the evening? See them coming out one after another. Yi Qing stood up and walked towards the building against the flow of people. Thinking of the coming massacre, he quickened his pace with some excitement. Chapter 87 Grandmaster Skill, Break the Door. Don't panic. His chi and blood must have been exhausted. Through the 5th level Adventist believer he had just killed, Yi Qing learned some information about the biological laboratory codenamed Phoenix rising from the ashes. 10 to 24th level warriors, all of whom are warriors who have undergone biological transformation. Their strength is slightly stronger than normal warriors of the same level, and their specific performance is related to the giant beast genes they have integrated. Judging from the surface strength, it can barely be considered a tough battle. If it were the local regular inspection force, it would definitely have to mobilize inspectors from all over the city, and casualties in the arrest operation were inevitable. However, for the special forces, the situation they encountered on the front battlefield was much worse than it is now. The Phoenix rising from the ashes is really good at flattering itself. Yi Qing had a smile on his face. Under the influence of his mental power, no one noticed that he was the one going against the current. As you enter the building, the gate that requires you to swipe your work ID card will open automatically. Yi Qing came to the elevator, reached out, and gently pried it open, revealing the dark elevator shaft behind it. He jumped directly into the bottom of the well, found a secret door, opened it, and a white passage appeared before his eyes. At the end of the corridor is a large lifting device that is large enough to accommodate a small behemoth. The Adventist transport freight elevator also requires corresponding permissions to operate. However, these protective measures were as easy to crack in front of Psychic as a child's coded diary. When the psychic power swept out, a mechanical humming sound suddenly rang out. The freight elevator was descending rapidly and the temperature was dropping rapidly. Nearly a minute later, the freight elevator slowly stopped. A large door made entirely of alloy blocked the way. The door is closed, and you need to enter the corresponding password to open it. When the 5th level believer begged for mercy, he once said that he wanted to exchange the password of the laboratory door for his life. Yi Qing did not agree. He thought he would get it after devouring the other party's soul fragments, but he found that the related memories were incomplete. But it's not a big problem. It can be opened without a password. Yi Qing took off the heavy backpack behind him, took out 3 things wrapped in special fiber cloth, and slowly untied them one by one. And at the same time, inside the laboratory, a shrill alarm sounded. Everyone, please note that an unknown person has been detected outside the laboratory. The location of the laboratory has been exposed. The busy Adventist experimenter was stunned. In the control room, figures rushed in one after another. What's going on? How did the location of the laboratory get exposed? Contact Zhou Hao quickly. Didn't he go to the park to pick up the goods? I can't get in touch with him. I guess he's been killed. Damn it. Pack up the important experimental materials and evacuate as soon as possible. By the way, how many people are here, and what is their strength level? It seems just one, a 5th level warrior. Hearing this, several laboratory leaders were stunned, and then they all came to a screen. The screen showed the scene outside the laboratory gate. Among them, there was a young man who was slowly assembling a weapon. Seeing this scene, their brows immediately frowned. No, there must be a trick. He must have helpers. What kind of fool would dare to do such a thing? His weapon is quite interesting. It looks like it is of a high level. Is he trying to break down the door of a laboratory? The man almost laughed after he finished speaking, laughing at his own outrageous imagination. The door of the laboratory is made of special alloy. Not to mention 1 5th level warrior, even 10 5th level warriors would have no chance of breaking it. No matter what, let them pack up the information as soon as possible and destroy what they can't take away. We will rush out together later and kill this guy at that time. A dark-skinned, burly man was grinning grimly. His chest was bare with a hideous scar on it, and a dull heartbeat like thunder could be heard from it. Amid the alarm, many Adventists in the laboratory took action. Several responsible persons watched the surveillance video with great interest, with sarcastic smiles on their faces. Outside the alloy door, clang! The sound of the halberd is like the roar of a dragon. A halberd of quite exaggerated length appeared in Yi Qing's hand. The surrounding air began to heat up, and the cold underground began to become hot. A bright red light emanated from the halberd, and a powerful wave of energy and blood began to ripple. The blood pill in Yi Qing's chest was spinning wildly, and streams of pure blood and energy with the power of dragon flame gushed out. The blood and energy merged with the heat waves on the halberd, and the flames on the red-gold dragon-patterned halberd became more and more dazzling. Buzz! A fiery red sun appeared behind Yi Qing. Then came the second, the third, a total of 5 fiery red suns rising up behind Yi Qing. Yi Qing's eyes were like burning torches, his arm muscles bulged high, and he suddenly raised the red-gold dragon-patterned halberd in his hand and chopped it down at the heavy alloy door in front of him. 7th level Grandmaster skill, 10 suns in the same sky. All of a sudden, a dazzling and brilliant flame roared out, and 5 suns burned fiercely, emitting terrifying light and heat, and surging and explosive energy waves swept across. Boom! The red-gold dragon-patterned halberd carried with it terrifying energy and chopped down the alloy door. Amid a deafening explosion, a huge hole appeared on the door made of special alloy. The heat wave poured into the laboratory through the hole, and several Adventists who were guarding behind the door were burned to charcoal before they even had time to react. In the control room, several responsible persons were stunned again, with deep shock in their eyes. The alloy door that was thought to be indestructible was broken by just one blow. How is this possible? What kind of trick is that? If that blow were to hit me, would I be able to block it? Several people felt a chill rising from their coccyx, rushing straight to the top of their heads in an instant, making their scalps numb. If it were me, I would definitely die. Don't panic. This method will definitely consume a lot of energy and blood. It might even drain his energy. He is no longer a threat to us. The sturdy man with a hideous scar on his chest suddenly roared, grinning. I think even a random level 3 warrior can kill him now, not to mention us. As he said this, he pushed open the door of the control room. Let's go and kill that guy. The staff in the laboratory are all valuable assets, and we can't let them fall into his hands. Upon hearing the sound, the other people showed their murderous intent and followed with a grim smile. The other side, it is indeed a master's skill. If it can condense into 10 suns, the power will be even more powerful. Yi Qing looked at the broken door with a bright smile. Can't open without password? Joke. From behind the door came the screams of someone being burned by the fire waves. The sound was shrill and miserable, yet sounded extremely pleasant. Yi Qing smiled even more and walked in holding the halberd. Chapter 88, Only blood and broken bones can wash it away. I will kill them all. Kill him. As soon as I entered the laboratory, a crazy roar was heard. Several members of the Advent sect, whose bodies were charred and seriously injured, saw Yi Qing. They immediately rushed over with red eyes. They also had signs of transformation on their bodies, but their strength was not strong. They were just a few third-level warriors. Yi Qing did not use his mental power. Using mental power is too easy for them, so they have to resort to some rougher means. Blade horizontally and smashed it down on the head of a member of the Advent sect in front of him. Click! The red-gold dragon-patterned halberd hit the man's head, smashing his skull into pieces, with snow-white brain matter splattering out. The euphorbia's momentum did not diminish as it continued to press down, crushing the spine, sternum, leg bones, and everything else along the way. With a puff sound, like a flattened can, a 1.7-meter-tall man was crushed into a puddle of mud on the ground. Yi Qing waved his hand and absorbed the bright light from the rotten flesh that was a mixture of bones and blood. You swallowed a soul fragment of a third-level warrior, spiritual power +2. Seeing the miserable plight of their companions, the people standing by were heartbroken. It's not like they haven't killed people before, but such brutal means make them feel cold in their hearts. Yi Qing did not give them time to react. He swung the halberd continuously, smashing them into pulp one by one and devouring all their soul fragments. There was chaos in the laboratory. From the time the alarm sounded to the time the gate was breached, the total time was less than 10 seconds. Most of the Adventists were still sorting out information at their posts, thinking they still had plenty of time, but then they heard shrill screams. There were quite a lot of people. Yi Qing's figure flashed, and he came to the door of a laboratory-marked basic transformation room. He ignored the locked alloy door and rushed straight into it without slowing down his speed. Bang! The wall was smashed by the strong body, and a bloody operating table appeared in front of Yi Qing. A nearly dismembered body was lying on the operating table. Except for the head, which was still intact, the rest of the body was in a horrible state. His limbs were cut off, his bones were pulled out and replaced with some kind of alloy bones, and his chest and abdomen were cut open, revealing his still beating internal organs. However, those internal organs seemed to be the organs of some giant beast. The man had weak energy and blood, obviously an ordinary person. Next to the operating table, several Adventists wearing protective gear turned their heads in astonishment. The knives in their hands were still dripping with blood, and one of them was holding a piece of kidney tissue. Seeing the live experiments with my own eyes was far more shocking than the pictures in the literature. Noticing Yi Qing's arrival, the person on the operating table turned his head with difficulty. In order to record certain data during the experiment, the Adventist did not give him anesthesia, but instead used a lot of psychiatric drugs to keep him awake at all times. Yi Qing saw his face clearly. Although it was covered with blood and tears, he still looked very young. One could even describe him as immature. His age should not be more than 16 years old. He should have been at school age. If nothing unexpected had happened, he should have been in the commercial street outside, using his meager pocket money to buy a cup of milk tea with his classmates and discussing with his buddies about going home to play games. But now he was lying on the operating table, being used as a tool for live experiments. When he saw Yi Qing, his lifeless eyes suddenly brightened up. The young face was distorted and the bloodless lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But his trachea had been cut open and his lungs had been removed, so he had long lost the ability to speak. But Yi Qing understood it. It was just 2 words, save me. The smile on Yi Qing's lips faded, and his heart, which had been fanatical throughout the battle, became unusually silent. I'm sorry, I can't save you. He spoke softly, raising his eyes. In those deep eyes, there was a bone-chilling coldness and an extremely strong, murderous intent. How many innocent people have been put on this operating table before? How many people have endured untold pain, watching their bodies being cut into pieces and having organs of unknown and disgusting giant beasts placed inside them? Dirty, sinful, ugly. The sin in this place is too great. Only blood, the blood of the Adventists, can barely wash it away. Only the sound of breaking bones can sound the death knell and allow those innocent souls to rest in peace. You, an Adventist next to the operating table, had just opened his mouth when everything in front of him went dark. A huge shadow enveloped them, and it was as if a wall suddenly appeared in front of them. Immediately, a cold, violent, and cruel aura suddenly erupted. I found that I was too gentle before. I will tear you apart alive. Hearing the deep voice, several Adventists looked up and saw a huge monster, nearly 4 meters tall, standing in front of them. The white bones were pulled out from the body, covered with black scales, tightly wrapping its strong body to form a layer of exoskeleton armor. Yi Qing extended a sharp bone blade from his fingertips. He raised his hand to grab the person in front of him, and then began to tear him apart frantically and randomly. Puff, puff. Flesh was torn apart, bones were crushed, internal organs were pulled out, blood splattered on the ground, and screams rang out in the laboratory. Yi Qing's arms were stained with blood, and the person in his hands was struggling. Before he could faint, he found that he was almost just a broken skeleton. Amid screams of terror, several experimenters standing by were stunned by the brutal scene. When they became the victims of the violence, they lost the cold-bloodedness they had when performing the transformation surgery. Someone tried to escape, but was entangled by a blood-red vine, and tiny tentacles penetrated into his body. You swallowed a soul fragment of a second-level warrior. Mental power plus 0.6. When the reminder sounded, Yi Qing didn't pay any attention to it. He captured several experimenters one by one, tore their flesh and blood inch by inch, crushed their bones bit by bit, and penetrated into their brains with his mental power, devouring the soul fragments wantonly. On the operating table, the young man looked at the experimenter who was screaming in Yi Qing's hands, and the hatred in his eyes turned into pleasure. After waiting for Yi Qing to kill several people, he looked down at the young man on the operating table. I will kill them all, leaving no one alive. The ferocity in Yi Qing's voice was gone, and he said softly, let's go. The look in the boy's eyes when he looked at Yi Qing did not contain the expected fear or confusion, only a glimmer of gratitude. He nodded with difficulty, his lips trembling slightly. Thanks. He left a silent thank you and then closed his eyes. Yi Qing covered his face with his hands, and his mental power surged out, helping him to free himself as quickly as possible. The sound of breaking air came from behind. The four fifth-level Advent officers who stayed in the biological laboratory arrived. You came just in time. Amid the low murmurs, an icy, murderous intent instantly locked onto the few people. Chapter 89. You know you're going to die. Kill with your sister in your arms. Wan Tao joined the Advent sect not long ago. He used to be the owner of a martial arts school. Due to his powerful strength, the martial arts school was thriving in the local area. When he was at the peak of his life, he suddenly killed 3 students in the martial arts school and disappeared. The inspection department listed him as a Class A wanted criminal and searched for him for a long time, but could not find any trace of him. Who would have thought that he had been hiding in an underground biological laboratory and had not been to the surface for several years? Due to the oppression in the underground and the negative emotions from the giant beast, Wan Tao had long since turned into a madman. He usually enjoyed killing his own kind, especially the younger ones. The desperate and mournful pleas for mercy, as well as the young faces filled with tears and fear, made him feel extremely refreshed. So when he found that the laboratory door had been breached, he was not afraid but excited instead. How could it be as satisfying to slaughter ordinary people as to kill a 5th-level warrior? So Wan Tao was the fastest. When he saw the operating room with the broken wall and smelled the blood coming from inside, he became more excited, and the 2 giant hearts in his chest started beating rapidly. He rushed into the laboratory first, but did not find the young man he saw on the surveillance camera. His first thought was, when was there a black wall in the operating room? Before Wan Tao could react, the dark wall moved. The shadow enveloped Wan Tao. He looked up and was surprised to find an indescribable monster standing in front of him. Its body was wrapped in white bones that moved slowly with its breathing. Sharp spikes protruded from the joints, and its strong muscles were like a giant beast. On the monster's head, a pair of eyes full of cold, murderous intent were staring at him under the visor. What the hell is this? Wan Tao was puzzled. The heart of the giant beast in his chest began to beat violently. Surging blood and energy filled his body, and black blood vessels emerged under the skin. He subconsciously punched the other person in the chest. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the bones surrounding his chest did not move at all. Wan Tao only felt a huge recoil force coming from the front of him. His wrist shook with severe pain, and he couldn't help but want to take a few steps back. A weak fist. Who can be killed by such an attack? Suddenly, a roar sounded in the operating room. Qing suddenly raised his hand and punched out. The fist was like a sharp arrow and as powerful as thunder. The air in front of the fist was squeezed out to form a circle of white air waves visible to the naked eye. Wan Tao had just taken a half step back when he heard a strange sound in his chest. He looked down, his eyes bloodshot, and saw a strong arm had stabbed into his chest. Qing's fist pierced through him directly. The tall Wan Tao struggled hard but couldn't shake his body at all. Phew! Qing pulled out his arm. Dark purple blood splashed all over him, and 2 purple hearts appeared in his hand. Bang, bang. The heart was still beating, pumping out dark purple blood. Wan Tao felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained away. His legs went limp, and he was unable to support himself standing. The 5th-level warrior prevented him from dying immediately after losing his heart. Wan Tao, a cry of surprise came from behind him. The other 3 5th-level Adventists were just a step slower. In just a moment, they saw a ferocious claw suddenly appear behind Wan Tao and dig out his heart. They rushed in and were stunned when they saw Qing's appearance. Even though they had seen countless human body modifications in biological laboratories, including some extremely radical experiments, what they saw before their eyes was beyond their understanding. Even the craziest experimental subjects cannot achieve the level of transformation of the monster in front of them. It is almost completely beyond the scope of human beings and can be described as a behemoth. Then, under their gaze, after implanting 2 giant beast hearts, we can directly, under the horrified gazes of several 5th-level Adventists, Qing stuffed the 2 giant beast hearts in his hands into his mouth and began to chew them. Gulp! His Adam's apple moved as he swallowed the delicious flesh of his heart into his stomach. The system prompt appeared, and his health value increased slightly. Wan Tao was still conscious. When he saw Qing swallowing the transplanted heart, his fanatical brain immediately became clear, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. Eating part of the flesh and blood of the prey in front of its living prey is enough to break the mind of most life forms. Monster! Wan Tao struggled to get up, but his body, having lost its heart, was already weak and powerless. Attacked together, the other three fifth-level creatures reacted and their bodies began to change. Some grew sharp claws, some grew taller, and some were covered with giant bee scales. Yi Qing did not choose to use his mental power. Pure physical damage was more suitable for the advanced sect in front of him. He relaxed his mind and gave up on defense, allowing the three opponents to attack his vital points. Bang, bang, bang. There were a series of loud explosions, and some bones were broken, but the attacks were blocked by the thick black scales below. Then, the broken bones quickly moved again and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Hey, a ferocious smile bloomed on Yi Qing's face. Taking advantage of the moment when the person in front of him was knocked back by the recoil force, he grabbed him tightly. Let her go. The other two roared and slashed at Yi Qing's arm with their sharp claws, trying to cut off the arm. A fierce light flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. He suddenly turned his head and opened his mouth wide. His sharp fangs flashed a cold light. Snap! He bit off the claw of the mutated giant beast with one bite, and the gushing blood dyed his visor red. Ignoring the screams coming from his ears, Yi Qing's smile became more cruel. He pulled the female fifth-level Adventist who he had captured closer to him and hugged her to his chest with his arms, as if he was hugging his most beloved person. However, only those who are held in Yi Qing's arms know how desperate and fearful they are. The female fifth-order Adventist felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on her body, and the pressure was rapidly increasing. There were muffled sounds between her bones, and she was almost unable to bear the pressure. No, let me go. A desperate and shrill scream rang in Yi Qing's ears. He was surprised to find that the woman in his arms was crying. The transparent liquid slid down the scales on her cheeks. Her beautiful green eyes made people feel pity and love. Please, don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Spare me. I'll do anything. The woman struggled hard, but couldn't move at all. In desperation, she began to beg for mercy. The other two members of the Advent sect attacked Yi Qing like crazy, but they couldn't shake Yi Qing's body at all. A piece of bone fragment that they broke with great difficulty even stabbed the woman in Yi Qing's arms. You know you are wrong. Beneath the visor showed a smile, and he said softly, You know you are going to die. The words fell. Those two arms, which were thicker than a woman's waist, suddenly exerted force. Click crash. One bone after another broke and shattered, and the squeezed blood, internal organs, flesh, and bone fragments splashed out from between Yi Qing's arms like a fountain and splashed all over the ground. Without the support of her body, the woman's head rolled weakly off Yi Qing's arms. The head rolled and landed right in front of Wan Tao. Chapter 90. Wan Tao is frightened and cries. Not a warrior? Then are you from the Advent sect? Wan Tao was almost scared silly. Compared with the bloody scene before him, he found that all his previous methods were nothing. His eyes were confused and great fear filled his whole body. He screamed in fear and instinctively struggled to crawl out of the operating room. But at some point, tiny red tentacles appeared under his body, firmly attaching his body to the ground and making him unable to move. Wan Tao could clearly feel that the tentacles had sharp mouth parts that were constantly biting his body. What is this thing? He collapsed in despair, watching his body disappear bit by bit. Shule! The shrill scream was particularly harsh. Yi Qing turned around and saw a man rushing towards him with hatred in his eyes, as if he wanted to die together with him. Is it your sweetheart? Yi Qing's figure flashed, and he easily dodged his attack. Then he saw another person rushing towards him with tears in his eyes. No, it's the sweetheart of both of you. With a smile on his face, he reached out and grabbed the woman's head, which flew into his hand. An invisible devouring force emerges. You swallowed a soul fragment of a fifth-level warrior, spiritual power plus 11. You swallowed a soul fragment of a fifth-level warrior, spiritual power plus 11. You swallowed a soul fragment of a fifth-level warrior, spiritual power plus 9. The woman who had lost her body had not enough vitality left to react, but the severe pain from the depths of the soul exceeded a certain critical value. Her lifeless eyes glowed with the last ray of light. Her eyelids trembled wildly, and a strong look of pain emerged in those beautiful eyes. Her lips moved up and down, but she could not make any sound because she had lost her body. But the other two understood. Kill me now. Seeing this scene, the two men went completely crazy. Their blood and energy surged, their skin began to crack, and the smelly black blood soaked their bodies. Put Shulei's head down. Amidst a roar of grief and indignation, Yi Qing tapped his toes lightly, and with his nearly 4-meter height, he displayed terrifying speed, and he dodged the attacks of the two men gracefully and calmly. Yi Qing was carefully admiring the expressions of the two people. Named Shulei, he raised his hand and showed her head to the two of them, and then he gently applied force with his fingers. Bang! The hard skull exploded like a ripe watermelon, and white juice splashed out through the fingers. I kill you, you beast, you damned beast. The two Adventists shed tears of blood. Ha 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 ha. The extremely angry and grief-stricken roar sounded like heavenly music to Yi Qing's ears. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing his white teeth, and he couldn't help but burst out laughing. The depression caused by the boy on the operating table disappeared a lot. Yi Qing's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly appeared in front of a man, grabbed his head, then grabbed his body with his other hand and pulled his arm hard. With a puff, the entire spine connected to the skull was pulled out like a bloody white centipede. The devouring power in the palm of the hand exploded at the same time. You swallowed a soul fragment of a 5th-level warrior, spiritual power plus 13. You swallowed a soul fragment of a 5th-level warrior, spiritual power plus 11. You swallowed. At the same time, Yi Qing held the spinal centipede in his hand and pulled it out fiercely towards the last person. With a bang, the spine and the head exploded. The man was thrown out directly, and his body smashed several walls. A huge roar sounded in the underground laboratory. He collapsed powerlessly among the broken bricks. The claws on his arms were broken, blood was flowing, and he lost most of his fighting power on the spot. Yi Qing took a step forward and appeared in front of him. A bone blade chopped down on his head. A line of blood suddenly emerged from his shoulder, extending diagonally to the waist, cutting him in half. At the same time, he began to harvest soul fragments while the other party was still alive. You swallowed a soul fragment of a 5th-level warrior. You, what the hell are you? Wan Tao stared at Yi Qing, who was walking towards him, and was completely in despair. Yi Qing was too lazy to answer questions from a dead person. He wanted to fulfill his promise and kill everyone in the laboratory without leaving a single one alive. Then a bone blade appeared and started cutting from Wan Tao's legs. Lean meat, fat meat, cartilage, no matter what part it was, all were chopped into small pieces to make the sauce. Click, click, click. The operating room became a kitchen, the floor became a chopping board, and Wan Tao was the pork on the chopping board. No, don't. Although his death was certain, Wan Tao still began to beg for mercy. Let me go. No, just give me a quick death. Stop cutting it. Stop cutting it. The sturdy man with a face full of flesh started crying and watched the bone blade chop his waist. Yi Qing remained silent and just kept chopping the meat. Bang, bang, bang. He is very fast, and his technique is very delicate. Soon, a small hill of minced meat appeared on the ground, and on the top of the hill sat a distorted head. Yi Qing quickly carried out the last step and devoured all of Wan Tao's soul fragments. The fragments of memory made him frown, and the disgust in his eyes was undisguised. This is a cheap way to die for you. Yi Qing frowned and muttered to himself. It takes less than a minute. 5th-level warriors stationed in the underground laboratory were all killed. The time was so short that the other warriors in the laboratory had no time to provide support. Yi Qing walked out of the operating room holding the bone blade. His mental power spread out, and the locations of the Advent sect members appeared in his mind. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot, and the walls not far away were shattered, directly smashed by his body. The Adventists hiding in them were hunted out one by one, and were either blown up by a punch or split in half by sharp bone blades. Boom, boom, boom. Loud noises erupted one after another, and it seemed as if a giant beast had appeared in the laboratory, wantonly and indiscriminately destroying everything in sight. The floor was shaking, the ceiling was swaying, and the laboratory was in a mess. There were mutilated corpses everywhere, blood was flowing like a river, and broken bones and flesh were flowing everywhere along with the blood. Don't kill us. We are not warriors. Yi Qing killed people all the way, and when he rushed into a warehouse, he encountered a group of ordinary people with weak blood fluctuations. A middle-aged man cried out. The raised bone blade stopped in midair. Seeing this, more than a dozen people, including the middle-aged man, had a hint of relief in their eyes. But at this time, not warriors? Then are you followers of the Advent sect? The low voice echoed in the warehouse. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. Call. The bone blade chopped down immediately, and a wave of blood rolled in the warehouse. Yi Qing's eyes were cold, and his actions were ruthless and merciless. This is his promise. Anyone who is a member of the Adventist sect must die. At the same time, not far from the Xingyao Intelligent Machinery Building, Qi Ningyun, who was cordoning off the scene, looked around, trying to find a contact person. You haven't shown up yet? As she was thinking, she suddenly felt the ground beneath her feet shake slightly, and a faint explosion sounded from underground into her ears. Chapter 91 Qi Ningyun is red and warm. The second nirvana begins. As their strength increases, warriors' perception of the outside world will become more and more acute, and some warriors with outstanding talents will even have abilities similar to telepathy. Qi Ningyun is quite powerful. He graduated from Kyoto Wuda and now has the strength of the 5th level. Naturally, he can sense the subtle movements coming from deep underground. What's going on? Her expression immediately became tense, and she listened carefully to the noise coming from underground. Boom! Another muffled sound came into my ears, and I felt a real vibration from the soles of my feet. In an instant, Qi Ningyun's face changed drastically, and he immediately realized something. There's a big battle going on underground, and that guy just started taking action. There was no communication, no prior notice. They just sent a message to the inspection department to seal off the scene, and then they just acted on their own. Absurd. This is ridiculous. Qi Ningyun felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. His eyes were filled with anger, and they turned red and warm visibly. She could understand what happened before, but now when it came to the final operation to close the net, the other party actually did it alone. Looking at the business district behind them, many uniformed inspectors were rushing to evacuate the crowd, but time was running out and many people still had not evacuated. If something unexpected happened at this time, it would be a big event. Now let's get started. Send more people quickly. We must not let any of the Adventists rush into the mall. Ask the Martial Arts Association for help and get people from all the major martial arts schools to come. We've made so much money from running martial arts schools. Now it's time to make some contributions to Tian'an City. Qi Ningyun suppressed his anger and quickly issued orders one after another. Director Zhao Zhun was also at the scene. He rushed over and also noticed the movement underground. Have they taken action? Zhao Zhun asked in surprise. Yes. Qi Ningyun gritted his teeth and said angrily, this guy really did it alone. What was he thinking? Zhao Zhun's face kept changing. As the director of the Tian'an Inspection Bureau, if there was an accident with major casualties, he would naturally be to blame. I noticed that the noise underground was getting louder and louder. Director, let me take a team to support them. Qi Ningyun could no longer bear it and said anxiously, there are at least hundreds of warriors in the biological laboratory. How can he handle it alone? Besides, there are several 5th-level warriors who may have undergone surgical transformation, and their strength is not comparable to that of ordinary 5th-level warriors. Once those Adventists join forces, he may find it difficult to retreat in the underground laboratory. Director, let's go. Director, you know the strength of our criminal investigation team. None of them are cowards. We're not trying to take credit for this. We're all thinking about the overall situation, Director. People from the criminal investigation team volunteered. Zhao Zhun was a little hesitant, but in the end, his trust in the military region made him firmly reject it. Absolutely not, he said in a deep voice. Have you forgotten the message they sent? If anyone gets close, they will be identified as followers of the Adventist sect and killed. Do you think I'm kidding? If you obstruct military operations, I won't take any responsibility, even if I kill you. But Qi Ningyun was interrupted before she could finish her words. No buts. Zhao Zhun shouted. Let's do what we should do, evacuate the people as soon as possible, and seal off the surrounding area. If any beasts from the Advent sect escape, kill or arrest them immediately. If we allow it to rush into the business district and cause even one casualty, it would be a dereliction of duty on the part of our inspection department. Zhao Zhun's attitude was very firm. Qi Ningyun was helpless and could only obey orders. He personally stood guard at the place closest to the Xingyao Intelligent Machinery Building and was ready for battle. She was ready. Even if dozens of Adventist thugs rushed out together, she would be the first to rush up and stop them. Boom! Noticing the muffled noises coming from underground, Qi Ningyun's expression became more serious. With such a big commotion, the strength of the Advent faction cannot be underestimated. At the same time, inside a biological laboratory codenamed Phoenix rising from the ashes, Even though the air purification system was running at overload, the bloody smell in the laboratory did not dissipate at all, but instead became even stronger. The ground was covered with blood and broken bones and flesh. The tall figure was like black thunder, constantly flashing in the laboratory. Wherever he went, he would stir up a patch of blood, and corpses piled up at his feet. Whether it is a warrior or an ordinary person, all believers of the Adventist sect will be killed. Yi Qing's goal was very clear. He wanted to leave no one alive, not even a single member of the Advent sect. Adventist believers with weak faith kept kneeling down to beg for mercy, crying and crying, saying that they still have families and children living outside. Others said that they had no choice but to come to the laboratory just to support their families and make a living. There were many similar words, but Yi Qing did not feel any softened. The bone blade was swung out with still determination, swallowing the soul fragments simply and neatly. You swallowed a soul fragment of a third-level warrior, spiritual power +3. You swallowed a soul fragment of a fourth-level warrior, spiritual power +4.8. You swallowed a soul fragment of a quasi-warrior, mental power +0.3. You swallow a piece. The system prompts never stopped for a moment. In Yi Qing's eyes, the biological laboratory turned into a treasure trove of spiritual power, with wisps of spiritual power waiting for him to harvest. Within the spiritual sea between the eyebrows, the mental strength is constantly increasing. Golden threads appeared on the surface of the little man's body, which was rippling with water waves, and slowly wrapped him up, as if turning him into a big cocoon. When the accumulation reaches a certain level, the second nirvana of the heart's nirvana begins quietly. Yi Qing was very much looking forward to it. After his first nirvana, the purity of his mental power increased greatly, and he also gained the ability to use mental power to amplify his qi and blood. Now in his second transformation, his mental properties will increase again. In this anticipation, the speed of killing began to increase. There were sounds of despair, terror, and miserable screams that never stopped. Some followers of the Adventist sect were fleeing like headless flies, but some had fanatical and excited expressions on their faces, staring at the tall figure and muttering to themselves. A masterpiece. This is simply a masterpiece. The frenzied shouting attracted Yi Qing's attention. He stopped and looked in the direction of the voice with cold eyes and saw a white-haired old man staring at him. At this time, he didn't want to escape and even dared to observe himself. Yi Qing walked towards the old man. The strong monster formed a sharp contrast with the thin old man. The old man in the white coat showed no fear at all and was very excited when he looked at Yi Qing. Perfect, absolutely perfect. So many different biological characteristics can be perfectly integrated together without any rejection reaction. This is the result I am pursuing. As he spoke, the old man seemed to have suddenly had some inspiration and shouted in surprise. I see. Chapter 92. Huge improvement. It's time to call the inspectors to clean up the mess. The old man was very excited, probably because he had figured out a problem that had been bothering him for a long time. He rushed to the operating table nearby and wanted to simulate and verify his idea. But his body froze, and he couldn't move at all. Spiritual power? No, let me verify it. 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes. Then you can kill me. The old man could only move his head, and he turned around and shouted, If I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening. Yi Qing noticed what the old man was thinking, and of course he couldn't let him get his wish. Moreover, its current form is only the external manifestation of the giant beast's plunder talents. How can it be achieved by simply fusing the giant beast's organs? This old guy is so wrong. Stubborn. A look of disgust flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. He placed his hand on top of his head and let his mental power flow out. Realizing that death was approaching, the old man screamed in despair. No need. 3 minutes. 3 minutes is fine too. I don't ask for my life. I just want to prove that my way is right. The screams interrupted the prayers. The old man's face was distorted and he could no longer utter a word. You swallowed a soul fragment of a first-level warrior, spiritual power +9. You swallowed a soul fragment of a first-level warrior, spiritual power +9. The harvest surprised Yi Qing. The old fellow under his command was only a first-level warrior, but the improvement in mental power he brought was comparable to that of a fifth-level warrior. Related mental activities are helpful in improving mental strength. Yi Qing was thoughtful. After draining the old man's soul, he learned his identity. The chief expert of the laboratory code-named Phoenix Rising has performed countless transformation operations. What a disgusting bunch of guys. Yi Qing smashed it into pieces with one palm, and its head fell on the operating table, his eyes fixed on the operating panel, unable to close. No one can escape from the laboratory. Yi Qing's speed was too fast. When someone approached the gate, a bone spur came from the air and pierced the body of the Adventist who was trying to escape. Not long after, the laboratory fell into silence. The only sound left in the underground space was a dull sound of footsteps. Yi Qing walked in a laboratory and found a special warehouse based on the memory fragments obtained from many Adventist souls. This time he did not choose to break the door violently. Instead, he lifted up a head and used his mental power to open its eyelids, temporarily restoring its eyeballs to alertness. Buzz. Iris authentication successful. The heavy alloy door slowly opened as it moved on its own tracks. Throwing the head and his hand away, Yi Qing walked into the warehouse. The warehouse is filled with a wide variety of items, including sealed alloy kins filled with giant beast blood and various giant beast organs sealed by special means. Some of them are even connected to electronic components, constantly transmitting electrical signals to keep them biologically active. It's just time for dinner. Yi Qing licked his lips and suddenly felt a surge of hunger in his stomach. If you calculate the time, it has been quite a while since I had a full meal. Time for a post-training meal. The laboratory stored a large amount of giant beast blood and organs, enough for him to have a full meal. Halberd in his hand, cutting open a jar filled with the blood of a giant beast, and drank it in big gulps as if it were water. You swallowed a portion of Shadow Demon Spider's blood essence. Health value plus 16, extraction progress plus 4%. You swallowed a portion of Shadow Demon Spider's blood essence. Health value plus 13, extraction progress plus 3%. You swallowed a Thunder Eagle Heart. HP plus 18, extraction progress plus 5%. You swallowed a piece of the flesh and blood of the Hellfire Scorpion Dragon. HP plus 10, extraction progress plus 3%. You swallow a piece. A large number of prompts emerged, and Yi Qing's blood and energy values began to increase. The level of the giant beast blood essence stored in the laboratory is not high. Basically, it is giant beast meat below level 5. But fortunately, the number is sufficient, which can greatly improve Yi Qing's strength. Yi Qing drank cans of giant beast blood and swallowed pieces of giant beast meat that still remained alive. Soon, the extraction progress of the relevant behemoths was completed. Yi Qing did not hesitate and started the extraction directly. In addition, the spiritual power harvested this time is also a great gain. Yi Qing's thoughts moved slightly, and the panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Yi Qing. Qi and blood, 21,058.3. Spirit, 1,621.5. Talents, S level, Heart Source Nirvana Transformation, S level, Heaven and Earth Breathing Together, S level. Dragon Flame Controlling Sky Body, A level. Bone Controlling Master, A level. Void Flashing, A level. Thousand Tough Black Tortoise Armor, B level. Bloodthirsty Vine, B level. Abyss Mouth, B level. Fox Evil Eye. Kung Fu, 10 Suns in the Same Sky, level 7. Paiyun Palm, level 6. Baji Jinquan, level 6. Extraction Progress, Shadow Demon Spider, 100%. Hell, Scorpion Dragon, 100%. Thunderstorm Giant Eagle, 83%. His mental strength increased to over 1,600, already reaching the level of a 5th-order mentalist. If the purity of mental power is taken into consideration, Yi Qing can basically crush any mentalist of the same level. In comparison, the improvement in Qi and blood seems not that great. However, all the people in the laboratory were killed, and the improvement of mental strength has reached a certain limit, but there is still a lot of room for improvement in Qi and blood. Yi Qing looked at the remaining blood, essence, and flesh in the warehouse, opened his stomach, and began to eat voraciously. The Qi and blood value begins to increase in units of 100, 1,000, 2,000. When all the food in the warehouse was eaten, Yi Qing burped and glanced at the panel. The Qi and blood value has increased to 24,020.7. The blood pill in the chest became bigger and rounder, and the Qi and blood flowing from it became more pure and condensed. Thanks to the increase in Qi and blood values just now, the progress of the second stage of Long Yan's immortal golden body was greatly improved, and it was about to be condensed. Once the second stage of Long Yan's immortal golden body is completed, the power burst will probably be increased to 8 times. There was a gleam in Yi Qing's eyes. When combined with other talents, his combat power would be greatly enhanced. Yi Qing nodded with satisfaction, then went to one side of the warehouse and tore open the huge alloy rolling door, revealing the scene behind. At the back is another part of the warehouse. There are special transparent cylinders standing there, and the things stored inside are quite special. They're living people. There were both men and women, basically all young people, and quite a few children. They all lay inside with their eyes closed. There was a special medicine in the cylinder that made them fall into a deep coma. These are ordinary people captured by the laboratory. If this laboratory had not been exposed, everyone inside would have been used as experimental subjects and died painfully on the operating table. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, their life would have been worse than death. Yi Qing controlled his mental power and cut off the delivery pipelines of the medicines, and the cylinders opened one by one. After doing all this, Yi Qing quickly came to the control room of the laboratory. He obtained the control password when he devoured the spiritual power and now has the highest authority in the laboratory. He deleted all the surveillance videos after he entered, took out the corresponding storage hard drives and destroyed them, then walked towards the laboratory door. What you wanted to do has been done. Now it's time to call on the auditors to clean up the mess. Chapter 93, the people sent by the military district may have been sacrificed. The criminal investigation team was shocked. While the freight elevator was rising, Yi Qing turned on the communicator, found the military region's exclusive channel, and reported the results of the mission. The Adventist Biological Laboratory, codenamed Phoenix, rising from the ashes, has been destroyed, and all the Adventist believers belonging to the laboratory have been annihilated. Another 83 trapped people have been rescued. In a few seconds, the military district's reply was conveyed. Lieutenant Colonel Yi Qing, relevant clues and intelligence are being collected. Subsequent tasks will be issued within 3 days. Please be on standby at any time. Received. Yi Qing opened the Special Forces team's exclusive channel again, took a quick look, and found that most people's tasks had been completed. Have you heard? A special operations team suffered a great loss, and 6 members died. What happened? Did he capsize in the gutter and get killed by the Adventists? I don't know the specific situation, but it seems like I encountered a high-level warrior. Fuck, every Grandmaster has a record. Those hidden Grandmasters are willing to expose their identities to take action. It seems that the subsequent tasks will not be easy. Yi Qing raised his eyebrows slightly. Grandmaster warriors are already the high-end combat power of mankind. The official authorities have corresponding records for this type of warriors. Once the Grandmaster of the Advent sect takes action, his identity will certainly not be hidden, and he will most likely be hunted down and killed. I would rather sacrifice a master to stop the special forces from carrying out their mission. Yi Qing was a little curious. What was the target of the riot plan by the Advent sect? The front line? Some megacity? While Yi Qing was thinking, the freight elevator slowly stopped and a dark elevator shaft appeared in front of him. The vibrations from the ground subsided for a long time. Amidst the calm, a layer of haze shrouded the hearts of all inspectors. Everyone looked extremely solemn, especially the members of the criminal investigation team. They all had an ominous premonition. Their minds were filled with mixed thoughts, and they thought that the worst situation had already occurred. Although their combat experience is not as good as that of the soldiers on the front line, they cannot avoid taking action during arrest operations, and they do have basic judgment. There are hundreds of people in the underground laboratory. The fighting will never be quelled so quickly. Now it has been quiet for a long time, so there is only one possibility. The people sent by the military district may have died. Director Qin Ningyun found Zhao Zhan and said solemnly, "According to our speculation, the situation is not optimistic. That person is likely to have died. The thugs from the Advent faction will definitely try to break through. The situation is urgent. Please retreat for a distance. We will hold the line here. Don't worry. Even if I die, I won't let those beasts step out of the blockade." "What are you talking about?" Zhao Zhan scolded. "Although I was injured in my early years, I still have the strength to fight. Anyone can retreat at this time, but I cannot retreat even a single step." Then, Zhao Zhan added with a stern look on his face, "Notify them that if a fight breaks out, don't hold back. Don't sacrifice yourself just to capture someone alive." His voice was stern, knowing full well the difference in thinking between the inspectors and the troops. Similar situations often occurred in some cases in the past. In order to capture a person alive, the inspectors who were originally quite capable were restricted in their actions and eventually ended up being seriously injured and sacrificed. The military's attitude is the correct one when dealing with the Adventists. In one word, kill without mercy. Qingyi nodded seriously and used the communication device at her ear to convey the director's order. Then, fully armed criminal investigation team members were deployed around the Xingyao Intelligent Machinery Building. Qingyi and several backbone members of the team were guarding the gate. Their blood was boiling, and they were ready to launch a thundering attack at any time. Not long. The sound of faint footsteps came from the elevator shaft. Everyone's spirits suddenly tensed up. Here we come. As the sound got closer, everyone suddenly discovered a blind spot. It seems like there's only one person's footsteps. Could it be that the Adventists below knew that they were surrounded and had no way to escape? So they sent people out to negotiate peace and surrender? The sound was getting closer and closer, and there was a climbing sound coming from the elevator shaft. Then, with a sound of metal tearing, the elevator door was pulled open by someone's hands, and a tall figure walked out of the elevator hall of the building. As soon as that person appeared, a cold, murderous aura came towards him. The murderous aura was so strong that it almost made people hallucinate, as if they were standing in a sea of blood and corpses, with a sea of blood in front of their eyes. The violent aura stimulated everyone's tense nerves, and some people subconsciously wanted to take action. Southern Theater, Yi Qing. Suddenly, a sound woke everyone up. Yi Qing pulled out his ID from his tactical watch and revealed his identity. In the holographically projected certificate of the watch, the 2 bars and 2 stars on it sparkled with dazzling light, shining in everyone's eyes. In an instant, quiet. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at the ID photo, and before they had time to be shocked by the other party's young face and the glittering military rank, they suddenly realized something else. The other party walked out of the biological laboratory safely, but what about those Adventists underground? They all know how vicious the Adventists are, and they will definitely not be so kind as to let them go easily. What happened below? Well, he smelled the blood on Yi Qing. An absurd thought that would never appear under normal circumstances emerged in his mind. You guys go down and deal with it, Yi Qing said calmly. With a whoosh sound, Qingyi was the first to rush down, followed by several key members of the criminal investigation team. Just came to the underground through the freight elevator. An extremely strong smell of blood wafted into the nostrils of several people, and a scene of blood appeared before their eyes. The scene they saw before their eyes became an image that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Qingyi and a few others stood there in a daze, their stiff eyes slowly scanning the severely damaged laboratory, as if they were petrified. Their pupils shrank, their faces stiffened, and their brains went blank. Horror, fear, disbelief, all kinds of emotions flowed through their hearts, finally interweaving into an indescribable shock. Torn pieces of flesh stuck to the wall. Bright red blood flowed slowly along the wall. Some of the broken bones were as sharp as knives. Some were simply crushed into powder, reflecting the cold light under the flickering light. Everywhere the sight went, there were bloody corpses. The wounds on each corpse were so hideous that it made people's hair stand on end. It looked as if they had been cut by a sharp blade or torn apart by a huge force. It was impossible to imagine what had happened to them in their lifetime to leave them with such a tragic death. Vomit. One team member couldn't help but vomit, which immediately caused a chain reaction. Everyone, including Qingyi, couldn't help but rush out of the laboratory door to vomit. It's not like they haven't seen crime scenes before. They've seen all kinds of disgusting scenes. But what they saw was beyond their acceptance. After vomiting for a long time, several people suppressed their nausea and walked into the laboratory again. Walking in the flowing river of blood, looking at the mutilated corpses, and noticing the pairs of eyes widened with fear, a great chill swept over my body. What on earth is happening here? Notify someone to come down and clean up the scene. Qingyun's face turned pale, and he ran straight to the laboratory's control room, trying to find a surveillance video in the laboratory. Chapter 94, Lurking Mission. Location, Jinxing Military. A large number of inspectors entered the underground laboratory of Xingyao Intelligent Machinery. After everyone entered the laboratory, they would rush out again after a few seconds, go to the corner to vomit, and then return to the laboratory with a pale face. In the end, there was no other choice but to give everyone a special vomit bag. It's not that they were not professional enough, But the scenes in the laboratory were so bloody and horrifying that many inspectors who participated in this mission needed psychological treatment for a long time afterwards. People who were captured were sent to ambulances immediately. For a while, the sirens in the center of Tian'an City almost never stopped. Cleaning up the dead bodies was a big problem. Most of the corpses were incomplete, and it was very difficult to piece together a complete corpse from the rotten flesh and bones on the ground. Some bodies were simply a pile of mud, and their heads were crushed into flat surfaces, making it difficult to discern the original appearance of the deceased, making subsequent identification work quite difficult. Qing did not find any surveillance footage, and all surveillance footage was frozen at 1 hour ago. At the end of all the surveillance footage, one could only hear a loud noise of a door breaking, and then it was completely interrupted. Subsequent surveillance was manually deleted, and even the corresponding storage hard drive was completely destroyed. Looking at the deaths of those warriors, the backbone members of the criminal investigation team, including Qing, were silent. After a while, "Captain, is this still a trace of human battle? It's brutal. The method is really too brutal. Tearing a human life into pieces. Even if you say it was done by a giant beast, I would believe it." 4 level 5s, judging by the time they died. The difference in time between them is no more than 1 minute. What kind of combat power is this? Lieutenant Colonel should also be level 5, right? There was not a single person left alive in the entire laboratory, and everyone had at least 10 wounds on their bodies. The trembling voice was filled with disbelief and shock. Qing and the others could not even imagine what they saw. One person killed hundreds of warriors, including 4 5th-level warriors of the same level. Is this something a normal warrior can do? Everyone understood one thing in their hearts. Massacre. This is a pure massacre. Qing didn't know what to say. Thinking about her previous judgment, she found that it was extremely wrong. They don't need any support at all. On the contrary, if the criminal investigation team enters the scene, they will most likely become a burden and may seriously hinder the opponent as progress. No wonder he is already a lieutenant colonel at such a young age. Are all the young officers in the army so powerful? She was a little confused, and at the same time, her curiosity grew stronger. She really wanted to know what means Yi Qing had used to create such a tragic Shurafield. Collect lab data and see if we can find any new clues. After giving the order, she quickly returned to the ground. In a conference room in the building, she met Yi Qing and Zhao Zhun, director of the inspection department. Qing saluted seriously, then took out a broken hard drive. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Yi Qing. "This is a military secret. I cannot disclose it." Qing's face turned red, but she did not argue like before. The scene she just saw weighed on her heart like a mountain, causing her to always feel a strong sense of oppression whenever she faced Yi Qing, and she didn't dare to ask any questions. "Lieutenant Colonel Yi Qing, I will arrange what you requested just now. All those who have met you will keep it strictly confidential. Our inspection department can still do this. If anyone dares to say anything, you don't need to do anything. I will kill him myself." Zhao Zhun said. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Yi Qing nodded. The audit department also has some credit. If it weren't for the information they provided before, Yi Qing wouldn't have found clues to the laboratory so quickly. "I originally thought it would take several days, but now it's less than a day. We arrived in Tian'an City at noon, found the Xingyao Intelligent Machinery's truck at dusk, and destroyed the laboratory at night." The speed was far beyond Yi Qing's expectations. Both Zhao Zhun and Qing felt like they were dreaming. They investigated the laboratory incident for more than a month, and hundreds of people in the task force searched for clues day and night. In the end, when the people arrived, they solved all the problems very quickly. While they were still in a daze, Yi Qing had already stood up and said goodbye. He is not very willing to participate in useless social activities. He would rather be alone and comfortable when he has time. Especially the look from the criminal investigation team leader named Qing made Yi Qing feel quite uncomfortable. This woman seemed to be very curious about him. Curiosity brings trouble. Yi Qing hated trouble, so he refused Zhao Zhan's invitation and left alone. There was a lot of commotion that night, and all the staff of the inspection department were mobilized to evacuate the crowds in the most prosperous business district, which inevitably caused heated discussions. However, I didn't see any related terms trending on any social media. The military district took action and suppressed the matter directly. So many people were curious that some people with bad intentions began to spread rumors. However, Within less than an hour after those voices were raised, relevant personnel came to their door and imposed quite severe punishments. Some people were even directly held criminally responsible and faced imprisonment. Yi Qing didn't take the subsequent series of events to heart. He is only responsible for killing people and suppressing the Adventists with the most brutal means. Cleaning up the mess, collecting bodies, and suppressing public opinion are the jobs of the logistics personnel. 2 days later, the communicator vibrated again. The news came from the military district that a new mission had been issued. Yi Qing opened the top-secret document and began to read it carefully. 3 minutes later, a strange smile appeared on Yi Qing's lips, and there was an indescribable sense of absurdity. According to the contents of the document, the Military District Intelligence Department analyzed that the target of the Adventist faction's riot this time is the top martial arts universities across the country. The Operations Analysis Department pointed out that the Adventists may try to attack Wuhan universities in various places and massacre the students who are still in school. This move is quite ruthless. The students of Wuda are the pillars of a country's future, and countless high-level warriors will be born from those Wuda students. They're the backbone of the frontline defense against the invasion of giant beasts. If the Adventists succeed, the younger generation will suffer a heavy blow, which will have a great impact on the future national strength of the entire country. This will form a vicious cycle. If the number of core-level warriors decreases, the frontline battles may fail. If the frontline fails, that means the safety zone will shrink and hundreds of millions of people will die. Even though it was just speculation, the top military brass were still furious. A nationwide anti-espionage operation has begun. Its purpose is to eliminate the spies hidden in the various martial arts universities while also finding out the specific targets that the Advent faction wants to attack. Because of Yi Qing's amazing strength, the military district decided to set him up as a hidden chess piece. While investigating spies, he might also play a huge role inadvertently. The place where Yi Qing needed to hide was not some secret base of the Advent sect, but Jinqing military force. After all these twists and turns, you're actually going back to school to carry out a covert mission? The corner of Yi Qing's mouth twitched. Who could have thought that his first trip to school would end in this way? Chapter 95. Under the Grandmaster, anyone suspected can be killed. Familiar person. The lighted dormitory number 01. Others go to school to learn knowledge, but I go to school to investigate teachers and classmates. Yi Qing almost laughed out loud, but his smile quickly faded and his expression became serious. The scope of the intelligence was too wide, and the possible consequences were extremely serious, even no less than a major defeat on the front line. Those beasts from the Advent sect are vicious enough that they actually want to attack students from the top martial arts university. Generally speaking, it is normal for a small number of martial arts geniuses to die prematurely. But if a large number of martial arts talents were killed, the impact would be huge and would cause serious damage to the development of martial arts in the country. This is a sinister plan aimed at the foundation of the country's martial arts. Besides, strictly speaking, I am also a student of Wuhan University. To round it off, that means the Adventists are still determined to harm me. These beasts really deserve to die. A cold, murderous intent surged in Yi Qing's eyes. Thinking of the huge amount of mental power that the battle in the laboratory had brought him, a ferocious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He turned on the communicator and found the exclusive channel for Team 7. Everyone's subsequent tasks are similar, basically carrying out the task of eradicating traitors. Some, like Yi Qing, lurked in a certain Wuhan University as a lecturer, some entered a high-tech company, and some went to a secret experimental base. Xiong Linquan complained in the channel. He and Bai Yulan were assigned to Qingyun Wuhan University, which is ranked among the top universities in the country. The two were of similar age, and because of their looks, one served as a lecturer and the other as a student. Old White is only 1 month older than me. Just because he looks like a pretty boy, he could be a student. Captain, I think it makes sense. Old White looks much more handsome than you, and he just looks younger. Damn it, I'll beat you up first when I get back to the team. Then, Xiong Linquan suddenly changed the subject and edited a message. By the way, I mentioned before that a member of the Special Forces encountered a Master-level Adventist. Be careful in your future actions. If you encounter someone you can't defeat, don't fight head-on. Ask for support when necessary. Yi Qing closed the channel and booked a ticket to Yunqing City for himself. Yunqing City is located at the junction of Jiangnan Province and Donglin Province, and Jinqing Military Force is located here. During the last half day, he stayed in Tianan City. The inspection department sent him many invitations, but Yi Qing declined them all. The matter is settled, and there is no need for further communication. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Qing boarded the train to Zhenxing Military Academy. The military district is very efficient. On the train, Yi Qing received a package containing Zhenxing Junhua's student ID card and relevant materials. The train Yi Qing was riding on was not in the military sequence, so the speed was a bit slow. Yunqing City until the next morning. He took a taxi and headed to Zhenxing Military Force. Yunqing City has not only one Wuhan University, Zhenxing Junhua University, but also two Wuhan universities next door. Their overall strength is average, and their national ranking is not high. The three universities together form one university student. It's just that Zhenxing Military Academy is a special area, and non-school personnel are not allowed to enter. The car stopped outside the military gate. Under the watchful eyes of armed guards, Yi Qing took out his ID. Freshman? Now is the time to grab classes and choose instructors, and you still have a mind to go out and have fun. Hurry up and go in. Choosing a mentor is a big deal. If you go too late, you won't be able to get a chance to be with the stronger mentors. The two guards verified Yi Qing's identity and were somewhat surprised. Choosing a mentor is the top priority for freshmen at Zhenxing Military Academy, as it will directly affect their gains and achievements in the coming year. If you choose a mentor who is not suitable for you or who is weaker in ability, you will soon be left behind by others. Zhenxing Junhua is a nationally famous university with a good source of students. Every student has a good foundation. Once the gap is widened, it is difficult to catch up through hard work. Thank you. I see. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, but still walked slowly into the campus of Zhenxing Military Academy. Choosing a mentor was meaningless to him. He had learned before coming that most of the mentors in Zhenxing Military were at the 4th or 5th level. Many mentors are not as good as him, so there is no point in choosing them. Yi Qing's strength has improved. He no longer needs a mentor. He just needs more enemies. So he was not in a hurry at all. He walked slowly and looked at everything in the school. It has to be said that the buildings of Zhenxing military forces look extremely grand, with a particularly strong military style. They're simple, tall, and very visually impactful. After walking for a long time, we heard a loud noise coming from the front. Yi Qing quickened his pace, and a huge martial arts training ground appeared before him. Several huge holographic projections in the air above the martial arts training ground were playing videos. The video shows a slender warrior holding a sharp sword. With one swipe of the sword, a dazzling sword light burst out, chopping the head of a huge beast into two halves. There were groups of students watching the video attentively in the martial arts training ground. Judging from their appearance and the aura emanating from them, they should all be freshmen. When people saw the scenes in the video, they cried out in surprise, and the noise in the martial arts training ground shook their eardrums. My goodness, teacher Zhang Qingyi's swordsmanship is too strong. He killed a 4th-level beast with just one sword. Wow, teacher Zhang is so handsome. This sword really pierced my heart. I really hurt your heart. You're dead now. How can you still be obsessed with it? I don't care. I want to take Mr. Zhang's swordsmanship class. I want to be a swordsman. That's a bit difficult. Teacher Zhang is a popular candidate. He is very powerful and a 5th-level warrior. Many people want to choose him as their mentor. I guess there's no hope. Great instructors have very strict requirements for their students, so it's too hard to choose one. I'd better choose Mr. Su, who specializes in boxing. The freshmen were all excited and talking about it, struggling over which tutor to choose. For a 5th-level warrior, his swordsmanship is okay, but it's a bit fancy. There are obviously simpler methods, but he has to waste more energy to show off his skills. Yi Qing took a quick glance and immediately saw the quality of teacher Zhang Qingyi. Although he doesn't know how to use a sword, if he is given a sword, he has at least 9 more efficient ways to kill the 4th-level behemoth. The scene in the holographic projection switched to another teacher's battle scene. After he kicked a giant beast to death, a series of exclamations rang out again. Hey, who do you think the top students will choose this year? A freshman suddenly asked a classmate next to him. Not far away, Yi Qing's ears moved slightly, and he accurately caught the words from the noisy noise. Top student? This category is also his key monitoring target. In a mission statement issued by the military district, there was a sentence in bold and red. Below the Grandmaster, anyone suspected can be killed. No need to report. The meaning is very simple. During the mission, Yi Qing has the power of life and death over all people below the Grandmaster level. As long as you think there is a problem with a non-Grandmaster warrior, you can kill him directly. It does not violate military regulations to report him after killing him. Of course, this power can only be exercised in special circumstances. If Yi Qing killed people at will, and it was finally confirmed that they were not believers of the Advent sect, he would still be in trouble. Even so, this power is still extremely terrifying. Take the freshmen and the tutors in front of him, for example. If he killed one or two of them, even if they were wrongly accused, at most Yi Qing would be considered to have committed wrongful killing rather than indiscriminate killing. After seeing this, Yi Qing was secretly amazed at the military district's determination to eradicate the traitors. But in fact, this sentence is not included in the mission briefs of many Special Forces soldiers. The reason why Yi Qing has this power is that the Supreme Commander of the No. 31 Combat Base, Major General Zhang Jianfeng, submitted Yi Qing's relevant information, and after a Lieutenant General Grandmaster reviewed it, he personally gave it to him. This is a test, which not only tests Yi Qing's own strength, but also his judgment and decision-making in other aspects. At the same time, the voices of the freshmen talking came into my ears. Do we need to select the top students? There are already many instructors vying for them. Take Feng Yunian, for example. He is the top scorer in the military exam of Donglan Province. With such good results, he is willing to come to our military school. I wonder how many instructors are jealous of him. A genius from an aristocratic family didn't go to places like Kyoto Wuda, but came to our Jinxing military. He has great ambitions. I heard that he has chosen a master-level dean as his mentor. He's not the only one. Zhang Qingyi knows him, right? He's recognized as the most handsome among our freshmen. Not only is he good-looking, he's also extremely talented. I heard he also has a master mentor to personally guide him. This year's Jinxing military class is incredible. The students are much stronger than in previous years. The pressure is so damn great. I do have a little gossip. Do you want to hear it? Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me now. I'll invite you to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria for a private meal. Then you can't regret it. I heard that there's a fierce freshman in our class who is even more talented than Zhang Qingyi. He applied to join the army in his freshman year and hasn't even registered at school yet. Fuck, is this true? It should be true. I heard it from a senior who is in charge of freshman reception. You're going to the battlefield as a freshman. Are you trying to save your life? Who knows? Although the battlefield is a place where people are tempered, it is also easy to wear people down. It is better to come to school first to lay a good foundation. It will not be too late to apply to join the army in the sophomore year. Yi Qing automatically ignored the words about himself and paid attention to another name. Zhang Qingyi? That kid actually chose Jinxing military force? Yi Qing raised his brows slightly when he heard an unexpected news. Could it be that I had beaten him stupid? With Zhang Qingyi's performance in the training camp, there would be no problem for her to enter a top university like Kyoto Wuhan University. Why did you choose Jinxing military force? This guy has a secret. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, with a gleam in his eyes. It was understandable that he wanted to go to the battlefield early, but what about the other party? Another Feng Yunian from the Feng family? There was a strange smile on Yi Qing's lips. He and the Feng family really had an indissoluble bond. At first, he killed several of the other party's elites, and later he killed a genius and robbed the other party's weapons. Now, I've come to the same school as the provincial champion in the martial arts exam. Yi Qing stayed for a while, but didn't find any useful information, so he prepared to look for his dormitory. If you want to hide, you have to hide well and do what you should do. Although Yi Qing had not enrolled in school before, Jinxing Military Academy still assigned a dormitory for him. As a military soldier, Jinxing's style of doing things is almost the same as that in the army. Students with strong abilities receive higher treatment in all aspects, and even live in independent dormitories. Among the independent villas, Yi Qing found the dormitory numbered number 01. The villa has 4 floors in total, 3 above ground and 1 underground. There's also a small garden surrounded by a fence outside the building. If you don't tell anyone, it would be difficult for anyone to regard it as a dormitory. Good privacy. Yi Qing swiped his card to enter the villa and took a look around. He found that all kinds of furniture were available, including a training room made of special alloys. It was extremely thoughtful. Bang! Throwing the backpack containing the quasi-7th level weapons on the ground, Yi Qing found the computer provided by the school and opened the school's course selection interface. Yi Qing was going to just do it for show and choose a course at random. The Jinxing military is divided into several academies, including a combat academy that specializes in training soldiers and a command academy that trains commanders. In addition, there is a forging academy that teaches weapons forging and an intelligence academy that focuses on academic research and intelligence analysis. He almost made a random selection with his eyes closed, scrolling through the interface randomly, and randomly found a mentor and selected him to confirm. Fourth level warrior, whose main subject is giant beast intelligence research. This looks quite interesting. It can help kill some time. Yi Qing didn't care about the result of his choice. He wouldn't stay in school for too long anyway, and his final destination would be on the battlefield. And just when Yi Qing was choosing his courses, outside dormitory number 01, several students were walking by together. Who did you choose? I chose Mr. Zhang Qingyi's swordsmanship class. Look at how you're bragging. The swordsmanship of the teacher I chose, Mr. Xia, is not bad either. Mr. Xia's strength is even stronger than Mr. Zhang's. You know nothing. Being handsome is a lifelong thing. You're doomed, buddy. What's more important, being handsome or being alive? You will be allowed to show off on the battlefield in the future, right? You're just jealous. Let's not talk about that. What are we going to eat later? The small kitchen on the third floor? I heard that a batch of fresh beast meat has just been shipped from the front line, including a lot of level 5 beast meat. Eating it will be of great benefit to us. Thanks to the seniors on the front line, if we hadn't won a great victory recently, we wouldn't have had this blessing. Several people were drooling and were about to quicken their pace to rush to the cafeteria to grab food. But at this moment, the light coming from the side attracted their attention. They paused and suddenly stood still. Then, they all turned around and looked at the villa not far away. The extremely bright glass, illuminated by the lights, was reflected in their eyes. Number 01, isn't this the dormitory for the person who applied to go directly to the battlefield? The surprise rising in their hearts suppressed the greed that had just been aroused. 2 chapters in 1. Good reviews, free gifts. Don't make me beg you, ORZ. Chapter 96 Feng Union. What does the school think? The powerful Wujian Dark Moon. Jinqing Military Academy has a very high hardware configuration. The campus covers a large area, and the dormitory area is comparable to an extra-large residential community. It is divided into apartment area and villa area. The top 100 students in each grade can live in the villa area and enjoy a larger living space and excellent privacy. Each villa has a number, and the number is also very particular. It is directly linked to talent, grades, and strength. The better the performance of the student, the higher the number on the dormitory and student ID card. Yi Qing's dormitory number is number 01, and the meaning is self-evident. Although he chose to join the army directly, the school committee of Jinqing Military Academy still highly recognized Yi Qing's talent and strength. For freshmen who have just entered the school, they are full of curiosity. They are curious about the ability of their teachers, the secret equipment of the military, and the handsome men and beautiful women in the same class. As people who practice martial arts, what they're most curious about is the strength of others. Many freshmen will ask a question after getting to know each other. How many points did you get in the martial arts exam? So the freshmen are most curious about the people living in freshman dormitory number 01. After all, everyone knew that there was a provincial champion from an aristocratic family in this class, and they all thought that this person was the strongest among the freshmen. But it turned out that the strongest freshman in the eyes of the school was someone else. When school just started, all the freshmen living in the villa area wanted to see who this person was. As a result, after waiting for a long time, the light in dormitory number 01 never came on. After further inquiries, I found out that the owner of this dormitory had never come to the school and had directly applied to join the army for training. When they heard the news, they were almost devastated. Everyone knows the importance of Wuhan University. There are strong teaching staff here who can help them make rapid progress in just a few years. This is the most rare period in a warrior's career. As a result, some people were admitted to Wuhan University, but instead of reporting to the school, they could join the army. And he's a student who just graduated from high school. Is this a joke? As military students, they were not afraid of going to the battlefield, but they felt that the timing chosen by the man in dormitory 01 to go to the battlefield was too outrageous. Of heated discussion, the matter was basically over, as the freshmen's minds were focused on choosing instructors, grabbing classes, and a host of other things. But now, the lights were on in dormitory number 01, which was supposed to be empty. Who's in there? Several freshmen who passed by dormitory 01 looked at each other and saw surprise and confusion in each other's eyes. The strongest freshman who joined the army is back. At the same time, the door of dormitory number 01 opened, and a tall figure walked out. He walked leisurely while flipping through the menu of the cafeteria with a bright smile on his face. The food is good. When the voice reached the ears of several people, the figure had already gone far away and walked towards the cafeteria at a very fast speed. It's a stranger. I didn't see him a few days ago. Most of the new students living here have met each other, but I definitely haven't seen that person before. It's him. It's definitely that person. He's really back. Several people were extremely shocked, knowing that this was explosive news. They took out their cell phones and sent messages. All of a sudden, the news about Yi Qing's return to school spread, and heated discussions immediately broke out in various freshman groups. In a laboratory of Zhang army, Zhang Qingyi carefully dripped the medicine in her hand into the container and watched the changes in it. When a ball of golden liquid took shape, the indifference on her face disappeared and she revealed a satisfied smile. I didn't expect that I would succeed in mixing golden ambergris on my first try. Golden dragon saliva is a medicine that is extremely suitable for 4th level warriors. The medicinal power contained in it can help warriors refine the purity of their qi and blood throughout their body, and is of great help in breaking through the 5th level blood condensation pill. After taking it, it won't be long before I break through to the 5th level. Zhang Qingyi murmured to herself, the light in her eyes growing brighter. After her rebirth, her strength improved much faster than in her previous life. Her talent was upgraded to a level ahead of schedule, and her strength also reached the 4th level much earlier than in her previous life. She chose Jinxing Junwu. At the current rate, she will be able to go to the front-line battlefield soon, and the rule that Jinxing Junwu can apply for it in the sophomore year is very suitable for her. Only by going to the battlefield can you touch the abyss cracks. Only in the cracks of the abyss is there a chance to upgrade Frost 1,000 Years to S level. The communicator in my pocket vibrated. It went without saying that it was the freshman group that was tagging everyone. She had no interest in the group message, but she was in a good mood now, so she opened the communicator and took a look. Then, the smile on her lips froze. That guy is back to school? The tall figure of Yi Qing emerged in Zhang Qingyi's mind, and a heavy pressure unconsciously emerged in her heart. At the same time, Feng Yunian, the top scholar of Donglin province who had just walked out of the training room, also received the smile. His expression froze slightly, and then a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Feng Yunian is a proud man. He has been known as a genius since he was a child and grew up with the praise of his elders. He has never met an opponent among his peers. Even the geniuses from the other 2 families in Donglin are not his opponents. After becoming the top scorer in the Donglin martial arts examination, his arrogance turned into conceit. He had great ambitions and wanted to establish a deeper network of relationships for the Feng family in the army, so that the Feng family could suppress the other 2 families in one fell swoop and become the strongest family in Donglin. So Feng Yunian chose to join Jinxing Wuhan University, thinking that he would become the freshman most valued by the school committee. But who knew? There was actually someone whose status was higher than his. Moreover, even though that person had not officially enrolled in the school committee was still willing to reserve dormitory number 01 for him. The meaning is obvious. In the eyes of the school committee, Feng Yunian was far inferior to the reckless man who joined the army directly. It's ridiculous. He knew about the Donglin Province Talent Training Camp and was familiar with the training subjects there. They were not at the same level as the training he usually went through. He had been trained by high-level warriors since he was young. At the age of 18, he entered the wilderness alone and lived in an abandoned city for several months, killing nearly 100 giant beasts. In terms of combat experience, actual combat experience, and martial arts mastered, who in the training camp is better than me? What do the school's top brass think? How can the top student in a training camp compare with me? Feng Yunian felt greatly insulted. The empty dormitory number 01 seemed to be mocking and ridiculing him every moment. He was filled with anger, a rage that made him want to crush that person to prove that he was the strongest freshman. I thought it would take at least until my sophomore year before I would have the chance to join the army and meet that person. So now that person is back, just in time to come back. He wanted to see how powerful the person who could step on his head as the top scholar in the province was. A smile appeared on Feng Yunian's lips, and he walked out of the training room quickly. Jinxing military force is very good, especially the small kitchen on the 3rd floor. The ingredients are all fresh giant beast meat, and the level is not low. A lot of it is level 5 giant beast meat. I heard from the chef in the cafeteria that it had just been shipped back from the front line. As soon as Yi Qing heard it, he knew the source of the giant beast meat. The only front line that has seen large-scale combat recently is the defense line belonging to Operation Base Number 31. Most of the meat in the cafeteria is shipped back from there. Maybe some of the meat he eats now was killed by his own hands. Yi Qing suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind and concentrated on eating. After eating dinner for dozens of people, he had completed the progress of extracting the two giant beasts. Under the stunned gaze of the cafeteria chef, Yi Qing received a message from the military district. His express package arrived. The Dark Moon Blade of Infernal Affairs has been completed. It's half full. Yi Qing wiped his mouth, quickly left the cafeteria, and went straight to his dormitory. Along the way, many people looked at him in surprise. Yi Qing swept his mental power and captured the conversation between those people. Then he understood. It turned out that my sudden return to school caused quite a stir among the freshmen, and even rumors had begun to spread. Yi Qing was too lazy to deal with those boring speculations and quickly hurried back to the dormitory. At the entrance of dormitory number 01, a huge package was placed on the ground. The package was sealed tightly, with no information written on it, only indicating that Yi Qing would receive the goods. Before Yi Qing came back, many people passed by the dormitory. They all saw the package, but no one cared. No one could have imagined that it contained weapons worth billions of dollars. Yi Qing picked up the package and found it was much heavier. The mithril, or he sent, weighed more than 100 kilograms, and after refining it could produce about 100 kilograms of mithril. Today's packages weigh at least 300 kilograms, which is several times heavier. Out of curiosity, Yi Qing closed the door and curtains and brought the package to the most private training room before opening it. A narrow, crescent-shaped blade immediately appeared before his eyes. The blade was pitch black with a faint silver glow flowing through it. It was approximately 20 centimeters long, with an extremely sharp edge, emitting a hint of icy coolness. There was not just one blade, but 100 in the package, densely packed together. The infinite Dark Moon Blade is difficult to practice, is that the practitioner needs to be able to control these blades and combine them into a dark moon in order to release the powerful slash that can cut through the starry sky. If the technique cannot be practiced successfully, then these blades will be little more powerful than ordinary telekinetic weapons. This batch of Dark Moon Blades used up 100 kilograms of mithril and also qualified for the selection of S-level resources from the military district's arsenal. Finally, it was forged by the military's Grandmaster level special forging master himself. In terms of value, it is more precious than the quasi-level 7 weapon, the red gold dragon pattern halberd. It's just the right time. Yi Qing picked up a Dark Moon Blade, and a smile appeared on his lips. After he massacred the biological laboratory of the Adventists, his mental power skyrocketed, and his use of the A-level gifted group consciousness was greatly enhanced. Now he has already achieved the goal of doing 50 things at once. The Wujin Dark Moon Blade is extremely great. According to the scenes in The Inheritance, it is far beyond the reach of the 7th level martial arts. If he can master it, his combat power will increase dramatically. Operation methods of mental power recorded in the exercises and tried to practice the infinite Dark Moon Blade. The spiritual sea surged. An invisible spiritual power surged out. Buzz! The Dark Moon Blade trembled, and a black torrent rushed out from the package, and a sharp blade cut the package into pieces. Pieces of crescent-shaped blades danced and spun in the air, shining with sharp light, and a cold, sinister, murderous intent spread throughout the training room. They were like a river swirling around Yi Qing. His eyes turned silver, accurately controlling each Dark Moon Blade. 50, 60. When a number of Dark Moon Blades reaches 72. Any more Dark Moon Blades will affect accuracy and fluency. Blade emerged in his mind, and he carefully experienced the mystery of it. The 72 Dark Moon Blades danced more and more flexibly, and a subtle connection was established between them. After a long time, clang, clang, clang. Amid the sounds of metal clashing, the 72 Dark Moon Blades merged together, and a pitch-black dark moon appeared above Yi Qing's head. The air was filled with despair, coldness, and pain, as if hell had descended upon the world. The dark moon was rotating slowly, and the sharp blade was shining with cold light, as if it was surrounded by a terrifying aura that could cut through everything in the world. Apart from the difficulty of multitasking, it's not difficult to master. Yi Qing looked at the dark moon and nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, as soon as he thought about it, the dark moon disappeared from above his head, leaving a streak of black light in the air. The wall made of special alloy was only stronger than the door of the Adventist laboratory. But now, in front of the endless dark moon, it was as fragile as a piece of tofu. The thick wall was cut directly, and the dark moon blade sank into it, penetrated the wall, and went deep into the underground outside. Click, click! A sharp aura burst out. The dark moon flickered in the training room, and smooth cracks appeared on the alloy walls of the training room. What a powerful force! This is only 72 dark moon blades. If there were hundreds of them, wouldn't it be enough to kill the Grandmaster? Qing looked at the training room, full of cracks, and couldn't help but exclaimed, with strong anticipation rising in his eyes. There are quite a lot of moves recorded in Wu Jian Dark Moon Blade, which are basically different uses of the Dark Moon Blade, requiring extremely high mental strength. But it is enough for Qing to use now. The Dark Moon, composed of 72 blades, is much stronger in terms of single-target killing power than his master skill, 10 Suns in the Sky. Finally, I managed to bring some of my mental strength into play. Qing was very interested in the new weapon and immediately tried different moves. The Dark Moon suddenly disintegrated and turned into a series of dark crescent moons flying around. When he was immersed in spiritual martial arts, in all the freshman groups of Jinqing military force, messages were flashing across the screen like crazy. All the freshmen were extremely excited and kept refreshing the group chat. There is no other reason. Feng Yunian, the top scorer in the Donglin province's military exam, announced that he wanted to compete with the strongest freshman who had returned to school after joining the army. At this moment, he was on his way to the freshman dormitory. Chapter 97, you can get the top prize because I didn't take the martial arts exam. Storage bracelet? As the top scholar in the province, Feng Yunian was quite famous in the school. With the strength of the 4th level and A-level talent, coupled with the various martial arts he has practiced since childhood, his strength is not bad among sophomores or even juniors. A 5th level teacher once said that if he were to compete with Feng Yunian, he would not be sure of defeating Feng Yunian and might even lose. This is a very high evaluation. Most of the military instructors have been to the battlefield and have rich fighting experience. Therefore, basically all freshmen recognize Feng Yunian's status as the strongest freshman. And now, the strongest freshman recognized by the freshmen is going to compete with the strongest freshman recognized by the school committee, which immediately attracted the attention of all the freshmen. Many freshmen who were eating ran out of the cafeteria and headed towards the villa area. Even some senior students were attracted and followed over to watch the fun. Feng Yunian did not walk very fast. For a 4th level warrior, it would only take a few minutes at most to get from the cafeteria to the dormitory area, but it took him more than 10 minutes to reach the edge of the dormitory area. A group of people were watching from the surrounding area, updating the progress in real time in various group chats. Feng Yunian is walking so slowly. I'm afraid he wants to create momentum. When Dormitory 01 was assigned to that person, Feng Yunian must have had a lot of complaints. I guess he just wants to prove that he is better than that person. After all, he is the provincial champion. It is normal for him to be proud and arrogant. It's really exciting. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. No one knows the one who just returned to school, but it is said that he and Zhang Qingyi both participated in the training camp in Donglin province. At that time, he was first and Zhang Qingyi was second. At that time, his strength was stronger than Zhang Qingyi. I've inquired about it. Zhang Qingyi ranked 7th in the Donglin martial arts examination, while Feng Yunian ranked 1st. The gap is quite large. I'm optimistic about Feng Yunian. His family background is there, and the level of martial arts he has been exposed to is probably not low. His actual combat ability is no joke. Damn, the coolest technique I've come across so far is only a 5th level technique, and the Feng family's inherited Paiyin Palm seems to be a 6th level technique. And the group chat was updated very quickly, and more freshmen learned the news. They rushed over here, and for a moment the place was bustling with noise, and their eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. Feng Yunian noticed the increasing number of people around him, and a smile appeared on his face. Look, come and see. Who is the strongest freshman? He looked ahead, at villa number 01 at the end of his sight. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his pace gradually quickened. Not long. Feng Yunian arrived in front of villa number 01, looked at the light coming through the gap in the curtains, and knew that someone was inside. He immediately shouted in a low voice, "Qing, come out." The sound was so deafening that the window glass of the surrounding villas shook. At the same time, a fierce aura burst out from Feng Yunian. His whole aura changed suddenly. His eyes were fixed on the gate of the villa. The blood in his body was surging, and his clothes were fluttering without wind. He looks very professional and like an expert. What a strong aura! The vitality of this aura is even stronger than some of the instructors. The gap is too big. I will be satisfied if I can reach this level when I graduate. With this strength, you would be a major in the army. You're quite ambitious. Intimidated by Feng Yunian's aura and couldn't help but marvel at it. Some people were well prepared and took out special high-speed cameras to record the upcoming competition scene. Everyone's eyes were focused on Dormitory 01, waiting for Yi Qing to appear. However, nearly a minute passed. Feng Yunian was alone in front of the villa and raging, but there was no movement inside the villa. Feng Yunian's face gradually became gloomy, and a hint of anger brewed in his eyes. What a big rat! He sneered, then took a deep breath, used his energy and blood to shout, "Yi Qing, if you are a man, come out." A few clicks. The window glass was shattered by the sound. Under the villa, in the training room that looked horrible, the dark moon blades formed a black torrent that slowly circled around Yi Qing. A chilling and desperate aura filled the air, and the entire training room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. From between Yi Qing's tightly closed eyes, strands of strange silver light flowed out. Within the spiritual sea, more and more silk threads were entangled around the little man made of water waves. The S-level talent, breathing with heaven and earth, not only brings an extraordinary recovery speed, but most importantly, it allows Yi Qing to enter a state of unity between man and nature. Practicing martial arts in this state will be twice as effective with half the effort, and his mind and body will reach a peak. Yi Qing began to study the Wujian Dark Moon Blades. He naturally entered this state. His understanding of spiritual martial arts became thorough, and a special resonance was generated between each Dark Moon Blade. Realizing his improvement in martial arts, Yi Qing was in a very good mood and was immersed in it. But at this moment, a hint of noisy noise from the outside world reached Yi Qing's ears. Among them, "It seems that your name is mentioned. What the hell?" Yi Qing opened his eyes, frowned, and a feeling of impatience immediately rose in his heart. He hated being interrupted when doing things the most. Clang, clang. Blades that were suspended in the air fell like rain and flew into a specially made flat oval container. The Dark Moon blades were stacked one after another, fitting perfectly inside without leaving any gaps between them. This is a container made by a master-level forging master in the military district. It can be considered a free gift. It is ingeniously made and convenient to carry. Yi Qing was putting away the Dark Moon blade. Another loud noise was heard. The sound was so loud that even the floor of the practice room shook slightly. The training room was damaged so badly by him that its sound insulation was greatly reduced. Yi Qing heard the voice clearly, paused his hand movements, and his mental power surged out, allowing him to clearly understand the situation within a radius of nearly 1,000 meters. When he noticed Feng Yunian standing at the door of his dormitory and the nearly 1,000 onlookers around him, the irritation in his heart immediately turned into a flame. "I haven't bothered you yet, but you came to me first." Yi Qing's brows were almost wrinkled into the shape of the Chinese character Chan. There must be something weird about the relationship between me and the Feng family. Or is it that the people in the Feng family are born to deserve a beating? Hey, Yi Qing's smile was slightly cruel. He walked out of the training room carrying the Dark Moon blade and the red gold dragon pattern halberd, came to the first floor of the villa, placed the two weapons on the sofa, turned around, and walked towards the door. "Come out." Feng Yunian couldn't help it this time, and his face looked extremely ugly. He had been standing at the door for so long, but the other party didn't come out yet, which made him extremely annoyed. He couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He appeared at the door of the dormitory in a flash and raised his hand to break down the door. Bang! Before Feng Yunian's hand could fall on the door, there was a loud bang, and the solid wooden door suddenly exploded. A tall figure rushed out of the villa with a fierce and tyrannical aura. The broken wood was extremely sharp and shot out. Feng Yunian's expression remained calm, and he was just about to withdraw his hand to push away the piece of wood that was heading straight for his face, but he felt a huge force coming from his fist, and his arm seemed to be clamped by an iron clamp, unable to move at all. It was a hand that grabbed his fist. He remained calm and confident, his blood and energy surging, and he burst out with powerful strength to try to break free. However, Only when the strength is exerted can one truly feel the immense power contained in that hand. Feng Yunian felt like he was dragging a towering mountain, trying to shake the giant peak with the strength of a mayfly, but he was unable to move it even a millimeter. The indifference on his face disappeared. Snap, snap! Feng Yunian was unable to dodge, and many sharp pieces of wood scratched his body, tearing his clothes, but did not cause him any harm. He had practiced some kind of defensive skills, so ordinary wood chips could not hurt him. An exclamation came from a distance. The freshman who had been waiting for a long time saw Yi Qing break out of the door and cast excited glances at him. Many people raised their mobile phones and started taking pictures, fearing to miss any scene. He's out. Yi Qing is out. This momentum is quite overbearing. It's going to be a good show to watch. Feng Yunian's clothes were torn, and I saw his abdominal muscles. Are you sick? Are you really gay? The heated discussions reached Feng Yunian's ears. His face turned visibly red, and the anger deep in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. I want to see if you'll let go. Suddenly, strong winds appeared on Feng Yunian's body. Invisible wind blades appeared on his left hand. The rapidly spinning wind blades flew towards Yi Qing's chest along with his fist. The wind blade was so great that just a gust of strong wind was enough to cut deep dents in the ground and the wall beside it. If this punch lands solidly, it can directly pierce the chest of a 4th-level warrior, and the wind blade will immediately cut the internal organs into pieces. A level talent. Yi Qing grinned grimly and had no intention of paying any attention to the fist that was hitting him. He suddenly exerted force with the hand that was holding Feng Yunian's right fist. Feng Yunian only felt an irresistible force coming at him. Then his eyes blurred and his whole body was thrown into the air. His fist missed and almost hit himself. There was a fierce light flashing in Yi Qing's eyes and a frightening grin on his lips. He suddenly pulled Feng Yunian's body and threw him to the ground. Bang! With a dull thud, the bluestone floor at the door shattered into pieces. Yi Qing did not stop and kept holding Feng Yunian, swinging him up and down again like a piece of rag. Bang! 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 With a series of muffled thuds, the hard bluestone floor was smashed to pieces. Along with the loud noise, there was Yi Qing's fierce curse. You even came to my door. Who gave you the courage? Your A-level talent, your family status, and your title of Donglin Province's martial arts champion. The more Yi Qing thought about it, the angrier he became, and the strength in his hands increased again. Feng Yunian's head was buzzing, and the scene in front of him was spinning rapidly. His body was stretched straight by the force, and he could not put up any effective resistance. He could only subconsciously practice defensive martial arts. Even so, the enormous impact caused crisp sound from all his bones. Cracks appeared on his bones, and he felt severe pain in his internal organs. Some parts of his body were severely damaged. After smashing it back and forth more than 10 times, the floor at the door was completely broken into pieces. Yi Qing threw Feng Yunian out casually. Feng Yunian collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud. If it weren't for the slightly rising and falling of his chest, others would have thought he was dead. His eyes were dull and blank, with a hint of doubt deep in them. He couldn't understand why this happened. There are so many methods that have not been used yet, even the ultimate killer moves like the Grandmaster skills. How could it turn out like this? Martial arts champion. The only reason someone like you can get the title of martial arts champion is because I didn't take the martial arts exam. Yi Qing smiled happily and found that hitting people in this way had a different kind of pleasure. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Feng Yunian, who was lying on the ground, vomited a mouthful of blood. After spitting out the blood, his face looked better. He stood up despite the severe pain, his eyes red as he stared at Yi Qing and asked, "What did you say?" His head was slightly lowered, with blood flowing down his forehead. He looked like the male protagonist in an anime who was about to explode. "Oh, you have a very strong will. You Feng family members are really talented in taking beatings," Yi Qing said with a smile. Feng Yunian was silent for a moment. Then he suddenly looked up. A hint of madness flashed in his blood-red eyes. A tube of golden-red potion inexplicably appeared in his hand, emitting a scorching heat. At this point, Yi Qing really became interested. However, what he was interested in was not the weakling Feng Yunian, but the silver bracelet on his left wrist. Is that a storage bracelet? Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Storage equipment was extremely rare. There are some in the military district's armory, but the price is quite expensive. One costs hundreds of thousands of merit points, and those with larger storage space even cost millions of merit points. With so many merit points, he would definitely use them to exchange for the essence and blood of high-level monsters. Naturally, he would not spend the merit points on such things. Now it seems like you have been searching for something everywhere, but have not found it. But now it is found without any effort. Yi Qing's mouth curled up into a bright smile. Feng Yunian drank the potion in his hand. The priceless potion was given to him by a strong man from the Feng family to save his life, but now he used it for sparring. But he didn't care about the cost. His mind was filled with anger. He has completely lost face today, and the only way to wash away the shame is to defeat the person in front of him and step on him. Boom! The blazing energy exploded in Feng Yunian's body, and his injuries began to heal rapidly. The broken bones healed in the blink of an eye, and the cracks on his internal organs disappeared. His momentum continued to rise, violent blood and energy dissipated, and strong winds were stained with blazing flames. A long spear appeared in Feng Yunian's hand. He took a starting stance, an opening move that looked particularly familiar to Yi Qing. He took a quick look, and his smile became a little strange. Grandmaster's skill. Feng Yunian suddenly raised his hand. The blood on his face was dried by the heat wave. Wind and fire merged into a fire tornado, and the hot energy gathered on the spear in his hand. 10 suns on the same sky. The teasing voice reached Feng Yunian's ears, coinciding with the words he was about to blurt out. Question mark. Feng Yunian was stunned for a moment. Chapter 98 Yi Qing, listed as a must-kill target. Intelligence Academy lecturer, Li Mingze. 10 suns in the same sky is the Feng family's unique skill, which was comprehended by a great master during his time between life and death, while exploring the remains of prehistoric civilization. Not every member of the Feng family can practice this unique skill. Only after their talent and strength are recognized can they try to practice it. And one must practice for 10 days on the same day to become proficient in long weapons such as spears, halberds, and daggers. To master this type of weapon, one needs both talent and a lot of time, and it is much more difficult than using short weapons such as swords. Therefore, with the extremely high threshold, there are not many people in the entire Feng family who can master the 10 days on the same day. So when Feng Yunian heard the words, 10 suns in the same sky, from Yi Qing's mouth, he almost thought he had heard it wrong. How did he know about the move of 10 suns on the same day? I just made an opening move. A hint of doubt and confusion flashed across Feng Yunian's eyes, which were filled with anger. But he quickly put it behind him and focused all his energy and blood. His own talent in wind element was stimulated. The wind blade and the fire wave merged, and a big sun slowly emerged behind him. The sun he condensed was not even a shadow, and one could vaguely see its outline. The heat waves it emitted were not enough to melt even ordinary steel. Even so, the noise was still quite intimidating to the freshmen watching around. Many people couldn't stand the hot wind and started to retreat. Yi Qing's smile faded slightly. Looking at Feng Yunian's posture, he was taking drugs and activating his master skills, and it was obvious that he was not holding back at all. In that case, he has nothing to worry about. Feng Yunian's aura became stronger and stronger. The spear in his hand ignited with flames. His aura locked onto Yi Qing. The spear shot out like a dragon, engulfed in a flash of fire. 10 suns on the same sky. He roared. Almost at the same time, Yi Qing's figure flashed so quickly that many people didn't have time to react, and he returned to the dormitory to take out something. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard, and a large red halberd with golden dragon patterns appeared in Yi Qing's hand. Do you recognize this thing? Yi Qing's laughter was heard, and Feng Yunian looked at the 3-meter-long halberd. A look of shock appeared in his eyes. Of course he recognized it. It was the exclusive weapon of his cousin, Cousin Yi Feng, who was highly regarded by the Feng family. How could it appear in Yi Qing's hands? Feng Yunian didn't know what was happening, and the spear was about to pierce Yi Qing. Then, a scene that horrified him appeared before his eyes. 10 suns on the same sky. That's not how you use it. Yi Qing swung the red-gold dragon pattern halberd and blew away Feng Yunian's spear like he was brushing away a bug. Immediately, behind him, one sun after another rose up. Each sun is extremely solid, emitting endless light and heat, and the dazzling light illuminates the entire dormitory area. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. 7 huge suns appeared above Yi Qing's head. Under the scorching heat wave, the green grass on the surrounding grasslands quickly turned yellow and burned. Feng Yunian felt as if he was in lava, and a burning pain came from the surface of his body. But at this moment, he didn't even care about the pain. His eyes widened as he stared at the suns in disbelief. The rippling waves were exactly the same as the ones he had just displayed. It's just that its power is so much greater. Why is the red gold dragon pattern halberd in your hand? 10 days on the same day. How can you also have 10 days on the same day? Amid the screams of horror, Feng Yunian couldn't believe what he saw. Yi Qing ignored him and raised the red gold dragon patterned halberd in his hand, locking on a Feng Yunian with a cold, murderous intent. He had already given Feng Yunian a chance. When he threw him out just now, the farce should have ended there. Who knew that Feng Yunian not only did not stop, but also took drugs and used the master skills? The other party attacked first, and although he couldn't kill him, it was obvious that he had the intention to kill. Then there is no need to hold back. Anyway, last time Feng Yifeng was crippled and his quasi-7th level weapon was seized, he had already created an irreconcilable feud with the Feng family, so adding one more feud wouldn't hurt. At this moment, only one sentence emerged in Yi Qing's mind. Anyone below the Grandmaster can be killed if suspected. Then, brilliant, dazzling flames erupted the next moment. Hot and explosive energy was released. The 7 suns emitted extreme high temperatures and terrifying air waves visible to the naked eye swept over. Stop! Screams were heard from far away, and several figures rushed towards this side. When Feng Yunian declared war before, some teachers were also attracted and watched the battle from a distance. Who could have imagined that the situation would develop to this point? The horrifying flames frightened them all, knowing that Feng Yunian would not be able to survive this move. It is common for students to spar and fight with each other, and schools generally do not intervene. Even if you're injured, the worst that can happen is that you can go to the medical cabin for treatment. But if someone dies, it would be a big deal. The instructors who were watching the game were frightened and rushed over here frantically. A 6th level mentor appeared, extremely fast. He rushed to the front in the blink of an eye and shouted loudly to stop it. However, Yi Qing always attacks with the intention of killing with one blow, and he never has the habit of stopping after attacking. Besides, the red gold dragon pattern halberd had already fallen, making it difficult to stop. Boom! A deafening roar sounded in the dormitory area. The windows were shattered one after another, alarming almost everyone. Dry! The 6th level instructor pulled the dazed Feng Yunian and retreated violently, but he was still a step too late. Feng Yunian was hit by a flash of fire, and his 2 legs were cut off at the root. They were quickly burned into 2 shrunken charcoal balls in the flames. No blood flowed out of the wound. Strands of dragon flame power penetrated into Feng Yunian's body and began to burn his meridians and flesh. Feng Yunian was awakened by the severe pain and let out a shrill scream. He stared at his empty lower body with his eyes bloodshot. The power of dragon flame raged in his body, burning his meridians, shrinking his flesh and blood, and severely damaging his internal organs. This injury is almost irreversible. Even with the healing elixir or the life essence of high-level giant plants, it would be difficult for Feng Yunian to recover. Upon seeing this, the teacher quickly supplied Feng Yunian with energy and blood to suppress those troublesome strange forces to prevent him from dying directly. Then, without saying a word, he picked up Feng Yunian and rushed to the infirmary. Feng Yunian's condition was very bad. Even if he could survive, he would most likely become a complete cripple. But judging by his experience, it's difficult. His face looked extremely ugly, and his speed kept increasing. It's useless to save him, it's a waste of time. A deep pit appeared in front of Yi Qing, with flames still burning inside. He looked in the direction where the teacher left, and was aware of the power of the move just now. Even if he was not hit head-on, the power was not something Feng Yunian could withstand. The heart meridians were burned, the essence and blood were burned out. It was difficult to survive. Yi Qing tossed the storage bracelet in his hand with a smile on his face. Just now, he took advantage of the moment to take the thing from Feng Yunian, which was a good gain. With this thing, it will be much more convenient to carry weapons and food in the future. In the distance from the villa, nearly 1,000 freshmen were eerily quiet. A pair of eyes widened as they stared at the figure standing in the billowing hot steam. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were shaking unconsciously. The excitement, anticipation, and excitement that had originally arisen from watching the excitement all disappeared, replaced by deep fear and horror. Many of them had never seen blood, let alone such a scene. The body was cut in half, the flesh was burned, and there were shrill screams. The impact of what I saw before my eyes was far beyond what the video footage could compare to. The aroma of barbecue wafted through the air. Vomit. Many people couldn't help but vomit on the spot. Some girls with poor psychological quality were scared and cried. Their bodies were shaking, and they almost fainted on the ground. The screams could no longer be suppressed. Some people wanted to turn around and leave, but they found that their legs were weak and they could not walk anymore. Among the crowd, there was a figure who remained relatively calm, with an extremely complicated expression in his eyes. It's Zhang Qingyi. Ambergris she had just prepared and rushed here with the crowd. I thought it would be an evenly matched battle. Who knew it would be such a crushing victory without any suspense? Zhang Qingyi looked at Yi Qing. She thought that Yi Qing had shocked her enough, but now she found that it was far more than that. What level of strength has he reached? There's also the red gold dragon pattern halberd, a master skill that is exactly the same as Feng Yunyan's. Isn't that the Feng family's weapon and unique skill? How did Yi Qing master it? What did Yi Qing experience on the front line? What's going on with him? How come his strength has improved so quickly? That kind of powerful fluctuation of qi and blood is definitely not something that a 4th level person can possess. He is at level 5? Zhang Qingyi suddenly felt a little dizzy. The scene in front of her eyes seemed a little unreal. The figure in the distance seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, turning into a giant like a mountain standing in front of her, with a pair of cold eyes looking down at her teasingly. A tremendous pressure built up in her heart. This pressure was even about to turn into a kind of despair. Zhang Qingyi found that she was almost unable to find hope of surpassing Yi Qing. No, not to mention surpassing, even keeping up with the other party is an extremely difficult task. Evildoer. This guy is a monster who cannot be judged by common sense. Yi Qing is definitely the biggest variable in this life. Zhang Qingyi took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. She looked at the tall figure in the distance, and her brows slowly furrowed. This is a big trouble. How are you going to end it after making such a big fuss? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Qingyi quietly turned around and left. Not only her, many people realized one thing after they reacted. After a fight in which someone was beaten to the point of near death, Yi Qing is in big trouble. Putting aside the Feng family's reaction, how will the school committee handle this matter? There was a sound of breaking air in the distance. One after another, powerful figures appeared in the dormitory area. The teachers looked at Yi Qing solemnly. Yi Qing, come with us. A 6th level teacher looked at Yi Qing and said. Yi Qing nodded, did not refuse, and followed the teachers out of the dormitory area. He looked calm and didn't seem to regret or be anxious at all. There is no trouble. The Feng family already had a grudge, so a little more trouble wouldn't matter to him. As for the school, he had the power of life and death granted by the military region. Feng Yunyan used a fatal blow to deal with him, causing him to expose part of his strength, and he framed him with the crime of sabotaging the operation to eliminate traitors, so that it would not be a problem for him to heal him and kill him again. As for the exposed strength, will it attract the attention of the Adventists hidden in the school? One of the reasons why Yi Qing took action was that he hoped they would notice him. It is better to regard yourself as a thorn in the side and quietly prepare for the assassination. In this way, the other party would fall into the trap, and he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of investigating them one by one. An hour after the battle ended, there was news from the infirmary. Feng Yunyan, the top martial arts champion of Donglin province, was seriously injured and has been transferred to a hospital for treatment. There is a big difference between death and serious injury, and many frightened freshmen breathed a sigh of relief. After the news spread, Jinqing military force went to the medical room, which was comparable to that of a large hospital. A body covered with a white sheet was quietly sent to the morgue for storage. A gag order was issued to everyone who knew the inside story. The content is extremely severe. If leaked, military law will be imposed. 2 hours after the battle ended, a professional engineering team rushed to the dormitory area. Modular building materials were laid down, and the damaged dormitories were quickly repaired. Another hour passed. Yi Qing returned to the dormitory area. No one knows the specific results of the handling. There are rumors that Yi Qing was given a serious warning and had a considerable number of credits deducted. Apart from this, no other relevant information has been leaked. The students were in an uproar. They made such a big fuss, but he was given a punishment? When everyone was discussing it and the school forum was about to be flooded with comments, a seemingly ordinary message was transmitted from school. The information was transferred nearly 1,000 times before finally appearing on a computer screen in a secret basement somewhere. The computer automatically runs and extracts a piece of information from it. Jinqing Army Wuda freshman Yi Qing is listed as a must-kill target. A hoarse voice sounded in the dark basement. Jinqing Junwu? It's a maggot nest that I hate the most. Believers everywhere have been attacked. Those stubborn maggots that parasitize this world deserve to die. Don't be anxious. When that person comes, all the filth in this world will be washed away. I can't wait to find out when the program starts. Almost. Very soon. Those maggots won't think the news we released is true, right? Killing some weak bugs is not a big deal. Okay, let's get ready. Don't waste time. The conversation stopped, and inside the basement, screens flashed with information coming from all over the place. Jinqing Military Force. Yi Qing's life returned to normal. He started his normal student life the next day. According to the schedule, he came to his chosen major course, the Behemoth Intelligence Research course taught by Li Mingze, a lecturer at the School of Intelligence. Yi Qing went to the back row of the classroom and sat down. When the bell rang, a young teacher wearing glasses and looking quite bookish walked into the classroom. He looked up, his gaze fixed slightly. Inside teacher Li Mingze's head, a bright, dazzling light shone into his eyes, almost hurting his eyes. Chapter David, Li Mingze, no problem. What is the Advent cult hiding? Yi Qing's mental vision is a little different from that of a normal mentalist. After the system activated the second stage and gained the ability to devour soul fragments, he could observe the soul light of every living being through his mental power. The soul light of every living being is different, and the strength of the soul light is closely related to the strength of the living being. The stronger the strength and the more vigorous the vitality, the brighter the soul light will be, otherwise it will be dim. This kind of observation ability is not possessed by other psychics. In a sense, it is even an ability that is of little use. However, at this moment, Yi Qing unexpectedly noticed something unusual. The qi and blood had just reached the 4th level. When Mr. Li Mingze, who taught liberal arts, walked into the classroom, a bright and dazzling light illuminated the entire classroom, like a rising sun. Yi Qing has seen the Grandmaster, Major General Zhang Jianfeng of the No. 31 Operations Base. He has condensed the Grandmaster's will, integrated his essence, energy and spirit, and entered a new realm. His strength is extremely strong, and his soul light is extremely powerful. But Zhang Jianfeng's soul light could not compare with Li Mingze in front of him. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Mingze, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. As if he noticed Yi Qing looking at him, Li Mingze, who was about to give a lecture, looked over. After seeing that it was Yi Qing, he smiled and nodded. His actions attracted the attention of other students. They turned around and were shocked to see that it was Yi Qing. The classroom, which had been a little noisy, suddenly became quiet. It's Yi Qing. Why would he choose this kind of course? I suddenly feel so stressed. Is it too late to drop out of the class now? Shouldn't you choose a course on combat command? Are you interested in a liberal arts course like Behemoth Intelligence Research? Yi Qing's notoriety spread throughout the school. On the first day of school, he almost beat a classmate to death. He thought he would be severely punished, but he was released within a few hours. Therefore, there are rumors among students that Yi Qing must have another background, and perhaps his elders are high-ranking officials in the army. Otherwise, why would such a big thing only result in a punishment? In addition, Yi Qing was so brutal in battle that they felt a little scared when they found out that Yi Qing was in the same classroom with them. Yi Qing ignored the gazes of others. His mind was focused on the soul light in Li Mingze's head. He has confirmed repeatedly that Li Mingze has not condensed the blood pill, and his realm is actually the 4th level. But how can a 4th level person possess a soul light more powerful than that of a Grandmaster? It seems that the biological experiments of the Adventists are limited to the physical material level. The spiritual realm is so complex that even many high-level psychics dare not say how much they understand it. Can the Advent sect really transform a person's soul? While thinking, Li Mingze has already started his lecture. Up to now, Yi Qing has devoured the soul fragments of many creatures and has developed his own set of experience and research on soul light. Thoughts, moods, mental states, etc. will affect the external manifestations of soul light. When a person is very excited, his soul light will appear extremely active. This is also reflected in Li Mingze. When Li Mingze started teaching, he was completely different from his previous weak image. He became excited, waving his arms, and his words were extremely attractive. As he began to explain the history of the giant beast invasion, the sun began to burn, and the bright light enveloped everyone in the classroom. The illusory soul light even affected everyone's mental state. The students around him were deeply attracted by Li Mingze's words and listened to his explanation attentively. It is comparable to a mental illusion, guiding and stimulating the student's desire for knowledge. Weird, so weird. Gulp. Yi Qing swallowed his saliva unconsciously. A feeling of hunger from the soul emerged. He had an urge to smash Li Mingze's head and swallow the scorching sun into his stomach. In the spiritual sea, the little man, who was mostly wrapped in strange silk threads, opened his eyes, full of desire. An unprecedented situation. Yi Qing had never encountered this before, and he had a vague feeling that after swallowing the scorching sun, his S-level talent, Heart Source Nirvana transformation, could directly complete the second transformation. Classmates, since the invasion of giant beasts, the strongest giant beast that has descended is level 9, but this does not mean that there are no more powerful giant beasts. Li Mingze had a ruddy complexion and explained the knowledge points in high spirits. The students below were more serious than each other. In addition to Yi Qing, the teacher was giving a lecture at the podium while he was quietly investigating the teacher from the audience. Request to retrieve all the information of Li Mingze, a lecturer at the Jinxing Military and Intelligence Academy. He took out his communicator and sent a request to the Military District Intelligence Department. The anti-espionage operation has a very high priority and is now the military's first-order task. Receiving Yi Qing's message, the huge intelligence department started to work. In less than a minute, all the information about Li Mingze from birth to the present was compiled into a file and sent to Yi Qing. At the same time, the military set up a special investigation team and began to analyze Li Mingze's information. Finally, they concluded that the probability that Li Mingze had a problem was extremely low at the moment. For Yi Qing, this is exactly the problem. An ordinary military instructor, possessing a soul light stronger than that of a master, but he had never shown any relevant spiritual power talent or extraordinary talent before. Or the other party is a genius who achieves success late in life. Otherwise, it would mean that Li Mingze was deliberately hiding it. Yi Qing's eyes were cold, but also had a hint of heat. It doesn't matter if there's a problem. If there's a problem, I will have the opportunity to eat his soul fragments. Yi Qing flipped through the communicator and found the channel exclusive to the Tsanglong 7 Squad. The purpose of this advent was very big, and the tasks that everyone was carrying out were all related. There's a lot of information in the channel. The latest news is that a team from the Blood Scorpion side was completely wiped out. What the hell? What's going on? Another Grandmaster of the Advent sect is taking action. No, we encounter a whole team of psychics, all of whom were of very high rank. They were escorting a group of warriors to a certain wasteland. A team of blood scorpions tried to intercept them, but they all failed. A whole team of psychics. I feel like things are a bit strange. The research results of those destroyed biological laboratories have stagnated at the 5th level. The biological transformation of the Advent sect can only raise warriors to the 5th level. If it's just this level, why do they think they can launch a large-scale riot? Even the Grandmaster and a whole team of spiritualists have shown up, so everyone must be careful when they act. Yi Qing closed the channel and looked at Li Mingze on the podium. Biological transformation can only be upgraded to the 5th level. A whole team of psychics, a master of the Advent sect who is willing to expose his identity to stop the Special Forces investigation, and Li Mingze, who has an extremely powerful soul light in front of him. All kinds of thoughts swirled in my mind. Yi Qing suddenly had a feeling that the Advent sect seemed to be intentionally hiding something. Chapter 100, The Powerful Soul Light. I just know you're doomed. After class, Yi Qing did not return to the dormitory. He used his special ability to walk all over the campus, but did not find anyone with the same abnormal soul light as Li Mingze. He even looked at the deans from a distance. The deans are all at the master level. Their soul lights are strong and dazzling, but they are still far inferior to Li Mingze. Yi Qing listed Li Mingze as a key focus target. From a distance of nearly 1,000 meters, he used his mental power to observe Li Mingze's every move. After finishing the class, the other party went to the library to read books and check information. All the books he read were related to behemoths. He was almost obsessed with the relevant knowledge and kept recording it in his notebook. Li Mingze led an extremely regular life, eating, attending classes, and resting. He never even left the school gate and had never come into contact with anyone suspicious. Yi Qing couldn't find any flaws, so he opened Li Mingze's information again and tried to speculate on the anomalies with the most vicious thinking. Born in Jiangnan province, he was gifted in martial arts. After graduating from Wuhan University, he joined the army and performed well. In his third year, he was promoted to major. When Yi Qing saw this, his eyes narrowed slightly. The turning point begins here. In the third year of Li Mingze's military service, he experienced a large-scale war. After the war, he followed a small group of troops into the abyss cracks to explore for resources, but was severely damaged in the abyss. After recovering from his injuries, he applied to join Jinxing Military Academy and became a lecturer at the Intelligence Academy. A major in his 20s should have a bright future ahead of him. Why did he come back to be a teacher? Fear death. Yi Qing fell into deep thought. He had made a decision. If we can't find the problem in the next few days, we will have to resort to extraordinary measures. It's only going to take a few soul fragments. It won't have much impact, right? A few days later, there is constant news in the channel of Team 7. A Special Forces member brought news that a stronghold of the Adventists was discovered, but the Adventists therein did not resist and committed suicide under the watchful eyes of the Special Forces member. Before he died, he had a strange smile on his face, as if he had accomplished his mission. This phenomenon is not an isolated case. Many Special Forces soldiers have encountered similar situations. After searching for intelligence for a long time and finding the laboratory of the Adventists, they were about to rush in to annihilate them. But they discovered that the Adventists had already killed all the experimental subjects and committed suicide in the laboratory, leaving many Special Forces members empty-handed. There was something strange about the situation, and many clues were lost. The military district issued an emergency order, and the authority of the Special Forces was further enhanced. In an emergency, local masters are required to cooperate with the Special Forces actions. Actions everywhere have become urgent. At the same time, the room hidden deep underground, hoarse laughter echoed. We played those maggots around. Biological transformation? How can a few fifth-level warriors change the overall situation? Spread the news and ask believers everywhere to speed up the sacrifice. The Lord is about to descend, and he must have enough spiritual power. Don't worry, the largest group is well hidden. After being transformed by that Lord, even that Lord himself doesn't know his own identity. It's dark under the lamp. The voices died down, and a huge conspiracy was brewing in the darkness. Early morning, Yi Qing walked out of the dormitory, and a cold, murderous intent in the depths of his eyes quietly disappeared. If anyone is suspicious, he can be killed. Now that things have come to this, there is no other choice but to do so. By tomorrow, whether it was a wrong killing or not, he would resort to extreme measures. He walked towards the Intelligence College building, came to his classroom, and waited silently. The students arrived one after another. As the bell rang, Li Mingze walked quickly into the classroom. Yi Qing's gaze focused, and within his mental field of vision, Li Mingze's soul light had clearly grown larger. What was going on? He took a closer look and found that Li Mingze's blood and energy had not changed, but his soul light was still much stronger than in the previous few days. The communicator vibrated. Yi Qing opened it and saw that it was the exclusive channel of Team 7. The latest news is that just now, the 8 spiritualists of the Adventist sect who destroyed a team of blood scorpions were all annihilated. It seems that they were performing some special rituals before they died. Before he finished reading the message, Yi Qing felt something and looked up. Soul light in Li Mingze's mind grew stronger again. Yi Qingting stood up quickly. A cold, cruel, murderous gaze locked onto the passionate teacher on the podium. Li Mingze had just started talking when Yi Qing in the back row suddenly stood up and said with a smile, "Classmate, don't be so excited. We haven't even reached the climax of the Yunzhou Defense War yet." His teaching style is humorous and witty, and some students couldn't help laughing when they heard him. However, when those people turned around and saw Yi Qing and his pair of deep black eyes, the smiles on their faces froze immediately. They shuddered and quickly fell silent. This is a vicious person. He didn't get punished even though he beat up a classmate and crippled him. If he didn't like me and punched me, I would have no place to cry. Li Mingze also realized that something was wrong. His smile faded slightly, and he frowned and said, "Classmate, is there something wrong? If the teacher can help, just tell him," he continued. I do need your help with something. Yi Qing walked out of his seat, staring at Li Mingze with blazing eyes. He could see that Li Mingze's soul light was growing stronger. There were imperceptible streams of bright light in the sky, flying from all directions, and finally merging into Li Mingze's soul. Yi Qing didn't know what the method was. He only knew that the suspicion on Li Mingze had reached the standard that allowed him to be killed on the spot. "Oh, what's the matter?" Li Mingze asked. "You have to come with me," Yi Qing said. "Where are you going?" Li Mingze was stunned and pointed at other students. "We're still in class. How about we wait until the get out of class is over?" "No." Yi Qing shook his head, reached out and grabbed Li Mingze and pulled him out the door. His strength was so great that Li Mingze couldn't resist at all. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Yi Qing, is this how you treat your teacher?" Li Mingze showed his anger and was dragged out of the classroom in front of the whole class. Even a good person would be angry. Yi Qing turned a deaf ear and dragged Li Mingze out of the classroom in front of the stunned eyes of everyone in the classroom. Immediately, he flashed and brought Li Mingze to the rooftop of the teaching building. "What on earth do you want to do?" Li Mingze's face was filled with anger, and he shouted loudly, "If you dare to attack the teacher, even if your father is the principal, you will still be finished." "I won't finish talking about it. I just know." Yi Qing smiled coldly and put a hand on Li Mingze's face. "You are finished." Chapter 101 Lord of the Abyss. You are not a human. Shock deans and professors. What on earth are you going to do? Li Mingze's face showed horror. He struggled hard, but he was unable to escape from Yi Qing's control. He is only a 4th-rank warrior, and the gap between him and Yi Qing is too huge. Yi Qing exerted a little force, and Li Mingze's bones made a crisp sound. Cracks appeared on the surface of the bones. The severe pain made Li Mingze break out in cold sweat. Under this stimulation, the soul light in his mind began to flicker, and the light became more and more dazzling. Yi Qing looked at the soul light that was so close to him, and a feeling of hunger from the depths of his soul emerged. His palm covered Li Mingze's head, and an invisible devouring force suddenly burst out from his palm. "Ah!" Li Mingze's body stiffened, and he let out a shrill scream. His eyes rolled back and his face was distorted. The severe pain coming from deep in his mind made him lose the strength to resist. "You swallow a piece." When the devouring power tore off a ray of the soul light sun, the system prompt paused for a rare moment. You swallowed a fragment of the Lord of the Underworld soul. Mental power plus 56. Extraction progress plus 3.6%. When the system prompt sounded in Yi Qing's mind. Roar. From somewhere in the darkness, there seemed to be an earth-shaking roar. The scene before his eyes shook violently. The scorching sun in Li Mingze's head exploded. In the dazzling light, a pair of cold eyes like the bright moon in the sky slowly opened and stared at Yi Qing closely. What kind of existence is that? Yi Qing is unclear, doesn't understand, and is not afraid. He was not surprised, but happy, as the name in the system prompt had already confirmed that there was a big problem with Li Mingze. You are not a human being. Yi Qing smiled coldly and stared at Li Mingze with a grin. Lord of the Abyss? This thing doesn't sound like a good thing. It must be some kind of powerful monster. Just by swallowing a ray of soul light, the benefits brought are several times greater than before. If you swallow it all, not only will your mental power double, but the second transformation of the heart source nirvana will be completed immediately. What surprised Yi Qing even more was that after swallowing the mental power, there was actually some extraction progress. This is the first time this situation has occurred. Yi Qing was very curious. What would he get after completing the extraction progress? After realizing these points, Yi Qing naturally had no scruples. He grabbed Li Mingze's head with one hand like a pair of pliers, and the devouring force frantically tore at the soul light in his head. You swallowed a fragment of the soul of the Lord of the Abyss. Mental power plus 70, extraction progress plus 4.2%. You swallowed a fragment of the soul of the Lord of the Abyss. Mental power plus 79, extraction progress plus 4.5%. You swallowed a fragment of the soul of the Lord of the Abyss. Mental power plus 87, extraction progress plus 5.1%. You swallow a piece. Along with the system's prompts, Yi Qing's mental power began to surge. Deep in the spiritual sea, a little man made of water waves was wrapped in dense and strange silk threads, and a large cocoon quickly wrapped him up. The heart source nirvana transformation began to accelerate, and waves of spiritual fluctuations spread out in the spiritual sea. The liquefied mental power began to condense again, and crystals emerged in the ocean of mental power. Yi Qing sensed the changes in himself, and a slightly ferocious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just at this moment, he sensed someone was coming. "What are you doing?" A horrified roar exploded from the rooftop. Several teachers noticed the movement on the rooftop and rushed over to investigate. However, as soon as they reached the rooftop, they saw a scene that shocked them greatly. Beat up his classmates upon returning to school, had just been quiet for a few days, and now he attacked the teacher directly. Seeing Li Mingzi foaming at the mouth, screaming miserably, and with a distorted face, they recovered from their shock. "Stop it now." The three teachers had all reached the 5th level. Seeing that Yi Qing had no intention of letting go, they shouted angrily and stepped forward to stop him. Before they could make a move, a figure appeared in front of them and stretched out his hand to stop them all. "Dean Kong, save Teacher Li." "Dean, Yi Qing has gone crazy. He attacked the academy's teachers in broad daylight." Seeing the person coming, several teachers quickly spoke. However, what the three did not expect was that Kong Hui, the master-level expert and dean of the Intelligence Academy, not only did not take action, but shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Go down and block the stairs. Don't let anyone come up." "Dean, what are you doing?" They were horrified and completely confused as to what Dean Kong meant. "Go quickly. This is an order." Kong Hui shouted, his expression gloomy and serious. The three teachers did not dare to disobey Kong Hui's words and turned away with full of resentment and confusion. Seeing a dean coming, Yi Qing put aside all his thoughts and focused on extracting the soul fragments. When they turned to leave, they saw tears streaming from Li Mingzi's eyes. They felt extremely heavy-hearted. They hurried downstairs and stopped the teachers and students who had rushed over after hearing the news. "Teacher Wang, what's going on up there? Why are people screaming? The voice sounds so familiar. Could it be Teacher Li? What happened? Speak up." The teachers looked anxious and wanted to go up to see what was going on, but were stopped by the three teachers. "President Kong is up there, and he ordered us to stop you. No one can go up there." A teacher had a gloomy face and a hoarse voice. The prestige of several deans is extremely high. They are all veterans who have withdrawn from the battlefield, and many teachers used to be their soldiers. So even though they couldn't understand Kong Hui's actions, they still insisted on carrying out his orders and didn't let anyone go to the roof. At the same time, the Jinqing army, one after another, figures cut through the sky at a speed faster than the speed of sound and appeared on the roof of the Intelligence Academy building. They are masters. The deans of the other three colleges and several respected old professors rushed over after receiving the message from Kong Hui, the dean of the School of Intelligence. After they arrived, like Kong Hui, no one tried to stop them. Jinqing army are all veterans in the army. They held high positions in the army in the past, so naturally they are people who know the inside story. They saw the scene on the rooftop and sensed the strange fluctuations rippling in Yi Qing and Li Mingzi. As a master, his essence, energy, and spirit are united, and he is able to control his own mental power. So they noticed the situation immediately. Spiritual power. This is spiritual power. Yi Qing has actually awakened a spiritual talent. A warrior with 2 talents, one of which is an A-level talent, and now he is also a spiritualist. Damn it, Qi Hung finally did something after all these years. Recruiting Yi Qing to the army is his greatest contribution, several deans and old professors exclaimed. Even though they have seen countless big scenes and fought on the battlefield for many years, they are still extremely shocked when they realize that Yi Qing has mastered mental power. Dual talents are already rare, and now there is an additional kind of mental power. In a sense, Yi Qing has 3 talents, one of which is an A-level lightning talent, and the other is a mental power talent. Both are extremely rare and precious. It is incredible that they are all gathered in one person. Although they were shocked, the masters only exchanged a few words and then looked at Yi Qing and Li Mingzi with serious expressions. How could there be a problem with Shaoli? Could it be that Yi Qing is seeking revenge again? Kong Hui, Dean of the Intelligence College, spoke up. Chapter 102 SS Level Talent. Secondary Spiritual C. The Truth Hidden by Li Mingzi. As the Dean of the Intelligence College, Kong Hui naturally knew Li Mingzi. He admired this young man who was obsessed with knowledge, and in order to give him more reference materials, he also upgraded his library access privileges. After the anti-espionage operation began, as the Dean of the Intelligence Academy, he investigated many people, but he never suspected Li Mingzi, who knew that Yi Qing would be the first to attack Li Mingzi. Yi Qing's authority is no less than ours now. This is an order personally issued by the Grand Master of the military region. We have no right to interfere with his actions. Gu Yaozong, the dean of the Battle Academy, spoke up. Even if they want to interfere, the principal has to come. He is a Grand Master, and his words carry some weight. Unfortunately, he is not in school now. Gu Yaozong continued. Just wait and see. It seems that Yi Qing has a special spiritual talent. Maybe he has really made a discovery, said an old professor. The other side. You swallowed a fragment of a Lord of the Underworld soul. Mental power plus 75, extraction progress plus 5%. You swallowed a fragment of the soul of the Lord of the Abyss. Mental power plus 72, extraction progress plus 4.8%. You swallowed. Mental strength. The cocoon in the spiritual sea has become complete, and strange waves are emitted from the cocoon. The transformation has reached its final moments. Tears of blood flowed from the corners of Li Mingzi's eyes, and his white eyes were filled with despair. His mind was close to collapse, and only one thought was still lingering in his mind. Why? Why do you treat me like this? The deans were clearly here, so why were they just standing there doing nothing? He didn't understand what was going on. Roar. That cold roar appeared again vaguely. The soul light sun in Li Mingzi's head began to burn violently. The leaping light was like an erupting volcano, and intense mental fluctuations emanated from it. The soul light tried desperately to resist the devouring power of Yi Qing's palm, but it was completely useless. It could only watch helplessly as it was swallowed up bit by bit. The light is fading and the sun is collapsing. The illusory eyes disappeared, and the severely weakened soul was not strong enough to manifest them. After a while, damn it, why? Li Mingzi suddenly shouted as if he had a last burst of energy, staring at Yi Qing with bloodshot eyes filled with resentment and anger. Hearing his shout, the deans and professors watching on the side were a little confused. Was Li Mingzi really wronged? Before anyone could think about it, click, click, a series of tiny shattering sounds came from Li Mingzi's head. With a bang, with a muffled sound, Li Mingzi's head exploded uncontrollably, and blood and brain matter splashed all over Yi Qing. The final resistance? Yi Qing opened his eyes and looked at what happened just now. It seemed that Li Mingzi didn't know what was going on. He shook his head. The system's prompt was very clear. Lord of the Abyss. It can't be wrong. He ignored the deans and professors beside him and sat down cross-legged. The progress of extracting the soul of the Lord of the Underworld has been completed. Do you want to start extracting? This was the first time that talent was extracted from mental power, and Yi Qing felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. Start. He gave the order directly. The next moment, a huge wave arose in the spirit sea, and the wave carrying countless crystals swept across the sky of the spirit sea. The crystals in it sparkled like stars in the Milky Way at night. The entire spiritual sea was shaking. Even the huge cocoon belonging to the S-level talent heart source Nirvana transformation was trembling, as if it had sensed some amazing existence. A strong feeling of dizziness and tingling came from my mind. The severe pain that Yi Qing had not experienced for a long time made him extremely surprised. Such intense and terrifying pain. Doesn't it mean that the talent that is about to be obtained is extremely powerful? His head felt like it was going to explode, and the smile on his face grew wider. But his face was now covered in blood, and his smile looked particularly creepy in the eyes of others. This kid, could it be that his mind has become twisted after going to the battlefield? Several deans and professors looked at each other, and they all felt a chill in their hearts. Looking at Li Mingzi's body, their faces did not look good. Just now, when Li Mingzi's head exploded, they sensed something abnormal in his mental power, which should never happen to a fourth-rank warrior. There's something wrong with Li Mingzi. Kong Hui was in a bad mood, with a flash of anger in his eyes. He hides it really well. Yi Qing can sense it, which may be related to his mental talent. A professor said slowly. They saw that Yi Qing seemed to have something important to do, so no one came forward to disturb him. The pain didn't last too long. A few minutes later, the pain quickly subsided, and the system prompt slowly appeared before my eyes. Extraction successful. You obtain SS-level talent. Secondary Spirit C. Immediately, a vast amount of information emerged in Yi Qing's mind, and the huge, profound, and obscure knowledge merged into his spiritual sea. SS-level talent. When Yi Qing noticed the level of the talent, a deep sense of surprise swept through his heart. A talent beyond S level has appeared. Yi Qing had imagined before that there might be higher levels of talent above S level. He had originally wanted to wait until there were more S level talents before trying to integrate them himself, but he didn't expect to unexpectedly obtain an SS level talent now. He quickly absorbed the knowledge, and after figuring out the function of the secondary spiritual C, the shock and joy in his heart could hardly be suppressed. The spirit C is where the souls of all living beings are held. Generally speaking, the spiritual C is located in the head of each living creature. And the secondary spiritual C, as the name suggests, it helps to open up a second spiritual C, not to mention that it can accommodate double the mental power. The most important function of the secondary spiritual C is that it can transfer the position of the soul so that it does not have to be fixed in the spiritual C of the head. In other words, Yi Qing opened up a second spiritual C and transferred his soul there. Even if his head was smashed by someone, he could not be killed. This is an extremely extraordinary talent. Combined with Yi Qing's dragon flame heavenly body, after he has mastered the ability to regenerate severed limbs, he may be able to regenerate severed heads. Such abilities are no longer something that normal people can relate to. Even if it is a level 8 master, after the head is smashed, he will die on the spot, and there is no possibility of survival. The more Yi Qing looked, the more surprised he was, and his mood improved. I found an important clue and also obtained an SS level talent. I made a fortune. Afterwards, he temporarily suppressed his joy and began to search for the truth hidden in Li Mingzi through the captured memory images. Pictures began to flicker. As the scenes go back, a chilling, desperate, and majestic atmosphere quietly emerges. Chapter 103. The 9th level monster is about to descend. The military district is shaken. The riot begins. Yi Qing observed those memory fragments from a first-person perspective, and the style was very normal at first. I have a fixed schedule of preparing lessons, looking up materials, and daily practice every day. As the timeline approaches the time when Li Mingzi was serving in the army, a strange and chilling feeling emerges. After the scene inside the abyss emerged, the perspective immediately changed. The scene appears from a magnificent perspective, as if looking down from the sky. On the ground in the picture, a group of human soldiers are fighting bloody battles. Some are screaming and being torn into pieces by giant beasts, while others roar and split the giant beasts in half. In the center of this team, there were several seriously injured soldiers covered in blood. The memory scene began to tremble, and everything on the ground began to rapidly enlarge. The owner of the perspective seemed to start diving, so fast that Yi Qing couldn't react for a while. Wait until the next moment. A ray of light cut through the darkness, and Li Mingzi opened his eyes. A lieutenant colonel with blood all over his face rushed up to him, picked him up, and shouted to retreat. The memory goes back again. Surrounded by a strange black fog and in the bottomless abyss, a huge body flashing with strange light was hovering in the darkness. On a stone suspended in the air, a person covered in brilliant golden light was kneeling devoutly. "My lord, I await your coming. Please rest assured, lord. Countless believers are lurking in Donglin and Jiangnan. With just one order, they will sacrifice their lives for your arrival." Excited voices echoed in the darkness. 8th level Grandmaster who had broken the limit 8 times. On the battlefield, he is the commander of an entire front line. He is extremely powerful and can directly influence the outcome of a war. But now he is kneeling so humbly. What kind of strength should the owner of this perspective, the Lord of the Underworld, have? 9th level? Or is it a higher level existence? About the situation at the 9th level. His current martial arts realm had only broken the limit 5 times. The realm of the 9th level was simply not something that could be reached by conventional means. The pictures ended everywhere, and everything in Li Mingzi's head was emptied. If a giant beast that surpasses the 8th level were to descend, it would inevitably trigger a war that would affect the fate of the nation. It seems that the riot of the Adventists is just a cover. Their real purpose is to bring a terrifying monster to the earth. Yi Qing was unable to fathom the methods of the Lord of the Underworld. The things he dug out from those memory scenes were no longer under his control. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. Yi Qing opened his eyes, wiped the blood off his face, and looked at the deans and old professors who were waiting on the side. "Yi Qing, do you have spiritual talents?" asked Gu Yaozong, the dean of the Combat Academy. "Yes, we can extract some of the other party's memory." Yi Qing nodded in response to his words. He had previously exchanged for the spiritual martial arts Wujian Dark Moonblade, so his identity as a spiritual master could definitely not be concealed. He had no intention of hiding it, as it could just cover up the fact that he had devoured the soul fragments of living beings. What have you discovered? When did Li Mingzi betray you? Asked Kong Hui, Dean of the Intelligence Academy. Li Mingzi did not betray. Yi Qing thought for a moment and explained, to be more precise, Li Mingzi died in the abyss. A powerful beast took over his body and lurked in our school. What? Hearing this, several masters were shocked. A giant beast occupied Li Mingzi's body and hid right under their noses, actually evading their perception. What level of means would that be? They immediately realized that this matter involved a lot of things. Gu Yaozong said in a deep voice, "This is not the place to talk. Come with us." After that, several masters rose into the air, took Yi Qing, and broke through the sound barrier in the blink of an eye, and rushed to a meeting room in the school committee building at the fastest speed. Yi Qing didn't say any more words. He directly turned on the communicator, found the military district's exclusive channel, and applied to report important intelligence. Soon, the communication was connected, and the communicator was linked to the holographic projection of the conference room. A middle-aged man with 2 general stars on his shoulders and a dignified face appeared. "I am Li Zidao, Lieutenant General and Commander of the Southern Military Region, and the person in charge of this anti-traitor operation." The voice of Li Zidao, a Lieutenant General of the Military Region and a Grandmaster, rang out in the conference room. Gu Yaozong and others were shocked when they saw this. They didn't expect that Yi Qing's report would directly alarm the Lieutenant General, and they all stood up and saluted. "Long time no see, everyone." Li Zidao returned the greeting and nodded to the old professors. He then turned to look at Yi Qing. "Yi Qing, I heard that you have intelligence that affects the entire front. What's going on?" Lieutenant General Li Zidao. Yi Qing had heard of his name. Some time ago, during the Abyss riot defending the number 31 frontline operations base, it was this Lieutenant General who came to suppress it and slew the descending giant beast, thus resolving the crisis. Yi Qing saluted seriously, and then told everyone the information he had obtained. "The riot is only superficial. Those beasts are so cunning. A level 9 beast, if it were to really land on the ground." After hearing the information Yi Qing told them, Li Zidao, Gu Yaozong, and others' faces changed drastically. Donglin Province and Jiangnan Province. Kong Hui's mind raced, and he immediately produced a holographic map, pointing to a wasteland adjacent to Donglin Province and Jiangnan Province, and said solemnly, "About a few months ago, there was an abnormal movement in the number 11 wasteland crack, and the giant beast in the depths of the wasteland fled to the edge of the wasteland. At that time, the military district sent people to investigate and believed that the crack had a tendency to expand. Now it seems that the only thing that meets the conditions is this Abyss crack. The Advent faction wants to use the power of the Lord of the Abyss to expand the crack, so that this crack that can only accommodate a level 6 behemoth can be expanded, so that the level 9 behemoth can descend." Yi Qing looked at the place where Dean Kong Hui pointed, and his heart moved slightly. If the crack extends to Donglin Province, the edge area will just include his hometown, Linen City. When he first entered the wilderness, he encountered a giant beast escaping from the depths at the edge of the wilderness. He didn't know what was going on at the time. Now that the clues are connected, it turns out that there were traces to follow back then. Yi Qing's mood became solemn. His only relative in this world, his father, is in Linen City. The location of this wilderness crack is too special. If it suddenly expands, it will form a pincer attack with the crack on the front line. When it is attacked from both sides, the entire southern defense line will be at risk of collapse. Kong Hui pointed out the problem. The expressions of the masters present were extremely heavy. They all realized the seriousness of the matter. If Yi Qing's information is true, the cracks in the wasteland area near the rear suddenly widened, and a level 9 behemoth beast arrived with its herd. Even if it fails to break through the front battlefield defense line, the behemoth will turn around and rush to the rear, which is enough to cause horrific casualties measured in billions. This is something that no one can accept. Damn these scums of the Advent sect. Li Zidao's face turned ugly, and he said in a deep voice, "This matter must be kept secret. I will report to the military district headquarters and verify the relevant situation." Yi Qing, the intelligence still needs to be verified. You continue to be on standby at the military. If there is an emergency mission, you will still be needed to carry it out. After Li Zidao finished speaking to Yi Qing, the communication was cut off and his figure disappeared. 1 minute after Yi Qing finished his report, Li Zidao came to his office and pressed the emergency button on the desk. Soon, urgent orders were sent from the military region to task personnel in various places. With the information provided by Yi Qing, the intelligence exploration became more targeted, and relevant intelligence was sent to the Intelligence Analysis Department. The experienced intelligence officers did not dare to waste a moment and extracted information clues from countless intelligence and verified the possibilities. 3 hours after Yi Qing finished his report, exclamations rang out in the Intelligence Analysis Department. Through verification and speculation, they concluded that the information provided by Yi Qing was true and the probability of the incident occurring was close to 90%. The conclusion was reached and the military district was shocked. The entire military high command was alarmed. Grand Masters appeared in the remote meeting one after another. Finally, a general appeared in the conference room. The Grand Master stood up and saluted in unison. The white-haired admiral scanned the entire room, his eyes as sharp as lightning, and without a word of nonsense, he gave the order on the spot. The entire army enters the first level of combat readiness, under the sonorous and powerful command. Yes, all the 8th-rank Grandmasters, including Li Zidao, shouted the order. The meeting was extremely short, with only 2 simple sentences, but it mobilized millions of troops. From the highest level of the military, emergency assembly calls sounded in various combat bases, logistics bases, and other places. Amid the shrill alarms, fully armed soldiers rushed towards the armored troop carriers at the fastest speed. Amid the roar of the engines, torrents of armored vehicles rushed towards Donglin and Jiangnan from all directions. Flames spewed out from the muzzles of the cannons, and the beasts that were blocking the march were turned into ashes before they could get close. Sonic waves streaked across the sky as a master-level major general patrolled the sky, easily killing any flying beast that tried to harass the troops. Almost the entire southern military region was mobilized. All the forces that could be mobilized began to rush towards Donglin Province and Jiangnan Province. That's not all. The aristocratic families in Donglin and Jiangnan received orders from the military, requiring them to send mid-level and high-level warriors from their families to participate in the defense tasks of various lines of defense. No family dared to disobey orders. They all sent their warriors to join the support team. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the 2 provinces, and a depressing atmosphere formed, brewing a war that was about to break out. Somewhere in Donglin Province, in a base hidden deep underground, the computer screen suddenly began to flicker. Information from all over the place popped up one after another, and after being processed by the computer, a sharp buzzing sound rang out underground. What's going on? This is the highest warning. What happened? Several figures rushed over, and after reading the information from various places, their faces changed slightly, and they spoke in shock. The troops are moving. How did they get the information that they were gathering in Donglin Province and Jiangnan Province? Don't be impatient. A hoarse voice sounded, pointing at a piece of information and sneering. They only found part of the correct information. Wasteland Rift number 11? Hey! The other few people followed the direction of his finger and saw a piece of information. They immediately breathed a sigh of relief and then sneered. It's okay. It won't affect the overall situation. Let them go. We will deploy heavy troops to guard the number 11 crack. Ha ha ha. How can a group of maggots imagine the power of a lord? By the time they find out, they will probably be dead. After the laughter, everyone's expressions became serious. But now that they have started, we have to speed up. Send a message to those believers and tell them that it is time to sacrifice for the Lord. A few minutes later, in the underground space, secret messages were delivered through various channels to the Adventists hiding in Donglin Province and Jiangnan Province. At the same time, office workers in the subway, female teachers in schools, doctors in hospitals, company bosses in meetings and office buildings. People from all walks of life received the message at the same time. They stopped what they were doing, looked at the communicators in their hands, then the corners of their mouths raised, revealing excited smiles from the bottom of their hearts. Teacher Zhang, what are you laughing at? Boss Wang, is there anything good? Why are you smiling so happily? Dr. Lan, is my condition improving? When asked similar questions, they smiled strangely and said in unison, yes, something great is about to happen. Jiangnan Province, Yunqing City, Jinqing Military Force. The day after Yi Qing's report, Zhang Qingyi walked on the road with a frown on her brow. Since yesterday, she suddenly felt uneasy and felt that something big was about to happen. She recalled her memories of her past life, but couldn't find any suspicious points. According to my memory, there shouldn't be any major events happening in the near future. Could it be that there are new variables? Zhang Qingyi frowned. She found that more and more things were going off track. The feeling of being out of control made her very anxious, and she was eager to find out the reasons behind it. Thinking of this, Zhang Qingyi paused, and a figure appeared in her mind. Yi Qing. Even though Feng Yunian was crippled, he was not severely punished. He seemed to be doing well in the army. Could he know the inside story? Zhang Qingyi wanted to ask, but she held back. Just as she was struggling, the communicator in her pocket began to vibrate wildly. Not only her, many people on campus stopped and turned on their communicators to check the situation. She turned on the communicator, and her pupils shrank immediately. It was a series of news headlines from all over the place with similar content. Adventist riot launched a terrorist attack in XX casualties. The targets of the attacks were large and small. Some were schools and hospitals, some were shopping malls and squares, and some were simply attacks on local garrison bases. For a time, all the major cities in Donglan Province and Jiangnan Province close to the Wasteland fell into chaos. Exclamations rang out across the campus. However, before the students who had just learned the news could start discussing it, boom! A deafening explosion came from the center of Yunqing City. The flames that shot up into the sky dyed half of the sky red, and the ground beneath their feet was shaking slightly. At the same time, dormitory number 01. Yi Qing, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, and the watch on his wrist showed an urgent order. Chapter 104. Soul fragments flying elsewhere. Grandmaster of Sacrifice, the abyss descends. Since submitting the information, Yi Qing has hardly gone out except for eating. The Adventists have great ambitions, and a great war is bound to break out. For Yi Qing, war is an opportunity to quickly improve his strength. In order to adjust his condition to the peak, Yi Qing focused on strengthening his proficiency in the A-level group talent. With the help of his mental power that had skyrocketed in the past 2 days, he was able to focus on many things and control 100 Dark Moon blades. Hearing the roar coming from outside, Yi Qing looked down at the tactical watch on his wrist, his eyes fixed. The Adventist uprising has begun. The mission sent from the military district was extremely brief. The Adventists are rioting in various places. The crack number 11 is showing an abnormal expansion trend. Immediately go to the number 8 frontline combat base to participate in the garrison mission. The Abyss Fissure number 11, where the high-level behemoth is about to descend, is the place with the strongest defense. The strongest troops are stationed in several combat bases nearby. The number 8 frontline combat base is the closest combat base to Yunqing City. It is located on the flank of this defense line and has relatively few garrison troops. Although it is the flank of the defense line, according to the analysis of the Military District's Intelligence Department, once the crack expands, the impact suffered by the flank defense line will be no less than that of previous large-scale wars. Yi Qing glanced at the communication channel of Team 7. Captain Xiong Linquan and his colleagues were assigned to the forward area, and the risks they faced were extremely great. The assembly call sounded on the campus of Jinxing Military Academy. As a military student, you become a member of the army from the moment you enter school. Therefore, after receiving the order, the school committee immediately began to organize senior students to participate in the operation to suppress the Adventist riots in Yunqing City. One after another, students with strong vitality rushed out from the teaching building, laboratory building, and even the dormitory. They were all fully armed, carrying their own equipment, and exuded a murderous aura. A tutor yelled at people, and after making sure the team had gathered, he immediately led them out of the school gate. At this moment, Jinxing Military Force no longer looked like a school, but rather a well-trained military camp. Even the freshmen were no exception. They began to gather and rushed out of the school gate under the guidance of their teachers. There was a sharp sound of breaking air in the sky, and several figures left white traces in the air and headed straight for the outside of Yunqing City. Yi Qing, let's go to the number 8 combat base first. You can go with the teachers from the school. The voice floated to my ears from afar. It was the voice of Gu Yaozong, the dean of the combat academy. The 7th level master can fly in the air at an extremely fast speed and rush to the front line first. Yi Qing naturally had no objection. Combat Base Number 8 was said to be the closest to Yunqing City, but it was still several hundred kilometers away. If he were to travel by himself, it would be a waste of energy. He took his things, and with a slight thought, put both the red-gold dragon-pattern halberd and the infinite dark moon blade into his storage bracelet. The storage bracelet that Feng Yunian gave to Yi Qing was a small space that was 4 meters long, wide and high. It couldn't store much, but it was enough for some sundries. As a member of the Feng family, Feng Yunian is a typical rich second generation. There are tens of millions in cash and a lot of supplements in his bracelet. However, those medicines had little effect on Yi Qing. The recovery power brought by the healing potion inside is far inferior to the self-healing ability of his S-level talent, Longyan Yudianku. Yi Qing deposited all the cash into the card and transferred it directly to his father. He told him that he was going to travel to the rear city temporarily and did not tell him the truth about the war. After taking his equipment, Yi Qing changed into his military uniform. A flashing military rank appeared on his shoulder. The riot had begun, and he no longer needed to hide his identity. The roar of an armored personnel carrier sounded in front of the dormitory. A 5th-level instructor poked his head out and said, "Yi Qing, get in the car." "Okay." Yi Qing walked out of the dormitory and got in the car immediately. "Good fellow, Lieutenant Colonel." The instructor couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, then quickly reacted and drove out of the dormitory area. Armored vehicles shuttled through the campus, and many freshmen saw Yi Qing in the car and couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, armored personnel carriers are not needed to suppress riots in the city. Only the troops heading to the front line can use this thing. Many people had complicated expressions, especially when they noticed Yi Qing in military uniform. With a solemn expression and the military rank on his shoulders, a huge sense of disappointment emerged in their hearts. When will I be able to wear a military uniform and go to the front line with the rank of lieutenant colonel like Yi Qing? Unconsciously, the freshman's fear of Yi Qing gradually turned into yearning and admiration. Zhang Qingyi also saw Yi Qing sitting quietly in the car, and her heart was shocked. Lieutenant Colonel rank, 5th-level warrior. He is actually at level 5. No wonder he defeated Feng Yunian so easily. We were all of the same age and went to the same school. So why is the gap between us getting bigger and bigger? I barely have the qualifications to go to the battlefield, but the other party is going to the front line directly with the instructor. Zhang Qingyi felt a growing sense of urgency. She secretly made up her mind to improve herself as quickly as possible. This riot was an opportunity for her to show her strength and talent in exchange for more training resources, and perhaps qualify to go to the battlefield as soon as possible. Once you reach the frontline battlefield, you can come into contact with the remains of the number 9 prehistoric civilization. If you upgrade your talent to S level there, everything will be easy. Zhang Qingyi withdrew her gaze, determined her goal, and some confidence reappeared in her heart. The armored vehicle rushed out of Zhenxing Military Academy and passed by 2 neighboring military universities. Yi Qing discovered that there was chaos in the 2 martial arts universities, and the Adventists had attacked the 2 martial arts universities. The teachers in the school had the upper hand, so Yi Qing had no intention of taking action. However, a few Adventists noticed the armored vehicle and rushed over carrying powerful explosive packs. Their expressions were fanatical and fearless, and the bombs in their hands had already been activated. Grass! A mentor in the carriage cursed and was about to jump off the car to deal with those Adventists when a dark light flew past him. Puff, puff! The blade cut through the air, passing by silently, and the sharp blade directly cut off the thighs of several Adventists. A few plops. The Adventists fell to the ground, with the bombs falling right before their eyes. Boom! Flames erupted, and their bodies were blown to pieces. A beam of black light flew out from the wave of fire, returned to Yi Qing, and slowly rotated on his fingertips. Yi Qing was too lazy to take action against a few low-level Adventists. He was just worried that it would affect his forward speed, so he used the Dark Moonblade. He waved his hand slightly, and his mental powers surged out, trying to devour the soul fragments of those people. However, there was no bright ball of light flying out of the waves of fire. Yi Qing raised his eyebrows slightly and looked intently. He saw some bright spots of light, like sand, rushing up into the sky in the sea of fire and flying rapidly towards a distance. Those were the soul fragments of the dead Advent sect. Yi Qing was a little slow in his action, and the soul fragments flew away like a meteor. Yi Qing's eyes changed slightly as he looked at the flight path of the soul sand particles and discovered that it was the direction from Yunqing City to combat base number 8. This has never happened before. Yi Qing frowned, vaguely feeling that the Adventist sect's riot would not be that simple. Before leaving the city, Yi Qing and his party encountered many members of the Advent sect. Their behavior was exactly the same. When they saw the armored vehicles, they rushed forward with fanatical expressions. However, before he got close, he was cut into pieces by the dark moonblade. Yi Qing observed carefully and found that the moment he chopped those believers to death, he began to devour their soul fragments. He felt a slight pulling sensation, as if something was competing with him for these soul fragments. Weird, really weird. What the hell? Yi Qing was a little unhappy, so he immediately increased his strength and swallowed all those soul fragments. Only then did the irritability in his heart ease. These scums of the Advent sect are really crazy. The whole Yunqing city is in chaos. The defense line on Yunqing is on the flank, and the riots are so large, you can imagine what other cities are like. Damn it, we can't kill them all no matter how hard we try. I don't know how many innocent people will die in this riot. Inside the carriage, several instructors had gloomy expressions. Their strength is all at level 5, except for one old man who is only at level 3, but his military rank is the highest in the entire carriage. Colonel Rank, chief designer of the X-Max anti-tank artillery system, a master of the military industry, Professor Xiao Yongliang of the Forging Academy. He needs to go to the frontline combat base to collect various data on the anti-tank artillery and prepare for the research and development of subsequent weapon systems. X-Max anti-tank gun. Yi Qing had seen that thing at base 31. The muzzle was thick enough to hold a giant beast, and one shot could directly kill a level 6 beast. This trip is to combat base number 8, and Yi Qing and his companions are also responsible for escort. Okay, Xiaoya needs to rest after using his mental power frequently, so please keep your voices down, Professor Xiao said. At this time, the armored vehicle had left Yunqing City and entered the Wasteland outside the city. It was often harassed by giant beasts, but they were all killed one by Yi Qing with the Dark Moon Blade. Professor, why do you have to go there in person to collect data? It's too dangerous there, said a tutor. The X-Max system still has defects. Its power will be greatly reduced after continuous firing. If this problem can be solved quickly, there will be fewer casualties among the soldiers on the front line. I must go there myself, Professor Xiao said firmly. After hearing this, the others were unable to say anything and fell silent. The roar of the engines became more and more deafening, and the armored convoy gradually moved away from the city and began to go deeper into the wilderness. Near Wasteland Rift number 11, several combat bases were heavily garrisoned, and masters with great energy and blood rushed to the bases one after another. The sky was covered with dark clouds, blocking the sunlight. The sky and the earth were dim. It was clearly noon, but it felt like it was late at night. Boom! A loud explosion came from deep in the wilderness. A thick black fog surged over the far horizon, and in it there seemed to be a pair of huge scarlet eyes staring at the combat base. Alarms rang out across several large combat bases. Everyone pay attention. The crack in Wasteland number 11 is starting to expand. A level 7 monster is coming. A torrent of steel poured out from the base. A smoke of blood and energy rose above the heads of several major generals and masters. They leaped up and rushed towards the direction of the crack without saying a word. It's really starting to expand. In the combat command room, a grandmaster suddenly stood up. Li Zidao's face was solemn as he stared at the black fog in the distance, his heart shrouded in a layer of haze. He always felt that something was wrong. How did the Adventists widen the rift? Where is the power of the Lord of the underworld manifested? Roar! As I was thinking, a roar was heard. Level 8 behemoth. So fast, an 8th level monster is coming. Exclamations rang out in the command room. I'll go, Li Zidao volunteered, broke through the air and rushed towards the core area in the black fog. In the command room, an old man with white hair appeared, with 3 general stars shining on his shoulders. Minister! The Grand Master stood up and saluted, their eyes brightened. A large number of beasts rushed out of the black fog, and the fighting had already begun on the front lines of all parties. Artillery fire rang out, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the war broke out completely. At the same time, outside Yunqing City, in the ruins of a small town, excited shouts rang out from the basement of a collapsed building. It's going to work. Our plan is finally going to work. The Lord is about to come, and the filth of this world will finally be washed away. Countless ordinary believers have sacrificed their blood and souls today. Now, it is finally our turn. A strange light suddenly appeared in the dim underground space. A crystal scale that was several dozen meters long appeared, emitting a strange light. Beneath the scales, 5 people knelt on the ground, their eyes fanatical and shining. A surge of strong and surging blood and energy burst out from their bodies, and a faint golden light enveloped them. The 5 of them are incredibly powerful. 1 is a grandmaster and 4 are masters. This was an extremely powerful force, but at this moment it did something that was enough to shock everyone. With a puff, a sharp blade appeared in their hands, and they acted decisively, cutting their necks directly. Scarlet blood gushed out, staining the huge scales red. The next moment, the 50-meter-long scale suddenly burst in a brilliant light, penetrating dozens of meters of rock strata and soaring into the sky. From somewhere in the darkness, there seemed to be a roar resounding between heaven and earth. At the same time, Yi Qing in the armored vehicle suddenly raised his head, his figure flashed, and appeared on the roof of the armored vehicle. He looked up, and his pupils shrank sharply. I only saw a huge, illusory figure covering half of the sky in the distance. A terrifying aura swept in all directions, cold, cruel, and tyrannical. Yi Qing was breathing heavily. He looked up at the sky and saw balls of bright light flying from behind. They merged into a huge phantom that covered half of the sky, making its body become more solid. A pair of eyes as bright as the moon slowly opened, looking down at the land below with indifference. That is, the Lord of the Underworld. In kilometers hovered in the air, a huge mouth slowly opened, and a dazzling beam of light fell from the sky. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted in the next second. The earth began to shake, large pieces of soil were blown away, and a huge crack suddenly appeared on the ground, like a hideous scar, and it was still expanding rapidly. Thick black fog erupted from the cracks, and shrill roars were heard from it. One after another, huge beasts descended, and the surging herds began to run wildly. An unrecorded abyss crack has come into the world. Chapter 105, Yi Qing's Speculation, Flying with Objects. The Lord of the Abyss is missing half of his soul. What's going on? The terrified shouts rang in my ears. The ground surged like waves, and an armored vehicle was nearly overturned. Instructors jumped out of the vehicles and looked in disbelief at the huge shadow that covered half of the sky. What is that? A behemoth? It seems to be a high-level behemoth. Oh my God, it wants to open a new abyss crack here. How can such a giant beast come silently? Report it quickly. Everyone's eyes widened as great fear swept through their hearts. They even suspected that they were hallucinating. But the huge monster hovering in the distant sky, the roar coming from the ears, and the temperature around that was obviously becoming colder, all pointed out the reality of what was happening in front of them. One instructor reacted very quickly and used the communication device in the car to contact the combat base. A beast that can open and expand the abyss must be at least level 9. How could it appear on the ground without making any sound? Professor Shao stared at the figure of the Lord of the Nether Abyss, with a hint of doubt in his solemn expression. That shouldn't be his real body. Li Mingzi from the Intelligence Academy. His body is occupied by this giant beast. It seems to be a kind of giant beast whose body structure is completely composed of mental power. The soul of the Lord of the Underworld in Li Mingzi's mind. The system suddenly displayed the extraction progress. If the Lord of the Underworld is a giant beast composed of spiritual energy, then the spiritual power is equivalent to its body. By devouring its body, one can naturally gain extraction progress. His eyes were sharp as he stared at the sky, and he saw some bright fragments flying from afar, like meteors dragging a line of light in the air and merging into the body of the giant beast. That is, a fragment of a living being's soul. Thoughts raced through Yi Qing's mind, and various clues of information connected into one line. Suddenly, he had a feeling of sudden enlightenment. No wonder the Lord of the Underworld used part of his body to occupy Li Mingzi's body, and no wonder the soul fragments of those Adventists would fly to the Wasteland. Is this smuggling? There must be many people like Li Mingzi. The Lord of the Underworld split off a small part of his body, hit it deep in the human mind, and finally condensed an avatar composed of part of his own body directly on the ground. Then, with the help of the spiritual power of the followers of the Advent sect, he increased the strength of his clone to a terrifying level in a short period of time. This giant beast composed of mental power has truly bizarre methods. But it seems that guy has no consciousness yet. Yi Qing had a special vision. He could see that although the body of the lord of the underworld was extremely huge, he did not have the brilliant light of a soul. He looked behind him, narrowed his eyes slightly, and searched carefully in the rays of light. Sure enough, among the countless streams of light, a soul fragment was like a comet, dragging a thick stream of light and flying towards this side rapidly. Yi Qing's breathing became heavy, and the current situation was extremely critical. New cracks have appeared. If the Lord of the Underworld soul is allowed to return to his body, who knows what the consequences will be? It is even possible to directly expand the crack to a size large enough to accommodate the arrival of its real body. Yi Qing seriously suspected that this was the real purpose of the Advent sect. That Wasteland Rift number 11 is nothing more than a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Yi Qing looked at the comet, and a rather strange idea emerged in his mind. The scene before my eyes was like eating a self-service hot pot dish with plates of delicious food placed on the conveyor belt in front of me, waiting for my selection. That comet is like food on a conveyor belt. Should we take it or not? Yi Qing only took a second to think about this question. Take. There was a stern look in his eyes. Since it was now the critical moment, he would be in trouble if he didn't take it. Hurry, get to base 8, as fast as possible. At this time, the convoy had started moving again. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn. They were now in the wilderness, nearly 100 kilometers away from base number 8. If they were surrounded by the beasts and without the protection of trenches and bunkers, they would be in great danger. The diesel engine roared and ran at full speed. You guys go first, I have something to do. Yi Qing suddenly said to Professor Xiao and others. Are you crazy? Being alone in a place like this can be fatal, a tutor said anxiously. That thing doesn't have any subjective consciousness yet. If we delay it, it might be too late. Yi Qing shook his head, his thoughts slightly moving. Of the storage bracelet, and one dark moon blade after another appeared beside Yi Qing. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, a round dark moon appeared behind Yi Qing. The dark moon silently rotated and floated slowly to Yi Qing's feet. Yi Qing stepped on it. An invisible mental power burst out. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, his figure soared into the sky and turned into a black stream of light that went straight into the sky. Flying with an object, has his mental strength reached this level? Professor Xiao looked into the distance and could no longer see Yi Qing. Hurry up, it's too late. The instructor at the side had a complicated look in his eyes. He directly pulled Professor Xiao into the car, closed the door, and the armored vehicle rushed forward. The strong wind was whistling in my ears, and misty clouds were surrounding me. Flying is the privilege of strong. After a warrior breaks the human body's limits 7 times and becomes a master, he can master the power of heaven and earth and gain the ability to fly through the air. As for a spiritualist, once his mental power reaches a certain level, he can directly control objects to fly. It was his first flight, and Yi Qing didn't feel very excited. He turned his head and looked into the distance. A thick black fog was erupting from the crack on the surface. The beam of light from the mouth of the huge clone was extremely dazzling, constantly bombarding the ground and expanding the size of the crack. Time was running out, so Yi Qing sped up. The cries of birds and giant beasts could be heard from the side. The sky is the home turf of flying beasts. A black light flew out from the dark moon under Yi Qing's feet and directly split the head of a winged bird that tried to attack into 2 halves. Blood spilled from the sky, and corpses fell rapidly. A blood-red tentacle flew out and sucked the winged bird into a dried corpse in the blink of an eye. Yi Qing retracted the blood-sucking vine and locked his eyes on the comet flying in front of him at an extremely fast speed. The dark moon under his feet cut through the air, and his speed suddenly increased. Bang! A layer of white air wave appeared beside Yi Qing, and with a deafening explosion, his speed broke through the sound barrier. The next moment, the huge comet appeared in front of Yi Qing. Yi Qing immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed. An invisible, devouring power burst out in his palm. You swallowed a fragment of the Lord of the Underworld's soul, spiritual power plus 51. You swallowed a fragment of the Lord of the Underworld soul, spiritual power plus 48. You swallowed a piece of the Lord of the Abyss. Reminders echoed in my mind. There's indeed more than one soul, but relatively speaking, the sun, in Li Ming's mind, is obviously the largest. Roar! A roar exploded in my ears. The comet in front of him began to struggle. It sensed its own weakening and wanted to break away from Yi Qing's control. Want to run? A sinister smile appeared on Yi Qing's lips. He hugged it in his arms, and his devouring power increased sharply, swallowing this comet directly into his body. His mental strength began to improve. The second transformation of the heart source nirvana transformation was about to be completed, and he focused his main mental energy on opening up the secondary spiritual sea. He chose the right side of his chest, avoiding what ordinary people consider to be the vital points. Even if someone attacks his body, they will most likely choose the left side of the chest where the heart is located and will not attack other parts of the body. This is relatively concealed. Not long, the comet disappeared, and the fragment of the soul of the Lord of the Underworld was once again swallowed by Yi Qing. The soul of the Lord of the Underworld among the rain-like soul fragments. He soon found two more, flying at extremely fast speeds, so he could only choose the larger one to devour. You swallowed a fragment of the soul of the Lord of the Abyss. Spiritual power plus 42. You swallowed a fragment of the soul of the Lord of the Abyss. Spiritual power plus 47. You swallowed a fragment of the soul of the Lord of the Abyss. Spiritual power plus 39. Pieces of soul fragments appeared one after another. Yi Qing had increased the speed of swallowing as quickly as possible, but he still saw many fragments flying into the body of the giant monster in the distance. Roar! Its leopard-like head lowered, and a hint of intelligence appeared between its eyes. Operation Base 8. Amid the shrill alarms, the shocked exclamations never stopped. The highest commander of the base, Major General Tang Feng, and Gu Yaozong and others who had just arrived at the base were stunned. Looking at the huge figure that was almost within reach, their hearts were filled with shock. Quickly report the situation to the headquarters. Tang Feng turned his head and shouted, then issued combat orders to the front line. In fact, there was no need for him to give orders. From the moment the crack appeared, many fronts had already started fierce battles with the beasts, with continuous artillery fire and the sound of fighting. Some positions were in extremely unfortunate locations and were directly surrounded by the beasts. After only a brief resistance, the positions were overwhelmed by the surging beasts. That's not all. The locations of several cracks are relatively close to Yunqing City, and a part of the beast herd has already rushed towards Yunqing City where the civil strife has not yet ended. For a while, the flank defense line of base number 8 and Yunqing City was instantly thrown into chaos. A town in ruins. The underground space had collapsed long ago, and several warriors with faces as pale as paper struggled to crawl out of the ruins. They were martial artists at the master level, but now they needed to support each other to walk. The blood in their bodies was almost drained. If it weren't for the strong vitality of high-level martial artists, they would have died on the spot. They saw the phantom roaring, its eyes full of fanaticism and excitement, kneeling on the ground and shouting loudly. It's returning. The Lord's soul is beginning to return. As long as the souls hiding in various places return, this clone of the Lord will be able to reach the 8th level. At that time, it can work together with the Lord's main body to create an unprecedented large rift. After lying dormant for so many years, our dream is finally going to come true. Several people had tears in their eyes and were extremely excited. But soon, someone discovered something suspicious. After the clone roared, there was no further movement. There was some spirituality in its eyes, but not much. That bit of spirituality was improving, but the speed was far slower than expected. What's going on? Did the blood sacrifice ritual go awry? Several people immediately denied this speculation. For this plan, they had been working hard for who knows how long and had practiced the key steps countless times. How could there be any mistakes? So what is the situation now? They couldn't figure it out, so they turned to look at the Grandmaster. This Grandmaster had donated the most blood and essence, and at this moment he was the weakest person. He looked for a long time, and his pale face suddenly turned purple. Not returning? Why haven't you returned yet? You are so close. Why haven't you returned yet? He said several sentences in a row, with a flash of panic in his eyes. The Jinqing military force is in Yunqing City, the closest to this place. Logically speaking, The largest soul should have returned long ago. But now, there is no movement. What happened? He couldn't figure it out, but he could guess that something must have gone wrong. He immediately opened his mouth to spit out blood, but only spat out a mouthful of green bile. Roar! At the same time, the deafening roar echoed between heaven and earth. Hovering in the sky twisted its body, and the spirituality in its eyes became more and more intense, with a surge of anger emerging from it. The most crucial part is missing. The underworld realized its own flaws. At least 1/3 of its soul that had been hiding on the ground was gone. The most important part has not returned yet. Its several kilometer long body lit up with a strange light, trying to summon its most powerful soul. However, 10 full seconds passed, and it didn't get any response. Several of my souls disappeared for no reason. The netherworld was puzzled. With his methods, no one would be able to detect any abnormalities unless a 9th-level warrior personally investigated. What is going on? The expansion of the cracks on the ground has slowed down, and now it can only accommodate the arrival of a level 7 behemoth. The worst thing was that the Lord of the Netherworld discovered that with his current soul power, he could only control the power of quasi-8th level, and the strength of his clone did not reach the expected 8th level. Damn it! A vast spiritual wave swept over, and the Lord of the Underworld's clone roared to the sky, angry to the extreme. If the clone cannot reach level 8, the speed at which it expands a crack will slow down. If time is delayed too long, the real body may not be able to arrive. By then, the whole plan will fail. This is unacceptable. Angry, unwilling, and crazy roars rang out, just when the Lord of the Underworld's clone regained some of his intelligence. Very far away, Yi Qing lowered his head and rushed towards the ground. In order to avoid being noticed by the giant beast, he did not care that the ground under his feet was already covered by the giant beasts, and jumped directly into the surging herd of beasts like the roaring Yangtze River. Chapter 106, car number 3, is ready to be sacrificed. The Lord of the Underworld takes action. The giant beasts that descended from the abyss were often slightly stronger. Yi Qing fell to the ground like a meteor and smashed the head of a level 4 giant beast into pieces like a cannonball. A piece of bloody meat flew into his mouth and was swallowed whole by Yi Qing. You swallowed a piece of flesh and blood of a rock-backed rhinoceros. HP plus 14, extraction progress plus 2%. You swallowed a portion of the blood of the Rock Ridge rhino. Chi and health plus 102, extraction progress plus 28%. Wrapped around the huge rock-ridged rhino like a python. Its hard skin that could withstand rifle bullets was directly pierced by the tentacles, and all the blood in its body was sucked dry in an instant. Ouch! Rock-ridged rhinos noticed Yi Qing, stopped running, turned around, and rushed towards Yi Qing. The scimitar-like horn on their heads was enough to pierce through an armored vehicle. I don't have time to waste with you guys. A dark moon rose in front of Yi Qing, and then suddenly dispersed. The sharp blade began to rotate and flew forward like a drill. Phew! Faced with the meat grinder-like sharp blade, the rock rhinoceros, known for its defensive ability, had no ability to resist. A bloody passage composed of blood, minced flesh, and broken bones appeared in front of Yi Qing. Yi Qing's figure flashed and turned into a black shadow rushing forward. Wherever he passed, pieces of flesh flew up and condensed into a river of blood that flew towards his mouth. At the same time, little balls of bright light flew out from the corpses and were all swallowed up by Yi Qing. You swallowed a piece of the soul fragment of the Rock Ridge rhino, mental power plus 3. You swallowed a piece of flesh and blood of a rock-ridged rhinoceros, HP plus 19, progress plus 3%. You swallowed a piece of flesh and blood of a rock-backed rhinoceros, HP plus 20, extraction progress plus 3%. Yi Qing rushed out of the group of rock-ridged rhinos. The extraction progress had been completed. He immediately began to extract and acquired a defensive-type B-level talent. Yi Qing's speed began to increase, and with the blessing of the breath of heaven and earth, his speed continued to rise, and a layer of white air visible to the naked eye wrapped him. According to the current distribution density of the behemoths, the situation of the convoy that left not long ago should not be too good. Thinking of this, Yi Qing increased his speed again. Too many behemoths, and vehicle number 3 is out of ammunition. Car number SAXS ammunition reserve is less than 20%. The engine of car number 4 is damaged, and its power has been reduced by 50%. We're going to fall behind the team. With the emblem of the Zhengqing Military Academy was running across the wilderness. The anti-aircraft machine guns above their heads spewed dazzling flames, and high-explosive armor-piercing shells pierced the bodies of one giant beast after another. One by one, the instructors rushed out of the carriages, surrounded the convoy, and tried their best to prevent the beast from approaching. When someone was injured and retreated back into the carriage, someone else immediately rushed out to take his place. Most of the instructors are at level 5, which is quite powerful, but they cannot withstand the large number of giant beasts. They have to fight while keeping up with the convoy, which consumes a lot of their energy and blood. Professor Xiao did not go to Base 8 alone. There were several students with him, all of whom were members of his technical research team, and also the main RD members of the X-Max combat defense system. They were the weakest, and several students were only at the 3rd level, which meant they were of little use in this kind of battle. So they were immediately transferred to car number 2 behind the lead car and became the protection target of the entire convoy. Every instructor knew that if the combat defense system designed by Professor Xiao could be perfected, it would be of great value, so no one complained. In order to prevent car number 2 from being attacked, one instructor even used his body to block the sharp claws of a giant beast, and his chest and abdomen were cut open alive, with his internal organs spilling all over the floor. Professor Xiao and others had red eyes, and their bodies were shaking. They're not cowardly. As members of the military, they also have the blood of a soldier. A student from the RD team heard the roar in the communication, took a deep breath, grabbed a backpack, and jumped out of the car without waiting for others to stop him, went against the convoy, and jumped onto the front of the number 4 armored vehicle. "What are you doing?" The driver of car number 4 was shocked. The student said nothing, but with a burst of strength, he lifted off the badly damaged hood, took out the tools from his backpack, and began to repair the alloy pipes while enduring the high temperature. The gears flew and cut his arm, revealing the white bones underneath. Without saying a word, he used all his strength to replace the broken alloy parts. Boom! The engine roared, and the flames it emitted burned him, but it didn't wait to shake the movement on his arm. "It's done!" After a moment, he shouted in surprise, but the sound stopped abruptly. A huge beast with great speed pounced over, bit his body, and pulled him off the front of the armored vehicle. Puff! The sharp teeth clashed, his body was shattered, and the joy in his eyes slowly faded. "Xiao Wang!" Professor Xiao screamed, feeling extremely heartbroken. Right at this moment, vehicle number 3, which had run out of ammunition, was also damaged. Seeing this scene, the students in the research team breathed heavily and clutched the toolkits at hand. Car number 3, be prepared to sacrifice. A loud roar came from the communication channel. Receive, with a firm and powerful reply. Without waiting for the research team to rush to repair it, the driver of vehicle number 3 steered sharply and stepped on the brakes at the same time. The armored vehicle immediately broke away from the team and landed at the back of the convoy, blocking the more than 100 behemoths rushing forward from behind. Several injured Zhengqing Army martial arts instructors rushed out of the carriage without saying a word, with solemn expressions, and rushed towards the herd of beasts in front of them. "Fuck, wait for me!" The driver of car number 3 yelled, kicked open the twisted and deformed door, pulled out a long knife, and rushed forward. They're all quite strong and are officer-level figures in the army. At the very least, they could be battalion commanders. If they have a team to cooperate with them, it will be no problem for them to annihilate the beast herd. But the situation was different this time. They chose to stay behind to cover the retreat and buy more time for the convoy. A fierce battle broke out. Facing the huge beasts, they seemed particularly small, but their bodies were like rocks, and they blocked the impact of the beasts. There were sounds of fighting and roaring, blood splattered, and some instructors were drowned by the beasts. Bang! There was a loud bang. The blood pill in the mentor's chest reversed, and the last bit of his blood and energy burst out. His entire body exploded into a ball of blood mist, directly blowing the giant beast beside him into pieces. A 5th-level warrior who has broken the limit 5 times by normal means has reached a new level of control over the power of qi and blood. They can reverse the blood pill in the chest, completely detonate the energy and blood in the body, and unleash the strongest attack at the cost of their lives. The Advent faction in the biological laboratory were all forcibly promoted to the 5th level through external forces, so they naturally cannot master this ability. Moreover, in front of Qing, they would not have enough time to self-destruct. The second explosion soon occurred, and every instructor, when unable to hold on any longer, would rush into the herd, striving to kill more giant beasts and gain a glimmer of hope for the remaining comrades. However, the giant beasts are also fearless and unafraid of death. The smell of blood in the air actually aroused their ferocity. The beasts became more and more ferocious. It seemed that they could not be killed all. An endless stream of giant beasts appeared around them. "Old Tang, I'm here too." The driver of car number 3, Zhang Qingyi from the Combat Academy, had his body torn apart by a sharp claw and his lower body turned into a ball of meat paste. He collapsed to the ground, staring at the giant beast that pounced in front of him with a grim smile on his face. The blood pill in his chest began to reverse, and the energy and blood became violet. Right at this moment, swish, a flash of black light flashed and struck directly down from the top of the giant beast's head. The beast's body broke into 2 pieces and fell down. Blood and internal organs splashed down, almost drowning Zhang Qingyi. A figure emerged from behind the giant beast that was split into 2 parts, and the dark moon slowly rotated behind him. He pointed his finger at Zhang Qingyi's chest, and a powerful mental force burst out, suppressing the violent blood and energy. "Yi Qing, you're still alive." Zhang Qingyi's eyes widened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Qing looked at the messy and bloody battlefield around him, noticed the deep pits on the ground, and had a rough idea in his mind where those mentors had gone. The dark moon disintegrated, and a dark torrent swept in all directions, splitting the giant beasts around into pieces. "Where is the convoy?" Yi Qing asked. "We've been walking for a while," Zhang Qingyi said as he waved his hand anxiously. "Hurry up, you can still catch up with the convoy. I'll stay behind to cover your retreat." "Hold on." Yi Qing controlled the dark moon blade to slaughter the beasts. Without stopping, he picked up a broken long sword on the ground. Zhang Qingyi hasn't reacted yet. Then the broken knife in Yi Qing's hand lit up with a layer of red gold flame. The blade was burning red, and with one slash, it directly cut off the rotten flesh on his lower body. The scorching heat attached to the wound and quickly sealed it. "Ah!" Zhang Qingyi screamed in pain and fainted on the spot. Yi Qing picked it up, took back the dark moon blade, exerted force with his legs, and rushed forward like a cannonball. "My legs are gone. I'm useless now. You'll only be a burden if you keep me here. Put me down now." Zhang Qingyi woke up quickly and screamed. Yi Qing ignored him and continued on his way. "When we encounter a herd of beasts later, throw me out and I will explode myself to buy you some time." Seeing this, Zhang Qingyi spoke in a deep voice, using himself as a human bomb. "Yi Qing." In order to prevent Zhang Qingyi from chattering any further, he used his mental power to launch an attack, knocking him unconscious. To some extent, Zheng Junhua's teacher is even more fearless and brave than the followers of the Advent sect. There have been enough sacrifices, Yi Qing said to himself, and caught up with the convoy as fast as he could. "It's Yi Qing. Yi Qing is back, and the person on his shoulder is gone." The instructors guarding the convoy looked a little gloomy when they saw Zhang Qingyi on Yi Qing's shoulder. They naturally knew that the other mentors must have been sacrificed. Up to now, more than a dozen instructors have died, which is a huge casualty for this team of only a few dozen people. "How far is it from base number 8? Yi Qing asked directly. "There's still more than 30 kilometers to go," replied an instructor. "Didn't you ask the base for support?" Yi Qing said. "It happened too suddenly. We just passed by a position where all the people inside were killed. I guess the base doesn't have the troops to support us," said the instructor. "I'll go ahead and clear the way." After Yi Qing finished speaking, his figure disappeared. From this time on, the convoy's forward speed began to increase, and the number of giant beasts encountered along the way decreased a lot. The armored vehicle ran wildly, but there was no sign of Yi Qing. The people in the caravan could only see the corpses of giant beasts along the way. They couldn't help but wonder what Yi Qing had eaten to be able to fight so tirelessly. Even if you're a psychic, your mental energy will eventually run out, right? After a while, Yi Qing returned to the convoy, and at the end of his sight, a huge forward combat base appeared before his eyes. After verifying their identities, the base opened a small door to allow the convoy to enter the base. The injured teacher was immediately sent for treatment. Zhang Qingyi fell into a coma and was taken to the medical cabin, barely managing to save his life. A moment later, inside the combat command room, Yi Qing and his party met with Tang Feng, the military chief of base number 8, and Gu Yaozong, the dean of the school. Their uniforms were no longer neat and tidy, and they smelled of blood, obviously having just been withdrawn from the battlefield. The battle suddenly broke out, and several level 7 monsters descended upon us. We were unable to pick you up, but luckily you were lucky enough. Seeing those people, Gu Yaozong breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that I'm lucky, it's that Xiao Yi is here. Professor Xiao glanced at Yi Qing, thinking of the dozen teachers and students who died, and sighed. If it weren't for escorting me, so many people wouldn't have died. No one could have predicted this situation. The beast of the Advent sect actually helped the beast through a blood sacrifice. The nether abyss hovering in the sky, and then changed his tone, but it seems that something went wrong. The giant beast doesn't seem to be particularly strong. If it really reaches the 8th level. Tang Feng, the chief officer of base number 8, said solemnly, that would be a disaster. I guess according to the plan of the Advent sect, they want to let it reach the 8th level and directly expand the crack to the point where it can accommodate the arrival of the 9th level monster. Damn it, if we let them succeed, the defense line will collapse, and the beast will rush into the rear, and the foundation of the country will be damaged. Gu Yaozong cursed. Fortunately, God bless us. For some unknown reason, their plan went wrong. Tang Feng took a deep breath. Having said that, Gu Yaozong and others looked at Yi Qing. If I remember correctly, a wisp of the Lord of the Underworld's soul seemed to have been destroyed by Yi Qing. It seems that the reason why the Advent sect's plan went wrong is most likely related to Yi Qing. Yi Qing, if I can still survive after the war, I will personally recommend credit for you. Gu Yaozong suddenly spoke, leaving Tang Feng on the side confused. Dean, the Adventists will not give up so easily. They have at least one Grandmaster hiding nearby. Yi Qing spoke up to remind him. The military district has been notified. Lieutenant General Li Zidao will come to support us. We just need to hold on for a while. Kong Hui said, Grandmaster, if we self-destruct, he will be seriously injured if not killed. Gu Yaozong said, without waiting for anyone to say a few more words. Roar! In the sky. The underworld roared towards the sky, and black mist spewed out from the number 8 Wasteland crack that the base originally defended. The giant beasts in it rioted, and deafening roars were heard from it, and a powerful giant beast descended from it. At the same time, the Lord of the Underworld lowered his gaze and looked towards Operation Base Number 8. In its sight, there were several powerful soul light balls flashing. If it swallowed them, it could also reach the 8th level and expand the crack again. Then, the huge body began to swim and rush straight towards Combat Base Number 8. Chapter 107. Western Front, Bone-Eroding Ice Python. One strike stops the beast-tide attack. The moment the Lord of the Underworld's incarnation's gaze dropped, Tang Feng and several other masters, including Gu Yaozong, felt a chilling sense of crisis almost at the same time. The huge body of several thousand meters began to swim, rushing towards base number 8 with boundless wind and clouds. A strong sense of oppression descended on the hearts of everyone in the base. Oh no, that beast is about to take action. Such a strong mental fluctuation, not much worse than that of an 8th level Grandmaster. There are also giant beasts descending from the original rift. It seems to be 3 level 7 giant beasts. The faces of several masters changed drastically. Several level 7 beasts descended at once, plus the beast in the sky that was close to level 8. Their faces suddenly became ugly. The location of the defense line of base number 8 is special. If it is lost, the cities behind it, such as Yunqing City, will probably be massacred. Take action. Before the military support arrives, we must not let them take even one step past our defense line, even if we die. Old Kong, you stay here to take command. The base cannot be without a Grandmaster. Tang Feng spoke quickly. Let's lead them away. We can't fight near the base. Before he finished speaking, the base's military chief, Tang Feng, and the 3 deans of the Jinxing Military Academy disappeared from the combat command room. The strong power of qi and blood enveloped them, and thick smoke streams of qi and blood appeared above their heads, and astonishing energy fluctuations swept over. They flew in the direction away from base number 8 and immediately led away the clone of the Lord of the Underworld. Not long. A horrifying explosion sounded in the distance, and violent roars swept in all directions. From the black fog emerged the huge body of a level 7 beast as big as a hill. A surging group of giant beasts rushed out from the 2 cracks, covering the entire land and launching a frenzied attack on the nearest position. In the command room, Red lights were flashing on the communication equipment. Hill 3121 requesting support. There are too many behemoths. Our troops are being attacked from both sides. More than half of our troops have been killed. We may lose our position. Report, the 3rd Reconnaissance Battalion of the 762nd Regiment is under siege and is close to being annihilated. The battalion commander sent the artillery coordinates. Should we order the firing? The fire control system on the Western Front has malfunctioned, and the artillery coverage rate has dropped by 60%. It is no longer possible to stop the beast attack. Report, amid the hoarse shouts, there was the deafening sound of artillery fire and the heart-wrenching roars of giant beasts. The incident happened suddenly, and the defense line of base number 8 was facing unprecedented pressure. As the president of the Jinqing Military Intelligence Academy, Zhang Qingyi's information processing ability is extremely outstanding. He suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind, issued one order after another, and tried his best to mobilize the available troops to relieve the pressure on various positions. The combat defense system has malfunctioned. Professor Xiao caught a message in the communication and stood up immediately. I'll take people to repair it. Professor Xiao said. It's too dangerous. That's the front line. If there is any mistake. Kong Hui shook his head. If the Western Front is breached, who knows how many people will die. I have lived for 70 years. If I can solve the last flaw in the combat defense system, it'll be worth it even if I die. Professor Xiao said slowly. As he spoke, he turned to look at the students in the research team and said in a deep voice, you guys should stay. You are still young, and your achievements will surpass mine sooner or later. Teacher, you are old. Without our help, how can you check the specific fault? One of the team members spoke up with a firm look on his face. I'll go with you. Let's go too, the others said together. Seeing this, Kong Hui stopped dissuading him and turned his attention to Yi Qing. There are not many troops that can be mobilized in the base. The officers of slightly higher ranks have already been dispatched, so there are really few people who can be mobilized. War is a danger, but also an opportunity. The flesh, blood, and soul of the giant beast are the source of his strength. He can't get involved in high-level battles, but he can still control low-level battles. Looking at the overwhelming herd of beasts outside, a strong feeling of hunger arose, and a large amount of saliva was secreted from his mouth. It's been a long time since I've eaten fresh flesh and blood. So seeing this, Yi Qing nodded and said without waiting for Kong Hui to speak, I'll take the professor and the others over. Good. Kong Hui was well aware of Yi Qing's strength. He had a strong qi and blood, and was a spiritual master. His combat power would not be weaker than that of a 6th-level warrior. With his escort, Professor Xiao and others can be sent over safely. The situation is now critical and involves the lives of countless people in the rear. He no longer cares about whether Yi Qing is a genius or not. In his eyes, Yi Qing is just a soldier. I'll put together a platoon for you. Be safe. Kong Hui patted Yi Qing's shoulder, and a bottle of sealed medicine appeared in his hand. This is the medicine for injuries that our school has just made recently. Take it. It will be useful when you need to save your life. As he said this, he saluted solemnly and said, go. Yi Qing also returned the gift and left the combat command room with Professor Xiao and others. As soon as he walked out of the building, 30 soldiers ready to go appeared in front of Yi Qing. Sir, all 30 people saluted. Upon seeing this, Professor Xiao and his companions joined the team. Yi Qing nodded and noticed that the military ranks of the people in front of him were very messy. A 4th-level warrior in a platoon. Usually, there were 1st and 2nd-level warriors. However, among the 30 people in front of him, there were 2 4th-level warriors, 5 3rd-level warriors, and the rest were 2nd-level warriors. Looking at the bloody smell emanating from them, Yi Qing understood. The soldiers in front of us may have just retreated from the front. Their troops had been decimated, and now they had pieced together a powerful platoon. Just withdrawn, Yi Qing said, report, we have been retreating for half an hour, and we have finished resting. We are ready to go into battle at any time. A 4th-rank major said in a deep voice, this trip is very dangerous. If you are afraid, you can quit now. Yi Qing said. No one moved. Some people had red eyes. Their comrades had just died in battle, and they were the only ones left alive. Now they wished they could die together with the monster, so naturally they would not be afraid. Good. Yi Qing nodded and shouted in a deep voice. Target 326 position on the Western Front, set off. At the command, Everyone got into the armored vehicles, the engines started roaring, and they rushed out of base number 8 at the fastest speed. For armored vehicles were running wildly in the wilderness. Yi Qing and several stronger soldiers protected the convoy and rushed towards the positions on the Western Front. With the position ahead blocking their way, the group did not encounter many giant beasts along the way. The caliber of the machine gun on the armored vehicle is larger than that of the Zhang Army's machine guns, and it is extremely powerful. Under the control of several soldiers, it forms a crossfire network, directly killing some weak beasts one by one. The giant beast with a strength of level 4 was dealt with by Yi Qing and 2 other majors. Sir, the beasts on the left have been cleared. We expect another wave of giant beasts to attack us in 3 kilometers. Zhou Yu and Zhou Jin ran to Yi Qing to report. They are 2 brothers from the same artillery regiment. When the battle started, the position was impacted and almost all the artillery of the regiment was destroyed, so the regiment was directly transformed from an artillery regiment into an infantry regiment. Without the help of artillery fire, the regiment suffered heavy losses. The regiment commander and deputy regiment commander died in the battle to cover their retreat. When they retreated back to the base, they were the only 2 officers left in the artillery regiment. Therefore, when they heard about the mission, the 2 of them volunteered to take the remaining combat-capable men back to the battlefield. You guys go take a rest. I'll hold off the beast behind you. Yi Qing nodded and motioned for the 2 to rest. Yes, the 2 men didn't waste any time and got into an armor vehicle. Yi Qing's eyes lit up with a strange silver light, and his invisible mental power spread out, extending all the way with a larger and larger range. 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters. When the detection range of mental power expanded to 5 kilometers, it finally stopped extending. It's not that it can't be expanded, but if the scope is larger, the information obtained will be too much and cannot be processed in time, which will affect one's own judgment. 5,000 meters is just right. Any movement within this range is under Yi Qing's observation. 3 kilometers away from the convoy, more than 60 giant beasts resembling wild boars were running towards this side. Yi Qing tapped his toes lightly, and a residual shadow remained in the original place, which slowly disappeared. Not long. Yi Qing returned to the convoy with a strong smell of blood. This time his qi and blood values increased by more than 800 points. The qi and blood power emitted by the blood pill in his chest became more condensed and was moving towards the limit of stability. Extraction successful. You obtained B-level talent, poison tolerance. The special talent taken from the Abyss Behemoth can enhance Yi Qing's tolerance to various toxins, allowing him to better adapt to survival in various extremely harsh environments. It's a practical talent. Yi Qing, Zhou Yu, Zhou Jin, and others, the convoy traveled safely along the way. After running for more than 80 kilometers, it finally arrived at a forward command post of the Western Defense Position. The commander of the position was a major, who was originally responsible for controlling the timing, size, angle, etc. of artillery coverage. But after the combat fire control system malfunctioned, he had a shuttle to the front line to help the soldiers relieve pressure. When Yi Qing and his team arrived, the major named Hikai had just withdrawn from the front and was slumped on an ammunition box, gasping for breath. Sir, you're finally here. Seeing Yi Qing, Hikai jumped up from the ground and saluted excitedly. Stop talking nonsense and take us to find the faulty equipment. Professor Xiao urged. Sir, you have the strongest military rank and strength, so the command is left to you. Hikai said to Yi Qing, and then hurriedly led the way. Professor Xiao and his students followed closely behind, carrying toolboxes, went into the trenches, and rushed to the position of the anti-tank guns in the front. Yi Qing knew nothing about command. He was better at being a vanguard general, chopping down all the enemies he encountered. Zhou Yu, Zhou Jin, arrive. You two will take over the command. Tell me anytime there are powerful beasts. Yes. Zhou Yu and Zhou Jin were stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Although the strength of a platoon is not large, its overall strength is good. After joining the position, it immediately relieved the pressure on the defense line. Yi Qing arrived at the front trench and noticed from the corner of his eye that under a huge artillery turret in the distance, Professor Xiao and several others were busy troubleshooting. The location they were in was extremely dangerous. Given their strength, they were almost risking their lives while trying their best to carry out repairs. A sharp, piercing scream came from the front. Thousands of meters away, in a thick black fog, pairs of dark blue eyes appeared. The sound of dense, galloping footsteps was heard, and an ice blue airflow appeared. The temperature around them began to drop sharply. The flowing blood froze into ice, and the corpses were covered with a layer of frost. The blood circulation of some low-level warriors even stagnated. Giant pythons with dark blue scales and a body length of more than 10 meters rushed out from the black fog. 3 of the giant pythons were nearly 40 meters long, with eyes like lanterns, and the cold air they exhaled could freeze steel. Oh no, it's the bone-eating ice python. 3 level 5. 3 level 5 bone-eating ice pythons. Damn it, has the anti-tank gun been repaired? Fire quickly, or we won't be able to hold our position. Some veterans exclaimed that the only 5th level warrior on the battlefield now was Yi Qing. The bone-eroding ice python has special abilities. The gas it emits can freeze the blood and energy of living creatures. Once they form a group, they can even threaten stronger warriors. Now, there's a whole school of snakes and 3 level 5 ice pythons. Even if 2 more 5th-rank lieutenant colonels came to help, it would be difficult to defeat the cold wave that restricted the output of chi and blood. To break the impasse now is to use anti-tank cannons. An experienced veteran shouted to the people around him, "Hurry up, try your best to stimulate your blood, otherwise you'll be frozen to death." It was a little late for him to speak. Some of the inexperienced recruits had blue lips, a layer of white frost on their faces, and their eyes gradually lost their luster. However, it is cold enough to freeze a person to death. To Yi Qing, it was like the cool breeze blowing at dusk. There was no feeling of coldness, but only a hint of comfort. The power of dragon flame flowed through his body, directly dispelling the coldness. His figure flashed, and he jumped out of the trench. There was a clanging sound of metal colliding in his hands, and a 3-meter-long red halberd appeared in his hands. Firelight lit up on the red-gold dragon-pattern halberd, and strands of warmth flowed out. The shadow of the sun appeared behind Yi Qing, and all the energy and blood in his body began to boil. Not only that, under the special ability brought by the first transformation of the Nirvana transformation of the Wish, strands of mental power began to be consumed to amplify the power of chi and blood. 1 round, 2 rounds, 7 rounds, 8 rounds. The original limit of only being able to condense 7 suns was broken. With the increase in mental power, 10 suns appeared behind Yi Qing. The next moment, Yi Qing stood in front of the trench, his tall figure standing like a mountain, holding the red-gold dragon-pattern halberd high in his hand, and chopped down suddenly with powerful force. Grandmaster skill 10 suns in the same sky. The increase in chi and blood caused by the nirvana of the heart. Long Yanyushin body explodes. Yi Qing pushed several powerful abilities to the extreme. Boom! 10 suns suddenly burned brightly. Endless light and heat burst out. Blazing flames lit up, and a roaring fire dragon burst out like a volcanic eruption, rushing towards the group of pythons in front. A blinding light came on, and an explosive temperature descended. The soldiers whose bodies were frozen recovered, and their faces became rosy again. Visible white air waves swept through, and with a deafening roar, the icy blue cold current was evaporated in an instant. The 3 level 5 bone-eroding ice pythons at the head, starting from the head, more than half of their bodies turned into charcoal, and a huge hole appeared in the python group, like a blue ocean. The bone-eating ice pythons were covered with flames. They rolled on the ground, hissing, and the progress of the entire herd was restricted. With one strike, the advance of nearly 1,000 giant beasts was blocked. At this moment, the 10 suns in the sky, which formed 10 huge suns, finally showed the power of the complete Grandmaster skill. P.S. Happy New Year to my brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts. Chapter 108 Weird Means, Zhu Family Support Team. Chi and blood began to surge. At this moment, even the never-ending sound of artillery fire paused for a moment. Pairs of eyes stared in amazement at the tall figure in front of the trench. Shock, horror, excitement, and excitement. All kinds of colors appeared in their eyes, and finally transformed into deep reverence. No one on the battlefield knew Yi Qing. From his military rank, they only knew that he was a 5th-rank master. But who could have thought that he could be so strong? With one strike, he killed 3 level 5 beasts and dozens of other beasts of various levels. Is this something a level 5 warrior can do? Artillery fire rang out again, and the people on the position came to their senses. Morale was high, and they re-entered the battle. However, the number of beasts was too large. Not only in the main position, but also on the flanks, many giant beasts appeared and launched attacks. Which unit is stationed over there? How could they allow so many giant beasts to come over here? Zhou Yu pointed in the direction of the flank and cursed. An old soldier replied, "It was the 822nd Regiment. Their anti-tank guns were completely destroyed in the first wave of attacks, and they suffered heavy casualties. Where's the support? Is there any support?" Zhou Jin asked on the side. "We've reported to the base, but we don't have that many troops right now." A captain shouted, "I heard they've been mobilized from Yunqing City in the rear, but we don't know when they'll arrive." "Grass!" Zhou Jin cursed and said to Zhou Yu in a deep voice, "You stay here and I'll go to the flank to watch. If that side is breached, the position will definitely be in chaos." After saying that, he rushed over with a few good guys. In the far distance, dull explosions like thunder continued, and the high-level battlefield entered a white-hot stage. The figures of several huge beasts appeared vaguely. Their kilometer-long bodies disturbed the dark clouds in the sky. The dazzling light pierced through the black fog, and the exploding energy fluctuations caused hideous cracks to appear on the ground. The underworld roared, his two eyes like transparent crystals filled with rage. "It's difficult. It's really too difficult. If it were its true form, the ants in front of it could be killed with just one claw. But now, even after joining forces with several level 7 beasts, it still couldn't take them down. Even though their bodies were covered with wounds and their clothes were soaked with blood, they still had no intention of retreating. One ant just found a flaw and even intended to self-destruct. Fortunately, it discovered it in time and prevented the other party from succeeding. Damn it! The underworld felt very aggrieved. If the plan had not gone wrong, how could the strength of his clone have stagnated at level 7? If it had reached level 8 as planned, its true form would have already descended and rushed into the nest of those damn ants. Why would it be dragged here to fight with a few ants? There was no point in dragging it out any longer. When the clone was injured again, the Lord of the Underworld let out a long roar to the sky, and his body suddenly exploded. His body, which was flashing with strange light, broke into several huge balls of light and rushed towards the various positions below. Its methods were so strange that Tang Feng, Gu Yaozong, and others were unable to react. The 6 balls of light appeared above each battlefield, taking the form of the Lord of the Underworld. It opened its mouth and sucked in suddenly. An invisible mental power burst out. Plop, plop. Suddenly, the people on the position had no time to react. Their eyes rolled up, and they fell to the ground. Their mental strength was taken away directly, and they became brain-dead on the spot. After just one encounter, 6 positions were lost, and thousands of soldiers died on the spot. Brute! A thunderous roar rang out. Tang Feng and his companions' eyes were red with anger. The light balls flew back again and gathered into a huge clone of the Lord of the Netherworld. Most of its original injuries have been recovered, and even its strength has been slightly improved. Damn it! At Operation Base Number 8, Kong Hui, who had been paying close attention to the battle situation on all sides, suddenly stood up. In just a few moments, several positions were breached, and the entire defense line became shaky, with major problems likely to occur at any time. Ask where the warrior team recruited from Yunqing City is. Kong Hui turned his head and shouted. Report. A lieutenant stepped forward and said, "We have set out from Yunqing City and are expected to arrive in an hour." 1 hour. Kong Hui's face was solemn. Under normal circumstances, 1 hour would not be long. But for the current situation, he would think it was too long to wait for 1 more minute. Who are they? Are they from the Wushu Association or the Inspection Department? The Martial Arts Association and the Inspection Department only account for 40% of the manpower, and the remaining 60% comes from the Zhu family. After the military district's order came down, the Zhu family formed a team to join the temporary sequence and was commanded by our base number 8. They just arrived in Yunqing City yesterday and just caught up with this battle. The captain explained quickly. It turns out to be someone from the Zhu family. Kong Hui frowned. The Zhu family is an old family in Jiangnan province. They are engaged in the pharmaceutical industry and have accumulated a huge amount of wealth by producing products such as blood supplements. This has also made the martial arts strength of every member of the Zhu family surpass that of ordinary families. The intensity of the front battlefield is too high, and the troops coming to support are not regular troops and cannot withstand pressure. It is better to go to the positions on the left and right lines. Kong Hui thought so, and then made arrangements. Let them speed up, and when they arrive, split into 2 groups, one to the western front and the other to the eastern front. 50 kilometers away from the front line, a team of people dressed in different clothes is moving forward. The team is generally very strong. Most of them are second-level or even third-level warriors, and there are even several fifth-level warriors. Among them was a sixth-rank warrior named Zhu Ku, who came from the Zhu family, an aristocratic family in Jiangnan province. The average level of the Zhu family warriors he led was much higher than that of normal troops. They all looked excited and looked around curiously. Is this the wasteland near the front line? How interesting. I seem to smell the smell of gunpowder. I'm a little excited. Our strength is at least that of an officer in the army. Even though we only have 500 people from the Zhu family, our actual combat power is no less than that of a regiment in the army. You are wrong. It is far stronger than a regiment. Brother Zhu Ku is a 6th-level warrior, while a regiment leader is only a 5th-level warrior. That's true. Brother Zuko is worth half a regiment by himself. Although this is a little dangerous, it is also an opportunity for us. If we can achieve some military merit, we may be able to establish connections in the army. Then we won't have to worry about sales of our medicines at home. The warrior from the Zhu family couldn't contain his excitement and kept communicating with his companions. After advancing about 10 kilometers, the team received an order to split into 2 groups, each heading east. Leading 6th-level warrior took the initiative to take on the more difficult defense task of the Western Front. And at this time, the sound of artillery fire ahead can be clearly heard. There was a faint smell of gunpowder in the air, and the roar of giant beasts could be heard faintly. The Zhu family team continued to advance and finally passed by a small position. The position had been destroyed, and a bloody scene in the trench came into view, with several giant beasts tearing at the corpses inside. Seeing this scene, the excitement of many people in the team faded, and their faces changed slightly. As they got closer to the front line, the scenes they encountered became more tragic. There were corpses and blood everywhere. The stench of blood was extremely strong. The corpses that had been torn beyond recognition stared at the passing team with wide, lifeless eyes. Some people's faces turned slightly pale, and their heartbeats began to speed up. Those who have never experienced the battlefield will never truly understand the cruelty of it. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you understand the horror of it. The Zhu family warriors have the support of a pharmaceutical company and usually have an endless supply of supplements, so it is particularly easy for them to improve their strength. They have never seen such a bloody and cruel scene. An emotion called uneasiness and even fear quietly emerged in their hearts. Come on, everyone. Can't you handle this little scene? A loud shout, full of energy, rang out. As a 6th-rank warrior, Zhu Ku was quite confident, and when he saw the expressions of his clansmen, he immediately spoke to boost their morale. At this time, they were approaching the front line. The nearest position to them was less than 5 kilometers away. However, a sharp sound of breaking air was heard in the sky. Zhu Ku looked in the direction of the sound and saw a giant beast with a huge body and a strange light flowing from its body appear in the front position. It opened its mouth and sucked, and figures flew into its mouth. Roar! The giant beast let out a brutal roar and glanced over here, its crystal-like eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on Zuko's back, and a creepy feeling of fear arose in his heart. He had a feeling that if the giant beast came over, he would definitely die. Zuko's face paled slightly, and his heart was beating like thunder. What is that? He muttered to himself, not even realizing that his voice was trembling. Not only him, but everyone else also turned pale, their legs became weak, and some of the weaker ones almost fell to the ground. The Western Front is in urgent need of support. Zuko, rush over to support them as quickly as possible. An angry roar came from the communication channel, and Zuko came to his senses and led his men to move forward. But somehow, even though there was no obstruction from the beasts, the team's progress was still much slower. Yi Qing saw the changes in the sky and was suddenly startled. The methods of the Lord of the Underworld are hard to guard against. His body, which is made up of mental power, can be decomposed and reassembled at any time. Even if it is those small clones, ordinary warriors still find it difficult to resist their mental attacks. Be careful. Otherwise, if the Lord of the Underworld used the same trick again and appeared above the position, he would not be in big trouble, but Zhou Yu and his men would probably be killed. Yi Qing glanced at Professor Xiao and his colleagues. They had already identified the faulty components and were working hard to repair them. He withdrew his gaze, raised the red-gold dragon-patterned halberd, and a dark moon appeared behind him. The next moment, Yi Qing leaped out and headed straight into the black fog in front of the position. A distance of 1,000 meters was crossed in just a few breaths. The black fog that could corrode a warrior's body could not cause any effect on Yi Qing. The power of dragon flame flowed through his body, easily dispelling the coldness. Pairs of cruel eyes looked at Yi Qing, and the surrounding giant beasts were attracted and rushed towards this side with roars. With the black fog blocking his way, Yi Qing no longer had any concerns. The bones became thicker, the muscles began to swell, scarlet vertical eyes opened at the tip of the eyebrows, sharp bone spurs grew from both sides of the spine, and black scales emerged from under the skin. In the blink of an eye, a monster nearly 5 meters tall appeared in the black fog, and the 3-meter-long red-gold dragon-patterned halberd looked like a pistol in his hand. "I haven't had a full meal in a long time," Yi Qing whispered to himself, and suddenly stretched out his left hand to grab the head of a giant beast that pounced on him. The sharp claws exerted force, and there was a snapping sound. The head exploded, and white brain matter flowed out from between the fingers. Yi Qing dragged the body in front of him, lowered his head, and took a deep breath, sucking the warm tofu into his mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp. The rich aroma spread between his lips and teeth. You swallowed a night lion's brain. HP plus 12. Extraction progress plus 3%. Tasty. Yi Qing licked his lips, ate the tofu at the corner of his mouth, and then curled up his mouth to reveal a creepy grin. Blade several meters long stabbed out, and Yi Qing rushed into the herd of beasts. A massacre began immediately. After many days, Yi Qing's blood and energy values began to increase rapidly. You swallowed a piece of flesh and blood of the bone-eroding ice python. HP plus 23, extraction progress plus 3%. You swallowed a piece of poisonous swamp worm flesh. HP plus 11, extraction progress plus 5%. You swallowed a piece of the flesh of the phantom beast. HP plus 8, extraction progress plus 3%. You swallowed a piece of gravity spider emperor flesh. HP plus 14, extraction progress plus 6%. You swallowed. Although the strength of the giant beasts in front of him was not very high, there were enough of them, which allowed Yi Qing's blood value and mental strength to increase rapidly. Not long. The extraction progress of the bone-eroding ice python is full. Do you want to start the extraction? A prompt sound appears. Yi Qing did not hesitate and began to extract it immediately. As soon as a chill appeared in his body, it was immediately dispelled by the blazing power of the dragon flame. Now that he has integrated lower-level talents, Yi Qing won't feel too much discomfort at all. Extraction successful. You obtain B-level talent, Frost Breath. Yi Qing's body grew taller, with his spine stretched out, like a powerful dragon. He opened his mouth and spit out an icy blue cold current, instantly freezing a giant beast in front of him. From the bone-eroding ice python is not of high level, but it can play a good role in battle. The prompt sounds continued. Each giant beast is completed, and new talents appear in the system panel. He had previously merged a wave of talents, integrating many low-level talents into high-level talents. The talent panel had become quite thin, but now it has been enriched again. Among them, the B-level talent from the Gravity Spider King gravity field made Yi Qing take a closer look. After activating this talent, a gravity field can be formed around the body, and the gravity range within the range will restrict the actions of other creatures. If it is pushed to the extreme, the sudden doubling of gravity can directly crush some giant beasts. Interesting talent. Yi Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, opened his mouth, and bit off the head of the giant beast that was frozen into an ice sculpture in front of him. The hard ice chips were crushed by his sharp teeth and turned into the purest blood and chi energy. His energy and blood values continue to rise, increasing by hundreds or even thousands every once in a while. The blood pill in his chest was spinning faster and faster. The strong energy of chi and blood was surging in his body, and a unique smoke of chi and blood gradually emerged above his head. Chapter 109. Surprise for the 822nd Regiment. Support is coming. The flank position is lost, 10 kilometers away from the front line of the Western Front. A team of several hundred people crossed the trenches. Even though there were no corpses around, the air was still filled with the smell of blood. The intensive artillery fire in front was clearly audible, and the roar coming from a far distance was even more breathtaking. An inexplicable feeling of oppression emerged in the hearts of the Zhou family warriors. The original excitement had disappeared, their faces turned slightly pale, and their breathing began to become heavy. Not long. The team arrived at the front line on the Western Front, and, according to orders, they rushed to the defense line of the 822nd Regiment, which had suffered the heaviest losses. A deafening explosion rang right next to my ears, and the roar of the giant beast was close at hand. They shuttled back and forth between the battlefields, their faces becoming paler and paler. They saw with their own eyes that a major who led the counterattack was torn to pieces by the beasts in the blink of an eye. The newly replaced anti-aircraft gunner only survived for a dozen seconds before he was knocked off the gun platform by a huge beast with incredible speed. The dead often did not even leave their entire bodies behind, as they were torn into pieces and swallowed by the giant beasts as soon as they fell to the ground. Someone had half of his body bitten off and was crawling with only his hands. The next moment, he was trampled into a pulp by the tide of beasts. A large number of living beings were still shouting in the last second and were torn into pieces by several giant beasts in the next second. As the wounded soldiers were carried down one by one and passed by the Zhou family's team, their horrific and hideous wounds came into view: torn chests, bitten off arms, and faces corroded beyond recognition by venom. The military doctor's hands were covered in blood. He stuffed bundles of gauze directly into the wound. Since he couldn't find any blood vessels in the broken wound, he used a knife to cut the muscle, pulled out a blood vessel, and inserted a catheter. The expressions of the Zhou family warriors changed again and again. The family business is a pharmaceutical company, and most of them have some medical knowledge. Such a rough treatment method, without considering the sequelae at all, their habitual thinking is not applicable on the battlefield. For military doctors, keeping the wounded alive is the most important thing, not the sequelae and subsequent recovery effects. Sorry, that's going to have to wait until you survive. The Zhou family warriors looked up outside the position. The endless herd of beasts was like a dark cloud, shrouding their hearts. Many people's hands began to tremble slightly. They had never seen such a scene before. It's not like they haven't seen blood or a tide of beasts before. Many people have fought against giant beasts and experienced dangerous battles. But one-on-one fighting and small groups of beasts in the wilderness are completely different from a real battlefield. Under normal circumstances, a 4th-level warrior can easily kill a 3rd-level behemoth. But on the battlefield, he will not face just one 3rd-level behemoth, but perhaps 10 or even dozens or hundreds of them. After experiencing huge consumption, the 3rd-level behemoth can still pose a fatal threat to the 4th-level warrior. In such a place, life seems to have become a consumable. Being strong doesn't mean you will be safe. On the contrary, the strong ones will rush to the front of the battle line, face the strongest and most numerous beasts, and bear the most dangerous pressure. Gulp. Zuko swallowed his saliva and tried to take a deep breath to suppress the anxiety in his heart, but the bloody smell that rushed into his nose made him feel nauseous. Not long after, the team rushed to the position of the 822nd Regiment. Qian Peng, the commander of the 822nd Regiment, rushed over first. He was already wounded, with a bloody hole on his waist, which was directly blocked with medical sutures, but the wound was still bleeding. 6th-level warrior. Qian Peng was overjoyed to see Zhu Ke. "Follow me quickly. The front is getting too heavy." Qian Peng shouted, turned around, and led the way. When everyone came to the front, their faces suddenly became solemn. The situation of the 822nd Regiment is really tragic. The entire regiment has been reduced to more than 300 people, most of whom are injured. The anti-tank guns have long been silenced. The defense pressure is much greater than that of the positions they passed by when they came here. Before they could adapt, a series of roars rang out. The earth began to shake, and countless giant beasts emerged from the black fog and attacked the 822nd Regiment. "Stop him!" Qian Peng yelled. "Here comes the support, a 6th-level warrior. Stop him!" Hearing his voice, the soldiers of the 822nd Regiment immediately cheered up and threw themselves into the battle. Yi Qing was so immersed in killing that he even forgot the time. Roar! Angry roars were heard from a high-level battlefield in the distance. Several thick rays of light streaked across the sky and rushed towards the various positions on the ground. The ground began to shake, and the surrounding black fog surged as if boiling. Countless giant beasts rushed out of crack in the distance. The high-level battlefield entered a fierce stage, and the giant beasts on the ground also began to riot. A steady stream of giant beasts appeared, including quite a few level 5 beasts. Yi Qing's thoughts moved slightly, and the system panel appeared in front of him. Name: Yi Qing. Qi and blood: 31,700.6. Spirit: 3,712.2. Talents: SS level secondary spirit C, S level heart source nirvana transformation, S level heaven and earth breathing together, S level dragon flame controlling sky body, A level bone controlling master, A level void flashing, 1,000 tough black tortoise armor, B level frost breath, B level gravity field, B level tolerance to toxins, B level bloodthirsty vine, B level abyss mouth, B spirit fox evil eye, kung fu, infinite dark moon blade, unknown, 10 suns in the same sky, level 7, cloud removing palm, level 6, 8 extremes fist, level 6, extraction progress, poison swampworm, 88%, illusion beast, 83%. The chi and blood value exceeded 30,000, and it was not far from breaking the 6th limit of the human body. There was also obvious progress in mental strength. It was only one step away from reaching a strength of 4,000, reaching the standard of a 6th-order mentalist. The talent panel is even more luxurious, with 1 SS level talent, 3 S level talents, 3 A level talents, and countless B level talents. One more meal will be enough. Yi Qing's eyes were as bright as lightning, and his body, which was nearly 5 meters tall, was as fast as lightning. He turned into an afterimage and rushed straight towards the direction of the beast tide. Blood splattered, bones shattered, and a huge bone blade chopped down. Even a level 5 behemoth could not resist it, and its head was split in half. The corners of Yi Qing's mouth were almost torn apart, and his huge mouth was full of sharp teeth, chewing and swallowing the flesh and blood of the level 5 monster. The chi and blood values began to rise, approaching the 6th limit step by step. Right at this moment, a rapid cry came from the communicator sandwiched between the scales on the shoulder. Sir, the position of the 822nd Regiment on the flank has been lost. Their defense line retreated 500 meters, leaving a gap. The beasts attacked our flank through the gap. We can't hold on any longer. Support. We need support. On the communicator was Zhou Jin's. There were always small waves of beasts attacking the flank, threatening the safety of the position. He led his men to block them, but he never expected that the defense line of the 822nd Regiment on the side suddenly retreated, causing the beasts that originally took half a regiment to resist to rush over. Zhou Jin's face changed drastically, and he immediately requested for support. When Yi Qing heard the voice, his brows immediately frowned. He subconsciously wanted to return to defend, but when he saw several level 5 giant beasts in the herd in front of him, he paused. If he goes to the flank, the main position will inevitably be lost. But if we don't provide support to the flank will be breached, and the main position will be attacked from both sides. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for long. Yi Qing's mind raced with thoughts, and he asked, how did the 822nd Regiment fall? Where are the reinforcements sent from the base? Not sure. The commander of the 822nd Regiment seems to have died in battle, and the support force has taken over the command, but no one has responded on the communication channel. Zhou Jin's roar came from the communication channel, and the fighting had already begun over there. The battle was fierce, and the roar of the beasts sounded very close. In an instant, the position became extremely critical. Chapter 110, Position Crisis. Rapidly rising chi and blood. Yi Qing's face was gloomy. The 822nd Regiment on the flank retreated its defense line, causing his position to fall into a desperate situation. As soon as he thought about it, he used his mental power to control the communicator and talked with Zhou Yu. Notify the commanders of the flank positions. No matter what the cost, they must quickly re-establish their defenses. Yes, Zhou Yu already knew the situation of his brother Zhou Jin and was extremely anxious. He immediately called the communicator and sent several communications to the position of the 822nd Regiment next door. However, no one responded to the communication. Fuck, what's going on? Zhou Yu's eyes were red. The pressure on the flank was too great, and with the defensive strength over there, they might not be able to hold out for too long. 2 minutes ago, the defense line belonging to the 822nd Regiment. Looking at the beast tide that was surging like a tide and those pairs of ferocious and cruel eyes, the warriors of the Zhu family felt their legs go weak and their hands were shaking. There were no injuries on his body, and he was in very good condition. but their sprinting speed was not as fast as that of some injured veterans of the 822nd Regiment. But even so, the impact with the beast herd still happened quickly. Ouch! Fierce, murderous aura erupted, and giant beasts waved their sharp claws, spewed venom, and released flames and lightning, tearing a dozen warriors into pieces on the spot. Third brother. A Zhou family warrior cried out as he watched his brother die in front of him. The man's head was smashed, and an eyeball flew onto his shoulder. He turned his head and saw an eye staring at him, and was immediately frightened to death. Death came too suddenly. The warriors from the Zhou family have good qi and blood levels, but when facing the current battlefield, they can hardly exert even 50% of the strength improved by taking drugs. It hurts. Save me. Save me. Don't kill me. I can't die yet. Sharp screams rang out all around. When they first came into contact with the beast herd, more than a dozen Zhou family warriors died on the spot in the mouths of the giant beasts. Someone was bitten by a huge mouth full of sharp teeth. Half of his body was dangling in the mouth of the beast, and his hands weakly slapped the nose of the beast. Phew! Sharp teeth clashed, blood gushed out, and half of the bloody body fell to the ground. The deceased person came from the same family, and it was unknown what the relationship was with the others, but they were all related in some way. Watching their loved ones die in such a horrific manner in front of them was a huge shock to the Zhou family warriors. Many people were in a state of confusion and made mistakes in their fighting movements, and were instantly overwhelmed by the beasts. They didn't even utter a scream, and could only see a pool of blood erupting in the beast's tide. Fear spread in their hearts. Many Zhou family warriors had not thought about the scene before them before joining the support team. After all, they were located in Yunqing City, the flank of the entire defense line, so they shouldn't have encountered very strong attacks. Therefore, many people are thinking about getting assists and gaining experience and merit. Who could have imagined that they would have to face such a brutal and large-scale battle? As a result, most of the Zhou family warriors became afraid. Some people couldn't help but feel their legs go weak, and they want to turn around and run back to the trenches at the rear. Kill. Brothers, we must hold out against this wave of attacks, and buy time for the artillery in the rear. Qian Peng roared and led the soldiers of the 822nd Regiment in a bloody fight. They fought with their swords, exchanged injuries for each other, and finally hacked a level 5 monster to death. We have a 6th level warrior, so it doesn't matter if we don't have a battle defense cannon. He continued to boost morale, and the veterans around him looked encouraged and felt more powerful. Zhu Ke finally rushed to the front, holding a broadsword in his hand. He killed several level 4 beasts by chopping them on the head, and the heaviness in his heart eased a little. That's all. As soon as the thought came to his mind, 3 level 5 beasts stared at him and rushed towards him, howling. For the giant beasts, the warrior's body, which contains qi and blood energy, is also an excellent tonic. Tearing it into pieces and swallowing it into the stomach can help them increase their own strength. A quasi-level 6 behemoth, an old soldier exclaimed and looked at Zhu Ke. Zhu Ke felt awe in his heart. Although he was a 6th level warrior, he had taken too many supplements when he was young, so his foundation was not solid and his strength was at the lower end among the 6th level warriors. Dealing with a quasi-level 6 and 2 level 5 behemoths is very difficult. The confidence that had just appeared in his heart disappeared, and Zuko's eyes were a little hesitant. But noticing those gazes, Zuko swallowed and went up to them. As soon as the battle started, Zuko felt tremendous pressure. The quasi-level 6 giant beast had strange abilities and was covered with poisonous barbs. If one was not careful, one could be seriously injured, so he had to deal with it with extreme caution. Right at this moment, roar! From a far distance, a majestic roar was heard. Zhu Ke's body was shocked, and he looked up suddenly and saw a dazzling ball of light flying towards him in the distant sky. That is, the underworld suddenly appeared in his mind. He noticed that the light was getting closer and closer. His heart trembled, and the previous crisis of death resurfaced. And at the moment when he was frightened, the quasi-level 6 monster seized the opportunity and pierced his shoulder with a poisonous stinger. Severe pain swept through my body, and the smell of death became stronger. Zhu Ke lost his mind and suddenly stepped back. The Lord of the Underworld just frightened the Zhou family warriors, and when they turned around, they saw Zhu Ke starting to retreat due to injuries. Suddenly, they subconsciously turned around and began to retreat. What are you doing? Qian Peng roared in anger upon seeing this, His eyes were bloodshot. He had not expected that the reinforcements that had just arrived were so weak. "We can't retreat. If we do, it'll be the end of us." He roared loudly, but failed to hold back the Zhu family warriors. At the same time, the pressure around him increased dramatically, and the two level 5 beasts rushed towards him. "Fuck, Lao Qin, fight with me." The head of the 822nd Regiment, Qian Peng, had red eyes, and he went straight to meet them with his deputy head, who was also at the 5th level. After a moment, there were two loud explosions, and the two level 5 beasts died on the spot. A blood hole appeared in the abdomen of the quasi-level 6 beast, and the figures of the two commanders of the 822nd Regiment also disappeared. "Captain!" The veterans of the 822nd Regiment shouted and tried desperately to save the remains of the two commanders, but they could not withstand the impact of the beast tide and began to retreat helplessly. When Zuko noticed that the ball of light in the sky was not coming towards him, the battle was already out of control. The beast tide rushed to the front and occupied the front line. The defense line of the 822nd Regiment was forced to move back 500 meters. Under the interweaving artillery fire, part of the herd changed direction and rushed towards a direction with less fire pressure. "What the hell are you doing?" Several veterans of the 822nd Regiment rushed over with red eyes. "The defense line has moved back 500 meters, exposing the flank of the next position. We must take back our position." They shouted loudly, and if it weren't for the little bit of rationality they had left, they would have wanted to kill Zuko with knives. If he hadn't suddenly retreated like he was sick, how could the defense line have been lost? Zuko's face was gloomy, and he said nothing. "Don't you see my elder brother is injured? He almost died just now. If we don't retreat, are we going to die? How do we take it? There's so many giant beasts, and we are so few in number. How many people will have to die to take back those few hundred meters of defense line?" Several Zhu family warriors wiped their cold sweat and spoke sternly. "We must take it back, even if all of them die," the veterans roared. In the previous battle, half of the 822nd Regiment's men were killed, and now the majority of the troops on the battlefield are warriors from the Zhu family. Seeing that they were unwilling to launch a charge, the veterans of the 822nd Regiment left in anger, operating the available machine guns and madly firing at the herd, trying to attract back the herd that was constantly diverting and rushing to the side positions. The other side, Yi Qing felt extremely bad when he heard the sounds of fighting coming from the communicator. "Strength. Still not strong enough. If I were at level 6 now, I would be able to stop the beast tide in front of me faster." There was a gleam of ferocity in his eyes, and with a loud roar, he completely let go of his restraints and pounced into the herd of beasts, tearing off pieces of bloody meat and swallowing them into his stomach. The Dark Moon blade split the giant beasts in half, and the scarlet bloodthirsty vines were flying. The broken flesh and blood gathered into a long blood river and rushed towards Yi Qing. Qi and blood values began to rise rapidly. Chapter 111, the flank is about to collapse. The command center directly issued a counterattack order. The front position cannot be lost, but if there is a problem on the flank, the main position will not last long. Time. What we lack now is time. Yi Qing released all restrictions on himself, and his nearly 5-meter-tall dark body turned into the purest combat weapon. Bone blades, fists, legs, and even teeth became his weapons, with which he tore the giant beasts into pieces and swallowed them. The bloodthirsty vine emitted a scarlet light and kept splitting into dozens of vines, waving wildly in the black fog, entwining the giant beasts one by one. Its tentacles pierced into their flesh and blood, sucking out all the blood in their bodies like a large water pump. These essences and blood flowed into Yi Qing's body, and his body was covered with a layer of blood and energy visible to the naked eye. You swallowed a portion of the blood essence of the Dark Knight Bloodbath. Chi and health value plus 18, extraction progress plus 15%. You swallowed a piece of the soul fragment of the Dark Knight Bloodbath. Mental power plus 7. You swallowed a piece of thorn deer flesh. HP plus 12, extraction progress plus 19%. You swallow a piece. Phew. Yi Qing grabbed a giant deer with thorns tangled around its body and tore it apart alive. The hot blood splashed all over his body, and the delicious fragrance rushed into his nostrils. He directly took out a still beating deer heart from the body that was split in half and stuffed it into his mouth and started chewing it. When Yi Qing hunts giant beasts, his main goal is to make full use of them. Not only the flesh and blood of the opponent, but also the soul fragments must not be let go. 100, 200, 300, 1,000. His chi and blood values were increasing at an astonishing rate, steadily and rapidly moving towards the maximum chi and blood value of 40,000 for a 5th level warrior. The communicator flashed red, and Zhou Yu's voice rang out. Sir, we have contacted the 822nd Regiment. The 2 original commanders of the 822nd Regiment have just died in battle. Now the commander is a team of Zhou family warriors recruited from Jiangnan province. There are a total of 500 people. The leader, Zhu Ku, is a 6th level warrior. While fighting, Yi Qing said in a deep voice, with a 6th level warrior in charge, why did the defense lines suddenly retreat? It is said that Zhu Ku was seriously injured and his combat power was greatly reduced, so he was unable to organize an effective counterattack. Zhou Yu said angrily, I think they are just a bunch of cowards. When Yi Qing heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Contact the command center and have them give the direct order. Yes. Zhou Yu's communication had just ended when Zhou Jin, who was resisting the beast herd on the flank, sent a message. Sir, we can't hold on any longer. There are too many behemoths. One of the 2 remaining cannons is broken. If no support comes, the brothers will have to carry the high-energy bombs and go on their own. The sound coming from the other side was very tragic, with the sounds of fighting and the roars of giant beasts intertwined, and one could vaguely hear the shrill screams of people. Hold on. I've asked Zhou Yu to send a message to the headquarters, asking them to directly order support. You must hold on. Yi Qing's voice was low. Zhou Jin and Zhou Yu, as the only descendants of a certain artillery regiment, had just withdrawn from the front line and brought their few remaining brothers to the front line with him. Yi Qing knew that they were determined to die and had no intention of returning alive. Whenever he encountered a herd of animals along the way, he was the first to rush forward and never fell behind others. For them, perhaps dying on the battlefield is a relief, as they can see the images of their dead comrades without closing their eyes. Zhou Jin, Zhou Yu, and others to survive the first wave of attacks from giant beasts. Even if they really have to die in battle, they should die in a dignified way, in a head-on counterattack against the behemoth, instead of dying because of some people's own reasons or because of some accidents that should not have happened. The sudden increase in the number of beasts on the flank defense line was an unexpected change that should not have happened. If the defense line of the 822nd Regiment next door had not retreated for no reason, the flank would not have been lost even if the pressure was greater. So many people would not have died, and no one would have carried high-energy explosives to charge at the herd of beasts. Yi Qing felt a sense of powerlessness and was filled with resentment. The power is still too weak. Hurry, we must break through to the 6th level as soon as possible. Yi Qing's eyes flickered, and with a loud roar, he rushed towards a level 5 giant beast. Flanking position. Boom! A dazzling fireball lit up among the beasts, and visible shock waves swept in all directions, knocking over one giant beast after another. At the center of the explosion, half of a giant beast's body was blown to pieces, and a look of puzzlement emerged in its huge eyes. Its simple train of thought couldn't understand how a weak human being, whom it could easily kill with just one claw, could burst out with such powerful strength to kill itself. The eyes slowly turned, trying to find the figure of the tiny ant just now, but only saw a broken corner of a star in the deep pit. The beast closed its eyes as more roars sounded nearby. Who allowed those seriously injured soldiers to go? Inside the trench, Zhou Jin, with his uniform torn and his face covered in blood, roared and grabbed an old soldier who was about to charge forward. He was reporting the situation to Commander Yi. Several seriously injured soldiers carrying high-energy explosives rushed into the herd. Those were the few remaining brothers in the artillery regiment, and they were killed without a complete body right before his eyes. Captain, this is all we have left. Please let us go. The old soldier with a broken arm had red eyes and shouted almost pleadingly. His only remaining left hand tightly held a pack of thunder crystal explosives, and he arched his bloody right shoulder, signaling, "You can't even hold a knife. Don't let us drag down the brothers. Go up and replace a few powerful beasts. It will relieve you a little pressure." Fuck you. Zhou Jin slapped him on the head, snatched the bomb that was flashing with electric light, and pointed at the anti-aircraft machine gun not far away. "I can't hold the knife, and I can't pull the trigger. Be my assistant gunner. If the main gunner dies, you'll take over. Even if you die, you'll die as a machine gunner." After saying that, Zhou Jin glanced at the direction of the 822nd Regiment's position and spat fiercely. "The noble families in the trench are a bunch of cowards without balls. He didn't have time to curse anymore. He took a breath, grabbed the big knife beside him, and rushed forward again. At the same time, 822 Regiment position. Piercing sound of the communication echoed. An order came from the headquarters, requiring the soldiers at the 822nd Regiment's position to fight their way back up no matter what the cost. Zhu Ke had a bandage on his shoulder. As a family that made its fortune from martial arts supplements, the Zhu family always carried medicine for injuries. The blood on his shoulder had stopped flowing, but his face was pale. It was unknown whether it was due to excessive blood loss or psychological reasons. After receiving the order from the headquarters, his face changed, and he hesitated for a moment before finally giving the order. Chapter 112, The Second Transformation, is complete. The Tower of the Void, the gaze of the Lord of the Abyss. Give some medicine to the soldiers of the 822nd Regiment. Let them recover from their injuries, organize a counterattack, and try to recapture the position. When it comes to counterattack, Zuko's tone is a little weak. After he retreated, he also realized that he had caused a big disaster. The rash retreat triggered a chain reaction, which directly led to the deaths of 2 Lieutenant Colonel Regiment commanders and also caused the defense line to retreat 500 meters, putting the neighboring position into crisis. These 500 people from a Zhu family have been under the control of the military district since they were recruited. If you make a mistake, you will be dealt with according to military law. Zuko wiped a drop of cold sweat from his forehead, stood up, forced himself to calm down, and shouted, "Go now." Yes. The Zhu family warriors around came to their senses and hurriedly distributed medicine to the few hundred remaining soldiers of the 822nd Regiment, according to Zhu Ke's request. The veterans of the 822nd Regiment received the medicine and drank it all in one gulp. You can't drink like that. Your body won't be able to handle it. The Zhu family warrior was startled and quickly warned, if you drink too much, the drug will be too strong and your body might be ruined. Don't even think about making any further progress in your martial arts. I'm not even sure if I can survive. Why would I care about the future? An old soldier said coldly. Forehead. The Zhu family warrior was stunned, and his face turned even paler when he thought of the short battle he had just experienced. It didn't take long before the medicine was fully digested and his body's condition hadn't recovered to its peak. One by one, the veterans of the 822nd Regiment stood up with fierce eyes, staring at the battle line outside the position. The brothers had defended with their lives was lost in their hands. They wanted to take it back immediately and could not wait any longer. Set off. In the distance, Zuko's voice could be heard shouting. A strong energy and blood force burst out from his body. He was powerful. His hair was flying wildly. His eyes were wide open, and he looked like a fierce general with strong, murderous intent. Kill. The veterans of the 822nd Regiment began the charge. Zhu Ke and other Zhu family warriors followed closely and launched a counterattack. The other side, where Zhou Jin was located. Hearing the noise coming from afar, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and the tense pressure relaxed a little. That son of a bitch is brave enough to finally fight back. Brothers, the 822nd Regiment has counterattacked. We must hold on and cooperate with their offensive to kill all these beasts. Zhou Jin shouted excitedly, and the soldiers' morale was boosted. A surge of strength suddenly emerged in their bodies. They roared and organized the strongest offensive to repel the beasts in one fell swoop. The battlefield in front of the main position. Yi Qing was covered in blood, and claw marks appeared on his black scales. Strands of red dragon flame flowed through the gaps in the scales, and the wounds were repairing quickly. He fought his way into the depths of the black fog, with giant beasts everywhere around him. Eyes filled with murderous intent stared at him, wanting to tear him apart and swallow him. Want to eat me? Come on. Yi Qing let out a long and sharp roar, and his figure flashed, appearing above the head of a level 5 giant beast. His body fell like a meteor, and he crushed its hard skull with one foot. Snap! White brain tissue splattered out, and a huge piece of soul fragment was swallowed by Yi Qing. You swallowed a soul fragment of the demon eye wolf. Mental power plus 19. As soon as the prompt appears. Buzz. Between Yi Qing's eyebrows, a dazzling strange light flashed, and a strange sound spread out in his spiritual sea. The large cocoon with gold and silver threads flowing through it began to move strangely, and a crack appeared on it. Click, click. Immediately afterwards, the second and third crisp sounds were heard, and cracks appeared one after another, with dense cracks appearing on the big cocoon. A pair of crystal clear hands stretched out from the crack, and tore the entire cocoon apart. A figure walked out from it, his entire body like crystal glass, sparkling with strange and mysterious light. The second transformation of Heart Source Nirvana is completed. Yi Qing's spiritual body has transformed from liquid to crystal solid. His mental power has become extremely condensed, purer, and more powerful. The spiritual body stood above the spiritual sea and waved gently. Boom! A huge wave rose up in the ocean of spiritual power, and sparkling crystals appeared in the waves. More and more crystals appeared in the waves. They quickly gathered, bulged, and merged in the center of the spiritual sea. Finally, a translucent tower appeared in the center of the spiritual sea. Buzz! The tower trembled. Invisible waves swept across the spiritual sea, and the roaring ocean of spiritual power instantly returned to calm. Tower of the Void. Yi Qing's spirit body looked at the tall tower in front of him that was condensed by spiritual power. The first mental transformation of Xin Yuan Nirvana was his first mental transformation. He mastered the ability to use mental power to vibrate qi and blood. And in this second transformation, he gained soul-type defensive capabilities, the Tower of the Void. With his current level of mental strength, as long as the Tower of the Void sits in the spiritual sea, even if a master warrior takes action, he will not be able to affect him at the mental level. In addition, the Void Tower also has some offensive functions. Buzz! The Void Tower and the spirit sea trembled, and an invisible powerful wave burst out from between Yi Qing's eyebrows. The eyes of more than 10 giant beasts around exploded, and unknown liquid came out of their mouths. Their souls were extinguished on the spot, and they fell directly to the ground. It is much more powerful than the impact of the evil Eye of the Spirit Fox. Yi Qing judged the power, but didn't have time to think about it. Roar! A cold, majestic, and solemn roar sounded from a very far distance. Yi Qing got goosebumps all over his body. He turned his head and looked, penetrating through the layers of black fog, as if he saw a pair of translucent and cold eyes. That is the eye of the Lord of the Underworld. And notice me. Yi Qing felt a sense of warning in his heart. Black scales surged all over his body, and the strong energy and blood in his body surged. Thoughts in his mind raced rapidly, and his super strong mental strength allowed him to make a judgment in an instant. The Underworld has noticed me and will most likely rush over here. There is absolutely no way to turn around and go back to the position. Even if it is its split body, with that kind of mental attack strength, it is still not something that Professor Zhou Yuxiao and others can resist, and they will all be killed. It seems that the only way forward is to move forward. Deep in the black fog, the nearest crack branch is the only safe place. That crack can only bring down level 5 behemoths, and the Lord of the Underworld's incarnation cannot pass through with its strength. Thinking of this, almost the next moment after he felt it, Yi Qing's body moved. The 5-meter-tall body burst out with an unprecedented speed. With a bang, he broke through the air, and a layer of white, sound barrier air appeared behind him. And at the same time, a high-level battlefield in the distance. A huge ball of light was rushing towards this place. The Lord of the Underworld's clone did not split like before. The 7th-level clone flew straight towards the western front position, aiming directly at Yi Qing in the black fog. Chapter 113. Entering the Abyss Again. You dare to chase me. The Underworld was originally attacking Tang Feng and his companions frantically. His eyes were cold and crystal-like and filled with murderous intent. Too long. It has been dragging on for far too long. If this continues, the plan is almost certain to fail. If it cannot be upgraded to level 8, the main body will not be able to descend from the crack, and breaking through the human defense line will be impossible. The Underworld is a giant spiritual beast with no flaws in intelligence. You just can't figure out why his several souls disappeared. Logically speaking, only a 9th-level warrior could discover the clues. But with the identities and status of those people, how could they come into contact with 9th-level warriors? It was puzzled, and things got out of control at the most critical moment. Right at this moment, the Underworld, a strange, powerful, and deadly soul breath appeared on the defense line of those tiny humans in the distance. It turned its head and saw a dazzling soul light piercing through the rolling black fog like a rising sun, which was particularly conspicuous in the dark fog. It didn't have time to think about it, as its body's instinct told it that swallowing the new soul light would be of great benefit to it, and the balance of the battle would be broken, causing the crack to continue to expand. almost at the next moment when the Lord of the Underworld noticed the soul light. Its huge body began to move and rush straight towards the western front position. You want to do it again? Brute! As it moved, Tang Feng, Gu Yaozong, and others roared, thinking that the Lord of the Nether Abyss wanted to split his body again and go to various positions to devour the soldier's mental strength. But immediately, they discovered something unusual. The underworld did not split, but rushed directly towards a certain direction of the western front at the 7th level. Stop! Jinxing Military Combat Academy immediately broke free from the entanglement of a level 7 beast and began to chase it. Call! The sharp wind whistled in my ears. The sound of the air bursting was left behind. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling, and the powerful energy and blood force was roaring and surging in his body. The ill-level talent. Void Flash was stimulated to the extreme, and a series of afterimages appeared behind Yi Qing. Not fast enough. Not fast enough. The warning signs in my heart became stronger and stronger, and a feeling of oppression like a mountain collapsing appeared above my head. Yi Qing frowned, and his body returned to its normal size. A dark moon appeared behind him, pushing his body and increasing his speed again. A dim stream of light appeared in the black fog. As Yi Qing went deeper, dense groups of beasts appeared before their eyes. The giant beasts formed a great wall of flesh and blood, blocking the crack behind them. Yi Qing's eyes were as fast as lightning as he stared at the crack behind the herd of beasts, without changing his direction of advance at all. Bang! There was a loud bang. Yi Qing directly crashed in with his flesh and blood body, and the bodies of the giant beasts were smashed into pieces. Blood and broken bones flew everywhere, and sharp roars rose and fell like waves. Looking down from a high altitude, one can see a line of blood slowly appearing among the beasts, firmly, powerfully, and cleanly cutting the beasts in half. The feeling of oppression is getting stronger and stronger. Yi Qing could already hear the sound of something breaking through the air coming from the distant sky. The eyes penetrated the black fog and stared straight at him. What a fast speed! Is this a creature at the Grandmaster level? Yi Qing frowned, and with the help of his mental strength, his speed broke through the sound barrier, and he had already reached the level of a master. But compared with the real master, the speed is still too slow. Strange rays of light pierced through the black fog and chased from the side. The clone of the Lord of the Underworld had already arrived and was approaching Yi Qing at a very fast speed. At this time, Yi Qing was still more than a kilometer away from the crack in front of him, and it would take at least 3 seconds at his current speed. Enough for a Grandmaster to accomplish many things. For example, let the clone of the Lord of the Underworld catch up with Yi Qing, or let Gu Yaozong launch a fierce attack from behind him. The Underworld had already arrived above Yi Qing's head. His crystal-clear eyes stared at Yi Qing, and he opened his huge mouth, ready to swallow Yi Qing. Stop it right there. Gu Yaozong also noticed Yi Qing in the black fog. His heart was shocked, and the weapon in his hand burst out with a dazzling light and slashed towards the back of the Lord of the Netherworld. Boom! There was a loud bang. The Underworld S-clone was shocked. A huge and hideous wound was cut on his back, and his mouth paused. It was this meal that bought Yi Qing some time. He fought his way through the herd of beasts and arrived at the crack that was more than 300 meters long. Dean Gu did arrive, but that didn't mean his situation was safe. Of the Underworld had obviously set his sights on him. If he stayed on the battlefield, it was one thing to say whether he could withstand the aftermath of the high-level battle. But if Gu Yaozong was distracted in order to protect himself and was seized by the Lord of the Underworld, that would be the worst-case scenario. Therefore, the best way is still to open the cracks first. So Yi Qing didn't hesitate at all and jumped directly into the abyss in front of him. Roar! The Lord of the Underworld roared. He was extremely angry. His eyes were full of unwillingness. It stared at the crack in the abyss that Yi Qing had drilled into, and a ball of light suddenly peeled off from its body, splitting into a quasi-6th-level clone, which followed Yi Qing and drilled directly into the abyss. Yi Qing! Gu Yaozong was shocked. Under the current circumstances, it was extremely dangerous to enter the abyss alone. What's more, there was a powerful beast of quasi-level 6 following him. His face looked extremely ugly, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Everyone in the Jinxing army is aware of Yi Qing's talent. He will definitely become a master, or even a grandmaster in the future. If we were to lose on this battlefield, it would be a loss not only for the Jinxing army, but also for the entire southern military region. Damn beast! Gu Yaozong roared and launched a frantic attack on the clone of the Lord of the Netherworld. The two high-level beings fought fiercely, and under Gu Yaozong's intentional control, the battlefield gradually moved away. The underworld looked at the angry Gu Yaozong with a hint of sarcasm in his cold eyes. What's the point of being angry? No matter how angry you are, you can't change the fact that that ant is dead. Although I don't know why that boy's soul is so powerful, it doesn't matter. Once you eat it, you will know the whole truth. The power of his clone can even be used to break through to level 8, thereby expanding the crack and allowing the main body to descend to the ground. Thinking of this, the indifference in the eyes of the Lord of the Nether Abyss disappeared. He roared excitedly and proudly responded to Gu Yaozong's attack. At the same time, Yi Qing, who was falling continuously, looked up and saw a bright ball of light flying towards him. The ball of light squirmed and condensed into the appearance of the Lord of the Underworld, only it was shrunk many times. On the leopard-like head, two eyes were staring at him excitedly. Yi Qing frowned. A blazing fire flashed in his eyes, and a hint of irritation emerged in his heart. The next moment, a scarlet halberd appeared in his hand, and he thrust it fiercely into the cliff beside him. Dazzling sparks flew up, and his falling figure was instantly stopped. A clone that's not even at level 6. You dare to chase me. Chapter 114. 6th level Spiritual Master. Suppressing the soul of the Lord of the Netherworld. Yi Qing looked up and met the eyes of the Lord of the Underworld, who was swooping down. His crystal eyes were full of excitement and desire. Yi Qing was very familiar with this kind of look. It was the look one would have when looking at prey. I can't kill a level 7 one, so how can I not kill your clone who is almost level 6? A ball of fire started in Yi Qing's heart, and the red-gold dragon pattern halberd suddenly lit up with dazzling flames. A high temperature descended, melting the cliff next to it into magma. 10 brilliant suns appeared behind Yi Qing, and the red light shone, dispersing the surrounding black fog. The cold aura of the abyss that could stagnate a warrior's chi and blood could not cause the slightest effect on Yi Qing. Large areas of rock cliffs were melted by the high temperature, and Yi Qing swept across with the red-gold dragon pattern halberd in his hand. The chi and blood in Yi Qing's body roared, and the pure, condensed, and strong chi and blood were injected into the halberd in his hand. The 3-meter-long halberd trembled, and the buzzing sound was like a dragon's roar. The next moment, the huge suns emitted endless light and heat. The scorching heat wrapped around the magma, transforming it into a giant dragon condensed from lava, roaring as it rushed towards the Lord of the Underworld. The condensation of 10 big suns in the same sky consumes a lot of energy and blood. However, Yi Qing possesses the talent of breathing in harmony with heaven and earth, which makes his mana recovery ability extremely terrifying, and the consumed blood and energy can be restored to its original state in just a moment. Boom! The lava exploded, and the terrifying high temperature swept across, enough to kill any level 5 beast. The underworld, and then the surprise disappeared, turning into a hint of deep mockery. Its body began to shrink and condense. In the blink of an eye, the 100-meter-long body turned into a ball of light the size of a human head. It then rushed out from the sea of fire and lava, approached at lightning speed, and drilled directly into Yi Qing's forehead. Yi Qing raised his eyebrows slightly, and immediately understood what the Lord of the Nether Abyss wanted to do. He did not panic, but raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a ferocious smile. At the same time, in Yi Qing's spiritual sea, an uninvited guest flashing with strange light appeared above the spirit sea. It has a leopard-like body, with 5 tails behind it and a horn on its head. Its translucent body is covered with layers of dark silver stripes. This was the first time that Yi Qing saw the Lord of the Nether Abyss clearly. He felt that it looked somewhat similar to the Zhang in ancient mythology. Roar! The soul of the Lord of the Underworld entered Yi Qing's spiritual sea, roared excitedly, and scanned the surroundings, looking for Yi Qing's soul. When it saw the liquefied ocean of spiritual power below, the tiny crystals mixed in the waves, and the spiritual body made of crystals not far away, its gaze suddenly paused. A hint of deep shock emerged in the eyes that had always remained cold and arrogant. Liquefied spiritual power. No, that's not right. There's also mental power that is already solidified. How could this weak human ant have such a high purity of spiritual power? The underworld quickly came to his senses, staring at Yi Qing's spirit body with a ferocious look in his eyes, drooling at the corners of his mouth. Eat him, and the surprise you get will exceed your original expectations. It pounced on excitedly. The spirit sea was its home ground. Even human spiritual masters would be completely unable to resist attacks in the soul realm before reaching the master level. So it pounced on him impatiently, opened its bloody mouth, and wanted to swallow Yi Qing's spirit in one gulp. Yi Qing looked at the Lord of the Nether Abyss and suppressed the expectations in his heart so as to prevent the other party from discovering any clues. When the Lord of the Underworld came close to him, he could no longer conceal his smile, and his mouth curled up to reveal a ferocious smile. Crash! The sound of the surging tide was heard. A dark golden tower suddenly emerged from the ocean of spiritual power and appeared above the head of the Lord of the Underworld's soul in an instant. Heart Source Nirvana Transformation, the soul defense ability brought by the second transformation, the Tower of the Void. Buzz! The tower trembled, and dark golden light fell, covering the soul of the Lord of the Underworld. A powerful restraining force descended, pinning the Lord of the Underworld firmly in place, making him unable to move. Roar! He looked up at the tower above his head with a dark look in his eyes. His original excitement disappeared, and were replaced by a deep look of horror. What the hell is this? The Tower of Void was shaking continuously. Under the invisible impact, ripples appeared on the body of the soul of the Lord of the Underworld, and pieces of glittering light flew out from his body. Seeing this, Yi Qing waved his hand, and his devouring power burst out, swallowing those fragments directly into his spiritual body. You swallowed a fragment of the Lord of the Underworld's soul, spiritual power plus 22. You swallowed a fragment of the Lord of the Underworld's soul, spiritual power plus 21. You swallowed a fragment of the Lord of the Underworld's soul, spiritual power plus 27. Hints appeared one after another, and Yi Qing's spiritual body became more and more crystal clear. The Underworld was struggling hard, but when he saw the scene just now, his body stiffened and his eyes stared at Yi Qing. Seeing Yi Qing devouring his soul fragments, all his previous doubts were resolved at this moment. It was him, this weak ant, who ate his soul. No wonder my several soul fragments did not return. The culprit is right in front of him. Roar! An angry, sharp, and shrill roar erupted from the mouth of the Lord of the Underworld. It stared at Yi Qing with bloodshot eyes, the light on its body flashing violently, trying to break through the confinement of the Tower of Void and tear Yi Qing's spirit body into pieces and swallow it. However, any spiritual master of the same level in terms of both strength and purity. The Lord of the Netherworld only split out a quasi-6 level soul, so he was no match for Yi Qing, not to mention that he was protected by the Soul Defense Tower of the Void. The resentment is quite big. Yi Qing grinned grimly, waved his hand, and controlled the Tower of the Void to smash down fiercely. Boom! The explosion echoed in the spiritual sea, and the liquefied spiritual power set off huge waves. The Underworld was pinned down under the Tower of the Void. It was struggling frantically, trying to break free from the suppression of the Tower of the Void, but it was of no use. Instead, its soul was seriously damaged, and pieces of crystal debris flew out. Yi Qing naturally would not let them go, and he took them in and swallowed them one by one. You swallowed a fragment of the Lord of the Underworld's soul, spiritual power plus 24, accompanied by a prompt sound. The entire spiritual sea roared and trembled, and a faint golden light appeared out of nowhere, illuminating the entire spiritual sea. The edge of the spiritual sea began to spread in all directions, and the range was constantly expanding, and the amount of spiritual power that could be accommodated was increasing. Yi Qing had an idea and opened the system panel. He found that in the spirit column, his mental power had exceeded 4,000. 6th level spiritual master. Yi Qing's control over his mental power began to improve rapidly. The Tower of the Void continued to roar, and the force of suppression became more and more violent. The soul of the Lord of the Underworld wailed, and despair appeared in his eyes. It could sense Yi Qing's changes. The damn human ant had become even stronger by devouring its soul fragments. Thinking of this, a ferocious look appeared in its eyes. With a bang, its body exploded, and the Tower of the Void fell heavily to the ground, with pieces of crystal soul fragments shooting out in all directions. Chapter 115. 6th Rank Warrior. Zuko is frightened. Zhou Jin is trapped in the center of the beast group. Yi Qing raised his eyebrows slightly. In his perception, the Lord of the Nether Abyss could clearly hold on for a while. But now the soul exploded prematurely. There's a problem. His eyes flashed like lightning, and huge waves rose up in his spiritual sea. More than 100 strands of mental power coiled around the soul fragments in the air. After his mental strength improved, his control over his ill-level talent, group consciousness, almost doubled. The ability to control 100 strands of mental energy simultaneously has been improved to 180 strands being controlled simultaneously. He had explored all of the hundreds of tiny fragments in a flash. And one of the tiny soul fragments, after sensing Yi Qing's mental power, suddenly began to accelerate, rushing towards the edge of the spiritual sea, trying to escape from Yi Qing's spiritual sea. Want to run and report the news? Yi Qing grinned grimly, and the ocean of mental power surged. A big hand suddenly stretched out from it and grabbed the soul fragment in his hand. He directly held the fragment in front of his eyes, looked at the ball of light that kept jumping in his palm, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will eat a few pieces of your soul first, and sooner or later I will eat your body too." Thinking of the huge size of the Lord of the Underworld, Yi Qing grinned and threw it directly into his mouth. You swallowed a fragment of the Lord of the Underworld's soul, spiritual power plus 12. Yi Qing's thoughts moved slightly, and the fragments scattered in the air gathered into a river and poured into his mouth. A series of prompts appeared, and his mental strength immediately increased by hundreds. At the same time, in the abyss filled with black fog, halberd in his hand emitted a hint of warmth, dispelling the layers of cold black fog around him. After getting rid of the soul of the Lord of the Underworld, the crisis was temporarily resolved. Before he could think about it, a roar came from the side. A group of giant beasts who wanted to descend to the ground through the cracks swarmed in and just happened to see Yi Qing, who was blocking their way. Without any hesitation, the leading few giant beasts pounced towards Yi Qing. In the black fog, a red line of fire cut through the darkness. Puff, puff! The sharp halberd blade cut through the flesh, and the hard scales were easily cut open as if they were made of paper. Blood spurted out from the huge wounds. Broken bones pierced the flesh, and the shrill howls stopped abruptly. Yi Qing inserted one hand into the wound of a level 5 giant beast, stirred his arm, grabbed the thick blood vessel that was retracted deep into the muscle, then pulled it out with force and put it to his mouth to drink. You swallowed a piece of the flesh of the greenwood crocodile. HP plus 38, extraction progress plus 5%. You swallowed a portion of the blood of the Aoki giant crocodile. Chi and health value plus 51, extraction progress plus 11%. You swallowed a piece of the flesh and blood of the crystal turtle. HP plus 31, extraction progress plus 8%. You swallow a piece. This group of beasts is very powerful. Leading them are 4 level 5 behemoths, which are considered very strong among level 5 beasts. Yi Qing killed 2 of them with one halberd. The dark moon blade flew over silently and smoothly split the heads of the other 2 level 5 beasts in half. He began to feast on the food. His body swelled until it was over 5 meters in size, and when his mouth was open to its full extent, he could swallow half of a small beast in one gulp. As the sharp teeth clashed, pieces of flesh flew everywhere, and blood flowed from the corners of Yi Qing's mouth, dyeing his whole body bloody. The chi and blood values began to rise by hundreds, and every once in a while, the chi and blood would increase by 1,000, 36,000, 37,000, 38,000. Yi Qing ate faster and faster. He didn't need the breath of heaven and earth to restore his energy and blood. He simply replenished the energy consumed in the battle by eating meat. The chi and blood in his body roared, and streams of red energy began to surge between the flesh, bones, meridians. Every part of the body was covered with a layer of blood. The power of dragon flame was stimulated and continuously seeped into every cell of the body, tempering Yi Qing's body. Yi Qing fought more and more fiercely. In the ocean of blood and bones, a thunderous explosion suddenly came from his body. Boom! Countless amounts of chi and blood condensed into small dragons in the blood vessels, surging and roaring throughout the body. The blood pill in the chest spun wildly, and traces of impurities were refined out. Vigorous chi and blood burst out from Yi Qing's head, and a thick smoke of qi and blood appeared. The qi and blood value exceeded 40,000. The sixth limit of the human body has been broken. Sixth level warrior. Yi Qing let out a long roar towards the sky and felt the strength in his body increase several times. Every move he made was filled with immense power. He swung his fist hard, and a violent gust of wind whistled, turning the giant beast in front of him into a pool of meat paste. Finally reached level 6. Yi Qing smiled. For most warriors, the 6th level is a transitional stage. The first 5 stages are mainly about strengthening the muscles and bones and laying a physical foundation, while from the 6th stage onwards, one has to get in touch with the spiritual realm. The 6th level requires one to nourish the mind and develop one's own mental strength. When your mental strength reaches a certain level, and you combine your essence, energy, and spirit to refine the master's will, you will be able to break the most important 7th limit and enter a new realm. In this way, you can be called a martial arts master. However, nourishing the spirit and developing mental strength is an extremely difficult step, enough to hold back 80% of level 6 warriors. However, for Yi Qing, as a spiritual master, he can directly skip the step of nourishing the spirit. He only needs to improve his own qi and blood, and when all conditions are suitable, he can melt his essence, qi, and spirit into one and polish his own master's will. Since I have reached the 6th level, the 7th level Grandmaster is not far away. A smile appeared on Yi Qing's face. The dark moon blade appeared under his feet, and his body turned into a stream of light and flew towards the crack exit above his head. Dingu will not fight with the enemy near the position. Judging from the time, they should leave this crack. Yi Qing no longer had any worries. His eyes were cold, and he rushed to the exit above his head as fast as he could. On the ground, since the 822nd Regiment launched a counterattack, the pressure on the flank of Yi Qing's position suddenly eased. Zhou Jin was also an officer who graduated from military academy. He had studied many battlefield cases and knew that this was the best time for the 822nd Regiment to retake the position. Therefore, in order to cooperate with the offensive of the 822nd Regiment next door, he also led the people on the flank position to launch the most fierce counterattack. Kill him for me. If we defeat this wave of beasts, we can retake the enemy's position and we won't be under so much pressure. Zhou Jin shouted excitedly, boosting morale. Nearly 100 soldiers were in high spirits. They ignored their injuries and followed Zhou Jin to meet the beasts with roars. The battle situation was just as Zhou Jin had expected. The herd of beasts that were originally rushing towards the flank position from a very far distance seemed to be cut off, and no new giant beasts were running towards this side. I'll take back what I said before for now. These children from noble families are not such cowards. As Zhou Jin thought so, he became more and more courageous as the battle went on. His energy and blood began to flow toward his chest, and there were even signs that he was about to break through. However, the next moment, something strange happened. A sharp and piercing sound of breaking through the air came from the sky. A huge and strange ball of light flew straight towards the position. That is, Zhou Jin looked back, and his pupils shrank. The soldiers stationed at the defense line of base number 8 all knew that the ball of light was the culprit of the incident, and it was the unknown giant beast that opened a new crack. The beast used strange methods and attacked several positions, slaughtering all the people there. This information is all in the combat communication channel, so Zhou Jin is naturally clear about it. When I saw the direction the other party was coming from, my heart tightened and a sense of panic arose in my heart. However, when he heard the roar behind the ball of light, he immediately calmed down. With a powerful master chasing after that beast, it shouldn't have much impact on the position. So he turned around and continued to fight. Around Zhou Jin, after a brief shock, they quickly regained their composure and followed Zhou Jin in fighting more and more bravely, tearing a hole in the surging herd of beasts. The other side, the front position of the 822nd Regiment. The sounds of fighting never stopped. The remaining veterans of the 822nd Regiment rushed to the front with red eyes, almost fighting in a way of exchanging injuries. Most of the positions had been lost, and they wanted to take them back the most. The Zhu family warriors still looked pale. It was too difficult for them to truly adapt to the battlefield. However, with Zhu Ke leading the charge, they do have a certain fighting capacity. Zhu Ke's face was solemn, and powerful internal energy attached to the broadsword. The blade was emitting sharp sword light, and he swung out a sword light dozens of meters long, splitting a level 5 monster into two halves. After killing a level 5 behemoth, the pressure on the surrounding warriors was slightly relieved. Zhou Ke's face looked better. So far, the counterattack was going very smoothly. It should only take some time to recapture the position. Zhou Ke breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, "Brothers, follow me and take back the position." After saying that, he fixed his eyes on a newly appeared giant beast and rushed forward with a big sword in hand. Right at this moment, a sound of breaking air was heard in the distance. Zhou Ke's body trembled, and he looked in the direction of the sound and saw the strange light that frightened him again. He swallowed hard, suppressed the panic in his heart, and kept reminding himself that everything was fine. It must be another false alarm. But Zhou Ke soon discovered that the direction the light was flying seemed to be flying towards him, and the direction is very straight, without any deviation. He paused, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Bang, bang, bang. His breathing became rapid and disordered. His heartbeat quickened and almost jumped out of his throat. Cold sweat soaked the back of his battle suit, and the pair of cold eyes in his memory seemed to be staring at him. Boom! The sound of compressed air exploding was heard, and the speed of the light kept increasing, getting closer and closer to the position, without any change in direction. It's coming this way. A voice shouted in Zuko's heart. Escape! Must escape! This thought was screaming wildly in his mind. Under the pressure of impending death, Zhou Ke dared not waste any more time and instinctively turned his body and rushed to the rear of the position. His speed broke through the previous limit. He was enveloped by a white airwave. In the blink of an eye, he left the battlefield and disappeared behind the position. Zhou Ke's actions had a huge impact on the Zhou family warriors. When they discovered that the ball of light was flying towards them, they were already nervous and hesitated whether to retreat. Now seeing Zhou Ke leaving first, he no longer cared about anything else and turned around and ran away. Don't retreat. We are about to recapture the position. Why are you running? What a beast! The veterans of the 822nd Regiment noticed that the Zhou family warriors had begun to retreat again. They were so angry that they reached out to grab the Zhou family warriors around them. That giant beast is coming. Are we going to retreat now and wait for death? Retreat first. It won't be too late to counterattack later. If you want to die, don't drag me along. Get out of here. Seeing that their retreat was delayed, some Zhou family warriors pointed their blades at the old soldiers and almost injured several of them. Beasts, these cowardly beasts. The only remaining veteran of the 822nd Regiment had red eyes and cursed angrily, wishing he could hack to death those retreating Zhou family warriors. On the battlefield is too small now, and most of the people on the battlefield are warriors from the Zhou family, especially Zhou Ke, who is the strongest but the most courageous. As soon as he started running, he dragged all the Zhou family warriors into retreat. Even if the old soldiers wanted to set an example of fearlessness and bravery, it was of no use in inspiring morale. The number of beasts was so huge that their less than 100 people could not resist the attack of the giant beasts at all. They immediately began to retreat step by step, and the position they had just captured was lost again. The 822nd Regiment's counterattack failed, and after retreating to the rear position, part of the herd rushed towards the flank again. The other side, Zhou Jin and his men almost pierced through the herd of beasts. A bloody path appeared behind them, and it seemed that they were about to pierce through the entire herd. Roar! The ground began to shake, and the sound of dense and dull running came from a distance. He looked up, and his expression changed drastically. A large group of beasts rushed over from the direction of the 822nd Regiment's position and soon reached the vicinity. Seeing this scene, Zhou Jin's eyes widened, and he really couldn't understand why. Why did the 822nd Regiment fail in their counterattack when the situation was so favorable? Things were clearly going in a good direction, so how come they suddenly took a turn for the worse? Once they had broken through the herd, the pressure would suddenly decrease. Now another wave of giant beasts appeared, filling the gap behind the herd and directly changing their position from the edge of the herd to the center of the herd. In the rear, the bloody path they had fought their way forward had been blocked by giant beasts, and now they had no way to retreat. In their current state, being trapped in the center of the beast herd means they will die. What a bunch of rubbish. Zhou family from Go Chao, I'll fuck your whole family. The other veterans realized what was going on and immediately started cursing every generation of the Zhou family from top to bottom. Zhou Jin's breathing was rapid, his face was red, and his eyes were about to spit fire. He tried to stay rational and think of countermeasures. Now the only way out was to retreat and break out. Zuko, fuck me. Follow me to break through. Everyone who survives is a survivor. He roared angrily, then turned around and rushed back in the direction he came from. Chapter 116, The Grandmaster Arrives. Return to the position. Brute. The 7th level weapon in Gu Yaozong's hand burst out with a powerful light, and hundreds of meters of light fell from the sky and hit the lord of the nether abyss directly. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he was extremely angry. Yi Qing is a person that all the high-ranking officers of the Jinqing army are optimistic about. Apart from his somewhat bad temper, he is the top player in terms of both strength and talent. That kid joined the army. He was favored by not only people in the school, but also some masters in the army. Such a talent, a rising star in the army, was now forced into a desperate situation right under his nose. With the Lord of the Underworld for such a long time, Gu Yaozong was clear about his tactics. Even if it is a clone of less than level 6, it still has powerful means far beyond level 5. Besides, Yi Qing is in the Abyss, and the special environment of the Abyss itself has a negative impact on warriors. Under all these unfavorable conditions, Yi Qing is likely to encounter an accident. Thinking of this, Gu Yaozong's heart was bleeding. Before he could vent all his anger on the Lord of the Underworld, the other party suddenly roared towards the sky, his voice sounding very unwilling and angry. Gu Yaozong frowned slightly and became alert. The underworld twisted, and shock, anger, and unwillingness quickly spread across its face. It just sensed that the connection with its split soul had disappeared. That clone that was close to level 6 was destroyed. It was full of expectations, but who knew that it would get such a result? It was shocked and realized that the plan was a complete failure from this point on. At first, he wanted to summon the souls hidden in various places, cooperate with the spiritual power of the followers of the Advent sect, directly let the clones reach the 8th level, and open a new crack that can accommodate the advent of the main body. As a result, a small part of its soul was missing, causing its strength to be stuck at the peak of level 7, and the size of the crack did not reach the expected effect. Then it thought about working together with several other level 7 beasts to kill several human masters and devour their souls, which would also enhance the strength of its clones. It turned out that these human masters were very difficult to deal with, and we couldn't kill them after a long time of fighting. After much difficulty, it discovered an unexpected surprise. A weak human ant actually possessed a soul more powerful than the masters. So it endured several fierce moves from the human master, and also let one of its clones catch up with the ant's fleeing steps. But who could have thought that something that was originally a sure thing would go wrong? The split soul is independent. If it does not return, even it will not know what has happened. The underworld roared to the sky. He really couldn't understand why the plan was implemented perfectly, but mistakes kept happening at the last moment. It was very unwilling, but helpless. It took too long, until things became irreversible. It could sense that several powerful auras were approaching from the end of the horizon. The strong men of humanity came to support, and the original body's plan of coming has no possibility of being realized. Then, the Underworld S-Clone had no intention of getting entangled with Gu Yaozong anymore. While dealing with the opponent's attacks, he moved towards the direction of the crack in the Wasteland. It wants to return to the Abyss to reduce the loss of its body. Want to run? Gu Yaozong's eyes widened. He had already received a message from Kong Hui at the rear command center that reinforcements from the military district would arrive soon. Naturally, he didn't want to let the other party leave so easily. So he pounced forward directly, trying his best to delay the retreat of the Lord of the Underworld's clone. Not long after, the sound of air being torn apart echoed throughout the battlefield. A figure appeared on the high-level battlefield, with 2 shining golden stars on his shoulders, cold eyes, solemn expression, and a faint golden light covering his body. Lieutenant General of the military region, Li Zidao, finally arrived at Operation Base Number 8. As soon as he appeared, the level 7 beasts that were fighting with Tang Feng and his companions let out terrified roars and immediately tried to leave the battlefield and run towards a crack. Want to leave? It's too late. Li Zidao snorted coldly, and his figure flashed away. The next moment, he appeared in front of the crack, blocking the retreat of the Lord of the Abyss and several other level 7 beasts alone. From behind, several masters caught up and instantly formed a siege. In the command room of Operations Base Number 8, Kong Hui breathed a sigh of relief. With the arrival of the Grand Master, the current crisis has been resolved. Not long. Along with several shrill and unwilling howls, the huge bodies of the level 7 beasts that descended from the cracks slowly fell down, and their bodies as big as mountains hit the ground, sounding several dull roars. The body of the Lord of the Underworld exploded, and pieces of crystals fell from the sky like a rainstorm. And among those crystal lights, a dim stream of light streaked across the sky and plunged into the abyss. It still escaped, Gu Yaozong said angrily through gritted teeth. This is a giant beast made up of pure mental power. We don't know much about this type of beast, and many of its methods are unknown. However, we have gained a lot of experience from this battle, said Tang Feng, commander of base number 8. Let them run away if they want. Li Zidao turned around and said, deal with the beasts in each position. Retreat the troops with heavy losses immediately. You have suffered too much loss this time. We must do a good job of providing relief after the war. Yes, Tang Feng saluted, then turned around and rushed towards the position behind. Western Front. Yi Qing rushed out from the crack in the abyss, and the dark moon decomposed into dark, sharp blades. Under the control of mental power, it turned into a torrent that harvested giant beasts, flew into the beast herd, and strangled a bloody path with flesh and blood flying everywhere. He killed several level 5 beasts in front of him at the fastest speed, then shot out and rushed out of the area covered by the black fog at the fastest speed. Bang! Bang! Breaking through to the 6th level, his explosive speed was already able to easily break the sound barrier. It only took a moment for Yi Qing to return to the front of the position. The anti-tank fire control system on the position was repaired, and the anti-tank guns that had been silent for a long time began to spew flames, and one shell after another blasted the behemoths that attacked the position into pieces. The situation seemed to be much better, but the faces of the people on the battlefield were quite heavy. At this time, someone noticed Yi Qing's figure and shouted in surprise. Commanderie! It's Commander Yi who's back. Many people looked in the direction of the sound and saw Yi Qing, with expressions of surprise and excitement on their faces. When the Lord of the Underworld suddenly rushed over, everyone on the battlefield was startled, but who knew that the other party just came around and turned around and left. But from that time on, the position could no longer contact Yi Qing. Many people thought that Yi Qing had met with an accident, but who knew that Yi Qing is back now. Although the veterans had little contact with Yi Qing's fierce strength and his performance of holding back most of the beast by himself had made all the veterans respect this young lieutenant colonel from the bottom of their hearts. So everyone was extremely happy to see Yi Qing return safely. Zhou Yu was the same, but after the joy, his expression became heavy and gloomy again. Chapter 117, Zhou Jin died in battle. Don't worry, I'm very calm now. How's the wing? Yi Qing didn't waste any time and asked Zhou Yu directly. The position has been held, but Zhou Yu's eyes were red and his voice was choked. Yi Qing raised his eyebrows slightly and immediately rushed towards the flank of the position. A moment later, Yi Qing came to the flank defense line, took a quick look, and immediately fell silent. On the entire flank position, there were less than 20 people who could still breathe, and among these dozen or so, most were seriously injured and their lives were in danger. Some people had their arms bitten off, some had a big gash in their abdomen, and some had their legs severed at the roots. Military doctors are treating them, but they can only keep them alive. After becoming disabled, I definitely won't be able to stay on the front line anymore. Those whose injuries are not so serious can be transferred to logistics work, but if they suffer serious disabilities, they will definitely have to retire directly. Although the army provides sufficient pensions, it is a torture for these soldiers to have to survive with their crippled bodies for the rest of their lives. Where's Zhou Jin? Yi Qing turned his head to look at Zhou Yu, who followed him, and asked about his brother's condition. Zhou Yu walked to a fortress where the seriously injured were placed without saying a word. He came to a stretcher and lifted the blood-stained white cloth, revealing a body covered in wounds and in a miserable state of death. The person on the stretcher is Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin, who had hoped to break through to the 5th level, died on the eve of victory in the battle. There were no less than 10 wounds on his body, and broken bones could be seen under the flesh and blood under the hideous wounds. The fatal wound on his chest was even more horrific, and the heart inside was gone. My brother led his brothers to launch a counterattack. Everything was going well, but who knew? Zhou Yu's voice trembled slightly. He thought his tears had dried up long ago, but when he saw his elder brother's body, his eyes were still wet. It is said that soldiers shed blood, but not tears, but when he saw the death of his own elder brother, he really couldn't suppress the grief in his heart. Yi Qing came to Zhou Jin and looked at the young soldier whom he had known for less than a day without saying a word. He squatted down, and his hands, which could easily crush the giant beast's head, became unusually gentle in their movements. Yi Qing stroked Zhou Jin's face with his right hand, trying to help him close his angry eyes. But he failed. As a 6th-rank warrior, Yi Qing's strength has reached a terrifying level at this moment, but he is unable to help Zhou Jin close his eyes. He was silent for a moment, then covered Zhou Jin with the white cloth, leaving him with the last bit of dignity. Then, Yi Qing stood up, turned to look at Zhou Yu and the dozen or so wounded soldiers, and asked, "What's going on?" As if they were waiting for these words, several veterans whose injuries were not too serious struggled to stand up and shouted with red eyes. "Sir, the brothers died tragically. Damn it, Zuko, that bastard launched a counterattack, and we coordinated with them and also launched a counterattack. Everything was going well, and we were about to take back the position, but who knew that the cowardly bastard retreated again? We charged too deep into the encirclement. Once the Zhu family's beast retreated, all the pressure fell on us. It was Captain Zhou Jin who risked his life to lead us out. Otherwise, we would have all been wiped out. Zhou Jin didn't have to die. I killed him. If I hadn't been injured and held back, he wouldn't have had to help me block that attack. As veterans of many battles, their wills are very strong. When have I ever cried as much as I do now? It's not that they are unwilling to sacrifice, but that the sacrifice is really not necessary. If the people at the 822nd Regiment's position next door had not suddenly retreated, they would have wiped out the beasts long ago. How could they suddenly be surrounded by the beasts? Because of this, out of the original 100 people, only a dozen of them retreated back to the position. Yi Qing listened quietly and very carefully. Sacrifice is inevitable, but the group of people on the opposite side have betrayed us twice in a row. Zhou Yu clenched his teeth so hard that blood oozed from his gums. I see. Yi Qing nodded. An invisible mental power surged out, exploring towards the position of the 822nd Regiment. He found that a new team had come to replace the original troops, and they had already retreated. Have they started changing defenses? Yi Qing asked. The command center has just ordered us to retreat to the base to recuperate. The support troops have arrived. Zhou Yu nodded in response. Zhu, the Zhu family will also go back to base number 8 first, right? Yi Qing asked calmly. It should be. Zhou Yu raised his head. They are incorporated into the temporary combat sequence and are under the control of base number 8. I see. Yi Qing nodded again, his tone so indifferent that it was frightening. Commander. Zhou Yu looked at Yi Qing and was suddenly frightened. An inexplicable, strong feeling of oppression appeared in his heart. Take good care of the wounded. Enough have been sacrificed. Take them back to the base for treatment as soon as possible. Yi Qing interrupted Zhou Yu, patted him on the shoulder, left a few bottles of medicine seized from Feng Yunian to the military doctor, and immediately rushed back to the main position. Yi Qing, are you not hurt? Professor Xiao rushed over. His face was black and his hand were covered with wounds caused by mechanical gears. It's okay. I'm glad you're okay. This time, thanks to you in the front, otherwise we wouldn't have had the time to repair the fire control system, let alone collect data. Professor Xiao looked at Yi Qing. As an old man who had lived for decades, he sensitively noticed that there was something wrong with Yi Qing's condition. He thought about the casualties on the flank and learned something from Zhou Yu. He sighed and said, Xiao Yi, Zhou Jin and his men died. I, an old man, feel bad, but you have to stay calm. We have a military court in our army. Everything is decided by the military court. Don't do anything impulsive. Don't worry, Professor. I'm very calm now. Yi Qing's smile deepened a little, and he said slowly, Besides, I never act impulsively. I only do things that I'm sure of. You can rest assured. Hearing Yi Qing say this, Professor Xiao looked at Yi Qing's eyes and nodded half-believingly. He didn't know why, but he always felt that what Yi Qing said was not the truth. He had a feeling that Yi Qing at this moment was somewhat similar to a volcano that was about to erupt. Before the real eruption of lava, there would always be a period of silence. That's good. You're the most powerful student I have seen in these years. It is not easy for our Xinqing army to produce a figure like you. You must think twice before doing anything. Professor Xiao said this, and then was helped onto the armored vehicle by Yi Qing. At the same time, the reinforcements arrived to relieve the guard, and after a brief handover, Yi Qing and his party boarded the troop transport vehicle returning to base number 8. When the troop carrier came, there were all living people on it. When it went back, most of them had turned into corpses in body bags. There was a smell of blood in the car, and even those who survived were mostly injured. No one spoke in the carriage. The silence was somewhat scary. Occasionally someone would curse a few words, and then fall into silence. Although the war at Base 8 was a victory, it was a tragic victory. Everything happened so suddenly that many defense lines were caught up in fierce fighting before they had time to react, resulting in heavy losses. At this time, on the way back to base number 8, troops withdrew from the front line positions one after another. Armored vehicles gathered in the team, forming a long steel dragon. Halfway through the journey, the withdrawal convoy met the reinforcement convoy. The driver of the armored vehicle of the reinforcement force, seeing the convoy covered with scratches of the giant beasts approaching, did not hesitate to turn the steering wheel and drove the car into the mud on the side to make a path for the team in front of him. The drivers behind did the same, tacitly giving up the flat road. For a moment, hundreds of military vehicles stopped at the side of the road at the same time, quietly and respectfully waiting for the retreating troops to pass. A low horn sounded. Salute. A lieutenant colonel regiment commander got out of the car and led his soldiers in saluting in unison. All eyes were focused on the retreating convoy, and when they saw the body bags and the carriages, everyone became more silent. In the defensive war against the invasion of giant beasts, humanity paid a heavy price. As time goes by, the number of people who died on the battlefield has already reached an astonishing number. Sacrifice is inevitable, but some people who shouldn't have sacrificed died on the battlefield. That's very wrong. Someone should be held accountable for their deaths. Yi Qing looked towards the direction of base number 8, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Amid the hum of engines, the convoy passed quickly and headed towards Operation Base number 8. 1 hour later, after Yi Qing and his team returned to the base and sent the seriously injured members of the team to the medical center, invisible mental power spread in all directions. He didn't care about the masters in the base. What he was going to do couldn't be concealed anyway. With his exaggeratedly large mental detection range, the target was quickly locked onto. Found it. Yi Qing let out a breath of foul air. Sir, what did you find? Zhou Yu had just walked out of the medical center and was stunned when he heard this. I have something to do. Yi Qing spoke slowly and then strode towards somewhere inside the base. Zhou Yu felt something was wrong and hurriedly followed. Inside the base's combat command room, Yi Qing is still alive. Gu Yaozong asked in surprise. Yes, I just returned to the base. Kong Yunu did. This kid Yi Qing has a secret. A master exclaimed. He entered the rioting abyss alone, followed by the clone of a powerful beast, and he was able to come back safely. Who doesn't have secrets? A master professor of the military martial arts shook his head and said, as long as he doesn't go astray, there are secrets. Don't be too controlling of these young people. If you point fingers, it will only annoy the children. Mr. Qin is right. Li Zidao nodded in agreement. When he mentioned Yi Qing, his eyes showed admiration. Yi Qing has made great contributions one after another. I guess the military should be worried about what kind of meritorious reward to give him. Why don't we transfer Yi Qing back to Jinqing first? The National Youth Warrior League will start soon, and it's a good opportunity for Yi Qing to participate and raise our Jinqing's ranking, said Kai Hong, the dean of the Jinqing Military Command Academy. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Gu Yaozong's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at Li Zidao. You should ask Yi Qing for his opinion on this matter yourself. Li Zidao waved his hand. Right at this moment, in the command room, the faces of several high-level warriors suddenly changed, and at the same time, they sensed that a spiritual force was unscrupulously exploring the combat base. Asshole! Tang Feng's face darkened. Using mental power to scan a place like a base was a serious violation of military discipline. Which spiritualist is so brave? They're all masters, beings with unity of essence, energy, and spirit, and they also mastered some uses of mental power. They immediately began to look for the source of that mental power. Is it Yi Qing? What is this kid trying to do? When they found out it was Yi Qing, all the masters present were stunned, and their expressions immediately eased a lot. Even Li Zidao, a high-ranking lieutenant general in the military region, remained very patient with this rising star with amazing talent. So when they found out it was Yi Qing, the first thing they thought about was not how to punish him. But does Yi Qing have something urgent? As it turned out, Yi Qing did have something urgent to do. He moved quickly passing through buildings and accurately finding his target among the many barracks. The barracks at the base are planned to be large. In addition to residences, each team's barracks has a playground for daily training. At this time, in the barrack square in front of Yi Qing, a group of wounded soldiers were resting. They had obviously just withdrawn from the front line. This is Zhou Yu had been following Yi Qing. When he saw what the people in the barrack square were wearing, his pupils suddenly shrank and a surge of hatred surged up in his stomach. But then he realized something. Sir, Zhou Yu spoke hastily, his face full of anxiety. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Yi Qing took a deep breath. This was the second time someone told him not to be impulsive. But in fact, he has always been calm and has never been impulsive. He knew exactly what he was going to do. On the way here, he had thought about it several times to make sure that he had not lost his mind. I'm very calm. Yi Qing smiled at Zhou Yu, then turned around and kicked open the fence gate of the barracks. With a bang, the iron gate was twisted and deformed and was kicked away. It flew a long distance and fell to the ground with a bang. Everyone in the square was startled and quickly turned their heads to look over. Zuko, get out here. Yi Qing stepped into the camp and shouted loudly. The deafening sound swept in all directions, alarming soldiers from several surrounding camps. Many people stuck their heads out and saw the commotion here, and came closer to check out the situation. Who is it? The Zhu family warrior came to his senses and became furious when he heard Yi Qing's words. They were fighting a bloody battle on the front line, and countless tribesmen had died on the battlefield. They were already in a very bad mood, and now someone was so rude that not only did he kick the door, but he also told Brother Zhuge to get out in an instant, one by one, with red eyes, and surrounded them with grief and anger. Chapter 118. The power that can still be used. Compared with other teams, the casualties of the Zhu family warriors were not serious. The casualty rate of many troops was over 40%. For example, the artillery regiment, where Zhou Yu was located, had more than 1,000 people originally, but now had less than 100 people left. What's worse, entire units were sacrificed on the front battlefield. Thanks to the 2 retreats in the face of battle, the Zhu family's casualty rate was not high, but casualties of over 100 were still a number they could not accept. The barracks, which were already shrouded in grief and pain, was immediately ignited by Yi Qing's actions. What did you just say? We just withdrew from the front line, and someone comes to cause trouble. You're looking for death, you little jerk. They all noticed the military rank on Yi Qing's shoulder and were slightly stunned, somewhat surprised at Yi Qing's youth. After all, Yi Qing looks to be around 20 years old. He is a 5th-rank lieutenant colonel at such a young age. Could he be a direct descendant of some noble family? Speculations aside, the Zhu family warriors are still angry. Their Zhu family is not outstanding among the aristocratic families, but their strength is not bad either. Relying on a large amount of supplements, the number of powerful warriors in the family is astonishing. Even if the other party is the heir of a certain family and openly humiliates the warriors of their Zhu family in public, he still has to give an explanation. Everyone stared at Yi Qing with their eyes wide open, as if they were ready to fight if they disagreed. Where's Zuko? Yi Qing took a quick look and didn't see Zhu Ke. You are a lieutenant colonel, and you can see my elder brother whenever you want. What do you want to do? If you don't tell me clearly, you can't leave today. Several people went around behind Yi Qing and blocked his retreat. Of annoyance flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. He looked at the person who was shouting the loudest in front of him and kicked him out. Bang! The man only felt an irresistible force coming from his stomach, and then the scene in front of his eyes changed, and the whole person was thrown out uncontrollably. He flew out more than 10 meters and stopped only after hitting a wall. You dare to do it? The eyes of the Zhu family warriors around widened. They never expected that Yi Qing would dare to take the initiative to attack in front of so many people, and he did so without any mercy. The person who was kicked away had already fainted. Brother Peng, are you okay? An acquaintance rushed over and checked the man's condition. He found that he had serious internal injuries. The kick directly injured Zhu Peng's internal organs. His face immediately turned gloomy. You're disrespectful. Yi Qing shook his head and said coldly, a 4th-rank soldier dares to speak to a lieutenant colonel like this? Do you understand the rules of the army? Having said that, he was too lazy to waste any more time and wave his hands. A violent and fierce gust of wind erupted, directly blowing away dozens of people around him. Yi Qing walked into the barracks, spreading his mental power to search for Zhu Ke's figure. Soon, A training room that could block mental detection caught Yi Qing's attention. We searched the entire barracks, but couldn't find Zhu Ku, so he could only be in the training room. Yi Qing's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of 100 meters and arrived at the door of the training room. When a dispute occurred in the camp, someone would naturally report it immediately. Inside the base command center, Tang Feng received the news and was surprised. Yi Qing arrived at the camp of the Zhu family's warriors and started fighting. Did they have any conflict before? The masters present turned their eyes to Kong Hui. At that time, he was in full charge of the command and had the best understanding of the situation on each position. Kong Hui thought for a moment. His face changed slightly, and he said, at that time, the position where the Zhu family's warriors were stationed was next to Yi Qing's. However, Zhu Ke led the retreat twice and lost half of the position, which greatly increased the pressure on Yi Qing's side and caused serious casualties. I guess he went there for this matter. Hearing this, several people frowned immediately. Retreating from a battlefield is a taboo. Zhu Ku will definitely be held accountable for this and will definitely be brought to a military court. It was really impulsive for Yi Qing to go and ask for an explanation at this time. Zhu Ku is a 6th level warrior. Even though he is a little exaggerated and has taken a lot of expensive supplements, he is still a 6th level warrior after all. If they fight, Yi Qing will definitely suffer a loss. Gu Yaozong frowned. The angle he considered was a bit strange. He was afraid that Yi Qing would suffer a loss, not anything else. Go take a look. Don't make things too big. After all, Yi Qing is still young and tends to act impulsively, said a professor of military affairs. Okay. Several masters nodded and walked out of the command center. Right at this moment, in their perception, in the barracks area of the base, a vast wave of energy and blood was rippling out, and a smoke of energy and blood that was almost visible to the naked eye suddenly rose up. What is that? The faces of several masters changed at the same time, and they soared into the sky, rushing towards the location where the blood and wolf smoke was. The other side. Click, click. The crisp sound of mechanical structures colliding and twisting appeared. The tightly closed door of the training room was forcibly opened by mental power, and the locked mechanical structure inside was twisted and shattered. Zhu Ku, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground in the room and healing his injuries, suddenly opened his eyes. He was injured, so after returning to the base, he went straight into the training room, took some medicine, and prepared to heal his injuries. Who would have thought that at the critical moment when the drug effect was being neutralized, the door of the training room was opened directly? Zuko's eyes were filled with anger. He looked at the strange face at the door and shouted, "How dare you force your way into my training room? What do you want to do?" He stood up and noticed Yi Qing's military rank. He was so angry that he even ignored how Yi Qing opened the door of the training room. What? Yi Qing looked at Zhu Ku and said slowly, "Why did you retreat twice without warning at the 822nd Regiment's position?" When Zhu Ku heard the question, his face immediately turned ugly. He had long realized the seriousness of the problem and knew that there would definitely be subsequent punishment, so he was already in an extremely upset mood. This is why he started hiding and healing as soon as he returned to the base. A big part of the reason is that people just want to play ostrich and temporarily avoid problems. Who would have thought someone would come to my door to ask questions? Who are you? A lieutenant colonel. What qualifications do you have to ask me this? Zuko's face was as gloomy as water, and he said in a cold voice, "Okay, very good." Yi Qing nodded and said calmly, "You were afraid of fighting, which resulted in heavy casualties in our comrades' troops twice in a row. I have reason to doubt your motives. Strictly speaking, the secret mission that Yi Qing was carrying out had not yet been completely completed. Therefore, the power of killing anyone under suspicion granted to him by the military high-ups can still be used." Chapter 119. Kill Zhu Ku the Demon. Ruins number 3. The 8th level of skills. Akalabadi. Zuko couldn't come up with a plausible reason. As a 6th-rank warrior, he was afraid of fighting and retreated voluntarily, which led to the loss of his own position and caused serious losses to the brother troops. In such an important battlefield, they always deliberately retreated at critical moments, almost resulting in the loss of 2 positions. Then Yi Qing had every reason to believe that Zhu Ku did it on purpose. These are not doubts, they're solid evidence. So, it can be killed. Then, Yi Qing's eyes changed, looking at Zhu Ku coldly and cruelly, as if he was looking at a dead person. Zhu Ku's face changed, and he immediately sensed a hint of murderous intent emanating from Yi Qing. "What are you going to do?" Zuko laughed in anger, a hint of sarcasm on his face, a lieutenant colonel, you think you can fight me just because you have a bit of energy and blood? Oh, a sinister smile appeared on Yi Qing's lips, as if something was broken. An invisible force field appeared around him, and a strong sense of oppression enveloped Zhu Ku. Streams of pure energy and blood flowed through his body. His muscles swelled slightly, and the mental power in his spiritual sea began to be consumed, rapidly starting to increase his energy and blood. A terrifying and astonishing aura burst out, as if a long-dormant volcano suddenly erupted and soared into the sky. Big suns appeared behind Yi Qing, emitting endless light and heat. The dazzling light illuminated the entire camp, as if a scorching sun was rising here. Grandmaster skill 10 suns in the same sky. Yi Qing did not use the red-gold dragon pattern halberd. Instead, he used his arm as a spear, punched like an arrow, and raised his hand to hit Zhu Ku on the forehead. Yi Qing, stop it! The deafening roar echoed throughout the entire base. A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard from afar, and several streams of light that broke the sound barrier appeared in the sky and rushed towards the barracks. But it was still too late. The distance between Yi Qing and Zhu Ku was too close. Even Li Zidao, a grandmaster, was unable to stop Yi Qing in time. Yi Qing had just been promoted to the 6th level not long ago, and in terms of chi and blood value alone, he was not as good as Zhu Ku. But he is also a 6th-rank mentalist. After undergoing a transformation into the Heart Source Nirvana transformation, he possesses the ability to amplify his chi and blood with his mental power, allowing him to unleash combat power that far exceeds his own chi and blood level. Zhu Ku didn't even have time to react. He only had time to widen his eyes, his pupils shrinking sharply, and the only thing in his field of vision was a fist that was constantly getting bigger. Boom! The roar of explosions rang out in the camp. Yi Qing punched Zhu Ku directly on the forehead. Visible heat waves swept in all directions, tearing the air apart. Bright and dazzling light burst out, and Zhou Yu and the Zhu family warriors who were not far away were directly knocked to the ground. Swish! Several figures appeared beside Yi Qing, each with an extremely ugly expression. At the same time, the light faded and the heat wave subsided. In a messy training room, everything was turned into dust, and only the hard alloy walls remained in the empty training room. Zuko's upper body simply disappeared, leaving only the part below his belly button still standing in the middle of the training room. With the arrival of several masters, a strong wind blew and the half-body fell to the ground with a thud. Zhu Ku, who came from a noble family in Jiangnan province, completely lost all hope of survival. There was complete silence all around, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The eyes of the soldiers watching were wide open. They thought it was just a small conflict, but who knew it turned into a murder case? Is that young Lieutenant Colonel crazy? Just as the thought came to mind, everyone suddenly realized, how could a Lieutenant Colonel kill a 6th-level warrior with one punch? Zhou Yu was stunned, staring at the figure not far away, his body shaking. He knew that Commander Yi was here to cause trouble, but he never expected that Commander Yi was here to kill people directly. The Zhu family warriors were in the same mood. They looked at Zhu Ku's body lying on the ground in disbelief. Their minds were blank. They couldn't believe that their 6th-level warrior was beaten to death by a single punch, leaving not even a complete body. Li Zidao, Tang Feng, Gu Yaozong, and others looked at Zhu Ku's body with heavy faces and anger in their eyes. They turned around and sensed the energy and blood rising from Yi Qing's body. The anger suddenly disappeared, replaced by a deep shock. You are at level 6. Li Zidao stared at Yi Qing, his voice a little hoarse. Yi Qing saluted and said, "Yes, I just broke through not long ago." After hearing Yi Qing's answer, several masters fell into silence, their eyes focused on Yi Qing, with turbulent waves rising in their hearts. A word emerged in their minds at the same time. Evildoer. Genius is not enough to describe the speed of his breakthrough. This kid is a complete monster. According to Yi Qing's information, it seems that it hasn't been long since he broke through to the 5th level. In such a short time, he broke through to the 6th level? How could the chi and blood values break through so quickly? As masters, they have access to martial arts resources that ordinary people cannot imagine. If they want to enable a martial artist to cross the 5th level to the 6th level in a short period of time, there are ways to do it. This can be achieved by being baptized by the essence and blood of a 9th-level giant beast with the help of a grandmaster to temper the body, and then taking a variety of supplements. but the amount of money that could be spent would have to be calculated in hundreds of billions. Using such precious resources to help a 5th-level warrior break through his cultivation level is obviously not worth the cost, and no one would choose this approach. They all knew Yi Qing's background, so it was impossible for them to use that method. So how'd he do it? For a moment, everyone, including Li Zidao, found that they could not see through Yi Qing. The secret of this young man was obviously not as simple as they thought. Li Zidao and others looked at Yi Qing, then turned to look at Zhu Ku's body on the ground. Yi Qing ignored the advice and killed Zhu Ku in public, which had a very bad impact. But after realizing Yi Qing's strength, several masters suddenly felt that killing Zhu Ku was not a big deal. One is a rising star in the army, and the other is a drug-taking athlete from aristocratic family. One's journey of martial arts has just begun, while the other's future is blocked by taking drugs. The most important thing is one is still alive and kicking, and the other is dead beyond death. Zhu Ku was going to be court-martialed. Even if the Zhu family used some of their connections in the army, he would still have to spend 2 years in a disciplinary camp. The punishment battalion is no different from the suicide squad. In 2 years, the probability of Zuko surviving is very low. But no matter what, Yi Qing's approach this time was too radical and the impact was really bad. Tell the medical center to send someone to collect the body. Li Zidao said something to Tang Feng, then turned to look at Yi Qing and said coldly, "Come to the base command room." After saying this, his figure disappeared. Gu Yaozong and several deans of the Jinqing army shook their heads and sighed, then left. And after all the masters left, Yi Qing's palm moved slightly, and a ball of bright soul light from Zhu Ku's half-body that only he could see flew into his palm. After Zhu Ku died, his soul light continued to dissipate. Rather than letting the soul fragments dissipate in the wind, it is better to absorb them yourself. As for whether swallowing the soul fragments would affect Zhu Ku's reincarnation, only God knows. Besides, whether there is reincarnation or not is another matter, so let's swallow it first. System prompts appear one after another. You swallowed a soul fragment of a 6th-level warrior, mental power plus 24, extraction progress plus 43%. You swallowed a soul fragment of a 6th-level warrior, mental power plus 25, extraction progress plus 43%. You swallowed a soul fragment of a 6th-level warrior, mental power plus 11, extraction progress plus 14%. After just 3 prompts, Zhu Ku's soul light was completely devoured. What a fake 6th-level player. He only took drugs to improve his chi and blood. After reaching the 6th level, he didn't develop his mental power at all, right? Yi Qing thought to himself, shook his head, turned around, and left the messy training room. The Zhu family warriors around watched Yi Qing pass by, and no one dared to speak to stop him. They were all frightened by the scene just now. Yi Qing walked to the gate of the camp, suddenly thought of something, turned around, and pointed at the Zhu family warriors. "And you, who are afraid of fighting, can't escape. I will file a report and send you to a military court." Hearing this, hundreds of warriors from the Zhu family turned pale, their bodies trembled slightly, and they wanted to speak but ultimately did not dare to. "I'm leaving." Yi Qing waved his hand, motioning Zhou Yu to follow, and then he walked away. Zhou Yu looked at Yi Qing's back with an extremely complicated look in his eyes, and he seemed to want to say something but stopped himself several times. "Go back. I'm going to the headquarters first." Yi Qing left a few words and disappeared from Zhou Yu's sight. Operations Base 8 Command. Li Zidao gathered with several masters. Yi Qing knocked on the door and came in, saluting everyone. Impulsive. Too impulsive. Li Zidao turned around and spoke coldly in a stern voice. "Do you feel happy after killing that warrior from the Zhu family?" he asked with a gloomy face. Yi Qing said nothing and remained silent. The Grandmaster in front of him was very angry, and whatever he said would have the opposite effect, so it would be better for him to just ignore it. Zhu Ku has violated military discipline. He will suffer the consequences if he is brought to the military court. Why do you have to take action now? I acted on impulse, really on impulse. Your temper must be changed. You are too violent and murderous. How long have you been in the army? How can you have such a bad temper? Li Zidao was an 8th-rank Grandmaster, and at this moment he used all his strength to scold Yi Qing, with his words coming out in a continuous stream like a string of cannonballs. Yi Qing's main focus is to just listen without speaking, without thinking at all. But he also discovered that there was not a single word said by the great master before him that mentioned what would happen to the Zhu family, and his guess was immediately confirmed. At least in Li Zidao's eyes, killing Zhu Ku was not that serious. Considering what Zhu Ku did at that time, if a grandmaster was present, he might have been killed on the spot. No matter how bad the impact is, it can always be suppressed. Is it because you have made great achievements one after another that you feel confident? You killed a 6th level person this time. So next time you have to kill a master, you kill people at every turn. If you continue like this, you will become lawless. You must temper your character. Li Zidao changed the subject and said slowly, "It just so happens that you have reached the 6th level. It is time to explore your own martial arts will. After the post-war treatment is arranged, you can go to ruins number 3 for a while. Is it the remains of prehistoric civilization?" Yi Qing perked up. "Have full control over so far. It is the most suitable place for level 6, and it has many benefits," Konghui explained to Yi Qing. At the same time, the eyes of the masters present lit up, and they looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. To be more precise, the number 3 prehistoric civilization ruins are completely under the control of the troops. There are limited places to enter that place, and as a grandmaster, Li Zidao can only recommend a few places. He asked Yi Qing to go to ruins number 3, which clearly showed that he wanted to protect Yi Qing. "I will suppress the matter concerning the Zhu family. A family without a grandmaster cannot cause any trouble." Li Zidao raised a finger and said in a deep voice, "Remember, this won't happen again. If you get into trouble again, next time, I might not be able to protect you." A few minutes later, Yi Qing left the combat command room. According to Gu Yaozong's private statement, there were many reasons why Li Zidao did not pursue the matter too much when he killed Zhu Ku. One is that Yi Qing's talent is too strong, and the other is that his previous contributions are too great. Let alone killing one Zhu Ku. Even if it was killing 2 more Zhu Ku, there would be no need to say merits and demerits offset each other. After Yi Qing walked out of the base command building, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The harvest this time was a little beyond his imagination. The so-called punishment was just a scolding which went in one ear and out the other. As for things like being criticized and given a warning, in Yi Qing's eyes, that was not a punishment at all. Anyway, we just don't have to deduct his merits and don't have to pay for Zhu Ku's pension. Yi Qing quickly returned to his lounge, washed off the smell of blood on his body, and sat cross-legged on the bed. The extraction progress is full. Do you want to start extracting? As soon as the thought came to my mind, the system's voice rang in my ears. It's time to extract what's in Zuko's head. As someone who comes from an aristocratic family, what does Zhu Ku control? Yi Qing gave the order to start the extraction with anticipation. Buzz. The next moment, along with a tremor coming from the depths of his soul, countless bright spots of light appeared before Yi Qing's eyes, and pictures of his memories began to flicker and flow. Yi Qing simply chose to skim over the unimportant memory scenes. He searched among those bright spots of light like the starry sky, and finally found the brightest and most sparkling silver spot. The mental force stretched out and entangled with the light spot. Suddenly, a stream of information flooded into Yi Qing's mind. "Brother, is it really worth spending so much just to get such a technique? You know nothing. If you want to advance to the 7th level, you must first condense your martial arts will. This technique is the most suitable and worth it. Brother, this thing is too difficult to practice. I can't comprehend the martial arts spirit in it at all. You have to practice that. At least it will help you develop your mental strength." "Brother, I seem to have realized something. This martial art is indeed profound and contains infinite mysteries." Amid a cry of surprise, the system prompt appeared. "Extraction successful. You obtain the 8th level skill, Akala Body." Chapter 120, Akala. Commendation. 8th level martial arts. Yi Qing almost thought he had seen it wrong. Zhu Ku, that fake 6th level guy who could be killed with one punch, actually mastered an 8th level technique. This skill seems to have been acquired by the Zhu family in exchange for a batch of extremely expensive medicines, and the price paid was very high. Akala Body, it sounds like a good idea. Yi Qing continued to review the memory scenes. From Zhu Ku's first-person perspective, he saw the man he called Big Brother solemnly handing him an alloy-sealed box. Zuko walked into the training room with the box and opened it. A bright yellow light emerged from the box, dyeing the entire room golden. Inside the box is a piece of jadified metacarpal bone. Zhu Ku picked it up and circulated his chi and blood. The bright yellow light emitted from the metacarpal bone became stronger and stronger. Then the scene changed, the training room disappeared, and an endless land appeared before the eyes. At the end of the sight, a giant who stood tall and straight appeared. He was emitting a bright yellow light. His face could not be seen clearly. His whole body was muscular, and each muscle bulged like a hill. When Yi Qing saw the giant in the picture and combined it with the name of the technique, he seemed to have some understanding in his mind. It is said that there are 5 great Vidyarajas in esoteric Buddhism, and Akalanatha is the chief among them, being the incarnation of Vairocana Tathagata. What I see before my eyes should be the legendary Venerable. The harmony of heaven and earth not only grants him a speed of recovering mana, but more importantly, it allows him to enter a state of unity between man and nature at all times, which has a multiplier effect on his practice of martial arts and his comprehension of martial arts. Now, just by seeing the figure of Akalanatha, Yi Qing fell into a state of enlightenment. At the same time, Akala's body, like a towering mountain, moved. He suddenly bent down, thrust his hands into the ground, exerted force with his arms, and suddenly lifted up an entire mountain range in the distance. Boom! The explosion that shook the heavens and the earth echoed, and the huge piece of land was like a toy in the hands of Akala, and was thrown straight out, smashing a tall mountain in the distance into pieces. Yi Qing was shocked by this scene. He originally thought that Akalanatha was a martial art that focused on defense, but now it seemed to be an extremely domineering combat martial art. The scene faded, and Zuko's torrent of memories was consumed. Unlike Zhu Ku, Yi Qing not only fully accepted Zhu Ku's own cultivation experience, but also gained some insights of his own. His mastery of the body of Akalanatha has surpassed Zhu Ku. Yi Qing opened his eyes and looked at an alloy table in the room. His mind moved slightly, and the energy and blood in his body surged, urging the body of Akalanatha to move. In an instant, a bright yellow light lit up behind him, and the shadow of a tall Ming Wang slowly emerged. Infinite power was bestowed on Yi Qing. He stretched out his hand towards the hard alloy table and gently grasped it. The Ming King behind him let out a silent roar and smashed out with both hands. Crunch, crunch. With a sharp, teeth-grinding sound, the alloy table was twisted into a ball like dough and finally exploded into tiny pieces with a bang. Yi Qing raised his eyebrows slightly. The furniture in the room were all made of special alloys. In terms of strength alone, it is much stronger than the physical body of a normal warrior. If that move was used on a warrior just now, it would be enough to turn him into a puddle of mud. Moreover, he had only used less than 10% of his strength. If he had used all his energy and blood, combined with the increase in his mental strength, he could have destroyed not only an alloy table, but an entire villa. It's powerful, but that attack method seems to be only the first stage of the Akala body. Zhu Ku, that fake guy, has not comprehended enough. Not only did he not master the subsequent moves, he didn't even comprehend the martial arts contained in it. Martial art, Akalanatha's body naturally had more than one move. And the most important thing is the martial arts contained in martial arts. If one can comprehend it clearly, combine it with one's own mental strength, and integrate it into one, and if one's chi and blood are sufficient, one can directly break through to the 7th level and become a master. You have to figure it out on your own. Yi Qing shook his head, but he didn't feel too bad. Obtaining an 8th level martial arts technique was beyond his expectations. Possessing an S-level talent, breathing in harmony with heaven and earth, it was not difficult for him to comprehend martial arts techniques. The harvest from this mission is really not small. Yi Qing called up the system panel. Name, Yi Qing. Chi and blood, 41,022. Spirit, 4,349. Talents, SS level secondary spirit C. S level heart, source nirvana transformation. S level heaven and earth breathing together. S level dragon flame controlling sky body. A level group consciousness. A level bone controlling master. A level void flashing. 1,000 tough black tortoise armor. B level frost breath. B level gravity field. B level tolerance to toxins. B level bloodthirsty vine. B abyss mouth. B spirit fox. Evil eye. Kung fu. Infinite dark moon blade. Unknown. Akala body. Level 8. 10 suns in the same sky. Level 7. Paiyun palm. Level 6. Baji Jinquan. Level 6. Extraction progress. None. The blood value and mental strength have both broken through to the 6th level. Dozens of B-level and C-level talents have been added to the talent column. With proper integration, several A-level talents should be able to emerge. In terms of martial arts, he obtained an 8th level martial arts technique, which was considered a relatively big gain on this trip. Besides, the rewards from the military district have not yet been distributed. Although he killed Zhu Ku, which will have some impact on the judgment of merit, he will get what he deserves. After making great contributions one after another, it seems a bit unreasonable not to give him millions of merit points. In addition, the prehistoric civilization ruins, number 3 mentioned by Li Zidao, judging from the reactions of several deans at the time, is also a place that is difficult to get a place to enter. Thinking of this, Yi Qing smiled, and then noticed the Wu Jian Dark Moonblade. My mental strength has increased a lot, and my ability to multitask has almost doubled. I need to create more Dark Moonblades. Yi Qing muttered to himself, sat down cross-legged, quickly entered a state of unity between man and nature, and began to comprehend the martial arts while in the body of Akalanatha. With the end of the battle at Base 8, the turmoil that affected half of the country came to an end. The Advent sect that were rioting in various places were all killed, and several masters who had been hiding for a long time were exposed. The military district followed the clues and found them. A lieutenant general personally took action and killed those Advent sect masters, causing the Advent sect to suffer a heavy blow. After the war, the logistics personnel plunged into their work intensively and began to review the battle reports sent in from various defense lines. Those who have made contributions need to be rewarded, and those who have committed crimes need to be punished. After spending 3 days at Base 8, Yi Qing finally received the relevant commendation order. Chapter 121 Colonel, 5 million merit points, level 8 blood essence. The military district is really generous this time. The pension and commendation standards have been increased by almost 30%. Li Zidao has already left the base, and the ones who came to present Yi Qing with the commendation order were Tang Feng and Gu Yaozong and several other masters. A military rank shining with golden luster appeared in front of Yi Qing. Looking at the 3 golden stars between the 2 horizontal bars and then at Yi Qing's young face, everyone present felt dazed. Colonel, a colonel who is less than 20 years old. Even among those civilian officers who have made major inventions and have been promoted very quickly, there is not much such a young colonel. Gu Yaozong gave Yi Qing the rank of general and patted him on the shoulder. At this rate, the day when you will be promoted to general star will not be too far away. Then, he distributed the subsequent rewards to Yi Qing. This time the commendation was simple and direct. After discussion, the military district department decided to reward Yi Qing with 5 million merit points. Converted into cash purchasing power, it is equivalent to 50 billion in cash. This amount of money is a huge sum for a grandmaster and is considered a large reward. Kong Hui noticed Yi Qing's expression and reminded him, Yi Qing, 5 million merit points are a lot, but the real reward from the military region is much better than these merit points. Yi Qing looked at Kong Hui. Relic number 3. Kong Hui explained, if the quota for that place is put up for auction, let alone 50 billion cash, even 500 billion cash will have people willing to buy it. So expensive? Yi Qing didn't know much about ruins number 3, so he asked humbly, what exactly is ruins number 3? It is a relic of an unknown civilization that was discovered by chance. It is located in a special place that only 6th level warriors can enter. As the Dean of the Intelligence Academy, Kong Hui knew very detailed intelligence and patiently explained it to Yi Qing. The entrance to the ruins is blocked by a powerful force. Once, a great master tried to force his way in, but was killed by a sudden force. His entire body was vaporized, leaving no ashes behind. In ruins number 3, there are 36 stone tablets, which contain 36 different martial arts, each with a different martial arts will. After thoroughly comprehending them, for a 6th level warrior, it is almost half a step into the Grandmaster level. So for a 6th rank warrior, that is the most rare place to practice. According to statistics, the chance of a 6th rank warrior who has entered ruins number 3 to practice successfully and successfully advance to the 7th rank will increase by about 50%. Kong Hui pointed out the key. So that's how it is. I understand. Yi Qing nodded. Those dozens of martial arts have their strengths and weaknesses, but whether you can comprehend them depends on your own aptitude and opportunities, said Kong Hui. Seize this opportunity. It will be of great benefit to you in breaking through to the 7th level. Gu Yaozong reminded. After several masters encouraged each other, they left one after another. Not long after that, Yi Qing received a transfer order from the military district. Since his strength has reached the 6th level, he is no longer suitable to stay in the Tsanlong Special Operations Team 7. So he was transferred from the Special Operations Team to a Special Operations Sequence with higher authority, a Special Inspector who is directly under the command of the military. This sequence is higher than the Special Warfare Sequence and is mainly responsible for carrying out special secret missions in military areas. It is no longer suitable for team operations and often requires the patrolman's personal powerful force to solve problems. The biggest difference is that Special Inspectors have much greater freedom. When there is no mission on hand, Yi Qing's actions will not be restricted. The communicator vibrated. Yi Qing opened it and found it was a notice from the military. He was required to arrive at a combat base on a certain defense line in the north on time 2 weeks later. If he was late, he would be regarded as giving up the qualification to enter the number 3 prehistoric civilization ruins. 2 weeks is plenty of time. Yi Qing immediately went to the storage warehouse of base number 8 and started purchasing what he needed through the system. It is better to quickly convert merit points into your own strength. Looking at the dazzling array of martial arts resources, the smile on Yi Qing's lips gradually faded. 5 million merit points are a lot, but there aren't actually that many things you can buy with them. The first thing he looked at was the column for giant beast materials. The price of the flesh and blood of a level 9 giant beast was shockingly high, directly costing tens of millions of merit points, which was simply unaffordable. As for low-level giant beast materials, such as level 6 and level 5 giant beast essence blood, they are not within Yi Qing's consideration. He could hunt behemoths of this level himself, so the range he could purchase was narrowed down to levels 7 and 8. After selecting for a long time, Yi Qing chose the essence blood of an 8th-level insect-like giant beast called the Netherworld Moth King. A jar of essence blood is worth 3 million merit points. As his strength grew, Yi Qing discovered more and more uses for his mental power, which, if used properly, could greatly improve his strength. Therefore, the Netherworld Moth King he chose was also a giant beast that was good at using mental power. When the Netherworld Moth King reaches adulthood, it will grow translucent scaly wings with a wingspan of 1,800 meters and 108 human brain-shaped compound eyes on its abdomen, making it look particularly creepy. Its methods are equally strange. The low-frequency sound waves emitted by its flapping wings have the function of controlling the nerves of living beings, and it can spit out a kind of mental spores. Once attached by the mental spores, the creature will parasitize in the spiritual sea of the creature and lose control of the body from then on. I don't know what kind of ability I can extract. Yi Qing looked at the system, deducting his 3 million merit points with some heartache, then turned to the interface of special mineral materials. Compared to the essence and blood of a level 8 behemoth, mithril seems very cheap. Yi Qing took out 1.5 million merit points in exchange for hundreds of kilograms of mithril, and used the remaining 500,000 merit points in exchange for the permission for a top-grade forging master to help him forge weapons. In just 10 minutes, Yi Qing had spent all the 5 million merit points. When he returned to his temporary residence, his communicator vibrated and a holographic projection appeared in the room. Who came into view was the master who helped Yi Qing forge the Dark Moon Blade last time. After seeing Yi Qing, the bearded man was a little surprised. Colonel Rank, you are at level 6. Fortunately, I still want to continue to forge the Dark Moon Blade. Yi Qing expressed his request. This surprised the Grandmaster even more. He stared at Yi Qing with wide eyes. Infinite Dark Moon Blade. You have learned it? He looked at Yi Qing as if he were a monster. Ever since the military obtained the Infinite Dark Moon Blade technique, no one has ever been able to practice it successfully. The last time he helped to forge the Dark Moon Blade, he reminded Yi Qing in advance that it would be a waste of mithril materials if he could not practice it. At that time, Yi Qing was determined, and he secretly felt it was a pity and felt a little sorry for those extremely valuable forging materials. Who would have thought? Before long, the other party actually mastered that martial art. How many do you want? Asked the forging master. 200 pieces, that should be enough. Yi Qing said. 200 pieces, plus the 100 pieces from before, 300 pieces for 1 heart. You kid. The forging master stared at Yi Qing for a long time, nodded and said, Okay, just wait. He looked at Yi Qing seriously for a few seconds and then disappeared. Now we just have to wait for the blood essence of the Netherworld Phantom Moth King. Yi Qing set the delivery address to Jinxing Junwu and immediately got on the armor vehicle back to Yunqing City. The war had just ended, and the beasts had retreated into the cracks of the abyss. There were only a few giant beasts left in the Wasteland. If you want to hunt them one by one, it would be a sheer waste of time. He could use that time to comprehend the power of Akalanatha and become stronger. Furthermore, from the 6th level to the 7th level, it is no longer a simple matter of chi and blood value, but involves the warrior's own martial arts will. This is a path that one needs to explore on one's own, unless Yi Qing kills a master and swallows his soul fragments. Then he can obtain the master's will of the other party on the spot. Of course, this is almost impossible. The practice method of Akalanatha body emerged in his mind. Without the harassment of the beasts, the convoy moved very quickly. More than 3 hours later, the armored vehicle drove into Yunqing City. There were obvious signs of destruction on the streets, all left behind by the previous riots launched by the Adventists. Uniformed inspectors patrolled the streets, and the city was shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. Although we were prepared, the damage caused by those followers of the Advent sect was still huge. There are too many of them. My colleagues, the usually kind teachers, and the auntie selling breakfast downstairs could all be thugs from the Adventists. Many innocent people were killed or injured when they were caught off guard. An officer in the carriage spoke up. What kind of magic potion did the Adventists give these beasts that could make them kill their friends and relatives? Now that we humans have many strong men, the situation ahead is very good, but the Adventists are still unwilling to give up. We really should cut them into pieces. Several people started discussing indignantly. Not long after, stopped at the gate of Jinxing Junwu. Sir, seeing Yi Qing get out of the car, several officers in the car quickly stood up and saluted. Yi Qing nodded slightly, returned the greeting, turned around, and walked into the school. Look at him. He's already a colonel at such a young age. I heard he's only a freshman now. How do we get by? Looking at Yi Qing's departing back, someone said with complicated eyes. Comparison is the thief of envy. You have to learn to compare yourself with others. For example, I am now a major, and you're only captain. This shows that my talent is much better than yours. This is the gap. Bullshit. You are now a major, and your potential has been exhausted. Although I'm a captain now, I still have more potential waiting to be developed. Do you understand the gap? The armored vehicle gradually went away, and the arguments of several people drifted away in the wind. There were also signs of attack on the campus of Jinxing Military Academy. The smooth greenway is full of potholes, and in some tiny gaps, you can see traces of barely perceptible blood. However, the expressions of the students in the military were not depressed. On the contrary, many of them looked relaxed, with a hint of excitement that was difficult to conceal. In Yunqing City at that time, students from Jinxing participated in the suppression. Many people have never seen such a scene before, and even though it has now subsided, some people still feel a little unsatisfied. Yi Qing didn't want to attract too much attention, so he used his mental power to block the perception of those around him. At the same time, he quickened his pace, and in a flash, he returned to his dormitory number 01 in a moment. The delivery speed in the military region is extremely fast. Yi Qing returned to school half a day later. A master rushed to Jinxing military force and personally handed a huge seal jar that was more than 1 person tall to Yi Qing. Since the things have been delivered, I'll take my leave now. The master nodded. His body soared into the sky, breaking through the sound barrier in an instant and rushing into the distance with a piercing whistle. The sound alarmed the surrounding students, and they all leaned out. When they saw Yi Qing at the door of dormitory 01, their eyes suddenly widened. Yi Qing is back. This is explosive news for the freshmen. Yi Qing is now a legendary figure in the hearts of freshmen. He didn't enroll in his first year of college, but chose to join the army. With the strength of a 5th-rank lieutenant colonel, he beat Feng Yunyan to a pulp in public. He was the only freshman who had experience fighting on the battlefield. All these labels make many people curious about Yi Qing. Although they were curious, few people dared to get close to them. Yi Qing noticed the gazes around him, but didn't take it to heart. He walked towards the training room, holding the seal jar. Bang! Heavy alloy seal tank was so heavy that the entire training room seemed to shake. I wonder what kind of talent the blood of an 8th-level beast will bring me. With great anticipation, Yi Qing opened the mechanical lock on the seal jar according to the attached instructions. Seal jar opened a crack, and a faint blue light shone out from it. A refreshing fragrance penetrated Yi Qing's nostrils, and his mouth began to secrete saliva unconsciously. It smelled so good. He opened the lid and looked at the blood in the jar that was glowing with a faint blue light, as if he was looking at the most delicious drink in the world. You have to drink it quickly, otherwise the effect will become weaker. The corners of Yi Qing's mouth began to curl up, and soon the arc went beyond the normal range and stretched directly to the ears. His mouth turned into a big mouth several dozen centimeters long. Then he held the alloy jar filled with essence and blood with both hands, lifted it up, and the essence and blood poured into his mouth. A rich and sweet taste burst out between Yi Qing's taste buds, and the system prompt sound appeared at the same time. You swallowed a portion of the essence of the Netherworld Phantom Moth King. Health value plus 328, extraction progress plus 2%. You swallowed a portion of the essence of the Netherworld Phantom Moth King. HP plus 410, extraction progress plus 2.4%. You swallowed a portion of the essence of the Netherworld Phantom Moth King. HP plus 422, extraction progress plus 2.5%. Yi Qing was covered with a layer of blood energy, and a steady stream of pure blood and energy surged in his body, and the extraction progress was increasing rapidly. The alloy seal jar is more than 1 person tall, and the amount of blood and essence contained in it is enough to suffocate a person to death. However, Yi Qing's body seemed like a bottomless pit. A large amount of essence and blood poured into his abdomen, but his belly did not even rise or fall. He held up the huge, sealed can and drank it like he was drinking a beverage, guzzling the essence and blood of the level 8 behemoth. After a long time, Yi Qing swallowed the last mouthful of blood, and the system prompt finally appeared. The extraction progress of the Netherworld Phantom Moth King has reached full capacity. Do you want to start the extraction? Chapter 122 S-Level Talent, Dream Spores, Direct Fusion SS-Level Talent, Spiritual Hub Mother Nest. Begin extraction. Yi Qing immediately gave the order to start. In the Spirit Sea, ripples appeared on the ocean of spiritual power, illusory light descended from the sky, and a Netherworld Fantasy Moth King with a huge body and scaly wings covering the entire Spirit Sea appeared. Its compound eyes moved, and it seemed to be sizing up the Spirit Sea below like a living being. The huge illusory figure made a silent cry, and crystal thread spewed out from its mouth parts and fell into the seagulls below. Yi Qing's spirit body watched this scene with a calm expression, knowing that it was just an illusion and not a real level 8 behemoth. As those threads fell into the ocean of mental power, vast streams of information poured into his mind. Yi Qing fell into deep thought and did not move for a long time. After a long time, the unusual movements within the spiritual sea gradually dissipated. You obtain S-level talent, Dream Spores. The invisible spiritual power contains spiritual spores. Once the spiritual power passes through, the spores can parasitize in the target's spiritual sea. Yi Qing sorted out the flow of information in his mind and learned the function of the new talent. The most evil and difficult to defend against mental power method of the Netherworld Fantasy Moth King is that every time it flaps its wings, an invisible whirlwind of mental power will blow in all directions, and the billions of fantasy dream spores contained in the mental power will spread out. Any living creature that is infected with the fantasy dream spores will be parasitized by the spores in the spiritual sea, and will directly lose control of the body and become a slave of the Netherworld Fantasy Moth King. According to the records in the reserve warehouse, the owner of the essence and blood that Yi Qing purchased, the Netherworld Fantasy Moth King, almost escaped from the siege of 5 grandmasters. In the end, it was only after 2 grandmasters were seriously injured that it was completely killed. Therefore, this is also the reason why a jar of essence blood is worth up to 3 million merit points. Now that Yi Qing has mastered this S-level talent, Dream Spores, hundreds of ways to apply it in battle immediately emerge in his mind. The power of the Dream Spores is secondary. The main thing is that it is hard to defend against. Even if you take precautions in advance, you will still be hit if you are not careful. Yi Qing raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a satisfied smile. The 3 million merit points were well spent. After swallowing that large jar of essence and blood, his chi and blood values directly increased by more than 9,000, breaking through the threshold of 50,000 chi and blood values, and he had firmly established his foothold at the 6th level. Moreover, as an S-level talent, the Dream Spore talent also has a lot of room for development. A system panel appeared in front of Yi Qing's eyes. He looked at the dozens of talents in the talent column and began brainstorming in his mind. B and C-level talents are of little use to him and can't play a big role in battle. At his current level, only talents of a level and above can play a decisive role in battle. Now I have accumulated a lot of low-level talents, which is a good time to integrate them. But before that, Yi Qing's eyes were fixed on the A-level talent, group consciousness, and the newly acquired S-level talent, dream spores. He suddenly had a bold idea. Both are spiritual talents. If group consciousness and dream spores are combined, what kind of new talent will be formed? As the top talents in S-level and A-level, if the matching degree is high, can the two talents be combined to produce unexpected reactions? Do you want to merge? It was a bit radical since the talent was not even warm enough yet. Then, Yi Qing made a decision. S-level talent, dream spore, and A-level talent, group consciousness have been selected. Do you want to start fusion? The system prompt sounded in my ears. Let's get started. Yi Qing didn't hesitate at all and chose to start immediately. All of a sudden, the entire spiritual sea began to tremble, and the ocean of mental power stirred up huge waves. Liquid mental power turned into gas and became the fuel for the fusion of talents. Mental power began to be consumed rapidly. Even though Yi Qing's mental power quality far exceeded that of other psychics of the same level, he still felt dizzy at this moment. In his spiritual sea, the originally vast ocean began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a terrifying consumption rate! Yi Qing was startled at first, then a look of deep surprise emerged in his eyes. Similar to talent extraction, the stronger the pain, the higher the level of the talent. Now, when talents are merged, the greater the consumption of blood or mental energy, the more powerful the new talent will be. Yi Qing did not dare to delay. He sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and entered into a state of unity between man and nature. In this state, the speed of his blood, qi, and spirit recovery will increase dozens of times. The speed of consumption and recovery was barely balanced. Yi Qing sat cross-legged in meditation with a calm mind, entering a flow state and having forgotten the passage of time. I don't know how much time passed. Yi Qing's face turned slightly pale, and the spiritual power in his spiritual sea had reached its limit. Finally, in the darkness, a roar came from Yi Qing's body, and invisible waves spread out. Even the thick walls of the training room could not stop it, and it swept across the entire Zhenxing army. At the same time, all the warriors of level 6 and above in the Zhenxing army frowned at the same time. What's going on? Do you feel palpitations for no reason? 6th level instructor who had entered the resting spirit stage frowned, feeling inexplicably depressed. Deans and professors at the master level feel it more clearly. A faint silver light appeared between their brows, and they subconsciously used their mental power to begin defense, as if some powerful character had just tried to launch a mental attack. The Grand Master who stayed behind in the school glared, crashed through the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, soared into the sky, and landed above the school. His mental power swept out, searching for enemies lurking nearby. However, he naturally gained nothing. Is it an illusion? He muttered to himself, then immediately denied the idea. As a master with keen perception, how could he have any illusion? Could it be that the beasts from the Advent sect are still harboring evil intentions and are lurking around the school, trying to launch a second attack? The master's face became solemn. After searching for a long time without any results, he returned to the office and quickly informed Gu Yaozong and others who were still in base number 8 of the situation. At the same time, dormitory area, dormitory number 01, basement practice room. Fusion successful. You obtain SS level talent. Lingshu Mother Nest. Yi Qing opened his eyes, and a hint of excitement flushed on his slightly pale face. SS level talent. I really managed to integrate myself. Chapter 123, Thought Stamp. Neural Network. Departure to the ruins. Yi Qing was just guessing at first, but he didn't expect that the fusion of group consciousness and dream spores would have a strange reaction, directly raising the level of the new talent to SS level. Another SS level talent he possessed was obtained by devouring the soul fragments of the Lord of the Underworld. What level of beast is the Lord of the Abyss? The guaranteed minimum is always a level 9 behemoth. As you can imagine, the new talent is SS level rare and lucky. With great joy, Yi Qing quickly flipped through the flood of information that had just emerged. This new talent perfectly combines the advantages of the first two talents. He figured out the capabilities of the Lingshu Mother Nest. He couldn't help but sigh. The SS level talent, Lingshu Mother Nest, exceeded Yi Qing's expectations. The fused talent evolved from the parasitic control ability of the dream spores into a new core ability, the stamp of thought. The way the spores spread has not changed, and they can still silently parasitize the minds of other creatures through the heart anchor spores. But after the ability is activated, the parasite will not become a purely unconscious tool. The heart anchor spores will be transformed into an unbreakable and insoluble thought stamp in the spiritual sea. Once other creatures are stamped with ideological stamps, they will retain their independent consciousness in daily life, but will unconsciously follow the will of the mother nest, that is, Yi Qing, when making key decisions. At the same time, if Yi Qing wants, he can also completely control the actions and consciousness of the parasite. Based on the heart anchor spores and thought stamps, the Lingshu mother nest can establish a special thought neural network. Using this neural network, Yi Qing can control 360 parasites at the same time. At the same time, the thoughts of these parasites can be shared through the thought neural network, allowing Yi Qing, as the master, to control and view them. A talent that combines control and combat. This Lingshu nest has great potential for development. Yi Qing was deeply shocked. In terms of combat effectiveness, the SS-level talent, Lingshu Mother Nest, was much stronger than the SS-level secondary Ling Hai. If this ability is used properly, Yi Qing's eyes flickered, and he unconsciously thought of some dark thoughts. He shook his head and suppressed those distracting thoughts. If the Lingshu Mother Nest was used on the battlefield, his killing efficiency would be greatly improved. By then, he could even control the giant beast to cut the meat and send it to his mouth. Yi Qing rested for a while and walked out of dormitory number 01. The consumption of his fusion talent was too great, and he had to have an extra meal to make up for it. As a colonel in the army and also a special inspector, Yi Qing has high authority in the Jinqing army and can enter and exit almost all confidential laboratories at will. He was not interested in those places. The biggest advantage of having high authority was that the meals in the cafeteria were free. Those small kitchens that used the flesh and blood of high-level giant beasts as ingredients were expensive, and many students could not afford to eat there for just one meal in a month. Yi Qing, however, could eat as much as he wanted. So, on this day, the chef of the Jinqing military canteen faced the most difficult battle in his career as a chef. The pot and spoon in his hand left an afterimage. The blood in his body surged, and he processed the ingredients one by one at the fastest speed. Even so, the speed of serving food still couldn't keep up with the young man outside. An hour later, when the chef collapsed to the ground with a pale face, Yi Qing frowned, wiped his mouth, and left the cafeteria with a reluctant heart. After the blood and mental strength have almost recovered, Yi Qing started to merge his talents again. He merged all those B-level and C-level talents that were of little use, and finally obtained 3 new A-level talents. The blood-sucking vine, which has made countless contributions in sucking essence and blood, has finally been upgraded. The B-level blood-sucking vine was combined with the sonic talent extracted from the Dark Moon Bloodbat, and combined with several B-level and C-level talents as auxiliary materials, and finally it was successfully upgraded to A-level. A-level talent Scarlet Requiem. The main body of the blood-sucking vine remains unchanged, but it has the ability to emit specific sound waves to attack. When several vines are waved, the sound waves will attract the spirits and blood of all living beings within a radius of 1 kilometer, causing hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, physical boiling of blood in the body, burst blood vessels, and other conditions. The more blood the blood-sucking vine sucks, the larger the range of the sound will be, and the stronger its power will be. The other 2 new A-level talents are the Thousand-Faced Evil Eyes, formed by the fusion of the Fox Evil Eyes, and the magnetic pole changes derived from the gravitational field. Of the Thousand-Faced Evil Eye has changed. It was originally a simple mental impact, but now it has the ability to release illusions. The change of magnetic poles not only controls gravity within the range, but also can manipulate the distribution of magnetic force at will. If it is fully activated, it can directly tear living things into pieces. Yi Qing looked at the new talent that had been fused together and was barely satisfied. The biggest surprise was the Scarlet Requiem, which was fused with the Bloodthirsty Vine. It seemed that there was still a lot of room for improvement. Moreover, the Scarlet Requiem was a large-scale attack method, which was of great help to him in killing behemoths. As for the Thousand Evil Eyes and Magnetic Pole Change, they are purely talents that increase the means of attack. In certain special moments, they may play an extraordinary role. Yi Qing's mind moved slightly, and he called up the system panel. Name, Yi Qing. Qi and blood, 50,328. Spirit, 4,531. Talents: says spiritual hub nest, says secondary spirit sea. S heart source nirvana. S heaven and earth breathing together. S dragon flame sky, controlling body. A bone controlling master. A void flashing. 1,000 tough basalt armor. A scarlet requiem. A magnetic pole change. 1,000 faces evil eyes. B frost breath, B abyss mouth. Kung fu. Infinite dark moon blade, unknown. Akala body, level 8. 10 suns in the same sky, level 7. Paiyun palm, level 6. Baji Jinquan, level 6. Extraction progress, none. The talent column became simple again, and the messy and useless talents became nutrients for talent fusion. Before the chi and blood value breaks the 7th limit. Important thing at the 6th level is to condense one's own martial arts will. This step is crucial. If you don't integrate the martial arts will, even if your chi and blood values meet the requirements, you still won't be able to break through to the 7th level. Yi Qing now possesses the body of Akalanatha and 10 suns in the sky, both of which contain the martial arts that can reach the master level. After integrating the martial arts will into one's own spirit, the power that martial arts can exert will be greatly enhanced. Thinking of this, Yi Qing sat down again, instantly entering a state of unity between man and nature, and immediately began to comprehend the body of Akalanatha. Some time afterwards, Yi Qing's life was a repetitive one. Except for eating, he never left the training room. The number of chefs in the cafeteria's small kitchen area has increased to 5, as the original 2 people could not cope with Yi Qing's appetite. When Yi Qing went out to eat, he met a familiar face, Zhang Qingyi, who was from the same high school as him. There's a long history between the two. Back then in the wilderness, Yi Qing took the opportunity of transforming to beat up the other party. When she saw Yi Qing, Zhang Qingyi's eyes were complicated, and she couldn't help but ask, "How did your strength improve so quickly?" Yi Qing said truthfully, "Eat more." Zhang Qingyi sneered, thinking that Yi Qing was treating her like a fool. When Zhang Qingyi learned that Yi Qing had broken through to the 6th level, she was extremely shocked because that was really against common sense. But it was because of this news that she guessed the truth. As a top-notch warrior in her previous life, she naturally knew how to upgrade a 5th-level warrior to the 6th level in a short period of time. A 9th-level strongman standing behind Yi Qing. Yi Qing might be the disciple of the 9th level. The high price that ordinary people cannot afford is naturally nothing in the eyes of the 9th level. It must be that 9th level person who helped Yi Qing to temper his body and consume the essence and blood of high-level giant beasts, which allowed him to directly upgrade to the 6th level. So who is it? 9th level warriors appeared in Zhang Qingyi's mind, but she was still unable to guess the answer. After all, in his previous life, Yi Qing was an unknown warrior who died in a beast tide. How could he have such a status as he has now? He is such a huge variable that a lot of information from his past lives is no longer relevant. Zhang Qingyi felt a huge amount of pressure. Yi Qing was improving too fast, while she was still lingering at the 4th level. Soon she would not even be able to see the other person's back. Forget it. Are you lying to a kid? Zhang Qingyi snorted lightly, and without saying anything to Yi Qing, she hurried towards the laboratory. Jean Longdan could no longer meet her needs, and she had to prepare a higher-level potion as soon as possible. The capital of Jiangnan Province, Tianan City. Located in the suburbs of Tianan City, it is set in a large manor between mountains and water. Zhu Ke may be a bad person, but his crime is not punishable by death. Why did those soldiers just kill him? Even if he's court-martialed, the worst that can happen is that he'll be sent to a disciplinary camp for a few years. At least he's still alive. If I find some connections, I'll be able to get him out sooner or later. But he was beaten to death just like that, and those grandmasters and masters just watched helplessly, without doing anything. You killed someone, but you didn't even get any punishment, just a demerit? What a joke. A demerit is nothing. I want him to pay with his life. In the living room of a villa, angry roars continued to echo. A middle-aged man who looked 60% similar to Zhu Ke paced back and forth in the living room, venting his anger. Seeing that his calls received no response, Zhu Yang looked at the old man on the sofa and said, "Master, please say something." The old man raised his drooping eyelids, glanced at Zhu Yang, and said slowly, "You want him to pay with his life? How do you want him to pay with his life?" Forehead. Zhu Yang thought about it and said nothing. You want a man who was specifically named by a military commander to be protected to pay with his life. The old man continued, "If that man really had to pay with his life, all the masters of the Zhu family combined would not be enough to kill as many as Li Zidao alone. He is a grandmaster. How dare he do that kind of thing? Zhu Yang asked anxiously. He has already mentioned Yi Qing to the list of those to be included in the number 3 prehistoric civilization ruins. How much do you think he values Yi Qing? Said the old man. Zhu Yang was shocked when he heard this. His face flushed, and after a long pause he said, I can't accept this. Zhu Ku is my brother, and he died like that, without even a complete body left. His eyes were red and full of hatred. You saw it too. He was a healthy person, but all he had left were 2 legs. Okay. The old man waved his hand and changed the subject. Not only do you hate it, the Feng family in Donglin also hates it. 2 geniuses in his family. One became a cripple, and the other was beaten to death. They're also holding back a lot of anger in their hearts. Zhu Yang raised his head when he heard that. Then the old man continued. This time when ruins number 3 is opened, there are many places for the children of my noble family. The military district cannot control what happens after entering ruins number 3. By then, anything can happen. Zhu Yang's eyes gradually lit up, and he whispered, Will the Feng family take action? Idiot. The old man shook his head and said impatiently, You only look at the surface of things. When will you be able to achieve anything? This matter is no longer just a conflict between that kid named Yi Qing and us and the Feng family. Rather, it is the conflict between those common people in the army who come from ordinary families and us who come from aristocratic families. The Feng family has already sent a message, saying that all disciples from aristocratic families who enter the number 3 ruins will target the boy named Yi Qing. By then, it will be a question whether he can survive. Hearing this, Zhu Yang's anger subsided, and he showed a look of enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, it was the eve of the gathering. Yi Qing left the school and boarded the high-speed train belonging to the military region. In this era, the sky is the home turf of giants. Except for armed helicopters in the low-altitude field, high-altitude aircraft with long-distance endurance have been banned. Yi Qing took a train from Jiangnan province, heading north, covering a distance of thousands of miles, and gradually arrived in the north. After several special car rides, Yi Qing arrived at the number 0 forward combat base located on the edge of the northern border. The name of Base 0 is very meaningful. The first crack in the country appeared near here. This is also the place where the Behemoth War first broke out. Countless martial arts pioneers once again fought bloody battles to buy time for the establishment of the rear defense line. Therefore, the base's area is almost 10 times that of combat base number 8, and it is no different from a small city. Colonel Yi Qing, you will stay here before you set off. A tall female major led the way and brought Yi Qing to an independent small villa. High-ranking officers like you have their own living quarters. This is our communication channel number. Tell me if you need anything. The female major saluted and turned to leave. Yi Qing entered the temporary residence and just sat down when a tactical watch on his wrist vibrated. It's an urgent communication. It comes from the military region Lieutenant General Grandmaster Li Zidao. Seeing this, Yi Qing stood up, straightened his military uniform, and answered the call. Under the holographic projection, Li Zidao's broad back appeared before his eyes. He turned around and looked at Yi Qing and directly told him a message. Trouble is coming again. After entering ruins number 3, you must be extremely careful. Chapter 124, the 7th level giant plant life essence. Extremely careful? Yi Qing frowned slightly when he heard what Li Zidao said. We control the entrance to the number 3 prehistoric civilization ruins, but once you enter, the entrance will close automatically, and the outside world cannot interfere with what's going on inside. Li Zidao explained. You have offended the Feng family too badly. Although I am suppressing them, they will not do anything openly, but in private, for example, when they get to ruins number 3, they will use some tricks. The Feng family is going to deal with me? Yi Qing had already prepared himself for this. In succession, I guess the Feng family hates me to death. The Feng family is a problem. We have to improve our strength as quickly as possible and reach the Grandmaster level as soon as possible to completely resolve this issue. It's not just the Feng family. Li Zidao's face was grim. In recent years, many people from aristocratic families have joined the army. The Feng family alone has several major generals in office, not to mention aristocratic families from other places. Yi Qing understood in his mind. As a community of shared interests, those aristocratic families in the trenches were going to unite. Li Zidao's next words confirmed his guess. The Feng family has secretly contacted them. All the colonels from aristocratic families have received instructions from their families to collectively target you. No, they're targeting all the common people from ordinary families. Li Zidao had a gloomy expression. He also came from an ordinary family and was considered one of the leaders among the civilian faction. Unbeknownst to Yi Qing, the conflict between the civilian faction and the aristocratic faction in the army became increasingly fierce. This is why, with frequent riots in the Abyss Rifts and ongoing wars, both factions focused their main attention on the battlefield. If the pressure of war had been a little less, he wouldn't have to worry about how the internal struggle would have intensified. Whenever he thought of these things, Li Zidao felt very bad. A slightly old figure emerged in his mind, and he thought that if it weren't for the old marshal's pressure, the struggle might have been even more intense. The Prehistoric Civilization Ruins number 3 has a special rule. A warrior can only enter once in his lifetime. This opportunity is extremely precious. It can greatly increase the probability of a 6th level warrior breaking through to the 7th level. If something goes wrong in the middle, the loss will be too great. As he spoke, the tactical watch on Yi Qing's wrist vibrated. There is news that a package of his is being delivered and he must receive in person. Did you receive the message? Li Zidao saw Yi Qing looking at the watch screen and said slowly, I have prepared something for you. Bring it with you when you enter the ruins. It will be helpful to you. Be careful. You are the youngest and have just reached the 6th level. Your situation is different from the others. It is best not to have a head-on conflict with them. After Li Zidao gave a solemn reminder, the communication ended and the holographic projection slowly dissipated. A noble family. Yi Qing took a deep breath, and a cold and deep light appeared in his eyes. Want to target yourself? He slowly twisted his fingers, and a silk thread shining with silver light swam between his fingers, like a swimming dragon, dancing curiously and actively. In the spiritual sea, the spiritual body condensed into crystal looked towards the center of the spiritual sea. Liquid spiritual power kept surging, gradually constructing a pyramid-shaped mother nest, in which hexagonal chambers were slowly being built. With the influx of spiritual power, 6 chambers have been completed. The Lingshu mother nest has already taken shape, and the number of chambers in it is closely related to the number of living beings that Yi Qing can control at the same time. Hey! The corners of Yi Qing's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a chilling grin. Since the Feng family doesn't want to use their face to rally people to target them, it is no wonder that they have to resort to extraordinary measures. He had just acquired a new SS-level talent, and he was still worrying about how to test its effects. I'm really sleepy now, and someone sent me a pillow, which came just in time. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. When Yi Qing opened the door, he saw a major general master standing at his door, holding a huge alloy safe in his hand. Yi Qing, the commander, asked me to hand this to you personally. The Grand Master handed the safe in his hand to Yi Qing, then looked at Yi Qing and said in a deep voice, This thing is very precious. You should use it with ease. Yi Qing nodded in thanks and saluted. Then the Major General turned and left. Return to the room. Yi Qing opened the alloy safe according to the password given by Li Zidao. Phew! The gears inside the safe turned, and a refreshing scent of plants and trees suddenly emerged from the gap. Yi Qing opened the lid out of curiosity and saw that the huge safe contained only a transparent medicine bottle that was as thick as a thumb and 10 centimeters long. The medicine bottle contained a dark green liquid, and a light green color escaped from the bottle when it was shaken. It smells so good. No. Yi Qing sniffed the scent lightly, and just as he sighed, his eyebrows raised, and he noticed the changes in his body. Just by smelling a very faint scent, his body felt unusually relaxed, and the cell activity, organ movement, and heartbeat all became a little stronger. What a powerful life-activating effect. This is a high-level medicine for injuries. Yi Qing's eyes lit up as he looked at the instruction manual next to the medicine bottle. Level 7 Giant Plant Life Essence. When Yi Qing knew what this thing was, he was shocked. He had seen this thing in the military district's reserve warehouse before. It was sold for millions of merit points. If he wanted to buy it, he would go bankrupt on the spot. Unexpectedly, Li Zidao actually sent him a copy. You should know that the life essence extracted from the 7th level giant plant is a medicine specially used for 7th level masters. It can save the life of a seriously injured and dying master. When used on a 6th level warrior, as long as his head is not smashed, even if his body is 70% damaged, he can be saved. For injuries like broken limbs, as long as the broken limbs are intact, the injuries can be quickly recovered by simply reconnecting the limbs to the broken part and taking the life essence of the 7th level giant plant. There will be no sequelae. For a 6th order being, the life essence of a 7th order giant plant is like a second life. This gift is really precious. Yi Qing stroked his palm and stored the essence of life into the storage bracelet. At the same time, another document was sent to him. It records the names of those who entered the number 3 prehistoric civilization ruins this time, and the names of those who were from aristocratic families were highlighted. Yi Qing flipped through it and wrote down the names one by one. Then he came to the training room, focused his attention on the spiritual sea, and began to speed up the construction of the spiritual hub mother nest. There are too many people from the aristocratic families, and 6 chambers alone are not enough. Chapter 125. I'm just at level 6. How can I be so impulsive? Enter the ruins. Parasitism is successful. Time flies. The day has come to enter the prehistoric civilization ruins number 3. Yi Qing received the order, packed up his things, put the Dark Moon blade into the storage bracelet, and followed the instructions to an open area in Base 0. It was a place similar to a square, with a huge triangular symbol printed on the ground. Underfoot, with a whole piece of alloy floor. There was a straight gap in the middle of the triangular symbol, and there seemed to be something underneath. There were already quite a few people waiting around. Yi Qing took a quick look and found that there were quite a lot of people. Including himself, there were a total of 130 people. More than 100 people stood on both sides of the square, and it was obvious that they were 2 different groups. You were Yi Qing, right? At this time, in the team on the left side of the square, a tall and handsome young man saw Yi Qing, smiled, and came forward to greet him. My name is Lin Huaijin, and I'm from the southern military region, just like you. Lin Huaijin shook hands with Yi Qing, then signaled the other team with his eyes and whispered, "Over there are the people from the aristocratic families. The 2 people who have been staring at you now are from the Feng family." Yi Qing followed his gaze and saw a man and a woman. They looked somewhat similar and were looking at him with gloomy expressions. If he remembered correctly, the man's name was Feng Yi and the woman's name was Feng Hui, and they were siblings. These 2 people are very close to Feng Yifeng and Feng Yunian, and they are cousins. The father of Feng Yi and Feng Yunian is the eldest brother, while the fathers of Feng Yifeng and Feng Yunian are the 3rd and 4th brothers respectively. Feng Yi and Feng Hui are 6 or 7 years older than Feng Yunian. They joined the army early, made many military achievements, and had good talent. They had broken through to the 6th level 2 years ago. There was a barely perceptible silver light flashing in Yi Qing's eyes, and with a quick glance he knew that Feng Yi and Feng Hui had both crossed the threshold of nourishing the spirit, and their own mental strength had increased a lot. They only need to continue to cultivate their spiritual power and condense their own martial arts will, then breaking through to the 7th order master level will be a natural thing. Commander Lee has already greeted us. After entering, if you have any problems, just call us directly. These aristocratic families really think that the army belongs to them. While Lin Huaijin was speaking, a bearded, burly man behind him suddenly interrupted in a low voice. This is Wei Hao, a brother from the northern military region. Lin Huaijin introduced Yi Qing and immediately reminded him, "Be careful anyway. We can't protect you all the time. Don't let them find any loopholes." What surprised Lin Huaijin and others was, Yi Qing looked very relaxed, without any heaviness in his expression. Instead, he kept looking at the people from the opposite family with great interest. His eyes were eager to try, as if he wanted to do something. Don't be impulsive. Lin Huaijin had heard about Yi Qing's story. He was the kind of person who dared to kill people in front of the Grandmaster and several other Grandmasters without going through a military court, so he quickly spoke to persuade him. "I'm very calm. Thanks for the reminder." Yi Qing turned around and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I just broke through to the 6th level a few days ago. How can I be impulsive?" After hearing this, Lin Huaijin and others felt that there was some truth in it. After all, Yi Qing had just broken through not long ago, and his qi and blood values should be just over 40,000. This group of people are much older than Yi Qing, and it took them quite some time to break through to the 6th level, so their qi and blood values must be much higher than Yi Qing's. Some of the stronger veteran colonels have even condensed the rudiments of martial arts will, and the gap between them and the ordinary 6th level ones is very large. If Yi Qing had thought things through carefully, he would not have done anything impulsive. That's good. Lin Huaijin breathed a sigh of relief, but looking at Yi Qing's eyes, he still felt that something was wrong. Just at this moment. Buzz! In the center of the square, the humming sound of machinery could be heard from beneath the huge triangle symbol. A gap appeared in the middle of the triangle symbol, and the alloy ground began to separate to the sides, revealing the thick and complex mechanical structure underneath. The huge lift began to move underground and soon lifted a huge object to the ground. A dark blue, triangular fighter plane appeared in front of everyone. The triangular edge of the fighter plane was as sharp as a blade, and the flat fuselage occupied half of the square. The fighter plane's cabin door opened, and a major general appeared in front of everyone. Get on the plane and get ready to go. Fighter planes are a rare commodity, and with the sky now dominated by flying behemoths, it's rare to find one that can fly safely in the air. Yi Qing followed the team into the cabin, found a seat and sat down, then closed his eyes and continued to build his own Lingshu mother nest in the Linghai. In the short 10 minutes just now, he felt no less than 50 malicious gazes. In the mother nest now, and the demand is a bit insufficient to meet the supply. He must hurry up and finish the work before the tenants move in. The 4 vector engines of the triangular fighter hummed, and a strong sense of pushback appeared. The whole fighter rushed straight into the sky, and the sharp, triangular edge cut a hole in the clouds. A sharp hissing sound emerged from the sea of clouds. A group of winged birds about 10 meters long appeared in front. They blocked the fighter plane in groups, trying to destroy this strange guy. However, the fighter plane began to accelerate violently. Puff, puff! The triangular dark blue fighter plane was stained with blood, like a sharp knife, piercing through the flock of winged birds directly, cutting dozens of winged birds in half. Bang! Accompanied by a bang, a layer of white sound barrier appeared around the fighter plane. The speed of the fighter plane increased steadily as it flew towards the mountains and forests deep in the northern border. Along the way, giant flying beasts kept appearing and trying to attack the fighter planes, but usually they were cut in half by the fighter planes before they could react. After an hour and a half of flight, the fighter plane slowly slowed down and landed in a lush mountain area. The heat waves from the engine burned the surrounding grass into an open space. The heavy fuselage fell to the ground, and the ground below suddenly began to sink as if it was another lifting platform. Not long after, the hatch opened, and a base built deep underground appeared in front of everyone. Welcome to the number 3 Prehistoric Civilization Relics Research Institute. An old man in a white coat appeared and introduced himself. I'm the director of the institute, Li Mingguang. Without further ado, follow me. Be careful not to touch any of the facilities in the institute. After giving a warning, Director Li turned around and started leading the way. Checkpoints appeared one after another. Various identity information detection devices appeared, and everyone underwent strict scrutiny. Relic number 3 is the treasure of the entire military zone. Thanks to Relic number 3, many masters were born in the army. Because of this, the identity review and inspection process has become terrifyingly complicated. After passing through a detection channel composed of 36 laser matrices, a hall covering an area of more than 1,000 square meters appeared in front of Yi Qing. There were surveillance devices lined up in the hall. Hundreds of researchers heard the noise, looked up, and then lowered their heads to start working. Every once in a while, the military district would send a group of people to the institute, and they had gotten used to it. Director Li Mingguang stood in the middle of the hall, turned around and looked at the hundreds of military colonels in front of him, and said, "Before entering the ruins, I would like to make a statement in advance. There are 36 martial arts stone tablets in ruins number 3, and 36 different martial arts wills are engraved on them. And some of the martial arts wills are in conflict with each other. So I advise you not to be too greedy and try to comprehend too many martial arts wills. If you comprehend conflicting martial arts wills, getting hurt is a small matter, but if your foundation is damaged, you will lose the chance to become a grandmaster in this life. If you want to break through to the grandmaster level, you must unite your essence, energy, and spirit. Among them, essence refers to mental strength, energy refers to the energy of qi and blood, and spirit is the will of martial arts. After melting the 3 into 1, you will have your own martial arts will. No, to be precise, it should be the will of the grandmaster. Nourishing the mind, improving qi and blood, and concentrating the will of martial arts are things that a 6th level cultivator must do. As for mental strength and blood, it is no big deal for Yi Qing. It is just a matter of eating a few more meals. The will of martial arts is the key among the keys. Yi Qing has come into contact with quite a few masters, so he is naturally clear about the ins and outs of it. After a warrior reaches the 7th level, the Grandmasters will become an important condition for judging whether the Grandmaster is powerful or not. A strong and indestructible Grandmasters will greatly increases the combat power of a Grandmaster. At the 6th stage, the more martial arts will a warrior comprehends, the stronger the Masters will be when his spirit, energy, and soul are finally united. Therefore, many times to see whether a 6th-level warrior has great potential, one often has to see how many kinds of martial arts wills this 6th-level warrior has comprehended. The colonel present had been at the 6th level for a long time and knew everything he needed to know. No one asked any questions. Director Lee nodded and turned to a researcher beside him and said, "Open the channel," accompanied by the researcher's operations. Buzz! A tall alloy wall opposite the hall split into 2 sides, revealing a passage made entirely of silver alloy at the back. Go in, and at the end is the entrance to Ruins number 3. Remember, you only have 1 month. In 1 month, the Ruins will enter a period of riots, with many different martial arts colliding. Even a master will not be able to survive. If you don't want to die, come out at the specified time. Director Lee gave a final reminder. After everyone entered the passage, the alloy door slowly closed. They moved forward along the passage. Although there were no reference points, they could feel that they were moving deeper and deeper into the earth. Someone sped up and rushed towards the depths of the passage. When one person took action, everyone else did not delay any longer and started to sprint forward as a series of afterimages. Yi Qing did not deliberately speed up, but followed the team calmly. He found that, after a while, they had gone about 3,000 meters underground. As the depth continues to increase, the surrounding silver alloy walls gradually disappear. Instead, it was replaced by a layer of gray rock wall, and the passage began to become narrow and cold. Until we reached 10 kilometers underground, the end of the passage appeared. A layer of water waves fell from the top of the passage, blocking the end of the passage. The water waves flickered with a faint light, making it impossible to see the scene behind clearly. I saw a person in front of me dive into the waves and disappear. Yi Qing suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind and dived in. It happened almost instantly. As you pass through the waves, the scene in front of you changes accordingly. Light, a soft, bright, warm light appeared deep underground. Yi Qing looked around. A hint of surprise emerged in his eyes. What came into view was a vast lake with mist floating in the air and no end in sight. There are densely packed small islands scattered across the lake, and on the 36 larger ones, there stand huge stone tablets more than 10 meters high. There seem to be different patterns engraved on each stone tablet. Just a moment later, Yi Qing saw someone approaching the stone tablet, staring at the patterns on the tablet, and lost in deep thought. There's only 1 month left, and for many people, not even a minute, let alone a second, can be wasted. If you waste a little time and fail to comprehend the spirit of martial arts, it would be a big loss. Yi Qing understood this truth, but he was not in a hurry. He turned his eyes, looking for his target. Immediately following, his eyes met those of Feng Yi and Feng Hui. Seeing Yi Qing enter the ruins, the corners of their mouths curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Immediately, they turned and left without even looking at Yi Qing, heading towards a stone tablet in the distance. Yi Qing thought they would come up and cause trouble, but unexpectedly, they just looked at him and left. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Something is definitely wrong. Yi Qing showed a faint sinister smile, and without any hesitation, he immediately decided to strike first. In the spiritual sea, the Lingshu mother nest that was under construction began to tremble. From somewhere in the darkness, there seemed to be a hissing sound in Yi Qing's ears, as if a netherworld moth king appeared behind him, gently waving its translucent scaly wings, and the invisible heart anchor spores floated away. Feng Yi and Feng Hui have been in the 6th level for 2 years. They have crossed the threshold of stimulating mental power and have gained a preliminary grasp of mental power. But if he wants to compare with Yi Qing, who is a 6th level spiritual master, he is still far behind. One by one, the heart anchor spores floated behind them, and after touching their skin, they immediately merged into their bodies. Success! The parasite has entered. Yi Qing could hardly suppress the smile on his lips. His mind moved slightly, and the heart anchor spores floating in the minds of Feng Yi and Feng Hui instantly turned into a steel stamp of thought, firmly solidified in their souls. Without Feng Yi and Feng Hui noticing it all, a very faint silver light flashed across their eyes. At the same time, Yi Qing's spiritual sea, in the pyramid-shaped mother nest, in the two adjacent hexagonal chambers, the illusory figures of Feng Yi and Feng Hui emerged. Strands of translucent silk emerged from the chamber, slowly taking root and growing in the illusory figures of the two people. Let me see what you're up to. Chapter 126. Rich people rely on technology and take drugs to gain enlightenment? Yi Qing was not in a hurry to find a martial arts steel for enlightenment. He walked around the islands scattered on the lake, his mind focused on the spiritual sea. As his thoughts searched, inside the pyramid-shaped Lingshu mother nest, the chamber where Feng Yi and Feng Hui were located was trembling slightly, and strands of silk took root deep into their illusory bodies. Far away, Feng Yi and his companion, who had just walked near martial arts stone tablet, stopped in their tracks. A faint silver glowing insect thread was moving in their pupils. After the heart anchor spore takes root in the spiritual sea of the two people, it hatches into a thought seal, and the figures of the two people will appear in the mother nest. Yi Qing can influence their actions through the mother nest without the two of them noticing, and at the same time share their thoughts so that they have no secrets in front of him. If necessary, he could completely control the two of them and make these two kernels of the Feng family his slaves. As expected of an SS-level talent, two level 6 warriors were controlled by me so easily, and there was no abnormality at all. It was the first time that Yi Qing used the power of the Lingshu mother nest, and he was somewhat uncertain. But now that he had succeeded, he let out a long sigh and a smile appeared on his lips again. His thought moved slightly, and the two figures in the mother nest glowed faintly. A large amount of information was extracted by the mother nest and turned into a tangible information torrent that poured into Yi Qing's consciousness. All the secrets of Feng Yi and Feng Hui were revealed to Yi Qing one by one. Not to mention some confidential information, even some indecent images are clearly visible. Yi Qing frowned and began to screen, and soon found what he wanted. It was a conference room with a shielding device activated. Feng Yi and Feng Hui met several masters. You are using the conflicting characteristics of martial arts wills to interfere with me at the critical moment of my comprehension of the martial arts deal, thereby destroying my sixth order foundation and making me lose my hope of being promoted to a grandmaster. You united so many noble family disciples not to attack me together, but because with more people, you can ensure that you can comprehend the stone tablet that conflicts with the martial arts will I comprehend. Yi Qing raised his eyebrows. He originally thought that those children from noble families were planning to directly join forces to attack him, or use some other insidious means. But I didn't expect them to come up with such an idea. According to the masters of those aristocratic families, once one is disturbed during the deep comprehension, the violent will of martial arts will seriously damage the spirit of the warrior, and he will never be able to condense the will of a master again in this lifetime. However, comprehending the martial arts deal is not an easy task. There are a total of 36 martial arts steels in Ruins number 3. Each steel contains different martial arts wills. To successfully comprehend the martial arts mysteries contained therein, not only talent and understanding are needed, but also a bit of luck. Yi Qing possesses an S-level talent, breathing in harmony with heaven and earth. Of course, he is confident that he can successfully comprehend the martial arts will within the stone tablet. Where do those children from aristocratic families get their confidence from? Could it be that they couldn't open it? From noble families near the martial arts steel, and then noticed that one of them was behaving strangely. His pupils shrank slightly, and he looked intently. A young man from an aristocratic family stood with a frown in front of a huge stone tablet, nearly 20 meters high. He looked at the messy knife marks on the stone tablet, which looked like they were randomly chopped by someone. He couldn't find any clues and felt that there was nothing special about the stone tablet in front of him. In this case, generally speaking, he is not suitable for the martial arts steel in front of him. But he did not give up and was determined to comprehend the martial arts steel in front of him. He flipped his palm, and a tube of light golden potion appeared in his palm. Without any hesitation, the man poured the medicine into his mouth and swallowed it. Suddenly, from Yi Qing's perspective, a dazzling golden light lit up between the man's eyebrows. The activity of his soul light surged, and his whole person underwent tremendous changes. While taking the medicine, the young man from the noble family looked at the martial arts steel in front of him again, and a hint of enlightenment suddenly appeared in his eyes, and an excited smile appeared on his face. It's done. Understand. The latest developed mental activator really works. He immediately sat down cross-legged, staring at the stone tablet in front of him, his body trembling slightly. Boom! The martial arts stone tablet let out a dull roar, and the carvings on it that looked like they were made by knives and axes seemed to come alive, and a bright light burst out from the tablet. The light hovered around the young man from a noble family, quietly evolving something. Rich people rely on technology. Qing was stunned when he saw this. He didn't expect that the current pharmaceutical technology companies have developed to such an extent. Even drugs that stimulate psychoactivity and improve warriors' understanding can be developed. But he thought again and felt that it made sense. Even before the warrior era, many places already had the habit of taking drugs to improve their concentration in studying. In today's martial arts era, it is not difficult to understand why people take drugs in order to learn martial arts and comprehend the will of martial arts. Qing could sense that the young man from aristocratic family had established some kind of connection with the martial arts deal that he was comprehending, and the light that was manifesting behind him was proof of that. When those things are fully manifested, they will be the prototype of the martial arts will. After this young man from aristocratic family started taking the medicine, several other young men from aristocratic families, after encountering obstacles, found the same mental activators in their hands. After taking them, they were able to comprehend some of the mysteries in the martial arts steel. I wonder where they got the confidence from. Without knowing which martial arts stone tablet I would choose to comprehend, they could ensure that they could use the conflicting martial arts will to interfere with me. It turns out that taking drugs can temporarily improve one's understanding. Qing thought secretly in his heart. A curse came into his ears. Qing looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was the bearded Wei Hao from the northern military region. He looked at those drug-taking young men from wealthy families with a look of resentment and contempt. This group of rich second generations from aristocratic families actually used this method to comprehend the martial arts steel. No wonder they are so confident this time. It turns out that they are helped by newly developed drugs. We have to hurry up. Even if they're taking drugs, we can't let them beat us. Wei Hao whispered a few words to the people around him, then found their respective martial arts stone tablets and began to meditate on them. Far away, the faint silver light in Feng Yi and Feng Hui's eyes dissipated. The two did not notice anything unusual and had no idea that their thoughts had been seen through. Feng Hui looked back and said, "Brother, that person is still wandering around. He has only just reached the 6th level. It will take him a while to find a martial arts steel that suits him. It will take at least a few days." Feng Yi laughed and said, "Don't worry. Let him relax for a few days until he finds a martial arts steel that suits him." His smile turned grim, and he snorted. Feng Hui also sneered when he heard this, and the two of them looked at the stone tablet in front of them tacitly. At the same time, a tube of medicine appeared in their hands, and they took it directly. The stone tablet in front of them soon made a roar, and the two of them entered a state of enlightenment. And at the same time, in Qing's spiritual sea, the Lingshu mother nest trembled, and in the hexagonal chamber, the insect silk connecting Feng Yi and Feng Hui began to absorb. Immediately following, a sense of martial arts enlightenment emerged before Qing's eyes. Chapter 127: The relationship between martial arts will and potential. Qing paused and turned his attention to the spiritual sea. A picture of a steel appeared, engraved with a sea of fire, as if it was going to burn everything between heaven and earth. Is this the flame monument? A steady stream of martial arts insights emerged. That was what the brothers Feng Yi and Feng Hui had just realized, and it was directly transmitted to Qing through the neural sharing network of the Lingshu mother nest. The speed at which they both comprehended was not slow. On the contrary, it was a little fast. This has something to do with the martial arts they have mastered. Most of the skills they practice are related to fire, which happens to fit in with the fiery monument. It turns out that we can share our insights into martial arts. Qing smiled brightly and looked at the chambers in the mother nest. Now 14 chambers have been built, which is really too few. There are dozens of children from noble families. Even if we exclude the very small number of people who have no ill intentions towards us, there's still far from enough beds in the mother nest. As it stands now, he doesn't even need to take another look at the fiery sun monument. The results of Feng Yi and Feng Hui's insights can be shared with him anytime and anywhere, so he just needs to wait patiently. Thinking of this, Yi Qing could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Suddenly, for a moment, he experienced the joy of getting something for nothing. Even if you lie down, your strength can improve. Is this the pleasure of squeezing? It's really nice to have someone helping you with your work. Yi Qing glanced at Feng Yi and his sister in the distance and thought to himself, consciously comprehend and take drugs well, and comprehend the flame monument thoroughly as soon as possible. Yi Qing, why don't you go and choose a martial arts stone tablet that suits you? Lin Huaijin's voice rang in my ears. He noticed that after entering the ruins, Yi Qing strolled around leisurely, and it seemed that his mind was not on comprehending the martial arts style, and his brows couldn't help but frown. Yi Qing turned around and saw Lin Huaijin. He came to Yi Qing and said, "You have just broken through to the 6th level, so you may not know how difficult it is to condense the will of martial arts. You need to practice a martial arts technique of at least the 7th level countless times before you can comprehend the true meaning of martial arts." Lin Huaijin pointed at the martial arts stone tablets in front of him and said seriously, "The martial arts stone tablets in Ruins number 3 are different from the ones you practiced martial arts on. The true meaning of martial arts is directly imprinted on them. They are already made. The probability of condensing the martial arts will here is much easier than practicing martial arts on your own. You know that the more martial arts will you concentrate, the greater your potential, right?" He looked at Yi Qing and asked. "I know." Ye Ying nodded. "Those who only have a martial arts will, even if they are promoted to the 7th level, will be like that for the rest of their lives. They will be the weakest among the 7th level and will always be a grandmaster gatekeeper. It will be difficult for them to make any further progress. Those with a little potential will be able to possess 2 or 3 martial arts wills. After reaching the 7th level, the masters will condensed will be much stronger, and there is still the possibility of improvement. Those who are gifted will fully comprehend all the martial arts related to the 5 elements, and the masters will they condense will be perfect. The next level, in addition to the 5 elements martial arts, there is also an extremely special martial arts will. If you have 7 or 8 martial arts wills, you will definitely be a grandmaster in the future." Lin Huaijin was worried that Yi Qing would miss this opportunity, so he patiently explained it to Yi Qing. The amount of martial arts will condensed at the 6th level is closely related to future potential. To the 7th level grandmaster, by condensing 1 martial arts, will are just useless people and grandmaster goalkeepers, in Lin Huaijin's words. They are not even as powerful as some 6th level peak warriors who possess multiple martial arts wills. If one can gather 7 or 8 martial arts wills, he or she has the potential to become a grandmaster. Yi Qing thought for a moment and asked, "What about the 9th level? How many martial arts wills did they gather when they were at the 6th level?" 9th level. Lin Huaijin's eyes were filled with yearning and the most sincere admiration, and he sighed, "Everyone who can reach the 9th level is a rare talent among men. I only know that our military's old marshal, he condensed 15 martial arts wills back then." Yi Qing raised his brows slightly. He had hardly ever practiced the martial arts seriously. But from the memories of Zhu Ku, Feng Yunian, and others, we can clearly know how difficult it is to fully comprehend a 7th level martial arts technique and cultivate a trace of the true meaning of martial arts. One is extremely difficult, but the old marshal of the military has condensed 15. How much hard training does it take, and how strong a martial arts talent does it take? 9th level, that is something that is only dreamed of but not sought after. Over the years, there have been countless geniuses, but only a few have been able to break through to the 9th level. Lin Huaijin looked serious, patted Yi Qing on the shoulder, and said seriously, "Yi Qing, don't be too ambitious and think too far ahead. Focus on the present. Your first task now is to comprehend more martial arts wills." "I see. Thanks for the reminder, Brother Lin." Yi Qing could see that Lin Huaijin had good intentions, so he smiled and nodded. "That's good. I'll go and meditate first. Remember to call for help if anything happens." Lin Huaijin said this and left in a hurry. What he said just now has already wasted a lot of his time. Those children from aristocratic families already have medication to assist them. If he falls behind now, he will not be able to catch up with them. Wait until Lin Huaijin leaves. The old marshal of the 9th level, the pillar of the military, condensed 15 martial arts wills when he was at the 6th level. Yi Qing glanced around and saw the 36 stone tablets in front of him, symbolizing 36 kinds of martial arts will. He possesses an S-level talent, breathing in harmony with heaven and earth. His comprehension is quite extraordinary. The fact that he can enter the state of harmony between man and nature at any time is enough to make countless warriors envious. Using the extraordinary comprehension of the breadth of heaven and earth and the martial arts that he had comprehended at the 6th level, could he surpass that old 9th level martial in the military? Yi Qing frowned slightly. 1 month was a bit too tight, but he changed his mind and felt relieved again. It's not enough to have the same breadth of heaven and earth. What about adding a shared network of the Lingshu mother nest? Yi Qing glanced around and selected several children from aristocratic families who he had previously labeled as having ill intentions towards him. Deep in his eyes, strands of silver light emerged. Heart anchor spores suddenly gushed out and began to float towards several targets in the distance. As a means of mental power, heart anchor spores are extremely subtle things, and even psychics find it difficult to detect them in the first place. What's more, they're a group of 6th-level warriors. Many of them have just passed the nourishing the spirit stage and have just come into contact with mental power. How can they detect the heart anchor spores in the air? Chapter 128 is rolled up. Subconscious implantation. Heart anchor spores fly to the target one by one. They floated onto the target's body, merged silently into the other's body, and then drilled into the spiritual sea through the flesh and blood. As soon as we entered the spiritual sea, heart anchor spores began to hatch. Strands of silk grew out of the spores, took root in the depths of the spiritual sea, and eventually quickly merged with the spiritual sea, transforming into some kind of thought stamp that could not be removed. For young men from aristocratic families were sitting cross-legged on the ground, comprehending the martial arts steel. A ray of silver light escaped from between their tightly closed eyes. The abnormality quickly disappeared. Not only was it unnoticeable to outsiders, but even the 4 people who were immersed in martial arts did not notice anything unusual about themselves. At the same time, the pyramid-shaped mother nest standing in the ocean of spiritual power began to tremble. In the 4 chambers adjacent to Feng Yi and Feng Hui, for newcomers gradually emerged. The wriggling silk quickly pierced into the souls of the 4 people. Boom! 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 What time? Waves of roars swept across the spiritual sea, and the ocean of mental power roared, creating huge waves. For different kinds of martial arts insights appeared successively in Yi Qing's spiritual sea, and one picture after another slowly condensed above the spiritual sea. A picture of a rainstorm, with densely packed raindrops of exactly the same size carved on it. A chaotic picture of knife marks, with hundreds of knife marks intertwined on the surface of the steel, and it is completely impossible to figure out the trajectory of the knife. A picture of waves, with several layers of huge waves higher than the last, is engraved on a stone tablet. A picture of chains, with chains intertwined on the huge surface of the monument, as if to lock up the entire world. There the gun ray monument, the sword prison monument, the tide rising monument, and the dragon locking monument. Yi Qing recognized the 4 pictures on the steel in front of him corresponding to the martial arts steel. His heart moved secretly, and his eyes looked towards the flaming steel next to him. Including the martial arts steel that Feng Yi and Feng Hui had comprehended, he was now receiving the results of comprehending 5 kinds of martial arts wills at the same time. Yi Qing opened his eyes and looked at the embryonic form of light that appeared around the people he parasitized, then compared it with the embryonic form of will in his own spiritual sea, and found that the progress on both sides was exactly the same. In other words, wait until Feng Yi and other young men from aristocratic families have thoroughly comprehended the martial arts steel they have chosen. Then he will possess 5 kinds of martial arts will at the same time. He doesn't need to figure out on his own. It's all a waste of time. In this way, let alone the 15 kinds of martial arts will, even if I can comprehend all the 36 stone tablets in the number 3 ruins, I can do it. Yi Qing's eyes lit up, and at this moment, who was comprehending the sword prison monument suddenly dimmed. At the same time, within Yi Qing's spiritual sea, the martial arts insights output from the sword prison diagram were rapidly decreasing. What's going on? Yi Qing frowned and looked over, and saw that the soul light above the head of the noble family disciple who took the medicine first began to dim. Has the effect of the medicine worn off? Yi Qing suddenly realized that the effect of the medicine could not last forever, and there would always be a moment when it would wear off. As the effect of the medicine wears off, the speed of comprehension will naturally slow down. Just go slow. You don't have to figure out yourself anyway. Just as Yi Qing was thinking this, he saw the man open his eyes. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and with a flip of his wrist, another bottle of medicine appeared in his mouth. With a gulp, he swallowed the second bottle of medicine directly. The next moment, the soul light above his head became strong again, and the speed of his comprehension returned to its original state. So hard. All medicines are poisonous. Even the safest tonic should not be taken continuously, otherwise it will cause serious harm to the body. For drugs with special effects like psychotropics, there are even more taboos in their use. That young man from aristocratic family didn't even take a break, but continued to take drugs to comprehend the sword prison monument. His heart for martial arts was determined enough. Even though Yi Qing knew that the other party was his enemy, a hint of admiration emerged in his heart. That's how it should be. The harder you roll, the greater your gains. Noticing the martial arts insights surging out of his spiritual sea again, he could no longer suppress the smile on his face and couldn't help but laugh. He finally figured it out. Instead of trying to figure it out on his own, he should focus on building the chamber inside the mother nest. By building enough chambers, the souls of more people can be accommodated. In this way, as long as he controls each of the people who are comprehending the 36 martial arts stone tablets, he can gain 36 kinds of martial arts insights at the same time. Once they are all gathered, and I possess dozens of martial arts wills when I am promoted to the 7th level, what level of combat power will I reach? Roll it up, roll it all up. Yi Qing thought to himself and focused his attention directly on the spiritual sea and began to work overtime to build the chamber inside the mother nest. The ocean of mental power roared and surged, and streams of mental power poured into the mother nest, and a new chamber was slowly opened up. After a long time, was building the mother nest chamber frowned. He stopped what he was doing and turned to look at the several pictures on the steel beside Ling Hai. The four sides had become dim, and the shared martial arts insights had changed from an endless river to a small stream. The speed has dropped significantly. Yi Qing immediately focused his attention on reality, and with a glance, he found the figures of Feng, Yi, and others. As expected, he discovered that the effects of their medicine had worn off. Their soul light was no longer strong, and they had returned to normal. They stopped taking the medication and seemed to be trying to give their bodies some time to recover. How can this be possible? Yi Qing's brows suddenly wrinkled into the shape of the Chinese character Chan. Your comprehension is my comprehension, and your slowness is my slowness. It is absolutely unacceptable to delay the progress of comprehending the will of martial arts. Seeing this, Yi Qing fell into deep thought. It only took him a second to come up with a solution. As an SS-level talent, Lingshu Nest has many functions, not just the function of sharing thought information. It can implant a subconscious mind into the host without directly controlling the host, quietly changing their way of thinking. This is a little trick of the Lingshu Mother Nest. But at this time, it can play a huge role. Then, the Lingshu Mother Nest began to tremble, and streams of thought information began to be quietly transmitted to the minds of Feng Yi, Feng Hui, and others through the insect silk. Chapter 129, that guy has a really bad understanding. Feng Yi's determination in martial arts trembled slightly, and strands of silk squirmed in the chamber, imprinting strands of subconsciousness. How can you feel like taking a break at this age? A 6th-level warrior can only enter ruins number 3 once in his lifetime. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. With such a precious opportunity, we should take advantage of it to comprehend more martial arts wills. What's a little physical injury? The right way is to use a negligible amount of pain to gain greater potential and lay a solid foundation for becoming a master. As warriors of our generation, we should strive to reach the top. 7th rank Grandmaster? That's just the beginning. Level 8, or even level 9, is my true potential. Use the medicine. Use it vigorously. Comprehend it vigorously. The voice, like the devil's whisper, was transmitted to the depths of Feng Yi and others' minds through the Mother Nest's mind-sharing network, and turned into their imperceptible subconscious. Far away, Feng Yi, Feng Hui, and the other 2 young men from aristocratic families turned slightly pale. Spirit activators can inspire their spirits and raise their understanding to a higher level. The effect is very powerful, but the burden on the body is also extraordinary. Even for a 6th-level warrior, whose physical fitness is so strong that it reaches an inhuman level, it is still difficult for him to withstand long-term use. The meditation period is 1 month and needs to be sustainable. They plan the medication time before coming in to ensure maximum efficiency. So after the effect of the first potion wore off, they decisively decided to take a rest. Several people took out the special nutritional supplements they brought with them and took them to restore their strength. Brother, that kid hasn't found a martial arts steel he wants to comprehend yet. Feng Hui pointed at Yi Qing, who was far away. Feng Yi snorted coldly, a hint of sarcasm in his voice, and said, I said 2 or 3 days before. That is the latest time. If he has a thorough understanding of his own martial arts, 1 day is enough for him to find a few martial arts tablets that suit him. As a result, it hasn't even started yet. It seems he is just a guy with a good physique, but poor comprehension. Even if we don't take action, he may just be a cannon fodder master who has integrated 3 or 4 kinds of martial arts wills. He glanced at Yi Qing and shook his head. That being said, we still have to do what we have to do when the time comes. How could that boy of humble origin, who destroyed 2 geniuses of the Feng family and interrupted his path to becoming a master, be worthy of his cousin's spirit in heaven? Have a good rest. Feng, he had just opened his mouth when he suddenly frowned, and deep down he felt a sense of shame and guilt for what he was about to say. Rest? Is it time to take a break? How much did your family pay in order to secure a spot to enter Ruins number 3? With such a precious opportunity, if I don't comprehend a few more martial arts principles, can I live up to my family's expectations? The most important thing is to be worthy of your own. Desire to reach the pinnacle of martial arts? Level 8 is the goal. No, my real goal, Feng Yi, is the 9th level. Now you can't stand just a little bit of fatigue? If you don't try, how will you know your limits? Feng Yi suddenly felt that the previous plan was too conservative. Or maybe it's just too useless. Isn't it just a little physical injury? After you get out, won't you recover if you take good care of yourself? It is totally worth it to use the short-term pain now to gain super strong potential. Then, Feng Yi's voice stopped abruptly. Just as he was about to change his words, he heard his sister Feng Hui say firmly, Brother, I want to continue to comprehend. I can still hold on. Rest is such a waste of time. I have to seize this opportunity. Feng Yi's eyes lit up, and he looked at his sister with burning eyes. He was a little excited, thinking that they were indeed siblings, worthy of being his sister. That's what I thought. Feng Yi held a spirit activator in his hand and said in a deep voice, We can't waste any more time. Hurry up. Good. Feng Hui nodded excitedly and took out a pill and swallowed it. At the same time, in front of the other 2 martial arts steals, 2 children from aristocratic families also took potions. They looked at each other as if they had a tacit understanding, and both saw the burning faith in each other's eyes. It was as if they had met a soulmate, or as if a lonely master had met an opponent of similar strength. They laughed a few times and immediately immersed themselves in contemplation again. Suddenly, in Yi Qing's spiritual sea, the several torrents of perception that had originally weakened began to roar and surge again. Good, very good. Yi Qing looked at the enthusiastic people, nodded in approval, and smiled with satisfaction. Those children from noble families who are hostile to him must be exploited harshly. Using an open strategy against me, Yi Qing's smile was a little ferocious. He had previously taken note of those who had shown hostility towards him, and now it was time to name them one by one. If they wanted to cut off his path to becoming a master, then he would have to directly cut off the future foundation of these noble families. Thinking of this, the martial arts stone tablets, as if he was strolling leisurely. Invisible heart anchor spores lingered around him. Whenever he found a target, a heart anchor spore would slowly float over and silently take root in that person's spiritual sea. Boom, boom, boom. Loud roars echoed throughout the spiritual sea. Different steel images slowly condensed above the spiritual sea, and waves of martial arts insights surged in. It didn't take long before all 14 beds in the mother nest were occupied. 9 new tenants entered the chamber and enjoyed the massage of the silkworms deep into their souls. Yi Qing looked at the 7 new steel images and frowned. There are too many guests, and it's a bit difficult to entertain them all. We have to hurry up and build new guest rooms. A sense of urgency arose in Yi Qing's heart. He poured streams of pure mental power into the Lingshu mother nest and began to speed up the construction of a new chamber. The sky is bright inside the number 3 ruins, and there is no distinction between day and night. Yi Qing looked around and saw that there were many people sitting in front of most of the martial arts monuments. He wanted to find a place that was a little quieter. Soon, he found a martial arts monument with no one meditating around it, and sat down in a position not too far from the monument. He glanced at the pattern on the stone tablet, which was engraved with a smooth circle consisting of two disconnected arcs. One of the two arcs is engraved in negative, and the other is engraved in positive. Apart from this, there is no difference, and there are no other patterns on the stone tablet. Compared with other martial arts styles, this one appears more abstract. Yi Qing was too lazy to comprehend it. His top priority now was to build enough mother nest chambers. Then, Yi Qing closed his eyes and focused his attention on the spiritual sea. With the continuous infusion of spiritual power, the Lingshu mother nest began to tremble and became larger, and new chambers began to be built quickly. Chapter 137, Kinds of Martial Will. Feng Yi. I have amazing talent. Doubling the amount is no problem. After a new chamber was built, Yi Qing directly manipulated the heart anchor spores to parasitize a young man from a noble family who was hostile to him. Along with a roar, another steel picture appeared in the spiritual sea. Engraved on it are stars arranged in an orderly manner. The shining starlight links the stars together, as if establishing some special connection. Star Monument. An extremely powerful torrent of insights rushed out, and all kinds of inspirations about the star map emerged in Yi Qing's mind. Yi Qing looked at a young man from an aristocratic family who was comprehending the starlight monument not far away, and felt the surging energy in his body. That man was stronger than Feng Yi and the others, and it was obvious that he was a warrior who had broken through to the 6th level a long time ago. These veteran 6th level masters were able to comprehend the martial arts style at a significantly faster speed. Thinking of this, while Yi Qing was constructing a new chamber, he observed the strength of the 6th level warriors present. Among the civilians, while on the aristocratic faction, Feng Yi and Feng Hui are not too strong. Judging from the fluctuations of qi and blood alone, they are at the middle level among the aristocratic factions present. The strongest children from aristocratic families had incredibly condensed energy and blood, not a single drop of it leaking out. Yi Qing made all the judgments based on the soul light in their heads, and discovered that before those people took the mental activators, their soul light was much stronger than that of Feng Yi and the others. Their strength has probably reached the high level of level 6. However, Yi Qing didn't take it to heart. After all, the 6th level is the 6th level. They couldn't possibly detect the existence of the heart anchor spores. He withdrew his thoughts and focused on building the chamber and his martial arts will. A warrior reaches the 6th level. The more martial arts will he masters, the greater his future potential will be. In order to condense the will of martial arts, one must master martial arts techniques of the 7th level or above. Yi Qing now masters 2 skills. One is the 8th level of Akalabadi. The other is the 7th level of 10 suns in the sky. He has already completely mastered the 10 suns on the same day, and with the insights gained from the Feng family soul fragments, the corresponding martial arts can be easily condensed. The body of Akalanatha was obtained from Zhu Ku of the Zhu family in Jiangnan. It's a pity that Zhu Ku is a big fake and a drug addict. His understanding of martial arts is so poor that he doesn't have much understanding of this martial art at all. Otherwise, if Yi Qing had punched him and he had used his Akalanatha body, perhaps he could have kept his body intact. Fortunately, Yi Qing possesses an S-level talent, the same breath of heaven and earth, which makes his comprehension much easier, and it won't take long for him to master the body of Akalanatha. At the 6th level, the condensed martial arts has a bonus to one's own combat power. Yi Qing thought about it, and while controlling the mother nest to build the chamber, he began to evolve the 10 suns in the same sky in his mind. At this time, almost everyone found a martial arts style that suited them and began to comprehend it. Many children from aristocratic families began to take the medicine. Their souls seemed to boil, and they quickly entered a state of enlightenment. Time flies. 2 days passed. Yi Qing created waves in the spiritual sea. The image of the flaming monument engraved with a sea of fire suddenly solidified, and dazzling rays of light lit up, and the skylight encompassed the entire spiritual sea. A martial arts insight containing an extremely huge amount of information emerged. Everything disappeared from Yi Qing's sight, and a tall figure appeared in front of him. The figure holding a long sword leaped up, let out a loud roar filled with anger, and slashed forward 9 times. The sword light immediately turned into a storm of flames, sweeping over with hot energy that could burn all directions. For a while, Yi Qing felt as if he was in a sea of fire. His whole body felt slightly hot. The raging flames filled his eyes, and a rage that wanted to burn everything arose in his heart. Soon, the illusion faded. A layer of burning flames appeared on the surface of the ocean of spiritual power, as if all the liquid spiritual power was burning. Yi Qing was not panicked. He knew what that thing was. The will of martial arts, the wrath of burning sky. At the same time, Yi Qing mastered a martial arts technique. The 7th level master skill, 9 slashes of burning sky. This is a sword technique that transforms tremendous anger into flames that can burn everything. One slash of the sword will cause a storm of blazing fire to sweep across the area. The sword technique is also extremely fast, with each move being faster than the last. After 9 consecutive strikes, the power was comparable to that of 8th level martial arts. The first kind of martial arts I have finally mastered it. Yi Qing raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a satisfied smile. At the same time, 2 roars of surprise came from distance. Feng Yi and Feng Hui opened their eyes at the same time, and a phantom of a sea of fire appeared around them. The scorching heat descended, causing the temperature around them to rise rapidly. Both of them looked excited, with an unhealthy blush on their pale faces, and they looked very excited. I understand it completely. I have completely mastered the burning heaven's fury and the fire element martial arts will. Is this the 9 heaven burning slashes? So powerful, it's no less powerful than the 10 suns in the sky. Feng Yi's eyes were filled with excitement. He turned to look at Feng Hui and said, "Sister, I've said it before, our potential far exceeds our family's assessment." 3 days. It only took me 3 days to comprehend the flame monument thoroughly and master a kind of martial arts will. Feng Hui was excited and said, "There's still more than 20 days left. It's enough, it's enough." Their voices attracted the attention of many people. Lin Huaijin looked at the 2 of them, noticed their expressions, and was shocked. "You look so bad? How many drugs did they take?" For a while, he used to be quite contemptuous of the fact that the children of aristocratic families took potions to comprehend the martial arts monument. He believed that they were just relying on external forces and had no firm belief in martial arts in their hearts, so they would never achieve great things in the future. But when he saw that they were willing to harm their bodies in order to comprehend more martial arts principles, the contempt in his heart dissipated a lot, and a little more affirmation appeared. Looking at that face, you can imagine how much pain he has endured both mentally and physically. It can be said that I have some perseverance and determination. Lin Huaijin nodded secretly, and with a glance, he noticed Yi Qing's figure in the distance. He saw Yi Qing sitting cross-legged next to a martial arts steel and nodded again. Yi Qing finally found a martial arts steel that suited him. I felt like I was entering a state of enlightenment. Feng Yi suddenly said, "I don't know why, although I'm a little tired physically, I am more eager to comprehend the martial arts monument in my heart." "Me too." Feng Hui nodded. "Hurry, while we are in good condition now. Let's try to comprehend other martial arts steels." Feng Hui said. The 2 of them did not hesitate and headed straight for another martial arts monument. When changing positions, the 2 did not forget to look for Yi Qing's position. When he noticed that there was no movement from Yi Qing, he immediately sneered. He really is a person with poor understanding. Don't worry about him for now. Strike while the iron is hot and comprehend a kind of martial arts will. As the 2 of them talked, they didn't notice that their steps had become a little unsteady. An inexplicably powerful belief swirled in their hearts, causing them to involuntarily begin to comprehend the second martial arts steel. Just at this moment, several loud laughs were heard from various places. At this time, several children from aristocratic families also completed their comprehension, thoroughly comprehended a martial arts stone tablet, and mastered a martial arts will. They made the same choice as Feng Yi and his sister. They gave themselves almost no time to rest and rushed straight to the next martial arts steel. Seeing this scene, the pupils of Lin Huaijin and other civilian warriors shrank. Work hard, really work too hard. When did these poor, wealthy, second-generation kids from aristocratic families become so motivated? Lin Huaijin and the others felt a huge pressure in their hearts at the same time. The people from the aristocratic families were working so hard, and if they didn't catch up, they would definitely be left far behind. Thinking of this, They didn't dare to waste any more time and quickly immersed themselves in contemplation. At the same time, in Yi Qing's spiritual sea, several images on the steel surface solidified one after another, evolving into different visions that appeared before Yi Qing's eyes. On the battlefield where the sound of fighting was deafening, a general in silver armor rode alone and charged into the battle formation. He shook the spear in his hand, and the spear light fell like a rainstorm, piercing through the battle formation composed of heavily armored soldiers in an instant. In heavy armor crushed the space, and the sword in his hand made a series of crackling sounds. Cut! With a loud shout, spiderweb-like cracks were already formed on the 10-mile wasteland before the blade even arrived. The heavily armored giant rushed forward with his sword, and every time he swung his sword, a sword aura several thousand meters long was created. The sword auras intertwined with each other, and a domineering sword intent that was ready to shatter the earth spread out. On the small islands scattered across the lake, every time an excited voice was heard, a martial arts will emerge in Yi Qing's spiritual sea. The will of spearmanship contained in the gun rain monument, the power to break the army, the true meaning of the sword in the sword prison monument, the heaven trapping and earth imprisoning in the dragon locking monument. The scene in the spiritual sea changed drastically. A layer of sea of fire floated on the ocean of spiritual power. Thick bronze chains intertwined in the sky, and drops of silver-white rain fell from the sky, which were transformed from the unstoppable spear light. There are 7 kinds of martial arts will in total. Yi Qing glanced at those strange visions. According to the recognized rules among warriors, if one can possess 7 kinds of martial arts will at the 6th level, he already has the potential to be promoted to a grandmaster. There are only 7 kinds. It's not enough. Yi Qing said secretly, looking towards the mother nest. The number of chambers in it has increased from the original 14 to the current 24. As expected, all 10 newly built chambers had new residents. They are continuously providing Yi Qing with new insights into martial arts, making the more than 10 steel images in the spiritual sea become more solid. Like Feng, Yi, and others, Yi Qing also set up a subconscious mind for the new parasite. This is also the reason why the children of aristocratic families began to get excited. Of course, some of the children of noble families who had not yet been parasitized saw how desperate they were and worried that their own progress would be left behind, so they also began to spontaneously increase the frequency of drug taking. I haven't parasitized you yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Yi Qing shook his head and continued to build a new mother nest chamber. The next day, the accident still happened. A scream of pain suddenly rang out. In front of a martial arts stele engraved with a giant tree, a young man from an aristocratic family suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, then collapsed to the ground, twitching unconsciously. His face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. Because he suddenly interrupted his meditation, his martial arts will backfired. Muffled sounds came from his body and several bones were broken. Dong Chun, what's wrong with you? Some young men from noble families who knew him were shocked and rushed over to investigate the situation. When they saw the empty test tube of medicine next to Dong Chun and observed the trace of residual medicine in it, their faces suddenly changed. You're crazy. How dare you drink so much psychoactive drug? It's 10% over the limit. Are you going to die? An overdose can be fatal. After finding out about Dong Chen's condition, the faces of the children from the noble families all turned ugly. Psychoactive agents put a heavy burden on the body and mind. Dong Chen's strength was average, so the extra 10% of the dosage directly exceeded his body's tolerance limit, causing big problems. The physical injuries are considered minor, but his spirit seems to have been hurt as well. Someone took out some medicine and helped Dong Chun stabilize his injuries. After checking him, he spoke slowly. How could this happen? Dong Chun is not usually such a reckless person. No matter how anxious you are, you shouldn't overdose on the medicine. Dong Chen's condition was obviously not enough to continue comprehending the martial arts stele. The entrance to Ruins Number 3 has been closed and will not be reopened until 1 month has passed. During this period, Dong Chun has no choice but to stay here. With the help of the wound medicine, my life can definitely be saved, but don't even think about comprehending the martial arts stele again. Alas, what a pity. There has to be a limit to how much you can roll. How come as soon as we enter the ruins, many people started rolling like crazy? I remember they weren't like this before. Several people have not been parasitized yet, and their current thinking logic is normal for the time being. They shook their heads, settled Dong, Chun down, and then quickly returned to their seats to begin to meditate. Not far away, Feng Yi and Feng Hui's faces turned even paler. They each held a potion in their hands, and after seeing Dong Chen's miserable condition, a hint of hesitation flashed in their eyes. Just now, they also wanted to speed up their comprehension again and wanted to try increasing the dosage a little bit. But now, the struggle in their eyes is getting stronger, and their desire to become stronger and improve their potential is getting fiercer. It was as if there were two voices confronting each other in my mind. One asked them to increase the dosage of the medicine and comprehend more martial arts styles as soon as possible. One is to advise them to be rational and not to damage their physical foundation. The two voices were arguing fiercely, and Feng Yi and the other man raised and put their hands down, which looked quite funny and strange. Yi Qing noticed the situation on Dong Chen's side and raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that a simple subconscious thought would gradually affect a person's behavior to this extent. As he was thinking, he suddenly noticed Feng Yi and his sister. He saw the mental activators in their hands and the hesitation and struggle in their eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a smile appeared. The next moment, the Lingshu mother nest began to tremble, and strands of silk took root in the soul body in the chamber. Just when Feng Yi was about to drink the potion, the action finally stopped. Then, exceeding 10% is not good. That's because Dong Chen's foundation is poor. But I'm different. Feng Yi suddenly had another tube of mental activator in his hand, and an extremely confident smile appeared on his face. With my amazing aptitude, extremely solid foundation, and strong mental strength, it's no problem for me to exceed the limit by twice as much. Drank 2 full tubes of mental activator. Chapter 131:12 Kinds of Martial Arts Talents, a stone tablet that no one can comprehend. After swallowing 2 full bottles of spirit activators into his stomach, Feng Yi's body began to tremble. His breathing became rapid. His face flushed, veins popped out on his forehead, and the soul light in his head that had just dimmed glowed strongly again, and the light became brighter and brighter, and the silver light in his eyes almost condensed into substance. I see. Feng Yi looked at the martial arts steel in front of him. The lines on it that seemed to have no regular pattern now combined into all kinds of mysterious patterns in his eyes. He could clearly sense the martial arts were contained in them. My current understanding has reached a very terrifying level. Feng Yi's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked morbidly excited. Immediately following, a fishy and sweet taste surged from his throat, and he opened his mouth and spurted out a stream of blood, staining a large area of the ground red. However, Feng Yi did not fall down like Dong Chen. He found a bottle of medicine in time and poured it directly into his mouth. It was a bottle of medicine that quickly suppressed the injuries in his body. Sure enough, I can hold on with just a little bit of medicine. Feng Yi noticed his physical condition and was extremely satisfied with his accurate judgment. This level of understanding of the physical body surpassed many people. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but snort. After seeing Feng Yi's operation, Feng Hui did not hesitate and started to learn it in an imitative manner. It was also an excessive dose of mental activator, but Feng Hui drank a bottle of expensive medicine before she vomited blood. You are smart. If you spit out less blood, your physical condition will be better. Feng Yi nodded to express his affirmation. I was inexperienced this time. Next time, I must remember to take the medicine in advance. He thought secretly in his mind, and then said nothing more to Feng Hui, seizing the time to devote himself to meditation. The people around were amazed at what the two did, and their eyes kept changing when they looked at Feng Yi and the other man. These are two real tough guys. Although their current strength is not outstanding, with such firm determination in martial arts, they will surely become truly strong in the future. My thinking was a bit rigid before. Taking healing medicine and mental activator together can suppress the injury and improve mental activity again. When those who were parasitized saw this scene, they were inspired and began to imitate Feng Yi and the other man's actions. With a mental activator in one hand and healing medicine in the other, they began a new round of medication. Of course, they were not as crazy as Feng Yi, and the amount of mental activators they used only exceeded the limit by 20% to 50%. The reason for this is that there are slight differences between them and Feng Yi's subconscious mind. Among the aristocratic families, the Feng family is Yi Qing's staunch enemy, followed by the Zhu family of Jiangnan province. The reason why other aristocratic families want to target Yi Qing together is simply because the aristocratic families form a community of shared interests, and to some extent, they share the same prosperity and adversity. Of course, they are not a monolithic group, and some aristocratic families are unwilling to participate. Yi Qing had also discovered before that there was no malice in the eyes of a very small number of children from aristocratic families when they looked at him. As for Feng Yi and Feng Hui, the two warriors of the Feng family, Yi Qing would naturally exploit them again and again. Therefore, the subconscious mind he implanted in Feng Yi and the other person was slightly different from that of other parasites. What is manifested is that Feng Yi's use of drugs will be much crazier. Another part of the children from aristocratic families are a little more rational. It was only under the leadership of Feng Yi and the others that some of the parasites began to spontaneously increase their medication dosage. When more and more people were involved, even those who had not yet been parasitized had a change of mindset. Their initial plans were gradually disrupted, and they began to get involved. Very good, very motivated. Yi Qing noticed that he was gaining more and more insights into martial arts, and he felt quite satisfied. In fact, he just added a little subconsciousness to Feng Yi and the other person. It was not related to taking medicine, but it just improved their self-confidence, which brought unexpected results. This ability is very useful. Yi Qing secretly sighed that the magical effect of mental power was sometimes much more powerful than physical blood and qi. Time passes by little. After everyone rolled up, several of the parasites succeeded in gaining the understanding. As they shouted in surprise, the smile on Yi Qing's lips became more and more intense. The more successful a person is, the more martial arts will he has. 8, 9, 10. According to the rules mentioned by Lin Huaijin, the amount of martial arts he possesses is so great that his potential has already surpassed the Grandmaster level. In the spiritual sea, Yi Qing has become much more skilled in building chambers, and the number of chambers in the mother nest has increased to 41. After these chambers were built, he immediately arranged for new hosts and guests to move in. As the 41st chamber moved in with a new resident, the 23rd steel image gradually appeared above the spirit sea. There are a total of 12 martial arts stone tablets that have been comprehended, and a total of 12 kinds of martial arts wills appeared in the spiritual sea. Judging from the number of martial wills alone, Yi Qing is only 3 martial wills short of the old military marshal, the 9th rank strongman. I heard that the old marshal in the military is very strong, even among the 9th level. Even the 12 kinds of martial arts wills now should have the potential to reach the 9th level. Yi Qing opened his eyes, looked around, and noticed that even after taking the medicine, many people's comprehension speed was not particularly fast. For the first martial arts stone tablet, most of them chose a martial art with the same attributes as their own martial arts. When they were comprehending it, it could be verified with their own martial arts, so the speed of comprehension would be much faster. But when comprehending the second stone tablet, it was like starting from scratch without any foundation. Therefore, even though the brother and sister Feng Yi and Feng Hui drank 2 bottles of spirit activators in a row, they were still a little slower than the speed of comprehending the flame monument. Strange, why has no one come to comprehend this stone tablet? Yi Qing suddenly discovered a problem. No one had ever come to comprehend the martial arts stone tablet he had chosen. If this continues, one side of the steel will definitely be missing. His brows furrowed. There were now 41 people parasitizing it, but there were only 23 pictures on the steel. This is because a part of the stone tablet has not yet been comprehended by the children of the noble families, and some of the 41 parasites comprehended the same martial arts stone tablet. The martial arts steel in front of us is indeed a bit strange. There were neither common warriors nor children from aristocratic families who came to comprehend it. Is it too difficult? Yi Qing sat in front of this martial arts stone tablet for a few days, and for the first time he looked seriously at what was engraved on the stone tablet in front of him. Chapter 132 Yin and Yang, Tai Chi, Yi Qing's perfect martial arts. 2 simple arcs form a round shape that has no meaning at first glance. But when Yi Qing subconsciously entered a state of unity between man and nature, the 2 arcs on the steel seemed to come alive and began to slowly flow on the steel. As they swim, the arc lines gradually become fatter and rounder. Their colors also began to change, and finally evolve into 2 fish, one black and one white, swimming continuously on the surface of the steel. Yin-Yang Monument. Just when Yi Qing had begun to comprehend something, a deafening roar suddenly erupted in his spiritual sea. A new martial arts will has been condensed. Such a big commotion. The new martial arts will seems to be very powerful. Yi Qing was just about to continue looking at the Yin-Yang monument in front of him, but the movement in the spiritual sea made his face change. In the spiritual sea. Originally, the 12 kinds of martial arts wills were each staying in different places in the spiritual sea, and they lived in peace with each other. But when a picture on the steel was solidified to the extreme, a long river of red lava gushed out from the picture. The long river circled over the spiritual sea, directly dyeing the entire spiritual sea red. Cry! Accompanied by a majestic cry, the long river of lava stirred up waves, and a fire phoenix that seemed to be made of lava emerged from it. The pair of phoenix eyes scanned the area, noticing the intertwined bronze chains, the black sword suspended in the air, and the spear rays that kept dripping like a rainstorm, and immediately revealed a strong murderous intent. The fire phoenix cried angrily, and the lava river roared as it rushed straight towards the nearest black sword, almost shattering it with one blow. The black long sword is the manifestation of the will of martial arts, the true meaning of hegemony. After being attacked, it immediately launched a counterattack. A huge black sword energy slashed out, but was easily dodged by the fire phoenix. It then hit the intertwined bronze chains in the sky, making a series of powerful clanging sounds of metal clashing. Crash! The bronze chains were transformed from the heaven and earth imprisonment. After being attacked, the chains began to surge and also started to counterattack. Suddenly, the balance between various martial arts wills was broken. The sea of fire on the spiritual power ocean burned fiercely. The dripping silver spear light was like a heavy rain, and purple lightning began to strike. A riot broke out in Linghai. Long-lost stories are heard from the depths of the soul and every part of the body. Yi Qing's expression didn't change at all. A little bit of pain was not enough to disturb his mood. When I first merged my talents, the pain was even more intense than it is now. Yi Qing remained calm and focused his attention on the spiritual sea. He saw the fire phoenix wreaking havoc in the spiritual sea, constantly attacking other martial arts wills, as if it wanted to devour them all. The 12 martial arts wills were unwilling to be swallowed up, so they naturally began to fight back, causing the spiritual sea to fall into chaos. Is this the martial arts will condensed from the 8th level martial arts? The previous martial arts will was condensed from the 7th level martial arts, so we barely maintained a balance and did not invade each other. The scene before him was somewhat similar to the conspiracy planned by the Feng family. They are all conflicts between martial arts wills. It's just that the noble family intends to take advantage of the conflict and attributes. And what appeared in front of Yi Qing at this time is purely because of the higher level of the fire phoenix. Cry of the fire phoenix and the spiritual sea that was turned upside down by it, and a hint of hostility emerged in his eyes. Crash! The next moment, the entire ocean of mental power began to surge. Countless liquid mental powers began to flow, and a huge body gradually condensed. The solid crystals gathered in the eye sockets and turned into the 2 eyeballs of Yi Qing's huge spiritual body, with his cold gaze fixed on the fire phoenix. You are just a martial arts will, but you dare to act wildly in my territory. Yi Qing mobilized the mental power in his spiritual sea, and the formed mental power was like a giant standing upright. He stretched out a big hand and grabbed the fire phoenix flying in the air. Cry! The fire phoenix let out an unyielding cry, gave up on its opponent, and turned into a stream of fiery red light, trying to escape. However, where can it escape to in Yi Qing's spiritual sea? Yi Qing grabbed it and held the fire phoenix in his hand like a chick. The fire phoenix began to struggle frantically, and the scorching heat gushed out, but it could not cause any damage to Yi Qing's hand. Yi Qing began to exert force with his hands, gripping the fire phoenix tightly, preventing it from even making a sound. The fire phoenix's body began to deform, and its limbs gradually became twisted. Just as it was about to be crushed to pieces, the rebelliousness in its phoenix eyes finally faded and turned into a hint of begging. Yi Qing stopped exerting force, and with a backhand palm, he shattered the black sword energy that was coming at him. And with a flick of his finger, he almost broke the black long sword into pieces. The same thing happened to the bronze chains that were wrapped around him. Yi Qing pulled them hard, and several of them broke directly. The rainstorm, transformed by the spear light, weakened and turned into a bustling drizzle. The sea of fire and waves burning below were low, and it seemed that they were about to go out. Yi Qing used his powerful mental strength and the most brutal means to suppress the riot of his martial arts will. Immediately, waves of mental power surged out from his body and began to gradually condense into a solid state, eventually forming transparent mental power cages. As his mind moved slightly, the long river of lava in the air began to compress, and Yi Qing threw the fire phoenix directly into a cage. Not only that, the black sword, bronze chain, even the falling silver spear light, and other martial arts were all collected by Yi Qing into the cage. Soon, 13 mental cages appeared in the spiritual sea, imprisoning 13 kinds of martial arts wills. Yi Qing's body collapsed and turned into a long river that poured into every corner of the spiritual sea. The surging ocean of spiritual power appeared again. Buzz! The Tower of the Void emerged from the sea and came above the mental cages, shaking slightly as it brought down a series of confining forces. At this point, the martial arts will that was still slightly restless has completely calmed down. But Yi Qing's frown still did not relax. This is not a solution. Suppressing his martial arts will in the current way consumed a lot of his mental energy, and he also had to use the Tower of the Void. For him, this astonishing amount of martial arts will not only did not bring him much bonus in strength, but instead reduced his peak combat power. Either there are conflicting attributes, or there's a distinction between strong and weak. The strong will swallow the weak. How can we balance it? Yi Qing regained consciousness and took a deep breath. While he was thinking, he saw the pattern on the yin-yang monument in front of him again. The circle composed of 2 arcs became more round. Yi Qing looked at the yin-yang monument in front of him, and suddenly a flash of inspiration popped up in his mind. He immediately fell into deep thought, and with the help of his S-level talent, breathing of heaven and earth, his comprehension was maximized, and he instantly entered a state of enlightenment where man and nature were one. What should my martial arts be? Yi Qing asked himself in his heart. He thought of the system and how he had devoured countless giant beasts along the way. His goal was to evolve into the most perfect, strongest, and most promising creature. What is the most perfect thing? Yi Qing stared at the pattern on the martial arts steel in front of him. The circle, a simple shape, now hold a mystery. It seems to be the most perfect graphic, with no flaws to be found. It seems to embrace everything, symmetrical, smooth, indicating a certain balance. At the same time, in Yi Qing's eyes, the 2 arcs quickly evolved into 2 fish, one black and one white, swimming on the steel in a perfect circle. Yang fish and yin fish. Is this the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram? Yi Qing realized what was contained in the stone tablet and thought to himself. For a moment, the yin-yang monument began to vibrate, and a large amount of martial arts insights poured into Yi Qing's mind. Yin-yang monument began to vibrate, attracting the attention of many people around. When he found out that the person who was comprehending was Yi Qing, the few young men from noble families who had not yet been parasitized frowned, with a hint of surprise on their faces. He was able to comprehend that stone tablet. Since the opening of Ruins number 3, I heard that only the old marshal has succeeded in his comprehension. No one has succeeded since then. There are many people who didn't believe in evil and try to comprehend the martial arts stone tablet, but they ended up wasting a lot of time and gained very little in the end. Now, several days have passed, and he has only just begun to comprehend a little of the mystery. This is already a completely wrong choice. If it were me, if I couldn't achieve results within a day, I would immediately choose another martial arts steel. It seems that this guy is a fool who can't tell the difference between the important and the unimportant. He has wasted a lot of time, and the final harvest may be the worst of the bunch. Let's continue to comprehend and ignore him for now. After exchanging opinions, several people immersed themselves in contemplation. Li Zidao once sent Yi Qing the relevant information of the 36 martial arts stone tablets. However, Yi Qing felt that it was of no use at the time. He would not be able to find a suitable stone tablet based on the information alone, so he did not even look at the information. Moreover, the yin-yang monument, which seemed incredibly difficult to see by others, now entered a state of comprehension after just one glance at it. How could he understand the thoughts of those people? Yi Qing was immersed in contemplation. In the spiritual sea, the 24th image of the yin-yang steel appeared, and it solidified at an extremely fast speed, much faster than those children of noble families who took mental activators. In the blink of an eye, one day later, the pattern on the yin-yang steel began to tremble. The swimming speed of the yang fish and yin fish increased rapidly, and black and white light burst out from it. Black and white, yang and yin, water and fire. Although they are two extremes, they are not necessarily incompatible with each other. Since my body must be perfect, my martial arts must also be as perfect as possible. This kind of perfection should be all-encompassing, without any flaws or defects. It should be perfect and flawless. Yi Qing's spirit body looked at the diagram on the yin-yang steel and muttered to himself, his voice becoming increasingly firm. A glimmer of enlightenment emerged in his mind. Next second, bang, bang, bang. There were dozens of crisp explosions in succession, and the 13 mental cages suddenly exploded, and the imprisoned martial arts will immediately rushed out. Cry! The fire phoenix rushed into the sky with a lava river, as if it wanted to escape from here, but also as if it wanted to get away from Yi Qing desperately. Yi Qing ignored it, and the enlightenment in his eyes became more and more intense. Yin and yang rotate, over and over again. He suddenly raised his hands and waved them, drawing a circular trajectory in the air. Boom! The image on the yin-yang steel exploded, and two balls of mist, one black and one white, appeared. They began to rotate to form a Tai Chi yin-yang vortex. The fire phoenix, which was flapping its wings, trying to escape, suddenly froze and was instantly fixed in place. Then, an irresistible pulling force burst out from the yin-yang vortex, swallowing it directly into the vortex, and turning it into a fiery red ball of light that kept swimming in it. For the black sword, the thick bronze chain, the silver light rained all over the sky, and so on. All were swallowed into the yin-yang vortex by a huge pulling force. Soon, all 13 kinds of martial arts will enter the vortex of yin and yang. The vortex began to shrink and solidify, and finally appear behind Yi Qing, slowly rotating, like a real yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. One could faintly see spots of light moving among them, and the conflict between them were instantly resolved by the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram as soon as they appeared. As the yin-yang diagram rotated, a balance was gradually established between the various martial arts wills, and no conflicts occurred anymore. Yi Qing opened his eyes, exhaled, and revealed a satisfied smile. The martial arts will contained in the yin-yang steel, Hun Yuan Tai Chi. This is not an aggressive martial arts will. On the contrary, it seems to be something that was specially created to reconcile conflicts between martial arts techniques. Yi Qing thought, no wonder no one comes to comprehend this stone tablet. It turns out that it has no effect on them. He had been sitting next to the yin-yang monument for several days, but no one came to comprehend it. Generally speaking, when a 6th-level warrior comprehends the will of martial arts, he will often choose a martial arts will that has matching attributes or one that does not conflict. After all, if the will of martial arts you are comprehending conflicts with each other, it may cause harm to yourself. Even if it can be suppressed, it will still have a serious impact on one's own strength. In other words, Yi Qing's situation is special, and there are too many types of martial arts wills, so conflicts are inevitable. Fortunately, I have condensed the yin-yang diagram. Otherwise, I would not have much energy to build the chamber of the mother nest. Yi Qing glanced around and happened to see a young man from a noble family who was parasitized successfully comprehending a martial arts stone tablet. In his spiritual sea, and a martial arts will that was as powerful as the fire phoenix appeared. Before it could show its power, the slowly rotating yin-yang diagram in the spiritual sea suddenly burst out with a pulling force, swallowing it directly into the vortex. At this time, including the yin-yang diagram, Yi Qing possesses 15 kinds of martial arts will. It is the same martial arts will that was condensed by the old 9th-rank marshal of the military. Thanks to these children from noble families, otherwise it would be difficult for me to collect so much martial arts will. Yi Qing smiled slightly. According to the speed of comprehending the yin-yang steel, if he took 30 days, he could only comprehend 30 kinds of martial arts will at most, and it would be impossible to collect them all. He observed for a while and noticed that some of the young men from noble families who were parasitized had pale faces and no blood, as if they were almost going crazy from taking drugs. Forget it. Let them rest for a while. Otherwise, they will be useless before 30 days, which will delay my speed of collecting martial arts will. Yi Qing thought about it, and the Lingshu mother nest shook slightly, quietly transmitting a new subconscious. Not long after, some of the children of noble families who were parasitized stopped their meditation, paid attention to their physical condition, and chose to take a short rest. Of course, The rest time was not too long. With the help of expensive medicine, they recovered quickly. Seeing this, Yi Qing didn't want to waste time and immediately urged everyone to enter the state of meditation again. He quickly figured out the limits of most people and set the rest standard as vomiting blood 3 times and briefly fainting 5 times. After giving the parasites the latest subconscious instructions, he began to build a new mother nest cabin with peace of mind. Chapter 133. You and I have more potential than this. Once you enter a state of concentration, time always passes quickly. Those who are able to enter ruins number 3 to comprehend the martial arts deal are considered the top talents of each unit and have very flexible thinking. In the process of taking medicine continuously, the children of aristocratic families quickly summed up a set of medication procedures that maximized efficiency and caused the least harm to the body. According to each person's physical condition, the optimal overdose range of psychoactive agents is between 45% and 75%. While taking the psychotropic, take a certain amount of medicine directly to suppress the damage caused to the body by the excess medicine. At the same time, the usage of medicine for injuries is very particular. That replenish qi and blood, protect internal organs, nourish the spirit, etc. all have specific dosages and orders for taking, and are adjusted according to one's own physical condition and the excess range of mental activators. With the standardized and procedural medication, the comprehension speed of many children from aristocratic families has been effectively guaranteed. They will not injure their bodies early like Dong Chun, making it impossible for them to comprehend the martial arts steel. But even so, the health of many people is getting worse day by day. Coughing up blood and briefly fainting have become commonplace, and it is difficult to attract other people's attention. I don't know if it's because of the shared thoughts, but Yi Qing started to get nervous. While he was manipulating his mental power to build the mother nest chamber, he also devoted part of his attention to studying the 2 skills he possessed. The 10 suns in the sky and the body of Akala can also condense the will of martial arts. The quality of these 2 skills is good and is no worse than those in the number 3 ruins. Time goes by day. The number of chambers in Yi Qing's mother nest has been increased to 72, 53 of which are occupied by soul tenants. Of the 36 martial arts steels, 19 have been collected. Including the 17 steel images they're constantly solidifying in the spiritual sea, the 36 kinds of martial arts were almost gathered. Strange noises were heard from the spiritual sea from time to time. Along with the excited laughter of those children from aristocratic families, a picture of a steel would solidify to the extreme in Yi Qing's spiritual sea, and a kind of martial arts will manifest in the spiritual sea. However, when the martial arts will is fully manifested, the yin-yang tai chi diagram that is slowly rotating behind Yi Qing's spiritual body will suddenly fly out, bursting out with an irresistible pulling force, directly swallowing the martial arts will into the diagram. At this moment, inside the yin-yang tai chi diagram, a total of 20 spots of light were rotating in it along with the rotation of the yin-yang fish. Even though their attributes are conflicting, they still maintain a certain special balance under the power of the yin-yang diagram. 20 kinds of martial arts wills have surpassed the 9th rank old marshal in the military. Yi Qing looked at the yin-yang diagram, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The old marshal of the military was at the 6th level. He condensed 15 kinds of martial arts wills and was able to be promoted all the way to the 9th level. And he was a powerful character among the 9th level. Even if I don't cheat, if nothing unexpected happens, with these 20 kinds of martial arts will I be much stronger than the old marshal in the future. There are only 20 kinds, and there are still 16 kinds of martial arts will. Yi Qing smiled slightly, with deep anticipation in his eyes. After gathering 36 kinds of martial arts will, and condensing the martial arts will of the 10 suns in the sky and the body of Akala, the total number of martial arts wills he possessed reached 38. If this number were to be spread, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Thanks to you guys. Yi Qing opened his eyes and looked at the children of noble families who were taking medicine. All medicines are poisonous to some extent. Even medicines for healing injuries still contain some toxins. Due to their almost crazy way of taking medicine, many children from noble families have accumulated a lot of toxins in their bodies, which would probably cause extremely serious harm if they erupted. This won't work. You have to hold on until you successfully comprehend all 36 kinds of martial arts will. Yi Qing frowned slightly and gave orders to his 53 workers reluctantly. Not long. Many young men from aristocratic families vomited blood and fainted. Despite being unconscious, Many people had a relaxed smile on their faces, as if being unconscious was a kind of enjoyment. Only when they're unconscious can they truly rest for a while. Fengyi's face was as white as paper, and his eyes were red. Due to the high intensity of comprehension, his body had almost reached its limit. Cracks appeared in his internal organs, and some of them were severely damaged. If there hadn't been a strong medicinal force circulating in his body to suppress the injuries, he would have been seriously injured and passed out. But this suppression will not last long. Once the injury becomes serious enough and cannot be suppressed by drugs, there will inevitably be an unprecedented backlash. Feng Yi is aware of his physical condition, but still thinks it is worth it. He came out of his state of meditation and quickly gave himself various medicines through oral administration, external application, intravenous injection, etc. He felt the pain in his body quickly relieved and immediately showed an excited smile. I have comprehended 5 kinds of martial arts wills in one breath. At this rate, by the time I leave the ruins, I will be able to condense at least 9 kinds of martial arts wills. After you get out, take good care of yourself. At worst, you'll have to stay in a medical cabin for half a year. After my injuries are healed, I will work hard to comprehend several martial arts principles, and my potential will reach the 9th level. At this time, Feng Hui also stopped meditating. Her gains were similar to Feng Yi's. When they looked at each other, they both saw the excitement and ambition in each other's eyes. Brother, those masters in our family only had 3 or 4 kinds of martial arts talents at most. Now we have surpassed them. Feng Hui's physical condition was also extremely poor. She was coughing up blood while speaking, and even some fragments of her internal organs could be seen. If it weren't for the strong vitality of a 6th-level warrior, she would probably be dying now. Because of Yi Qing's special care, the most aggressive drug users among all the children of aristocratic families. You and I have more potential than this. Hurry up and heal your wounds, as we still have to continue our comprehension later. Feng Yi said with a smile. Feng Hui suddenly thought of something, turned her eyes, and quickly found Yi Qing's figure. Have we forgotten the plan? I see everyone is immersed in meditation, and no one wants to disturb that kid. Feng Hui said. Feng Yi glanced at Yi Qing and noticed that Yi Qing was still standing in front of the Yin-Yang monument without moving. He immediately sneered. He is indeed a brainless person. It has been such a long time. He is still trying to comprehend the martial arts stone tablet. Feng Yi continued. Even if he stops now and changes to another martial arts style in time, there's not much time left. Now he is wasting this precious opportunity that only comes once in a lifetime. He is really an idiot with empty ambitions. Feng Hui nodded and said, I think this Yi Qing is nothing to worry about. We can comprehend a few more martial arts wills, and then we can easily deal with him, right? Chapter 134, 36 Types. Hidden Inheritance. Shilling Galaxy Escape Fleet. 10th level martial arts. Not only Feng Yi and the other two, many young men from aristocratic families noticed Yi Qing's situation. Many days have passed since he was discovered trying to comprehend the yin-yang steel, and not only has he not succeeded in doing so, he has remained there with no intention of changing the martial arts steel. After discovering this, the children from noble families immediately shook their heads. He shared the same idea as Feng Yi and the others, believing that Yi Qing was really overestimated. Instead of wasting time paying attention to Yi Qing's movements and disturbing his comprehension, it would be better to use the time to comprehend the martial arts steel himself. So after resting for a while, they began to meditate again. Naturally, Yi Qing could not hide their thoughts from his perception. You are arrogant now, but when the time comes, your life or death will be unpredictable. Yi Qing chuckled and increased the intensity of subconscious suggestion on those with the most chaotic thoughts. You still have the leisure to think about so many things. It's obvious that your determination in martial arts is not strong enough. Look at those dozens of other young men from aristocratic families. Don't they have so many random thoughts? His original idea was to allow this group of parasitic children from noble families to barely walk out when the exit number 3 of the ruins was opened. It seems that the squeeze is still not enough. Being able to walk means that your physical condition is still good. Set it up so you can crawl out. Yi Qing nodded secretly, and the mother nest in the spiritual sea immediately began to tremble. The strands of insect silk seemed to come alive, twisting and squirming, taking root in the souls and transmitting subconsciousness to them. Suddenly, many parasites who were still resting jumped up directly from the ground. They gave themselves acupuncture and took medicine as quickly as possible, and then did not dare to delay for even a minute and plunged directly into meditation. The effect is extremely obvious. In Yi Qing's spiritual sea, waves of martial arts insights roared, and countless pieces of information began to emerge. This is too desperate. Lin Huaijin and the others were resting, and after noticing the behavior of the children of the noble family, they couldn't help but get goosebumps on their arms. They could fight at any time. But now, after witnessing the other party's extremely firm will, as a warrior himself, I can't help but feel a sincere admiration for him. If it were me, could I do this? Lin Huaijin, Wei Hao, and others questioned their own hearts. The answer is no, because the price is too high. If you're not careful, you may cause extremely serious damage to your body, or even irreversible pain. Is the competition so fierce among the noble families? How could they be so cruel to themselves? My arm is almost pierced by the needles like a hornet's nest. Isn't this really too much? Wei Hao's eyes widened, and he smacked his lips repeatedly. These civilian warriors actually also have some psychiatric drugs. Although they're far inferior to psychotropic drugs, they also have some effect, and their advantage is that the side effects are extremely small. Even so, they strictly control the dosage. They take drugs as hard as those kids from aristocratic families. These rich second generations not only have good backgrounds and strong family backgrounds, but they also have the advantage of drug resistance. I've heard that some heirs of noble families develop drug resistance from a young age so that they can take more supplements in the future, someone said. Damn it, if this continues, our group will really be left behind, and we will comprehend at least 2 less martial arts wills. Lin Huaijin shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Calm down. Their approach is too costly and may not be a good thing. I don't think some of them can hold on until the end of their comprehension." He looked at Feng Yi and Feng Hui, his eyes flickering, and felt something was strange. Feng Yi and the other two, are they fighting a little too hard? It may seem like a good deal to sacrifice one's physical foundation in exchange for gaining more insights into several martial arts principles. But in reality, it may not be worth it. Especially when the mental power is stimulated crazily, it has reached the point of overdrawing the mental potential. Even if one comprehends 7 or 8 kinds of martial arts wills, it is hard to say whether one can reach the level of a grandmaster in the future. Lin Huaijin thought to himself, are these two crazy? Moreover, we have been in ruins number 3 for such a long time, but why have they never shown any intention to target Yi Qing? Could it be that this is a trick put up by the noble family to distract us from paying attention to this matter, so as to speed up our comprehension of the martial arts style? Eccentric. I always feel like there is something weird going on. Lin Huaijin was puzzled and looked in Yi Qing's direction, his heart sinking, still comprehending that martial arts stone tablet. It's irrational. It's really irrational. Lin Huaijin sighed and decided not to persuade Yi Qing. This was the other party's own choice. He had already told the other party the importance of martial arts well before. There was nothing he could do if Yi Qing didn't listen. Once the gap is widened now, it will be difficult to catch up in the future. Okay, let's focus on ourselves, he said in a deep voice, turned around to find another martial arts stone tablet, and began to comprehend. As time goes by, each martial arts stone tablet was thoroughly comprehended. Those vast streams of enlightenment roared in Yi Qing's spiritual sea, condensing into various martial arts wills. 23 types, 24 types, 25 types. There's still 3 days left until the end of the meditation period. Boom! A sea of thunder appeared above the spirit sea. Countless thunders surged and condensed into a finger, pressing down with unrivaled thunder force. The yin-yang tai chi diagram suddenly expanded and turned into a yin-yang vortex. The 34 kinds of martial arts wills, and it all lit up with dazzling light and flew directly towards the finger made of thunder. The newly emerged martial arts will is very strong, even more ferocious than the previous Fire Phoenix. But he still couldn't escape the pull of the yin-yang diagram. After struggling for 2 times, he obediently entered the yin-yang diagram. The 36th martial arts will. Finally, all these martial arts wills have been gathered together. Yi Qing looked excited. He had been constantly exploiting the potential of the children of aristocratic families these days, making them continue to take medicine to speed up their progress and comprehension. Now it is finally time to reap the rewards. There are a total of 36 kinds of martial arts talents, including 30 kinds of 7th level martial arts will and 6 kinds of 8th level martial arts will. In less than a month, he mastered dozens of high-level skills. It's a pity that there is no higher level of martial arts will. Yi Qing was secretly thinking what a pity. Suddenly, the next moment, a flat, cold voice without any emotion echoed in his mind. Pass the inheritance assessment. Goal: comprehend the 36 kinds of martial arts will. Time taken, 25 days. Comprehension evaluation, excellent. When Yi Qing heard the voice, his mind suddenly tensed up, and the mental power in his spiritual sea almost boiled. The invisible mental power examined his entire body and surroundings, but could not find the source of the sound. Then, the voice paused for a moment and became more human. Congratulations, Inheritor. You are the first person to pass the inheritance assessment since the establishment of inheritance site number 37491. Yi Qing's tense nerves relaxed a little, and through the other party's words, he roughly understood what was going on. The number 3 prehistoric civilization ruins is a heritage site established by that prehistoric civilization. The 36 martial arts deals on the ground are considered a form of assessment. Only by successfully comprehending all of it can this voice be stimulated to appear. At the same time, a ball of light appeared directly in Yi Qing's spiritual sea. The ball of light rotated once, as if it was observing the situation inside Yi Qingling's sea. When it noticed the Tower of the Void and the Lingshu Mother Nest, the light ball created waves. As expected of a creature from the gods' falling land, even when so weak, it can already touch the surface of the laws. A voice came from the ball of light. When Yi Qing saw this ghost thing appear directly in his spiritual sea, his eyes froze and he felt very insecure. He caught a few words in the other person's speech. God's falling place? Laws? They were basically things he had never heard of. Who is the other party, and who is the manipulator behind the number 3 ruins? Ruins number 3 has been controlled by the military for many years, but the military has never noticed the other party. What is the strength of the other party? Inheritor, don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions. The ball of light twisted and gradually condensed into a human figure, turning into a middle-aged man wearing strange clothes. Perhaps you will be more accepting of this. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Qing and smiled. Let me introduce myself. I am a mastermind of the 176th Escape Fleet of the Shieling Galaxy, numbered 387123, and the reserve spaceship. Strictly speaking, I cannot pose any threat to you, so you can rest assured. Having said that, it is impossible to make Yi Qing completely at ease. However, he accepted it quickly. After all, if something like time travel could happen to him, then it was not something incomprehensible that an alien product appeared before his eyes. Escape fleet, Yi Qing said. The Shieling Galaxy suffered a fatal blow, and an escape fleet was formed. The target coordinates were this god's falling land. However, God's falling land is too dangerous, and the fleet was destroyed shortly after entering. I crashed here, and only the template of the inheritance land that I was transporting was preserved. The middle-aged mastermind replied, You have passed the assessment of the inheritance site. According to the procedures, you have obtained citizenship of the Shieling Galaxy, and there is a final reward for you. Yi Qing was actually not particularly interested in what the middle-aged mastermind said, but when he heard the final reward, he perked up. The body of the middle-aged mastermind began to become illusory, and a ball of light flew out from his chest, floated in front of Yi Qing, and condensed into a mini martial arts steel. Countless blood-red stars are engraved on it, forming star rings. According to your standards, this basic technique of the Shieling Galaxy should be at the 10th level. 10th level of skills. Yi Qing raised his eyebrows. The strongest person in the martial arts world today is at the 9th level. Now that the other party has thrown out a 10th level thing, doesn't it mean that there's still a long way to go in the martial arts above the 9th level? Yi Qing thought about it and found it normal. It contains the cultivation method of the Blood Sea Burning Star art. If you can cultivate to the peak, you can come here again and I will open the entrance for you. I'm very optimistic about you. The number 176 Escape Fleet had hundreds of millions of 6th-level warriors, and your qualifications are enough to surpass 80% of them. Besides, you are a creature from the gods of falling land, and you are born with great advantages. The middle-aged mastermind stopped talking and shook his head, saying, It's no use telling you this now. Remember, becoming stronger is your only goal. His figure began to slowly fade away. Before he disappeared completely, he uttered one last sentence. I will open the exit passage in one day. These rubbish will only waste my limited energy reserves. Be prepared to leave. Soon, peace returned to the spiritual sea. Qing didn't move for a long time, digesting the information he had just received. It can be said that the words just now broadened his horizon a lot. The ninth level is obviously not the so-called pinnacle. God's fall. The world he lives in also contains many secrets. Become stronger, but now it's still not strong enough. Qing sighed. A mere 6th-rank warrior was really far behind. His eyes were fixed on the small martial arts steel floating in front of him. From what the middle-aged mastermind said, he could take this thing with him. A 10th-order martial arts will, I'm afraid this one, is equal to the sum of the 36 kinds of martial arts will. I didn't expect that collecting the 36 martial arts wills would yield unexpected rewards. Qing hid what had just happened in his heart. This thing was like his own system and must not be leaked out. His consciousness returned to reality, and his mental power surged out, carefully examining the physical conditions of those who were parasitized. One day later, the mastermind of Ruins number 3 will expel everyone. The bodies of Feng, Yi, and others were obviously still a little short of their limits. Forget it, I'll just give you a hand. If I can understand a little more, even if I let you know the truth, you must kneel down and thank me, right? The Lingshu mother nest began to tremble, and the subconscious mind was ready. Step it up. Not long. Under the influence of the subconscious, the standardized medication standards previously established by the children of aristocratic families were directly broken. Among them, Feng Yi and Feng Hui were the craziest, taking higher and higher doses each time. The next day, puff! Some of the young men from noble families who were parasitized vomited blood mixed with pieces of internal organs. Their bodies were finally pushed to the limit, and the toxins accumulated in their bodies exploded, causing serious damage to their internal organs. The most crucial thing is that their mental powers have been damaged due to excessive mental stimulation. The young men from noble families could not even stand steadily and fell directly to the ground, spitting out blood, dyeing their bodies blood red. The strong smell of blood began to spread in Ruins number 3. Have you reached your limit? Damn it, damn it. There's still a few days left, and I can still comprehend one more martial arts will. Despite the severe injuries they suffered, their eyes were wet and they were angry at their own failing bodies. Chapter 135, The Regretful Feng Yi Siblings. The pointy-headed, drug-resistant king. The exit of the ruins. Pain. It hurts. Feng Yi felt his heartbeat accelerating, and waves of strong dizziness came from deep in his mind. Intense pain like a landslide or tsunami swept through his body, every muscle, every blood vessel, every organ. Not even the skin on his body was intact. He fell in front of a martial arts stone tablet. His skin all over his body was cracked, his clothes were soaked with blood, and he looked extremely miserable. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at the stone tablet in front of him, his eyes full of unwillingness. It's almost there, it's almost there. He was about to comprehend it completely, but he collapsed at the last moment. Feng, you want to take out some medicine to suppress the pain in his body. While the effect of the mental activator was still there, he quickly comprehended the martial arts steel in front of him. With a plop, Feng Hui fell beside him, her body twitching slightly, her limbs stiff, blood flowing from the corners of her mouth, and her pupils slightly dilated. This is almost a dying state. Now, even an ordinary person can easily kill Feng Hui. Even so, tears of regret still flowed from Feng Hui's eyes. If I had known, I should have brought more medicine with me. Damn it, I should have exchanged for a portion of the life essence of a high-level giant plant before entering Ruins number 3. If there is the life essence of a high-level giant plant, I only need to take a little of my injuries to recover, and then I can drink a larger dose of mental activator and comprehend more martial arts will. Feng Hui's eyes were filled with regret, and she hated herself for not paying enough attention to this precious opportunity. Feng Hui was slightly startled. After hearing what his sister said, he couldn't help but regret it. He felt so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Prehistoric Civilization Ruins number 3, a 6th-level warrior can only enter once in his lifetime. If we don't fully grasp this opportunity, there will never be a time in the future when we can gather our martial arts will so easily. Suddenly, Feng Yi and the other man were overwhelmed with remorse, and they couldn't stop the blood from flowing from the corners of their mouths. More and more people fell down. Long-term excessive medication has already overwhelmed their bodies, and the toxins accumulated in their bodies have reached an alarming concentration. especially after Yi Qing gave the subconscious orders of increase the efforts. Push yourself one more time before the end. If you don't fight now, when will you fight, etc.? Those children of the aristocratic families who were parasitized became crazy. Then, before the day was over, one after another the parasites vomited blood and fell down. Physical and mental backlash occurred simultaneously, and their physical condition reached an extremely serious level. But not everyone fails. During the last round of crazy drug taking, there were actually a few children from noble families who were gifted in drug resistance and actually resisted the backlash of their bodies. The blood in their bodies surged, their faces turned red, and streams of blood rushed to their heads, causing a big bump to form on their heads, making their heads look pointy. These drug-resistant kings insisted on thoroughly comprehending the martial arts style they chose before falling down, and once again acquire a martial arts will. They proudly accepted the envious and jealous gazes from those around them, and finally fell straight down. Anyone who possesses the rune card of the Lingshu Mother Nest Chamber will have similar physical condition at this time. The more serious cases, such as the Feng Yi brother and sister, had cracks all over their internal organs and were like 1 foot in the gate of hell. Those whose conditions were slightly better were still seriously injured, with damaged organs, toxins from drugs raging in their bodies, and they were not far from being on the verge of death. Why are you so desperate? The few children of noble families who were not infected looked at the large group of people lying in front of them, noticed the large bloodstains on the ground, and the strong smell of blood in the air, and felt their scalps tingling. When I met them before, I didn't realize they were so cruel. As soon as I entered the number 3 ruins, it was like I had taken the wrong medicine. I was risking my life to comprehend the will of martial arts. They're also taking medication, but the dosage is strictly controlled, so although their bodies are weak, they still maintain basic mobility. Seeing the scenes before them, they did not dare to delay and quickly began to treat those who were most seriously injured. After a lot of hard work and using up the few medicines they had, they finally saved the lives of several dying people. What a horrible drug resistance. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to hold on for this long. Several civilian warriors looked over here and couldn't help but speak. The noise made by the parasites was so loud that many people stopped meditating and paid attention to their situation. Lin Huaijin took a look and thought to himself. As expected, he had comprehended 1 or 2 more martial arts principles, but it caused extremely serious damage to his body. It was simply not worth it. He shook his head, and his peripheral vision suddenly noticed Yi Qing. Still trying to comprehend that stone tablet? Lin Huaijin frowned, not knowing what Yi Qing was thinking. Logically speaking, Yi Qing was at most a little impulsive in his actions, and he was definitely not a fool who couldn't distinguish the important from the unimportant. So why did he keep holding on to that extremely difficult to comprehend stone tablet? During these 20 days or so, many people have tried to comprehend the yin-yang steel, but they all ended in failure. Even a young man from a noble family who had taken a mental activator still couldn't find a trace of resonance, and he quickly changed to another martial arts stone tablet while cursing. Could it be that he is worried that those people from the aristocratic families might do something shady in secret? So why not just stop trying to comprehend it and focus all your attention on guarding against sneak attacks from the aristocratic families? Lin Huaijin had many guesses in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guesses were reasonable. Oh, what a pity to waste such a good opportunity. He shook his head and felt sorry for Yi Qing. Right at this moment, boom! A dull roar sounded in ruins number 3. The originally calm lake water seemed to boil, and the small islands scattered on the surface of the lake began to tremble. What happened? Some people were horrified and didn't know what was going on. This kind of movement, is it a sign that the exit of the ruins is about to appear? Is it time to comprehend it? That's not right. The time is wrong. It's obviously still 2 days away. What's going on? Why did the exit appear ahead of time? I'm almost there, almost able to comprehend this martial arts stone tablet thoroughly. Many people screamed and hurriedly tried to take advantage of the last moment to take a closer look at the nearby martial arts steel. However, at this time, on the way here, an exit like a mirror quickly formed, and before anyone could react, a powerful attraction burst out. This force was irresistible. Some warriors resisted with all their might, but were still swallowed directly into the exit. Chapter 136, Shocked Grandmaster. What on earth happened? Yi Qing knew in advance that the mastermind of the ruins wanted to expel people, so he did not resist and let the pulling force push him to the exit. A moment later, in a passage 10 kilometers underground. Figures were thrown out one after another, and it looked like someone kicked people out from behind the entrance. Yi Qing did not resist, and his posture was normal, landing on the ground steadily. A groan of pain came from beside me. The bodies of those parasites were already fragile to begin with, and after the evaporation just now, their injuries became even more serious. They really didn't even have the strength to stand up, and could only crawl on the ground using their arms to support themselves. Feng Yi felt that his body was almost torn apart by that force. The intense pain raged through his body, making him unable to help but spit out another stream of unknown liquid. There was almost no blood left in his body, and most of the blood flowing in his blood vessels was medicine, not blood. He noticed that there was someone standing next to him, and he raised his head with difficulty. When he saw the face of the person next to him, his pupils shrank slightly. It was Yi Qing who was standing beside him, with an ambiguous smile on his face, looking down at him. Feng Yi was stunned at first, then noticed the smile on Yi Qing's lips, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. Taking advantage of the fact that he was seriously injured, he deliberately stood by to humiliate me. He tried to stand up, but failed. A feeling of humiliation just appeared, but was immediately suppressed by Feng Yi. What is there to be ashamed of? I have comprehended all 7 kinds of martial arts wills and possess the foundation of a grandmaster. Yi Qing hasn't even fully comprehended the will of martial arts, so what qualifications does he have to make himself feel humiliated? Even in such a unique place as Ruins Number 3, his comprehension was so slow. Without the help of the ruins, how long would it take Yi Qing to condense a martial arts will? By the time he had condensed several martial arts wills, he would have already become a master. No, maybe even a grandmaster. Thinking of this, Feng Yi suddenly felt better both physically and mentally. Although this trip failed to interfere with Yi Qing and did not completely destroy his path to becoming a master, his gains were enormous. When your strength improves in the future, what will a mere Yi Qing be? Feng Yi no longer looked at Yi Qing and didn't even say anything. He propped himself up with his arms and moved away from Yi Qing in a rather funny way. What a rich psychological activity. In terms of his ability in the art of spiritual victory, Feng Yi is a rare genius. The smile on Yi Qing's lips grew more and more intense. He watched more and more people being thrown out of Ruins Number 3 and noticed the state of those who were parasitized. He could hardly suppress his smile. These parasitized 6th-level beings will become spies planted in various families. And it's the kind of eyeliner that can't be exposed at all. By utilizing the mind-sharing network of the Lingshu Mother Nest, anyone who is parasitized will not be able to hide information from him, and everything will be sensed by him. Yi Qing looked relaxed. The gains from this trip to the number 3 prehistoric civilization ruins were beyond his expectations. The Lingshu Mother Nest controls 50-2 6th-rank noble family disciples, all of whom are elites with great potential and talent from each family. He gained 36 kinds of martial arts will, had additional contact with the fleet mastermind behind the number 3 ruins, learned some incredible information, and also acquired a 10th-level martial arts technique. Not to mention the 10th-level Blood Sea Burning Star art. Just the 36 kinds of martial arts wills would be enough to drive the entire martial arts world crazy if they were spread. The old marshal of the military, as a strong man among the 9th level, only possessed 15 kinds of martial arts when he was at the 6th level. Yi Qing is now more than twice as strong as he was back then, and in the near future, the amount of martial arts will continue to increase. In the martial arts world, there is no limit. Let me see how many kind of martial arts wills I can condense in the end. Yi Qing thought secretly in his heart and walked along the passage towards the research institute above the ground. There are more than 60 children from noble families who entered the number 3 ruins this time, and now there are less than 10 of them who can still stand and walk normally. They saw the situation of the people around them, discussed it for a while, and then looked to Lin Huaijin and others for help. How about, help carry it for me, someone whispered. Carrying it on their backs? Wei Hao shook his head and said, their bodies are covered in blood. How many drugs have they taken these days? How much toxins are there in their blood? He made sense and said in a deep voice, our condition is not very good either. Our qi and blood are weak. Who knows if those blood toxins will have any effect on us? Please help. If these people are not sent for treatment quickly, they might die, said a young man from a noble family who was not infected. It's okay for you to help, but you can't carry it on your back. You can only drag it, Wei Hao said. At this time, The children of noble families did not care whether it would be too embarrassing to be dragged away, and they agreed directly. Then, some people found bandages, tied up the hands of the parasites who collapsed on the ground, and dragged their bodies towards the research institute like a dead dog. Some people felt ashamed, and the little remaining blood and energy they had rushed up, causing their heads to tilt, and they fainted. Number 3, Prehistoric Civilization Relics Research Institute. In the huge analysis center, researchers are analyzing various data, trying to find out the origin and cause of destruction of ruins number 3. Director Li Mingguang was holding a cup of tea, feeling a little uneasy lately. It seems like something big is about to happen. But he stayed in the Underground Research Institute all year round and did not participate in the various struggles in the outside world. How could he have that feeling? He frowned and took a sip of his strong tea. Suddenly, Li Mingguang's ears moved, and he faintly heard footsteps coming from deep underground. Deep underground? Li Mingguang almost thought he was hallucinating. According to the appearance pattern of the entrance and exit of ruins number 3, the exit should appear 2 days later. How could there be footsteps coming from underground? But in the next moment, clatter. The sound of footsteps was clearly audible. Crack. The teacup fell to the ground and shattered. Li Mingguang's figure disappeared, and he had already arrived in front of the passage. Many researchers looked up in surprise, not knowing what was going on. Clatter. The footsteps were heard again. This time many researchers heard it. There was silence in the hall for a moment, and then it exploded. They immediately understood Li Mingguang's actions. It was clearly still 2 days before the exit of the ruins would open, but now someone emerged from underground. This breaks the previously documented rules and could be a major breakthrough. A group of researchers left their workstations, rushed to the front of the passage, and stared at the inside nervously. A moment later, Yi Qing's figure appeared. It's Yi Qing, the youngest warrior among this group of colonels. He just broke through to the 6th level not long ago. He was personally named by Lieutenant General Li Zidao to be given the opportunity to comprehend. Someone recognized Yi Qing. Yi Qing, what happened in ruins number 3? There are still 2 days until the deadline. Why did you come out early? Where are the others? Are they still inside the ruins? Li Mingguang stepped forward, looking nervous but a little excited, and asked several questions in a row. The exit was opened ahead of schedule, and everyone was driven out. The remaining people are behind. Ye Ving replied. Yi Qing noticed the white hair on Director Li's head and the burning eyes of the researchers around him. He knew that these researchers had spent most of their lives exploring the number 3 ruins. But he could not tell the truth about ruins number 3. At least, before gaining absolutely overwhelming power, you must not reveal a single word. Hearing Yi Qing's words, everyone's expression changed slightly. The export is really opened ahead of schedule. What is going on? Some people have begun to operate high-tech equipment, trying to detect something, but still find nothing. Not long after, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the passage. Before anyone could be seen, a strong smell of blood and a very pungent medicinal smell wafted through the air. Li Mingguang frowned, and then he saw a group of 6th-rank colonels appear in his sight first. Then his gaze moved downwards, and he saw the young men from noble families being dragged on the ground with one hand tied. What's going on? Even though Li Mingguang was a 7th-rank master, he couldn't help but frown and exclaimed. Since the discovery of the number 3 ruins, there has never been such a large-scale casualties. In particular, some of them were seriously injured, as if they had experienced a life-and-death battle, and it could almost be said that they only had half their life left. The researchers at the back smelled the blood in the air and looked at the young man from aristocratic family lying on the ground, dying and covered in blood. They were stunned and did not come to their senses for a long time. Don't just stand there. Save them. A loud shout woke them up from their confusion, and they finally reacted and rushed forward to help. Be careful. Don't touch it directly. Seeing this, Lin Huaijin and others quickly spoke up to remind them, but it was still a step too late. Several weaker researchers reached out to grab the children of the noble families on the ground, but their hands were just stained with blood, and the next moment they retracted their hands as if they had been electrocuted. Sizzle. The strong poison spread across the skin of their palms, and the flesh and blood turned purple at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such a strong poison. They felt the sharp pain in their palms. Their faces changed drastically. They cried out in surprise and were a little panicked for a moment. Who would have thought that the blood of these people contained such a strong toxin? Could it be that there have been changes in ruins number 3? An unknown area has been opened, and there are toxic things in it. Is this why the meditators came out of the ruins early? Their first reaction was not to heal their wounds, but to think about the possible conditions inside ruins number 3. What are you doing? Take the antidote. Li Mingguang shouted and casually threw over a few extremely practical antidotes. After those people took them, the condition on their arms quickly improved. Be careful. Don't come into contact with their blood. Chemical defense team, come here and prepare to clean up the pollution. Director Li issued several orders in succession, and the entire institute suddenly started moving, and the staff members began to work in an orderly manner. There were not enough beds in the medical room of the institute, so they had to temporarily clear out a few large tables and place the people on them. All medical equipment was used, but it was still a bit stretched. It's not that the institute is short of medical supplies, but there are too many injured people, and they are all 6th-level warriors, so the requirements for medicine are high. The most important thing is they were injured too seriously. Li Mingguang initially thought they were poisoned, but later he frowned when he noticed the test results. What on earth happened? He found Lin Huaijin and the others, and suddenly noticed that the injured were all from the aristocratic faction, and no one from the civilian faction was injured. He immediately said, "You hit them too hard. If you had sent some of them a step later, they might have died." Director Li, you can't wrongly accuse us of this. Wei Hao quickly explained, their injuries have nothing to do with us. He recounted exactly what happened in ruins number 3. After listening to this, Director Li Mingguang's eyes sparkled, and he looked incredulous, thinking it was really unbelievable. He went to verify it with a few young men from aristocratic families who were in relatively good condition, and got the same answer. Using drugs to improve your understanding, you guys are so smart. Li Mingguang sighed, and immediately focused his attention on another extremely important issue. Why was the exit of ruins number 3 open 2 days in advance? He approached each meditator and asked them about the situation, trying to find the answer or some clues. But in the end, nothing was gained. What is going on? Li Mingguang has been dealing with ruins number 3 for half his life and thinks he is the person who knows the ruins best. But now a situation suddenly arises that he has never understood before. He was puzzled and stamped his feet anxiously. Right at this moment, fighter planes sent by the military region arrived. As soon as the triangular dark blue fighter plane came underground, the hatch suddenly opened, and a major general master rushed over through layers of verification channels. He was the one who escorted Yi Qing and others here. Seeing the miserable state of those noble family children, he was shocked and said in horror, "Fuck, what happened? Don't ask first. Send them away quickly, otherwise several people will die here." Li Mingguang urged. The major general did not dare to delay, and quickly sent the seriously injured ship onto the fighter plane. Soon, Yi Qing and his group entered the cabin of the fighter plane. With a strong sense of push on their backs, the fighter plane rushed into the sky, broke through the thick clouds, and rushed towards the nearest combat base number 0. As the fighter plane sped along, the major general master in the cockpit had an extremely solemn expression on his face and reported every detail of the situation at the number 3 ruins. More than 50 people were seriously injured, dozens of people were dying, and they were all from noble families. The common people were not injured at all. This is a serious matter. He exhaled a breath and leaned back in his chair as if he saw a bloody future. Chapter 137, are you saying they were seriously injured from taking drugs? The exit of ruins number 3 was opened ahead of schedule, and more than 50 children from aristocratic families were seriously injured. After the news was delivered to various combat bases, countless masters smashed the teacups in their hands. Their first reaction was that people from both factions were fighting inside. And now, almost all the warriors from the aristocratic families were seriously injured, which meant a miserable defeat in the fight. If I lose the fight miserably, won't I be able to comprehend a few martial arts stone tablets? Compared with the injuries of their own children, they are more concerned about how many types of martial arts will they have comprehended. If the amount of comprehension is too small, it will not only be a big loss for those who enter the number 3 ruins, but also a huge loss for their own families. Even a great master like Li Zidao can only recommend a few places. For masters from aristocratic families like them, recommending their own children to enter the number 3 ruins is a huge price to pay. Quick, send someone to base 0. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death. To use such a heavy blow is simply too much. Bring some medicine with you. We must not let anyone get into trouble. Forget it. Report to the military, and I'll go there in person. One after another, hurried voices rang out in the offices of various grandmasters. After receiving the news, they did not dare to delay and immediately sent people to Base Zero as quickly as possible or went there themselves. Donglin Province, inside a forward combat base. Did the plan succeed? Didn't Feng, Yi, and the other two send back any information? A master named Feng stood up suddenly and stared at a colonel in front of him. No, we haven't received any news from Feng, Yi, or Feng Hui so far. According to the news from the Research Institute, they should have been injured as well. The colonel replied, "You go to Base Zero and see what's going on." Feng thought for a moment, then took out some medicine and said, "Use it on them when we get there. Don't leave any hidden injuries." The colonel took the medicine, saluted, and hurried away. Not daring to delay, he rushed towards Base Zero as fast as possible. North, a sharp roar sounded above Base Zero, which looked like a city. A dark blue, triangular fighter plane covered in blood broke through the clouds, slowed down suddenly, and slowly landed on the tarmac. There was already a large group of medical officers waiting around the tarmac. The moment the cabin door opened, they rushed directly into the cabin. After seeing the group of seriously injured soldiers, they couldn't help but exclaimed. The severity of some people's injuries was beyond their imagination, to the point where they were breathing out more than breathing in. "Quick, call a helicopter and take him to the medical center." A doctor looked solemn and went straight to the Major General Master on the fighter plane and said, "Old Ding, I have to trouble you to send a few people directly to the medical center. The helicopter is still too slow. I'm afraid it will be too late by then." Ding Tao nodded, grabbed one person with each hand, and clamped two more with his arms. His energy and blood surged, and his body shot straight into the air. As a master, his flying speed is naturally far beyond that of a helicopter. The medical officers began to get busy, carrying the wounded off the plane one by one and sending them directly to the ambulance helicopter, which flew to the medical center in the base. Their willpower is really strong. Some people's internal organs are almost rotten, but they're still able to hold on until now. What a strong will to survive. Stop talking nonsense. Be careful not to get your hands on their blood. It's very poisonous. What the hell happened? It doesn't look like a fight. Several medical officers exchanged a few puzzled words and then returned to the rescue. Soon, the injured in the cabin were sent to the medical center in the base. As the largest combat base in the country, Base Zero has extremely rich medical resources. The medical center there is far larger and more powerful than many hospitals in the rear areas. Not long after, fighter planes appeared one after another over Base Zero. Grandmasters from all over the place arrived, and as soon as they got off their fighter planes, they hurried to the medical center to inquire about the conditions of their juniors. For a while, for the first time, the medical center of Base Zero was filled with 7th level masters. Many ordinary soldiers didn't know what was going on. They looked at this side in awe, talking about it, full of curiosity and confusion. What? The injury is so serious that even the foundation is damaged. Angry roars could be heard from time to time. The masters were filled with anger. When they heard that the foundation of their younger generation was damaged and it might affect their subsequent cultivation, they became furious. Too much, it's really too much. We are both fighting, and we are all members of the same army. How could you fight so hard to win the stone tablet of martial arts enlightenment? Explain. They must give an explanation. They were filled with righteous indignation and were discussing how to put pressure on the grandmaster of the civilian faction. Explanation? What do you want to explain? A majestic voice came. Li Zidao walked over with big strides, the 2 golden stars on his shoulders shining brightly. After he learned the news about the number 3 ruins, he immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and rushed over immediately. Otherwise, a group of masters from aristocratic families might cause some trouble. When they saw Li Zidao, the masters from the aristocratic families did not dare to break the rules and stood at attention and saluted. Then they suppressed their anger and said in a deep voice, "Commander, you don't know how badly my Zaheo was injured. The doctor just said that it will take several months to recover, and there may be sequelae that will affect his future martial arts path." "What do you mean your home and my home?" Li Zidao frowned upon hearing this and shouted, "This is a military unit. We only have numbers and combat sequences. They are all soldiers from the military. Which one of them is yours?" The Grandmaster paused for a moment, his face flushed. He wanted to refute, but couldn't find a suitable reason. He knew he had said the wrong thing in a hurry. The deterrent power of the Lieutenant General Grandmaster was still very strong. Many people became much more sober-minded after being scolded by Li Zidao. What happened inside ruins number 3? A master found a member of a noble family who was not parasitized and asked with a solemn look, "Did you fight with them? Are you so cruel?" The you and them he referred to were naturally the aristocratic faction and the common people faction. A young man from a noble family who was not infected hesitated for a moment, but still narrated exactly what happened in ruins number 3. A large group of masters gathered together, and after listening to his story, they fell into silence. You mean their injuries were caused by taking drugs? Chapter 138, Yi Qing has not comprehended any martial arts will? National Youth Martial Arts Competition. Subconsciously, they thought it was ridiculous. Who can take drugs to the point of being seriously injured and on the verge of death? But when they saw Li Zidao, they immediately gave up the idea. With a lieutenant general right in front of them, no one dared to lie. And of course there was no need to lie, as such lies could be verified quickly. How could this happen? Before he came in, I clearly told him not to eat too much of that thing. A master frowned, feeling puzzled. He knew his junior well. He was a smart boy who had a good control over his abilities and would never do anything he was unsure of. Do something like taking drugs, even though he knows his body can't take it. Similar thoughts emerged in the minds of all the masters of the aristocratic families. Before the opening of ruins number 3, they joined forces to speed up the development of spirit activators, with the aim of allowing their descendants to comprehend more martial arts wills. But before entering the ruins, they also repeatedly warned everyone. Don't take too much of this medicine. Overdose may cause irreparable damage to your body. Remember, mental activators can only be used as auxiliary drugs. In the end, you still have to rely on yourself for everything. It's a good thing if you can comprehend one more martial arts will. Don't overdose on drugs just to comprehend more. They have said similar words to their younger generations. Who would have thought? It didn't work at all. Confused. Even though I have comprehended several more martial arts principles, my physical foundation is now damaged. I don't know how much time and cost it will take to recover. The time wasted may cause others to fall far behind. If the path to becoming a grandmaster is ruined and I cannot break through to the 7th level due to my physical condition, what good will all my martial arts will do? This idiot wants to piss me off to death. If he only picks up sesame seeds and loses watermelons, he will disappoint all of our expectations. The masters shook their heads in grief, feeling waves of swelling and pain in their temples. But someone immediately noticed another key point. Anyway, it is an established fact that he was seriously injured due to taking drugs, and no one can change it. So we have to see what they gain. How many kinds of martial arts wills have they gained from the enhanced understanding gained from taking an overdose of drugs? They turned to look at the emergency room with burning eyes. Li Zidao was in a bad mood, not only because of the current situation. Before rushing here, he asked a few people and learned the general situation, and then he learned some very bad news. Yi Qing, whom he valued very much and specially spent a quota to recommend, seemed to have gained the least during the process of comprehending the number 3 ruins. It is said that he has not comprehended any of the principles of martial arts. How so? Li Zidao frowned slightly. He really couldn't figure out the reason. He had met Yi Qing several times before. He was extremely talented and could be said to be a rare genius that only appears once in a century. But how could the harvest be the worst? He couldn't figure it out, so he turned and went to another area of the medical center, where he saw many civilian warriors being examined. After all, ruins number 3 is a relic of prehistoric civilization, and there may be factors that may affect the warriors, so it is necessary to have a physical examination after returning. Commander! Seeing Li Zidao appear, everyone saluted immediately. Li Zidao pressed his hand, signaling the medical officer to continue, walked around the examination room, and found Yi Qing. He looked Yi Qing up and down, and with a thought, a mental barrier appeared around the two of them. A little mental trick so that others can't hear our conversation. Li Zidao looked at Yi Qing and asked, "Have you thoroughly comprehended the yin-yang steel?" Yi Qing's heart was slightly moved. Commander Li actually knew about the yin-yang steel. However, he thought about it and realized that the old marshal of the current military had comprehended the yin-yang steel, and Commander Li, as a grandmaster, should know the relevant information. He thought about it, nodded and said, "I have understood it thoroughly. It would be a bit outrageous to say that he has not fully comprehended the will of martial arts. As for the difficulty of the yin-yang steel, he later learned about it through the mind-sharing network, so it was logically understandable that he spent a relatively long time to comprehend it. When Li Zidao heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He had some understanding of the yin-yang steel and knew the usefulness of the martial arts will contain therein. As we all know, there are conflicts between martial arts wills. Once there is too much martial arts will and conflicts arise, one will need to rely on one's own mental strength to suppress it, which will seriously slow down the speed of a 6th-level warrior breaking through to a 7th-level master. Therefore, in order to avoid this situation, the amount of martial arts will that many 6th-order people can condense is very limited. There are 7 or 8 people with outstanding talents, and it is great if they show the potential to become grandmasters. If you want to have more martial arts will, you need to find a way to balance the conflicts between the various martial arts wills. The yin-yang monument has exactly this function. This was told to him by the then Minister of the Military, the old 9th-rank marshal. However, it takes a long time and is extremely difficult to comprehend the yin-yang monument, and if you fail to comprehend it, you may suffer huge losses. So he never told Yi Qing about this. Who would have thought that Yi Qing could be so calm and patient and comprehend the yin-yang monument thoroughly? This is such a pleasant surprise. It doesn't matter if he hasn't comprehended other martial arts wills. The existence of the martial arts wills in the yin-yang monument means that the amount of martial arts wills that Yi Qing can condense will not be limited. Yi Qingyin is still young, so what does it matter if he falls behind a little now? Thinking of this, the dark clouds in Li Zidao's heart dissipated, and he smiled. He explained the function of the yin-yang steel to Yi Qing. Yi Qing listened very carefully, nodded as he listened, and exclaimed, "It seems that we have gained a lot from this trip. It's not just not small, it can be said to be very big." Li Zidao nodded. The skills contained in the remaining 35 martial arts steels are more in line with the martial arts will contained in the yin-yang steel. If you want to practice, I can directly enable you to exchange them. He continued. Yi Qing raised his eyebrows and said, "That's too much, right? How many merit points do I get?" A grandmaster has such an opportunity every 3 years. He can freely read martial arts below the 9th level without spending merit points. "I will give you this opportunity," Li Zidao said with a smile. This favor was a bit too big, and Yi Qing was a little hesitant for a moment. "Don't feel burdened. I already have enough martial arts. Unless it is 9th level martial arts, it will be of no use to me." Li Zidao saw Yi Qing's concerns and said in a deep voice, "The reason why I give you this opportunity is because you deserve it. If you really want to repay this favor, then you should practice hard and reach the Grandmaster level as soon as possible. Then you can kill more high-level beasts on the battlefield in the future." After hearing this, Yi Qing did not hesitate any longer and nodded. Li Zidao's words helped him solve a big problem. It gave him an excuse to comprehend the other 35 kinds of martial arts will, so as to avoid arousing suspicion by displaying some martial arts in the future. "Thank you, Commander." He saluted. "You are still young and have plenty of time. Don't be too anxious," Li Zidao said with a smile. The more he looked at Yi Qing, the more he liked him. He suddenly thought of something and continued. "By the way, the National Youth Warrior League is about to begin. If you're interested, you can go and participate." National Youth Warrior League? Yi Qing had heard of this competition. It was called the Youth Warriors League, but in reality, most of the participants were students from Wuhan University. The national ranking of Wuhan University is also affected by the performance of each Wuhan University in the league. The registration for the league is about to end. If you want to participate, you can go there. There are students from several schools who are very talented and strong. Li Zidao said. Yi Qing knew that the several schools he mentioned were the 4 sacred martial arts in Kyoto. It was said that if you threw a stone there, you would probably hit the top scorer in the college entrance examination somewhere. The 4 sacred martial arts gather the most gifted students from across the country, have extremely strong teaching staff, and receive the largest amount of funding from the Department of Education every year. The most important thing is the founders of these 4 schools are all 9th level strongmen. It is for this reason that they were given the title of Shenwu. "I'll have to think about it." Yi Qing nodded. "That's it. Just take a good rest for 2 days." Li Zidao didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. The other side, emergency center. A colonel from the Feng family brought the medicine he brought with him to the emergency room, but he soon learned that the medicine had limited efficacy and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. According to the dosage of the medicine just now, it is enough to pull a 6th level warrior back from the brink of death. Telling him now is not enough. Were Feng Yi and Feng Hui injured? Why do they seem to be more seriously injured than the others? He felt it was a bit strange, but now was not the time to think about these things. So he immediately contacted the Feng family's master and reported the relevant situation. Soon he was eligible to exchange for a batch of special medicines again. A few hours later, after dozens of attending doctors' rescue efforts, dozens of seriously injured children from wealthy families were finally out of danger of death. After receiving permission to visit, the anxiously waiting people rushed into the emergency room. XXX, how many kinds of martial arts will have you comprehended? Their first sentences were almost in the same format. They didn't ask about the body's condition or whether they felt uncomfortable. Instead, they asked how many kinds of martial arts wills they had comprehended. After getting the answer, many people's eyes lit up. They breathed a sigh of relief, and excitement flashed in their eyes. Fortunately, enough martial arts will has been condensed. Take good care of your body, and then work hard to condense a few martial arts wills. Then you will definitely become a grandmaster. If you're lucky, reaching the 9th level isn't impossible. The haze in many people's hearts dissipated, and they became somewhat excited. Looking at their younger generations lying on hospital beds, they no longer had any complaints. Instead, he gave a thumbs up and praised. Good boy, you are ruthless enough. Your uncle didn't have such energy as you back then. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before you surpass me. It's worth it to trade a short period of pain for greater potential and room for improvement. Don't worry, a little damage to the foundation is not a big deal. I'll apply for a quota for my family and use some life essence from the high-level giant plants. Voices of encouragement and praise rang out in the emergency room. I see. Compared to your concentration of martial arts will, Yi Qing's incident is nothing. The colonel from the Feng family nodded, then looked at the pale-faced Feng Yi and the other man, and shook his head, saying, but you guys have taken too much. The damage to your bodies is the most serious. Just healing your wounds will cost a lot. He changed the subject and said, by the way, how many martial arts tablets did Yi Qing comprehend? Feng Yi, lying on the hospital bed, felt weak all over, but after hearing his words, he regained his strength and a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That Yi Qing is an idiot. He just stared at a stone tablet and didn't change his position until we left. Feng Hui forced herself to smile. Is that so? The colonel from the Feng family raised his eyebrows, shook his head and smiled. He hasn't moved in more than 20 days. I guess he hasn't fully comprehended the will of martial arts. They spoke without avoiding others, and everyone in the emergency room heard their conversation. They quickly asked their descendants for confirmation and finally got it confirmed. I haven't comprehended any of the martial arts will. I missed this opportunity. The speed of condensing the martial arts will in the future will be slow. I thought he was a talented person, but I didn't expect him to fail at the critical moment. I heard that Commander Li Zidao personally nominated Yi Qing. Now that he knows this, he must be feeling bad. The atmosphere in the emergency room became relaxed, and many people had mocking smiles on their faces. The news quickly spread back to the various combat bases. In Donglin province, in the base where the Feng family master was located, upon learning that Yi Qing had not comprehended any of the martial arts principles, a loud laugh came from the office and lasted for a long time. The other side, Base 0, the residential area where the officers live. Yi Qing first had a big meal, and then came to the temporary residence arranged before departure. He turned on the communicator and saw the communications sent to him by several deans and even Professor Xiao. The contents were surprisingly consistent, all related to the National Youth Warrior League. In the messages from several people, they first briefly talked about the league and then posted a table directly. This is a list of league rewards. Yi Qing became interested and clicked on the list and found out that the league was divided into 4-level group, 5-level group, and 6-level group, according to strength. His current strength is at level 6, and his opponents should be senior players from other Wudai universities. He didn't care much about his opponent. He quickly scrolled through the list and finally found the reward list for this league. His eyes were fixed on the rewards for the top few places. Chapter 139. First place reward, Eclipse Queen. When Yi Qing noticed the reward for first place, his eyes couldn't help but focus. The rewards for being the league's top player are very generous, and you can choose the one that suits you best from a variety of precious rewards. Dragon Blood Jade Pool, high-level skills, quasi-8th level weapons, and living creature. Yi Qing looked at the end of the rewards, and behind the thing called the Eclipse Queen, it was specifically marked that this thing was a living creature. The Dragon Blood Jade Marrow Pool is similar to the reward given at the end of the Genius Training Camp in Donglin Province. It is something specifically used to temper the body, but he doesn't need this thing now. His S-level talent, Dragon Flame's sky-controlling body is using the power of Dragon Flame to help him temper his muscles and bones all the time. Now, the hardness of his bones is comparable to that of alloy. He doesn't even need any advanced skills. How advanced can the skills be? He had not had time to practice the 10th level martial arts technique, Blood Sea Burning Star Art, that he had just obtained from the number 3 ruins. As for the quasi-8th level weapons, they are barely attractive. Yi Qing thought about it for a while, but still felt that it was unnecessary. From the material point of view, the red gold dragon pattern halberd light was already at the 7th level. By that time, when he is promoted to the 7th rank Grandmaster, he can refine the red gold dragon pattern halberd with the Grandmaster's will and naturally upgrade it to the 7th rank level, which will be completely sufficient. Compared to weapons, Yi Qing often fights directly with his physical body. His whole body can be transformed into weapons, and he is not highly dependent on high-level weapons. Even if it is a spiritual weapon, his current Dark Moon Blade is enough. What really piqued his interest was the last type of living creature reward, the Eclipse Queen. He clicked on the details and read the introduction about the Moon Eclipse Queen and learned that the prize was an unhatched egg, which was a trophy from an abyss exploration. According to historical records, the Moon Eclipse Queen is a giant insect-like beast with great potential. If there are enough resources for its growth, it can at least be promoted to the 8th level or even higher. Of course, if the Eclipse Queen wants to upgrade to a higher level, the resources required are astronomical. This is a reward specifically given to spiritualists. Yi Qing finally understood that only a psychic master could control the hatched moon eclipse motherworm without having to worry about backlash from the other side. If you want to completely control this kind of creature, you have to have a very high level of control over your own mental power, right? No wonder a martial art of mind control is included as a bonus, but the effect of this martial art. Yi Qing glanced at the spiritual martial arts, looked at the effects described, and immediately shook his head. Completely not on the same level as its own Lingshu mother nest. After mastering that martial art of mind control, one can control 3 life forms at most, and when the controlled life forms become strong enough, there's a certain probability that they can break free from the restraints. More than a dozen empty chambers in his Lingshu mother nest. Both in terms of quantity and specific capabilities, it is completely overwhelming. The Moon Eclipse Queen is quite interesting. The Moon Eclipse Queen has a special ability that allows it to store the life essence it devours and condense it into something similar to a blood pill. The Eclipse Queen, you can throw it directly into the abyss and let it grow by devouring other behemoths. That other psychics haven't thought about this, but the mental force control martial arts they master are limited to distance. Especially after entering the abyss, their connection with the controlled creatures will be almost cut off. Therefore, for other psychics, it is not feasible to let the Eclipse Moon Queen enter the abyss to develop. Yi Qing did not have this concern. He possessed an SS-level talent, Lingshu Mother Nest. He did not have to worry about the betrayal of the Eclipse Moon Motherworm after it became powerful. There was no restriction on the control distance. He could directly control the actions of the Eclipse Moon Motherworm through the mind-sharing network. Yes, it's quite interesting. He nodded without looking at the reward for the 2nd place. Now that I know the existence of the Moon Eclipse Queen, I naturally want to aim for the 1st place. Yi Qing directly dialed a number to contact Gu Yaozong. After ringing for 3 seconds, the communication was quickly connected. Yi Qing, you know to reply to my letter. Gu Yaozong's holographic image appeared in the room, and a look of excitement appeared on his face as he looked at Yi Qing. Commander Li told me that you had a good harvest this time and have great potential in the future, he said with a smile. Yi Qing nodded and said, Dean, is it too late for me to sign up for the National Youth Warrior League now? It's still in time. Of course it's still in time. Gu Yaozong was delighted. He thought that with Yi Qing's personality, he might be more inclined to stay on the front line and fight, but he didn't expect that he would really have to participate in the league. With Yi Qing's participation, the result of this league should not be too bad. What a pity. If only Yi Qing hadn't broken through to the 6th level. With his level at the 5th level, he might be able to take 1st place in the 5th level group. Now that I have broken through to the 6th level, I can only join the 6th level group. My opponents are all students from other 3rd and 4th grades of Wudai University. Not to mention talent or anything like that. The training time alone is 2 or 3 years less, which is really a disadvantage. Gu Yaozong suppressed his distracting thoughts and said, There's still a few days before the registration ends. I can just add your name. This league will be held in Kyoto. Aren't you at base 0 now? It happens to be quite close to there. We could just meet up in Kyoto when the time comes. By the way, there is a list of the contestants for this competition. I will ask someone to compile it into a file and send it to you later. Senior monsters of the four great saints are quite powerful. You should go back and take a good look at them to understand their fighting styles and strengths. After a few brief words, the call ended. Yi Qing took a deep breath, and the mother nest in the spiritual sea shook slightly. He checked the situation of his 50 or so workers. They still didn't control the strength well enough, and some of them actually made money. Yi Qing frowned slightly. He exhaled a breath and walked towards the training room. As the residence of a senior military officer, the house was very well equipped. At least the training room was slightly larger than his dormitory at school. He closed the alloy door of the training room, sat down cross-legged, and focused his attention on the small martial arts stone tablet floating in the spiritual sea. It is engraved with blood-red stars, which float in the boundless starry sky and form blood-red star rings. Yi Qing only took a glance, and a blood-red ocean appeared before his eyes. He has formed a habit now, and maintains the S-level breath of heaven and earth almost around the clock. He is in a state of full comprehension for a long time. In just a moment, he has comprehended the martial arts will and the martial arts steel. Chapter 140, the 37th Martial Will. Psychological hints from the abyss. League player profile card. The blood was surging, and large scarlet stars appeared in front of Yi Qing's eyes. A strong sense of oppression descended, and the blood and energy erupting from the scarlet blood star was like a solar flare. Any burst of blood and energy gushing out was far beyond that of any high-level beast Yi Qing had ever seen. Blood-red stars were rotating in the starry sky. They gradually formed into magnificent star rings and began to rotate around Yi Qing. For a while, it was as if a great force was blessing Yi Qing. An immeasurable and vast energy and blood surged in his body, and he felt as if he could shatter a star with a snap of his fingers. Power. This is the real power. Yi Qing's eyes flickered as he stared at the star rings surrounding him, and countless insights into martial arts emerged. He fell into a deep state of enlightenment, and his body unconsciously transformed into its prime state, with strong muscles entangled on alloy-hard bones, thick scales covering his whole body, and hideous bone spurs protruding from his back. He looked like a monster, sitting cross-legged in the starry sky, and the scarlet blood stars around him infused streams of energy and blood into his body. Yi Qing's body is growing bigger, like a giant standing tall, and the power to destroy the earth is gathering. After a long time, Yi Qing suddenly opened his eyes, his blood surged, and a scarlet color appeared in his eyes. But he waved his hand, and a ring of scarlet stars began to condense and shrink, flew to his side, and began to rotate around his arm. The next moment, Yi Qing swung his fist. Boom! Scarlet blood stars exploded, endless blood and energy burned, and the blood mist wrapped in terrifying high temperature condensed into a sea of blood and blasted towards the front. Hundreds of kilometers long, floating in the starry sky, was smashed into powder and completely disappeared. Yi Qing punched continuously, and scarlet stars exploded one after another. An endless sea of blood surged, constantly bombarding the distant asteroid belt, and huge meteorites exploded one after another. After a long time, blood sea burning star art. So that's it. Yi Qing retracted his fist, and a hint of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. The next moment, the scene in front of him began to fade away like the tide, and Yi Qing's consciousness returned to the spiritual sea. The small martial arts steel in front of him burst out with a dazzling blood-red light, and a sea of blood surged out from it. A star ring formed by a number of scarlet stars appeared above the spirit sea. It's not that difficult to gather the will of martial arts. Yi Qing's thought moved slightly, and the yin-yang tai chi diagram appeared, and he directly took it in. The martial arts will that he had condensed was naturally completely obedient to Yi Qing's will. Using one's own blood and chi to condense a scarlet blood star, forming a star ring to bless oneself, could directly and comprehensively enhance one's combat power. If the blood star in the star ring is detonated, it will bring extreme destructive power and high temperature with burning properties. The temperature of the blood flame on the fist tip can reach tens of thousands of degrees. The bombardment of the stars is almost equivalent to a full-strength attack at my peak state. This technique is really powerful. Yi Qing recalled the inheritance scene that the blood sea burning star technique had just presented. Those blood stars that looked like real big stars made him yearn for them. If one really practices to that level, one will be able to reach star blasting level combat power. My energy and blood are still far from perfect now. I still have to work hard. Yi Qing sighed, turned on the communicator, and found that 3 days had passed. He meditated for 3 full days, which was a long time. A strong feeling of hunger came from my stomach. Yi Qing's face changed slightly, and he quickly left the training room and walked towards the officers' mess at the base. The children of noble families who participated in the number 3 prehistoric civilization ruins have been transferred to the base hospitals where their respective troops are located after their injuries were controlled. Their injuries need to be healed slowly, and many people's foundations are damaged and cannot recover in a short period of time. If you want to cure it completely, it will require a lot of medical resources, and the cost will be quite high. At first, the top leaders of various families were extremely angry, but after learning about the amount of martial arts that their children had comprehended, they immediately smiled with joy and became excited. With a wave of their hands, they directly applied for a large number of medicines from the family. Those medicines that were effective even for masters were used without regard for cost on the seriously injured children of noble families, quickly repairing their foundation and injuries. Yi Qing naturally knew all about these things through the mind-sharing network. I wonder how the high-ranking members of the aristocratic family would feel if they knew that the younger generation they had placed high hopes on had been parasitized and controlled by them. With a faint smile, Yi Qing rushed to the school officer's canteen as quickly as possible, filled his stomach first, and then directly applied to leave the base and head to the nearest line of defense. The ingredients in the small canteen are not in sufficient quantity, and secondly, they are not as fresh as those you would get if you kill and eat them yourself. The most important point, he had been holding in for too long. It has been too long since he bathed in boiling blood, and too long since he tasted sweet and delicious flesh and blood. The violent factors in his body are constantly accumulating and need to be released. Yi Qing's application was quickly approved, and an armed helicopter arrived to serve as his means of transportation. Not long after, the helicopter arrived at a nearby defense line, where a group of beasts were harassing the position, and the soldiers below had just started a fierce battle with the beasts. Huang Yiming is a captain and company commander with about 100 brothers under him. They rely on the heavy firepower on the position to resist the attacks of the beasts. He had extremely rich combat experience, and when he saw that the herd seemed to be expanding in size, he did not choose to hold on, but directly requested support. According to the current situation, the arrival of a major would be enough to easily change the situation. Huang Yiming commanded the battle and looked at the situation calmly. There are rewards for military merits in supporting the defense line, and all the majors in the base will definitely rush to come. As the largest combat base, there's no need to worry about lack of manpower. So Huang Yiming was not panicked at all. When he heard the roar of an airplane in the distance, he showed a look of joy and quickly called 2 people to prepare to clear a space for the helicopter to land. However, to Huang Yiming's surprise, the armed helicopter did not fly in the direction indicated by the signal smoke, but flew straight over their heads and arrived above the herd of beasts. What's going on? Is the smoke so thick that it blinds the driver? As soon as Huang Yiming finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened. I saw the door of the armed helicopter in the sky open, and a figure jumped out from the cabin. Call! Even from a distance, he seemed to hear the whistling sound of a body falling. Immediately following, boom! It was as if a meteor fell to the ground. A deafening explosion sounded, and a wave of blood was stirred up in the center of the herd. The visible shock wave swept in all directions. Hot blood dripped all over his body. Broken bones flew everywhere. Shrill howls and screams were heard, and the scarlet eyes around him were filled with brutal, murderous intent. Everything made Yi Qing excited. He curled his lips into a smile and began swinging his fists to vent the violence in his heart. Bang, bang, bang. It only took him a few moments to kill all of the small wave of beasts. Yi Qing tapped his toes lightly, and his figure flashed and appeared in front of the position. "Who is the chief officer here?" he asked. Huang Yiming woke up from his daze and was shocked when he saw the 3 golden stars on Yi Qing's shoulders. How can such a small-scale beast attack require the personal support of a 6th-rank colonel? Is there enough manpower in the base now? He quickly came to his senses, stood at attention, and saluted, his eyes full of respect and admiration, and said in a deep voice, "Report to the commander. I am the company commander here." Yi Qing looked at Huang Yiming, nodded, and said, "Tell me the location of the nearest abyss crack." Huang Yiming was stunned for a moment, then said, "Sir, none of the cracks near us are suitable for exploration." Yi Qing frowned and said, "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up." Huang Yiming did not dare to disobey the order of a colonel, so he quickly took out the map and told Yi Qing the locations of the cracks above. Yi Qing took note of it and immediately disappeared from the position. Those low-level beasts were totally unable to satisfy his current appetite. It tastes bad and provides little energy and mental strength. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang. Yi Qing broke through the sound barrier and continued to go deeper into the wilderness, and soon found a crack shrouded by black fog. Without any hesitation, he jumped in. A killing soon began. A red-gold light flickered, and pieces of blood bloomed under the cracks. You swallowed a piece of flesh and blood of a three-headed horned lizard. HP plus 32, extraction progress plus 6%. You swallowed a piece of green-scaled snake flesh. HP plus 29, extraction progress plus 7%. You swallowed a piece of red-eyed ferocious ape's flesh and blood. Health value plus 30, extraction progress plus 5%. You swallow a piece. The sweet aroma of meat exploded on the taste buds, and the hot blood poured into the throat like fine wine. Yi Qing was completely free of his restraints. His body at his peak was nearly 6 meters tall. With his sharp teeth, he bit through the hard bones one by one and sucked the bone marrow into his mouth with one breath. Happy. Yi Qing had a ferocious smile on his face. He noticed that his blood and energy levels were increasing. His heart moved, and a phantom of a sea of blood appeared behind him. He activated the blood sea burning star technique and began to condense a large scarlet star. At the same time, after sensing the surging energy and blood in his body, he also began to promote the second stage of tempering Long Yan's immortal golden body. Yi Qing slaughtered crazily in the crack and gradually went deeper into the lower space. I don't know how long it will be. Yi Qing's heart suddenly trembled. He looked back and found that he had reached a very deep position, far beyond the safety range of the 6th level. What's going on? You were just planning to have a good meal somewhere not too deep. Why did you go so deep into this place? Ye vink fronet. The cracks in the abyss were layered spaces. The deeper you went, the stronger the beasts you would encounter. And he had just reached a place where only masters could survive safely. After waking up, Yi Qing clearly realized there seemed to be a voice in his heart telling him to go deeper and deeper, and he would encounter more delicious prey. Something is wrong. Yi Qing felt a sense of alarm in his heart. Without any hesitation, he turned around and returned the same way. He was very fast, passing through layer after layer of cracks, and finally returned to the ground. It seems like something is giving me psychological hints. Yi Qing returned to the ground, and that special influence completely disappeared. After he came to his senses, a chill spread in his heart. It seems like you want me to go to the deepest part. What is it? He thought about it for a moment, and an image of a terrifying giant beast with a body glowing with strange light immediately appeared in his mind. Lord of the Abyss. That guy sent his clone to hunt me down last time, but failed. So he has completely set his sights on me? Yi Qing suddenly felt that he was in big trouble. The Abyss is deep in the cracks of the Abyss. If he really holds a grudge against me, my hunting in the Abyss will be affected to some extent in the future. You beast! Are you trying to lure me deeper into the crevasse? Fortunately, I am determined enough. Yi Qing patted his stomach, feeling the fullness coming, and smiled grimly. I will eat you sooner or later. Before he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Base 0. After a hearty meal, Yi Qing returned to his temporary residence. After cleaning the blood off his body, he lay down on the sofa and took out his communicator. An email from the Jinxing Military Academic Affairs Office was flashing on the message board. List of contestants from each school in the 81st National Youth Warriors League and related information. The email also included a voice message from Gu Yaozong. Gu Yaozong. Yi Qing, the contestants of the 4 Great Saints, are all extremely strong. Some of them have condensed many kinds of martial arts wills and are very powerful. The document is very large, and it lists in detail the overall strength of each Wuhan University participating in the competition, as well as the age, strength, and record of the contestants from each school. The first holy martial art, the second holy martial art. Yi Qing noticed the information about the 4 sacred warriors of Kyoto and was a little speechless. In order to highlight their special status, they are now using this nickname directly. The 4 holy warriors once sent recruitment personnel to recruit Yi Qing. Jinqing Military Martial Arts University long before the Donglin Province Genius Training Camp was over, making the admissions offices of the four sacred martial arts universities and other top martial arts universities make a wasted trip. He vaguely remembered that some people thought that his choice of Jinqing military force was a waste of talent and a self-destructive choice for his future. From an ordinary person's perspective, what those top Wuhan University admissions officers said is correct. The four sacred martial arts schools are the four strongest martial arts schools in the country. Their founders are all ninth-level warriors with extremely rich foundations. They have a strong student source, all of whom are the strongest talents from all over the world. Naturally, they have cultivated countless strong people, thus forming a virtuous circle, allowing more powerful students to aim to become the four sacred warriors. Under these various advantageous conditions, the average strength of students from the four sacred martial arts is much stronger than that of other martial arts universities. I want to see how powerful it is. Yi Qing laughed and clicked on the page where the four great holy warrior contestants were located and checked their information cards. School: First Shengwu University. Name: Chu Qingyan. Grade: Senior. Strength: Level 6. Martial arts will: 9 types. School: Third Shengwu University. Name: Wan Rongrong. Grade: Junior. Strength: 6th level warrior, 5th level spiritualist. Martial arts will: 8 types. School. Yi Qing looked at the information card in the file, and his brows gradually furrowed. 8 or 9 kind of martial arts wills. Is that a lot? Chapter 141: Arrival in Kyoto. The Sixth Order group players from other key martial arts academies. He discovered that the gap between them and the four sacred martial arts was indeed quite large. The average number of martial arts wills possessed by the contestants from the four Shengwu universities is around 7. As for the remaining key Wuhan University players, the average number is about 5. The difference in averages is both, and if we compare the top players on both sides, the gap is even bigger. For example, Chu Qingyan from the First Holy Martial Arts University has condensed 9 kinds of martial arts wills and has the qualifications of a grandmaster. If he develops well in the future, it could be said that he has the potential to reach the 9th level. Another example is Wan Rongrong from the Third Holy Martial University. She is still a junior, 1 year younger than Chu Qingyan, but she already possesses 8 kinds of martial arts wills and is also a 5th rank spiritual master. In terms of hard power, she is no worse than Chu Qingyan. The hard power displayed by these 2 people alone is enough to crush a large group of people. Compared to other students from Wuhan University, their abilities are quite good. Yi Qing nodded secretly and closed the data file. It would be enough to have a general idea of the strength of those players. He needs to have a basic idea in his mind so that he can act with more discretion when the time comes. Otherwise, if the force is a little too great, it would be bad if the person is beaten to death. After all, it's just a martial arts league, not a life and death arena. A few days later, Yi Qing's life became simpler. He would leave the base once a day to look for herds of animals roaming outside the defense line, and would return to the base after having a full meal. He never stopped practicing the blood sea burning star technique. Every day he used the power of qi and blood to condense blood stars at a rate of about 1 per day. It wasn't too slow. After all, the impact of a blood star was equivalent to his full strength attack, and the power was quite good. At the same time, the permission to view the martial arts techniques shared by Li Zidao was activated, and he exchanged for electronic copies of the martial arts techniques contained in another 35 martial arts stone tablets in one go. He doesn't need to practice too much. He just needs to confuse other people's cognition and make them unable to figure out the origin of his martial arts will. Yi Qing's daily schedule is very full. His blood and mental strength are steadily increasing. The third transformation of his heart source nirvana transformation is beginning to brew, and the second stage of Long Yan's immortal golden body is entering its final stage. He had a hunch that after the second stage of Long Yan's immortal golden body was completed, he might give him a surprise. In addition, the construction of the chambers of the Lingshu mother nest has not stopped, and the total number of chambers has exceeded 100. When he was eating in the wilderness, he once tried to parasitize and control the giant beast. Those low-level beasts that only had strength were unable to resist the parasitism of heart anchor spores at all. After being controlled by Yi Qing, their huge bodies crouched at Yi Qing's feet like an obedient pet. He immediately ordered the parasitic beast to enter the abyss to verify his guess. The black fog and the special environment in the abyss have no effect on the mind-sharing network. Even though the parasitic giant beast had gone very deep into the crack of the abyss, he could still clearly sense its presence and control the beast's actions through the Lingshu mother nest. Yi Qing was quite satisfied with this result. This means that his plan, after obtaining the Eclipse Queen, can be implemented smoothly. Time flies. Another week has passed. Yi Qing left Base Zero by car and headed towards the urban area behind. Thanks to his special sequence status, his transfer application was particularly easy. In other words, the rules in super large bases like Base Zero are stricter. If it were other combat bases, Yi Qing wouldn't even need to say hello and could move around freely. In a sense, his current status and authority are almost the same as most major general masters. Vehicles were running across the wilderness. It was early winter and the north wind was howling. Yi Qing looked at the scenery rapidly receding outside the car window. A thought came to his mind, and the system panel appeared in front of him. Name, Yi Qing, Qi and blood, 57,728. Spirit, 5,129. Talents, says Spiritual Hub Nest, says Secondary Spirit C, S Heart Source Nirvana, S Heaven and Earth breathing together, S Dragon Flame Sky, controlling body, A Bone controlling master, A Void flashing, 1,000 tough basalt armor, A Scarlet Requiem, A magnetic pole change, 1,000 faces evil eyes, B Frost breath, B Abyss mouth. Kung Fu, Dark Moon Blade of Infinite, unknown. Blood Sea Burning Star Art, 10th level. Blazing Feather Ash Flow Seal, 8th level. Akala Body, 8th level. 10 Suns in the Same Sky, 7th level. 8 Desolate Dragon Binding Rope, 7th level. Vast Ocean Waves Palm, 7th level. Paiyan Palm, 6th level. Baji Jinquan, 6th level. Extraction progress, none. Compared with the improvement in Qi, blood, and spirit, the gains in this exercise are truly subversive. Each kind of martial arts will means a means of attack, which greatly enhances his actual combat power. Is the Dark Moon Blade ranked before the Blood Sea Burning Star Art? Yi Qing noticed one thing. According to his observation, the sorting in the system panel was not random. It was basically sorted according to the strength of talent and the skills themselves. As a 10th level martial art, Blood Sea Burning Star Art is actually ranked behind Infinite Dark Moon Blade. The Infinite Dark Moon Blade? This thing seems to be something excavated from the number 9 prehistoric civilization ruins. The number 9 ruins. That place doesn't look ordinary. Yi Qing withdrew his thoughts, closed his eyes, and divided his attention into several parts. While he began to build the mother nest chamber, he also began to silently deduce the 2 skills of 10 suns in the same sky and Akalanatha body. Condensing the martial arts will of these 2 martial arts, the number of his martial arts will reach 39. After a long time. Sir, we're here. A major opened the car door and whispered cautiously. Yi Qing opened his eyes, stood up, and got out of the car, and walked into the huge logistics base in front of him. He will change trains here and take the high-speed train to Kyoto. The next day, the scenery outside the car window changed again, and a bustling city appeared before our eyes. The train slowly arrived at the station. The platform was crowded with tourists from all over the place. As a station in Kyoto, the flow of people is quite large. Yi Qing changed out of his military uniform in the private room. He walked into the crowd and followed them out of the high-speed rail station. When he looked up, he saw several buses with the Zhenxing Military Academy emblem printed on them at the intersection. The people from school have arrived early and are now waiting for Yi Qing's arrival. At this time, contestants in the carriage were looking out the window from time to time, their eyes full of curiosity and anticipation. They were basically all senior students, and many of them had joined the army for training, so they hadn't seen Yi Qing during the time when Yi Qing returned to school. So after hearing about Yi Qing's deeds, they were all full of curiosity about this junior. Chapter 142 is an improvement but not much. The Zhenxing military bus. Zhang Qingyi was resting with her eyes closed. Over the past period of time, she has learned from her mistakes and conducted a deep reflection on herself. Then she suddenly found that after she was reborn, it seemed that because she had the memories of her past life and had mastered many top-level skills and other resources in advance, she lost some of her motivation. A momentum that is not afraid of anything, not afraid of failure, and not afraid of any setbacks. Zhang Qingyi suddenly realized that the reason why she was able to reach the pinnacle in her previous life was not mainly due to her own talent, but mainly because of the drive that allowed her to continue to overcome obstacles on the road of martial arts. I was too lax. When you encounter a little setback, it leaves a shadow in your heart. This shouldn't be the case. This is totally wrong. A tall figure emerged in Zhang Qingyi's mind. That was the biggest variable she had encountered since her rebirth, big enough to change the development of the world line. He is very strong, but I am no worse. And if he succeeds in rising, humanity will have one more strong man. Isn't that a good thing? After several days of reflection, Zhang Qingyi finally adjusted her mindset. After solving some minor psychological problems, her cultivation speed increased a lot, and her qi and blood, skills, and even the success rate of preparing potions increased significantly. Based on her experience from her previous life, she created a supplement that had never been released before, which greatly improved her physical fitness, while her qi and blood were steadily improving. Coupled with her own talent, the various top-level kung fu she has mastered, and the extremely rich combat experience in her previous life, her actual combat ability is very outstanding. Because of this, she was selected to join the team of Jinxing Junwu contestants. Just at this moment, Yi Qing is here. Kong Hui, the dean of the intelligence college, was the leader of this team. He had the best observation skills and immediately spotted Yi Qing, who had just left the station. Suddenly, there was a lot of noise in the carriage. Many people got off the bus and stood on tiptoe to look at Yi Qing's figure. Hello, Dean. Hello, seniors. Yi Qing walked to the bus fleet of Jinxing military force, saw the team leader Kong Hui and other seniors, and greeted them with a smile. When the senior students of Jinxing saw Yi Qing's bright smile, they felt as if they were bathed in spring breeze. They thought to themselves, who the hell said that junior brother Yi Qing is a cruel, vicious, and perverted person? He greets us politely when we meet and smiles so sincerely. What a nice person. Rumors. They're definitely just rumors. Hello, hello. Hello, Yi Qing. I'm a junior. They smiled and nodded one by one and briefly introduced themselves. You're here. Kong Hui looked at Yi Qing and a smile appeared on his originally serious face. The man in front of us is the future pillar of the Jinxing army. I heard that he gained a lot in the number 3 ruins. According to what Commander Li meant, he will be a grandmaster in the future, and maybe he can even break through to the 9th level. If the Jinxing army could produce a 9th level warrior, then the 4 great holy warriors would have to be renamed the 5 great holy warriors. Thinking of this, Kong Hui's smile widened. Get in the car first. Kong Hui greeted. After Yi Qing got on the bus, under the gazes of his seniors, he slowly walked towards the empty seat in the back row. He came to the back row, moved his eyes, and saw a familiar figure next to the empty seat. Why are you here too? Yi Qing raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw Zhang Qingyi, his high school classmate whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Those who can participate in the National Youth Warrior League are basically senior students from various martial arts universities. After all, the lowest strength group is level 4, and the requirements are quite high. After all, some martial arts universities with average strength even have to have senior students to reach level 4. Among the Jinxing military warriors, the 4th level is not uncommon. As a freshman, Zhang Qingyi has only recently broken through to the 4th level. How did she snatch the spots from those seniors? Through connections? So when Yi Qing first saw Zhang Qingyi, he was a little surprised. Zhang Qingyi's mouth corners were slightly raised, as if she was about to smile, but when she heard Yi Qing's words, her mouth corners immediately drooped down, and a layer of frost instantly covered her pretty face. Listen to what this means. Do you think I'm too weak to come? Now that your own strength has improved, do you look down on your old classmates? Can't I come? Zhang Qingyi said in a cold voice. When a man has been away for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes. You're not the only one who is making progress. Yi Qing sat down by himself, feeling the coldness beside him, and his heart moved. As a 6th level warrior, Yi Qing's perception is very strong. He immediately realized that Zhang Qingyi's strength is quite good among the 4th level warriors. Especially that chill. Is it her talent? It seems to be stronger than before. Then, Yi Qing nodded seriously and said, it's progress. Zhang Qingyi snorted, thinking that he finally said something sensible. But what she never expected was that before Yi Qing finished speaking, he continued, but there is not much improvement. There are many people who are better than you. I can hit a lot of them with just my spit in the army. Zhang Qingyi's face turned dark immediately, and a blush appeared on her fair face. Obviously, she was a little overheated. She wanted to refute, but couldn't find a reason to refute. Her fingers trembled with anger. After thinking for a long time, she simply turned her head away, too lazy to pay attention to Yi Qing anymore, so as to avoid being hurt again. Seeing Zhang Qingyi didn't say anything, Yi Qing smiled. This girl Zhang Qingyi always has a cold face and acts cool, which is really unpleasant to the eye. That is, when she gets angry, she looks more pleasing to the eye. Yi Qing felt much better, turned his head, and didn't say anything else. The bus was moving forward in the bustling Kyoto. Soon after, the vehicle stopped in the parking lot of a hotel. Everyone, have a good night's rest, and leave for the league venue on time tomorrow morning. Konghui gave some instructions and then disappeared. The hotel had already arranged for someone to receive and lead the contestants to their respective rooms. The next morning, after Yi Qing went downstairs, he found that the hotel's large ground parking lot was full of buses. Each bus had a different school emblem printed on it, obviously representing the participating Wuhan universities from all over the country. Wuhan University in western Sichuan, Wuhan University in southern Hunan, Wuhan University in Donglin. Yi Qing took a quick look and recognized several of them. They were martial arts universities from various provinces, and their comprehensive rankings in the country were among the top 50. These martial arts universities are well-known and good schools in the local area, and they can train many powerful martial artists every year. Of course, this kind of power is compared with those more ordinary wuda. If compared with the Jinxing military force, or even the even better Four Holy Martial Arts, the graduates of Sichuan West Military University and other martial arts universities are far behind in strength. At this time, Yi Qing had already changed into the Navy Blue Martial Arts uniform exclusive to the Jinxing Military Academy, and the Jinxing Military Academy badge on his chest was shining. When the students from other Wuhan universities saw this, they immediately showed awe and envy in their eyes and consciously made way for Yi Qing. They are from the Jinxing Army. This is the best army in the country. I heard that they can apply to go to the battlefield in their sophomore year. The contestants who can participate are basically sophomores and above. Once a fourth-level warrior enters the army, he will be a major. Major, our senior will join the army after graduation and will be a major. Judging from his appearance, he should be a sophomore. They are only sophomores, but already at the fourth level. These students from key martial arts universities are really abnormal. Amid the discussions around him, Yi Qing suddenly sensed a few special gazes. He turned his head and saw some vaguely familiar faces. Yi Qing thought about it carefully and finally remembered the other party's identity. Those who participated in the Donglin Province Talent Training Camp together included Yu Zian, Xiao Xiyun, and the spiritual master Xieling. When the three of them saw Yi Qing turn around and discovered that it was indeed Yi Qing, they immediately showed a look of surprise. Yi Qing, it's you. Xielinger looked at Yi Qing, still instinctively a little scared. Her voice was timid. Yi Qing walked a few steps closer, saw the school badges on their bodies, and said, "You all have entered Donglin Wuda?" Yu Zian nodded and said, "Yes, with our martial arts exam scores at the time, it's not impossible to get into a better martial arts university, but it's still a question of resource allocation." Xiao Xiyun said, "There's a lot of competition for good Wuhan universities. We're ranked higher at Donglin Wuhan University, so we can get more educational resources. I didn't expect to meet you here." Yu Zian said, "We are also lucky. We performed well after entering the school, so the dean added us to the reserve list. We came to watch the competitions of seniors, which can increase our knowledge of martial arts and accumulate some experience for the next league." Fine. Ye Ving nodded. He was not very familiar with the few people. He said a few simple words and turned to walk towards the Jinxing Military Forces bus, looking at his back as he left. The three of them had complicated expressions. It's been such a short time since we last met, but I still feel scared when I see him. It feels like the gap between us has widened a lot. Xiao Xiyun said, "It's not just a lot bigger. I think it's ridiculously big." Xielinger is a psychic and has the clearest perception of certain aspects. When Yi Qing just stood in front of her, an invisible and powerful sense of oppression almost made her breathless. She had a feeling that if a fight broke out, Yi Qing could strangle her to death with just one hand. "It's so scary, this guy is getting more and more scary." Yu Zian whispered to himself. Just at this moment, "Do you know that person just now?" A voice came from behind the three of them. Xielinger and the other two turned around and saw that it was Yun Haoyang, the strongest fourth-year student of Donglin Wuda. They immediately showed respect and nodded in response. "Senior, the man just now participated in the Donglin Province Talent Training Camp with us. His name is Yi Qing. I know him." Yun Haoyang stared at Yi Qing's back, his eyes slightly narrowed, and Yi Qing's information emerged in his mind. The official contestant of the Jinxing Military Rank 6 group, freshman Yi Qing, doesn't look like someone who has just entered the ranks 6. He muttered to himself, lost in thought. Beside him, Xia Linger and the other two stared with deep shock in their eyes. Official player? Is Yi Qing a formal player of a National Youth Warrior League? Isn't he just a freshman? Immediately following, they realized another more important word. Level 6? Yi Qing has reached the 6th level. Their bodies froze, as if they were petrified, and they could not move. Their eyes were wide open. The words that Yun Haoyang had just said kept booming in their minds, causing their brains to go blank, and they were unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Set off. Following Kong Hui's order, Jinxing Junhua's bus drove out of the parking lot first and headed towards the venue of the league. Jianglong Valley, the venue for the National Youth Warrior League, located in the mountains on the outskirts of Kyoto. The reason for this name is that in the first year of the giant beast invasion, a terrifying giant beast shaped like a dragon descended and killed its way to the vicinity of Kyoto, where it fought fiercely with a 9th-level warrior among the mountains in the suburbs of Kyoto. Finally, the dragon-shaped beast was killed. Its huge body fell from the sky and smashed a valley between the mountains. The valley was splashed with dragon blood, and the smell of blood can still be smelled after many years. On stormy nights, one can even hear the roar of the giant dragon, so it was named the Dragon Valley. That was the first level 9 beast to be killed. The league is held here, which also has a lot of meaning in it. Kong Hui obviously knew a lot about it, and since there was still some time before the class, he simply cleared his throat and started teaching. Yi Qing felt sleepy after listening to this, and quickly focused his attention on his own spiritual sea. 2 hours later, the bus stopped between the mountains. A large flat land was artificially created between the mountains, and many people have already stopped here. Simple tents are being set up, and the league staff are busy debugging various equipment. On the other side of the plain, close to the mountains, there is an entrance to a valley. From a distance, you can see that the valley is shrouded in a faint blood color, and you can faintly smell a bloody smell in your nostrils. Yi Qing took a glance and looked away, then heard a loud noise. A large group of reporters carrying cameras and long guns swarmed in and surrounded the bus of Jinxing Junhu, taking pictures nonstop. The National Youth Warriors League is a competition that attracts attention from all over the country. If a hotspot is discovered, the profits will be huge, so a large number of reporters come here. Dean Kong, what are your expectations for this league? There have been several Abyss riots recently, and a war that affected the entire country broke out not long ago. I heard that the senior students of Jinxing are all training in the army. Will these wars have an impact on Jinxing's league team? A reporter immediately asked Kong Hui a question. Of course there was an impact, as we discovered a peerless monster. Kong Hui smiled secretly, but appeared calm on the surface, answering in conventional Mandarin. Chapter 143 Senior. Yi Qing, the future is yours. After Yi Qing and his group got off the bus, a senior who had participated in the competition before led the team to the sign-in area and began to line up the sign-in. The competition will probably last 1 to 2 days, and we have to stay here for these 2 days. A junior pointed to the modular housing being built in the distance. With so many contestants, can we finish it in 1 or 2 days? The key is that after a match, you always need time to recuperate. How can you be so stressed out to complete the entire competition in such a short time? A first-time participant asked curiously. This league is jointly organized by the Education Department and the Wushu Association. A lot of money has been invested, so the logistics are very powerful. Look over there. The junior student motioned for everyone to look to the other side, where a medical station with a red cross printed on it was being built. 2-person-high medical cabins were being carefully moved from the transport vehicle. Military medical cabins are usually only found in medical centers at forward combat bases. As long as you're still alive, you can save your life by taking a dip in them. In the military, these are used by senior officers. With the intensity of the league games, soaking in it for half an hour is usually enough to get you back to your peak form. The most important thing is, it is completely free to use during the competition. When Yi Qing heard this, he turned his head to look at the medical cabin over there and thought that the Education Department and the Martial Arts Association were really generous. This kind of medical cabin suitable for 6th-level warriors requires extremely expensive medical resources. The things that have been unloaded from the car alone are worth more than 10 billion. As time goes by, most of the basic equipment and facilities were in place, and more Wuda teams arrived at the entrance of Jianglong Valley. A chaotic noise was heard. The car from Shunhui University is here. I don't know who shouted. All of a sudden, A large group of reporters swarmed over like sharks smelling blood. Their posture was even more exaggerated than when they interviewed Jinxing Junwu just now. Soon, for buses stopped, and a group of young warriors wearing pure white martial arts uniforms got off. Each of them is dignified, with strong energy and blood, condensed to the extreme, and their eyes are bright and lively, especially the confidence between their brows, which is something that many contestants do not have. The four great warriors have arrived. The one leading the way should be the strongest player from the first Shengwu University, Zhang Qingyi. So strong, he looks so strong. Although I am also at the 6th level, I feel like I'm not on the same level as him. Isn't this nonsense? It is said that Zhang Qingyi has condensed 9 kinds of martial arts wills, and you haven't even passed the initial stage of the 6th level of spiritual cultivation. The gap between you and him is more than 1 level. Man, this is a bit heartbreaking. Are all the 6th level group of the 9 martial arts wills this abnormal? Not entirely. This is only true for Shengwu University and other key martial arts universities. For schools like ours that are ranked outside the top 30, most of them have not yet condensed their martial arts will. Then I feel relieved. I hope I don't run into those players from the key universities in Wuhan University. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to be eliminated in the first round. Don't worry, being able to win in the first round in front of a national audience is also a sign of strength. You crawl. Many people looked at the contestants from the first Shengwu University, felt the aura of the strong coming towards them, and suddenly felt a huge pressure. Jinxing military force were also observing the contestants from the 4 Shengwu universities. Zhang Qingyi, a senior who is recognized as the strongest 6th level warrior in the military, looked solemn and said to Yi Qing and other 6th level players, "The people of the 4 holy warriors are indeed stronger than us in terms of hard power." He then changed the subject and said, "However, we are basically all serving in the army, and our strength honed through life and death situations is not bad. So don't feel guilty when the time comes just because you don't have as many martial arts will as them. In a fight between warriors, it still depends on their reactions and judgments before the battle. Just display your normal strength." As Zhang Qingyi spoke, he looked at Yi Qing. He was also a colonel in the army and was well informed about the news. He knew some of what Yi Qing did in the army. Don't be fooled by this junior's usual smiling appearance. He is actually very crazy when fighting. This guy is a ruthless character who dares to execute people right under the noses of the Grandmaster and several other Grandmasters. So he whispered to Yi Qing, "Junior, you should do your best when the time comes. After all, it has only been a short time since you broke through to the 6th level. We, the old guys in our 3rd and 4th years, have the advantage of time. It will be your turn to exert your strength when you are in your 3rd year. Just accumulate experience this time." Judging from the surface information, Yi Qing broke through to the 6th level just over a month ago. Even without considering the amount of martial arts will, his disadvantage is huge just from the perspective of qi and blood value. Those students in their 3rd and 4th years have practiced 2 or 3 years longer than him, and the time advantage cannot be made up for. Yi Qing knew that Zhang Qingyi meant well, so he smiled and nodded. "Senior, I know. Thank you for reminding me. That's good. Your talent is much better than ours. You broke through to the 6th level in your freshman year. When you reach your junior and senior years, our Jinxing will be proud. The future belongs to you." Senior students like Zhang Qingyi are not only classmates of Yi Qing, but also comrades in arms. As they were all in the same army, they spoke to Yi Qing in a very friendly manner. People in the army are more pure, unlike those children from aristocratic families who are full of twists and turns. Yi Qing thought secretly in his heart, while carefully looking at the contestants from the 4 holy warriors. His eyes moved and finally stopped at the team of the 3rd Holy Martial University. A tall girl with long black hair with bangs caught his attention. There was no other reason. It was mainly because the soul light in that girl's head was really shining. Spiritual Master. The leader of the 3rd Shengwu University, Wan Rongrong. His qi and blood have reached the level of a 6th order warrior, and his mental strength is that of a 5th order mentalist, condensing 8 kinds of martial arts will. It seems like he has some kind of spiritual talent. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, licked his dry lips, and his eyes were slightly hot. "Looks very delicious." After Wan Rongrong got off the car, she looked at the cameras in front of her and couldn't help but frown slightly. She hated these reporters who had no sense of boundaries. The ultra-high-definition cameras were so close that even the pores on people's faces could be clearly captured. She has recently been practicing some kind of spiritual martial arts, which has taken a heavy toll on her spirit, and she looks a little off. The photo will definitely be ugly, and it will be embarrassing if it gets out. Wan Rongrong thought about it, and her mind moved slightly. Next second, an invisible spiritual wave emerged and enveloped her face. Suddenly, Wan Rongrong's face became blurred in the photos taken by the reporters, and her appearance could not be seen clearly at all. "What's going on?" a reporter exclaimed, thinking that his precious camera was broken. Wan Rongrong showed a faint smile. A little mental trick was enough to solve her troubles. Chapter 144 Zhang Qingyi. May the martial saint bless me, and let Yi Qing be in the same group. Rongrong, help me block it too. The supplements I took the day before yesterday were too irritating and caused a pimple on my face. A girl beside Wan Rongrong whispered. Good. Wan Rongrong nodded and simply used her mental power to help several girls in the team to perform artificial mosaic processing. Right at this moment, Wan Rongrong's heart suddenly moved, and she keenly felt that a pair of eyes were staring at her. She frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable, and turned her head to look around. Then, her eyes and Yi Qing's eyes collided in midair. For some reason, Wan Rongrong's body stiffened. What kind of eyes are those? The depth and darkness were like a black hole that could swallow everything, locking her gaze firmly, as if it was going to swallow her soul into an endless abyss. The gaze in those eyes was as scorching as the sun in the sky, staring at him without blinking, as if staring at a piece of delicious food. Wan Rongrong instinctively felt an emotion called fear spreading in her heart. In her vision, Yi Qing seemed to have transformed into a terrifying giant beast. His constantly moving gaze was like the beast's tongue, licking her soul up and down. Her already fair cheeks turned pale, her pupils began to shrink, and her spirit involuntarily tensed up. Rongrong? Rongrong, what are you doing? The girl next to her noticed that something was wrong with her and shook her arm, waking her up. It's okay. It's okay. Wan Rongrong came back to her senses. Her palms were full of sweat, and she shook her head to indicate that she didn't. She quickly withdrew her gaze, unwilling to look at Yi Qing again. She was screaming in her heart, who was that guy just now? What a terrifying look, as if it wanted to eat me alive. How could a person have such a terrifying look? Who is that person? Judging from the clothes he is wearing, he must be a contestant of Zhengqing military force? Zhengqing Army Zhang Qingyi, who is a senior? They must have done it on purpose, hiding a trump card, hoping to make a splash in this league. What were you looking at just now? The girl next to her took a look, noticed Yi Qing, and said with a smile, a contestant from Zhengqing Junwu? He's quite handsome, with a bright smile. Look, she pulled Wan Rongrong's hand and motioned Wan Rongrong to go and see. Hurry up and sign in. We'll draw lots to choose our opponents later. Wan Rongrong refused to turn her head and led the team towards the sign-in place without looking around. That's pretty sharp. Yi Qing's mouth curled up slightly, and then he felt a pity again, thinking, it's a pity that you are not a believer of the Advent sect, otherwise the high and low would have a taste of you. Not long after, as more and more teams signed in, the National Youth Warrior League has officially kicked off. Teams from the Wuda University lined up to enter the Jianglong Valley. As soon as I entered the valley, a strong smell of blood rushed into my nose. Many people frowned. As warriors, their five senses were sharp, and the smell they smelled was extremely strong. Many of them were not used to the smell. The faces of some ordinary players from Wuhan University turned pale, and the sounds of suppressed vomiting were heard from the team from time to time. The Zhengqing military side, the contestants had basically all been trained in the army. The smell of blood on the battlefield was equally strong, but they did not feel uncomfortable at all at this time. Even here in Yi Qing's place, the smell of the air was particularly sweet. Saliva was secreted in his mouth, and a strong feeling of hunger emerged. It smells so damn good. Is this the smell of a 9th-level beast? Yi Qing felt that he was not much better than those players of average strength. The smell had a great impact on him, making him have a strong desire to eat. What the hell? He secretly shook his head and reluctantly blocked his sense of smell, which made him feel much better. At this time, in the valley, large arenas have been built, and referees from the Wushu Association and the Education Department are debugging the equipment on the arenas and are ready. A whistling sound was heard from the sky, and several figures with blood and energy rising to the sky landed in the valley. They stood in midair, looking down at the people below. The unique aura of a master was rippling in the huge valley. The deputy director of the Education Department, Grandmaster Yin Tianda, and the ones next to him are grandmasters from the Martial Arts Association. With these experts watching, there won't be any casualties. Just do your best, and they will help stop it if things go wrong. Kong Hui said a few words, took a step, and was already in the air. The other leading masters from Wuda University also came to the air and greeted Yin Tianda and others from the education department. As masters, they have their own circles, and they need to exchange a few words of greeting when they meet. At the same time, one by one, League staff members came to each team and began to organize the group draw. The Jinxing Junhua team was disbanded, and contestants from the three groups went to draw lots one after another. Yi Qing came to the 6th level team, and as the only freshman, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Jinxing Military Academy badge on Yi Qing. They immediately recognized Yi Qing's identity. It's Yi Qing, a talent that Jinxing Junhua values very much. He broke through to the 6th level in his freshman year. This talent is unmatched by the freshmen of the 4 great Saint martial arts. I heard that this guy is very strong. If he were in the 5th level group, he might be the top seed competing for the first place. What a pity. I broke through to the 6th level not long ago. If I want to participate in the league, I can only go to the 6th level. Jinxing Junhua's teacher probably wants him to gain some experience. Martial Saint, please bless me and let Yi Qing and I be assigned to the same arena. Do you have any shame? You have already gathered a kind of martial arts will, and you still want to be assigned to the same arena with Yi Qing. It's safer. It's the same anyway. No matter how talented Yi Qing is, the difference in hard power is there. He will be eliminated in the first round no matter who he plays against. Level 6 players from the same school began to whisper. Look at Nima. Suddenly, Zhang Qingyi frowned and shouted, then turned to look at the contestant who wanted to be assigned to the same group with Yi Qing. His eyes glared at him, and a murderous aura leaked out. The man shuddered, smiled awkwardly, and quickly closed his mouth. Yi Qing dared to say something nonsense, but Zhang Qingyi, the #1 figure in Jinxing army, was not someone to be trifled with. Zhang Qingyi started to attack, and the discussions around him suddenly stopped. He turned around, patted Yi Qing on the shoulder, and said, "Wait for the league in 2 years, and when we meet the school of those 2 people, we will beat them to death." The 2 people behind him almost turned green in the face. They knew that what Zhang Qingyi said was true. With Yi Qing's current strength, if he could continue to improve for another 2 years, he would definitely be a strong player competing for the top spot in the league, and it would be easy for him to deal with the younger students in their school. Ahead, Chu Qingyun from the First Saint Martial University looked back with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but then he regained his composure and turned his head away again. He noticed that Yi Qing's Qi and blood foundation had already stabilized, and it didn't look like he had just broken through to the 6th level not long ago. But no matter what, Yi Qing was just a freshman, and his training time was 2 to 3 years less than that of a normal 6th level player. 2 or 3 years is enough to create a huge gap. How many kinds of martial arts wills are condensed? As the strongest player in the First Holy Martial University, Chu Qingyun had extremely rich channels of information. He knew that Yi Qing had participated in the military operation and entered the ruins of prehistoric civilization to comprehend the martial arts steel. But according to the news, it seems that Yi Qing hasn't comprehended any of the martial arts principles. He must be a boy who has physical talent, but not much understanding. Even if he is given a few years to grow, he will probably only be a second-rate character in the First Tsinghua University. Chu Qingyun shook his head slightly, his eyes fixed on his opponents from the same Tsinghua University, especially Wan Rongrong from the 3rd Tsinghua University. His eyes suddenly became solemn. This is the opponent that you should pay attention to. Others, like Zhang Qingyi of Jinxing Military Force, are just stepping stones with some strength. Wan Rongrong didn't notice Chu Qingyun's gaze. Her attention was focused on the conversation behind them. When she heard people talking about Yi Qing, her nerves unconsciously tensed up. She had a vague feeling that there seemed to be a sleeping beast slowly waking up behind her, about to vent its long-accumulated violent emotions. That guy must be no simple one. Wan Rongrong's intuition has always been very accurate. She is sure that her feeling will not be wrong. Yi Qing is definitely a difficult guy to deal with. That guy seems to be a psychic as well, but I don't know what level he is at. She thought secretly in her heart that she had not even looked at the contestants' information before, and her mentality was similar to Chu Qingyun's. She only saw a few opponents. But when she looked at Yi Qing, she immediately realized something was wrong and urgently looked through the information about Jinxing Junhua. After checking, I found out that Yi Qing is also a spiritual master. Then you can't look at him with the ordinary 6th level perspective. If you meet Yi Qing, You must be careful. Wan Rongrong thought about it and used her mental power to transmit the message to the ears of the contestants from the 3rd Shengwu University. 6th-level contestants from the 3rd Holy Martial University were stunned, with surprise in their eyes. Listen to me, he's not that easy to deal with. Wan Rongrong emphasized without question. Seeing Wan Rongrong so serious, several people knew there must be a reason, and suppressed their doubts and nodded. Stop talking and draw lots. 2 league staff members shouted. The team surged, and everyone stepped forward to select a number from a box that could block detection. Yi Qing opened the note in his hand and revealed the number inside. Number 18. At the same time, the numbers of the matches were displayed on the large screens hanging around the valley. Yi Qing took a quick look and found that his opponent in the first round was the guy he had just prayed to be assigned to the same arena with. He turned his head and saw the uncontrollable joy on the man's face. Are you a student of Nanxiang Wudai University? After taking a look at the school badge on the other person's chest and looking at him carefully, Yi Qing had an idea in his mind. When you make your move later, use only 10% of your strength at most. Otherwise, there is a risk of beating someone to death. At this time, reporters from major media outlets were already in place, with ultra-high-speed cameras pointed at the arena in Jianglong Valley, accompanied by the sound of the broadcast echoing in the valley. Yi Qing found his own arena. The youngest player in the 6th-level group, Yi Qing still attracts a lot of attention. Many people gathered around the ring, wanted to watch the next match. Zhang Qingyi from Nanxiang Martial Arts University has condensed a kind of martial arts will, and his strength is at the bottom of the 6th-level group. You can't compare them like that. Zhang Qingyi's opponent in this match is Yi Qing from Jinxing, a freshman who just broke through to the 6th level not long ago. His talent is top-notch, but he can't make up for the difference in training time. Zhang Qingyi must be lucky, otherwise I think he would be eliminated in the first round. The masters in the air stared at the arena below, and after noticing Yi Qing's opponent, they all expressed their opinions. Kong Hui's eyes flickered, and he seemed a little nervous. Below, after Yi Qing stepped onto the stage, he saw a figure flashing, and Zhang Qingyi suddenly appeared on the stage. The speed of his move caused exclamations from the audience, who kept sighing that they were worthy of being in the 6th level group. Those who could break through to the 6th level during college were not ordinary people. When Zhang Qingyi heard the voices from the audience, he raised his head slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Who would have thought that his prayer before the game would come true? I really met Yi Qing in the first round. This time we won't be eliminated in the first round, and we won't lose too many people. Even though the victory was somewhat unfair, it is a victory and no one can find fault with it. Thinking of this, Zhang Qingyi could hardly suppress the smile on his face. He looked at Yi Qing with a much friendlier look in his eyes. He thought to himself, "Junior brother Yi Qing, I will be gentle and won't let you get hurt too badly. Both players, get ready." On one side of the ring, the 6th level referee from the Martial Arts Association shouted in a low voice. Zhang Qingyi stepped back slightly with his right foot, adjusted his center of gravity, and assumed a sprinting posture. Yi Qing stood there without moving, but for some reason he felt a sense of restlessness in his heart. Although the sense of smell has been blocked, a sweet smell of blood seems to appear in the nasal cavity again. This inexplicable smell aroused Yi Qing's desire to fight. This desire became stronger and stronger and gradually began to spread quietly in Yi Qing's heart. When, accompanied by the referee shaking the bronze bell to signal the start of the game, with a bang, the muscles in Zhang Qingyi's right leg bulged, his blood surged, and a layer of light green energy enveloped his whole body. He looked like a cannonball fired from a gun, and turned into a green shadow that appeared in front of Yi Qing in an instant. Next second, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Qing in the chest, trying to knock Yi Qing out of the ring. Chapter 145, Saint Martial Master. Yi Qing is slightly lacking in martial arts foundation. Light green energy surged like flowing clouds, and the fierce palm power roared like a hurricane. Zhang Qingyi's palm was fast, accurate, and fierce. He used his speed advantage at the very beginning of the game and launched the attack with lightning speed. The speed is quite good. Zhang Qingyi has mastered the flowing cloud palm very well. He has already condensed the martial arts will of flowing cloud palm. Look at the clouds wrapped around his arms. They can increase the power of this move by more than 30%. What a decisive move. It looks like Jinxing's Yi Qing will be eliminated. The grandmasters who were watching the battle below were talking about it. Kong Hui didn't say anything, his eyes fixed on the ring where Yi Qing was. The communication between them lasted only a moment, and at this moment, Zhang Qingyi's palm had already slapped Yi Qing hard. Yi Qing didn't move, as if he didn't react at all. A cry of surprise was heard, and the hearts of the people watching around the ring were suddenly in suspense. If this palm strike is real, it will not be just a minor injury. However, that everyone imagined, where Yi Qing vomited blood and his body was blown away, did not appear. Zhang Qingyi hit Yi Qing with his palm, but found that there was no feedback, as if he hit the air. No, to be precise, he just hit the air. Zhang Qingyi's pupils shrank suddenly. Yi Qing in front of him was slowly disappearing. What he had just hit was just an afterimage. Before he could be shocked, a sharp warning sign in his heart screamed wildly, and a cold chill swept over him from behind. Bang! A huge force came from behind him, and a foot kicked him on the back. He was already maintaining a forward-charging posture, and now a huge force was suddenly applied to his back, causing his body to burst out uncontrollably. Zhang Qingyi was kicked out of the ring, and his body knocked over several billboards before stopping. He fell to the ground head first, feeling a sharp pain in his back. His spine seemed to be damaged, and his lower body was slightly numb. He wanted to stand up, but couldn't. Don't move. Medical staff arrived as soon as possible and checked Zhang Qingyi's physical condition. The spine is damaged. Hurry to the medical cabin. They carefully lifted Zhang Qingyi onto a stretcher and hurried to the medical area. Zhang Qingyi blushed when he heard the noisy discussion around him. As confident and happy as he was at the beginning, he now felt ashamed and unwilling. How could Yi Qing be so fast? It was so fast that even I couldn't react. That kid really just break through to level 6 not long ago. The more Zhang Qingyi thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. The way he lost was truly shameful. He was kicked out of the ring, his spine was injured, and he lay on the ground like a dead dog. Thinking of this, Zhang Qingyi felt that the gazes around him were like sharp arrows, piercing him fiercely. A blinding light flashed in the corner of my eye. It was a reporter filming footage. He was startled and quickly covered his face with his hands, whispering, "Brother, hurry up, send me to the medical cabin." Zhenxing Junwu, Yi Qing. The referee's voice sounded. Yi Qing stood on the ring, slowly retracted his feet, turned around, and walked down the ring. I didn't control the strength well, just now. I was thinking that I could just kick him away and be done with it. As a result, he accidentally used too much force. Even with the help of the medical cabin, the other party would probably have to sit in a wheelchair for a few days. The control of this extremely weak level of power is still not good enough. Yi Qing was thinking about it when his brows suddenly frowned. Because the force he used was so small, the frustration in his heart was not vented at all. The kick just now actually aroused a desire to fight in my heart. Yi Qing looked around. The dragon subduing valley was all bloody. The faint smell of blood was useless even if one blocked one's sense of smell. It penetrated into the human body through every pore. In a trance, he even heard the roar of the dragon-shaped beast before its death, echoing in his mind, filled with unwillingness and anger. What does this place say? Yi Qing felt his hunger growing stronger and stronger, so he quickly left the ring and walked to the exclusive rest area of Zhenxing Junwu, found a teacher who was with the team, and asked him to help him get some food. What a fast speed! A master in midair raised his eyebrows, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. As 7th level masters, they could naturally see Yi Qing's actions clearly, the precise timing of his evasion, the speed that was so fast that it left an afterimage on the spot, and a simple and clean kick. Every move was just right, as if he had seen through Zhang Qingyi's background long ago and was in firm control of the progress of the game. Yi Qing, that's interesting. In Tianda, deputy director of the education department, nodded and said to Kong Hui with a smile, "Old Kong, how did you, Zhenxing, persuade Yi Qing to join the Zhenxing army?" That's right. At that time, Yi Qing chose Zhenxing completely of his own accord. Kong Hui smiled brightly. Judging from Yi Qing's performance just now, he was at least at the middle level in the 6th level group, which was beyond his expectations. What a pity. Fang Yongsheng, the leader of the First St. Martial Arts University, sighed and shook his head, saying, "It's a pity to leave such a good seedling in your Zhenxing army." You know shit. Yi Qing has already joined the army. With his great contributions in the past, the resources he has obtained are much better than those in your first holy martial army. Kong Hui immediately retorted. Fang Yongsheng then shook his head and said, "This is exactly why I say it's a pity. Freshman and sophomore years are the time to lay a solid foundation for martial arts. At this time, martial artists should be exploring their own martial arts path instead of directly going to the battlefield to fight. Too extreme a battlefield environment will affect a young martial artist's martial arts heart. What Lao Fong said is correct. Yuan Han, the Grandmaster of the Third Holy Martial Arts University, nodded and said, Yi Qing's physical talent is unquestionable. I admit this, but in terms of comprehension, you all know, he gained very little in the military's number 3 ruins, which is a manifestation of his lack of martial arts foundation. If Yi Qing is allowed to calm down, he will definitely become a 9th-ranked talent. Kong Hui raised his eyebrows and was about to retort. Yin Tian noticed that the atmosphere was not right, so he spoke up to smooth things over, saying, Okay, everyone, now is not the time for a debate. There are some interesting competitions about to begin. After all, he is a grandmaster, so the grandmaster's presence still give him face. They stopped talking and focused on the game. Immediately following, a group of masters exclaimed in surprise. What an amazing talent. Another contestant from Jinxing Junwu. Chapter 146, second round, against Yun Haoyang. Is Yi Qing going to lose miserably? On one of the arenas, icy fog covered half of the arena. The people watching around the arena felt like they were in an ice cellar. Even some warriors whose chi and blood had reached the 5th level felt a hint of chill. Ice attribute talent is quite rare. With such low temperature, the circulation of chi and blood will be affected at the same level. It seems that this girl's talent level is not low. The level is not the point. The point is the control this child has over his talent. It's like someone who has controlled his talent for decades. Indeed, the control is extremely precise. There is no excess energy dissipation, and the efficiency is maximized. This class of Jinxing is good. There are many good seedlings. Many masters spoke in praise, and even masters from Shenghui University, such as Wan Yongshan nodded. Kong Hui kept a straight face, but was actually smiling brightly in his heart. She's also a freshman in our university. She and Yi Qing went to the same high school. Just at this moment, it's time to end. In Tianda said, the words haven't finished yet. There was a muffled sound of thump. On the arena filled with cold mist, a figure covered in frost fell to the ground. The cold mist quickly converged and poured into Zhang Qingyi's body. She looked calm, without showing any joy of victory, as if winning was a matter of course. 2 medical staff rushed to the ring and quickly carried the man down for treatment. Jinxing Army, Zhang Qingyi wins. Zhang Qingyi walked down from the ring and returned to the rest area reserved for the Jinxing military. Then she saw Yi Qing wolfing down a large bowl of meat. You swallowed a piece of the flesh and blood of the Earth's spirit elephant. HP plus 18, extraction progress plus 5%. You swallowed a piece of the flesh and blood of the Earth's spirit elephant. HP plus 19, extraction progress plus 5%. You swallowed a piece of the flesh and blood of the Earth's spirit elephant. HP plus 26, extraction progress plus 7%. System prompts sounded in Yi Qing's mind. The National Youth Warriors League was almost fully equipped in all aspects. Not only did it have a military-grade medical cabin, but even the simple meals were made from the flesh and blood of giant beasts, and the quality was not low. As a contestant, meals are naturally free. But Yi Qing ate too much. Several logistics personnel not far away stared at Jinxing Junwu, looked at each other, and looked at each other in confusion. Don't they provide meals before leaving for school? Not really. It's not even dinner time yet. Are you that hungry? If he keeps eating like this, there won't be enough food for dinner. You know what? The meat of a mature giant beast tastes so good that I want to try it too. With Yi Qing's current strength, he can hear their whispers. He felt a little strange because, according to his previous experience, he shouldn't be so hungry. But the sweet smell that permeated the Dragon Valley was so tempting that it directly aroused his appetite and desire to fight. After pouring all the food in your hands into your mouth, Yi Qing saw Zhang Qingyi out of the corner of his eye, wiped his mouth and smiled. Not bad. Zhang Qingyi snorted and said calmly, It's only the first round. The 4 great warriors who will appear later are the highlight. She thought about it, and looking at Yi Qing, who had opened another bag of giant beast jerky and started eating, she couldn't help but said, Why don't you go and watch the 6th level group's competition? Maybe you can find some flaws that will be useful for your next competition. Forget it, I'm too hungry. Yi Qing shook his head. Zhang Qingyi rolled her eyes and said, Which is more important, eating or the competition? Yi Qing bit off the dried meat in his hand and said seriously, "Nonsense. Of course eating is more important. You know, huh?" Zhang Qingyi nodded, then was stunned. "Go away and don't disturb me while I'm eating." Seeing that she was still talking nonsense, Yi Qing felt that this girl was talking so much nonsense like an old woman, so he waved his hand. A surge of mental power suddenly surged out, pushing Zhang Qingyi directly to a seat on the side. "You? Ugh." Zhang Qingyi raised her eyebrows and wanted to speak, but found that she couldn't open her mouth. A strand of mental power acted on her, sealing her mouth tightly, and it would take at least 10 minutes for the seal to be unlocked. Yi Qing ignored Zhang Qingyi, whose face was red and whose body was twisted like a caterpillar, and concentrated on dealing with the giant beast jerky in his hand. After eating half of the food from the logistics department, the hunger in my stomach was finally relieved a little. And at the same time, fierce fighting continued on each stage. Contrary to what most people imagine, the lower the strength of the group, the more intense the battle. In the stronger groups, the fighting scenes are not too intense and are often resolved in dozens of rounds or even within a few rounds. As the level of strength increases, the outcome of the battle will often be decided in a short period of time. Generally speaking, both sides will know whether they are the opponent's match from the first move. Unless the two opponents are extremely close in strength in all aspects, it is possible for them to continue fighting fiercely. The Zhang army has a good record. Everyone passed the first round successfully. Zhang Qingyi, as the strongest senior student, met a senior student from the Wuhan University who was relatively strong. But under Zhang Qingyi's hands, the man was knocked out of the ring by a punch before he could even take 5 moves, vomiting blood and falling into a coma. Brother Yu has condensed 7 kinds of martial arts wills, which is not weak even among the 4 great martial arts. In the Jinqing rest area, a senior student spoke up. 7 types. Yi Qing's heart moved slightly. He guessed that Zhang Qingyi had also entered the number 3 prehistoric civilization ruins. In the opponent's moves, he saw many traces of martial arts engraved on the martial arts steel. Soon, the first round of matches is over. The second round of drawing began immediately. In the next match, Jinqing Army's Wu Yeqing will face Donglin's Wu Dayun Haoyang. After learning about Yi Qing's opponent, the faces of several senior students from Jinqing suddenly changed. Although Donglin University of Warmth is not as good as Jinqing University of Warmth in comprehensive ranking, it is also a very powerful key university of warmth. And Yun Haoyang is one of the 4 most powerful students in Donglin Martial Arts University. He has condensed 4 kinds of martial arts within himself, and his strength is very strong in the 6th level group. If Yi Qing fights him, he will definitely be in great danger. The other side, the rest area of Donglin Wuhan University. Yu Zian, Xiao Xiyun, and Xie Linger were shocked when they saw the battle information on the big screen. Yi Qing confronted his senior? For a moment, they felt somewhat complicated. As people from the same training camp, Yi Qing's performance at that time left a very deep impression on them. In their hearts, Yi Qing sometimes seems like an almost invincible god of war. But now, the opponent is facing the strongest senior in his school, and I'm afraid he's going to lose miserably. Chapter 147. The yin-yang diagram shows its power and kills in one punch. There is no such thing as an invincible myth. It's just that you haven't met someone stronger than you. Xie Linger and the other 2 were in mixed feelings. They looked towards the rest area of the Jinqing army and saw Yi Qing standing up, eating a piece of dried meat snack in his hand. He looked calm and didn't look nervous at all. Knowing the final outcome, have you prepared yourself mentally? Knowing that he was going to lose, he was still so relaxed. Yi Qing's mentality is much better than mine. He is worthy of being Yi Qing. Yu Zian and others sighed silently in their hearts. Yun Haoyang frowned slightly, then quickly relaxed. It is true that Yi Qing's strength is not as weak as it seems, but it is also true that no matter how strong he is not stronger than himself. As the strongest senior student in Donglin Wuda University, Yun Haoyang also has his own confidence. Then, he walked out of the rest area calmly and headed towards the ring. It looks like the Jinqing Kids League is coming to an end. The leader of the team of Sichuan Wuda University, the Grandmaster, spoke. Yun Haoyang is quite powerful. He is proficient in several Grandmaster skills and has condensed 4 kinds of martial arts will. In this battle, Yi Qing has no chance of winning. It's just bad luck. Otherwise, there is still hope to enter the next round. Kong Hui's face showed a hint of worry and he wondered whether he should let Yi Qing admit defeat directly to avoid getting hurt later. But when he noticed Yi Qing's expression below, his heart moved slightly, and he suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind. That kid Yi Qing seems very confident. Both contestants come on stage, the referee shouted. The ring was already crowded with people, many of whom came to watch the fight, and several reporters set up high-definition cameras. It's Zhang Qingyi. She's here to watch the game, too. Yu Zian and the other two, who were squeezed in the crowd, suddenly saw a familiar figure. Zhang Qingyi seemed to sense something and turned her head to look. After noticing that it was Yu Zian and the others, she nodded slightly as a greeting. Zhang Qingyi is also a regular contestant and even passed the first round. Look at her. They both came from the same training camp. Why is there such a big gap between them now? Yu Zian sighed, somewhat depressed. Stop talking nonsense. The game is about to start, Xiao Shiyun said. As soon as the words fell, with a bang, the referee rang the bell and the game began immediately. Yin Haoyang hadn't moved yet, but the shadow under his feet began to move. The shadow began to wriggle and spread rapidly, covering the entire arena. Suddenly, Yi Qing felt a restraining force coming from under his feet, and his legs seemed to be stuck in a swamp. This talent is quite interesting. Yi Qing immediately realized what was going on. Yin Haoyang used his talent to restrict Yi Qing's movements. His body seemed to slide on the ground, and figures appeared around him, surrounding Yi Qing in the middle. Yin Haoyang obviously did not hold back and underestimated his enemy. He immediately used some master skills. Immediately following, one of the figures suddenly appeared beside Yi Qing. Flames rose from his fist, and a huge fireball appeared, hitting Yi Qing directly. The firelight was the manifestation of the will of martial arts, which greatly increased the power of Yin Haoyang's punch. Yi Qing is going to lose. My movements were restricted, and I couldn't use my full speed. The gap is still too big. Someone among the onlookers spoke up. Zhang Qingyi stared at Yi Qing's expression and suddenly noticed a smile on the corner of Yi Qing's mouth. The next moment, the martial arts uniform on Yi Qing moved without wind. His pants suddenly expanded, and his strong muscles burst out with terrifying force. Bang! There was a loud bang. Yi Qing stomped his feet on the ground, and with a powerful burst of strength, he broke free from the constraints of Yin Haoyang's talent. He turned around, with a slightly ferocious smile on his lips. Then he simply and directly swung his fist at the fireball in front of him that was like a wall of fire and was more than 10 meters high. Buzz! Amidst a strange buzzing sound, a black and white yin-yang fish appeared on the tip of his fist and instantly evolved into a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. The moment the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram came into contact with the wall of fire, an irresistible suction force erupted, and the raging flames were pulled into a whirlwind of fire, which drilled into the yin-yang diagram. Not only that, even the figure behind the firewall became distorted and was swallowed and dissolved by the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram without any resistance. Several figures around Yin Haoyang showed surprise at the same time, staring at the rotating yin-yang Tai Chi diagram, not knowing what was going on. The boxing skills that I used with my martial arts spirit were easily resolved by my opponent. What is that? The martial arts will condense by Yi Qing? What kind of martial arts is this? Yi Qing did not give Yin Haoyang much time to react. He collided his leg muscles and stomped the ground hard. The quagmire-like shadow talent could not restrain his body. He rushed out like a cannonball and found Yin Haoyang's real body among the six figures with incredible accuracy. The yin-yang Tai Chi diagram on his fist erupted with flames, spewing out a wall of fire. The yin-yang Tai Chi diagram can be stored and naturally released. He had just incorporated the power of Yin Haoyang's punch into Tai Chi, and now he released it, adding great power to his punch. Impossible. How did you find me? Yin Haoyang's eyes widened. After he used the 7th level body movement martial arts he had mastered, even a psychic master would find it difficult to find his real body. How did Yi Qing do it? Yi Qing naturally would not explain anything. He punched Yin Haoyang with his fist wrapped in raging flames. Flames burst out and heat waves rolled. How could I be hurt by the boxing technique that I'm best at? Yin Haoyang roared. Veins bulged on his forehead, and strong energy gathered in front of him, forming a thick square shield. Boom! The fist hit the square shield, and the flame heat wave was split into two, protecting Yin Haoyang behind him firmly. Hold on! Yin Haoyang's mouth curled up, revealing a smile, but it froze in an instant. A huge force attacked from the front, and heavy pressure descended, as if a high-level giant beast had directly hit him. Snap! With a crisp sound, the thick internal energy was torn apart like paper. A fist stretched out from the scattered internal energy and hit Yun Haoyang directly in the face. The power of the fist was unexpectedly great. With a bang, Yun Haoyang's eyes went dark, and he felt dizzy. His body was dragged away by his head. Same as Zhang Qingyi in the first round. He was blasted out of the ring, knocked over several people, and then passed out with his head tilted. His face was distorted, and it was obvious that half of his facial bones had been broken. There was silence for a few seconds below the ring, and then there was a burst of noise. Flashlights lit up one after another, and the reporters were pressing the shutter buttons desperately. Yu Zian and the other two stared at Yi Qing on the stage, standing there in a daze, their minds blank, and they did not move for a long time. Not only them, all the students from Donglin Wuhan University were silent, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. My senior, the strongest student in Donglin Martial Arts University, a master who embodies the will of several martial arts, was defeated by a freshman. Seeing Yun Haoyang being carried away on a stretcher and noticing the miserable look on his face, many Donglin Wuda students who regarded Yun Haoyang as their idol suddenly felt as if the sky had fallen. Chapter 148, Did She Open It Too? Yun Haoyang, who embodies the will of 4 kinds of martial arts, is a well-known leader in Donglin Martial Arts University. Countless younger students regard him as a role model, hoping to catch up with him. In the Donglin Wuda team this time, almost all the players are his fans, gathering under the ring to watch the competition. I originally thought it was a match without any suspense. Who could have thought that Yun Haoyang was actually knocked flying by a punch from a freshman, with half of his face destroyed, and he fell into a coma? All eyes were focused on Yi Qing, with complex emotions such as surprise, confusion, envy, etc. emerging in everyone's hearts. He actually comprehended the martial arts were contained in that stone tablet. Zhang Qingyi's heart was shaken as she stared at the yin-yang tai chi diagram on the top of Yi Qing's fist slowly disappearing, a look of shock emerging in her beautiful eyes. With her status and strength in her previous life, she naturally knew about the situation of the number 3 prehistoric civilization ruins. Among them, the yin-yang steel is the most difficult to comprehend, but also the most valuable martial arts steel. Possessing the martial arts will of yin-yang tai chi, one can accommodate more martial arts wills at the 6th level without worrying about conflicts between martial arts wills, thus laying the most solid foundation for the future. Unfortunately, when she learned the news, she had already broken through to the 8th level and lost the qualification to enter the number 3 ruins. She had explored that place before, and even with her strength at her peak, she couldn't force her way in. It was a place that hid a big secret. Later, when her strength reached a new level, she died in an accident and was reborn before she had the chance to explore further. In this life, maybe I can enter the number 3 ruins and explore the secrets within. Zhang Qingyi believed that with her martial arts experience from her previous life, she would be able to understand the situation inside ruins number 3, and she might even get an unexpected surprise. What kind of martial arts will is that? I've never seen it before. Didn't they say that Yi Qing didn't comprehend any martial arts will in ruins number 3? It seems that the intelligence is wrong. The martial arts will condensed by Yi Qing is really powerful. Yun Haoyang is quite capable, but he was defeated by Yi Qing. It seems we all misjudged him. The team leaders from each school spoke up one after another. The master from Donglin Martial Arts University had a grim look on his face. His top seed was defeated in the 2nd round. This time, the overall result of Donglin Martial Arts University would definitely drop to a lower level. Kong Hui's eyes sparkled, thinking that what Li Zidao said was indeed true. The martial arts that Yi Qing had gained was truly powerful, being able to defuse the opponent's offensive and give the opponent a taste of his own medicine. Such means are enough for Yi Qing to go far in this league. This was a huge surprise. If Zhang Qingyi and his team had better luck and performed normally, the overall performance of the Jinqing army would definitely have improved a lot. By then, the overall national ranking will be improved, and the funding from the education department will also increase, which will be of great help to the development of Jinqing military. The medical area on the other side. Zhang Qingyi had just come out of the medical cabin, pushing his wheelchair somewhat unskillfully. Just as he was about to find a place to stay quietly for a while, he looked up and saw 2 medical staff carrying Yun Haoyang towards him. When he saw the person on the stretcher clearly, He took a deep breath. Yin Haoyang from Donglin Martial Arts University is a tough guy with 4 kinds of martial arts wills. Who did he meet? How could he beat Yin Haoyang in such a miserable state? Zhang Qingyi couldn't help but ask, who is his opponent? Yi Qing from the Jinxing army. The 2 medical staff carefully placed Yin Haoyang into the medical cabin, quickly clicked on the operation panel, set up the infusion of nutrient solution, and then answered Zhang Qingyi's question. Who? Zhang Qingyi was stunned, then exclaimed, You are, oh, the Yi Qing who knocked you out. A medical staff member looked at Zhang Qingyi and suddenly remembered that it was he who carried Zhang Qingyi into the medical cabin not long ago. Zhang Qingyi. This statement always sounds a bit weird. No, Yi Qing defeated Yin Haoyang? That freshman who just broke through to the 6th level not long ago beat Yin Haoyang from Donglin Martial Arts University like this? Thinking of Yin Haoyang's half-collapsed face, Zhang Qingyi felt a little too fake. But he changed his mind. I don't know why, but I felt like a huge burden had been lifted from my heart, and I felt a lot more relaxed. Even Yin Haoyang lost to Yi Qing, so it doesn't seem too shameful for me to lose to Yi Qing, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Qingyi gave up the idea of finding a deserted place to stay by himself and pushed his wheelchair back to Jianglong Valley to watch the game. Yi Qing and Yin Haoyang was a big upset. Originally, the reason why many people paid attention to Yi Qing was simply because he was the youngest and appeared to be the weakest. And now, many people have begun to take Yi Qing seriously, believing that he is indeed a strong competitor. The 6th level group have begun to secretly analyze the battle in their minds, trying to find Yi Qing's flaws. After Yi Qing returned to the rest area, he got some food and started eating. He broke through to the 6th level. He only fought with one person, Zhuku, who was a fake who got to that level by taking drugs. Not to mention the will of martial arts. He hasn't even passed the basic stage of nourishing the spirit. He is considered the weakest among the 6 levels, and the battle with him is of no reference value. After the 2 battles just now, Yi Qing had an understanding of his current strength, and he used about 30% of his strength to deal with Yin Haoyang. And it's still only 30% of his strength in normal form. If the restrictions are removed and he returns to his full strength, I estimate that 10% of his strength will be enough. This was when he hadn't used other Grandmaster skills, mental strength, and various talents. If he had used a little bit of mental power to increase his chi and blood, the same punch just now would have been enough to smash Yin Haoyang's head into a rotten watermelon. It's too weak. It's really not satisfying. Yi Qing sighed secretly, swallowed the large piece of barbecue in his hand, turned his eyes, and looked towards an arena in the distance. Zhang Qingyi went on stage to participate in the 2nd round of the competition. Likewise, a large cloud of icy blue mist emerged, and without much effort, her opponent fell stiffly to the ground. Yi Qing's eyes flickered, and he whispered to himself, Why does it feel like the cooling effect is much stronger? The strong he was talking about had nothing to do with Zhang Qingyi's own strength, but referred to the quality of the talent itself. It seemed to have improved a lot. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhang Qingyi had a secret. Could it be that she opened it too? Chapter 149, entering the quarterfinals. Yi Qing must be eliminated tomorrow. Yi Qing didn't dwell too much on Zhang Qingyi's question. Everyone has secrets. As long as it doesn't affect his own strength improvement, he doesn't care whether Zhang Qingyi opens it or not. Anyway, even if Zhang Qingyi opened it, it probably wouldn't be as big as mine. At the same time, the rest area where the first Shengwu University is located. Lu Rui, the 2nd seed of the first Shengwu University, is a player who embodies the 7 kinds of martial arts will. He looked at Chu Qingyan beside him and said, Qingyan, the freshman Yi Qing from Jinxing is quite capable. It seems that our previous judgment was wrong. He has some strength. I underestimated him before. Chu Qingyan nodded slightly and said, The martial arts he displayed against Yin Haoyang, I couldn't recognize its origin, which is rare. It seems to be quite difficult to deal with. It can actually neutralize the attacks of other martial arts and counterattack with the same means. Lu Rui recalled the scene of Yi Qing's previous battle and nodded in affirmation. There are still a few games to come. Let's see how he performs next. Chu Qingyan said. A similar conversation took place among the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Shengwuda. After a brief exchange, they all decided to pay a little attention to this freshman from Jinxing Military Academy. After the 1st and 2nd rounds, because many of the winning players were injured, the pace of the game gradually slowed down. Yi Qing waited for more than an hour before the 3rd round of the competition began. His opponent was a senior from a key martial arts university, slightly weaker than Yun Haoyang, and had only condensed 3 types of martial arts will. Facing Yi Qing, that man did not dare to relax at all. He used all his skills as soon as the match started. The internal energy enveloped his whole body, and the power of qi and blood surged out madly. Boom! 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 He used all the master skills he had mastered in succession, leaving no room for any chance, striving to determine the winner as soon as possible. However, Yi Qing's expression remained calm. The yin-yang tai chi diagram appeared, easily dissolving all the opponent's attacks. The fist seemed to have some kind of magic. Although it was simple, it hit the opponent's weak spot directly. Another punch sent the opponent into a deep sleep. Zhenxin Hunwu Yi Qingsheng. The third round was the same as the previous 2 rounds, and the fight ended in less than 10 seconds. Off the court, 6th-level players who were paying attention to Yi Qing gradually became solemn. In the second round, Yun Haoyang did not use all his methods and only used about half of his moves. This can also be explained by the fact that Yun Haoyang was a little careless and underestimated his enemy. Now it is the third round. Yi Qing's opponent is ready for battle, fighting with all his strength and using all means. However, Yi Qing easily resolved his attack and knocked him down with 1 punch. Same script, very similar results. This not only shows that Yi Qing's methods are difficult to use, but also shows that he always controls the rhythm of the game and knows that he can win from the beginning. Yi Qing's strength is far more than that, especially his yin-yang tai chi diagram. What kind of martial arts technique is it? If he doesn't figure out the flaws in that martial art, he will probably suffer a great loss if he faces Yi Qing later. After realizing this, many Wuhan University's team leaders began to focus on Yi Qing. They have more combat experience and try to find the flaws in Yi Qing's martial arts. Time passes. Yi Qing switched back and forth between competing and eating to replenish his energy. He played several games in a row, and the opponents he faced became stronger and stronger. The last opponent of the day is already a contestant who has condensed the 6 kinds of martial arts will. That person was from Qingyun Martial Arts University, one of the top 10 martial arts universities in the country, and its overall strength was even stronger than that of Jinqing Military Academy. He is quite powerful, and his blood is much stronger than Yi Qing's. When facing the yin-yang tai chi diagram that can dissolve his offensive, his moves keep changing. Even some 6th-level martial arts can be exerted by him with power that is not inferior to that of a grandmaster. At the same time, he also practiced a kind of martial arts that required body movements, making his body slippery and specially designed to guard against Yi Qing's close combat. It has to be said that this is a man with rich combat experience. After studying Yi Qing's previous matches, he knew that Yi Qing's explosive power was extremely strong. His boxing style seemed simple but had flaws, making it extremely threatening. So from the very beginning, he didn't want to give Yi Qing any chance, and was prepared to use the strength of his own qi and blood to exhaust Yi Qing to death. After all, the yin-yang tai chi diagram is definitely not invincible. If you want to resolve the attack, you will inevitably have to consume energy. He only needs to continue to consume Yi Qing, and he can use his own advantages and foundation to drag Yi Qing down. Fighting against a freshman like this feels a bit unfair. Victory is victory, and the difference in ranking will affect the final reward amount. His tactics were effective at first. After Yi Qing used the yin-yang tai chi diagram to resolve several waves of attacks, he planned to eliminate the opponent, but found that the opponent was extremely cunning and had dodged before the attacks were resolved. He immediately understood the other party's intention. Want to exhaust yourself to death? He looked inward and frowned, discovering that his energy and blood had indeed been depleted. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and accelerated his S-level talent, breathing of heaven and earth. From somewhere in the darkness, a dragon's roar seemed to sound beside Yi Qing's ears. A strong, pure, and violent energy and blood force surged into Yi Qing's body. Next second, the energy Yi Qing had just consumed in the battle was recovered in an instant, and even his energy and blood improved slightly, becoming more vigorous. There was a flash of scarlet in his eyes, and a crazy, violent, cruel, and cold emotion was quietly brewing. Yi Qing suddenly felt a little irritated. He looked at the evasive Qingyun Wuda contestant, and his brows slowly frowned. The opponent's continuous harassment-like attacks made him more and more disgusted. It turns out that the competition is still not as good as actual combat. If you were on the battlefield, facing a surging herd of beasts, where would you have the space and time to keep pulling. It's a boring trick. Yi Qing snorted coldly, frowned, and a strange silver light flashed in his eyes. In the spiritual sea, the void tower trembled violently. Boom! An invisible mental shock erupted instantly, sweeping across the entire arena. The contestant from Qingyun Martial Arts University felt a strong sense of dizziness deep in his mind. He staggered, and his movement, which had been going on for a long time, was interrupted. Such a strong spirit. Before he could finish his words, a figure appeared in front of him. "Keep hiding." A voice filled with impatience reached my ears. When he looked up, he saw only a fist that was getting bigger and bigger in his field of vision, and a whistling wind was blowing towards him. Bang! A punch landed. His nose was shattered, and his entire face was slightly sunken in the middle. He was blown directly to the bottom of the ring. Staff who were well prepared rushed over at the first opportunity and ran away carrying the injured without saying a word. They were already familiar with the process. As long as the competition involved Yi Qing, someone would be seriously injured. So at the beginning, there were already people waiting under the ring, just to take the injured to treatment as quickly as possible to avoid serious sequelae. The referee looked at the face of the Qingyun Wuda contestant, turned his head away, and said in a hoarse voice, "Zenshin Hunwu Yi Qingsheng." At this point, all the games of the previous day were over. Yi Qing successfully entered the top 8 of the 6th-level group. The 4-stage group on the other side. Zhenxing Army, Zhang Qingyi wins. The referee's voice rang out, and Zhang Qingyi defeated an opponent from Wuda University in Magic City and also entered the top 8 of the 4th-level group. Kong Hui fell from midair. His old face almost turned into a chrysanthemum shape with a smile, and the great master almost fell down when he landed. This year's performance far exceeded his expectations and far exceeded the predictions of the entire Zhenxing top management before departure. The 4th-level group, 5th-level group, and 6th-level group all blossomed at the same time, and all of them had players entering the quarterfinals. The 4th-level group includes Zhang Qingyi. The 5th-level group includes a junior Hikaibua, and the 6th-level group includes Tang Qingyu and Yi Qing. In total, 4 people have entered the top 8. This is a groundbreaking achievement. In previous National Youth Warrior Leagues, most of Zhenxing's players were eliminated in the top 16, and only 1 or 2 made it to the top 8 in each group every year. Kong Hui the most were Yi Qing and Zhang Qingyi. As freshmen, the 2 were able to make it to the top 8, which is extremely rare in the entire Warrior League. Generally speaking, such players only appear among the 4 great holy warriors. Now, it is finally Zhenxing Junhua's turn. It's so embarrassing, too embarrassing. Even if Yi Qing and Zhang Qingyi will most likely stop in the quarterfinals, it would still be an extremely outstanding result. Yes, well done. After returning to school, I will discuss with the other deans and decide to double the points awarded to you. Kong Hui looked at Yi Qing and the other person with a smile. Zhenxing military force is very similar to the merit point system in the army. Students can use their points to redeem the martial arts resources they need. As the best military university, Zhenxing's reserve warehouse is interconnected with the military's reserve warehouse. Zhang Qingyi's expression changed slightly. She really needed some things to make something special. Yi Qing didn't care. No matter how many points the school awarded him, they probably wouldn't be as many as the merit points the military district gave him. The key is the abyss crack that he encountered when he first went to the battlefield. The exploration results therein have recently arrived and will soon bring him a huge amount of resources. Everyone came to the outside of Jianglong Valley, where a large number of newly built modular temporary residences were located. After Yi Qing got the key to his room, he went straight to the dining area and began the long process of eating. Zhang Jinxiang was pushing the wheelchair and felt the strange looks from the people around him. His breathing stagnated and he paused, wanting to push the wheelchair away. But when he thought of Yi Qing entering the top 8 and defeating many powerful opponents, his chest unconsciously straightened up and his expression became much calmer. I was defeated by the top 8 contestants. Is it embarrassing? Not shameful at all. He even prayed that Yi Qing could go further, so that his loss to Yi Qing would be more natural. Zhang Jinxiang calmed down, pushed his wheelchair, and went to find something to eat. Not only him, but even Yun Haoyang, who had just walked out of the medical cabin, had the gloom on his face disappear after learning that Yi Qing defeated the player from Qingyun Martial Arts University and advanced to the quarterfinals. The stronger Yi Qing became, the more comfortable he felt. At the same time, the 4 holy warriors are located. A discussion is going on. In a room, a clear holographic image was playing Yi Qing's game footage. Under the ultra-high-speed camera, Yi Qing's every move was clearly visible, and the rapidly rotating yin-yang tai chi diagram even turned into slow motion. I still haven't found any information about this martial art. But you don't need to worry. No martial arts is invincible. Wan Yongsheng stared at Yi Qing in the video and began to explain to several contestants from the first Shengwu University beside him. Yi Qing's blood and energy are not weak, and he doesn't look like someone who has just entered the 6th level, but there is still a big gap compared to you. He pointed out one of the points and said, "This is your biggest advantage." The contestant from Qingyun Martial Arts University wanted to take advantage of this, but he overlooked Yi Qing's identity as a spiritualist and suffered a mental shock, which led to a huge flaw. What you need to do is to take advantage of your own martial arts while guarding against Yi Qing's mental power. According to the speculation in the data, Yi Qing's mental power is likely to be the same as Wan Rongrong of the 3rd Saint Martial University. He is also a 5th-level mentalist. When Wan Yongsheng said this, a smile appeared on his face, and he said slowly, "The foundation of our first holy martial arts is not comparable to Qingyun Martial Arts University. After you enter the 6th level, you will begin to practice the secret method of mental defense passed down by the founder of the first holy martial arts, which is enough to ensure that you will not be affected by Yi Qing. Moreover, his yin-yang tai chi diagram is not omnipotent. Have you noticed that the tai chi diagram can only absorb the next wave of attacks at a time, and only after it has resolved the next wave can it continue to resolve the next wave of attacks? There's a certain gap between these two resolutions. This gap is the opportunity. Seize the opportunity at that time. With Yi Qing's basic strength, you can defeat him in just one move." Wan Yongsheng has a very sharp vision, and his explanations are very comprehensive. Several people nearby nodded slowly. Anyway, remember this. Ever since this league started, Shengwu University has always been in the top 3. That is the glory left by your seniors, and is also the glory that belongs exclusively to our Shengwu University. So I won't allow any unstable factors to exist. Whoever meets Yi Qing tomorrow will be eliminated. Wan Yongsheng left after saying a few words. Similar conversations took place at 3 other temporary residences of Shengwu University. Every member of Shengwu University seemed to regard the top 3 places in the league as their own exclusive territory and would not allow any outsiders to get involved. While they're extremely confident, they're also very cautious and will not allow even the slightest possibility of an accident to occur. Chapter 15038 Martial Arts Wills. Against Lu Rue, after the hunger in his stomach was relieved a little, Yi Qing left the dining area. The efficiency and speed of eating in the current way are really too low. It's still more comfortable in the abyss. You can eat buffet anytime and anywhere. Yi Qing said to himself and returned to his room. Fortunately, the League S competition was not long, only 2 days, and he was quite interested in that special living reward. If he could cultivate the Moon Eclipse Queen, it would be of great help to him. After both Qi, blood, and spirit reached the 6th level, Yi Qing's body no longer had a great need for sleep. He wasted no time, sitting cross-legged on the bed, and deducing the 10 suns in the sky and the body of Akela in the Sea of Spirits. Akela was obtained from a Zhu family's counterfeit 6th level Zhu Ku. That guy's comprehension is extremely poor, and his Akela body is just at the entry stage. Yi Qing did not get much experience in practicing Akela body from him. If Yi Qing wants to comprehend the true meaning of this 8th level martial art, he needs to rely on himself. The effect of directly comprehending the skills through martial arts will naturally not be as good as the martial arts steel in the number 3 ruins that contains the actual martial arts will. However, Yi Qing had S-level talent. After entering the state of unity between man and nature, it didn't take him long to master the body of Akalanatha. Yi Qing was multitasking. While comprehending the 2 master skills, he did not forget to mobilize his mental power to construct the chamber inside the Lingshu mother nest. Early the next morning, a roar was heard in Yi Qingling Sea. Big suns condensed above the spiritual sea, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire ocean of spiritual power, with endless light and heat pouring down. A smile appeared on Yi Qing's lips. The martial arts will of the 10 suns was finally condensed by him. The yin-yang tai chi diagram emerged, absorbing the 10 suns into it, forming a wonderful circular balance with the dozens of martial arts wills within them. At this moment, Yi Qing has mastered 38 kinds of martial arts will. The 36 obvious martial arts wills in the number 3 ruins, the Blood Sea Burning Star art taken out by the ruins mastermind, and the current 10 suns in the same sky. The number is so large that it is beyond ordinary people's imagination. Yi Qing estimated that even if he told others the number now, no one would believe it. It will take some time for the Akala body to form, but it won't be too long. I could draw inferences from one instance to another. The dozens of martial arts wills I have mastered are of great help to my martial arts practice. Yi Qing stood up, looked at the time, and decided to go eat something first. Otherwise, he would be too hungry during the competition, and he was worried that he would do something shocking in the heat of the moment. After a day of competition, there were many people in wheelchairs at the scene. Most of them are people who were seriously injured. Although their injuries have been healed in the medical cabin, their bodies are still somewhat weak. When Zhang Qingyi saw those companions, the last bit of awkwardness in his heart suddenly disappeared completely. He saw Yi Qing walking towards the dining area, and silently cheered for Yi Qing in his heart. 1 hour later, the draw for the 3 groups is over. Senior Zhang Qingyi faced off against the number 1 player from the second-ranked Tsinghua University, while Yi Qing was drawn to compete against the number 2 seed Liu Rui from the first-ranked Tsinghua University. Liu Rui has condensed 7 kinds of martial arts wills. I heard that the 8th kind of martial arts will is about to be condensed. In the future, he will definitely reach the level of a grandmaster. His strength is very strong. Kong Hui found Yi Qing and reminded him in a low voice. The martial arts foundation of Tsinghua University is very strong. It can even be said that it is not on the same level as other schools. Every move is very powerful. Liu Rui was even more ruthless than you in the previous match, so you must be extremely careful. Yi Qing nodded and said, I understand. I will definitely be careful. I have to be careful to control the strength. I can't do it like yesterday, when I almost smashed Yuan Haoyang's head. He thought to himself and noticed the burning gaze at the same time. He turned his head and saw the rest area where the first Tsinghua University was located. A burly man who was taller than an ordinary man and whose arms were thicker than a human thigh was staring at him. Facing the provocative gaze, Yi Qing smiled. At this time in Jianglong Valley, due to the decrease in the number of participants, many useless arenas were dismantled, and only a few arenas were left in the huge valley. Each ring was surrounded by people, looking forward to the upcoming quarterfinals. Yi Qing walked through the crowd and approached the stage step by step. Boom! Accompanied by a dull sound, Liu Rui from the first St. Martial University jumped high from a distance, and his tall body fell directly on the stage. His posture seemed quite domineering and powerful in the eyes of bystanders, but in Yi Qing's eyes it seemed a little funny. The smile on Yi Qing's lips never faded. He looked at Liu Rui calmly, waiting for the referee's voice. Liu Rui also stared at Yi Qing, and when he noticed the smile on his face, his brows immediately frowned. Careless. This was the nationally watched Youth Warriors League, the quarterfinals of the high-level 6th Order group, and he could still maintain such a casual attitude when facing me? Who gave him the confidence? Could it be that because I defeated a few losers yesterday, I no longer take myself seriously? Liu Rui suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart, and at the same time he revealed a sinister smile. I will show you later why Tsinghua University is called Tsinghua. The referee for the quarterfinals has been replaced by a 7th-level grandmaster. After confirming that Yi Qing and Liu Rui were ready, the grandmaster-level referee rang the bell to start the game. When the crisp bell rang and the game began immediately, a barely perceptible golden light appeared between Liu Rui's eyebrows. That is the secret of the first Holy Martial University. Only students whose chi and blood have reached the 6th level and who have condensed 5 kinds of martial arts will, or above, are qualified to learn this secret method. A calming spell specifically used to stabilize the mind. After activating this secret technique, ordinary mental attacks will find it difficult to interfere with them. Although Liu Rui was confident, he was meticulous in his tactical execution. He followed the advice of the team leader Wan Yongsheng and immediately protected his weak spirit to leave no chance for Yi Qing. Immediately following, a black stick appeared in Liu Rui's hand. As the power of qi and blood surged, the black stick hummed, and dazzlingly bright flashes of electric light lit up. The long stick seemed to have a spirit, with electric light swimming around it, and a sea of thunder suddenly covered half of the arena. Yi Qing raised his eyebrows slightly. He saw scattered lights similar to soul light on the long stick in Lu Rui's hand. He realized immediately what it was. Different from the quasi-level 7 title of the red-gold dragon pattern halberd, the black long stick in Lu Rui's hand is a genuine level 7 long weapon.